Chapter 1: The First Affectionate System. Shanghai University. At this moment, the playground was full of people, and the surrounding students formed a circle. In the center of the encirclement, a man and a woman stood facing each other. Kai Shui looked at the boy in front of her who had a fair complexion but exuded a poor air. A trace of disdain flashed across her face. "Chenggu, if you have anything to say, just say it quickly. I'm very busy and don't have time to chat with you here." Looking at the girl in front of him, Chenggu was confused. Wasn't I just lying on the bed, watching the Grandmaster flirting with girls on live broadcast? How come I'm here in the blink of an eye? Did I travel through time? Chenggu immediately mobilized his memory, trying to figure out the current situation. Chen Ji's dazed look caught Kai Shui's eye. Kai Shui thought Chenggu was so excited that he couldn't speak. When Chenggu was pursuing her, he looked down on this poor boy. After some sarcasm and ridicule, seeing that he still refused to let go, Kai Shui followed the video on TikTok and made an agreement with Chenggu. She wanted Chenggu to confess his love to her 100 times in public on the playground with everyone watching. Moreover, Chenggu had to accept being rejected by me 99 times in public, and only when he confessed his love to me in public for the 100th time would I agree to him. Kai Shui originally thought that Chenggu would give up when faced with difficulties. After all, people need to maintain their dignity and trees need to maintain their bark. Later, she realized that she had underestimated Chen Ji's determination. Chenggu actually insisted on going to the playground to confess his love to her every day, rain or shine. Even if everyone laughs at Chenggu for being a bootlicker, he will end up with nothing. But Chenggu never seemed to mind other people's strange looks. Today was the 100th time that Chenggu confessed his love to Kai Shui. With interested people deliberately spreading the news, the number of onlookers today is unprecedentedly large. Everyone came to witness this lick of the century, fearing to miss any details. "Chenggu, let me tell you the truth. Now, I am Zhang Xiaokong's woman. Xiaokong can give me everything I want, and you are just a clown in front of him." Kai Shui's every word was brilliant, and she belittled Chenggu as if he were worthless. "Affectionate? You're actually talking to me about feelings in this day and age? Even if you confess your love to me 1,000 times or 10,000 times in public, what can it do? Can you afford the latest Apple phone?" Kai Shui took out the newly purchased Apple phone from her bag and shook it in front of Chenggu. "But Xiao Kong can. Besides, I gave my first time to Xiao Kong." Just then, a young man dressed in designer clothes walked out of the crowd. He walked up to Kai Shui, put his arms around her waist and pulled her into his arms. Then, he took a deep breath of Kai Shui's scent, and after seeing Kai Shui's shy reaction, he laughed wantonly. TSK, it took you 3 months to chase after a woman, but I only used a mobile phone." At this time, the onlookers also burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, I am dying of laughter, this damn licking dog, I knew that in the end he would be left with nothing. You're still pretending to express your deep love for me. How shameless." As the crowd laughed at him, Chenggu finally digested the original owner's memories. Not to mention them, even Chenggu himself looked down on the original owner's dog-licking behavior. To chase a woman, you don't rely on licking her, you need money. Zhang Xiaokong walked over to Chenggu and patted Chen Ji's face provocatively. "Oh, sorry, I forgot, you have no money, ha." Seeing Zhang Xiaokong's insulting behavior, Chenggu finally couldn't bear it anymore. "The original owner was a bootlicker, do you fucking think I'm a soft persimmon?" Bang! Chen Ji's slap landed accurately on Zhang Xiaokong's face, stunning him. He stood there in a daze, unable to react for a while. After the fight, he looked at Kai Shui again. "Bah! It's just a pair of worn-out shoes. And it's your first time today? Chenggu, you." Kai Shui could never have imagined that Chenggu, the always submissive and docile bootlicker, would actually dare to strike out today. Not only did he dare to scold her, he even slapped Zhang Xiaokong in the face. "The bus is right here at my doorstep, but I don't want it." Chenggu slapped Zhang Xiaokong again, as if he felt that hitting a woman was inappropriate. After 2 slaps, Chenggu felt relaxed all over. Detected that the host stopped licking the dog behavior. Ding! The first affection system has been successfully bound. Detecting that the host is in financial difficulty, this system has automatically generated a black card and placed it in the host's pocket. The balance on the card is 999, 999, 999, 999. The balance will be automatically replenished to the upper limit after a single use. P.S. The assets in the black card can only be used for consumption related to relationships with women, such as dating, purchasing items for target women, etc. P.S. If you use the black card to make purchases with women with a beauty score of 90 or above, you will get a 100-fold rebate to your real account. System? Chen-gu was stunned for a moment, and then he was filled with ecstasy. Sure enough, I have the support of the system, Dad, when I traveled here. Chen-gu touched his pocket and found a card-like object in it. If I really had unlimited savings I could use to pursue girls. Isn't it that I am the high-end version of the affectionate ancestor right from the start? Although the savings can only be used to pursue girls, if the girl you are pursuing is a girl with a beauty score of 90 or above, you can achieve financial freedom through dating alone. While Chen-gu was pleasantly surprised, another system sound rang in his mind. Ding! Activate the side quest, slap Kai Shui and Zhang Xiaokang. Assistant, Xin Luoxiao, one of the foremost beautiful girls at Shanghai Affiliated University. Task completion reward, a random gift. Whether to accept the task, yes, no. Xin Luoxiao, one of the foremost beautiful girls at Shanghai University? Through the original owner's memory, Chen-gu knew that Xin Luoxiao was the real campus beauty of the affiliated university, and her appearance was many levels higher than that of ordinary people. With Xin Luoxiao around, the success rate of slapping someone in the face is almost 100%. Chen-gu chose yes, without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for making the right choice. We are arranging for Assistant Xin Luoxiao to arrive. Boy, how dare you hit me. Zhang Xiaokang, who was stunned, finally came to his senses after a brief shock. This dead bootlicker in front of me who wants money but has no money actually dares to hit me. What? Are dogs allowed to provoke people, but people are not allowed to beat dogs? Chen-gu retorted. Chen-gu, who do you think you are? It's not your turn to blame, Xiaokang. Aren't you just a bootlicker? Are you angry because you can't lick me? In Kai Shui's eyes, Chen-gu was just a poor and powerless country dog who was angry and embarrassed because he couldn't lick her. He even dared to insult a rich young man like Zhang Xiaokang. Ha ha. Do I need to lick you? Chen-gu laughed. How could there be such a shameless woman, ordinary and confident? Isn't it? Chapter 2 Reversal. People like you who have no money and no power deserve to be bootlickers. Zhang Xiaokang continued to mock. It has to be said that Zhang Xiaokang's words reflect the current state of society. In this materialistic age, it is very difficult to pursue a girl without money. So what if Chen-gu confessed his love to Kai Shui 99 times in public? Zhang Xiaokang won over Kai Shui with just an Apple phone. Look at Chen-gu again, his affection has been trampled upon and is worthless. Many people who laughed at Chen-gu have now begun to sympathize with him. Everyone laughs at Chen-gu, and everyone is Chen-gu. Just when Zhang Xiaokang wanted to continue humiliating Chen-gu to elevate himself, suddenly, a big gap appeared in the tight encirclement on the playground, accompanied by waves of exclamations from the crowd. Wow, look, isn't that the beauty from the finance department of our affiliated university, Xin Luoxiao? Seeing is believing, this young lady is so pretty. Why call me little sister? Call me goddess. A beautiful figure walked out from the gap in the crowd. The woman was wearing a white dress, with her long black hair cascading down like a waterfall, bright eyes and white teeth, and she exuded a cold and elegant temperament. Just one glance at her was enough to make people breathtaking. Xin Luoxiao's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Both boys and girls are impressed by the school beauty's flawless appearance. No, I don't dare to look her in the eye. Ah, pinch me, this is not a dream. A boy said excitedly to his companion next to him. What are you arguing about? You're interrupting my appreciation of the campus beauty. The companion impatiently pushed away the boy who was blocking his view. Xin Luoxiao's appearance made everyone excited but also a little confused. School beauty Xin is a well-known study maniac in the affiliated university, and she has won all the awards, big and small, in the school. He never participates in any entertainment activities, so why would he come here to eat melons today? Under the gaze of everyone, Xin Luoxiao was seen looking for something. It was not until she saw Zhang Xiaokang and Chen-gu that she stopped looking and fixed her gaze in the direction of the two men. Then, she actually walked straight towards them. Fuck, what is Miss Xin going to do? Even if you're just eating melons, you can't get so close. Xin Luoxiao's actions made everyone even more confused. Zhang Xiaokang, who originally wanted to continue humiliating Chen-gu, saw Xin Luoxiao actually walking towards him. His breathing quickened and his heart almost jumped out. Why is school beauty Xin walking towards me? Could it be that I looked so handsome when I humiliated Chen-gu just now that I attracted her? Yes, that must be the case, otherwise, why would she get close to me? Shin Luoqiao is one of the four most beautiful girls in the affiliated university, and almost all the boys in the school are impressed by his cool temperament. Now that I have won the favor of the school belle, isn't that equivalent to winning out among all the boys in the school? When he thought of this, Zhang Xiaokang immediately felt very proud. I increasingly believe that spreading the news of Chen Ji's confession today was the right decision. Chen Gu, who was standing next to him, almost vomited when he saw Zhang Xiaokang's saliva almost dripping onto the ground. It goes without saying that this guy is definitely fantasizing about Shin Luoqiao. Brother, does this have anything to do with you? I came to see you, okay? Although Chen Gu felt contempt in his heart, he remained expressionless and pretended to be completely unaware. Since the mission is to slap someone in the face, then naturally I have to use the mission to vent my anger. When Shin Luoqiao stood less than a meter away from the two of them, Zhang Xiaokang almost fainted from excitement. The school belle is worthy of being a school belle. There is only one word to describe it when watching her up close: thrilling. Shen Gu. Chen Gu? Zhang Xiaokang was slightly surprised. Didn't the school beauty come to see me? Why did she call Chen Gu? Shin Luoqiao's words suddenly aroused everyone's curiosity to the extreme. Why did the school belle look for Chen Gu? Wasn't he today the day Chen Gu confessed his love to Kai Shui? Why was he involved with the school belle again? Isn't there going to be some big news here? Everyone pricked up their ears, afraid of missing out on important news. Shin Luoqiao pursed his lips, as if he had made up his mind. You have fulfilled the agreement between us. I now allow you to pursue me. Boom! Shen Luoqiao's words exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. School, what did the school beauty say? Did she agree to Chen Gu pursuing her? In an instant, the eyes of the onlookers were all focused on Chen Ji's face. They really didn't understand what kind of promise Chen Gu had fulfilled that made the school beauty agree to let Chen Gu pursue her. See the reactions of the crowd. Chen Gu knew that his chance to perform had come. From what Shin Luoqiao said just now, he naturally knew how to take advantage of the situation. Chen Gu grabbed Shin Luoqiao's hand, placed it on his chest, and looked at her affectionately. Faced with the sudden action, Shin Luoqiao was a little panicked. She wanted to pull her hand out, but Chen Gu held it tightly against her chest. Luoqiao, I know you made this promise with me because you wanted to see my determination to pursue you. Chen Gu turned to look at Kai Shui, and his affectionate eyes suddenly turned into disgust. You knew I didn't like this woman, but you asked me to pursue her. I know you wanted to see how determined I was to you. Now, do you feel it? Every word Chen Gu said was sincere, like an outburst of emotion after enduring humiliation and bearing heavy burdens, all of which were true feelings. Shin Luoqiao looked at Chen Ji's lecherous behavior and cursed her best friend 1,000 times in her heart. Damn Nana, I shouldn't have made a bet with her if I had known this would happen. Now that I've lost the bet and am in such a mess, I've let that scoundrel on the other side take advantage of me for nothing. But despite the scolding, Shin Luoqiao finally cooperated with Chen Ji's superb acting skills and nodded slightly. After hearing Chen Ji's words, everyone finally understood what the agreement between the two was. It turns out that Chen Gu confessed his love to Kai Shui just to prove his determination to the school belle and impress her. In the end, he succeeded. The school beauty came forward in person and allowed Chen Gu to pursue her. From the beginning to the end, the winner was Chen Gu, and Kai Shui was just a stepping stone for Chen Gu to pursue Shin Luoqiao. At this moment, no one regarded Chen Gu as a bootlicker anymore. Instead, they looked at Kai Shui and Zhang Xiaokang with contempt. Kai Shui, who had been standing aside, had long wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He had always looked down on Chen Gu and treated him as a bootlicker. If it weren't for the fact that there was such a bootlicker who publicly confessed his love for her every day, which could bring honor to her, she would have kicked Chen Gu out long ago and would not have waited until now. Unexpectedly, Chen Gu, whom he had always looked down upon, had always targeted Shin Luoqiao, and everything he did was just to impress Shin Luoqiao. Zhang Xiaokang had an expression that looked as if he had eaten shit. He had just humiliated someone, but now he just felt a burning pain on his face. At this moment, under the gaze of everyone, he didn't know whether to leave or not, and could only stand there awkwardly for a while. I don't know which girl among the onlookers who had eaten their fill of melons shouted. Chen Gu is so romantic, handsome, and loyal. School beauty Shin must agree to Chen Ji's pursuit. One person takes the lead and everyone follows suit. Everyone shouted, school beauty Shin must agree to Chen Ji's pursuit. Seeing more and more people making a fuss, Shin Luoqiao finally felt embarrassed. She wanted to refuse, but Chen Gu took the lead. Luo Qiao, it's okay. You don't have to agree to my pursuit right now. I know you're a slow-moving girl. Let's take it slow. Chapter 3, It's easy to get. So, can I buy you dinner now? As a man who often watches the master's live broadcast, Chen Gu accurately captured Xin Luoqiao's dilemma at the moment. The booing of the onlookers made her look embarrassed. If this continued, some nosy people would probably suggest that the two of them kiss each other. Instead of continuing to pester her in public, it is better to give her a way out, which can also increase the school beauty's favorability. Sure enough, after hearing Qin Ji's words, Xin Luoqiao's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed. She didn't expect that Chen Gu would come to her rescue. In school, Xin Luoqiao is one of the few people who has the least shortage of suitors. She dared to guarantee that almost all of her suitors, faced with such a situation, would take advantage of the noise of the onlookers to push themselves further and seize the opportunity to establish a relationship with her. But Chen Gu not only did not do that, he even found a way out for her. Chen Ji's performance was a bit unexpected. Xin Luoqiao nodded, his tone still cold, but his heart felt warm. Can. After receiving Xin Luoqiao's affirmative answer, Chen Gu turned around and looked Zhang Xiaokang up and down, recalled, and said, Zhang Xiaokang, right? Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't take some slut's words seriously. How do you know that I didn't touch her because I thought she was dirty? Chen Gu, you. Chen Ji's words seemed to step on Kai Shue's tail, and the latter jumped out immediately. What do you mean by you? I didn't say anything. I was just giving Brother Zhang a reminder. Chen Gu showed an extremely mean expression. Poochie. A light laugh broke the tense atmosphere. Xin Luoqiao really couldn't help it, Chen Gu was so mean. Luoqiao has already laughed. Forget it. I won't bother with you anymore. Let me think about what to eat. Chen Gu said as he and Xin Luoqiao walked towards the school gate. He completely ignored the two people who were still surrounded by the crowd. Zhang Xiaokang remained silent until Chen Gu and the other man completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing Zhang Xiaokang's gloomy face, Kai Shui suddenly panicked. She felt a little scared, although she didn't know how Chen Gu found out. But she did use the money that Chen Gu licked her to do the reconstructive surgery. Apart from herself, she had never revealed this to anyone else, including Chen Gu. But now, she felt like her secret had been suddenly exposed. Kai Shui stepped forward and took Zhang Xiaokang's arm. Xiaokang, don't believe a word Chen Gu says. My love for you is real, and my body is clean. Roll. Zhang Xiaokang felt as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping through his heart. Does he believe what Chen Gu says? Let her. As a veteran of nightclubs, how could Kai Shui hide it from Zhang Xiaokang? If Kai Shui hadn't been pretty, Zhang Xiaokang would have dumped this bitch long ago. What Zhang Xiaokang cared about was not Kai Shui, but the fact that he was insulted by Chen Gu in vain. Moreover, why would he take over a woman that even Chen Gu looked down upon? Is that cheap? I told you to get out, didn't you hear me? Zhang Xiaokang squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Don't make me do it. Xiaokang. Bang. The other side. Before Chen Gu even reached the school gate, a voice sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The random gift is being drawn. Chen Gu paused, but fortunately the system didn't make him wait too long. The random gift drawing is complete. A Porsche 911. I was just doing a task that a dog could complete, and the system gave me a car? It's worthy of being a system. The next second, the address where the vehicle was parked, including the vehicle model and specific interior, all flooded into Chen Ji's memory. Chen Gu put one hand in his pocket and found the key. Seeing that Chen Gu stopped walking, Xin Luoqiao also stopped. The playground behind them had long disappeared with the footsteps of the two. Chen Gu, thank you for helping me out just now. Xin Luoqiao thanked him. Although his voice was still cold, Chen Gu could truly feel the gratitude in his tone. What a simple girl. No, I should be the one thanking you. Chen Gu pursed his lips. If it weren't for you, I would still be humiliated by the two of them. Since the matter has been resolved, let's say goodbye here. Xin Luoqiao smiled politely and said. This smile almost made Chen Gu faint, and his body felt a little dizzy. Wait, didn't I say I would treat you to a meal? While the two of them were walking, Chen Gu had already scanned Xin Luoqiao using the system. Target, Xin Luoqiao. Age, 20. Appearance, 97. Body size, 96. Through the system, Chengu confirmed that this was one of the 4 school beauties in front of him. Isn't this the person who meets the conditions for a 100-fold rebate? The appearance score is as high as 97, far exceeding the system requirement of 90 points for a rebate. After searching for it everywhere, I finally found it without any effort. Didn't you just say you wanted to treat me to a meal just to help me out? Shen Luoqiao was a little surprised. Besides, seeing Chen Ji's clothes that were washed so white, what could he treat her to? Of course, she didn't say this half sentence. After all, the other party had just helped her. Rescue is one thing, of course, but it's also true that I want to treat you to a meal. Chengu glanced at his phone. It was time for dinner. Chengu shook his phone and showed Shen Luoqiao the time on the screen. It's dinner time now, let's just have a meal together. As Chengu spoke, he quietly rubbed Luoqiao's arm that was exposed outside his clothes. Then he turned around and walked away, not giving the other person a chance to think. Chengu deliberately created physical contact. If the other person doesn't mind, occasional physical contact can bring you closer to each other. After being touched by Chengu, Shen Luoqiao's mind went blank. Putting aside other things, Chen Ji's appearance is fair and delicate. After tidying up, not to mention being extremely handsome, there is absolutely no problem in seducing young girls who are not very worldly wise. Shen Luoqiao hesitated for a moment, but still followed. Chapter 4, Just a Vehicle. The sudden physical contact just now made Shen Luoqiao feel a little confused. She hadn't recovered from her shock until Chengu opened the car door. Who would have known that the school beauty has never lacked suitors? In fact, I have never even had a romantic relationship. Not to mention holding a man's hand. Chengu accidentally won the school beauty's first time. Get in the car. Good. Chengu, is this your car? Yes. Shen Luoqiao rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not seeing things. Porsche 911. A luxury car with a landing price of 3 million. It's not that she doesn't believe Chengu has a car. There are many students who drive in Shanghai University. There are even many rich second generations who buy a luxury car as the first car after getting their driver's license. But Chen Ji's outfit said he had a luxury car. What's wrong with you? It's just a car for transportation. Aren't there many people in our school who drive Porsches? Chengu smiled. Ward hair? You say the Porsche 911 is just a car for commuting? Shen Luoqiao suddenly found that he couldn't see through Chengu anymore. It seemed a little different from what she had imagined. Hurry up, school beauty, my hands are sore. Chengu looked at Shen Luoqiao with a half smile. Oh, sorry. Shen Luoqiao nodded and sat in the passenger seat. Turned the key and hit the accelerator. Chengu suddenly felt emotional. Half an hour ago, he was still being humiliated by Zhang Xiaokang. Half an hour later, he was already driving a luxury car. There was also a beautiful woman sitting in the passenger seat. Is this the life of rich people? Song of Water Melody. One of the most famous seafood restaurants in Shanghai. The slogan of the store is, of the 10 buckets of seafood in the world, 9 buckets are from Shui Tiaogutu. There are only a few types of people who come here to eat. Rich, rich, and rich. Chengu parked the car and walked into the store with Shen Luoqiao. Hello, sir and madam. Welcome. In Chen Ji's opinion, with the rise of short videos, all stores now seem to be of this style. Don't speak properly. Chengu randomly picked a private room and sat down, then glanced at the menu. Geoduck 2,998. Abalone rice 498. Steamed Australian lobster 48.99. Chengu looked through the menu and observed the prices. Seems a bit cheap. There isn't even a dish worth tens of thousands of dollars. With a 100-fold rebate, Chengu wishes the vegetable prices were as high as possible. Seeing that Chengu hadn't chosen a dish for a long time, Shen Luoqiao picked up the menu himself. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. Chengu, the things here are a bit expensive. It was more than just a little expensive. Shen Luoqiao even thought Chengu was crazy. He actually took her to such an expensive place to eat. Any dish costs thousands of dollars. A meal would cost at least 18,000 yuan. In response, Chengu just smiled and called the waiter. Hello sir, what can I do for you? Chen Gu closed the menu. I just don't want to think about it anymore. Bring us all the signature dishes from your restaurant. The waiter's smile froze. Looking at Chen Ji's dress and the words he said, she was a little speechless. What's wrong? It's like this, sir. If we serve all of our specialty dishes, the price would be around 20,000. I suggest you cut out some dishes based on your financial situation. After saying this, the clerk felt a little relieved. The man in front of me, who was wearing cheap clothes, didn't look like he could afford this meal. I want to show off in front of beautiful women. You ask for special dishes worth tens of thousands of dollars right away. Do you think you are Principal Wang? Thank you for your concern. Just do as I say. Chen Gu was too calm. If it were before, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. Now, Chen Gu hopes that the price of vegetables will be as high as possible. Yes, sir. Seeing this, the clerk said nothing more. She has seen many people like this. You can't stop someone who really wants to die. Just wait for him to pay the bill and then make a fool of himself. I have to say, this restaurant is quite efficient in serving food. No delay at all. After a while, the dishes were almost ready. While waiting for the food, Chen Gu stared at Shen Luoqiao. She felt a little embarrassed when she saw it. Chen Gu, the dishes are ready, let's eat first. Shen Luoqiao felt that if Chen Gu continued to look at her, his eyes would eat her up. Okay, let's eat. I guess you're hungry too. When Chen Gu says he's going to eat, he really means it. This guy didn't care about his image at all. He grabbed half a king crab with his bare hands, peeled off the shell and started eating it. The waiter who went back to get the crab cutting tools saw Chen Ji's posture. He quietly placed the tools on the table and left the box. Where on earth did this weird thing come from? In the box. Chen Gu had already eaten up most of a king crab. Shen Luoqiao looked at Chen Gu using both hands. Suddenly I felt it was a little cute. A meal worth tens of thousands of dollars, just ordered as soon as it was ordered. The clerk laughed at him, but he just laughed it off. When eating, he didn't show any airs of a rich person at all. She worked so hard to eat, as if food was more important than her. Shen Luoqiao didn't know that she had already developed a little affection and curiosity towards Chen Gu. And a woman becomes curious about a man. That was the beginning of her downfall. Chen Gu, slow down. It's not enough. I have more here. Okay. Chen Gu is really hungry. I just slapped Zhang Xiaokong twice. After some exercise, my stomach was already empty. After dinner, Chen Gu called the waiter again. Not to mention that Chen Gu was expecting a 100-fold rebate after paying the bill. Now the clerk is more anxious than Chen Gu. She couldn't wait to see Chen Gu being unable to pay. Then he asked hesitantly if there was a discount. In the end, after making 8 or 10 calls, I still couldn't even raise a few $100s. She cleared her throat. Afraid that Chen Gu couldn't hear it. Sir, your total consumption is 27,998 yuan. Would you like to pay in cash or by credit card? Your store can't use Prestige? Sure. Scan the code. Ding. 27,998 yuan has been credited to your account. Chen Gu paid neatly and efficiently. No drag at all. Chen Gu slapped the clerk in the face with his actions. Calmly terrifying. Oh, right. I saw Luoqiao really likes the sea cucumber soup, so I asked the kitchen staff to make another portion for us to take away. While eating just now, Chen Gu had noticed that Shen Luoqiao had been drinking sea cucumber soup. Details determine success or failure. Of course I have to perform well in front of the goddess. Yes, sir. The clerk no longer had the arrogant tone he had when he announced the prices. She knew that she seemed to have hit a wall this time. She was actually somewhat relieved now that the other party did not pursue the matter. I'm just a little confused. Do rich people nowadays like to wear tattered clothes to eat? Chapter 5, 1 meal, 1 million in income. Ding. It was detected that the host successfully generated consumption behavior on the target female. Ding. The cumulative consumption amount is 28,998 yuan. Ding. 100-fold rebate is being implemented. Ding. Execution successful, reward host 2,899,800 yuan. A series of system prompts suddenly rang in my mind. Chen Gu was stunned. I quickly took out my phone to check my balance. Agricultural Bank of China reminds you that your account ending in 9129 has received 2,899,800 yuan. The account has arrived. See the million balance in the mobile phone. Chen Gu couldn't help but be ecstatic. I finally have money. After just a casual meal, Chen Gu has already become a millionaire. 100 times rebate system. I love you so much. Chen Gu held the phone in his hand, laughing so hard that he was shaking. This is actually your own money. Shen Luoqiao saw Chen Gu holding his forehead and grinning at his phone. I felt a little secretly happy. Fool. It's just a meal with me, why are you so happy? Even if you're pretending to look at your phone, you have to act more realistically. I haven't scrolled through the phone pages for a long time. Chen Gu, what are you laughing at? Ah, nothing, hee hee. Shen Luoqiao discovered that Chen Gu had a somewhat silly temperament. This temperament is quite interesting. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Downstairs in the girls' dormitory, the two exchanged contact information. Some things just happen naturally. I went to great lengths to ask the girl for her contact information, but she refused to give it to me. Simply and rudely invite the other person out for a meal. Often, things that should and shouldn't be given are given. Hey, Luoqiao, why did you come back just now? You didn't really go to have dinner with Chen Gu, did you? Shen Luoqiao just returned to the dormitory. My roommate Suna asked with bad intentions. By the way, I just packed a bowl of sea cucumber soup. Nana, do you want some? What? Suna sat up from the bed with a start. Sea cucumber soup? Luoqiao, I'm not saying anything bad about you. It's fine that Chen Gu asked you to pay when you went out to eat with him, but this guy only orders expensive things, right? I know that men are unreliable, let alone a bootlicker like Chen Gu. Besides, it's not reasonable for us girls to spend money when we go out to eat. Nana, don't say that. This meal was invited by Chen Gu. Suna touched Shen Luoqiao's forehead. And touched his own. Nana, what are you doing? Strange, I don't have a fever, why am I talking nonsense today? Nana. This meal was really treated to by Chen Gu. Besides, I think Chen Gu is quite interesting. Ah. It was really him who invited us. Suna was a little surprised. I heard that this guy couldn't afford an iPhone, so his girlfriend, who he had been dating for almost a year, was seduced by someone else. Luoqiao, I suggest you be careful. Who knows if Chen Gu is borrowing high-interest loans to make himself look rich? Shen Luoqiao holds the cell phone. Saw Chen Gu's profile picture in Weixin. The image of Chen Gu eating suddenly appeared in her mind. He didn't even hear a word Suna said. Okay, I get it. Let me explain this on two sides. After parting with Shen Luoqiao, Chen Gu drove towards the suburbs. The accommodation fee for Shanghai University is over 10,000 yuan per semester. Chen Gu couldn't afford to live there, so he could only rent a house in the suburbs for a few hundred yuan a month. When he was licking Kai Shui before, the other party would ask Chen Gu to transfer money every now and then. At the end of every month, Chen Gu was penniless. Even the rent of several hundred yuan was overdue for several months. The rental house is a bit messy. The air doesn't smell good. The air was filled with the stench of alcohol and the moldy smell of an unknown object. The tissues in the trash can were scattered all over the floor. Apart from Chen Ji's clothes, there were only empty wine bottles on the ground. All of this happened because of the setbacks he encountered when pursuing Kai Shui. Left over from a night of drunkenness. Chen Gu patted his face, looked at himself in the mirror, smiled and shook his head. Should I say you are pitiful or hateful? As early as when the original owner's memory merged with Chen Ji's, Chen Gu knew everything about the past. Even Kai Shui could endure it when she had reconstructive surgery. You really deserve to die. You deserve a hangover. It would be good if you died of drinking. Some lickers lose themselves while licking. The bottom line is infinitely lowered. After a long time, only myself is left to move. As Chen Gu was pondering, the prestige sounded. Landlord, Chen Gu, I see the light in your room is on. Are you going to hide from me anymore? Landlord, if you can't pay the rent tomorrow, pack up and leave as soon as possible. Landlord, there are tenants who want to rent here. Ding dong. Chen Gu transferred 8,000 yuan, please accept it. The other party has received it. Chen-gu sent the transfer information and the other party received it instantly. Then there was silence for 10 seconds. Chen-gu only owed the landlord more than 2,000 yuan in rent. The remaining 6,000 is enough to pay Chen-ji's rent for a whole year. Landlord, Chen-gu, I admit that I spoke too harshly just now. Landlord, you are welcome to continue living in my house for the next year. Chen-gu sneered and picked up his phone to reply. No need, Mr. Landlord, I'll leave right away. After Chen-gu replied to the message, he glanced at the rental house again. I shook my head, there was nothing to be nostalgic about. He turned off the light and quietly left the room. Chen-gu suddenly felt that he had more than 2 million in his hands. I should first move into a more comfortable house. Leaving an old environment sometimes means the beginning of a new life. The other side. The landlord received a message from Chen-gu. I know that the remaining 6,000 yuan is given away for free. Before I had time to be happy, I started to feel a little confused. When did Chen-gu become so rich? The extra $6,000. If you say no, then don't want it. He put the bottle down and wiped his mouth. He stood up and looked at Chen-ji's room in the building opposite. I found that the lights were turned off. Looked downstairs again. A Porsche was parked there quietly. Suddenly, a figure walked out of the building. The figure got straight into the Porsche. Chen-gu? The landlord was a little surprised and his eyes widened. Wasn't he the person who just walked out of the building, Chen-gu? This loser drives a Porsche? Is this still Chen-gu who even owes rent? I shook my head and felt much more awake. He looked at the car and then at the transfer record on his mobile phone. I still find it hard to believe. But everything seemed to suddenly make sense again. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, Chen-gu drove away from the rental house. I didn't take anything with me. He felt that one should welcome a new life in the way that one welcomes a new life. Chen-gu took a deep breath. Seeing my sloppy self in the mirror. His hair was messy and his beard was untidy. Although it looks white and clean. Still a bit unkempt though. He decided that before buying a house, he should change his appearance. Buy yourself some more clothes. In order to carry out better work in the future. A pretty boy is always better than a rough guy. What's more, he was wearing tattered clothes. When you buy a house, you might even be kicked out. Thinking of this, Chen-gu took out his phone and found a high-end styling store. Chapter 6. Are you annoyed by the lack of prestige? Outside the barber shop, Chen-gu walked in with a messy hair. I have to say that teacher Tony's professionalism is worthy of praise. He selected a suitable hairstyle based on Chen-ji's face shape. Even Chen-gu himself felt that there was absolutely no problem in changing his hairstyle and becoming a pretty boy. Just when teacher Tony was making drastic changes to Chen-gu. In another corner of the store, a charming woman was live streaming on her phone. Babies, little Naru's styling time is about to end. For those who don't have a brand yet, a glow stick will be your fan brand. Thank you, Brother Candlelight, for the card. Moa. The enchanting anchor looked at the dozen or so VIP guests in the VIP seats in the live broadcast room, whose prices had not increased since the broadcast began. Still keeping a smile on his face. But I felt disappointed. I originally thought that spending more than 1,000 yuan on styling for a live broadcast would increase the number of VIPs in the live broadcast room. As a result, not only did he waste more than $1,000, but the live broadcast room didn't improve at all. For this reason, she specially gave the live broadcast room a title of unveiling the daily style of female anchors. It is to attract the influx of male audiences. Host, stop struggling. The live studio is so cold that even I feel cold in my cotton padded jacket. Do anchors make enough money from live streaming to pay for a haircut? Can the anchor get it for free? Anchor, ouch, what are you doing? The few comments that flashed across the public screen made the enchanting anchor a little depressed. The comments only contain words that attack her. The rest are some small black spots. Every industry is in a state of internal competition, especially the anchor industry. Without sufficient program effects, it is difficult for small anchors to become popular. As a result, there are more and more anchors who have evil intentions. Trysts with those ranked number 1 happen frequently. Host, I've bought your order. Can I add your WeChat ID? Chen-gu asked tentatively. Oh my god, someone is here to tease the little anchor. Anchor, interact quickly. Script, iron script. The enchanting anchor glanced at Chen Gu. There was disdain in those seductive eyes. The clothes he was wearing were obviously cheap goods. Maybe he had overdrawn his Fubao credit limit to be able to afford this high-end barbershop. Now anyone can come to me for prestige? Sorry, not interested. The enchanting anchor directly refused. She felt that if such a person were to be given prestige, it's too cheap. The little anchor is floating. I've already said it's a script. No normal person would ask the anchor for prestige. Young man, don't blindly watch the live broadcasts on the internet. I am not some casual anchor. Put away your improper thoughts, said the enchanting anchor. The enchanting anchor was a little unhappy. She ended up like this just because she didn't want to cross the line and stuck to her bottom line. If this kind of loser is given prestige casually, then what is the difference between her and a marginal anchor? The female anchor said this, paid the bill, and turned away. You were just talking to your phone, why are you pretending to be so noble now? Chen Gu shook his head indifferently and sat down to let teacher Tony continue to operate. Outside the barber shop, Xiao Naru was disheartened when she saw that there were still only a few comments in the live broadcast room. She suddenly felt that she might not be suitable for this line of work at all. Just as she was about to close the live broadcast and say goodbye to her fans, suddenly, barrages of comments began to appear in the live broadcast room. I'm boiling, Ro-chan, look behind. What a handsome car. This wave of turning back is definitely worth it. Don't look back, there's a ghost behind you. Xiao Naru looked back. A flaming sports car was parked there quietly. Eye-catching and noticeable. Shining with the light of money. The number of barrage comments has increased visibly. Xiao Naru was delighted. Even if you try to plant flowers, they may not bloom, but if you plant willows by accident, they may grow into a shade. Isn't this the effect of the show? Dear viewers, this anchor has some experience with this luxury car. It is a Porsche 911. To be honest, this car is one of the top models in the Porsche series. It can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in less than 3 seconds. And the price of this car is about 3 million, which can be said to be a hot hatch in the sports car world. It's like stepping into a professional field. Xiao Naru introduced it enthusiastically. Hang. Fuck, the little anchor has become professional. You are so professional, why don't you give the anchor a fan card? It only costs 10 cents. The little girl used her sweet voice to find opportunities to speak. Hey, hey! Suddenly a voice came from behind. Xiao Naru looked in the direction of the sound. Although he changed his hairstyle, he looks much cleaner and more handsome. However, the cheap clothes on his body still told Xiao Naru the identity of the man in front of her. The loser who just wanted prestige. Didn't I tell you that if I don't add prestige, will you be annoyed? Chen Gu took out the car key and pressed the unlock button, and the lights on the Porsche came on. What did you say? I just wanted to remind you that you were blocking my way to the car. Chen Gu calmly put the key back into his pocket. The atmosphere, silent. Good, I've already started digging my toes into the ground. Anchor, didn't I say that I won't add prestige? Are you annoying doghead? Boss, I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person. If this is the case, don't blame me. Boss, snap. 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 Sound of slapping in the face. Brothers, I am so happy to read the face slapping script, I want to get a card. The live broadcast effect is explosive. The barrage of comments increased dramatically, and the number of VIP seats also exceeded 100. But at this moment, Xiao Naru's attention is no longer on the live broadcast data. She just wanted to escape from the scene of social death as soon as possible. Hey, don't go. Chen Gu called a halt. Why don't you come up and sit down? Chen Ji's words caused another round of comments to cross the public screen. The popularity of the live broadcast room also exceeded 50,000. I'm afraid the boss is going to control the anchor. It's over, it's over. The anchor is going to fall. Keep your mind steady, host. Seeing the wailing in the comments, Xiao Naru responded, just because you have money, you can do whatever you want? If I get in the car, what are you going to do to me? Chen Gu was speechless. Host, your main job is live streaming, and your side job is YY, right? I just want to buy some clothes, and I need someone to help me see if they are suitable. Xiaonaru felt even more embarrassed. Good. My toes have dug through the floor. Anchor, he's playing hard to get, don't be fooled. You, hurry up and get in the car. Xiaonaru really wanted to refuse. You can see that the live broadcast room has more than 50,000 views. The number of VIP seats has exceeded 150. I felt a little hesitant again. Chen Gu smiled. You won't lose out in this exchange. You just accompanied me to pick out some clothes. Not every outdoor anchor has the opportunity to live stream in a Porsche. Xiaonaru looked at the live broadcast room data again and thought about what Chen Gu said. Grit your teeth. Okay. We agreed that this is an equal exchange. In the car, after Chen Gu confirmed that the door was locked, he said, I still prefer the rebellious look you showed just now. Xiaonaru was about to refute. Chen Gu stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Chapter 7, My Little Secret. Do all you rich people like to play the pig and eat the tiger game? After the Porsche drove smoothly, Xiaonaru finally had a chance to speak. The fair face also turned slightly red because of Chen Ji's step on the accelerator. It looks fresh and juicy, adding a bit of charm. Who told you to take the bait? Chen Gu laughed slyly. I feel very involved and I'm already starting to get angry. Give up, little anchor. You can't beat him. By the way, have you noticed that the Porsche boss has tricked the little anchor into getting his car without spending a penny so far? Hi. Really high. 10 minutes later. The two arrived at the mall. Chen Gu parked the car and the two walked into the Versace store. Pick out a few of your new products for me to try on. Although he was dressed simply. But the confidence in his words made the clerk recognize this man at once. Not simple. Wait a moment, sir. While waiting, Xiaonaru began to look around the store. The images were also uploaded to the live broadcast room. Luxurious, stylish, high-end. A truly top-notch luxury store. Xiaonaru felt a little uncomfortable when she walked into a store like this. Only when you face these things in the store will you understand. A sense of inferiority from the inside out will burst out from the bottom of your heart. This is the first time I've seen Versace in a young anchoress live studio. Can the anchor help me ask about the reputation of Porsche boss? I just want to see his profile picture. I can hear your calculations through the screen. Hey, how much does it cost to shoot this script? Seeing the comments, Xiaonaru looked at Chen Gu. This guy looked around, nodding from time to time. It seems like a fish in water in a store like this. Xiaonaru suddenly felt that she didn't understand the world of rich people. Sir, we have selected several clothes that suit your style. Please follow me to the cloakroom. The store clerk greets you with a smile. Good. Go into the cloakroom and change into the clothes recommended by the clerk. When Chen Gu walked out of the cloakroom, little Nero was stunned. Versace's bold and trendy clothing style, coupled with Chen Ji's pretty face, suddenly created an effect where the sum of the two was greater than the sum of the two. Chen Gu was not short to begin with, and his 1.80 meter height made him look very good in the suit. At this moment, he exuded a noble temperament, and even the clerk couldn't help but exclaim, Sir, this suit really suits your temperament, so handsome. Chen Gu looked at the little Naiju who was standing there in a daze and said, Hey, say something. Although I don't know what the anchor saw, but based on her expression, I think she was crazy about him. I've already won your heart. I kowtow to the Porsche boss. Please watch your saliva, anchor. The comments were full of ridicule. Little Nara shook her head and said modestly, It's okay, so. How about 2 more sets? Little Nara turned her head away and touched her face. A little hot. Chen Gu nodded and walked into the cloakroom again. Brothers, have you seen a monkey's butt? Yes, I'm talking about the host's face. It's okay, so sarcastic version. The host is obviously unable to handle it. Can the anchor please turn the camera around so I can see the Porsche guy shy JPG? Damn, Zero is so cunning. Chen Gu changed several sets of clothes. The result is that each one is more handsome than the last. People rely on suits and horses rely on saddles. After wearing luxury brands, sweep away the previous decadent loser temperament. At this moment, Chen Gu looked like a noble who had fallen into the mortal world. So cool. Xiaonaru suddenly felt that rejecting Chen Ji's request for prestige was a huge failure in her life so far. She found that she actually felt a little regretful at this moment. Tall, rich, and handsome, Chen-gu possesses all these qualities at this moment. Sir, if you have any other needs, please let us know. We will be happy to serve you. The clerk came forward and said enthusiastically. Chen-gu smiled, no need, just help me pack up the ones I just tried on. I can tell from her expression that they should look good on her. Chen-gu gave Xiao Nero a hug. Xiao Nero wanted to refute, but she found that what Chen-gu said was the truth. Okay sir, the total is 135,000, pay over there. Chen Ji's smile froze. Ward hair? I'm pretending to be great. A few sets of clothes, sold for 130,000. It's so damn expensive. You have to know that these 130,000 yuan must be deducted from Chen-gu's real account. Chen-gu watched with pain as the balance in his phone dropped by more than 100,000 yuan. No, the 130,000 yuan must be recovered. Chen-gu glanced at Xiao Nara who was interacting with the comments. Target, Li Yunru Little Naru. Age, 21. Appearance, 94. Body size, 94. Qualifies for 100x rebate. Chen-gu had previously asked Li Yunru for prestige and threatened to pay for her because Li Yunru met the rebate conditions. Paying for her is just making money for yourself. At this moment, little Nairo still didn't know what was in Chen Ji's mind. Her attention is all on the live broadcast room. Chen Ji's series of operations made the viewers' scalps numb. The popularity of the live broadcast room also exceeded 400,000. The number of people in the VIP seats has already reached more than 300. This kind of data is considered good live broadcast data in most guilds. Li Yunru was very happy at this time. This was a complete surprise. If I hadn't met Chen-gu today, if I hadn't agreed to get in the car today. Perhaps after getting her hair done at the barber shop, she was ready to leave the live streaming industry completely. However, all this changed because of the appearance of Chen-gu. Now she has some hope for live streaming again. Maybe you can hold on a little longer? Li Yunru took out her phone and found that Chen-gu had already paid the bill. Just about to go outside to wait for Chen-gu. Suddenly, Chen-gu spoke. Pick out some clothes for this little anchor. Yes, sir, the clerk replied. What do you mean? Li Yunru was a little caught off guard. Didn't we agree on an equal exchange? I'll help you pick out clothes, and you want me to live stream in the car? Why do you buy me clothes? Chen-gu looked Li Yunru up and down and said calmly, I'm free. I can't tell you that I have to rely on spending money to give you rebates, right? Li Yunru found that she really couldn't guess what Chen-gu was thinking. The sudden gift made her mind go blank. It seems like a fragment. The boss is going to use his ultimate move. It's over. The anchor is going to be hit by a dimensionality reduction attack. Sure enough, the end of the universe is still money. What's with the domineering aura blowing towards me? I love it. Despicable Zero, I have tolerated you for a long time, damn. The barrage of comments completely exploded. Chapter 8 Typing with both hands to prove innocence. Miss, we have selected several new products that suit your temperament. Please follow me to the cloakroom. The clerk reminded in a low voice. Li Yunru came back to her senses when she heard the clerk's voice. Good. I can get your phone for you. Chen-gu took the phone and motioned Li Yunru to change clothes. Li Yunru nodded. She was not pretending to be cool. Until now her mind is still a little confused. Chen-gu took the phone and flipped the camera to make sure he wouldn't be in the picture. My fellow fans, I will be the one to temporarily broadcast the video for you. Chen-gu looked at the comments. Hello, boss. Welcome, big boss. Boss, can you please take a look at my face? I'm just interested for no other reason. Boss, I want to give birth to a child for you. Boss, that person upstairs is Zero, please be sure to pay attention to your own safety. Chen-gu was shocked. Are barrages so complicated now? All of them are old coppers. He looked at the popularity of the live broadcast room again. The live broadcast room is quite popular, and the number of VIPs is also good. Chen-gu checked the various data of Li Yunru's live broadcast room. I found that the data in her live broadcast room is quite good among small anchors. At this moment, enthusiastic comments popped up and hurriedly told Chen-gu the truth. Boss, I will never tell you that before I met you in the barber shop, there were only a dozen people in her VIP seats, and as expected, most of them were zombies. Although I still think this is a script, it was indeed as the above said before you came. Boss, she is not even a small anchor, she should be called an invisible anchor. Shengo laughed when he saw the comments. Have you ever said that about your own anchor? The barrage was full of excuses again. What do you mean by our own anchor? I just came in to have some fun. Eat melon +1. Eat melon plus 10,086. Shengo clicked on the VIP seat details. The number 1 spot on the list only costs 200 yuan, and the weekly list only costs more than 30 yuan. As for the VIPs who cost up to 300 yuan, more than 200 of them just spend 1 cent to get a card. The barrage of comments is really not deceptive, they are all people who come here to watch the show. Shengo had already imagined Li Yunru's monthly income, but it was probably just over 4 figures. The income is not as high as those beauty filters. After all, she is a beautiful woman with a beauty score of 94 points. This is such a mess. Is the competition in the anchor industry so fierce? While Chenggu was thinking, Li Yunru had already changed her clothes and walked out of the cloakroom. Is this dress not suitable for me? Chenggu turned his head and took a look. The degree of surprise was no less than when Li Yunru saw Chenggu just now. At this time, Li Yunru was wearing a corseted gauze that was slit from the neckline to the waist. The lines of her waist were perfectly revealed, and the exposed part was even more looming and unrestrained. Anyone who can work as a clerk at Versace has some sense of fashion sense. Play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses, and make reasonable combinations. No way, miss, this is the first time we have met someone who can completely control the clothes in the store. This dress suits you perfectly. The clerk said quickly. Li Yunru's makeup today was originally in a charming and enchanting style, and paired with Versace's sexy and bold design concept, she instantly became full of femininity. Even Chen Gu was a little dazed for a moment. He picked up the phone and pointed it at Li Yunru. I won't eat alone, let me show you your anchor. Chen Gu said to the phone. It was Li Yunru's first time wearing this kind of clothes, and she felt a little shy. Cover the leaking parts with your hands from time to time. The barrage was extremely excited at this time. I'm Chow, is this my anchor? If you show me this, I won't be sleepy anymore. Okay, I take back what I just said. Don't block it, anchor. I'm watching for my brother. I have a friend. You go ba, hurry up and read it, otherwise you won't be able to read it if it's blocked. The live broadcast room was filled with comments, and the amount was even more than twice the amount when he greeted Chengu just now. The fans exposed their true nature one by one. Chengu didn't have the heart to read the comments at this moment. The effect of this dress on Li Yunru was even better than those of international supermodels. How could that be? I think it's pretty good. Chen Ji's eyes almost popped out. It's not just good, it's really cool. Go on, try a few more sets for her. Chen Gu said to the clerk. The clerk understood and took Li Yunru away again. Chen Ji's words were transmitted to the live broadcast room, and there was another commotion on the public screen. The big guys really don't eat alone. I suggest you take over the broadcast for a long time and record the live broadcast of the small anchor. Boss, I declare that from today on we are half brothers. Type with both hands to prove your innocence. Hashtag #@%. Here, tissues for sale. Li Yunru changed several sets of clothes. Result. The slits in the neckline are getting bigger and bigger. The fabric is getting less and less. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all feasting their eyes on the scene. Where is the super manager? Is there anyone who can take care of it? Supervisor, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. 13 rounds, the limit of the body, but not my limit. Browser, where's my browser? It is said that 43 shots will cause sudden death. I am dying of laughter. I don't. Li Yunru didn't know at this time that the live broadcast room was already bustling with activity. She is now busy covering her child here and there. Although she usually wears seductive makeup, she never bothers to do anything borderline. I've never worn such revealing clothes before. What's more, Chengu was staring at him. Don't cover it, I think it's pretty good. Chengu couldn't hide his smile, it was obvious that he had seen enough. Pay the bill. Please pack up all the clothes she wore just now. Chengu took out his mobile phone and prepared to pay. Li Yunru, who was standing by, saw this and immediately tried to stop him. No, this is too expensive, I can't accept it. The mouth that eats the food is soft, the hand that takes the food is stingy. What if she accepted Chen Guo's things and Chen Guo asked her to do something in the future? It is not right to do it yourself, and it is not right not to do it either. You will definitely be caught in a dilemma. Are you sure? Chen Guo raised his eyebrows, smiled maliciously, and handed the phone to Li Yunru. Look at the live broadcast room. Li Yunru took the phone and looked at it. At this time, the screen is full of barrages. The popularity of the live broadcast room has already exceeded 1 million. The number of people in the VIP seats reached a terrifying 2,000. Little anchor, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Do you dare not accept the boss's things? If the anchor wears these clothes every day, I will die in the live broadcast room. Ro-chan, I know you want to refuse, but don't refuse yet. Asshole, take it quickly, it's a token of the boss's kindness. The barrage of comments was eager to agree on behalf of Li Yunru. Suddenly, a rocket special effect flew over the live broadcast room. She hasn't received a rocket for a long time. Li Yunru quickly thanked for the gift. Thank you, boss, I accept your gift, the rocket. Chapter 9, It depends on your performance. The barrage exploded instantly. 666, brother. A talented person who has spent the rest of his life's IQ in advance just to get the anchor to accept gifts. Brother, you know how to accept gifts. You can't regret it now that you've said it. After hearing Li Yunru finish reading the barrage, Chen Guo couldn't help but admire the barrage's talent. I'll take that as your agreement. How much is it in total? Chen Guo walked to the front desk and took out his cell phone. The clerk counted the clothes and said respectfully, Sir, a total of 200,000. Chen Guo was not surprised by the price this time. Women's clothes are inherently more expensive than men's, and designers spend more time and effort on them. A bit more expensive is normal. After Chen Guo finished paying, the system's sound rang in his mind. Ding! It was detected that the host successfully generated consumption behavior on the target female. Ding! The total amount of this consumption is 200,000 yuan. Ding! 100-fold rebate is being implemented. Ding! Execution successful, reward host 20 million yuan. Agricultural Bank reminds you that your account ending in 9129 has received 20 million yuan. A full 20 million. I saw a text message pop up on my phone. Chen Guo was overjoyed. The 100-fold rebate is still as great as ever. It's worthy of being a system. After a series of operations, Chen Ji's net worth successfully reached tens of millions. In a city like Shanghai, a net worth of tens of millions is enough to live comfortably. At least I don't have to get up early and go to bed late like ordinary office workers. You can even put down the work in your hands. Go talk about ideals in distant places. Chen Ji's actions were too fast, and before Li Yunru could react, the order was completed. Walking out of a Versace store, Li Yunru still felt as if she was dreaming. She heard it when she was paying the bill just now. This is a total of 200,000 worth of clothes. 200,000 is already several years' salary. The guy driving the Porsche just gave it to me as a gift, without showing any regret at all. Although it is not very polite for the other party to show off his authority right away in a barbershop. But I did misunderstand him and thought he was a loser. Don't get angry when being misunderstood, and always remain calm. This kind of man is actually quite attractive. She suddenly felt that she shouldn't say goodbye to him like this. When this idea came up, Li Yunru felt that she should take the initiative. Thank you for the clothes. Li Yunru thanked. My name is Li Yunru, Yunjan Yunshu, gentle as water. Just call me Chen Guo. Chen Guo replied. I'm sorry about the prestige thing just now. I misunderstood. I thought. Li Yunru felt a little sorry for Chen Guo. It's okay. I didn't worry about it. At this moment, Chen Guo looked at Li Yunru as if he was looking at a cash cow. This is not just a small anchor, she is clearly my money printing machine. Thank you for your misunderstanding. If you hadn't misunderstood me, I wouldn't have been able to trick you into the store. I found that the boss is really nice, right? Hiss, the boss actually made me feel a sense of crisis. She's the perfect life partner. It would be better if the gender wasn't so stuck. The barrage of comments was full of praise for Chen Guo. With the help of the barrage, Li Yunru felt that Chen Guo was even more perfect. By the way, you are broadcasting on Langya, right? I think the style of the broadcast room is quite similar to Langya. Chen said, "It just so happens that I also play Langya. If I have time, I will go to the broadcast room to see you occasionally. When you come to see me, why don't you take the top spot on the list?" Li Yunru smiled and asked tentatively. Chen threw the clothes into the car. "Sorry, I choose to get it for free." Chen laughed. "Besides, it's too easy to beat your number one in 1 second. Then will the prestige be increased?" Li Yun asked weakly. She found that she had lost her confidence in front of Chen Gu. Chen Gu got into the car, lowered the window, and grinned. "It all depends on your performance." After saying this, the Porsche sped away with a roar. Li Yunru was left standing there with a messy face. "I'm really enlightened today. Big brother, you really show off to me." The little anchor was played around with. "Boss, am I so easy for you to get?" Chen Gu was driving his Porsche and saw Li Yunru in the rearview mirror getting smaller and smaller until she turned into a black dot. He had no intention of looking back. From a psychological point of view, humans are a despicable species. Things that are too easy to get are often not cherished. The fear of gain and loss and the uncertainty of having or not having something will attract people to pursue it. This is the most essential difference between a bootlicker and a scumbag. A bootlicker will only be nice to people, while a scumbag can let you experience what excitement is. Thus playing with emotions in the palm of one's hand. Chen Gu doesn't want to repeat the same mistake and become Li Yunru's bootlicker. There is a saying that goes, "People like people who don't like them." At 8 o'clock in the evening, Chen Gu booked a high-end hotel. Because of buying clothes with Li Yunru, Chen Ji's plan to buy a house was temporarily put on hold, and he could only live in a hotel for the time being. After taking a shower, Chen Gu lay on the bed. His muscles still felt a little sore. "It's time to exercise. Why don't you go and see if the little anchor has started broadcasting?" Chen Gu opened Langya Live and entered Li Yunru's live broadcast name, Xianera. Several live broadcast rooms with the name Nairo popped up on the page instantly, and Nairo was not even the first live broadcast room that was searched for. How miserable is this anchor's life? Precise search does not find anything. Chen Gu clicked into the live broadcast room. At this time, the popularity of the live broadcast room had already returned to normal levels with the departure of Chen Gu. The popularity barely reached 20,000, and the VIP seats were even worse, with only about 50 people. In fact, many live broadcast rooms in the beauty zone only have more than 100 VIP guests. The revenue generated from one night of live streaming is even more than that of game hosts with millions of hits. Because among hundreds of VIPs there are often a few real big brothers. These people are often not short of money and can spend a lot of money on the anchors. These real big brothers are the main targets of the anchors' requests for gifts. But the audience of the anchors with millions of hits in the gaming area is often young people. Financial resources are generally poor, and the millions of popularity are often accumulated through barrage chats, while those who give gifts are a minority. Therefore, there is often a joke in the live broadcast industry that working hard on live broadcasting for a whole night will not earn as much as others who just do some live streaming. At this time, Li Yunru was connecting with a dance host who had just started broadcasting. "Hello, young lady. I am Thousand Paper Crane from Tianyi Labor Union. You can call me Xiao Qian." Thousand Paper Crane said politely while connected to the microphone. Since the show had just started, the popularity in VIP seats were still very low, so Thousand Paper Cranes naturally connected to Li Yunru, whose popularity was also very low. However, one has just started airing, and the other has been airing for an entire afternoon, so it's easy to tell which one is stronger. "Hello, young lady, I'm from, well, I haven't signed the union yet," Li Yunru said helplessly. Chapter 10-3 Treasure Maps. "Then you should hurry up and sign the union agreement." Thousand Paper Cranes comforted her, but she was very happy in her heart. It is impossible for an anchor who has not even signed a union contract to win a PK. Originally, Qianzhai was afraid that he might not be able to defeat Li Yunru because of her beauty. Now this worry has disappeared. This first one is a sure win. "Thank you, Sister Xiaoqian." Li Yunru was a little speechless. How could she be connected to Thousand Paper Cranes? The other party's number of fans and popularity of over 100,000 were not something she could compare to. "Then let's start the PK right away, Xiao Neru." Qianzhai initiated a PK application. Knowing that they were sure to win, Thousand Paper Cranes didn't want to waste time anymore. She has just started broadcasting, and now she needs a PK to give gifts to increase the popularity of the live broadcast room. By the way, create a good atmosphere for giving gifts. Okay. Although Lee Yunru was helpless, she accepted the PK application. The PK started, and both sides turned off their microphones and began to canvass for votes from each other in the live broadcast room. Taking a deep breath, Lee Yunru adjusted her state. Although she knew she was going to lose, Lee Yunru still worked hard to canvass votes in the live broadcast room. Dear viewers, I'm sure you've all seen that the other party is the anchor of Tianhe Union, with hundreds of thousands of fans. However, we, the Ro family army, are least afraid of challenges. Please lend a helping hand to Shanai Ro. Brother Candlelight, Brother Chasing Dreams, Brother Human World, are you willing to help little Nero? Lee Yunru called out the IDs of the people in the front VIP seats in a sweet voice. My dear family members in the live studio, no matter what the result is, Shanai Ro thanks you all. Sha Nero's canvassing for votes did play a certain role. Several comments immediately responded on the public screen. The Ro family army for life. Charge! 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 Don't be afraid, Ro-chan. I'm here to protect you. Beat the opposing anchor. The comments were all filled with indignation. There were very few gifts. In almost just a moment, the red progress bar on the 1,000 paper cranes side instantly overshadowed Lee Yunru's blue one with an unstoppable force. In the 1,000 paper cranes live broadcast room, the 1,000 paper cranes had already changed into cool clothes and were twisting their bodies to the exciting music. The PK time is as long as 5 minutes. These 5 minutes are just enough for a dance. Brothers who haven't voted yet, please vote for Qianshan. The paper cranes danced, talked, and panted. The live broadcast room was instantly excited. With energetic songs and passionate dances, the live broadcast room of 1,000 paper cranes was filled with gifts. Glow sticks, blood bottles, and even rockets. Thank you for the rocket, Brother Tingyi. I love you so much. 1,000 paper cranes exclaimed, biting her hair with a charming look in her eyes. The heat is rising. The young anchor is going to be beaten up. Chen Ge said when he saw that there was no room for resistance in Lee Yunru's live broadcast room. Lee Yunru looked at the bleak live broadcast room. The progress bar was suppressed tightly, with only a tiny gap left in the blue. I wasn't too surprised. It is common for small anchors to be beaten up in PK battles. Since you are a small anchor, you must be prepared to be beaten. In Lee Yunru's live broadcast room, VIPs also defected one after another because of the passionate dance of the 1,000 paper cranes. Ro-chan, I'm going to go check out the live broadcast room across the street. Don't worry, I'll just spy on the military intelligence for 5 minutes. 5 minutes later. The PK ended without any surprises. Lee Yunru lost. Thank you, Nairo sister, for letting me. Qianzhai said in surprise. Even if the PK is won, the anchor will generally not be unhappy. You still have to pretend to be what you should be. No, Xiao Qian has more elder brothers than her. I am ashamed of myself. I lost. What is Sister Xiao Qian's punishment? After losing the first PK match, Lee Yunru felt a little disappointed. She just wanted to finish the punishment quickly and end the live broadcast. Wait a minute, my brother Tingyi brushed the most just now, I have to ask my brother Tingyi. The paper cranes spoke with mixed voices. This wave of comments made the commentators say they couldn't stand it anymore. Tingyi immediately edited a comment. Then let the anchor on the other side do 2 push-ups facing the camera. Sister Nero, my brother Tingyi told you to just do 2 push-ups facing the camera. Lee Yunru's face changed and she felt a little embarrassed. Do you have to do it facing the camera? My brother said yes. 1,000 paper cranes replied. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye has already seen the clues. Lee Yunru was wearing a tube-top dress during the live broadcast. If she did push-ups in front of the camera, almost everything under her clothes would be exposed. In the 1,000 paper cranes live broadcast room, people were watching the fun and making jokes. It's better to listen to this kid who knows what the brothers want to see. If nothing else, the host on the other side does look good, but I don't know what her figure is like. Seeing that the comments in the live broadcast room were becoming more and more excessive, Chen Ge felt a little unhappy. This is too bullying. This is not good, and the live broadcast room will be blocked. Lee Yunru suddenly felt very wronged. It's just a PK, but it costs such a huge price. Even if the live broadcast room is not blocked, do such things. How will others see you? My brother wants to see it, there's nothing I can do. Qianzhai spread his hands helplessly. She simply stopped pretending. Tingyi's actions caused the barrage of comments to surge, and the popularity of the live broadcast room also increased. The 1,000 paper cranes were secretly happy when they saw Bai Lai's popularity. I wish it would continue. Who cares about Li Yunru's situation? Suddenly, a barrage of comments floated across the public screen of Li Yunru's live broadcast room. I'll help you. After Chen Ge sent this barrage, he ran to Qianzhai's live broadcast room, copying and pasting the same sentence over and over again. Can the anchor cancel the punishment? I will give you as many gifts as you want. Since Chen Ge kept repeating the same sentence, he soon attracted the attention of the live broadcast room. I'm sorry, this netizen named Rouge Rookie, it was our brother Tingyi who wanted to watch it, and I can't decide. Qianzhai explained. But Tingyi's temper is not so good. Several comments were immediately sent in the live broadcast room. This is so funny, I want to watch it, what's your business? Why is this little white account showing off without any points? You are such a loser. In the real world, you have to scrape together money to even buy a bucket of instant noodles, right? Chen Ge suppressed his dissatisfaction and edited another comment. Tingyi, just tell me how to solve this problem. No need to make personal attacks. You want to give gifts, right? Great. 3 treasure maps, forget about that, can you give them, loser? 1 treasure map costs 5,000 yuan, and 3 costs 15,000 yuan. Even the boss may not be willing to do so, let alone this rookie account? It seems that he is sure that Chen Ge cannot produce 3 treasure maps, so he dares to speak so arrogantly. Suddenly, a screen full of special effects flashed across 1,000 paper cranes live broadcast room. Send the treasure map like a song and a tier 1. Send the treasure map like a song and a tier 1. Send the treasure map like a song and a tier 1. Chapter 11. Why was the young anchor bullied like this? The 3 treasure maps smashed down the 1,000 paper cranes and they were completely stunned. These are not 3 blood bottles or 3 magic books. But they are 3 real treasure maps. Worth 15,000. Even if the platform and the Union S share are removed, you can still get 6,000 yuan. I received gifts worth 6,000 yuan right after the show started, and my heart was about to jump out. Let me ask you, in real life, what kind of job can make 6,000 yuan in 10 minutes? Wow! Thanks to Ru Guru Chi brother for the 3 treasure maps. Chen Ge instantly topped the weekly rankings, taking first place, and by the way, opened up a gap of 8,000 points to the second place. Fuck, this must be some big boss's smuff. Awesome, he even cleared 3 treasure maps without blinking an eye. Tingyi, why are you silent? Where is your arrogance just now? Listen, do you think you can watch our anchor? You are a man with a low head. Fans of Li Yunru who had been lurking in the 1,000 paper cranes live broadcast room came out to voice their condemnation. Is there any dance you'd like to see in songs and tears? I can wear anything. Black stockings, white stockings, fishnets, or a uniform if you want. The paper cranes looked charming and spoke in a delicate voice. She even boldly showed off her cleavage in the live broadcast room. Just a swipe of the brush can equal several months' salary for an ordinary person. This kind of person can be considered a big shot in any live broadcast room. Having finally come across a big fish, she must find a way to keep it. I'm so angry, anchor, please don't do this, it's too much and I can't stand it. No, my hands can't take it anymore. Chen Ge ignored it and edited another comment, is this matter resolved? At this time, in a dilapidated rental house, a man was eating instant noodles while holding his mobile phone. I saw the comment like a song, like a tear. He checked the balance on his phone and found only 10 yuan left. Suddenly, he pounded his fist on the table. He cursed loudly, fuck. With shaking hands, he sent a message. Okay. Chen Ge saw the other party's comments and edited another one, from now on, I will protect Xiao Neru. Whoever dares to touch her should think twice before doing so. After clicking send, Chen Ge exited the live broadcast room directly. This time, Chen Ge was really a little angry. Sister Nairo, why didn't you tell me earlier that there was a boss in charge of your live broadcast room? Xianji has said coquettishly, your boss swiped 3 treasure maps in my live broadcast room to avoid punishment. After Chen Ji's actions, Qianzhai naturally regarded Chen Ge as the boss of Li Yunru's live broadcast room. Li Yunru, who witnessed the whole process, was just about to deal with it. Suddenly, a barrage of comments floated across the public screen in the live broadcast room. Disconnect the microphone. Don't let me see the other party's live broadcast in your live broadcast room. It makes me sick. The ID that posted this message is. Lee Yunru immediately hung up the call. Thank you for your help, Mr. Ruguruchi. Lee Yunru's mood at this moment was like a roller coaster. I originally thought that my live streaming career would be completely ruined by this PK. Unexpectedly, a mysterious boss appeared and rescued her. Thank you, sir. The Ro family army would like to thank you for your help. Thank you, big boss, for letting out some bad air. The boss's words, "I'll protect you, little Naru," are so cool. Hey, I was just about to say this, the domineering CEO plot shines into reality. The netizens who commented on the comments naturally treated Chengu as one of their own. Chengu looked at the comments and found them very interesting. He casually made a joke, "It's only been a few hours since we last met, how come the little anchor has been bullied like this?" Lee Yunru was a little confused at first, wondering who was helping her for no reason. When I saw this comment, a figure suddenly appeared in my mind. Portia brother? Doesn't he the song in the ID Rouge Rookie represent Chengu's song? Boss Ruguruchi, didn't we meet this afternoon? Lee Yunru asked tentatively. As expected, I was recognized right away. Good evening, everyone. Chengu admitted generously. It turned out to be the Portia boss. I'm suddenly not surprised by the 3 treasure maps in a row. Has my vision been improved by the boss? Damn, the boss is really good at hiding and saving the girl at the critical moment. Just walk a 6. Before Chengu could react. Suddenly, the system sound rang. Ding. Trigger a random task, help Lee Yunru Nara win all PKs tonight. Task completion reward, 1 random skill specialization. P.S. The mission reward will change according to the host's current status. Whether to accept the task, yes, no. Chengu accepted the task without giving it much thought. Originally I just wanted to come to the live broadcast room and take a look. But what happened was such a disgusting thing. The young anchor deserves to be bullied, right? Even a clay man would have some temper, let alone him? Chengu directly sent a message on the public screen, "Little anchor, how many PKs do you have left? Can I take you flying for once?" I blanch, I feel so good. Boss, I'm your idol. The boss is about to take action, everyone stand up. Lee Yunru looked at Chen Ji's slightly teasing comments and suddenly felt a lump in her throat. Lying on the table and crying loudly. It feels like a stray cat on the street. Anyone can come and bully it. When it is most helpless and cold. Suddenly someone hugged the stray cat in his arms and told it, "Don't be afraid, I'm here to protect you." Thank you, Mr. Song and Cry. The comments were full of comfort. Don't cry, Ro-chan, isn't everything okay? The guy on the other side who said he wanted to watch you do push-ups was killed by the boss, and he didn't dare to say a word. Boss, you made her cry. The brothers have no other options. You can do whatever you want. Chengu couldn't help laughing when he saw the comments. Dear audience, I'm fine. I'm just very moved. Fortunately, Lee Yunru's crying gradually stopped, and she adjusted quickly. If the anchor's psychological quality was not strong, she would have been defeated long ago. Just now, I was suddenly poked by Chengu. That's why I cried in front of everyone in the live broadcast room. Boss, I still have 5 rounds of PK to go. Chengu responded, go ahead, 5 rounds. The second round of PK begins. Lee Yunru felt a little excited. She didn't know why she felt confident with Chengu around. Moreover, I am actually looking forward to the next PK. Hello, sister. I'm Xiao Jojo from Tianyi Labor Union. Nice to meet you. Xiao Jojo briefly introduced herself, then looked at Lee Yunru's weekly ranking, and the smile on her face became even brighter. Tianyi Labor Union again? It's true that enemies always meet. Due to the previous friction, Chengu now has a very bad impression of Tianyi Labor Union. Lee Yunru was also very unhappy, and said lightly, I am Xiao Naro, let's get started. After saying that, he directly initiated a PK. Chapter 12, Can I get a rebate by giving gifts? As soon as the PK started, Lee Yunru explained the other party's situation to Chengu in the live broadcast room. Boss Ruguruchi, Xiao Jojo's strength should be about the same as Chen Ji's. The weekly ranking is about 7,000 to 8,000. After a PK, the gift turnover should be more than 500. Hearing this, Chengu just calmly sent out, oh. Although I really don't want to mention it, the anchor thinks the big guys are too simple. Does the opponent need to be reminded of the hundreds of transactions? Little anchor, are you reminding the big guys to give gifts? I advise you not to be ungrateful. Boss, my $200,000 Versace was thrown away. Seeing the teasing comments, Lee Yunru felt much more relaxed. She also felt that she was worrying too much. Yes. If a Versace worth 200,000 yuan is given away, it should be easy to win this PK. However, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The PK time passed little by little, but Chengu did not make any move. There were only a few gifts floating around the livestream room. They were all small gifts from True Love fans. At this time, some of the viewers in the opposite live broadcast room also rushed into Lee Yunru's live broadcast room. TSK, you won't know until you see it. It's really shocking. The gifts the anchor received are almost enough to buy a bottle of mineral water. An ID called Conscience suddenly sent a rocket. At Conscience Awakens, why are you sending gifts to the enemy station? If the other host loses too badly, it will seem like my Xiao Jojo can only connect to this kind of host. A group of people who have a new conscience. However, Xiao Jojo's gifts have now exceeded 1,000. The only paid gift Lee Yunru received was the rocket that she found her conscience. Worth $100. 1,000 to 100, Lee Yunru's progress bar only occupies less than 1/10. In this situation, Lee Yunru was also a little anxious. Is the boss of Ru Guruchi here? Seeing that there was only 1 minute left in the PK, the barrage of comments became impatient. Boss, there's only 1 minute left, hurry up. Boss, your little anchor was blocked in the live broadcast room and humiliated. It's over. The boss has escaped. Seeing this situation, Chengu, who had just recharged his account, calmly sent a message, here I come. Just after Chen Ji's barrage passed through the live broadcast room. Suddenly, a huge treasure map fell from the sky. Send the treasure map like a song and a tier 1. Soon after, more and more treasure map special effects appeared in the live broadcast room. Send the treasure map like a song and a tier 5. Send the treasure map like a song and a tier 11. In an instant, the popularity of Lee Yunru's live broadcast room exceeded 5 million, and the number of VIP seats exceeded 7,000. Lee Yunru saw the continuous treasure map special effects and exclaimed, "Thank you for the treasure map, Boss Ru Guruchi." Wow! Thank you, Boss Ru Jiruki, for the 11 treasure maps. Lee Yunru's breathing was rapid and her heart was beating wildly. Big Boss is awesome. It's so fucking exciting. This is the first time I've seen a treasure map combo. I'm impressed. Rouge Rookie is awesome. Boss, a treasure map is like waste paper. 666. At this time, besides Lee Yunru, Chengu was also excited. Chengu suddenly discovered that giving gifts to Lee Yunru could also trigger a 100-fold rebate effect. After 11 treasure maps were published, Chen Ji's account had an additional 5.5 million. What the hell? Can I get cash back by giving gifts? Is this possible? Chengu instantly unlocked a new way to earn rebates. Chengu was excited, but suddenly he felt confused. Why didn't the treasure map he gave to the 1,000 paper cranes trigger a rebate? Although 1,000 paper cranes takes the pure desire route, which is different from Lee Yunru's style, her appearance score is definitely over 90 points. Really? Chengu suddenly thought of a possibility. Oh shit, Asia has 4 great sorcery plus beauty filters. Lee Yunru's live broadcast room was filled with cheers, while Xiao Jojo's live broadcast room was eerily silent. Xiao Jojo's expression is uglier than if he had eaten shit. In the first 4 minutes, seeing Xiao Naru's helpless progress bar, Xiao Jojo thought it was a sure win. Who could have expected that there was an invisible tycoon hiding in her live broadcast room? Not only was it a comeback, but it was a huge comeback. How many treasure maps are released on all Langya platforms in a day? In Lee Yunru's live broadcast room, 11 treasure maps were refreshed just from this PK. After escaping in disgrace, he felt guilty and sent a message, the opponent is unreasonable. In the last 10 seconds, he spawned 11 treasure maps. How can I defend against this? A straightforward netizen exposed the truth directly, you said it as if you could defend yourself if someone spawned 11 treasure maps at once. His conscience was awakened and he said, Xiao Jojo didn't say anything, what's your name? The straightforward netizen directly hit back, yo, look at it, you are anxious. Although Xiao Jojo's mentality exploded, the eldest brother still had to protect him, it's okay, conscience brother, you are already great. Xiao Jojo is also very grateful for the strong support from brother Liangxin. She quietly sent a welfare video to Conscience Discovery on WeChat, and added a cute expression of moo. He immediately said, "As long as Jojo is happy, I don't care." After Xiao Jojo appeased her conscience, she said pitifully to Li Yunru, "Sister Nairo, your brother is too strong. Can you give me some gifts to appease him?" Shengu refused directly. "It seems like someone was barking a dog just now. Do you have to pay for medical expenses if you beat the dog?" Li Yunru relayed, "I'm sorry, Sister Jojo, our boss said we don't have this habit." Okay. Xiao Jojo disconnected the microphone directly. At this time, Sayonara's live broadcast room has successfully ranked among the top 10 on the entire platform with more than 5 million views. The gift of treasure maps will be announced in the live broadcast room on all platforms. Countless people who came to watch the show crowded into Li Yunru's live broadcast room. Suddenly, the number of VIP seats exploded again, reaching a terrifying 10,000. I heard that a big guy smashed 11 treasure maps, and came here because of his reputation. Excuse me, what program does the anchor rely on to attract the big guys? The anchor mainly relies on crying. The story begins with the anchor rejecting a prestigious title. Li Yunru looked at the comments mocking her stupid behavior and became angry. She set a flag on the spot, "If I win the PK tonight, I will wear Versace to live broadcast tomorrow." Fuck. F10086. No, host, no, not a drop is left. What do you mean, is the anchor showing off that he is rich? The uninformed netizens thought that Li Yunru was showing off her wealth, but the netizens who saw this since the afternoon were eager to go online to explain. New viewers can check out the host's updates. There are photos of the host wearing Versace. I admit that I was stupid, +1 for fucking it. The live broadcast room was suddenly filled with the same WTF? Chapter 13: Who can refuse a good and sensible sister? Li Yunru's words caused the barrage of comments to explode instantly. All the online viewers were frantically checking want to watch. Many netizens voluntarily signed up to join Li Yunru's fan club. Li Yunru was filled with excitement as she watched the number of fans soar. The popularity of the live broadcast room also reached a terrifying 8 million thanks to the barrage of comments and gifts. With excitement, Li Yunru clicked on the microphone. I connected the microphone and saw that the other party SID was PNAI Xiaoku. I clicked into the live broadcast room with a small account and saw more than 1,000 VIPs and 800,000 views. These data may seem good at first glance, but in reality they are just average in terms of appearance. Obviously, I prefer Shioka, who is a solid mid-level anchor in terms of appearance. Hello, Sister Neru. I'm PNAI Xiaoku, an 18th tier anchor. PNAI Xiaoku put herself in a very low position as soon as she spoke. I saw my elder brother's treasure map flooding the world channel before. I hope my elder brother will be gentler later. According to Li Yunru's current popularity and VIP seat, Shingu doesn't need to do anything at all, and fans can easily win her by just brushing anything. Li Yunru was in a particularly good mood and said immediately, "No problem, my boss is very graceful and will definitely not be too harsh." Shengu in the hotel wanted to laugh when he heard Li Yunru's reply. How come this involves me? I opened the chat box and edited a comment. Am I seeing this correctly? Did the little anchor install it? After being teased, Li Yunru shouted excitedly, "Big brother actually laughed at this anchor. Can you audience friends tolerate this? How dare you do this, big boss?" Fine. I'll take the lead and endure it first. Okay. I'll follow you. I second the motion. I second this motion. Seeing that all the comments were in favor of Chenggu, Li Yunru's face darkened. "Sister Shioka, let's get started." Okay, but if Xiaoka loses, please ask Sister Nero to come to Xiaoka's live broadcast room more often to comfort little Sister Xiaoka. The one who favors Xiaoka said in a delicate voice. She looks like a well-behaved little sister. Who can resist a good sister who is well-behaved and sensible? Li Yunru's hand, which was about to send in the PK application, froze in the air for a moment, and then she immediately clicked it. Damn it. So scheming. Women can see through women best. Li Yunru didn't want to expose this green tea behavior because it might be the other party's live broadcast style. But do you dare to snatch the eldest brother in front of me? That's a bit too much. Li Yunru's favorability towards Xiaoka instantly dropped to the bottom. In fact, in Chen Ji's eyes, favoring Xiaoka was unnecessary. After learning the lesson of giving gifts in the Thousand Paper Cranes live broadcast room, Chenggu would never go to Xiaoku's live broadcast room to give gifts. From now on, All female anchors who have not had any offline gay relationships will be treated as aunties. PK begins. Relying on the advantage of the number of people in the live broadcast room. In just a moment, Xiao Neru's progress bar surpassed Xiao Ke's. The latter disappeared from the screen when the PK started. Just when everyone thought that Xiaoke was going to surrender obediently, Favor Xiaoke appeared. She was wearing a sexy see-through outfit, showing off her curves to the fullest. Except for the important parts that were covered, the rest of her white body was exposed. Fuck, the host on the other side is awesome, I need to go check it out. It's true that flowers at home are not as fragrant as wildflowers. I'll be back soon. It's exploded, charge, charge, charge. Not only the netizens, but even Li Yunru was dumbfounded. Because of this action of favoring Xiaoke, the live broadcast room will be banned. Whether it will be banned now or later depends entirely on the intention of the super administrator. Everyone is used to seeing some anchors skirting the appearance zone, so the platform implements a monthly scoring system for each anchor. If you slightly skirt the penalty range, the platform will turn a blind eye. Xiaoke prefers to twist her waist sexily in the live broadcast room, like a canary. The flaming red lips are even more bold and seductive. Tianxin Xiaoke watched the traffic that kept pouring into the live broadcast room attracted by Li Yunru. Feeling proud. As early as when they were changing clothes, Xiaoke, who was partial to him, had already called all the big brothers who could be called by him in terms of prestige. At this time, the continuous influx of traffic, plus the big brother who was called over. The progress bar that favors Xiaoke is actually rising steadily. Suddenly, a familiar treasure map special effect appeared in the live broadcast room. Wow! Thanks to my not her brother for a treasure map. Thank you, brother Gfish. You are so generous. An ID called Chinese Coffee popped up. Can I send one to try? Another treasure map appeared above the live broadcast room. Thanks to Chinese Coffee brother for the treasure map. Chinese Coffee brother is domineering. Xiaoke was shouting excitedly in the live broadcast room, his adrenaline soaring. For those who have just come in and haven't got a badge yet, get one. Xiaoke will bring back hot dances from time to time. At this time, the popularity of the live broadcast room that favored Xiaoke naturally exceeded 4 million, and the number of VIP seats reached 4,000. This scale is enough to make him one of the big anchors. And under the operation that favors Xiaoke, the PK progress bar actually caught up and directly surpassed Yunro. And as the passionate dance continued, the gifts kept appearing on the screen like a shot of chicken blood. The progress bar is still moving forward. Li Yunru was pressed step by step. Let us look at Li Yunru's live broadcast room. The original popularity of over 8 million has now cooled down to 5 million, and many people have left the VIP seats, falling below 8,000. I watched the traffic in the live broadcast room slowly decline. Li Yunru suddenly felt that live streaming is also an industry that requires a lot of effort. People who are too naive will never make it. I prefer Xiaoke to grab her big brother before PK, and grab her traffic during PK. Even if her live broadcast room is temporarily blocked after this round of PK, her fame has spread. After the ban is lifted in the future, the popularity will only increase instead of decrease. Sometimes, all it takes to go from a small anchor to a big anchor is just an opportunity like this. And isn't the way to seize the opportunity exactly what you once despised? I saw the PK progress bar rising steadily in favor of Xiaoke. Li Yunru was confused. Is it true that the only way to achieve success is to do things that she disdains? Are you going to lose? She was a little frustrated at her own powerlessness. Singing like a song and crying, giving away treasures like 10. Send the treasure map like a song and a tear 25. Send the treasure map like a song and a tear 48. Send the treasure map like a song and a tear 88. When all hope was lost, Chengge took action. The huge special effects of treasure maps come one after another. Li Yunru's progress bar was jumping forward with the huge blessing of the treasure map. Easily squeeze your favorite small device into less than 1/10 of the space. Li Yunru was dumbfounded. The barrage was stunned. The smile on Xiaoke's face froze. Chapter 14, The Battle for the Number 1 Sister. After a brief lull, the barrage broke out again. 88 treasure maps? So terrifying. Is this how you give away treasure maps? The boss is still the boss. How dare the other side? Fortunately, I and the boss are here. I don't even know what those two treasure map hunters on the other side are pretending to be. It's so funny. You don't really think it's so cool to have a treasure map for everyone? Big Boss is awesome. 88 treasure maps, worth more than 400,000. Chen Ji's operation directly blinded the titanium alloy eyes of everyone in the live broadcast room. Xiaoke clearly knows that he prefers people who dare to spend more than 400,000 in one go. In real life, this little money is definitely not lacking. It is even possible that his net worth exceeds 100 million. Even if all of my brothers were present, they would not be able to perform even 1/10 as well as like a song, like a cry. It seems that someone is determined to support Xiao Neru. And those who have the ability to force the anchor to take off certainly cannot afford to cheat. I saw that the PK time only had 1 minute left. And a progress bar that cannot be retreated any further. Xiaoke gave up struggling and stopped dancing. Sister Nairo, your boss is too strong. I have to admit defeat. Please don't blame me for my unintentional behavior just now. Thank you, Li Yanru said with a trembling voice, suppressing her excitement. Sister Xiaoke is also very strong. The voice is shaking. The young anchor must be ecstatic right now. Honestly, not only the anchor, but even I am so excited that I am dying. The gods have come down to earth and pushed forward all the way. The boss is good at this. Chen Ji's incredible act of brushing 88 treasure maps completely attracted the attention of the entire platform. Not only the audience, many small anchors simply stopped broadcasting and turned to the Langyet appearance section. Broadcast the content of Zionara's live broadcast room. At this time, the popularity of Zionara's live broadcast room directly exceeded 10 million with the support of treasure maps and passers-by traffic. It reached a staggering 15 million, and the number of VIP seats exceeded 20,000. With the blessing of such terrifying data. Without exception, all the anchors who broadcast Xiao Neru's live broadcast room have seen a significant increase in barrage of comments in the live broadcast room. The heat will increase slightly as it is generated. Fuck, this anchor became popular so suddenly. Awesome. Xiao Nairo wasn't even around yesterday, how come she suddenly showed up today? If we only talk about popularity, Xiao Nairo should be able to squeeze into the top 3 of the entire Langya site so far. Look guys, Xiao Nairo is now number 1 on the Langya trending search list. Just when everyone was talking about it. The time for the PK between Xiao Neru and Pianxi Xiaoke has come. Suddenly, the screen in Pianxi Xiaoke's live broadcast room went black. The live broadcast content is suspected of violating regulations, and the anchor is in the process of rectification. I've been banned for favoring Xiaoke. The super manager's operation is the most outrageous. To be honest, the super administrator knows how to ban things. The super administrator really knows how to ban after reading it. The comments were filled with ha 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 ha. Because the live broadcast room that favored Xiaoke was banned, Li Yunru's microphone connection was disconnected and she could not continue talking to her. Boss Ru Guruchi, I have sent you a private message on WeChat backstage, can you give me another chance? Li Yunru said with emotion. If you're willing to give me another chance, add me. After 2 rounds of PK, Chen Ji's skills have deeply conquered Li Yunru. Li Yunru had seen the big guys in the live broadcast rooms of big anchors giving gifts. But Chen Ge was the first one to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars so calmly. There is no such supportive person in the world. What's more, I am an invisible man who can't even be considered a small anchor. How could it be worthy of Chen Ji's treatment? Has the little anchor been taken down by the big guy? To be begged by the anchor for prestige, you have to be a big shot. I don't even dare to dream like this. Damn it, Myro-chan, this is more painful than killing me. Li Yunru really regretted it. Why did you reject Chenggu in the barber shop? Ding dong. Chenggu requests to add you as a friend. After Li Yunru agreed to be his friend, Chenggu directly edited a message, thank you later, let's talk about it later, let's start the next round, I'm sleepy. He was already tired after walking around the streets for an entire afternoon and now he just wanted to finish the task quickly. Seeing Chen Ji's urging, Li Yunru did not hesitate at all and immediately opened the next one. The PK target in the 4th round is called Xiao Q, who loves to sleep. He is a well-known anchor in the appearance category, with millions of fans and more than 2,000 VIPs. He is considered top-notch among anchors. Xiao Neru sent a PK application. As a result, Xiao Q, who loves to sleep, directly refused. Sister Nairo, your boss is too strong, I won't make myself miserable, I admit defeat. Knowing that he was no match for his opponent, little Q, who loves to sleep, admitted defeat decisively. Without waiting for Li Yunru to speak, Xiao Q, who loves to sleep, hung up the call directly. 666, was scared away. I suddenly realized that Nai Ro is now a big anchor. Although, Big Boss is awesome. I must become someone like the boss, clenching fist super hard. Winning without fighting, Li Yunru exclaimed in her heart. Another victory, only 2 rounds left in tonight's 6-round PK. Knowing that Chengu was urging her, Li Yunru immediately started the live broadcast again. When the call was connected, both of them were stunned. What the hell? They said in unison. The face in the picture is familiar to almost every anchor in the appearance zone. This person is none other than the number 1 beauty in the beauty category, bad woman Xiao Xiaoer, and netizens jokingly call her Teacher Xiao. The first anchor of Tianmeng Union. As soon as it is broadcast, the popularity will soar to 3 million within half an hour. During his regular live broadcasts, he has stabilized his popularity at 5 million, and has become a super anchor with 15,000 VIP guests. I am Chao, the most beautiful lady. I met you. Nai Ro is so impressive. Xiao Xiaoer's live broadcast data is extremely terrifying. The top 10 on the overall list are all super brothers who have received millions of gifts. Even the gentle Xiao Xiaoer was a little confused. Seeing that Xiao Naro's live broadcast room had a popularity of 15 million and over 20,000 VIPs, even Xiao Xiaoer, the top anchor, felt a little scared. Can I really win? Hello, little Naru. Xiao Xiaoer was quite polite to the rising star. Brothers, you have all seen the treasure map of Naru's live broadcast room flooding the public screen. Sister Nai Ro is the most popular anchor in our beauty zone right now. I am ashamed of myself. In fact, Xiao Xiaoer was unsure. After all, Li Yunru was too popular. When it comes to PK, it is not uncommon for a group of ants to kill an elephant. In addition, there is a big brother in Li Yunru's live broadcast room who has brushed almost 100 treasure maps and serves as a stabilizing force. However, she spoke very well, and with just a few words she drew the hatred of the audience in the live broadcast room towards Li Yunru. This is a common tactic in PK. Put labels on others and create hatred. After being aroused, the water friends will give more gifts. Li Yunru naturally heard the hidden meaning of this sentence, and cursed the thief in her heart. No, the number 1 anchor is still Sister Xiao Xiaoer. Chapter 15. Game between big guys, hand speed must be at full speed. Li Yunru is not stupid, so of course she would not let Xiao Xiaoer put the hat on her head for nothing. This is the routine of big anchors, they start with gambling. But this time, the one who was more afraid of losing was actually Xiao Xiaoer. Even if she wins the fight, she will still be the number 1 sister. If we lose the fight, the position of number 1 sister will change. Typically, you don't make any money if you win, but you lose a lot if you lose. Just then Xiao Xiaoer suddenly received a message. Tianmeng Guild, don't worry, the guild will help you win this PK. Xiao Xiaoer immediately replied, okay. After all, he is a veteran anchor. She had realized what the union was trying to do. The one who favored Shouka just now was able to realize that he was trying to ride on the popularity, so how could the Tianmeng Guild, with its keen sense of smell, miss this good opportunity? Considering Li Yunru's current popularity, this PK will definitely be edited into a video and posted on the short video platform tomorrow. Although Xiao Xiaoer is already the most beautiful girl in Langya. But it's obviously not yet popular enough. If Xiao Xiaoer wins this PK against Xiao Naru, she will not only secure her position as the number 1 sister. Moreover, the Xiao Naru incident was able to ferment on other platforms and become completely popular. By then, Xiao Xiaoer will be able to attract traffic from external sites, thus taking her live streaming career to a higher level. The union will also take a larger cut. It's a win-win situation. After confirming that the union was ready, Xiao Xiaoer immediately said, Sister Nai Ro, shall we get started right away? Let me explain this on 2 sides. 2 minutes ago, Chengu's private messages were flooded with messages. Hundreds of zombie accounts left messages on his backstage. Hello, Boss Ru Guruchi, I am negotiating with you on behalf of the Tianmeng Union. If you can give up the victory of this PK, the union will compensate you for 1 million yuan in losses. The Tianmeng Guild had the confidence to let Xiao Xiaoer PK. Firstly, Xiao Naru is a new dark horse, and her popularity and number of VIPs are much higher than Xiao Xiaoer. However, Xiao Naru's gift conversion rate is far lower than Xiao Xiaoer's. Xiao Xiaoer has more than 20 brothers whose rankings exceed 10,000 on the weekly list, and there are even 3 or 4 who exceed 100,000. On the other hand, on Xianara's side, the only person on the weekly list who has a super big brother named Rouge Rookie with a ranking of 500,000 is Rouge Rookie. The rest didn't even break through 5,000. In other words, only Rouge Rookie had ever sent the treasure map to Lee Yunru's live broadcast room. And the real big brother in her live broadcast room is only like a song and like a cry. As long as we defeat Rouge Rookie, we can easily win this PK. Then there was a scene where Chen Guo's private messages were flooded with messages. Chen Guo saw the private message, frowned and replied directly, "Are you sending away beggars? Idiot. 1 million is indeed an astronomical figure for ordinary people. But for Chen Guo, who has a 100-fold return. Are you fucking kidding me?" At this point, Chen Guo also realized that this PK was no longer a simple win-lose game between anchors. It's a confrontation between him and the entire guild. Okay, let's get started. Li Yunru didn't want to say any more nonsense and accepted Xiao Xiao's PK application. Chen Guo, who returned to the live broadcast room, couldn't help but make another move. He sent a barrage of comments. Wow. How did you, a small anchor, get matched with such a big anchor? How do we play this? Slip, slip. Seeing Chen Ji's message, the barrage immediately became excited. I was dying of laughter, and the boss just ran away. Backstabbing in person? It has to be you. Anchor, you have to wait until the PK starts to say this, right? Send out rockets like a song in Tiers 1. Chen Guo edited the comment, "I gave you a rocket, don't say I sold you out." Ah, you're amazing. Regarding the fact that the big anchor list ran away overnight, I finally understand why Xiao Nai Ro is so popular. It's great that a big shot is on the show. The boss is really good at organizing things. At this time, the special effects of the treasure map flashed from time to time in Xiao Xiao's live broadcast room. Tianmeng Union's analysis is indeed correct. In terms of quality, Xianera really can't compare with its big brother. The Union hasn't taken any action yet, and it all depends on the big brother in Xiao Xiao's live broadcast room. Xiao Xiao has already received 4 treasure maps. Thanks to brother time for the treasure map. Thanks to my brother, I don't want to lose weight for the treasure map. Thanks to give me back airy brother for the treasure map. Li Yunru was completely panicked when she saw people constantly posting treasure maps to Xiao Xiao on the public screen. Boss, please, don't abandon me. As long as the boss doesn't abandon me, everything is fine. Li Yunru said aggrievedly. Chen Guo was very happy after joking for a while. Okay. If I win this PK, we can talk about it on Weixin. Fuck, the little anchor has been completely taken down? So you went around in a circle and then went back? Picking up girls also requires skills, right? Anchor, I also want to chat on Weixin Sex JPG. Send the treasure map like a song and a tier 7. Send the treasure map like a song and a tier 20. After teasing Li Yunru, Chen Guo threw 20 treasure maps back. Li Yunru's progress bar instantly overshadowed Xiao Xiao's. The Tianmeng Guild, which had been lurking in the live broadcast room, saw this scene and fought back using a guild account ranked in the top 10 on the overall leaderboard. A war between the two sides is about to break out. Brother Xiao has been sending out treasure maps 20. Wow. Thank you to my brother Xiao for giving me the 20 treasure maps. Brother Xiao is very generous. Seeing the familiar ID, Xiao Xiao knew that the Union had taken action. This PK must be won. Big boss is awesome. Oh my god, where did this ID of brother Xiao come from? Don't be so mean, she's only in the top 10 on the overall rankings, it's normal for her to suddenly explode. By the way, you guys have started to think that giving away 20 treasure maps in a row in the live broadcast room is normal, right? Is it the confidence given by the big boss? While the comments were still arguing, Chen Guo was already typing at full speed in the hotel. Send the treasure map like a song and a tier 66. Send the treasure map like a song and a tier 88. Send the treasure map like a song and a tier 101. Tianmeng from Xiao Xiao's live broadcast room was not to be outdone and stopped pretending completely. Brother Xiao has been sending out treasure maps 33. Brother Xiao has been sending out treasure maps 78. Brother Xiao has been sending out treasure maps 109. The scene of the two wealthy people bickering with each other completely dumbfounded the viewers in the live broadcast room. I am fortunate to be able to see such a shocking scene tonight. I thought it was outrageous enough to see a big guy on the live broadcast, but I didn't expect there would be another one. Brother Xiao has been sending out treasure maps 179. Send the treasure map like a song and a tier 203. At this point, the anchors on both sides could no longer get a word in. Because the speed of thanking for gifts could not keep up with the speed of gift giving on both sides, I could only watch quietly. The popularity of the two live broadcast rooms has been rising steadily and rapidly. Chapter 16, The Great Battle, The Server Crashes. The battle between the two wealthy men completely overwhelmed the live broadcast room. Hey guys, it's only been 2 minutes since the PK started, and these two bosses have already hidden more than 200 treasure maps. Aren't you surprised? No, my mom just asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. I'm sorry, but they succeeded in refreshing my worldview. Did you see Ro-chan's expression? Yes, we have the same expression. My favorite, Ro-jan's popularity has exceeded 30 million. Not only Ro-chan, Xiao over there has also broken through 25 million. Just as the comment said, treasure maps were displayed one after another as if their lives were wasting time. It's fine as long as the popularity between the two continues to rise. The number of people in the VIP seats was also increasing rapidly at this time. Combined with the broadcasts from other live broadcast rooms, the two live broadcast rooms of Xianera and Xiaoxiaoer alone attracted a quarter of the real-time online users of the entire Langya platform. The battle between the rich and powerful has hundreds of thousands of people watching online. With such a large number of people, the number of VIPs in Xianera's live broadcast room reached an astonishing 120,000. Not only that, the number of VIP guests in Xiaoxiaoer's live broadcast room also reached 90,000. The live broadcast rooms of the two people firmly rank first or second in the entire site in terms of popularity and VIPs. Xiaoneru's hot search index reached an outrageous 20 million, while Xiaoxiaoer reached over 10 million. The two main anchors in the live broadcast room are winning. However, soon, the powerful barrage revealed the true identity of Brother Xiao has always been there. Brothers, the latest news is that the Xiaogu who was in a stalemate with the boss is a guild account. Fuck, a guild account. The Tianmeng Guild is one of the top 3 super guilds in the entire Langya site. So this PK is actually between the Tianmeng Guild and the big boss? One man took on the entire union. Wow, boss, you're awesome. What kind of cool plot is this? Big boss, what a bullshit, shouts at the top of his lungs. Li Yunru was shocked when she saw the barrage message. With a super union like Tianmeng supporting Xiaoxiaoer behind the scenes, the other party is naturally not afraid of losing. However, the number of treasure maps generated by each side has exceeded 300, and the number is still increasing. Brother Xiao has been sending out treasure maps 278. Send the treasure map like a song and a tear 298. Brother Xiao has been sending out treasure maps 303. Send the treasure map like a song and a tear 327. Seeing both sides throwing money around recklessly, Li Euro panicked, thinking that she had cheated Chen Gu. So far, both sides have spent nearly 2 million yuan. And this number continues to soar. Chen Gu is really trying too hard. How can he win this PK against the entire union alone? Even if he wins, Chen Gu will still suffer a huge loss. Li Yunru immediately picked up her phone and sent a message to Chen Ji's WeChat account. Boss, stop fighting. You can't win. The people on the other side are from the guild. The more you fight, the more you lose. At this moment, Chen Gu, who was in the hotel, of course saw Li Yunru's message, but he didn't have time to reply. Fuck, my hands are about to cramp, can you stop making sarcastic remarks? Chen Gu complained in his heart. This was the first time Chen Gu realized that giving gifts was actually a physical job? I originally thought it was just a simple task, but I ended up running into a guild that was fighting hard. Damn it, how come even with 100 times rebate, making money still requires physical effort? Brother Xiao has been sending out treasure maps 474. Send the treasure map 537 like a song in a tear. Brother Xiao has been sending out treasure maps 588. Send the treasure map 660 like a song in a tear. The onlookers were completely dumbfounded. What a show! What does the boss do in real life? I found that the anchor deserved to be taken down. I would have been taken down 100 times in my place. By the way, have you noticed that the boss's hand speed is really amazing? The PK progress bar has not been surpassed by the opposing guild. The boss should not be short of women. How can his hand speed be so fast? It was still okay for Chen Gu, who relied entirely on physical strength, but the Tianmeng guild was becoming more and more frightened. The gifts given so far have exceeded 3 million. There are treasure maps one after another, without stopping, like a bottomless pit. This is not just giving gifts, it's clearly wasting money. This was far beyond the expectations of the Tianmeng Union, as they had originally thought it would only cost 1 million yuan at most. That's why he offered this price to Chen Ge, even though it was rejected by the other party. But the Tianmeng Guild never thought that this PK would cost so much money. The price to pay for Xiao Xiaoer to break out of the circle is too high. Boss, keep on giving. The money you've given out has already exceeded twice the expected amount, said the staff member in the backstage who was in charge of giving out gifts. Swipe. Keep swiping. The person in charge gritted his teeth and said, if we don't keep swiping, the 3 million will be completely wasted. The person in charge knew very well that if they continued to swipe, it would be fine if they won. There is still a chance to make back the money thanks to the popularity gained after Xiao Xiaoer's live PK. If you dare to stop, the position of the number 1 sister will go to Xiao Neru. Little Neru will be completely supported. And so far, Xiao Neru has not signed any union. Knowing that there is an older brother who wants to support little Neru, the Tianmeng Union also had friction with it, so it was even more impossible for Xiao Neru to join the Tianmeng Union. If you lose, it's all over. Brother Xiao has been sending out treasure maps 646. Send the treasure map like a song and a tear 732. In Xiao Xiaoer's live broadcast room, Xiao Xiaoer was completely confused as she looked at the progress bar which had never caught up. Can't the Union defeat the opponent? Is this still a human being? She knew very well that the Union had already gritted its teeth to allocate so many resources to her. Yes, it is impossible for a Union to have only one anchor. Behind Xiao Xiaoer, there are many other anchors who need support from the Union. After all, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Xiao Xiaoer is the boss. Logically speaking, the Union should just sit back and make money. In this so-called battle for the number 1 female star, Tianmeng Guild definitely suffered heavy losses. If we lose, the consequences will be disastrous. What is the origin of this like a song, like a cry? It's terribly rich and inhumane, and has an absurd amount of power. Why should we support a small anchor? Big eyes, big doubts. Just when everyone gathered in the 2 live broadcast rooms to watch the show, this battle made the Langya backstage staff miserable. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the server? Asked the back-end manager. It seems that Tianmeng Union encountered a tough problem when helping the anchor to get on the list, and the 2 sides are fighting to the death. The technician took a deep breath. Too many people poured into the live broadcast room at once, and the server couldn't handle it. Find a way to solve it. If the platform crashes, I will only hold your technical department responsible. We can only think of ways to shut down the live broadcast room first to stabilize the other live broadcast rooms. Good. The battle for the treasure map between the 2 sides has now entered its final stage. There are only 10 seconds left in the 5-minute PK time. Xiao Xiaoer's progress bar completely lost the strength to resist. It barely maintained at 40% and then stagnated. Everyone was staring closely at the PK time at the bottom of the live broadcast room, afraid of missing any details by blinking. 3, 2, 1. PK is over. Congratulations to anchor Xiao Neru for winning this PK. A jumping figure of little Neru showing her victory flashed across the screen. Hundreds of thousands of onlookers have not yet come to their senses. Suddenly, the entire Langya platform's live broadcast room screen froze. The screens in the 2 live broadcast rooms turned black, and the host status became offline at the same time. Xiao Neru live streamed appearance a minute ago. Xiao Xiaoer live streamed appearance a minute ago. Chapter 17, Just Promise Yourself. Oh shit, what is going on? Damn, the PK is over and the person is missing? Chen Ge shook his sore hands, feeling speechless. Ding dong. Li Yunru, boss, I can't seem to start the broadcast. The broadcast prompt says it is under maintenance. Chen Ge replied, the server crashed? Li Yunru, it seems so. Chen Ge was a little depressed. He had only fought 4 out of 5 rounds of PK. Does this count as mission accomplished or not? Bite. It was detected that the host encountered force majeure while completing the task. The host performed well during the mission. Determine that the host has completed the mission. Drawing random skill specialization. Drawing completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill specialization dance specialization. Suddenly, a stream of fresh air seemed to flow through Qin Ji's brain, and all kinds of dance moves appeared in his mind. What? Dance specialty? What's the use of being able to dance? Chen Gu wailed, "Are you asking me to go to the New Year's Day performance?" Chen Gu was speechless. He decided to see how much money he had earned tonight. Chen Gu vaguely remembered that he had swiped out nearly 900 treasure maps tonight. Click account information. Agricultural Bank of China reminds you that the balance of your account ending in 9129 is 475,365,000. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, 100 million, 100 million. 470 million? Excluding the 20 million earned from buying clothes for Li Yunru. Just by giving away gifts tonight, I received more than 400 million in rebates. This is so cool. It still has to be the system. Ding dong. Li Yunru, boss, can you tell me where you live? Give me a chance, I want to treat you to a meal. Li Yunru said this out of inspiration. With Chen Ji's selfless help today, her live broadcast career has finally taken off. If the battle between the rich and powerful is just fermented in short videos, everyone will know that the heroine is her little girl. If it weren't for Chen Gu, he would still be an unknown person. Moreover, after deducting the platform's commission from the gifts worth more than 4 million, the total amount received is more than 2 million. It was equivalent to Chen Gu giving her 2 million. She felt that Chen Gu was really good and perfect. The misunderstandings that occurred before were all caused by the stereotype of Chen Gu. Li Yunru hesitated for a long time before she mustered up the courage to invite Chen Gu to dinner. Chen Gu, don't treat me to a meal, just give me your body. Chen Gu sent a WeChat message and also sent the hotel's location. After seeing this message in Chen Ji's location, Li Yunru blushed a little. Damn, does it have to be so direct? It leaves people completely unprepared mentally. Isn't the purpose of inviting you to dinner just to give you the chance to date me? No, we can't let this guy succeed. After thinking it over, Li Yunru still felt that Chen Gu was getting too lucky. Li Yunru, let us see how you perform in the future Shy JPG. What? Chen Gu was stunned and instantly petrified. It was just a casual post, and judging by the reaction, is there going to be a drama? Any unexpected gains? Shit, that's not right. Chen Gu suddenly realized that he was almost becoming Li Yunru's bootlicker again. Who knows what time is the after she is talking about? Chen Gu thought about it and edited a message, "Good night." Then just set Li Yunru to do not disturb. Exhausted after a long day, Chen Gu fell asleep immediately. Li Yunru was confused when she saw the news. That's it. What does just saying good night mean? Why? Why is it that whenever she thought Chen Gu was interested in her, Chen Gu would act as if he didn't want to be disturbed? This feeling of being so close yet so far away is so uncomfortable. The next day. Ding ding ding. Chen Gu turned off the alarm, washed himself casually, picked up his coat and ran out. I'm going to be late, I'm afraid. Sitting in the Porsche, Chen Gu stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Chen Gu was truly speechless. I could have slept until noon. As a result, in order to lick Kai Shue's liking, the original owner helped Kai Shue snatch a financial lecture by a famous professor. He also had to go to class, under the pretext that he was afraid Kai Shue would be bored in class alone. The key is that one class taught by this professor is worth 1 credit. Chen Gu had to go even if he didn't want to. Damn it! Chen Gu suddenly felt that the original owner was not pitiful at all, but only hateful. At this time, the classroom where the professor was giving a lecture was already full of people. What a coincidence, Shen Luoqiao was there too. Today, Shen Luoqiao wore a women's suit, which matched his natural coolness and noble temperament. But there was no one beside her except Su Na. It's not that Shen Luoqiao is unpopular, but no one dares to sit next to her. Just like most people, when they meet someone they like, their first reaction is not to approach and talk, but to avoid the person. Another person secretly observed. Like, always be cautious. Besides, Shen Luoqiao has an icy temperament. Apart from those rich playboys, who would dare to sit next to her? Everyone has low self-esteem. In the classroom, a boy encouraged another boy, "Old Wu, dare you sit next to Shen Luoqiao? I will pay for your meals this week." "I don't dare." "You coward, it's just sitting next to her. It's not like I'm going to kill you. Don't try to provoke me." "I want to provoke you, but you don't even dare to do it, and you still say you are not a coward." "Damn it, just sit down, who's afraid of who? Don't deny it when the time comes." The boy called Lao Wu by his friends swallowed his saliva and was about to walk towards Shen Luoqiao. Suddenly, a person walked into the classroom door. This immediately caused the girls to exclaim in surprise. Wow! Which college is that boy from? He's so handsome. Little puppy, keep poking my XP. 3 minutes, I want all his information. This person seems to be Chen-gu, right? Really? When did he become so handsome? Due to the incident on the playground, many people in the classroom recognized Chen-gu. Chen-gu walked into the classroom, looked at the seats around him, and walked straight to sit next to Shen Luoqiao. No! My goddess! Get away from her, asshole! Have you any gentlemanly manners? Do you understand what it means to look from a distance but not touch it? The boys in the classroom were wailing. Hi! Campus belle of Shin University, we meet again. Chen-gu said with a smile, it seems we are destined to meet. Meeting Shen Luoqiao was a complete surprise. Shen Luoqiao was also a little surprised to see Chen-gu. You are not from the finance department, why did you sign up for Professor Su's lecture? This. Chen-gu, I warn you, don't have any improper thoughts about our Luoqiao, you are not worthy of her, Suna interrupted Chen-gu. Nana, don't be like this. Shen Luoqiao reminded. Sister, who are you? I just want to say hello to Luoqiao. Chen-gu was speechless. Who do you care who I am? Stay away from our Luoqiao. Do you think you can call Luoqiao what you are? You are a lowly man. Grass. Chapter 18 ISNT The Mysterious Rich Man Me? On the stage, Professor Su, who had a full view of the wailing in the classroom, looked at his watch and said calmly, I think these two students are suitable. Look, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, what a perfect match. When the boys in the classroom heard this, they wailed even louder. Even Shen Luoqiao felt his ears getting a little hot, and he turned his head away to avoid Chen Ji's gaze. I'm Chao, the professor is a great assist. Even the campus beauty of Shin University is embarrassed. Chen-gu was secretly delighted. Suna glared at Chen-gu with murderous eyes. Chen-gu laughed rudely, looking like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. Ahem, it seems that no one is interested in listening to the lecture now. Professor Su took a sip of tea, then let's chat about some entertainment gossip before the lecture begins. As soon as we heard about entertainment gossip, the classroom became lively. Especially the girls, their eyes were shining. Do you know that something in the live streaming circle became a hot topic last night? The professor closed the lid of the cup. And it immediately became the #1 hot topic last night. Fuck, Professor Su was talking about that thing. Everyone knows that yesterday, a local tycoon on Langya Live gave more than 900 treasure maps to a small anchor. The most amazing thing was the last PK, where a mysterious rich man fought with the Langya Guild. The most outrageous thing was that the rich man actually won. That's how more than 900 treasure maps were obtained. More than 900 treasure maps, worth millions, and they can be swiped just like that. I admire this kind of boss. Also, there is a rumor that the Langya servers were crashed by a mysterious rich man last night. The live broadcast rooms on all platforms suddenly got stuck. It seems that this is the reason. This time, even Chen-gu was stunned. Wasn't he the mysterious rich man talking about me? I was in such a hurry this morning that I didn't pay attention to the trending searches. So, what does this incident prove, students? The professor asked. Does this mean that the rich man has a problem with his brain? Chen-gu, the local tyrants are awesome. I don't understand the world of rich people. No, this must be a farce directed and performed by Langya to get on the hot search list. How could an ordinary person pay so much money to a little-known anchor? All wrong. The professor interrupted, people like this appear to remind you that if you don't study hard, you can't spend money like the rich. TSK, I thought Professor Su was going to say something. The students complained. Okay, let's start the class. Professor Su cleared his throat and started the class. In fact, most people just do things on the internet for fun and don't think too much about them. The big boss who makes millions is worth at least tens of billions. They are not on the same level as each other, so there is no need to care about each other. Just know that they are awesome. No one would even associate this matter with Chen-gu. After class, the professor spoke eloquently at the podium. Shen Luoqiao listened very carefully and took notes page after page. He is really a learning maniac. Anyway, Chen-gu didn't hear a word he said, and it basically went in one ear and out the other. His eyes were fixed on Shen Luoqiao's face, which made all women jealous. Shen Luoqiao felt a little embarrassed when seeing this. At this moment, in the corner of the classroom, there was a person staring at the backs of Chen Gu and Shen Luoqiao. The more Kai Shui looked at it, the more uncomfortable she felt. Especially when I heard the professor say that Chen Gu and Shen Luoqiao were a good match. The more outstanding Chen Gu was, the more she regretted why she had rejected Chen Gu in the first place. I regret why I looked down on Chen Gu for being poor. She still remembered that she asked Chen Gu to help her grab the professor's class so that she could meet more rich second-generation students from the finance department in class. But now, the playground incident has become known to everyone, and even Zhang Xiaokan thinks she is dirty and dumped her. Hey! Hello, classmate. Can you add my WeChat account? I'd like to get to know you. A disheveled boy spoke confidently. When Kai Shui saw the boy approaching her, she seemed to suddenly realize herself. Will you give Wei Xin a word? What does it mean to not speak? Hey, why are you crying? I'm not threatening you. Get out of class is over. Shen Luoqiao closed his notebook and waved it in front of Chen Gu. Have you seen enough? Aren't you bored after watching it for 2 hours? The girl's appearance is the best I've ever seen in my life, how could I be tired of her? Chen Gu said in a slick tone. Shen Luoqiao was so amused that he couldn't stop laughing, and his laughter was like 100 flowers blooming. Chen Gu really didn't understand. Shen Luoqiao, a beauty whose looks are not even inferior to those of first-tier stars, only has a 97-point appearance score. How amazing would it be for someone to get a perfect score for appearance? Men with smooth talk are the least trustworthy. Luoqiao, let's go. Suna appeared again and stood between the two of them. I think Chen Gu is quite interesting. Hey! Nana, don't pull me away, I still have something to say to Chen Gu. Then you tell me, and we'll leave after you finish. Suna's face was full of vigilance. Chen Gu, I want to treat you to a meal. After saying that, Shen Luoqiao lowered his head. Ah? Chen Gu and Suna said in unison. I just feel that you spent so much money on my dinner before, I should treat you back. Shen Luoqiao lowered his head and looked at his notebook, not daring to look at Chen Gu out of guilt. If Chen Gu still doesn't understand this, then he is really a blockhead. Sure. Chen Gu agreed immediately. No. Even if you want to go, I have to go with you, otherwise I won't be at ease. Suna intercepted him halfway. Damn it, Chen Gu is really upset this time. Then let's go to the school cafeteria. I think the food there tastes pretty good. Chen Gu said with a stiff smile. Anyway, as long as Suna is here, it will be the same wherever we go. Okay, then let's go to the cafeteria. Shen Luoqiao felt relieved when he heard Chen Ji's agreement. Just as Chen Gu and Shen Luoqiao were about to leave the classroom, Suna suddenly came between them. He completely separated the two people and took Shen Luoqiao's arm with a smug look on his face. Chen Gu, I at AMP. The conditions of Shanghai-affiliated university students are generally favorable, and most of them eat outside the campus. There are not many people left in the cafeteria, which saves the trouble of queuing and waiting for a seat. Chen Gu ordered a few dishes casually. With Suna around, he couldn't order more. Who knew if she would whisper in Shen Luoqiao's ear again? Didn't you eat a lot when you had dinner with me last time? Why are you so restrained today? Shen Luoqiao asked. I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? Chen Gu was still thinking about how to answer. Suddenly, the system sound rang in my mind. Ding! Trigger the main quest, hold hands with Shen Luoqiao, advanced kiss Shen Luoqiao. Task completion reward, physical skill specialization. P.S. The effect of physical skill mastery is to improve the host's physical fitness, and the degree of improvement will change according to the host's task completion. Whether to accept the task, yes. P.S. I already said it's a main quest, how could I give you a chance to refuse? Chapter 19, Holding the Hand of the School Beauty. Chen Gu almost spit out his rice. System, are you crazy? You want me to hold Shen Luoqiao's hand and kiss her? The key point is that Shen Luoqiao and I have only known each other for 1 day. Even if Shen Luoqiao had a crush on her, he couldn't just come up and hold her hand, let alone kiss her. Not only do they issue such an outrageous task, but you can't even choose to refuse to accept it. Damn it! Or, just don't claim it and leave the task alone? No, Chen Gu suddenly realized that if he didn't accept the mission, he would be stuck on this mission forever. New tasks can no longer be refreshed. Grass. Successfully received the task. Congratulations to the host for making the right choice. The corner of Chen Ji's mouth twitched. Chen Ge, what's wrong with you? Shen Luoqiao asked when he saw Chen Ge was in a daze for a long time. It's okay. Chen Ge took 2 bites of rice. Suna interrupted again at an inopportune moment. How can you think of anything else while having dinner with Luoqiao? I think you are no different from those playboys. Damn, how could I forget about this? With Suna around, there's no chance of holding the schoolbell's hand. Chen Ge had to find a way to get Suna away, which made him even more worried. Chen Ge, what's with your expression? Did I say something wrong? Suna threw away her chopsticks and crossed her arms. The more she looked at Chen Ge, the more unhappy she became. It looks quite handsome, but what's the use? Can it be eaten as a meal? Besides, Chen Ge couldn't even afford to buy his girlfriend a mobile phone, so why waste time with such a person? Sister, could you please stop talking? I just lost my focus. Chen Ge couldn't help but retort. Even if he had ill intentions, his target was Shen Luoqiao. Why do you always treat me as an imaginary enemy? What do you mean, you find me annoying, right? Suna frowned. If you find me annoying, then don't have dinner with Luoqiao. After saying that, she put her arm around Shen Luoqiao. Luoqiao, let's go. We don't want to eat with this kind of person. At this moment, Shen Luoqiao's expression suddenly changed, and he grabbed the corner of the table with one hand and refused to get up. Nana, I seem. Shen Luoqiao hesitated. Luoqiao, what's wrong with you? Suna realized that something was wrong with Shen Luoqiao. I think I'm having my period. Shen Luoqiao glanced at Suna suggestively. Nana, can you go buy me a bag first? Are you having your period? I remember it wasn't on this day. Okay, I'll go right away. Suna understood immediately. As he left, he glared at Chen Ge in a warning. Behave yourself and stop thinking about nonsense. Got it? Chen Ge spread his hands, looking speechless. After Suna left, Chen Ge was still thinking about taking off his coat to shield Shen Luoqiao. But then he saw Shen Luoqiao suddenly return to his original state. Hey! Didn't you say? Chen Ge was surprised. Shen Luoqiao rested his chin on one hand and leaned on the table. Chen Ge, do you have something to say to me? Chen Ge instantly understood Shen Luoqiao's intention. This was because he was afraid that Suna was around and it would be inconvenient for him to talk. Well, we've almost finished eating, why don't we talk while walking? Chen Ge asked. Okay. Shen Luoqiao nodded. On campus. Chen Ge and Shen Luoqiao walked side by side on the path covered with fallen maple leaves. When the autumn wind blew, her hair fluttered slightly. Chen Ge swallowed his saliva. Luoqiao, what kind of boy do you think is worthy of you? Chen Ji's mind was a little confused. He didn't know how to complete the task now, so he could only ask if there was any. Shen Luoqiao thought for a moment, then turned his head to look at Chen Ge, and replied, pure, informal, partial to me, and I don't mind if he's a bit chauvinistic. Is it that simple? Chen Ge asked again. In fact, there is another subtext, don't you need money? At this moment, Chen Ge didn't feel anything was wrong. Shen Luoqiao looked at Feng Yi, then at Chen Ji's face. I think you have the first 2 characteristics, but the last 2 remain to be seen. After saying this, Shen Luoqiao looked into the distance again, deliberately avoiding Chen Ji's gaze. At this moment, Chen Ji's heart was already filled with turmoil. It turns out that school beautician has a crush on me. When this thought popped up in his mind, Chen Ge instantly lost his composure. And the atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. Chen Ge couldn't help but look at Shen Luoqiao's fair hands. He swallowed again. How about giving it a try? There should be a lot of boys who meet this condition, right? Chen Ge continued to ask, but his attention was focused on Shen Luoqiao's hands. Yes, there are a lot, but I think. Shen Luoqiao's body suddenly stiffened. She found that Chen Ji's hand had silently hooked her little finger. What do you feel? Chen Ge was very nervous now. I feel like they all have a strong purpose towards me. Shen Luoqiao's breathing became a little rapid, her eyes still looking forward. She was a little afraid to look at Chen Ge. You are so beautiful that it is hard for me not to be moved in front of you. Seeing that Shen Luoqiao did not resist at all, Chen Ge became bolder. Slowly move closer to the palm of your hand. By the way, if we both suddenly leave the cafeteria, will Suna be unable to find you? Chen Gu chatted idly, moving closer to Shen Luoqiao. Shen Luoqiao was also a little nervous, but as Chen Ji's hand got closer and closer to her, she was actually looking forward to it. I don't think so. When they finished saying this, their palms were already touching. Is that so? Chen Gu took a deep breath. From the side, Chen Gu saw Shen Luoqiao's ears were slightly red, like maple leaves, and she glanced at him evasively with the corner of her eyes. The brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. Just go all out. Chen Gu moved his fingers slowly upwards along the gaps between Shen Luoqiao's fingers, until their hands were clasped together. It really is killing me. Chen Gu swore that this was much more exciting than any roller coaster or bungee jumping machine. My heart seemed to skip a beat. Shen Luoqiao's ears turned red, and he didn't even dare to turn around to look at Chen Gu. Chen Gu held Shen Luoqiao's hand, his mind going blank. Shen Luoqiao's hands were a little cold, and they felt soft and boneless when held. Chen Gu kept swallowing his saliva, trying to get his blank brain back to work. At this time, a few boys walked by not far away. When they saw this scene, they were petrified instantly. Isn't that the campus beauty of Shin University? Why is he walking hand in hand with that person? Does that mean that campus beauty Shin has a boyfriend? No, my school beauty classmate. How can I live without you? 10 fingers interlocked, or 10 fingers interlocked, it's murderous and heartbreaking. Why? Is it because he is more handsome than me? Chapter 20 I couldn't help it and kissed her. Several boys were talking loudly, and the two people holding hands could hear them clearly. Chen Gu felt embarrassed to continue holding her hand after hearing this. Chen Gu wanted to let go, but he felt that Shen Luoqiao seemed to be holding his hand even tighter. Chen Gu was stunned, feeling a little unbelievable. Hold your hand. I think it's fine. Shen Luoqiao's voice was as thin as a mosquito, but Chen Gu still heard it. It turned out that Shen Luoqiao was not only not opposed to holding hands with her, but was looking forward to it. After discovering this, Chen Gu was even more excited than when he received the 400 million yuan rebate yesterday. It feels like finding out your crush has a crush on you too. Excited. Hormones surging. In one word. Cool. Looking around, it seems that more and more people are stopping to stay. And the object of their attention was the two people holding hands. More and more eyes were focused on him, making Chen Ji's scalp tingle. Let's go over there. Chen Gu pointed in the direction where there were fewer people. Yeah. Shen Luoqiao responded and used his free hand to smooth his hair. While he was touching her hair, Chen Gu clearly saw that Shen Luoqiao's face was red from his ears. The faint blush on her fair face is extremely attractive. Chen Gu pulled Shen Luoqiao towards a less crowded place. When he reached the completely deserted lawn, Chen Gu finally felt relieved. Post-mission completion progress, holding hands with Shen Luoqiao advanced kissing Shen Luoqiao. Task completion reward, physical skill specialization. P.S. The effect of physical skill mastery is to improve the host's physical fitness, and the degree of improvement will change according to the host's task completion. The task of holding hands in Chen Ji's mind has now been checked. At this point, Chen Gu can choose to complete the mission and claim the reward. But Chen Gu suddenly didn't want to end this outrageous mission. Through the contact just now, he discovered that Shen Luoqiao also liked him. Chen Gu became bolder again. How about trying the advanced tasks? Chen Gu clenched his hands tightly and couldn't help but take another look. The blush on Shen Luoqiao's face had almost faded, and she looked like an icy beauty again. Noticing Chen Ji's gaze, Shen Luoqiao turned his head to look at Chen Gu and asked calmly, "What's wrong?" After being looked at, Chen Gu immediately became timid. "Can you please not be so strong-willed? Then don't you think I have a purpose towards you as well?" Chen Gu felt that the atmosphere was not right and quickly continued the previous topic. Shen Luoqiao hesitated for a moment, then raised his hands and said, "Yeah, I get the feeling. The purpose is quite strong." Chen Gu smiled awkwardly and quickly put his hand down. "Ahem, I can't help it." "Did you just feel it or did you plan it?" Shen Luoqiao asked, staring into Chen Ji's eyes. "I have a strong feeling that you want to do something else. Sister, could you not be so observant?" Chen Gu was about to cry. Shen Luoqiao's IQ in this area is comparable to that of Sherlock Holmes. It feels like doing something wrong and suddenly being caught. Chen Gu felt that he could no longer bear it, so he quickly changed the subject. "Let's go sit on the lawn over there for a while." "Okay." Shen Luoqiao withdrew his suspicious look. Having said that, during this period, Shen Luoqiao's hands were still intertwined with Chen Ji's fingers, with no intention of letting go. Shen Ge finally felt relieved. Fortunately, it did not cause any disgust to Shen Luoqiao. The lawn was covered with maple leaves, but sitting on them didn't hurt my butt. Shen Ge thought, forget it, just do the hand-holding mission. Actually, it was Nana who gave me the opportunity to meet you. Shen Luoqiao looked at Feng Yi and recalled, at that time, Nana and I made a bet. The loser would help you out. I lost. But I feel like I've won again. Shen Luoqiao shifted his gaze from Maple Leaf to Chen Ji's face as nowadays, there aren't many guys who are willing to pursue girls with their true heart. However, there seem to be more girls who ruin the sincerity of boys. Shen Luoqiao looked into Chen Ji's eyes again. Chen Ge knew that Shen Luoqiao was referring to Kai Shui. What I mean by pure is, you live a very pure life. Shen Luoqiao's eyes were clearly filled with envy when he said this. Shen Ge felt something was wrong. Shen Luoqiao has something hidden in his mind. And it must have been something that had been held back for a long time. Shen Ge was certain in his heart, and this feeling was becoming stronger and stronger. I think, you need a shoulder now. Shen Ge turned his head to look at Shen Luoqiao's profile. Shen Luoqiao was slightly stunned. Shen Ge didn't waste any words. He pulled Shen Luoqiao over and let the latter rest his head on his shoulder. You are so good at reading people's expressions, you must be very popular with girls. Shen Luoqiao smiled slightly. How come you spend so much effort to pursue a girl but still haven't gotten her? Can I tell you that the original owner was an idiot? If he had any brains, he wouldn't hang himself on a tree. Shen Ge complained in his heart, but replied, there is a saying that goes, if you buy love with money, spend less emotion on it, and if you buy love with emotion, spend more money on it. At this point, Shen Ge smiled and said, I didn't believe it at first, but later I learned this lesson from Kai Shui. What about you? What secrets are you hiding in your heart? Would you mind telling me? Shen Ge thought that this wave of operations had been fully utilized. Given this atmosphere, Shen Luoqiao should definitely talk about what's been buried in his heart. But Shen Ge made another mistake. Shen Luoqiao looked up at Chen Ji's profile and smiled, we'll talk about it next time. Still unwilling to say it? All efforts failed at the last moment. Chen Ge, do you like me? Shen Luoqiao asked cautiously. Yes. Chen Ge answered without hesitation. Chen Ge turned his head, his heart almost jumping out of his chest. From this perspective, Shen Luoqiao appears cold yet weak, perfectly combining the words cold as ice and pitiful. Looking at the beautiful woman so close, Chen Ge couldn't help it. The Adam's apple moved slightly. Luoqiao. Shen Luoqiao was caught off guard. Chen Ge tapped Shen Luoqiao's face with lightning speed. At this moment, both of them were stunned. The air seemed to freeze. Shen Ge, what are you doing? Shen Luoqiao was panicked and ashamed. I'm sorry, I just couldn't help it. Shen Ge suddenly realized that he seemed to have made a big mistake. You? Shen Luoqiao moved away from Chen Ji's shoulder, quickly pulled his hand away, stood up, and walked away quickly in one direction without looking back. It's over. Shen Ge regretted it so much. Why did he do such a shameless thing for no reason? Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Quest reward, physical skills mastery advanced. The system's sound rang in my mind. The more Chen Ge listened, the more annoyed he became. Still buzzing. I bite your mother. Grass. Chapter 21, Hidden Rules in the Hotel. Despite the scolding, Chen Ji's body still honestly accepted the system's reward. A familiar feeling flowed through my body. Ugh, Chen Ge couldn't help but let out a groan. So comfortable. Fortunately, there was no one around, otherwise people would have thought Chen Ge was having a seizure. Chen Ge lifted up his sleeves, and his arms were visibly thicker. The blood vessels are also faintly visible, which is a sign that the body fat is low to a certain level. Chen Ge lifted up his clothes again, revealing his 8 abdominal muscles with distinct contours. He pushed his legs hard, and a huge rebound force came from his legs. So cool? Chen Ge felt like he could kill a cow with his bare hands now. I have endless energy. System, you still have some conscience and didn't let me be hated by school beautician for nothing. Let me explain this on two sides. At this time, Shen Luoqiao, who was jogging back to the dormitory, blushed all the way to his neck. All she could think about was the scene of Chen Ji's sneak attack on her. Holding hands on the path, Chen Luoqiao had a great psychological struggle. What's more, he was suddenly attacked by Chen Gu. Bad guy. Bad guy. All men are bad. Chen Luoqiao was so ashamed and angry that he wanted to die. Even if they were together, things wouldn't progress so quickly. You bastard. Chen Luoqiao immediately put Chen Gu on the blacklist. Looking at Chen Gu on the blacklist, she found it a little funny. But he said he likes me. Seems quite sincere. Or, forgive him? In fact, she didn't object to Chen Gu kissing her. It just happened suddenly and was a bit unexpected. Moreover, Chen Gu met her criteria for a partner, being genuine and unpretentious. Just then, Suna walked in with a sanitary napkin. Hey! Luoqiao, where did you and Chen Gu go? Didn't you say you were going to have your period? Why are you running around again? Suna asked a series of questions. Shen Luoqiao was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer. Luoqiao, what's wrong with you? Do you have a fever? Why is your face so red? Suna obviously noticed that something was wrong. Nana. No, I'm not having my period and I don't have a fever. I just went for a jog just now. Shen Luoqiao hesitantly said. Really? I was telling you, why would you come before your day? Suna seemed to understand something suddenly. Then why did you send me away? Luoqiao, are you hiding something from me? Suna exposed it immediately. Nana, actually I held hands with Chen Gu today, and she even kissed me. Shen Luoqiao confessed everything. What? You held hands with him and he kissed you? Suna's eyes were full of disbelief. From what you said, are you planning to date Chen Gu? Or are you already dating? Suna immediately thought of a possibility. Luoqiao, I really don't understand. You knew that there was a tall, rich and handsome guy like Chen Jie pursuing you, so why did you waste your time on Chen Gu? Nana, in my heart, Chen Gu is no worse than Chen Jie. Luoqiao, what nonsense are you talking about? Chen Jie is young, but he has a net worth of hundreds of millions. How can Chen Gu compare? Moreover, Mr. Chen is a returnee who studied abroad. He is handsome and capable. He even won awards in international dance competitions. How can Chen Gu compare with such an elite who is capable, knowledgeable, and rich? Suna was puzzled. Chen Jie was the prince charming in the fairy tale come true. Even Suna herself is envious and jealous of Shen Luoqiao. But my best friend just doesn't understand. Being entangled with a good-for-nothing bootlicker like Chen Gu. Love brain is so scary. Speak of the devil, he will appear. Ding dong. Shen Luoqiao received a WeChat message on his mobile phone. Chen Jie, Luoqiao, I have specially arranged a party for the weekend, I hope you can come. Shen Luoqiao replied directly, sorry, I'm not interested, and I have a boyfriend. Chen Jie, Luoqiao, stop lying to me, you don't have a boyfriend at all. I know a lot of people in the finance department, and I know about any little movement. Shen Luoqiao, believe it or not. Chen Jie, if you really have a boyfriend, bring him to the party this weekend and let me see him. Shen Luoqiao thought about it and removed Chen Gu from the blacklist. Chen Gu, Luoqiao, I have to apologize to you for what happened on the lawn. Shen Luoqiao sent a message directly, I will forgive you if you accompany me to a party this weekend. Ever since he found out that Shen Luoqiao had blocked him, Chen Gu had already sent a message to try it out with the attitude of giving it a try. But when Chen Gu saw the message from Shen Luoqiao, he immediately became motivated. Chen Gu, no problem, if the campus beauty of Shen University has any other request, I will do it all. Struggle JPG. Shen Luoqiao couldn't help but smile, and his tense tone softened. Shen Luoqiao, the more handsome you dress, the better. At least you should look like today. Don't embarrass me. Chen Gu, I obey your command. In the evening, Chen Gu parked the car and walked into the hotel. The mood is exceptionally beautiful. Chen Gu looked at Shen Luoqiao and held his hand, feeling secretly happy. I can't bear to wash my hands tonight. Chen Gu thought as he walked into the elevator. Hey, slow down, slow down. A busy voice came from outside the elevator. One foot stretched into the elevator door that was about to close. The elevator door opened immediately upon sensing. Only then did Chen Gu see who was coming. The voice came from a fat man. probably in his 40s. At this moment, he was holding a young girl in his arms. The young girl was drunk and unconscious, mumbling something. The fat man's soybean-sized eyes were full of greed. Shengu understood it immediately. Shit, how did I end up encountering this common scene of picking up corpses? The elevator door closed. Shengu moved and walked towards the corner. The obese man seemed a little impatient, and his eyes wandered over the young girl's body. Zhang, Director Zhang, I will toast you another glass. The young girl's voice was intermittent. Okay, let's continue drinking. The fat man inhaled the fragrance of the woman unscrupulously. Zhang. Director Zhang, you promised me that if I just had a couple of drinks with you, you would give me a role in this drama. After the young girl said this, she lowered her head completely and lost consciousness. Shengu understood immediately. I'm Chao, these are the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry. Shengu had only seen this kind of situation on the internet, and it was actually quite exciting to witness it with his own eyes. The elevator was narrow, and the obese man helped the unconscious woman. The woman's body swayed, revealing her face covered by her hair. Damn it! So beautiful? Shengu couldn't help but scan it with the system. Target, Ang Zixi. Age, 23. Appearance, 95. Body size, 96. Another money-making target. When it comes to money, Shengu becomes interested. After exiting the elevator, Shengu followed the two quietly. The fat man's attention was all on Ncc, so he naturally didn't notice Shengu following him. Chapter 22. Even if Liu Xiaohui comes, I can't stand it. Soon, the fat man found the room, opened the door and carried Ncc to the bed. Just as he was about to close the door, a hand suddenly grabbed the crack in the door. Sir, this lady doesn't seem to have any intention of booking a room with you? Shengu poked his head out with a sneer on his face. Aren't you the guy in the elevator? What does this have to do with you? Stop meddling in other people's business. The fat man tried to close the door while trying to drive him away. But no matter how hard he tried, the door didn't budge. The sneer on Shen Ji's face never stopped. What do you want to do? The fat man was a little shocked. Shengu looks weak, but he is extremely powerful. Without saying anything, he pushed the door hard, not only opening it but also knocking the fat director to the ground. I'll give you 3 seconds, get out of here immediately. Shengu spoke these words through his teeth. You ruined my business, how could I give you face? The fat director picked up the vase and smashed it towards Chen Ji's head. How could Shengu, who was an expert in physical training, be compared to the obese director? In a flash, Shengu dodged the vase by leaning sideways and raised his fist to hit the fat man's chin. Not only did the fat man fail to hit Shengu, he was also knocked to the ground. The fat director, who had fallen flat on his face, was completely sober now. He looked at Shengu in fear. You. His face full of flesh trembled continuously. Get lost. Shengu didn't want to waste time. If you don't get lost, I'll kill you. If you report me again, I'll have you jailed for a few years. When he heard the word get out, the fat director felt as if he had been pardoned. He ran away, crawling and tumbling, fearing that Shengu would go back on his word. To be honest, Shengu really didn't want to get involved in this matter, but after all, he was good looking. Others' 3 senses follow the 5 senses, but with the 100-fold rebate system, Shen Ji's wealth completely follows the 5 senses. On the bed, Ncc, who was wearing a professional suit, had her plump breasts rising and falling. She was dressed in a mature style, had a devilish figure, and an exquisite face. She was also drunk and looked like she was ready to be picked. Shengu was drooling at the sight, and felt itchy inside. Even if Liu Xiaohui came, he wouldn't be able to hold on at this point. Shengu walked to the bedside and pushed Ncc. As a result, Ncc groaned and fell into a deep sleep. Obviously, no matter what Shengu did to her now, she would not wake up. Even if he inherited the unfinished work of the obese director, the other party would not notice anything. How about giving it a try? She didn't know who did it anyway. When this evil thought emerged in my mind, it was like a flood that could not be stopped. Just when Shengu was about to embark on the path of evil. Ding dong! Shenluo Qiao, Shengu, don't forget the party this weekend. Damn it, why didn't you come earlier or later, but sent the message at this time? Shengu cursed in his heart and stopped exploring. A piece of letter from Shen Luoqiao completely pulled Chen Ge back to reality from his fantasy. Chen Ge edited the message and sent it. Okay, good night, Miss Shen. Shaking his head, Chen Ge looked at the unconscious Cece again. The figure is really good. But what's the difference between me and the fat director? Putting down his phone, Chen Ge rushed into the bathroom, turned on the faucet and poured cold water over his head. Let the cold water extinguish the last flame in your heart. After taking a shower, Chen Ge looked at the perfect body on the bed and swore in his heart that this was the last time. If I meet someone like this again, I will do it for her no matter what. He took out a set of quilts from the closet and made a bed on the floor. In order to prevent the obese director from coming back, Chen Ge finally decided to stay that night. Having failed to lose his virginity, Chen Ge was upset and opened his phone to check Douyin. Shocking. A certain rich man actually swiped 900 treasure maps in the live broadcast room. In-depth analysis of the traffic logic behind the treasure map incident. The secret of the popular anchor Xiao Nairo. A deep dive into the true identity of songs like Cries. Chen Ge was a little surprised. When I opened the hot search list, I saw that the top few were all related to the ID. Behind Chen Ge was a young actor who broke his knee in a fight scene and was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. To be honest, it was completely beyond Chen Ge's expectation that this incident could dominate the Douyin charts for so long. Moreover, it seemed that everyone was extremely curious about Chen Ge's identity. Not only did bloggers claiming to be professional whistleblowers dig up Chen Ge's personal information, but a large number of netizens also made comments. But they are nothing more than asking big guys to give me 900 treasure maps or something like that. Most of the bloggers who revealed the truth attributed the whole story to Langya's star-making plan. Chen Ge took a look and found that most bloggers did not dig out any useful information. Apart from the fact that Li Yunru's Douyin account's followers inexplicably exceeded 1 million, there was nothing interesting to see. Chen Ge put down his phone and fell into a deep sleep. Morning. It was not the first ray of sunshine in the morning that woke Chen Ge up. Instead, there was a shrill scream accompanied by a huge pillow. Ah! Asshole, where am I? What did you do to me? And Cece's face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out of it. Not to mention a top beauty like Cece, any girl would panic if she found herself waking up in a hotel after getting drunk. What's more, when I woke up, there was a strange man next to me. When Cece became aware of her surroundings, she felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Chen Ge was still a little confused at this time. Don't make a noise. If I wanted to touch you, I would have touched you last night. Why would I have to wait until now? And Cece lifted the quilt, checked, and her expression eased a little. What happened last night? I was talking to Director Zhang. By the way, where is Director Zhang? And Cece looked confused. You mean the fat guy from last night? Chen Ge explained as he put on his clothes. If I hadn't caught you there, something worth recording would have happened between you and him last night. After all, he even had his cell phone camera on when I came in. TSK, it scares me just thinking about it. The more Chen Ge spoke, the scarier it became, and Cece's face turned pale. Thank you, and Cece uttered these two words tremblingly. To be honest, as an unknown young actor who had just entered the entertainment industry, I had a passion for acting but knew little about the entertainment industry. She thought the director asked her to meet him alone because he wanted to give her a try. As a result, the other party forced me to drink like crazy as soon as they met, and threatened that he would be willing to give me the role after I drank. How can a young actor have the right to say no to a director? After drinking the wine reluctantly, Cece felt her body getting heavier and heavier. When I woke up, the man in front of me was next to me. After hearing what Chen Ge said, she realized that she had almost made a big mistake that she would regret for the rest of her life. Chapter 23, A 300 Million Mansion? It doesn't matter, let's go with this one. But Chen Ge not only saved her, but also did not take advantage of her while she was asleep. And Cece was a little touched and said, I'm sorry to trouble you. Upon hearing this, Chen Ge just casually replied, no need to thank me, but next time you encounter this kind of situation, don't treat the person who saved you as the perpetrator. Chen Ge finished speaking and quickly put on his clothes. Since you have nothing to do, I will leave first. And Cece immediately tried to stop him, I haven't thanked you properly yet, can you please leave me your contact information? Chen Ge thought about it and it made sense. He thought that he might really need to rely on Cece to make money in the future, so he added Cece's prestige. While exchanging WeChat messages, Chen Ge saw an unread message. Li Yunru, Chen Ge, are you still in the hotel? I want to treat you to a meal, or can we go out to see a movie? Chen-gu understood immediately. This is a blatant hint of a date. Chen-gu immediately replied, I'm still in the hotel. The address is the one I sent you last time. Why don't you come find me? By the way, are you live streaming? Lee Yunru, okay, I'll be there right away and turn off the broadcast immediately. Chen-gu replied, don't turn it off, turn it to the outdoors. I'm going to buy something later, you can use it for the show. Lee Yunru replied with an okay gesture. Back in the room, Chen-gu lay comfortably on the bed and turned on Langya Live. Now, there is no need to search to find Sayonara's live broadcast room. The most prominent recommendation position on the Langya platform is Sayonara's live broadcast room. And the apparent popularity of the live broadcast room is more than 10 million. It has already reached the first place in all platforms. Lee Yunru was in a taxi at the moment, traveling on the road and broadcasting live. Suddenly, an entrance animation appeared in the live broadcast room. Like a song, like a cry arrived in the live broadcast room on a pirate ship. Fuck, the boss is here. Welcome, boss. Welcome Big Boss 999. A room manager made a bold guess, Rochan, are you going to be live streaming with the boss again today? Lee Yunru thought for a moment and replied to the comment, yes, it's another day for the anchor to be the boss's little follower. You bunch of dead viewers don't even know how to give the anchor some hard work fee. How dare you ask us for gifts during the live broadcast? By the way, what sleeping position can make me dream about being a broadcaster? I also want to be the boss's little follower. It's over, it's over. The anchor has turned into a big boss. Chen-gu couldn't help but post a comment after seeing the netizens' jokes, I'm going to buy some small things later, and I'll show you all together. Small things? Gold? Diamonds? Or famous watches? Fuck, is it so exciting coming up here? Watch, I'll bet one wolf tooth coin. In fact, Lee Yunru was also very curious about what Chen-gu was going to buy, but when she heard Chen-gu say it was a small item, it should not be something expensive, so she simply didn't ask, leaving some mystery. Suddenly, huge treasure maps began to fall from the sky in the live broadcast room. Send the treasure map like a song and a tier 7. Send the treasure map like a song and a tier 28. Lee Yunru cheered, thank you for the 28 treasure maps, sir. Chen-gu edited the comment, a little thanks for your hard work. 666, is this how you give me hard work pay? As a witness to the treasure map battle, I have become numb. Ah, I'm sore. I'm not surprised at all that Ro-chan has turned into a big boss now. So, this is why the anchor's speech has gradually become gentler? As the barrage of comments wailed, Lee Yunru also took out her daily phone and sent a message to Chen-gu, now is not the time to play PK, don't waste your money. Chen-gu calmly replied, I have a lot of money and I have a lot of free time. Awesome. Lee Yunru was completely convinced. Don't try to guess what the boss is thinking. Knowing the truth will only make you feel worse. In fact, Chen-gu just wanted to make more money by relying on the 100-fold rebate. The previously delayed plan to buy a house should be realized as soon as possible. After all, you can't use the black card money to buy a house for yourself. After 28 treasure maps were found, more than 10 million yuan was deposited into the account. Chen-gu couldn't help but sigh, it's worthy of being a system, it's so fucking awesome. 15 minutes later, Lee Yunru arrived downstairs of Chen Ji's hotel and sent a message to Chen-gu. When Chen-gu saw the message, he went downstairs and drove his iconic Porsche out of the garage. Chen-gu held a toothpick in his mouth and controlled the steering wheel with one hand. However, Lee Yunru knew that Chen-gu would not show his face, so she only took pictures of the car body. Even if it was just this, the barrage of comments continued to make jokes. I knew the taste was right when I saw the car. Familiar car, familiar formula. Back to the barber shop in my dream. Shoo. Look at the host's expression. Lee Yunru directly retorted, you bunch of damned audience members, you're making me so mad. Nearly half an hour later, the two arrived at their destination. After seeing the destination, not only the viewers in the live broadcast room, but even Lee Yunru was completely dumbfounded. Fuck, Tangqing First Class? It's known as the most expensive residential area in Shanghai? It is said that the houses in this community cost more than 100,000 or 200,000 yuan per square meter. At this time, the sales lady also came over. The young lady politely asked, hello, sir, are you looking to buy a house? Chen-gu nodded, yes. The sales lady continued to ask, Do you have any requirements for the house type, orientation, and floor? I can recommend a suitable floor according to your needs. Or if you don't have an idea yet, I can introduce you to a few houses with more characteristics. By the way, what's your name? Chen said simply, no need to be named Chen, but there's no need to introduce yourself. How big is the square footage of your largest apartment? You come up and ask about the largest apartment? The salesperson was a little surprised, but her good professional ethics prompted her to pretend to be calm. Sir, our largest apartment is on the 42nd floor of Building A, with an area of 1,200 square meters. 1,200 square meters is okay, just enough to live in. What about the selling price? Chen Ge continued to ask. The salesperson was dumbfounded. 1,200 square meters is just so-so? Someone who can say such things. Not an idiot. That's the super rich. Mr. Chen's house is the most expensive house in Tangqing Yiping at present. The price is about 300 million. It was designed by a famous foreign designer, and the decoration is also very expensive. The salesperson explained patiently. But in my heart, I didn't expect Chen Ge to buy it. It's not that the salesperson looked down on Chen Ge, but that Chen Ge was just too young. A little too young. She looks like she's only 20 years old, right? Seeing that Chen Ge was a little hesitant after hearing the price, the salesperson immediately changed the subject. Sir, you can actually take a look at other properties first. The designs are not much worse than this one, and they are relatively more cost-effective. It doesn't matter, let's take this set. Where can I pay? Chen Ge said calmly. Chapter 24, 300 million house payment, paid in full. Sir, what did you say? The salesperson thought he had heard wrong. And when she came to her senses, her face was full of disbelief. This is too arrogant. Can you buy a mansion worth 300 million yuan just like that? This is the one I like. I'm too lazy to choose. Take me to pay. Chen Ge didn't want to be long-winded and said it directly. Li Yunru's expression was so tight that an egg could fit through it. I originally thought that after being smashed with 900 treasure maps, my vision had been raised very high. But she found out that she was wrong. Chen Ge could always strike her down with a casual attitude. Is he still a human being if he casually purchases a property worth 300 million yuan? Is it necessary that the gap between people is so huge? The barrage has completely exploded. What the hell, what's going on? 300 million, I have to start from the caveman to make money. I'm jealous. Although I know that big guys have a lot of money, this is too outrageous. In the past, when the big guys were swiping treasure maps, I could only kneel on the ground and shout awesome, but now I am only accompanied by bitterness at the corners of my mouth. The blood letter asks if the boss is still in need of a follower? Most people buy houses by paying the down payment and then repaying the loan. Although I believe that the boss is very rich, he probably does not have that much liquid funds. He probably also pays the down payment and then repays the mortgage every month. This pertinent explanation in the barrage gave many netizens some spiritual comfort. The salesperson came to his senses and looked at Chen Ge as if he was looking at a cash cow. If this house is really sold to her, the commission alone can reach several million. Thinking of this, the salesperson became even more enthusiastic. Mr. Chen, please follow me to the tea room. I will immediately draft a sales contract for you. Perhaps because they know they are about to receive a huge commission, the sales efficiency is very high. Before Chen Ge finished his cup of tea, a freshly made house purchase contract was delivered to him. Sir, this is the house purchase contract, please take a look at it first. The sales lady still had a professional fake smile on her face. Her trembling hands when she handed over the contract revealed her uneasy heart. Chen Ge took the contract, glanced at it casually, and signed it. It's not that Chen Ge doesn't care about the details. If you are buying a house for 1 million, you may have to use reading glasses to read the contract word by word. But if you buy a house worth 100 million, do you think the real estate developers have the guts to do anything fishy? Anyone who dares to buy a house here is either a business tycoon or a celebrity. One is smarter than a monkey, and the other has a very high exposure. Do you dare to cheat them? I'm just afraid I don't know how to write the word death. When the salesperson saw Chen Ge sign his name on the contract, he felt relieved. Sir, you will definitely be very pleased with your choice today in the future. The salesperson was almost incoherent at this point. At this time, the sales manager also walked in. Hello, Mr. Chen, I am the sales manager of Tangchengipin. The supervisor was indeed a man who had seen big situations before, and he remained as steady as a rock in front of Chen Gu. Dear Mr. Chen, thank you for your trust in Tangchengipin. In view of the house you purchased, we have a variety of home purchase loans to recommend to you. Please listen to me introduce them one by one. Most consumers who purchase real estate choose to pay the down payment and then repay the loan. Even if they are able to pay it off in one lump sum, many people still choose this method. If nothing else, wouldn't it be nice to use the remaining money after paying the down payment to invest in financial management? Making money from money is why the rich get richer. Therefore, the sales manager is extremely skilled in this lending business. I was ready to spend half a day introducing them to Chen Gu one by one. Unexpectedly, Chen Gu interrupted directly, no need. Mr. Chen, have you already chosen your loan method? The sales manager asked puzzledly. I paid in full. What? Now, even the sales manager was upset. Fuck, this young man? You mean you want to pay the full amount directly? The sales manager asked in shock. Any questions? Chen Gu asked. No. Swipe the card. Chen Gu said these two words domineeringly. Li Yunru couldn't help but ask, Boss, do you really want to buy this house in full? Li Yunru discovered that Chen Ji's actions were beyond his comprehension. It's okay not to look at anything when buying a house, and it's okay to just go for the biggest and best one. You still have to pay in full. Li Yunru suddenly realized that what Chen Gu had shown her before was just the tip of the iceberg. Today is the moment to witness Chen Gu's wealth. As for this time, how much of the iceberg it accounts for? She didn't dare to think about it. She really couldn't bear to think about it. She was afraid of going beyond her own scope of cognition. On the other side, the sales manager was already in turmoil after receiving Chen Ji's affirmative answer. That's 300 million. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The sales manager who deals with wealthy people almost every day couldn't believe that someone could come up with so much liquid funds to purchase a property. The point is, this is too young. If the person who said this was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s with a big belly, he might have believed it. But this gentleman still looks like a student. If the salesperson had not given him a heads up before he came in, he would not have believed that there would be young people under the age of 30 who would dare to buy a house here. It would have been fine if he just bought it, but he actually asked for full payment. Those who can easily come up with 300 million to buy a house are among the top ones even among the rich young people. But he had never heard of someone like Chen Gu. The sales manager couldn't help but wonder, which big boss's son is this? Hidden so deeply? However, despite his doubts, he still remained proficient in the business. After going through all the messy procedures, Chen Gu actually took out 300 million in one go. Fuck, sir, you are so low-key. At this moment, even the experienced sales manager couldn't help but swear. Manager, you're joking. I just have some spare cash on hand. Chen Gu took a sip of tea, grinned at the manager, and said calmly. Be low-key and stay calm in times of crisis. The sales manager had already associated Chen Gu with those powerful business tycoons. This is another big boss who lives in seclusion from the world. At this moment, the viewers in the live broadcast room were completely defeated. The guy who just said that the boss would pay back the loan in installments, come out here. Fuck, I will never guess what the boss will do next again. Isn't this just a pure dimensionality reduction attack on us? Boss, please, can we restrain ourselves a little? I'm here to watch a live broadcast, not to cause trouble. Chapter 25 showing Mrs. Chen the bedroom. Mr. Chen, how about we go and see the house first? Although you have already paid. However, our Tangchengipin's decoration design never disappoints consumers. Please follow me. The sales manager said he was very confident about this. Okay. Chen Gu did not refuse. After hearing this conversation, everyone seemed to realize that Chen Gu bought the house without even looking at what it looked like. And, without any hesitation. The total cost is 300 million. The sales manager was also shocked. This is the first time that I pay first and then view the house. Even though he has been selling houses for more than 10 years, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. How fucking inhumane. 666, you bought the house without even looking at what it looked like. I didn't even realize it. I just realized it. I find that the boss is getting more and more outrageous. Boss, who said you have to look at houses before buying one? Chen Ji's actions impressed everyone present. Li Yunru directly changed the title of the live broadcast room to "Let Us Witness the Casual Purchase of a 300 Million Mansion." This eye-catching title was released. It immediately attracted many curious netizens to come and watch. Humans are extremely curious species, and most people have developed the habit of watching what's happening on the internet. After seeing this scene, the users who flocked in were shocked by Chen Ji's high-profile operation. Everyone was sending out comments crazily. There are even many viewers who are afraid that the number of barrages will cover up their own barrages. Simply change the ID to what you want to say, then send gifts directly, and use the gift special effects to gain other people's attention. The atmosphere of crazy barrage made the popularity of the live broadcast room rise steadily, and it broke the 20 million mark. At this moment, Li Yunru had no intention of paying attention to what was said in the barrage. She was now following Chen Gu and listening to the sales manager introduce the details of the house. Mr. Chen may not know that the residential safety factor of our Tangqing is the highest in the entire Magic City. You must place 5 fingers on the fingerprint reader to enter this door. The sales manager stood at one side of the gate. After reading the fingerprint, several people heard. Snap! The door opens. The manager stood by the door and continued his introduction with a smile on his face. The entire door is made of copper. The auspicious cloud pattern on the door is our Tangqing patent, and the door is also inlaid with crystals as decoration. Therefore, the cost of this door alone is very high. Are there so many details in the design of Guangmen Gate? Chen Gu appeared calm on the surface, but in his heart he had already been looking forward to this top-notch residence in Shanghai. Mr. Chen, please follow me in. Then we come into our living room. We can feel that the scale of the entire living room is very strong, and the horizontal hall design can effectively expand the living room's lighting area. Make the overall layout look more high-end. As soon as Chen Gu entered, he felt that the living room of this house was extremely magnificent, whether it was from the lighting, floor design, or the entire layout. A great group. This is the restaurant. Our restaurant can accommodate a family dinner. It must be a wonderful feeling for the whole family to enjoy dinner here happily. And then take out a bottle of 1982 Lafite or 1995 Moutai from the side and have a drink in your spare time. It must be a great feeling. The manager explained with great emotion. This sofa is a leather sofa that we specially customized from Italy, and the carpet is also a handmade silk carpet. I believe it is not difficult for you to feel that our Tangqing is truly a state where the material life of the residence is fully utilized. Just by introducing the living room, the live broadcast room was already in an uproar. Hiss! Even the door is made of copper, why do you need to decorate it with crystals? My God, I can't understand the world of rich people. Oh my God, I feel like this table and the wine cabinet alone are enough to buy my house. Be confident and get rid of the feeling. The audience was almost going wild, but Chen Gu remained calm and continued to follow the manager's introduction to observe the mansion. There was no change in his expression. The manager didn't react much when he saw Chen Gu. In his heart, he was secretly amazed at Chen Ji's high standards. I'm actually a little unconvinced. This is the best mansion in the whole Magic City. The manager said with a hint of embarrassment, Mr. Chen, perhaps these are not attractive enough for you. Please continue to follow me to the balcony. Many guests who come to see our house are deeply attracted by our balcony. Come, let's feel the scenery outside. The manager opened his arms and felt the breeze blowing. The balcony with the best scenery in the whole Magic City is the biggest charm of our Tangqing. Chen Gu was indeed touched when he saw this scene. I have to say that the manager's words were not exaggerated at all. Looking down from the 40-odd floors, it seemed as if half of the devil was underfoot. This incomparable sense of conquest is truly fascinating. Chen Gu has already imagined what the scene here will be like at night when the lights of the entire city that never sleeps are turned on. Only by standing here can you feel all this intoxicating feeling. This is quite interesting. Chen Gu could not hide his ecstasy. And when the picture is uploaded to the live broadcast room. The live broadcast room was quiet at first, and then the army of barrages flooded in like a flood. Wow, as a local of Shanghai, I have never seen Shanghai from this perspective. It's so cool. I really feel like I'm looking down on the world. Is this the happiness of rich people? Please don't let me have such a beautiful dream in broad daylight, okay? I'm really afraid of heights. Zhao, Ro-chan, let me go back. Li Yunru, who had been holding the live broadcast equipment, was so shocked that she was speechless. The visual effect is so shocking. That's not all. Whether it is the layout design that catches your eye when you first enter the door, or the current balcony that overlooks the Magic City, the air in the whole house seemed to be filled with the scent of money. It is indeed the most luxurious residence. The person who shocked Li Yunru the most was actually Chen Gu. No matter how luxurious the house is or how expensive the price is, the key is that Chen Gu can afford it. Moreover, it is just a random purchase. How many people can afford a luxury house worth 300 million yuan? What kind of financial resources does it take for him to do such a thing? Li Yunru suddenly felt that she and Chen Gu were like people from two different worlds. We met by chance. At this moment, the manager suddenly said, "By the way, Mrs. Chen, let me show you the bedroom." Chapter 26. From then on, the king no longer held court early. As soon as the manager said this, the atmosphere suddenly froze. Li Yunru felt as if her face was being burned, and in an instant it turned red all the way to her ears. No, manager, you misunderstood. This kind of misunderstanding must not be allowed. What's more, she didn't know Chen Ji's attitude yet. If the fallen flowers are affectionate but the flowing water is indifferent, then wouldn't it be a one-sided love on my part? In fact, she dressed up specially for this date today. She wore a white shirt on her upper body, paired with a JK skirt and white stockings, and even had a high ponytail. Changed the dressing style. She has changed her previous seductive style and now looks extremely pure. This change actually shows the girl's attitude. Women dress up to please themselves. Chen Gu looked at the manager with a half smile. Let's take a look together. The attitude is obvious. The manager was obviously an experienced person and understood it as soon as he heard it. There's something going on between these two. The audience in the live broadcast room got excited after hearing the big news. Fuck, when was the anchor taken down? Hey, aren't you looking at a wedding house? 2 days, just 2 days, and the anchor is gone. Ah. I can't stand it anymore. Everyone in the VIP seats, why are you spending money to make things worse? The manager walked inside and gestured for someone to come in. Mr. Chen, Mrs. Chen, please follow me. When Li Yunru heard this harsh name, she wanted to correct it again. But thinking that Chen Gu didn't say anything, there was no need for him to be fussy about a name. Think of this. Li Yunru's gaze fell on Chen Gu again. She found out after several contacts. Her mentality changed. Chen Ji's every move touched her heart. Li Yunru picked up her phone and replied to the barrage against her will. Dear viewers, things are not what you think. It was the sales manager who misunderstood. The boss and I are innocent. It would have been better if I hadn't said this. Once I said it, the reaction from the barrage became even more intense. Anchor, your face is red all the way to your neck, please explain. You're clearly enjoying it, but you're still pretending. How hypocritical. She's right. It's me who has an affair with the boss. It's me. Li Yunru saw the reply in the barrage. I secretly sighed and thought it would be better not to say anything. The more you describe it, the worse it gets. Ladies and gentlemen, what we are looking at now is the master bedroom. The master bedroom is allocated nearly 200 square meters of space, so the spatial hierarchy of our master bedroom is very obvious, and the lighting design is also very stylish. The manager explained, switching on the lights. Advanced rendered lighting emanates from the 4 edges of the master bedroom. Chen Gu took a look. The style of the entire master bedroom is indeed very layered. In addition to the decoration design itself, this lighting design is really thoughtful. If I have to describe it in one word, what comes to mind is a life of decadence and extravagance. If I sleep in a place like this, I would be no different from an ancient emperor, right? When the manager saw Chen Ji's expression, he knew that the master bedroom attracted him. By the way, we also have an ambiguous mode. As he spoke, the manager pressed a few buttons on the control panel on the wall. The lighting in the entire room changed from golden and magnificent to an extremely ambiguous pink. The whole room seemed to be filled with the scent of hormones, which made people feel emotional all of a sudden. Pink is the color that is most likely to stimulate male hormones, and married life can also be more harmonious under the atmosphere created by this color. The manager introduced. However, both people present heard the hidden meaning. Especially Li Yunru. Now you can't wash yourself clean even if you jump into the Yellow River. Moreover, the ambiguous lighting made her feel that Chen Ji's eyes looked strange. Under this lighting mode, it will be convenient for you two to improve your relationship during your free time. Oh, we have also specially prepared something to stop elves. Ahem, manager, there's no need to go into detail about this. We will slowly explore it ourselves. Chen-gu interrupted. Li Yunru also quickly responded. Yes, there is no need to explain this to me. If I continue talking like this, I'm sure the live broadcast room will be closed. Excuse me, you two. I spoke too much. The manager quickly apologized. Then let's go check out other areas. Chen-gu shook his head. No need. I already know everything I need to know. I just hope the check-in time can be as soon as possible. Just call me when you are ready. I won't read on because I have something else to do. Chen-gu refused. To be honest, this house has completely satisfied Chen Ji's fantasy of a luxury house. There's no need to spend any more time watching it. The key is that this atmosphere light is so exciting. Chen-gu suddenly had a bold idea. What would it be like if beauties of Shenluoqiao, Li Yunru, and Ncisi all moved in? Campus beauty. Anchor. Celebrity. Doesn't this mean that the king will no longer hold court early in the morning? In that case, I will not elaborate further. If you have any further questions, Mr. Chen, you can contact me by phone or WeChat at any time. The sales manager said politely. Okay. Chen-gu said. Then he took Li Yunru's live broadcast equipment directly. At this time, the popularity of the live broadcast room has exceeded 25 million, and the number of VIP seats has reached more than 70,000. This is obviously the popularity of a phenomenal anchor. Dear audience, happy times are always short-lived, and it's time to say goodbye to everyone again. Chen-gu obviously noticed Li Yunru's live broadcast data. However, he just casually responded and closed the live broadcast room. 3 minutes later, the two left Tangcheng Yiping and got back into the Porsche. Chen-gu, why didn't you explain when the manager called me Mrs. Chen just now? Li Yunru asked. She held the hem of her skirt tightly with both hands. Sweat broke out on my palms. She felt a little nervous. Nervous about Chen Ji's answer. Worried about her position in Chen Ji's heart. In the adult world, not refusing means agreeing. Chen Ji's refusal to explain actually revealed a lot of information. But this approach is neither proactive nor rejecting. It also made Li Yunru crazy. She desperately needed an answer. An answer given by Chen-gu himself. You're talking about this. Let me save my breath after you explain it. Chen-gu held the steering wheel with one hand and said calmly. As soon as he said this, he saw a hint of disappointment in Li Yunru's eyes. It was as if he had let out a sigh of relief. Li Yunru's eyes were complicated. She felt a little sad, but it seemed like she had no reason to be sad. We've only known each other for 2 days, why should I ask him to like me? But Li Yunru knew that she really fell in love with Chen-gu. Can't help myself. But I don't want to explain. Let's just leave it as a misunderstanding. Chen-gu suddenly looked at Li Yunru with an ambiguous look. Chapter 27, A Kiss in a Porsche. Under Chen Ji's scorching gaze, Li Yunru was a little at a loss. The close distance instantly heated up the atmosphere in the car. Chen-gu could even feel Li Yunru's breathing gradually becoming heavier. You, don't get so close to me. Li Yunru avoided her gaze, feeling ashamed and angry. Chen Ji's surprise attack was too sudden. There is almost no chance for people to react. She couldn't help but feel her heart beating wildly. She didn't want to be so embarrassed. But there was no way, Chen-gu was just too good at flirting. I didn't hear you. What did you say? Chen-gu pretended to be deaf and dumb and approached again. The distance between the two people was so close that their noses were touching. Gulp. Swallowed. Chen-gu looked at Li Yunru's pure and charming face. Li Yunru had already closed her eyes. It looks like it's ready for you to pick. It is said that women are double-faced creatures. Saying no means yes. Chen-gu went all out and kissed her directly. Asphyxia. It's so suffocating. Even though it has evolved countless times in my mind. But Li Yunru never thought that she would kiss Chen-gu under such circumstances. But the feeling from the tip of the tongue was intoxicating. This ultimate enjoyment actually made her a little greedy. She found that she was unable to stop Chen Ji's attack. She gave up all thought of resistance and sank completely. Judging from external conditions alone, Chen-gu is truly a perfect lover. Handsome, rich, and considerate. The key is to have a pattern. She believed that as long as Chen-gu wanted, he could find a prettier anchor than her. But Chen-gu didn't. And he spent millions of dollars on gifts but never asked her to do anything. He even took the initiative to give her clothes worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. This kind of silent contribution does not ask for anything in return. It really kills girls. She took the initiative to respond to Chen Ji's kiss. Not fierce, but firm. A feeling of satisfaction slowly filled my brain. Almost defenseless, Chen Ji's hand reached into Li Yunru's skirt. At this moment, Li Yunru woke up instantly and immediately grabbed Chen Ji's exploring hand. Well, no. Not yet. At least not in the car. At this moment, Chen-gu was awakened from his dream. Oh shit. I'm addicted. What am I doing? I actually wanted to play this in the car in broad daylight. He immediately pulled his hand away from Li Yunru's grasp. It's so fucking embarrassing. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Understand. Li Yunru didn't dare to look Chen-gu in the eye. It's so shameful. However, at this moment Chen-gu also captured key information. He just couldn't help himself. Then he reached out his hand and felt around. But Li Yunru did not refuse his touch. Even a little cooperative. What if it's not in the car next time? Realizing this, Chen-gu felt like he had discovered a new world. Chen-gu, what kind of relationship do we have now? We kissed, and you even touched me just now. Li Yunru mustered up the courage to ask. She still couldn't help it. So far, Chen-gu has not given her an answer. Just keep it ambiguous. But their behavior had already crossed the line. This is both kissing and touching. This is not something that ordinary friends can do. And just now I almost. Although she usually dresses in a seductive and mature manner, she is still a very conservative girl at heart. And that kiss just now was her first kiss. If you didn't like Chen-gu very much, there was no way she would allow Chen-gu to do these things. But she didn't want to continue living with him in such an unclear way. Chen-gu also knew that he couldn't continue to fool people, so he expressed his feelings directly. Yunro, I like you. I admit that I was attracted to you when I first met you at the barbershop. But after getting to know you, I found that you are a good girl, clean, self-disciplined, principled. And you can support yourself. To be honest, I admire girls like this. Chen-gu was unusually serious. Look into Li Yunru's eyes and express your true feelings. So, will you date me? Li Yunru heard Chen Ji's sincere confession. My eyes were slightly red and my nose felt sore. I almost cried. Chen-gu had always been distant towards her. He seemed to care about her, but never asked for anything in return. The key is to never take the initiative, nor refuse. She had also had this idea in her mind. Maybe Chen-gu doesn't like her, but just wants to play with her because he is bored. Or maybe he was just a fish in Chen Ji's pond. It doesn't matter whether you have it or not. But after Chen-gu expressed his true feelings, she could no longer hold back. This is a very strange mentality. Both men and women are always interested in things that are close yet far away. It seems to be right in front of me, but I just can't catch it. The so-called Aquaman in real life grasp this mentality and make people unable to extricate themselves. Sink into it. So there is a reason why more and more people are in love nowadays. Chen-gu used this little trick. Bad guy, why didn't you say it earlier? Li Yunru raised her fist and hit Chen-gu in the chest. Chen-gu felt pain and immediately revealed a painful expression. Hiss. Chen-gu, are you okay? Did I hurt you? Li Yunru exclaimed. Chen-gu lay on the steering wheel with a painful expression. No, it hurts. You haven't promised me yet. It's already this late, and you're still talking about this. Isn't it enough that I promised you? Let me see how you are. Li Yunru was confused because of her concern. He was totally unaware of Chen Ji's deliberate attempt to confuse people. Only the next second, Chen Ji's painful expression turned into a nasty one. He sat up as if nothing had happened and coughed lightly. Ahem, get it. Li Yunru, who just reacted now, finally understood Chen Ji's trick. Suddenly he became angry and embarrassed. Chen-gu, you lied to me. Chen-gu looked innocent. Ah, what's the point of cheating? I'm just using tactics to control my henchmen. You really think I'm your little follower? You're dreaming. Li Yunru fought back. Afterwards, Li Yunru took the initiative to kiss Chen-gu on the face. Stamp it. From now on, you are mine. Don't regret it. A kiss in the car sealed the deal. The two have completely confirmed their relationship. 30 minutes later. In the cinema. Chen-gu held a big bucket of popcorn and started watching their first movie together. Li Yunru chose a romance movie. How could a grown man like Chen-gu be interested in a romance movie? During the movie, all my attention was on Li Yunru. The hands are not honest either. He touched her here and rubbed her there, making her feel very uncomfortable. The key is that Li Yunru's JK outfit with white stockings is so charming. It's like a different person. This is for Chen-gu, who has not lost her virginity yet. It's simply a fatal attraction. If the hero and heroine had not broken up at the end of the film, Li Yunru would have cried so hard that Chen-gu would have felt embarrassed to continue taking advantage of her. It is estimated that Li Yunru will be offended for the entire movie. Chapter 28, Observe for a while and see how you perform. Looking at the tear marks left by Li Yunru on the clothes, Chen-gu was confused. Are all women prone to tear incontinence? Can you cry like this just by watching a romance movie? After watching the movie, the two went to a high-end restaurant. Due to the existence of a 100-fold rebate, and the fact that the two had just confirmed their relationship. As expected, this order was paid by Chen-gu again. Chen-gu took advantage of this opportunity to earn hundreds of thousands of rebates. How can I describe how awesome it is? The most important thing is after the relationship is established. Chen-gu could have many reasons to spend money on Li Yunru. It is not just limited to making money through live streaming. When the time comes, I will just buy some valuable items for Li Yunru. The rebates are coming in quickly. It's exciting just thinking about it. Night. A Porsche was parked in front of the old rental house. Chen-gu, thank you. I am very happy today. Li Yunru was in a particularly good mood. Ever since she and Chen-gu confirmed their relationship, she felt as if a huge weight had been lifted from her heart. Wait, Yunru, is this your home? Chen-gu questioned. Well, I'm renting here temporarily. My parents are in their hometown in the countryside. To be honest, Li Yunru's living environment was a little beyond Chen Ji's expectations. While watching the live broadcast, her room in the live studio was decorated very exquisitely. This made Chen-gu subconsciously think that Li Yunru's accommodation environment should be pretty good. But the appearance of this rental house is old. There are even cracks in many places. Apart from being able to see through the window that some of the rooms are better decorated, the rest of the place is simply horrible. It was similar to the rental house where Chen-gu lived at the time. How about you come and stay with me in the hotel? Chen-gu asked tentatively. He really felt that it was a bit unfair for Li Yunru to live in such a place. Of course, he also has selfish motives. It is more likely for two people to have a conflict when they live together. Chen Ji's mission of losing his virginity can also be completed soon. Chen-gu admitted that he was indeed a bit obsessed with losing his virginity. But a fucking rich second generation in his 20s. Run out and say that you are still a virgin. Chen-gu couldn't afford to lose this person. Li Yunru looked at Chen Ji's sincere eyes and knew that he really wanted to help her. No need. Actually, I live quite well here. I put a lot of thought into everything in the live studio. If I live in a hotel with you, the conditions will be much better, but it will affect the live broadcast. Li Yunru declined politely. It's not that she doesn't want to live with Chen-gu. But I have some concerns. Live together with Chen-gu, and the live broadcast room will be all about Chen-gu. On the surface, it seems that her interaction with Chen-gu will generate huge traffic. However, as time goes by, Chen Ji's true identity will be revealed by netizens. If Chen Ji's personal information is leaked at that time, it will have a great impact on his life. And the most crucial point. She learned that lesson in the cinema. Chen-gu, this old pervert. If I really lived with him, I probably wouldn't be able to get out of bed for 3 days. For the sake of your health, you should take it slow for now. Really? Observe for a while first. If you behave well, I will go live with you. Then I'll rent you a house in the city center in a while, and buy you some small things to decorate it. Okay, but I have to pay for it this time. Then I will agree with all my reluctance. But, dear little follower, is there anything missing before we say goodbye? What? Li Yunru was puzzled. Chen Gu pointed to his cheek. Li Yunru understood and her face turned red. He approached Chen Gu and gently touched his face. Just about to take it back. As a result, Chen Gu suddenly moved closer and attacked her lips precisely. Caught off guard, Chen Gu succeeded in another sneak attack. By the time Li Yunru reacted, Chen Gu had already retired. Why, you don't want to leave, how about I? Don't! Li Yunru made a prompt decision and opened the car door. Escape in panic. Watching Li Yunru walk away quickly, Chen Gu looked at his crotch and flicked it. Fuck you, Big Brother is really racking his brains for you. Thinking of this, Chen Gu drove away. Chen Gu found that since he gained expertise in physical training, he had more thoughts in that area. The side effects are too obvious. Is this just having energy but nowhere to vent it? It seems that I need to exercise more to let go. The following days. Apart from attending classes, Chen Gu basically spent the rest of his time teasing Li Yunru. And Xin Luoqiao is indeed a learning maniac. After agreeing with Chen Gu on a time to meet for the party, he stayed in the dormitory and read a book quietly. Later, Chen Gu simply decided not to stay in the hotel and went through the formalities. So I moved into the school. Firstly, it would probably take some time to move into the house at Tangqingiping, and Li Yunru had no plans to live together for the time being. Second, it is more convenient to find Xin Luoqiao at school. Chen Gu thought. Anyway, I have enough money now, so it doesn't matter where I live. It would be better to move back to school directly. It's just for convenience. Night. Night falls. The charming city of Shanghai has completely changed its appearance. The lights are bright and the city is prosperous. And in the best private dormitory of the affiliated university. Chen Gu in front of the mirror was wearing a tuxedo and his hair was meticulously groomed. He looks like an upper-class elite. Although he didn't know why Xin Luoqiao asked him to dress up nicely to attend the party. But after all, it was the first time she took the initiative to ask Chen Gu out. Chen Gu made careful preparations for this. When he was almost dressed, he picked up his phone and sent a message to Xin Luoqiao. Luoqiao, I'm almost ready, how about you? Okay, I'll be right there, just wait a moment. Then I'll go get the car from the garage and pick you up later. Wait, take a picture first so I can confirm if you are fooling me. Chen Gu was helpless. Wouldn't it be better to keep some mystery? He picked up his phone and looked in the mirror. He smiled, which he thought was charming, and sent it out. As a result, Xin Luoqiao poured a basin of cold water on him. Who asked you to take a picture of your silly smile? I asked you to take a full body picture to see how you look today. It's so awkward. I am special. Women are trouble. Isn't my expression handsome? It's extremely handsome, okay? Chen Gu complained in his heart. But I still took a full body photo obediently. Well, it's not bad. It looks pretty good. I think you've passed. We are just going to a party, why do you have to make me dress up so nicely and inspect it in person? Because the guy who's hosting the party is pursuing me, and I'm still hesitating whether I should say yes to him. Oh my god. Chen Gu immediately became alert. You also want to touch the woman I like. Chen Gu ran to the mirror again and looked at it carefully. I just said that the hairspray here is not good enough. Hey, do you want to put some powder on your face? It's a little dark. Chapter 29, renting a Porsche for one night is quite expensive, right? After a few minutes, Chen Gu thought he had cleaned up perfectly. He walked into the underground garage and drove out the Porsche that had been gathering dust for several days. Driving on the road, Chen Gu recognized Xin Luoqiao from a distance. It's not that Chen Gu has good eyesight. The main reason is that Xin Luoqiao's outfit today is so eye-catching. She was actually wearing a cheongsam and her hair was tied up, revealing her charming swan neck. The S-shaped curve is displayed vividly. The slender waist can be held in one hand and is matched with high heels. The noble aura emanating from his entire body seemed to lower the temperature within a 10-meter radius by a few degrees. The aura is simply fully open. At this time, many students passing by were staring with wide eyes. Fuck, this cheongsam is so charming. She is the campus beauty of the finance department. She usually dresses very conservatively, but today she is too flashy. It looks so good. I like it so much. Hiss. If I had a girlfriend like this, I would live 10 years less. However, despite all her boasting, no one dared to ask her for authority. Basically, they were blocked out by her icy temperament. At this moment, a man calmly drove a Porsche and drifted in front of Shenluo Qiao. Hey, pretty girl, are you alone? Do you want to get in the car and play with me? Shen Gu said with a grin. Oh my god, is that guy looking for death? How dare he talk to school beautician like that? Look at what car this guy is driving before you say anything. It's a Porsche. Hey, why does he look familiar to me? Shit, isn't that guy Chen Gu? Under the gaze of everyone, Shenluo Qiao did not hesitate. He opened the car door and got in. This caused passers-by to exclaim in surprise. Boring. I haven't forgiven you yet, stop trying to get close to me. Shen Gu was shocked. This woman really holds a grudge. It was just a kiss, and it was my first kiss. Shen Gu. Okay, it's my fault. Shen Gu discovered that sometimes women are really strange. She was the one who ran away with a red face when they kissed, and she is also the one who turned her face away and ignored him now. It's too fickle. No wonder they say women's hearts are as unfathomable as the sea. If you weren't good looking, no one could stand it. But it should be said. Shenluo Qiao's tight cheongsam is really seductive. Just sitting next to her, Shen Gu felt dry in the mouth. My hands were shaking a little when I was steering the wheel. Is it necessary to dress like this for a party? 10 minutes later. Shen Gu took Shenluo Qiao to their destination. Intercontinental Giants. A very famous club in Shanghai. Those who can enter this club are basically rich second generations. At the door, a tall figure was looking around. Hi, Luo Qiao, seeing you dressed so beautifully, I know that the wait tonight is worth it. Chen Jie greeted him. Then his eyes began to look at Shenluo Qiao wantonly. In fact, Chen Jie didn't wait long at all. But see what Shenluo Qiao is wearing today. He vowed to get this woman. So fucking sexy. Moreover, this kind of ice beauty is exactly the one he wants to conquer the most. Just one look and I couldn't help myself. Shenluo Qiao said indifferently, without a good look on his face. Chen Gu started to feel unhappy the moment he saw Chen Jie. Especially the look he gave Shenluo Qiao. Do you dare to be any more naughty? Chen Gu discovered that his mentality had changed since he kissed Shenluo Qiao last time. In Chen Ji's heart, he has already tacitly regarded Shenluo Qiao as his girlfriend. He found that his possessiveness towards Shenluo Qiao was too strong. Especially today, Shenluo Qiao's clothes are so slim-fitting. The good figure is fully displayed. Although he enjoyed the sight, Chen Jie's unscrupulous gaze almost swallowed Shenluo Qiao. This made him very uncomfortable. It feels like someone else is eyeing your stuff. Hello, my name is Chen Gu, and I'm Luo Qiao's boyfriend. Chen Gu forced a smile. Reach out your hand. But Chen Jie simply ignored it. You? Luo Qiao, even if you want to reject my pursuit, you shouldn't find someone like this to act. Does this guy have any other advantages besides being handsome? How much does he have? Can he give you the life you want? I mean, man, renting a Porsche for one night is expensive, right? Can you afford it with your monthly salary? Chen Jie didn't take his love rival Chen Gu seriously at all. Chen Gu calmly withdrew his hand. He countered, how long do you plan to let Luo Qiao stand here? All night? As for whether I have money or not, what does it have to do with you? You're paralyzed. Chen Gu was a little angry. But he still held back. Try not to swear in front of Shenluo Qiao. Snort. Chen Jie snorted coldly. You too, please come in. Chen Jie reluctantly invited Chen Gu in as well. Before going in, he looked at the Porsche parked at the door. I always feel like I've seen it somewhere. But I can't remember. I shook my head and decided not to think about it anymore. Anyway, Chen Gu is not a poor boy. Could he be richer than me? The Intercontinental Club is worthy of being the favorite gathering place for young masters. The style of the entire club is decorated to cater to the preferences of young people. In addition to the area for drinking, the entire box is so large that there is also a place for singing and dancing. Generally speaking, Intercontinental Grand is more like a luxury bar. What Chen Jie called a party was actually just a bunch of people sitting together drinking. In the box, several young people were sitting around a table. They all looked cynical. Without exception, they all held the hostesses in their arms. Luo Qiao, let me introduce you. This is Zhang Fan, the son of Mr. Zhang from Zhongshi Pharmaceutical. Hello, sister-in-law. This is Song Qi, the son of Mr. Song from Song's Garden. Hello, sister-in-law. This is Bai Xiaoshuang, from Bai's Auto Repair, Mr. Bai's son. Hello, sister-in-law. Chen Jie introduced the identities of each one. Without exception, this group of young people called Shen Luoqiao's sister-in-law. Shen Gu understood it immediately. This was a greeting that Chen Jie had made in advance. Let them do that. Chen Jie and I are just ordinary friends. You don't have to call me sister-in-law. Shen Luoqiao directly distanced himself from the matter. A chill rose in my heart towards Chen Jie again. Without telling anyone in advance, he asked his friends to call him sister-in-law. This behavior. To be honest, it's very depressing. Yes, Luoqiao is right. It's too early to change your mind now, as we haven't even started yet. Chen Jie quickly joined in. Then he winked at Song Qi. Song Qi immediately understood. Isn't it just a matter of time? We brothers have often heard Jie talk about you. Seeing you today, I found that you are indeed extraordinary. No wonder Jie is so obsessed with you. By the way, sister-in-law, why did you bring a driver with you when you come to drink? Song Qi asked directly. Don't worry, if you get drunk, let Jie take you home. Jie, are you still worried? Chapter 30, Taking Advantage of the Chaos to Put Drugs in the Wine. Song Qi is indeed a veteran in the nightlife scene. In just a few words, he not only belittled Chen Gu, but also brought Chen Jie and Shen Luoqiao closer. Chen Jie gave him an appreciative look. Hint to Chen Jie, well done. No need, Shen Gu will take me back in a while, don't worry about it. Shen Luoqiao refused. Luoqiao, don't worry. Even if you are drunk, I will never have any bad intentions towards you. Chen Jie immediately expressed his opinion. Seeing that the other party still maintained a cold attitude, Song Qi continued to attack with words. Yes, sister-in-law. Don't you still trust Jie? He is better than this driver anyway. And Shen Luoqiao was already a little disgusted. I heard the other party directly call Chen Gu the driver. She was completely upset. Besides, even if you were drunk, given your relationship with Jie, isn't it reasonable for Jie to do something? That's enough. Hearing Song Qi's words going further and further, Shen Luoqiao could no longer bear it. Chen Jie, our relationship isn't that good yet, is it? If the party you're talking about is for me to come and listen to your friends talking about boring and obscene things, I'm leaving. Shen Luoqiao exploded with emotion. Her plump breasts also rose and fell at this moment. Shen Gu was furious when he saw Shen Luoqiao. He doesn't pretend anymore. What a bunch of idiots. A bunch of giant babies who only know how to rely on their parents. They don't really think they can survive in the Magic City without their parents. What are Mr. Zhang's son, Mr. Song's son, Mr. Bai's son? I want to laugh when I hear them. You can only rely on your father to make others know you, right? When Chen Jie was introducing it just now, Chen Gu checked it on his mobile phone. The total assets of the companies owned by these young masters barely exceed 100 million. In a place like Shanghai, a brick could kill several billionaires. I guess I can't even get a number. This kind of bastard is still using his father's name to show off. No need to say anything more, Chen Gu, let's go. Shen Luoqiao's face was as cold as ice. My favorability towards Chen Jie hit rock bottom. At this time, Chen Jie saw that something was wrong. Come out immediately to smooth things over. Why are you all so angry? Song Qi, didn't I tell you not to be so outspoken? It's not your turn to intervene in the affairs between Luoqiao and me. Also, the person next to Luoqiao is her friend, Chen Gu, not a driver. I didn't have time to introduce him just now. Everyone sit down and calm down. Chen Jie said this. Seeing Shen Luoqiao's expression eased slightly. He called the waiter again. Hello sir, what can I do for you? Bring us some drinks. Can't you see the tables are empty? I'm sorry, sir. It's my oversight. But, sir, we don't just serve alcohol here. We usually serve dishes in the form of set meals. Then follow the set menu. The packages are 98.88, 38888, and 88888. Which one would you like, sir? Then let's go with 88888. Chen Yingjie made a prompt decision. Chen Yingjie deliberately spoke very loudly so that everyone in the box could hear it. Yes, sir. This is the consumption in the club. A random meal package will cost tens of thousands. It's simply not something that ordinary people can afford. And those hostesses saw how wealthy Chen Yingjie was. Everyone's eyes were almost popping out. Mr. Chen is really generous. He ordered the most expensive set meal right away. Wow, whoever can marry Chen Xiao will be so happy. But, Master Chen seems to be only interested in that sister. Chen Yingjie enjoyed the hostess's exclamations very much. Driven by this crowd, he couldn't help but look at Shen Luoqiao. Shen Luoqiao still looks like an icy beauty. There didn't seem to be any waves about this matter. He looked at Chen Gu again. As a result, this guy was calmer. I looked here and there, but couldn't meet his eyes. It felt like a punch on cotton. I have energy but nowhere to use it. It's so uncomfortable. With the help of money, the set meal was served quickly. Actually, there is nothing special about it, just a few bottles of foreign liquor. Add some fruit plates or something like that. He dares to ask for 80,000 for such a small thing. Chen Gu couldn't help but complain. It's so dark. At this time Zhang Fan brought up the topic again. Yingjie, I heard that you recently bought yourself a property in Shanghai. I think it's in the city center, right? Yeah, it didn't cost much, just over 7 million, not a lot. Chen Yingjie said modestly. But there were hostesses there to create a good atmosphere. This kind of thing seems exaggerated. Wow, Master Chen casually spends 7 million for a house. How generous. 7 million. I wouldn't even dare to think of that in my dreams. Zhang Fan also took over the conversation. Yingjie, don't be so hypocritical. Everyone knows that you are the best among us. Isn't 7 million just a drop in the bucket for you? Bai Xiaoshuang also said, yes, Yingjie, don't be so modest. My dad always uses you as an example when he scolds me, and my ears are almost calloused. Several people continued to flatter Chen Yingjie. At this time, Chen Yingjie winked at Song Qi again. Song Qi understood immediately. Yingjie, I remember you won an award in some international dance competition. This box is quite big, how about performing for us? Well, it's just a random first prize, nothing special. Come on, it's just right for us to open our eyes. In that case, I will show my ugliness. Chen Yingjie agreed reluctantly on the surface. But in fact, he asked Song Qi to say these words. He knew it very well. There are only a few things that a woman likes in a man. Wealth, looks, talent. As for his wealth, he had already demonstrated it during the chat just now. Dancing is even more easy for him. Let me ask you, can a woman resist such a rich and talented man? In short, this is Chen Yingjie's purpose for asking Shen Luoqiao out tonight. Just to act cool in front of her. Show everything that can be shown. Another thing is that he arranged for Song Qi to put drugs in Shen Luoqiao's wine during the chaos. He believes that as long as the matter is settled, it will be done. After tonight, Shen Luoqiao had no chance to regret. Chen Yingjie stood up, walked to Shen Luoqiao, bent down, and extended his hand politely. Luoqiao, I remember you seem to be able to dance a little bit. So, I would like to invite you to dance with me. Would you be so kind as to do me the honor? Chen Yingjie tried to be gentlemanly in every movement and tone. The people around immediately started to make a noise. Sister-in-law, dance with brother Jie. Jump 1, jump 1. Woohoo, sister-in-law, don't be shy, brother Jie has already taken the initiative to invite you. The voices of several rich second generations are louder than each other. These guys are all veterans in the bar scene. Naturally, I know how to create an atmosphere and get people to do something. It's actually very simple. The principle behind this is the same as confessing your love in public. They are all psychological cues. With outsiders cheering on the side, the probability of being rejected is very low. Because one of their major functions is to create an atmosphere. This kind of atmosphere can easily make people get carried away and lose their rationality. Moreover, because of the audience's booing, even if the person involved does not want to agree, he or she will generally not refuse for the sake of face. But this method is obviously not suitable for Shen Luoqiao. Faced with this situation, she didn't move at all, but just slightly opened her red lips and answered in a tone that seemed to be keeping people away. Not interested. Chapter 31, I will torture you with the dance that you are so proud of. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere froze. Chen Yingjie didn't expect that Shen Luoqiao would be so decisive. No face at all. It doesn't matter. If Luoqiao doesn't want to, forget it. Chen Yingjie withdrew his hand that was frozen in the air. Behave in a gentle and polite manner. But he sneered in his heart. Shen Luoqiao, just wait for me. Tonight, I want you to climb into my bed. I thought so in my heart. Chen Yingjie took a deep breath and walked onto the stage. When the first spotlight hits the stage, the whole audience was silent. The next moment, a soothing music flows slowly. Accompanied by the music, Chen Yingjie's dance began. And Chen Yingjie is worthy of being someone who can win awards in international competitions. Every dance step he made was perfect, as if he had rehearsed it countless times. It fits the music, sometimes melodious, sometimes deep. As the music progressed, a look of confidence shone on his face. It seemed as if at this moment, the entire stage was his home court. The song is over. Everyone in the audience applauded. Great! He is really a hero. He can perform so well on the spot. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen Yingjie perform live. His skills are definitely not inferior to Yang Liping's. To be honest, my sister has a dance teacher who is incomparable to Brother Jie. If you ask me, you should just become my sister's dance teacher and I will pay you a salary. I'm not saying anything bad to you, Lao Zhang, but can you afford to hire Yingjie? Ha ha ha. Same here. Amidst the attention of the crowd, Chen Yingjie walked off the stage. He looked at Shen Luoqiao. Luoqiao, what do you think? In fact, even Shen Luoqiao was a little surprised at this moment. As the saying goes, the layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. She herself is also quite knowledgeable about dance. Of course I know how difficult it is to reach Chen Yingjie's level of perfection. Moreover, this cannot be achieved simply through hard work. You also need to have a great talent for dancing. Shen Luoqiao found that she was unable to refute Chen Yingjie's question. Because his dance is really beautiful. After a moment's hesitation, she could only say, it's okay. Chen Yingjie was very satisfied with this answer. He knew that it was as difficult as climbing to heaven to hear compliments from Shen Luoqiao. Upon hearing this, Chen Yingjie turned his gaze to Chen Gu again. Mr. Chen, what do you think? He looked sarcastic. There is a sense of superiority in his words. Just a lazy pretty boy like Chen Gu. He knew at a glance that the person was definitely a layman and probably couldn't even recognize the major dance styles. How can I understand it? Chen Gu just sat there calmly, playing with the cup. The next second, he put the cup down and looked at Chen Yingjie. A scornful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A piece of shit. What? Chen Yingjie's expression froze instantly. He never expected Chen Gu to say this. From the time he started learning dance to now, Chen Yingjie has always heard praises. Therefore, dancing has always been his capital for showing off. But Chen Gu actually dared to speak rudely to him in this field. Chen Gu, I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again. Chen Yingjie gritted his teeth. I say, your dancing is a piece of shit. You have the nerve to show off this? Hearing this, everyone attacked him. Chen Gu, who do you think you are? How dare you slander Yingjie? You loser, we let you sit here today just to give Brother Jie face, who do you think you are? If I don't teach you a lesson, you don't know your own worth, do you? Song Qi smashed the wine bottle directly, and the broken glass flew all over the floor. Don't be so shameless. Because of Chen Ji's casual words, the atmosphere in the entire box suddenly became tense. It is obvious that Chen Yingjie is the core of this group of rich young men. And Chen Gu actually dared to make trouble for Chen Yingjie. This undoubtedly touched their sore spot. Chen Yingjie laughed out of anger. Okay, since you said my dancing is shit, why don't you go up and dance for a bit, dare you? Chen Yingjie is extremely confident. He has sharp eyes. It was obvious at first glance that Chen Ji's body shape was not likely to be that of a person with dancing skills. Plus, he is absolutely confident in his dancing. Only then dare to make provocative remarks. Dancing is a very expensive skill. From the time he started learning dance to now, the money he has spent visiting famous teachers has reached several million. This does not include the expenses of his further studies abroad. And Chenggu is a loser who rents a Porsche to show off, and you said he has ever been exposed to dance. Who believes it? However, the next second Chenggu agreed very calmly. Okay. In fact, Chenggu didn't want to be so high profile. For Shen Luoqiao, he tried his best to endure it. However, good people are often bullied. It started when he arrived at the Intercontinental Giants. No one has ever given him a good look. First, Chen Yingjie mocked him for renting a Porsche. Later, Song Qi hired him as a driver. The most crucial point is that they spoke rudely to Shen Luoqiao. Damn, you like to show off, right? Good. I will beat you up in the thing you are most proud of. The atmosphere became increasingly tense. Shen Luoqiao finally couldn't bear it anymore. Chenggu, don't be so stubborn. Chen Yingjie's dancing ability is indeed very strong. There's no need to compete with him on this matter. To be honest, Shen Luoqiao had never heard that Chenggu could dance. Chenggu had never even participated in the school's cultural performance. You, an ordinary person, are competing with someone who has received professional training. Isn't this just showing off? However, Chen Ji's expression was surprisingly calm. No problem. Chenggu walked onto the stage at a leisurely pace. And during this time, Chen Yingjie leaned over quietly and whispered into Song Qi's ear. Has the medicine been administered? No, the woman was holding the cup the whole time, so I didn't have a chance to get off. I'll find a chance to talk to her later, and you drug her. Good. On stage. The moment the music started, Chen Ji's original lazy temperament changed immediately. Instead, a dancer's unique tenacity, strength, and flexibility emanated. At this moment, Chenggu seemed like a different person. Focus. Introverted. Deep. Just from this performance, Chen Yingjie had an ominous premonition in his heart. Suddenly, Chenggu moved. When he made the first move, Chen Yingjie was shocked. Same music, same dance, same moves. However, Chenggu seemed to be injected with soul. Just one look and you'll be deeply attracted. With just one move, the winner is instantly decided. The music continues. Chenggu continued to dance. Every dance move is exactly the same as Chen Yingjie's. But the effects are very different. If Chen Yingjie's dance is like a worker on an assembly line, skilled and accomplished, Chen Ji's dance was like a machine, striving for perfection and being accurate to the last detail. But, within the perfect fit, there is the unique charm of a top dancer. Yes, it's Shen Yun. This kind of thing is what every dancer dreams of. Chapter 32. He is the mysterious rich man. Damn, he is in big trouble. And this is also the biggest watershed between dancers and top dancers. Everyone's eyes widened, shock evident in their expressions. Oh my god, Chenggu can really dance? Besides, isn't this the same dance as Yingjie's? Although I don't understand dancing, I feel like Chenggu seems to dance better. This. No wonder he dared to speak so arrogantly to Yingjie. It turns out he was well prepared. At this time, Chen Yingjie was completely speechless. Is this Chenggu? Is this the loser? But why can he do this? Chen Yingjie boasts that his dancing talent is unmatched among his peers. However, after seeing Chen Ji's performance today, he felt a strong sense of powerlessness. Is this dance performed by Chen Yingjie improvised? Of course not. In order to show myself in front of Shen Luoqiao, his entire dance tonight was choreographed in advance. From the selection of songs to every movement, we consulted industry authorities before performing. Apart from anything else, he practiced this dance alone for a whole month. But Chenggu just took a look. Not only that, Chenggu not only memorized every dance move, and they are even better than their predecessors. All the movements are more complete than his. The emotions are fuller. When did such a genius appear in the dance world? It turned out that the talent that he was most proud of was worthless in Chen Ji's eyes. Off the stage, the person who was most surprised was naturally Shen Luoqiao. No matter how calm she was, she opened her mouth in surprise. When did Chenggu learn to dance? How come I never knew? Moreover, as one of the only two people in the audience who knew how to dance, she was of course aware of Chen Ji's seemingly nonchalant performance. How terrifying is the story behind this? Every move is difficult. She was already shocked enough when Chen Jie jumped just now. But Chen Gu actually copied it exactly. This requires more than just a superb memory. You also need to have enough confidence in your abilities. After all, humans are preconceived animals. After Chen Jie finished dancing once, if Chen Gu just copied the dance moves exactly, then everyone will think it's just average. However, Chen Gu not only reproduced it perfectly, but also sublimated it. If Chen Jie's dance is about moving to the song, then every dance step fits perfectly with the song. Then Chen Gu's dance is the song following the movement of the person. Just do what you want, and it's natural. The next second, Chen Gu, who was still dancing, suddenly stopped. He walked up to Shen Luoqiao. Luoqiao, I wonder if I would have the honor to dance with you. Chen Gu is like an elegant prince, waiting for the princess to dance with him. Certainly. Shen Luoqiao smiled, and this smile was like a snow lotus blooming on an iceberg. It was not until now that she realized that Chen Gu was like a huge treasure. The more you dig, the more you'll find shining points in him. She gently placed her hand on Chen Ji's palm and then went on stage. Chen Gu took one step forward, and his body tilted. At this moment, Shen Luoqiao's heart seemed to be filled with thousands of waves. Because she found out. Under Chen Ji's guidance, every dance step reached a height that he had never been able to reach before. All the movements came to life, as if under the guidance of a top master. At this moment, the two of them were like a pair of mandarin ducks flying side by side. Fly freely in the sky. Everything around was eclipsed. In the audience, Chen Jie's eyes were bloodshot. A strong feeling of jealousy rose from my heart. Chen Gu! How dare you trample on my dignity in the area that I am most proud of? Don't expect your woman to have an easy time either. He gestured toward Song Qi. Song Qi understood immediately. He moved calmly. The white pill in his hand fell silently into Shen Luoqiao's cup under the cover of his hand. Bai Xiaoshuang, who witnessed all this, immediately stood up and walked out of the box. He walked forward until he reached the gate. Did he know that Chen Jie was going to drug him? No. But he couldn't stop it. Because everyone has their own social circle. This kind of behavior may have already been commonplace among the rich young people. But he couldn't bear it. It was a trivial matter for them, but it destroyed a girl's innocence. He felt guilty, but was powerless to change it. Life always makes everyone worldly wise. We wanted to get away. But there are always some relationships that we need to maintain. Chen Jie and his gang are the ones he needs to protect. Thinking of this, he opened Douyin, hoping to distract himself with short videos. Shocking. The mysterious rich man who has swiped 900 treasure maps in a row once again made a magical move and bought a 300 million mansion in full. Who is supporting the Porsche guy? A roundup of the internet's richest men, the Porsche guy's lavish spending. I watched several videos in a row. Bai Xiaoshuang actually got the follow-up of the treasure map incident 2 days ago. He also paid attention to this matter and originally thought that this was just an operation of the live broadcast platform to attract traffic. But when I saw the other party buying the 300 million mansion in full, even Bai Xiaoshuang lost his composure. How huge a fortune must one have to be able to easily buy such a mansion? He must be worth at least several billion. The car he drives is quite low-key, just a Porsche 911. Bai Xiaoshuang thought so. The next second, the pupils dilated infinitely. Wherever he looked, a Porsche 911 was parked there quietly. Oh shit. He checked the video again and again to confirm. Guaranteed authenticity. Before the party started, he was bored and looked out from the box. Just then I saw Chen Gu and Shen Luoqiao getting out of the car. Could it be? An incredible answer flashed through Bai Xiaoshuang's mind. Chen Gu is the legendary mysterious boss. The person who spent a huge sum of money to buy a mansion worth 300 million. But Song Qi laughed at the other person and said he was a driver. Laughing at a person who was worth at least several billion for being a driver? It's crazy to think about it. Whether it is him, Zhang Fan, or Song Qi. Still the most rampant one is Chen Jie. The net worth of only a few people barely exceeds 100 million. They can crush their entire family with just one finger. We humiliated him in every way. Oh shit, something is going to happen. The next second, Bai Xiaoshuang ran towards the box. At this moment, he wished he had an extra pair of legs. Damn it, I'm in big trouble. In the box. Chen Gu and Xin Luoqiao's dance finally ended. The audience had already fallen silent. At this moment, even Song Qi, who was shouting the loudest, became speechless. Because this is a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Chen Gu not only completed your dance moves perfectly, even improvised an adaptation. Changed to a duet. Even if he wanted to belittle Chen Gu, he had no more excuses. Chen Gu said little and glanced at Chen Ningjie. Seeing Chen Ji's eyes, Chen Ningjie seemed to think of those 4 words again. A piece of shit. Humiliation. The ultimate humiliation. Chen Ningjie seemed to be on the verge of going berserk. At this time, Xin Luoqiao, who had just finished dancing, also felt a little thirsty. She picked up the wine glass on the table and was about to drink. Suddenly, the door of the box was pushed open quickly. Bai Xiaoshuang stood at the door panting. Xiaoshuang, where have you been? You're sweating all over. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you afraid that your brothers will snatch your wine? Ha ha ha. However, Bai Xiaoshuang turned a deaf ear to these jokes. His eyes were fixed on Shen Luoqiao's cup, and he saw that Shen Luoqiao's red lips were about to touch the rim of the cup. Don't drink, there's medicine in the wine. Chapter 33, with this reaction speed, is he still a human? At this moment, the whole audience was silent. Shen Gu was the fastest to react. He flashed in front of Shen Luoqiao. He snatched the cup of water with lightning speed. Bai Xiaoshuang, what are you talking about? Song Qi was shocked. Stop spreading rumors here to confuse people. I was the one who poured wine for my sister-in-law just now. According to you, I was the one who drugged her? At this time, Chen Gu also turned his gaze towards Bai Xiaoshuang. His face was as cold as ice, and his tone was icy. What's going on? Tell me clearly. It was the first time that Bai Xiaoshuang saw this kind of look. I broke out in a cold sweat. But thinking of Chen Ji's identity, Bai Xiaoshuang gritted his teeth and said, yes, it's you. You took advantage of Miss Xin and Mr. Chen dancing to inject the drug. I saw it with my own eyes. Bai Xiaoshuang did not hesitate. Expose it in person. Just kidding, if we really make this big guy angry, everyone here will die. Moreover, the mastermind behind you is Chen Ningjie. Chen Ningjie is using this cocktail party as an excuse to knock Miss Xin unconscious tonight, drag her back to the hotel, and then. Bai Xiaoshuang wanted to continue talking. But he found that there was only a sound in his throat. Chen Gu had arrived in front of him without him noticing. Grabbing his collar with one hand, he lifted him into the air. There's no need to continue talking about the rest. Chen Gu put Bai Xiaoshuang down, his face gloomy. Song Qi never expected that Bai Xiaoshuang, who had always seemed silent, would actually betray him at the critical moment. Moreover, giving people drugs is already a crime. If Chen Gu called the police, he would go to jail. Detention for a period of time is inevitable. The most important thing is to leave information in your personal profile. No matter what the result was, he could not accept it. He had to stop it, stop the truth from coming out. Bai Xiaoshuang, stop spitting blood at me. Do you really think that I, Song Qi, am made of mud and can be manipulated by you? You said I put drugs in the wine, where is the evidence? Show me the evidence. Although Chen Ningjie was shocked. But he also understood that this matter must not be made public. If you expose it, everything will be over. He immediately understood Song Qi's intention. To strangle the truth in the cradle. Bai Xiaoshuang, I was wrong. We brothers helped you when your Bai's auto repair was about to go bankrupt, and this is how you repay us, right? Okay, if you can produce evidence, I, Chen Ningjie, will turn myself in. Chen Ningjie vowed solemnly. Extremely confident. Because of the drugging. Song Qi has helped him do this countless times. There are countless girls he brought back to the hotel. It was because of this that he understood how skilled Song Qi was in drugging. Even if there were surveillance cameras in the box, nothing could be seen. Bai Xiaoshuang was speechless for a moment. Suddenly, he saw the wine glass on Chen Ji's hand. Yes, the wine glass. If we take the ingredients in the wine glass for testing, wouldn't it be clear at a glance whether there is any drug in the wine? Bai Xiaoshuang thought quickly and came up with a solution. And this method is undoubtedly effective. But Chen Gu shook his head. Is it necessary to go through so much trouble? Cheningjie, can't you just drink this glass of wine? Chen Gu was furious. His face was so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of it. The two looked at each other, feeling frightened. You don't want to drink it, right? You want me to do it myself? At this moment, Chen Ji's anger reached its peak. If Chen Gu could endure the previous ridicule, sarcasm, and humiliation, it's because of Shen Luoqiao. But now, he couldn't bear it anymore. You dare to touch my woman? Chen Gu, do you have to go to this extent? Cheningjie was extremely shocked and angry. Of course Song Chi's medicine couldn't be fake. If you really drink it, you're done. But Chen Ji's footsteps were getting closer and closer. With every step he took, his aura grew stronger. You're looking for death. Song Chi picked up the beer bottle and threw it at Chen Gu. Chen Gu turned his head and the bottle missed and hit the wall behind him. As soon as I dodged one bottle, the second one followed. But this time, Chen Gu did not choose to dodge. He grabbed the bottle with one hand and held it steadily. Then he threw it towards Song Chi with his backhand. Song Chi's head was broken and bleeding immediately. Cheningjie was almost frightened. Is this the reaction speed of a human being? The next second, Chen Gu grabbed Cheningjie's face. Open your mouth. Not Jiang, right? Chen Gu punched Cheningjie in the face. Cheningjie immediately grimaced in pain. Chen Gu took advantage of this opportunity to force Cheningjie to drink. Chen Gu didn't let go of Cheningjie until he had finished drinking. Sure enough, it didn't take long before Cheningjie lost consciousness and fell to the ground. At this moment, Shen Luoqiao was completely confused. She never thought that Cheningjie would actually put drugs in the wine. Such shameless behavior actually happened to him. She just felt that her three views were shattered. On the other hand, Chen Gu had been considering her feelings from beginning to end. When faced with sarcasm, choose to endure it in silence. Only when everyone is targeting him will he stand up without hesitation. But she was fussy about it because Chen Gu couldn't help but kiss her. She even dressed up provocatively tonight just to piss off Chen Gu. At this moment, she suddenly felt so stupid. It's really stupid. Chen Gu sat quietly, the atmosphere was terribly depressing. He looked at Song Chi and asked coldly, which man gave me the medicine? Song Chi kept silent. Suddenly, he picked up the broken wine bottle and stabbed it hard into Song Chi's palm. In an instant, Song Chi's heart-wrenching screams echoed in the box. Ah, Chen Gu, if you dare, my dad won't let you go. Chen Gu seemed not to have heard it. He raised the bottle and stabbed the other hand hard. Ah, hiss. In just a few seconds, Song Chi's hands were covered in blood. But Shen Luoqiao had never seen such a scene. Screaming in fear. Chen Gu, don't. Luoqiao, don't be afraid. Chen Gu comforted her and stopped his movements. Then he looked at Bai Xiaoshuang. Wait for him to wake up, watch him turn himself in with your own eyes, and report the circumstances truthfully. After thinking for a while, Chen Gu added, shoot a video for me when the time comes. Otherwise, Song Chi will be your fate. In fact, he and Bai Xiaoshuang had no grudges against each other. From the time he came in until now, the other party hasn't said anything sarcastic. He also stood up to testify against Cheningjie at the critical moment. Zhang Fan also did not take the initiative to participate in this matter. Chen Gu also chose to let it go. He took Shen Luoqiao's hand. Let's go. As a result, the next second, another discordant voice sounded. Chen Gu, you injured Song Chi and Cheningjie. Do you know what the consequences are? Let me tell you, if they are held responsible, you will not be able to pay for the compensation even if you lose everything you own. Zhang Fan said. Hearing this, Chen Gu just remained expressionless, as if he hadn't heard it. Love whoever you want. Fuck you. After Chen Gu left, Zhang Fan could no longer hold back the anger in his heart. He rushed forward and punched Bai Xiaoshuang hard. Bai Xiaoshuang, alpaca, is this how you treat Brother Jia? Do you know who he is? Who? The Ruguruchi on Douyin who casually bought a 300 million mansion. What? Chapter 34, The Contrasting Cuteness of the Cold and Aloof Sister. If Cheningjie succeeds tonight, can you imagine how Chen Gu will retaliate against us in the future? Zhang Fan was terrified. Chen Gu, who looks extremely low-key, is actually a super boss on Douyin. If you make an enemy with such a super boss, will family businesses still have a future? What the hell did I do? It's simply seeking death. Perhaps even Chen Gu himself could not have imagined it. How well known is his ID Ruguruchi? As the saying goes, fear comes from the unknown. When you have a clear understanding of a person's identity and status, you won't feel horrible. When you meet such a person, you will avoid him and dare not provoke him. The most frightening thing is that you know nothing about his identity. But you've already offended him. The point is, the only information you know is that he's a big shot. A big boss who can't be messed with. Chen Gu is one of these people, as he did in Li Yunru's live broadcast room. Everyone knows that Ru Guruchi is definitely a super rich man. But you know nothing about this person's real life. If Bai Xiaoshuang hadn't accidentally discovered Chen Ji's identity tonight, the people in the box didn't even realize they had gotten into big trouble. What should we do now? We have already angered Chen Gu, Zhang Fan said tremblingly. Bai Xiaoshuang was relatively calm. It should be fine. Since he didn't attack us, he won't retaliate against us later. Bai Xiaoshuang said, and looked at the sleeping Chen Jie and the half-crippled Song Qi. Of course, the premise is that we have to cut off our relationship with them. Of course. Zhang Fan agreed without thinking. Even a fool knows that. In times of crisis like this, brotherhood is bullshit. Would you sacrifice the fate of your entire family for your drinking buddies? Of course not. On the Porsche, Shen Luoqiao still sat there in a daze. Like a frightened deer. Everything that happened tonight happened so suddenly. All kinds of emotions were running wildly through her. First, I was heartbroken that Chen Jie would do such a shameless thing. If Chen Gu had not been here tonight, Chen Jie would have succeeded. In the end, you may regret it for the rest of your life. The second is Chen Ji's skills. Chen Ji's skills are surprisingly good. Compared to a professional boxing champion, isn't he not much inferior? Chen Gu, I want to apologize to you for what happened tonight. I dressed like this on purpose to piss you off. I didn't expect Chen Jie to be this kind of person. Shen Luoqiao felt aggrieved. Like a little girl who has done something wrong. She found that for the first time, she didn't dare to look Chen Gu in the eye. I don't know why. She was actually afraid that Chen Gu would show disappointment in his eyes. A strong sense of guilt surged up. This was also the first time that Chen Gu saw this kind of expression on Shen Luoqiao's face. This aloof and cool lady who keeps people at a distance. There is actually such a cute contrasting side. Did I scare you just now? Actually, I was just trying to defend you, but I ended up running into a scumbag like Chen Jie. Chen Gu said. In fact, he was secretly happy. If it weren't for Chen Jie's actions, apart from making money, he had no chance to show himself in front of Shen Luoqiao. But tonight, it's all about dancing and killing, and being a hero saving a damsel in distress. Chen Gu believed that he would be able to hit a home run soon. I chatted about all sorts of things in the car and deepened my relationship with Shen Luoqiao. Chen Gu drove her back to the dormitory. In the dormitory, when Suna saw Shen Luoqiao coming back, she came up and asked, Luoqiao, how is it going with you and Chen Jie tonight? I heard that he spent a lot of time preparing for this party. Tell me quickly, did he confess his love to you at the party? No, Nana, don't mention the name Chen Jie in front of me from now on. Shen Luoqiao said with great disgust. What happened? Wasn't Chen Jie chasing you? Then whose car did you get off from just now? Chen Gu. Chen Gu? Why is it Chen Gu again? Can Chen Gu afford to drive a car? Luoqiao, you are confused. I have told you so many times that Chen Gu is not worthy of you. Only Chen Jie is your perfect partner. Why don't you listen to my advice? Isn't he just a dog? Why are you so stubborn? Suna's tone was as disgusted as it could be. He wished that Chen Gu would become worthless. That's enough. Nana, if you say bad things about Chen Gu in front of me again, don't blame me for getting angry. Shen Luoqiao said solemnly. I saw that my bestie didn't seem to be joking. Suna also knew that things were not simple. What's wrong? What happened? Chen Jie asked me out tonight just to drug me when I wasn't paying attention and then take me to the hotel. If Chen Gu hadn't gone with me tonight, he would have succeeded, you know? Suna opened her mouth wide. A look of disbelief. No way? But if they want to do something to you, Chen Ji's small body can't stop them, right? I was a little surprised. Chen Ji's skills were very good. He knocked the opponent down in just 2 or 3 moves. And Chen Gu is not only very skilled, his dancing ability is much better than Chen Ningji's. He memorized all of Chen Ningji's dance moves after just one viewing, and his level of completion is even higher than Chen Ningji's. Suna was completely dumbfounded. If I hadn't heard Xin Luoqiao's words with my own ears. Even if you beat him to death, he would never believe that this is something Chen Gu could do. If Chen Ningji's drugging was the most shocking thing Suna heard tonight, Chen Ji's dancing ability was the most outrageous thing she had ever heard. This is too fucking ridiculous. Who is Chen Ningji? Someone who can win awards in international dance competitions. Chen Gu can actually beat Chen Ningji in dancing. Oh shit. At this moment, Suna was overturned. Luo Qiao, let me go slowly. Let me explain this on 2 sides. After sending Shen Luo Qiao off, Chen Gu drove towards the parking lot. Suddenly a message came on the phone. Chen Gu picked it up and saw that it was actually a message from Bai Xiaoshuang. Mr. Chen, Chen Ningji probably won't wake up tonight. The medicine this guy picked is too strong. Chen Gu was not surprised to see this news. It's normal for drugs to be very effective. Otherwise, you might be doing something in the hotel and someone suddenly wakes up. What should I do then? Run away? Okay then, tell me when he wakes up. Good. Chen Gu thought that this conversation was over. However, after 2 or 3 minutes, Bai Xiaoshuang sent another message. Mr. Chen, I want to ask you a favor. Chen Gu couldn't say that he disliked Bai Xiaoshuang, so he sent a message. You say. Before, I played with Chen Ningji and his friends purely because his family had some business dealings with us. But now after what happened tonight, we are all at loggerheads. So, if Chen Ningji wants to deal with me in the future, I hope Mr. Chen can help me. After the message was sent, Bai Xiaoshuang felt uneasy. As a result, Chen Gu remained silent for a long time. Mr. Chen, don't worry. I have a good reputation in the industry. If you need me to do anything, I will do my best to serve you. Bai Xiaoshuang tried to keep a low profile. To be honest, Bai Xiaoshuang is a good guy in the circle. But now that he has fallen out with Chen Ningji, he urgently needs a protective umbrella. If Chen Ningji were to take revenge with all his might, he might not be able to bear it. Chapter 35 Licking anyone is not licking. What the hell? Mr. Chen agreed. Bai Xiaoshuang was so excited that she almost jumped up. Although it is just Mr. Chen's verbal promise, its value is self-evident. Can Chen Ningji compare with Mr. Chen? A tycoon worth at least billions. Chen Ningji can be crushed to death with just a flick of the finger. It can be said that with Chen Gu as a supporter, Bai Xiaoshuang has nothing to worry about. It doesn't matter who you lick. Whether to lick Chen Ningji depends on his mood. Once you lick it well, just maintain the status quo. If you make Chen Ningji angry, you will be threatened by him at any time. But licking Chen Gu is different. If you serve him well, you can easily introduce any business you have to him. The future prosperity of his Bai family is just around the corner. Think of this. Bai Xiaoshuang felt more and more that tonight's decision was absolutely correct. After sending this message, Chen Gu no longer paid attention to Bai Xiaoshuang's reaction. Anyway, it was just a casual remark. Whether to help or not depends on Chen Ji's opinion. After a whole night of hard work, Chen Gu was really a little tired. I tidied myself up and took a shower. He didn't have time to lie down. Sudden bite. It was detected that the host had taken protective action against the mainline personnel, and the action was successful. Determining the protection factor. Judgment completed. The protection factor is 5 stars. 2-star protection benefits are being distributed. You can choose any specialization. What? Chen Gu was confused for a moment. That's all fine. There's something special about this system. Chen Gu thought about it. But I don't have any skills I want to choose now? Swimming expertise? Specialize in musical instruments? Computer expertise? I can't fucking use it. Thought about it. Chen Gu decided to keep the mission reward for now. Just in case of need. In case something unexpected happens, there is a response plan, right? Speaking of accidents, Chengu suddenly realized something. Ever since I bought a luxury house, money seems to be a bit tight. Only 100 million yuan was left of the original 400 million yuan in funds. Thinking of this, Chengu opened the Langya app. If you ask Chengu what is the fastest way to make money now, of course it's giving gifts. But today, there is no Sayonara's live broadcast room on the homepage. Chengu searched the live broadcast room in confusion. The results showed that the anchor live streamed his appearance 3 hours ago. It turns out the show has gone offline. Chengu felt regretful. He thought about it and decided that he didn't necessarily have to look for Li Yunru to help. There are thousands of female anchors. Is it possible that there is no one with a beauty rating of over 90? Thinking of this, he clicked into a live broadcast room that looked pretty good. The female anchor in the live broadcast room was wearing hanfu. I have to say, it looks pretty good. Judging from her image in the live broadcast room, she is not much worse than Li Yunru. The female anchor is still chatting with the audience. As a result, Chen Ji's exaggerated entrance special effects immediately attracted her attention. Wow, welcome to the Songs and Tears boss. Chengu didn't say much and directly threw a treasure map over. Wow, thanks to the Song Like a Song boss for the treasure map. The female anchor opened her mouth in surprise. Could it be that the boss has taken a fancy to me? She expressed her opinion immediately. Boss, you can actually date me, and I can be your little follower. Apparently, Chengu and Li Yunru had taken the little follower plot too far. Oh, this is the first time I've seen Sister Lin take the initiative like this. A direct date? I'm drunk. You weren't like this just now. That depends on who you follow. Alas, another anchor is about to be taken down by Ru Guru Chi. The host named Lin Dayu's eyes were full of stars. If I could be noticed by Rouge Rookie. Working in one day can earn you more than 10 years' salary. Who wouldn't he be envious? However, just as she was fantasizing, Chengu had already exited the live broadcast room. Oh my god, this anchor who looks so pretty doesn't he even have a 90 for appearance score? Chengu shook his head, carefully selected, and clicked into another live broadcast room. This is obviously a sex anchor who dresses seductively. Welcome, sir. The female anchor's voice is so seductive that it makes one's bones go numb. Chengu said nothing more and threw out another treasure map. Thank you for the treasure map. I can watch any dance you want. The female anchor said seductively. But Chengu did not respond. Not possible again? Chengu was confused. I don't believe it. Thanks to the treasure map from Songs Like Tears. A soft and cute anchor said. No? Come again. Thank you for the treasure map, Mr. Ru Guru Chi. Muah. A Cheongsam anchor said. Still not working? Come again. Thanks to the treasure map of Songs and Tears. I love you so much. A rough voice sounded. Damn, it was sent to the wrong person. So, something happened in the appearance area of the entire Langya platform. An ID called Rouge Rookie keeps roaming around in various live broadcast rooms. Basically, you just swipe the treasure map and go. No drag at all. 10 minutes later. Chengu lay on the bed speechlessly. Damn, I found dozens of live broadcast rooms. There isn't a single one that meets the quality standards. What kind of jackals, tigers, and leopards are these? Chengu originally thought that although girls with a beauty score of 90 were rare, it was not impossible to find even one. And this was the result he came to after careful selection. How ugly it would be if it wasn't filtered. However, I haven't found a female anchor who qualifies for a 100-fold rebate. Chengu discovered something. Except for the big anchors. The covers of all the live broadcast rooms on the Langya platform have been changed to the same one. Wolfang Carnival, a great show. He randomly found a live broadcast room he had just visited, and coincidentally, it was the male anchor. Fuck, the boss is back again. Chengu edited a comment without hesitation. Host, what's wrong with the cover of your live broadcast room? Seeing Chen Ji's comments, the male anchor was naturally very happy and he quickly explained. Big brother, you may not know that the Langya Carnival is an annual event of the Langya platform. On the day of the event, the top anchors from various divisions of the platform will be invited to participate in the event on site. For example, the Great Master in the King division, the unskilled players in the Chicken division, and so on. The anchors who come to participate are only allowed to go after the platform has analyzed and confirmed that they are top streamers 1 month in advance. Chen Gu understood as soon as he heard this explanation. Those who can be invited are all big anchors recognized by the platform. Increase exposure through platform activities. Just then, Chen Ji's phone rang. It turned out to be Li Yunru, who called after she had already gone off the air. Chen Gu, are you free tomorrow? I want you to accompany me on a business trip. What's wrong? Langya invited me to the event as a temporary guest, and I was also asked to bring someone with me. It seems like there is some kind of two-person event going on. I don't have any problem with that, but aren't the anchors participating in the event decided a month in advance? I was added to the list because I became popular so suddenly. Chapter 36. Make an offer. Let me have some fun first. Chen Gu learned about Langya's activities. Then he flirted with Li Yunru again. He made her blush and then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Chen Gu went to the website to check the flight tickets. Langya's headquarters is in Huacheng, not far from the Magic City, only a little over 1,000 kilometers away. It only takes 2 or 3 hours by plane. Chen Gu originally wanted to book a first-class seat, but it turned out that all the first-class seats were taken. Chen Gu was secretly amazed. There are still many rich people in Shanghai. If you don't make billions, you'd be embarrassed to say that you're rich. After thinking for a while, Chen Gu edited a message to Li Yunru. First class is sold out, is business class okay? Li Yunru responded with an okay gesture. Chen Gu booked 2 business class tickets on the app. After booking the ticket, he fell into a deep sleep. Although now he has the blessing of physical skills expertise, he is quite skilled. But you will still be tired when you are tired. Early morning. It's sunny. It's a rare good day in Shanghai. Chen Gu washed up. Report to Shen Luoqiao that I'm going on a business trip. I just took a taxi to the airport. After what happened last night, Chen Gu realized a problem. His own Porsche 911 has appeared in Li Yunru's live broadcast room many times. The probability of being recognized is too high now. It seems I need to find some time to change my car. Half an hour later, Chen Gu arrived at the Magic City airport. At the airport gate, a graceful figure was already waiting. Although he was wearing a pair of big sunglasses. But the charming makeup style still allowed Chen Gu to recognize Li Yunru at a glance. I say, do we have to come so early? Chen Gu was speechless. But Li Yunru said excitedly, Chen Gu, this is my first time participating in the Wolfang Carnival. Li Yunru could not hide her joy. He threw himself on Chen Gu. Gave him a big bear hug. It is the dream of every Langya anchor to be able to participate in the Langya Carnival. Because it means your popularity is recognized by the platform. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Li Yunru came as a special guest. This allowed the Langya official to temporarily add 1 person in the day before the carnival. How much energy does it take to do this? But Li Yunru did it. Chen Gu, do you know how excited I am? I see, but, Auntie, can we come down first? Don't you realize that everyone around us is looking at us? The corner of Chen Ji's mouth twitched. Li Yunru looked around. Sure enough, many people around had already focused their attention on the two of them. Li Yunru blushed slightly and got off Chen Gu angrily. Waited for more than 10 minutes. They boarded the plane smoothly. Li Yunru continued chattering on the plane. Chen Gu simply put on Li Yunru's sunglasses and closed his eyes to rest. At this time, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses came up and asked, Hey, are you the popular anchor Sha Nairo? The man asked excitedly. Because Li Yunru's seat was on the aisle side. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses sat across the aisle. Therefore, the distance between the two people was only less than 1 meter in an aisle. Hello, yes, I am Shao Naru. Li Yunru replied affirmatively. Generally, big anchors are no stranger to encountering fans on the street, and are familiar with dealing with them. But Li Yunru obviously hasn't adapted to her identity yet. This was her first time meeting fans, so she was quite reserved. But I was extremely excited inside. Hello, my name is Chao Bin. Chao Bin introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Chao. Li Yunru responded. Host, is there anything you want to do in Huacheng? Chao Bin asked enthusiastically. Just going on a trip. Li Yunru replied. There was no need to tell a stranger about going to the Wolfang Carnival. Have you booked a hotel in Huacheng? It's not easy to book a hotel in Huacheng. How about I help you? Chao Bin was overly enthusiastic. Mr. Chow, I have already booked the hotel, so you don't have to worry about it, Li Yunru said. However, the scene suddenly changed in the next second. Chao Bin had a playful expression on his face. I heard that your big anchor said he was going on a trip. Usually he went to meet the number one on the tryst list. Anchor, why don't you? Hearing this, Li Yunru realized something was wrong. Mr. Chow, what do you mean? How about this, you name a price and let me have some fun before I go to see the number one on the list. Chao Bin revealed his true nature. Mr. Chow, please respect yourself. Li Yunru looked indifferent. Don't worry, I'll give you more than enough. By the way, I can pay for the rent. Chao Bin still didn't give up and continued to ask. I said, I'm going to travel, please respect yourself. Li Yunru was speechless. Why are you pretending? Bitch, it's not like I don't give you money. Chao Bin started to curse. A big anchor is still sitting in business class? I think he is used to sending sex over long distances, and he wants to save money. At this moment, Chen Ge gently patted Li Yunru's shoulder and said, let's change positions. Li Yunru thought Chen Ge just wanted to separate this pervert, so she decisively exchanged places with Chen Ge. After changing seats, Chen Ge took the initiative to speak. Hello, my name is. Since Chen Ge spoke very softly, Chao Bin did not hear clearly. He leaned over and asked, what did you say? Next second. Bang! A crisp and pleasant applause sounded. I am number one on his list, you idiot. Chen Ge said bluntly and mercilessly. Damn, there are all kinds of birds in the forest. This kind of thing can happen even when flying an airplane. What bad luck! After the slap, Chao Bin was stunned and his face was swollen. He was about to explode, but he was stunned. What did this guy just say? Is he number one? Isn't Xiao Nairo's number one song like a song, like a cry? Looking at the excessively young man in front of him, he hesitated. In fact, Chen Ge gave this slap after careful consideration. Before boarding the plane, he played Douyin for a while. You won't know the result until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. He is almost being hyped up as a god on Douyin. The son of the richest man in Shanghai. A hidden billionaire with a net worth of tens of billions. Anyway, it can be as weird as it can be. Although it was a rumor, it did bring a lot of convenience to Chen Ge. Isn't it because of this that Bai Xiaoshuang suddenly turned against us? The more unknown something is, the more deterrent it is. Realizing this, Chen Ge now acts more freely. No matter how awesome you are, can you be more awesome than the internet tycoon Mr. Chun? And Chao Bin is a typical garbage person. There is no mercy in dealing with such people. He deserves to be beaten and scolded. Often, this kind of person is the real bully who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. I'm flying business class with her because first class tickets are sold out, and you're flying business class because you can only afford business class, understand? Chen Ge is very fierce. After saying that, he continued to close his eyes and rest. There was no worry at all that Chao Bin would fight back. As a result, Chao Bin was really frightened by him and didn't say a word. If Qin Ji's tone had been a little better, he would still have some doubts. Now he dared not doubt at all. There is no other reason. How dare you be so arrogant without any confidence? Chapter 37, Beauty is a Trouble. Li Yunru. More than 2 hours later, the plane landed successfully. But Chao Bin had long disappeared. Chen Ge and Li Yunru just got off the plane. I saw a few people coming to greet me at the airport gate. You are Xiao Neru, right? Asked a staff member. Yes, I am. Li Yunru replied. We have arranged accommodation for you, please follow me. The staff said politely. By the way, who is this gentleman? The staff member asked puzzledly. He accompanied me to the event. Li Yunru explained. Then please get in the car together. After the staff understood the situation, they invited Chen Ge to get in the car together. The hotel is not far from the airport, and it only takes about 10 minutes to drive there. This time even Chen Ge had to sigh. Langya is really rich. The hotel arranged for the anchors was actually better than the one Chen Ge was staying in temporarily in Shanghai. This night's expenses are estimated to be several thousand. This can be regarded as giving enough face to these anchors. Ms. Nairo, this is your room. If you need anything, you can call room service. The carnival starts at 6 p.m. Please take some time to rest in the hotel. I will send the event schedule to your mobile phone in a while. In order to ensure the absolute confidentiality of this carnival event, we can only let you know the event schedule just before the live broadcast. We are very sorry. The staff explained. In fact, this situation is very normal. Carnival events are generally the platform's annual highlight. It is definitely impossible to leak the news in advance and cause any mistakes. But generally speaking, big anchors definitely have the right to know. After all, whether to attend or not depends on the anchor's mood. But Lee Yunru, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, is obviously not among them. It's okay. I understand. Lee Yunru said. Then I won't bother you anymore. The staff member left the room. After receiving the file, Lee Yunru had no time to play around with Chen-gu. Most of the time was spent familiarizing myself with the activity process. Chen-gu was bored and took advantage of her from time to time. Before we knew it, night had fallen. The staff knocked on Lee Yunru's door again. Miss Naru, the event is about to begin. Okay. Lee Yunru replied. Then she put away the messy cosmetics in front of the bathroom mirror and walked out with her changed clothes. What the hell? Chen-gu couldn't help but swear. At this moment, Lee Yunru was wearing the Versace that Chen-gu had given her earlier. Sexy, charming, fashionable, and trendy. Coupled with those charming fox eyes, even Chen-gu was amazed. The red lips are slightly parted. Her breasts rise and fall with every breath, and her femininity is simply irresistible. This is so fascinating that it's deadly. Chen-gu discovered that Lee Yunru and Shen Luoqiao really did have their own characteristics. Shen Luoqiao is an iceberg beauty with a queen-like aura. Strong aura. Lee Yunru is extremely charming, but a beauty that brings disaster. Although her appearance score is lower than Shen Luoqiao. But this charm makes people eager to try. Lee Yunru was originally a little worried that it wouldn't look good enough. Now she knew when she saw Chen Ji's expression as if he wanted to swallow her up. Just right. Lee Yunru opened the door and walked out. The staff is a young lady. This time, even the staff were stunned. This is so beautiful. She was the one who picked me up at the airport just now. So she had seen what Lee Yunru looked like. Although she is very beautiful, she is just an ordinary celebrity. But now looking at it, the contrast is too great. There is a saying that goes, women tend to appreciate beautiful women more than men. Because women tend to see more of the good in their partners. This wave of strong color critical strike. The young lady could hardly move her eyes away. It was only when Lee Yunru raised her hand and waved it in front of her that she came back to her senses. Didn't you say the time is almost up? Wow, Xiao Naru, you are so beautiful. The young lady came back to her senses and couldn't help but praise. Thank you. Lee Yunru accepted the compliment generously. Then, under the guidance of the staff, he got into the car with Chen-gu. Half an hour later. Arrived at the carnival venue. As soon as Chen-gu got off the car, he went to a nearby store to buy a mask. Lee Yunru was a little confused at first. I understood it later when I thought about it. The carnival is live broadcast on all platforms. If Chen-gu showed his face and his identity was discovered, maybe your life in the future will be greatly troubled. To be on the safe side, it is better to wear a mask. Chen-gu felt more at ease after putting on the mask and walked straight into the venue with Lee Yunru. Oh my god, who is that lady? I haven't heard that we have invited any celebrities to this carnival? Isn't that the little Nairo who has been very popular on our platform recently? My god, she is prettier in person than in the live studio. I just don't know who the guy with the mask is. Is he an amateur accompanying him? Maybe. No, I have to find a way to strike up a conversation. Her figure is so amazing. Not far away, two Yuanshan anchors were whispering. However, the situation on the scene was far more than that. Lee Yunru immediately became the focus of the whole audience. No matter where you go, people will always look at you. Even Chen-gu, who was wearing a mask beside her, caused a discussion. After searching for a while, the two were successfully seated under the guidance of the staff. To be honest, if Lee Yunru hadn't invited Chen-gu would never have come. I don't know how she can endure this situation where she feels so embarrassed even hiding behind the mask. 6 o'clock in the evening. The Langia Carnival officially started live broadcast. Dear audience, I am your old friend, Daxian. On the field, a long-haired man held a microphone and spoke. I will be the host of this carnival tonight. As soon as Daxian appeared on the stage, the barrage of comments in the entire carnival live broadcast room skyrocketed instantly. Ah, it's the great immortal. I was wondering if Tank suddenly missed his chance this afternoon. Turns out he was holding back on his ultimate move. The immortal is awesome. Brother Xian's face. However, not only the live broadcast room, but even the anchors off the stage were excited. Especially the anchors in the King S division. Everyone is as excited as they can be. I got into the live streaming industry because I watched Daxian's live streaming. And for me, the first person I watched to learn Mulan in the national server was Xian Ji's teaching. This is the most exciting. The planner of this event at Langia backstage saw this enthusiastic reaction and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that although the decision to let Daxian be the host is risky, the effect is extraordinary. The immortal on the stage saw that the atmosphere was almost set. And I received instructions from the backstage staff through the headphones. He made a prompt decision and said, I declare that the Wolf Fawn Carnival officially begins. Chapter 38, Squeezing out the last bit of surplus value. The night is falling and the sky is dotted with stars. But the atmosphere at the Langia Carnival was lively. The first stage is the public exhibition match. The first exhibition match, the King Division. Following the Immortal's order, the staff members began to get busy. They arranged the anchors in an orderly and coordinated manner. The camera in the live broadcast room also switched to the commentary screen. The anchors usually spend their adjustment time bragging in the commentary booth. Chenggu would occasionally watch the King of Glory anchor. But when he saw the King anchors sitting on the field, he couldn't help but complain. How cruel! In addition to some veteran anchors, nearly half of them are professional players. Seeing this, Chenggu was a little confused. He asked Li Euro, didn't they say that all the people who came to participate in the event were big anchors? Why are there professional players here? Li Yunru explained. I just found out that these are professional players who are preparing to transform into anchors. They came to the carnival this time to take advantage of the popularity of the carnival and gain some fame in the exhibition match. By the way, they are also the ones that the platform is preparing to support. After Li Yunru explained this, Chenggu understood. The live streaming industry often sees the old being replaced by the new. Especially the gaming section. The anchor who became famous for his skills, if one day he can no longer play, popularity will disappear quickly. Soon after, the popularity of the platform will fade. Therefore, in order to avoid a gap in succession, the platform will support some new anchors in advance. Replace the old with the new. This is also the cruelty of the game live streaming industry. Eat the rice of youth. A few minutes later, all the major anchor professions were ready. The show begins. Because anchors and professionals are mixed together in the game. So even the commentators couldn't tell which side would win. And because the host knows only a few heroes, the lineup selection is difficult to describe. Basically, professionals are allowed to fill in the positions. The battle situation became even more confusing. 3 minutes later, first blood broke out in the top lane. Sure enough, professionalism is better. And as the advantages expand, the economic gap is gradually widening. The anchors who were playing against him were gradually defeated. No advantage on the road. Fuck, I knew that Feng Zhu is invincible in Lanning. Yuan Gu versus Mulan, Mulan has the absolute advantage. Even she could be beaten by Xu Feng, she is too weak. Don't be so mean, the host on the other side is a Chinese server Mulan, she was obviously hit by Xu Feng's dimensionality reduction attack. No, I want to go to the Xu Feng live broadcast room to watch the first-person perspective. For a moment, many viewers who were watching the carnival flocked into the live broadcast room. The popularity of Xu Feng's live broadcast room quickly exceeded 1 million. I see that Mulan in the Chinese server has no chance of winning at all. The jungler took the support to create a fake vision and hid in the grass on the top lane. The Chinese server Mulan pretended to clear the line. Wait until Xu Feng finishes his replenishment and then go over the tower. And Xu Feng reacted quickly. The moment 3 people appeared in the field of vision. Used the ultimate skill directly to avoid the control of 3 people. He was in no hurry. Backhand flash to spice things up, entering the bushes near the defensive tower. The three lost their vision and could not attack Zhu Feng. Then Zhu Feng too took action, causing the three people to suffer damage while using puppets to knock them away under the tower. As the tower damage increased, the jungler and support died one after another. By the time the Chinese server Mulan reacted, it was already too late. Zhu Feng used a supreme basic attack to kill his subordinate. With a cold triple kill. The commentators became excited. Triple kill. Zhu Feng used his best skills while being ambushed, defeating 3 enemies at once. If you have you, why do you have Liang? I believe that Zhu Feng will be a rival that many anchors will not want to compete with in the future. At this moment, the people in the live broadcast room and on the scene who supported Zhu Feng were boiling with excitement. Many viewers who originally supported the national server Mulan anchor changed sides and ran to Zhu Feng's live broadcast room to cheer. Chen Ge, who was watching all this silently from the audience, also understood Langya's intentions. He just went to the live broadcast room of this Chinese server Mulan to take a look. There are a lot of fans who follow me. However, no matter whether you are a VIP or your popularity in the live broadcast room is not proportional to the number of fans. It seems that he is an anchor who has fallen from the altar. It was used by Langya as a springboard for newcomers to take off. And the result was as expected. Although Zhu Feng is a top laner. But he led the whole team with his own strength. Finally, rush into the fountain and explode the crystal. And in the live broadcast room of the national server Mulan anchor, the few audience members who stayed behind started to criticize. What kind of fight is this? You still call yourself Mulan? 3 against 1 and being killed, do you know how to play? I should have unfollowed you a year ago when you were beaten by your opponents in ranked matches. Seeing the comments in the live broadcast room, Chen Ge frowned. The contrast between the beginning and the end is too great. Chen Ge couldn't help but complain in his heart. The Langya gang is too snobbish. Even if the anchor is not as popular as before, we still have to squeeze out his surplus value, right? Thinking of this, Chen Ge couldn't help but ask Li Yunru, "You're not going to participate in this exhibition match too, are you?" "Yes, but I am in the PUBG division. I really don't know how to play King of Glory. I can still survive in PUBG." Li Yunru replied. "Oh my god, why do you want to participate in this session if you don't know how to play?" Chen Ge was speechless. It was the organizer who insisted on arranging me to parachute into the PUBG zone. There was nothing I could do about it. Li Yunru waved her hand. Hearing this, Chen Ge stopped talking. "I am thinking about something." After a game, Daxian continued to host the show. It's true that every generation has its own talented people, and each has been the leader for hundreds of years. Thank you, Feng Zhu, for bringing us this wonderful performance. By the way, the room number of Zhu Feng's live broadcast room is. Please pay attention to Zhu Feng. The immortal looked at the script and read. Sigh in my heart. It's so hard to make money these days. If it wasn't for the money to support the team, there would be no need to get involved in this mess. Next, please focus your attention on the commentary booth and listen to their views on this game. The live broadcast room screen changed. There were 2 commentators left on the stage. Let's review the statistics of this game first. Zhu Feng has 10 kills, 1 death, and 3 assists. An impressive record. I think Zhu Feng deserves the title of MVP for this game. This is the man who single-handedly helped Yuenge get online. If we don't bully the fountain at the end, we can win the game without dying. Ahem. Dear viewers, it is not recommended to bully the fountain during normal gaming. A few minutes later. Wait until the players have finished their rest. Daxian came on stage again. I believe everyone is still immersed in Zhu Feng's perfect operation in the last game. Please open your eyes. Exhibition match, King Division, second game, officially begins. The second game still has a lineup of anchors mixed with professional players. As expected, a professional player playing mid lane completely crushed the opponent. Win the game again. The anchors who were attacked were all those whose popularity and strength declined in recent years. Seeing this situation, Chen Ge completely confirmed his guess. The same thing happened in the third game. It was still a professional player who stood up, destroyed the whole field and won the game. These 3 games instantly made 3 professional players who were unknown in the professional arena famous. The live broadcast room has gained a lot of popularity. Chapter 39, The Popularity of the Most Beautiful Lady. After 3 games, several professional players have gained enough attention. while the carnival audience was still immersed in the passionate professional operations. Daxian walked off the stage silently, and another man took over the microphone. "Hello everyone, I am the player from the PUBG section." The next moment, the barrage of comments exploded. "I'm Chow, Brother Ball. Langya is awesome." Not only did they invite Daxian, they also invited Brother Chio. One man slaughters an entire city, only the unlucky ones can do it. Daxian is the top player in the King division, while Bukirin is the top player in the Chicken division. The appearance of the non-ball man immediately attracted the chicken-eating fans who were secretly lurking in the carnival live broadcast room. The player looked at the script and smiled. "I will take over the microphone from Daxian and host the Langya Carnival Chicken Dinner Division show. Anchors, please prepare to enter." The player waved his hand and the camera switched again. This time, the commentators in the commentary booth were replaced by two people. It is obvious that he is a professional commentator of the mobile game PUBG. As the second largest mobile game, PUBG's ability to make money is evident. As a result, mobile game competitions have also emerged, and these two commentators are specializing in hosting the mobile game chicken eating. His professional ability is extraordinary. The two commentators not only tried their best to introduce all the major PUBG anchors. Different professional players are also introduced. 5 minutes later. After the two commentators argued for a long time, the anchors and professionals took their seats one after another. At this moment, the player without the ball came on stage again and pointed to the remaining empty seat on the court. Maybe everyone is curious why there are only 2 spots left. Then let me reveal the secret to you all. Next, please welcome the undisputed #1 beauty in the beauty zone, Xiao Naru, who broke all the Langya records within 3 days and dominated the hot searches. The player is not patient enough to introduce himself. In the live broadcast room, accompanied by music, Li Yunru walked onto the stage in high heels with charming steps. At this moment, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room surged, and everyone went completely crazy. There's actually a surprise. The organizer is so genuine. I'm crying my eyes out. Damn, an unexpected guest. Langya really has a lot of heart. So beautiful, I love you so much, Rochan. Hey, the masked guy next to you, let go and don't help Rochan. I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't told me, let go. As soon as Li Yunru appeared. At the Langya Carnival, the number of people in the live broadcast room increased by nearly 50% per minute. A person who was observing the back-end data in real time couldn't help but swear, fuck, this popularity is too awesome. The backstage planner couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this situation. The Wolffang Carnival has also been held several times. It can increase the live broadcast room data by 50% within 1 minute. This is the first time I've encountered this. This is fucking outrageous. Even the explosion just now by Daxian only increased by 20%. It has to be a female anchor. There are so many brainless fans. On the stage, Li Yunru twisted her sexy waist and walked towards the empty seat. Just these 2 steps stunned all the anchors and professional players. Everyone's eyes were wide open. If you ask me, she doesn't even need to be a host. Her conditions are more than enough for filming a movie. I've heard that everyone in the beauty zone is more sexy than the other. Today I see that it's true. She's pretty and sexy, she deserves to be famous. The 2 anchors teased each other. Li Yunru sat down smoothly. And Gu also began to debug the equipment. Before going on stage, Li Yunru specifically explained the rules of the game. The big anchor can bring a helper to form a 2-person team. In the entire game room, there will be 50 teams, totaling 100 people, competing for the championship. Because there are a lot of people competing on the same stage in this event. As a result, the entire stage could not accommodate so many anchors. Therefore, we will invite many small anchors to form online teams and participate in the activities. Just to make up the numbers. In fact, there is another very important reason. Although PUBG is quite popular, there are very few real big streamers. The anchors participating in the exhibition match are all the big anchors that the Langya platform can call upon. Among them, the top star is not a football player, but was asked to be the host. This makes the number of big anchors even more stretched. After hearing Li Yunru's explanation, coupled with the foreshadowing of the King's Division exhibition match just now, Gu understood. The so-called chicken eating exhibition match is also a routine. Gu said lightly. A big anchor leads a small anchor. This formation is exactly the same as the king's just now. Isn't it all for the purpose of attracting traffic to small anchors? Langya is really ambitious. Realizing this, Chengu felt a little unhappy. Because in this process, Li Yunru is definitely a tool. What a mysterious surprise. What a sudden arrival of the top lady. It's all bullshit. This is just to allow the PUBG anchor to take advantage of Li Yunru's popularity. Oh shit. Chengu could already imagine which team would kill his and Li Yunru's team. The pair's popularity must have skyrocketed. It would be fine if it was killed by a big anchor or a professional player. The key is that there will be dozens of small online anchors participating in this game. What if the chicken is stolen by a small anchor accidentally? That young anchor could become instantly popular. This move by Langya can be said to kill two birds with one stone. With minimal cost. Get the highest return. At this time, the anchors and professional players on the field all turned their eyes to Li Yunru's team. They received instructions from the organizers long before the start of the competition. Everyone knows it. Whoever can take down Li Yunru can take advantage of this opportunity to hype himself up. The most important thing is, there is no risk in killing Li Yunru. Because Li Yunru is a host in the appearance zone, she never plays PUBG. But the anchors here, in addition to their superb skills, the ones who are paired with her are all professional players. They are a group of people with superb consciousness and techniques. So what if that mysterious man in the mask is also a professional player? How can you not win when two are against one? Besides, everyone in the professional anchor circle knows each other. There were only a few of them, some of them were present and some of them were not. Everything will become clear if you just communicate. Therefore, everyone basically regarded Li Yunru and her partner as fat meat. It all depends on who can grab it first. It's not just the anchors on the scene who use Li Yunru as a springboard for a career in live streaming. Many online anchors participating are also gearing up for the event. At this time, in a live broadcast room, a small anchor looked at the number of VIPs in his live broadcast room. It barely reached 100. So bleak. I must seize this opportunity. He swore secretly in his heart. Sometimes, those small anchors are not popular. It's not that we don't have the skills, but that the show doesn't have the effect. Just like this anchor. He used to be a professional player, and if he performed stably, he could often lead his team into the quarterfinals in professional competitions. After retiring, he transformed into an anchor. Although he is a retired player, he believes that his skills are still enough to beat all the anchors. And this is indeed the case. Sometimes I would run into a big anchor, but I would basically kill him. Moreover, the crash video will be edited and posted online. He gets a little angry every time he crashes a car. However, after a few days, the live broadcast room returned to its original state. Later he summarized the reasons. It's because it's not popular enough and has received too little attention. However, this Langya carnival gave countless small anchors an opportunity. There is ready-made popularity there for you to take advantage of. It depends on whether you have the ability to seize the opportunity. Win the championship and prove yourself. Or kill Li Yunru's team. Although the second method may cause the live broadcast room to be overwhelmed by fanatical fans. But haters are also fans. It's better than no one paying attention, right? Chapter 40, a sudden change in the style of the exhibition match. On the stage, Chengu adjusted the phone provided by the organizer with an indifferent expression. When PUBG was first launched, he played it for a while. It can't be called a dish. But he's just an ordinary ace, and he still managed to get there. This level is already pretty good among ordinary players. But facing a group of anchors and professional players, they could only be beaten. Chengu, I noticed that the way they look at us is not right. It seems like they are coming for us. Li Yunru looked around. In fact, she was vaguely aware of the organizer's intention. However, there is no reason to run away since you are already on board. Oh, let's find a way to survive. Chengu rubbed his forehead. At this time, the backstage planner looked at the man next to him and asked, "Is it really okay to arrange Sha Nairo in the competition? She is the most popular anchor on our platform recently. If anything goes wrong, we will all be held responsible." Don't worry, he became famous in Langya, and she wouldn't dare to change the platform even if she had 100 guts. Besides, there are too few big PUBG streamers on our platform, so someone must attract traffic. But Xiao Nairo is incredibly popular, all thanks to her number one brother. We are already trying to contact him. If she can keep her number one, she won't be able to change platforms even if she wants to. Alas, this is the only way. While the two were talking backstage, the competition had already begun. Where to jump? Li Yunru asked. Let's go to the farm. Let's try to avoid them and survive as long as possible. Chen Ge suggested. He just observed it. More than 30 people fell when the plane passed through City P. Because in the early stage, there are high-level supply points such as P City and G Port, which are rich in supplies. The anchors can develop and switch points faster. Of course, the probability of meeting each other is greater. Therefore, just avoid these high-level supply areas and go to the wild spots to play jungle. The probability of encountering people in the early stage should be small. It turned out that Chen Ji's strategy did work. Because the farm supplies are too poor and it is far away from the shipping route. No one wants to live on the farm. In the first 10 minutes, the two of them focused on their development and managed to get to the second place by picking up scraps. In contrast, those anchors who landed in urban areas. They fought fiercely one by one. Soon, an anchor with the ID Lin Yan stood out. In an arena full of live broadcasters and professionals, he managed to win the elimination title by relying on his skills. Wow, this anchor named Lin Yan is so strong. Li Yunru looked at the elimination information that was flooding the screen and couldn't help but exclaim. Well, let's avoid it if we can now. Oh, pick up some more smoke bombs. If we sneak into the finals, we'll have to rely on smoke to survive. Chen Ge calmly analyzed the situation on the field. At the same time, observe the direction of the circle. However, Chen Ji's eyebrow pencil physique still performed stably when playing games. Chen Ge, the circle has been swept away. Li Yunru reminded. Chen Ge checked the medicines in his backpack. With only 2 bottles of drinks, there was no way to resist the poison. That's all we can do. We don't have much medicine on us, so we can only go in first. He looked at the remaining number of people again. There are 48 more people. Except for the wave of gunfire we just had when we landed in the city. Everyone calmed down. No one wants to die first. Chen Ge found a jeep and took Li Yunru to the safe zone. At this time, Lin Yan's team had already taken over Port G. After a period of growth, both of them became fatter. What do you say? How about we go into the circle first? Suggested a teammate. Hearing this, Lin Yan nodded. Then let's go in first. Anyway, we have enough supplies to fight in the final round. They are all anchors and professionals, and their shooting awareness is not bad. If you don't know which point to prioritize, no matter how good your operation is, you will still fail in the northwest. Lin Yan obviously knew this. They packed their backpacks and prepared to retreat. Suddenly, a teammate shouted, Lin Yan, the car is coming. I saw a jeep driving quickly in the distance. They're crossing the bridge. At this time, Lin Yan and the others were still some distance away from the jeep. Sweeping a car does not necessarily mean that the car will explode. Lin Yan made a prompt decision. Sweep the tires. Chen Ge kept looking around as he drove the jeep across the bridge. Suddenly, 2 heads popped out from the container in the distance. Shit, this is not good. Next second, fierce gunfire rang out. Chen Ge had just driven to the bridge when his tire burst. The jeep suddenly lost control. It turned around and stopped. Chen Ge made a prompt decision and got out of the car immediately. Hide behind the car. Then, he immediately fired a cigarette at the back of the car. Jump off the bridge. Chen Ge directed Li Yunru's next move. A smoke road was paved on one side. Li Yunru didn't react. Most of his blood was lost. But Chen Ji's smoke directly saved her life. They both dived. Escaped. As the 2 people fell into the water. The jeep on the bridge was also completely destroyed. So brutal. Chen Ge complained while swimming. Damn, he runs pretty fast and he's not dead yet. Lin Yan's teammate said angrily. It's okay, don't worry about them, just go and occupy the spot first. Lin Yan gave up the idea of continuing the pursuit. From the garage at Port G, I found a car and drove straight into the circle. Chenggu didn't dare to go ashore until the two of them walked away. After getting ashore, Chenggu wanted to see if there were any cars being washed on the roadside. As a result, all I saw was a burning motorcycle parked quietly on the side of the road. What a beast! He even blew up a motorcycle on the roadside before leaving. Chenggu, what should we do now? Walk. Walk into the circle. Behind the scenes, the director is constantly switching the images. In an extremely fierce competition, all the major anchor professions were extremely nervous. Occupy the points. Those who enter the circle will enter the circle. However, when the scene cuts to Li Yunru's perspective, the style of painting suddenly changed. Just see. On the big screen, two Special Forces soldiers were running wildly on the road. Even the guns were taken away. This hilarious scene immediately ignited the audience in the live broadcast room. I'm dying of laughter. Put away your guns and run on the main road, or escape from the wilderness. And no one has discovered it yet. Tell me, aren't you angry? The first person to run fitness on the island. Oh no, the first group. It has to be said that the final circle on the field has shrunk very small. And there are 40 people on the field. But Chenggu insisted on taking Li Yunru with him and entering the circle. The two of them quickly entered a small room area at the edge of the circle. Chenggu, we came in. Li Yunru said in surprise. The words haven't finished yet. Something strange happened suddenly. Bang! Little Nara was knocked down by Mumu using an M24 sniper rifle. A knockout message appeared on everyone's screen. There was an immediate uproar on the field. Oh shit! Mumu met little Nairo. At this time, countless people drove their vehicles towards the direction of the gunshots. Chapter 41 Triggering Specialization, Explosive Killing Profession. Chenggu blocked the smoke on the spot. Help Li Yunru up. Follow the smoke and enter the residential area first, he reminded. Chenggu knew that he might not be so lucky to escape this time. Most of the people went there for the first place. The other half came for Li Yunru. The actual situation was exactly as he expected. In less than 20 seconds, nearby anchors and professional players arrived. The kill information of Xiao Nairo has not been received yet, which means she was rescued by her teammates. As Lin Yan spoke, he lay in ambush on a hillside. His teammates occupied a reverse slope on the right. The two men formed a cross-gun line. It should be in the housing area ahead. If they dare to show themselves, just hit them. Teammates said. Be careful, someone is coming from the 300 direction. Lin Yan quickly reminded. Sure enough, another anchor team quietly climbed up the hillside opposite Lin Yan. Chenggu, who was still in the house thinking about countermeasures, just moved. Suddenly, the sound of a sniper rifle was heard. Bullet holes appeared in the walls. Damn, another team comes so soon. Chenggu quickly put up smokescreen on one side of the room to block the view. Let Li Yunru squat in the corner of the room. The next second, another shot was fired from the 100 direction. This time, Chenggu was not so lucky. The bullet hit him directly in the body. Instantly low on health. Chenggu, what should we do? We seem to be surrounded. It's so fucking shameless. Chenggu was speechless. There are people everywhere. As a result, they didn't fight any of them, but just framed their own area of the house. Chenggu prepared a first aid kit. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being so popular. Everyone wants to take advantage of your popularity. Chenggu complained. He hadn't even poked his head out to observe the situation. He was shot just because his toes were exposed a little. I had to shrink back a little bit. At the same time, this operation also caused dissatisfaction in the live broadcast room. Fuck, you have lost all your dignity, right? A bunch of anchors and professionals are bullying two rookies. That's right. You clearly know where Lin Yan is, but you're all just standing there with your heads exposed, right? I've really turned evil. Lin Yan is like this. That team is almost on their faces. They are just staring at the housing area. In the house, Chenggu finished bandaging. He was angry too. Damn it. AWM hits my feet, do you really want to kill me? Chenggu counted the items in his backpack. There is only one smoke bomb left. If there is no smoke in the room obscuring the view, There were gunshots coming from all directions, and they couldn't hide. Oh shit. I'm going to fight you guys. System, I want to gain game expertise. Chen-gu muttered to himself. Bite. Using random specialization rights. The random specialization has been used up, and the host has obtained the game specialization. The moment when the system sound in my mind fell, a familiar stream of fresh air rushed through my body. At this moment, his attention was extremely focused. The moment your finger touches the screen, it was as if I had experienced tens of thousands of games. Pre-aim point, gun pressure, and gun damage. All these things that require calculation and operation appear in my mind. The smoke is about to clear. He sealed the last cigarette. Blocks vision in one direction. On the hillside, an anchorman on a TV in the room was staring at the window intently. Suddenly, a head popped up. Oh shit. Here it comes. He was just about to shoot. You were shot down by an M416 assault rifle, and if you look at it again, it will explode. Chen-gu shot every time in the head. He managed to shoot it down with the M4 before the sniper could react. The next second, he caught it. The anchor's teammates are experienced. He blocked the smoke on the road he had to take. With the help of smoke cover, he was about to rescue. However, gunshots rang out again in the housing area. On the public screen, the elimination information of the two anchors slowly appeared. What? Smoke were eliminated? And still using M4? Damn, I felt something was wrong when he knocked the first guy down just now. How did you do that? The comments were full of confusion. The director will also replay the details of the elimination in a timely manner. Fuck, I got shot in the head 4 times in the smoke? Damn it, do you have to be so outrageous? Isn't this a tough guy? However, Chen Ji's performance has just begun. Destroy this team. He instantly dropped to the ground to avoid the fire. Change bullets and change positions. All in one go. Sure enough, countless bullets were fired from behind the smoke. We are all professionals. Each of them is of very high level. The terrain of the housing area is firmly remembered in mind. Chen-gu is not the only one who can penetrate smoke. They can too. But Chen Ji's reaction was faster. Wait until they pass through the smoke towards the location where the gunshots were heard. Chen-gu had already evacuated another hilltop. At this time, Lin Yan and the others were also frantically flying through the smoke. The next moment, a figure appeared in the smoke. The familiar sound of M4 gunfire rang out. Lin Yan's teammates fell to the ground. Lao Lin, don't come over here. This kid is definitely cheating. It took a while for me to come out of the smoke and see me. Normally, we should have seen each other at the same time, but as soon as I saw him, he instantly attracted me. And every shot hits the head. Don't show your face. You dare to cheat in the arena. Let's wait for the official confirmation. After listening to his teammates' analysis, Lin Yan decisively sold him out. He lay obediently on the hillside. Just not the gun. In the live broadcast room. It's the exact same scene, and 4 bullets in the head again. I told you it must be a cheat. I saw the pre-aiming point set up when he came out of the smoke. I can't guarantee the other cheats, but perspective is a sure thing. In the housing area, Chen-gu knocked down the anchor on the opposite hill. Still doing the same thing and passing the point. However, Lin Yan didn't show up at all. Chen-gu calculated the time for the smoke bomb in his mind. There were probably only 20 seconds left. He acted decisively. Yun-ro, look out the window next to me. Good. The other side. Lin Yan lay on the top of the hill and observed the situation in the housing area. Chen-gu had already retreated into the smoke. Suddenly, a silly guy in a panda suit stood at the window. There wasn't even a gun in hand. And there was only one person wearing a panda suit in the entire audience. It's Xiao Nai-ro. Lin Yan couldn't resist the temptation after all. This is a position where you can both attack and make up for the loss. He moved forward carefully and set up the pre-aiming point. He stuck his head out and was about to shoot. Day. M416 arrived as expected. If you look at me again, I will explode. I use M416 to eliminate Lin Yan. Lin Yan's elimination information appeared on the big screen in the live broadcast room. Fuck, how is that possible? Lin Yan put down her headphones with a look of astonishment. I died without even seeing anyone. He checked the elimination replay. Chen Guo actually shot him to death while standing in the smoke. He raised his head and looked at Chen Guo, who was wearing a mask not far away. The shock in my heart took a long time to subside. Chapter 42, Swapping Clothes. This operation is too cool. What the hell, what's going on? Behind the scenes of the event, the inspectors in the chicken eating area had a look of astonishment on their faces. He kept reviewing the videos of those waves of kills. To be honest, this operation is very suspicious. The chance of failure is very high. But as an inspector, the rigor of his job does not allow him to jump to conclusions. Suspicion is useless, solid evidence is needed. Director, give me a copy of that guy's phone footage. Putting down the intercom, the inspector carefully checked Chen Ji's operating screen. The dedicated director not only sent Chen Ji's first-person perspective to him, he even uploaded a video of the hand operation. If watching Chen Guo from a first-person perspective is a bit suspicious, the picture showing the hands operating makes any suspicious points invisible. The inspector carefully checked every operation of Chen Guo. When the test was finished, he couldn't calm down for a long time. He really typed it himself? When did this kind of genius appear in the PUBG section? He picked up the intercom with shaking hands. Inspection completed, all operations were performed by me. At this moment, the battle has entered a white-hot stage. Chen Ji's rational use of smoke bombs successfully allowed him to clear the enemies in two directions. The anchors surrounded the room from all sides, but Chen Guo broke them up until only two teams were left. I say, this is too outrageous. He fought with a gun and knocked Lin Yan down. If this doesn't work, let's retreat. An online anchor said to his teammates through the microphone. It's okay, just wait a little longer, they are outside the safe zone, they will have to escape the poison sooner or later. And I guess this guy doesn't have many throwing objects, otherwise he wouldn't be in such a hurry to attack. Besides, are we worse than Lin Yan? I found that the popularity of my live broadcast room increased extremely fast since we came to surround Shanairo's team. Although they all came to scold me, haters are still fans. That's true, then wait a little longer. The two young anchors discussed it and finally decided to wait and see. The situation on the scene was exactly as they expected. Chen Ji's room was originally outside the poisonous circle. Plus, there weren't many medicines in the backpack. Therefore, when the poison circle shrank, Chen Guo had no choice but to enter it. Yunro, the smoke bomb will be dispersed in 10 seconds, prepare to enter the circle. Chen Guo reminded him, calculating the speed at which the poison circle would shrink. Okay. Li Yunru responded. 5, 4, 3, 2, run. After saying the word run, Chen Guo was the first to run out of the house and headed towards the poison circle. Fuck, isn't this just courting death? He knew there were people on the hillsides on both sides, but he still dared to do it. He's a perfect sitting duck. Stupid, didn't the director cut to the first-person perspective? They obviously have no supplies, so they had no choice but to pull it. Alas, what a pity. No matter how good your shooting skills are, you can't do anything if you are held hostage. Even if I switch to the first-person perspective now, I still don't believe it. The previous wave of operations has been completed. What's the point of showing the perspective now? I can completely turn off the technology during this time. After inspection by the inspectors, it was confirmed that Chen Guo did not cheat, in order to silence the gossips. The director had already split the big screen, leaving a small part to show Chen Ji's first-person perspective. However, even so, there are still many viewers who don't believe it. At this moment, the anchor team who had been lurking on the hill for a long time finally waited until a Special Forces soldier in red special training uniform ran out of the housing area with a panda. This is a situation where one side has no cover while the other side has cover. For the side without cover, it is almost certain death. They're coming out. Dry. The two anchors acted immediately. Because the previous AWM had been destroyed by Chen Guo in advance. The remaining ambushing teams were all armed with assault rifles. Therefore, in order to ensure that Chen Guo could be killed instantly, they almost simultaneously aimed their crosshairs at the Special Forces soldiers wearing special training uniforms. Sure enough, the next second, the red special training suit fell to the ground. It's done, haha. The anchor was overjoyed. Hurry, hit the panda quickly, don't let the opponent take the kill. When they were about to turn their guns around, the panda is holding an M416 with sparks coming out of the muzzle. If you look at me again, I will explode. I used the M416 to knock Cohen down and he fell in love with me. If you look at it again, it will explode. Use M416 to eliminate it. Hey, what are you doing? If I look at you again, I will explode and be eliminated. Cohen will fall in love with me. What the hell, what's going on? Is it possible? The two were stunned, with a look of disbelief on their faces. At this moment, they finally realized what the two men had done in the last few seconds before the smoke cleared. The two of them changed their clothes. After Chengu defeated the two-man team, he helped Lee Yunru up and continued to pull towards the safe zone. However, the terrain of the residential area blocks the view. The anchor who was lying in ambush on another hillside didn't see how Chengu had just wiped out his team. Their fate can be imagined. Chengu harvested heads one by one in less than 30 seconds. Harvest the four-gun king. This wave of operations completely dispelled the doubts in the live broadcast room. Oh my god, you can survive this? Let alone other things, just this cool move of changing clothes in advance at the critical moment, I need at least a year to learn it. This kind of thinking is too strong. The most important thing is that he can kill the opponent instantly before he can react. No matter how good the strategy is, it must be executed with strong enough execution. After killing the two teams, Chengu headed straight for the top of the mountain, licking the anchor team's supplies clean. It was precisely because of this wave of supplies that the two successfully advanced to the finals. At this time, there were an astonishing 28 people left on the field. The remaining houses and bunkers within the circle were occupied. A profession is worthy of being a profession. A group of people with strong operational capabilities. Chengu is currently at the edge of the circle. Fortunately, there is a reverse slope that can be used for hiding temporarily. Next second, the poison circle refreshes. Once again, large areas were excluded from the circle. Not far away, smoke rose. A minivan and a jeep moved separately and headed towards the residential area. They just drove out of the smoke. The people in the housing area reacted quickly, one person each in one car, firing a volley of bullets. He swept the two people down from the car. It was at this moment that the war was completely ignited. Outside the poison circle, at least 3 or 4 teams rushed into the safe zone. It's so chaotic. Now, Chengu acted decisively and took advantage of the chaotic situation to frantically spread smoke forward. With the supplies he had just received on the hillside, the thing he had the most of now was smoke bombs. A complete smoke path is formed. The people occupying the housing area also obviously noticed the situation on Chen Ji's side. However, due to the obstruction of the smoke, although Chengu could not be seen, Chengu could not see him either. This is because the vision of both parties is blocked. Therefore, among the group of people occupying the housing area, there was not a single person named Chengu. Everyone unanimously chose the person who opened the car first. Chapter 43, Chicken Plague in the Late Eastern Han Dynasty. This also gave Chengu an opportunity. He blended into the circle almost effortlessly. After the vehicles entering the circle were blown up one by one. There are 18 players left on the field. At the same time, the safe zone was reduced to a very small area, and all residential areas were excluded. It can be said that as long as you move, a lot of people will be able to find your trace. Yunro, how many cigarettes do you have left? Chengu asked while observing. Let me count, there are still 7. Li Yunru replied. Okay, prepare for the Heavenly Court's fighting style. Chengu said. Ah. Stop smoking all the cigarettes. Okay, where to throw it? It doesn't matter, just don't scatter them too far. Chengu commanded. So, in the next 10 seconds, Li Yunru threw 8 or 9 cigarettes. For a moment, the already limited safe zone was mostly covered by smoke. Chengu was very smart and did not walk into the smoke at the first time. He waited patiently for a few seconds. Sure enough, as the smoke covered an increasingly larger area, many people threw fire and mines into the smoke in an attempt to clear the fire. I guess the people on the field have almost used up all their throwing objects. Chengu dove into the smoke and lay down on the ground. Yunro. Exist. Are there any mines? Throw them. Yes, where should I throw it? Li Yunru asked. Throw them to the area outside the smoke. Throw as many as you can. Get the hell out of them, Chen Ge said excitedly. In fact, this was not his fault. Now Chen Ge was the only one lying in the smoke, and no one dared to run into the smoke. On the one hand, it was because of Chen Ge's autism cigarette. Once he entered, his vision of the surroundings was completely lost. On the other hand, since the safe zone is too small, as long as you stand up, your footsteps will be heard even if no one sees you. If the stalemate continues like this, unless something unexpected happens, there may not be any casualties when the smoke clears. In this situation, it is urgent to use grenades to force them to show up. The next second, thunder was heard outside the smoke. Chen Ge was surrounded and forced to fight back, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. Li Yunru's backpack was full of throwing objects, including a lot of grenades. They actually created an artificial bombing zone. Moreover, this reckless behavior of throwing the weapons randomly actually killed a team. Xiao Nairo used a grenade to eliminate 3 guns and 1 cannon. Xiao Nairo used a grenade to eliminate 3 cannons and 1 gun. Even if most people were not hit by the bomb. Everyone had tinnitus. Tinnitus means that footstep information on the field cannot be collected. Most importantly, you can't hear when the next thunder will hit you. Finally, under Li Yunru's bombing, groups of special forces ran into the smoke. At this moment, Chen Ge's earphones were filled with footsteps. The massacre has begun. He put away his M416 and took out his shotgun. Brother Feng, run into the smoke. They won't throw bombs into the smoke. Don't worry, I've already gone in, please pay attention to the surroundings. Bang! Bang! If you look at it again, it will explode. Use S12K to defeat the chicken plague in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. Fuck, this old bastard is lying next to me. However, Brother Chicken Plague was carried away before he could finish his words. If you look at it again, you will explode. Use S12K to eliminate the chicken plague in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. With this kill in his account, Chen Ge officially took over the game. Don't worry, this guy has already exposed his position. Just set up in that direction and don't let him take advantage of the opportunity to get over here. The anchor made a clear analysis. However, next second, he turned around. Bang! Chen Ge had crawled to his side without him noticing. The pitch-black muzzle fired ruthless bullets. If I look at it again, I will explode. Using S12K, I eliminated the shyness of the tough guy. Eliminate this pair. Chen Ge took the initiative to attack wherever there were many people. The S12K's powerful ability to kill people in 1 second leaves almost no room for maneuver. You will die if you are sprayed. In less than 10 seconds, he killed 5 people. At this moment, there are only 8 people left on the field. The rest of the people were lying in the smoke, not to mention the sound of gunfire, even their footsteps could not be heard. Yun Ro. Have. Running around in the smoke. Good. Li Yunru knew that she couldn't fall behind. Therefore, he obeyed every word of Chen Ge and did whatever Chen Ge asked him to do. She was walking around in the smoke, holding a gun. Can you imagine a panda running around arrogantly in the smoke, firing a few shots from time to time to expose its position? Just don't be too leisurely. This outrageous scene once again caused the live broadcast room to explode with comments. Ha ha ha, how come it's so funny from a god's perspective? Help! The panda is going to kill someone. Everyone was lying on the ground trembling. Finally, Li Yunru's arrogant behavior angered a team of anchors. Damn it, I can't stand it anymore. I don't even dare to shoot someone in the face. If I tell others about this, won't they laugh at me? Did they? Fuck, stop it. The teammate who was lying next to him said in shock and anger. Bang! Bang! The anchor who fired the shot fell to the ground. Chen Ge's S12K seemed to have automatic aiming, lurking in the dark and providing precise guidance. The host's teammates who fell to the ground also couldn't escape death. He was killed by Chen Ge's spray, without even a chance to fight back. Another professional team lying on the edge of the smoke came over after hearing the news. When two sides are fighting, it is the best time to mediate. Because no matter which side wins, the winner will eventually lose some blood, and this situation is a good opportunity to take advantage of the opportunity. Old Sue, pay attention to the report. Okay. Although, most of the players thought Chen Ge was a cheater. But a game is a game, even if the enemy starts, you have to fight hard. These anchors and professionals all possess the proper esports spirit. At this moment, taking advantage of the cover of gunfire, two professional players quietly approach the area. After carefully estimating the distance, they lay down beyond the audible range of the headphones. Crawl forward slowly. At the same time, Chengu, who had just defeated the previous team, was also crawling on the ground. Basically, now it's a matter of who is luckier and can find the other person first. Shoot before the other party reacts. At this moment, there are only 6 people left on the field. In the smoke were Chengu and the professional team, isolated from each other. In a bush outside the smoke. I'm so proud of myself. I actually made it to the end. Online, the anchor who had just secretly vowed to become famous by beheading Lee Yunru was secretly delighted. Don't be too happy yet, we haven't eaten the chicken yet. They never expected it even if they were beaten to death. Under the coverage of Lee Yunru's human bombing area. This anchor and his teammates were surprisingly lucky. They were only left with little health after being blown to pieces, and they managed to survive by taking medicine. The only team that did not enter the smoke ended up being the only 3 teams left alive on the field. Chapter 44, the sleeping dragon in the shallow pool finally gets water, and he turns the sea and rivers upside down to create the world. The current situation is extremely beneficial for the anchors lying outside the smoke. Chen Ji's smoke not only blocked the attacking team's vision, it also blocked his vision. Commonly known as autism cigarette. At this moment, the barrage couldn't help but point out Jiang Shan. If you ask me, in this situation, as long as the anchor team outside doesn't do anything stupid, once the 2 teams in the smoke have finished fighting and the smoke clears, they'll be a sure winner. I love watching the endgame the most. Oh my god, it's so exciting. Oh, what a pity. It's already the limit for Xiao Nairo's team to have come this far, but in the end they still failed. That's not necessarily true. I still don't believe that Xiao Nairo's team didn't cheat. The anchor team outside the smoke met a cheater, so they had to lose. Playing well means cheating? There are many different opinions. Even though the official has set up an area specifically to showcase Chen Ji's hand movements, there are still many people who believe that Chengu is cheating. Certainly. At this moment, Chengu definitely didn't know this. Now, he is very nervous. Because all the tricks that can be used have been used. As for whether he could eat chicken, he had no idea. At this moment, he was paying close attention to every corner in the smoke. And, based on his calculations of how long the smoke would last, the smoke on the field will dissipate in 7 or 8 seconds at most. What's more, there is a team of anchors that have never shown up. It seemed that there was only one group of people lying in the smoke with Chengu. But Chengu needed another team to suddenly appear from somewhere. It is easy to dodge an open attack, but difficult to guard against an arrow from the dark. The 3 teams on the field were all concentrating their breath. At this critical moment, the anchor team lurking outside the smoke suddenly saw 2 figures crawling at the edge of the smoke. Fuck, Lao Chao, they are at the edge of the smoke. The teammates shouted. Marked a location. I'll take you to the left and you to the right, 1 for each of us, seconds. The 2 anchors fired almost at the same time, and their cooperation was quite tacit. Grass. The 2 professionals were killed instantly by the anchor team almost as soon as they turned their guns. In this game, everyone's awareness and shooting skills are at the top level. Professionals may be able to use their awareness to attack the anchor at a lower level. But once you are in a situation where your phone is stolen from behind, you can basically put your phone down. Because there is no possibility of counterattack. As soon as a hit notification appears on your body, you have already fallen from the enemy's perspective. Instant seconds are all basic operations. Take it down. Be careful in the smoke, the anchor was about to remind. But on the other side, at the edge of the smoke, a head popped out from the smoke. Day. The anchor team that had just finished defeating the professional players was instantly killed by Chengu. After killing the man in seconds, Chengu reacted quickly, ran back into the smoke, and lay down instantly. There was not even enough time to change the bullets. As expected, gunfire from the other side followed. Countless bullets grazed Chen Ji's scalp. Soon, the opponent finished firing a magazine of bullets. Just when the old gun's ammunition was exhausted, the new gun had not yet been pulled out. Chengu seized the opportunity and rushed out from the smoke. Day. Pre-aim, aim, and headshot. All in one go. Chengu fired the last bullet in the gun. The smoke cleared. The bullets are exhausted. Good luck, we'll have chicken tonight. When the words chicken dinner appeared above their heads, the scene became boiling. Barrage explosion. Awesome. The last bullet killed the man. I bow to the great God. Fuck, this is so exciting. This is the most exciting game I have ever seen. The script doesn't even dare to act like this. A brief talk about how Crouching Dragon finally gets water, overturning the sea and the river to establish the world. Surviving in desperate situations and turning the tide of battle, this is esports. It's on fire. The comments were more and more immature, and the audience burst into applause. Everyone is talking about it. Who on earth is that guy in the mask, who can overpower a streamer and a profession? Who cares? Just clap and that's it. There are many experts among the common people. Holy shit, I even got goosebumps. Wonderful. Really wonderful. On stage, Chengu was very tired. He wasn't some great god. With the help of gaming expertise, he used every possible means to win the game. This shows how high the quality of the game is. Yeah. Chengu, we won. Li Yunru's face was filled with excitement, even her cheeks were slightly flushed. Yeah, we. Before Chengu could react, he felt 2 lumps of soft flesh on his chest. A fragrant breeze penetrated into my nose. Li Yunru hugged him so tightly. Ahem. Auntie, this is live broadcast. There are fans watching here. I forgot. Li Yunru got off Chengu, her face becoming even more flushed. Let's talk about it when we get back to the hotel. Oh my god. There's hope. If you say this, I won't be sleepy anymore. Then, when everyone was immersed in excitement or joy, a figure walked silently to the center of the stage. He held the microphone with a grim look on his face. I'm Lin Yan, reporting under my real name that the contestants invited by Xiao Nai Ro used technology. The clear sound of the microphone spread to every corner of the venue. It attracted everyone's attention. Seeing everyone's eyes looking at her, Lin Yan calmed down and continued. The official Langya only released the subsequent operation footage, but isn't the footage of him shooting at me in the house suspicious? With the smoke, the M416 piercing the smoke and 4 gun heads, isn't that suspicious? I don't understand why you were so excited about a man who won the game with technology. Lin Yan's every word was full of gems, and her criticism was directed at Chengu on the stage. At this moment, many rational people spoke up. Yeah, I've been thinking about this. He totally turned off the technology while the director was switching scenes? Anyway, I support Lin Yan and strongly request to see the replay. If you play well, you are cheating, right? Then why did Lin Yan kill 5 people at the beginning? Do I have reason to suspect that Lin Yan is cheating? I think Lin Yan killed his way through in the early stages, and he surrounded her but was counter-killed. He felt unbalanced and went on stage to attract attention. Everyone has their own opinion. After hearing this, Lin Yan said directly. I, Lin Yan, am willing to risk my career. I am not cheating. Take my video and analyze it frame by frame. If you find any problems, I will retire and stop playing. Now, I asked the backstage staff to give me a replay of my buddy's operation. Immediately. Silence. There was silence for more than 10 seconds. The whole audience held their breath. No one expected Lin Yan to be so serious and dare to gamble his own career. So fucking tough. Chapter 45. It doesn't matter, let him check. Lin Yan's tough fight played a leading role. At this moment, many anchors and professional figures appeared behind him. The meaning was very clear. They all supported Lin Yan's request. Now, the pressure is on the authorities. 10 seconds later. A thin, bearded man wearing glasses and looking like an engineering guy walked onto the stage. He had another microphone in his hand. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me. I am the chief planner of the PUBG section of this Langya Carnival. My name is Wan Li. We have arranged for the GM to carefully check all the recordings of the contestant with the ID "One More Look and I'll Explode" during the competition. There is absolutely no evidence of cheating by the contestant. We at Langya Live have a zero-tolerance attitude towards cheating in games, please rest assured. Wang Li explained patiently. But many professionals and audiences simply don't believe such high-sounding words. especially those trolls who have been lurking for a long time. Everyone can say polite words, but where is the evidence? Do you think this is PR for celebrity gossip? If he is not afraid of his own shadow, then he should show the video of the operation to everyone. The comments were all filled with indignation. Lin Yan, who was from the first batch, simply quit. Do you believe this yourself? Do we have to protect an outsider? Am I the key training target of the platform? Lin Yan was fearless and went straight for the plan. The Langya PUBG division has gradually declined in the past 2 years. A large number of new anchors appeared on platforms such as Douyin and Douyu, completely surpassing the popularity of the Langya PUBG section. When popularity is lost, profits will naturally shrink. He, Lin Yan, is the rising star player that the platform will strongly promote in the future, and he is the one that the platform needs right now. He won't swallow his anger. Lin Yan, you make a scene? Wang Li originally wanted to step forward and quickly resolve the issue. Allow the carnival activities to proceed normally according to the process. But now, it's getting worse. Wang Li quickly picked up the microphone and said, "Everyone, please be patient. If you really want to verify whether that contestant used unfair means to cheat, after the carnival is over, we will arrange for editors to edit the contestants' actions and put them into the live broadcast video in the background." Wang Li as much as possible. It doesn't matter, let him check it out. It also allows me to see when I cheated. At this moment, Chen Gu, who was sitting on the chair, spoke. The voice coming from behind the silver-white mask was extremely confident. Wang Li was unhappy and thought to himself, "What the hell are you doing?" In fact, it was not Langya who took Chen Ji's personal wishes into consideration. In order to protect Chen Ji's reputation, he was unwilling to show the video to the audience. Quite the opposite. Because the time cost of watching the video is too high. It's not as simple as just replaying it. Some details need to be magnified. Pause is needed where it is necessary. It takes at least 20 minutes to watch a replay. The Langya headquarters has very strict time control requirements for each section participating in the carnival. The stage, lighting, and commentary are all free. Moreover, the longer the live broadcast lasts, the more obvious the decline in online viewers willing to stay. Not only is it a waste of money, but the live broadcast effect is also poor. Who would be willing to do that? This is why Wang Li wants to calm this matter down as soon as possible. However, just when Wang Li was in great trouble, the voice of the event's general manager came through his headphones. The number of people in the live broadcast room has experienced a second leap in growth. The audience is very willing to verify the cheating incidents. All programs can be suspended for the PUBG zone, please resolve it as soon as possible. Yes, that's right. After Lin Yan made such a fuss at the scene, the number of people in the live broadcast room has once again experienced explosive growth. The traffic growth of nearly 20 points increased the number of people watching online at this carnival. Create a new historical high. Moreover, after tonight, Langya's chicken eating section will surely usher in a new wave of entry. Wang Li's brain quickly filtered the information in the headphones and his thoughts raced. Now is the time to speak politely and attract traffic to the PUBG zone. He changed his rhetoric. Everyone, please stay calm. The general manager has made it clear that Langya will never tolerate any cheating behavior, nor will it wrongly accuse any player of innocence. So, we decided to conduct a live inspection of the game operations of the player with the ID "One more look and it will explode." Wang Li had just finished speaking. The backstage immediately became busy. The director quickly adjusted the screen image. The progress bar stops at the scene where Chen Gu and Li Yanru are trapped in the house. Then, several staff members came up from the backstage. Everyone, we are the GMs responsible for patrolling for cheating in the game. Next, we will explain the players' actions one by one. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene began to advance. The first wave of suspicious operations appeared. After Chen Gu knocked down an anchor in the house area, the muzzle of his gun paused in the air for a few seconds. He killed him with 4 single-point headshots. Please slow down the playback and loop the scene. Please bring up the player's first-person perspective and hand operation video. The director did as he was told. With a triple perspective and the director's slow motion, everyone can see it clearly this time. Chen Ji's game graphics and hand operations are perfectly matched. This wave, no problem. Let me explain. In this kind of situation where you can't see through the smoke and knock someone down, besides being extremely skilled, luck plays a larger role. Off the field, the neutral crowd spoke up. I understand. What it means is that this wave of eliminations was half based on skill and half based on luck. It's a bit of a lie, but smoke bombs can't stop bullets, so why can't they knock people down? Indeed, the first wave was the most suspicious. Now that this wave has been explained, there shouldn't be any major problems with the rest. The scene continued to move forward, pausing at the moment when Lin Yan and his teammates were knocked down while shooting through the smoke at Chenggu. The inspector spoke at the right time. There are many details in this wave. I will explain them one by one. After he knocked down a team on the hillside, he realized that he would be penetrated by smoke, so he moved his position in advance and locked the approximate location of Lin Yan's team during the period of being penetrated by smoke. Everyone keep watching. When he sticks his head out of the smoke, Lin Yan and his teammates are in the scope. After he knocked down Lin Yan's teammate, he subconsciously moved the gun to Lin Yan. Please pay attention. It is this operational detail that enables him to know Lin Yan's exact location by looking at the position of the crosshairs after he retreats into the smoke. And this is also the reason why when he came out of the smoke again, the crosshairs were on Lin Yan as soon as he opened the scope. The inspector explained carefully. At this time, all the anchors and professions present. But the more I listened, the more shocked I was, and the more astonished I became. Chapter 46, Harming Others and Benefiting Yourself. It's so detailed. Is this still a human? If it is a post-match review, in fact, many professional anchors can do this. However, who could have thought so much when being attacked from all sides? The more nervous you are, the more likely you are to make mistakes. This is a common problem. Watching Chen Ji's comm operation on the screen. My hands don't even shake. Everyone was shocked. How calm this guy is. Lin Yan's face was as pale as ice, as if she had lost her parents. Keep looking back. He has only collected a few heads here. In fact, after analyzing these two waves of operations, everyone is convinced. However, Lin Yan was no longer able to save face, so she could only bite the bullet and ask to continue. No hurry, keep watching. Chen Ji's voice came again. His but never left his seat from beginning to end. A calm group. The inspector nodded. Cooperate with the director and continue the analysis. At this moment, the screen paused after the crazy smoke block in the final circle. This is a psychological game. Let me show you the team's internal voice chat. Is there thunder? Have. Throw a grenade outside the smoke and kill him. Obviously, the players must have used the previous wave of operations in the house area to wipe out several teams, which put a lot of psychological pressure on you. With this in mind, he determined that you didn't dare to go into the smoke, so he ordered Xiao Nara to throw all the grenades outside the smoke. It can be seen that the effect is very significant. Not only did it kill a group of people, but it also forced most of them into the smoke, creating an opportunity for the sprayer to 1v1. And your projectiles were also used up because he dodged them during the previous location check. The inspector's professional analysis was not only addressed to the people off the field, but also expanded the thinking of the online audience. I'm afraid it's too thin. I admit defeat. There were more than a dozen people on the field at the time. It was amazing that he could think clearly and be quick-witted in such a chaotic situation. As someone who has watched the professional league for several years, I can tell you very clearly that every move made by this big brother can be replicated by all the anchors and professionals present. The key is this idea, it's so top-notch. Reviewing the game afterward is one thing, but being able to perform well in the game is the most amazing thing. It's so uncomfortable, my brain is going to grow out. After a review and explanation, Chen Ji's reputation rose rapidly. Next is the final round of explanations. I won't show you the previous scenes. I'll just fast forward to the chicken dinner. As you can see, at this point, there are only 3 teams left on the field. At this time, none of the 3 parties knew the positions of the other teams. In the end, the professional team was discovered by the anchor team at the edge of the smoke, and the anchor team launched a sneak attack and succeeded. And the anchor team has also been locked in by this player, so... The screen closed, the inspector paused, and continued. The review is complete. All of this player's actions were within a reasonable range. Wangley took over at this time. We will edit the player's first-person perspective footage into a separate highlight reel and put it in the live broadcast room for all viewers to watch after the Carnival live broadcast is over. Wangley took advantage of this time when everyone was still confused and started to play freely. As you can see, Langyu will ensure that every user who broadcasts live on our platform enjoys the rights and interests he deserves. If anyone dares to slander, defame, or spread rumors about our anchors, the platform will stand up and fight to the end. And Wang Li was still talking big, but his fans couldn't help but start criticizing him. What the hell is Lin Yan? She's just a clown trying to attract attention. I've wanted to scold her for a long time. You don't allow civilians to have top marksmanship skills, right? After 2 years of professional play, you're already arrogant and disgraceful. You're still standing on the stage, get off. Guys, sometimes trolls are just like that. If they catch any evidence against you, they will magnify it infinitely and criticize you. Life is not going well, so I can only pick up the keyboard to find some so-called sense of existence. He. There is no need for us to get entangled with such people. If a dog bites a person, does that mean the person has to bite back? On stage, Lin Yan's face was completely embarrassed. Several professionals and anchors who originally stood behind him and supported him. I don't know when he slipped away. He really looked like a clown at this moment. He looked at the audience. Everyone looked at him with contempt. Although nothing was said, his attitude was self-evident. Lin Yan gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, I'm sorry. I didn't recognize the great man. I apologize to you." He struggled internally. But there is no way out. The platform and the club will not clean up the mess he has caused. At this moment, he could only apologize humbly. If it brings negative impact to the club due to his personal reasons, his career was ruined. It's okay, it's just a small matter. Chen Gu said with a relaxed tone and a smile, a piece of advice: consider the consequences before doing anything next time. Atmosphere. The pattern is full. This is the image that Chen Gu has given to everyone so far. Hidden deep and never leaked. Stay calm in the face of change. Be humble and polite. After these operations, Chen Gu gained another wave of fans. Damn, this guy has great skills and a big vision. Wow, love it, one person wrote the brothers' Douyin number in blood. I declare that there is now one more person in the world who can influence my status. The storm subsided. The ball man came on stage again. According to the game rules of this event's chicken dinner division, the winning team of the previous round will no longer participate in the next 2 exhibition matches. At the same time, the anchors participating in this competition online will also be rotated to give other anchors a chance to show themselves. After hearing this, Chen Gu knew that he didn't need to play the next game. He then helped Li Yunru off the stage. At the same time, I secretly felt emotional. Wolf teeth are really put to good use. There are only 3 games in total, in addition to the fixed live broadcasts of several teams. The rest are all online anchors. In 3 rounds of competition, more than 300 new anchors will be able to participate in the competition. This almost covers all the anchors in the entire PUBG section who have the potential to become popular. A carnival is intended to support so many workers. So fucking greedy. However, everything has 2 sides, and Li Yunru was also used by Langya. But with Chen Ji's efforts to turn the tide, their plan to create Lin Yan as a star was indirectly interrupted. Moreover, thanks to this incident, Chen Gu became famous again with the title of folk god of PUBG. Harming others and benefiting oneself. Cool. In this age where traffic is king, maintaining sufficient popularity is not a bad thing in itself. Chapter 47, It's a Porn Paradise. Langya is obviously good at handling these emergencies. 5 minutes later. The activity process is back on track. Chen Gu and Li Yunru's team was also arranged to sit in the audience seats because they won first place in the previous round. At this time, an anchor couldn't help but walk over and said, "Dude, you are awesome. You survived a desperate situation, crushed the other professions with your skills, and defeated them with dimensionality reduction." Chen Gu smiled slightly, and a voice came out from the silver-white mask, "Huh, it was just luck." In fact, Chen Gu prefers to keep a low profile and doesn't want to have any contact with these anchors. Besides, who knows if this guy is here to take advantage of the popularity? Obviously, the anchor understood what Chen Gu meant and did not want to make trouble for himself. So he said, "By the way, do you have a Douyin account? I'll follow you. If you don't want to communicate, can't you just ask for the Douyin account?" However, Chen Ji's answer was more straightforward, "No." Ahem, excuse me. No one would feel good if they were given a cold shoulder. The anchor walked away with an ugly look on his face. Chen Ge watched him leave angrily. A group of people who were wrongly accused. Oh my god, I really am not certified in Douyin. Never mind. Chen Ge withdrew his thoughts and focused on watching the game. I have to say, Chicken Dinner is indeed a hardcore game. Those who choose to become game anchors are indeed very capable. Game strategy, gun matching, and point capture. Everyone has their own understanding. And I have some experience watching the game. Everyone chose to avoid fighting in the early stages. But once they reached the final round, they were like hidden dragons in water, and they all rushed forward. That's all. In the next 2 or 3 games, everyone showed off their skills. Another visual feast for everyone. Of course, there was the outrageous performance of that freak Chen Ge in the first game. The netizens, on the other hand, did not seem that shocked. Because everyone's psychological threshold was forcibly raised by Chen Ge. Therefore, no matter how impressive the operation is, it will just be a drop in the bucket for them. The 2 games took 25 minutes each. Just when Chen Ge was still looking forward to what games would be released later, another host came up. Dear audience, next is the cost show of the Yuanshan area, please enjoy it. After the host walked off the stage, the lights changed and the electronic screen behind the stage turned on. A group of Kas came out from the back. Chen Ge was puzzled and looked at Li Yunru. Are there only King of Glory and PUBG games? Are there no other games in other regions? Li Yunru seemed to have expected Chen Ge to ask this question. She answered with a smile. It's mainly because King of Glory and PUBG are very popular, and they are both very competitive and entertaining, so we held an exhibition match. Although Yuanshan is also very popular, it is more of a training game and not very competitive, so there are no exhibition matches. As for other games, the public recognition is not so high, so we won't arrange exhibition matches. Li Yunru explained. Isn't it good to watch COS? They are all young ladies. Isn't that just what you like, old pervert? Hearing this, Chen Ge raised his eyebrows, then moved closer to Li Yunru in a sly manner. Ahem. What you just said about going back to the hotel still counts, right? Will a certain big anchor regret it? Li Yunru's lips curled up, and the corners of her eyes smiled. There will be more activities later, it depends on your performance. No way, you weren't like that just now. Stop talking nonsense and watch the game. Chen Ge finally understood why there were so many fat otakus willing to spend money to buy and watch the seemingly scammy peripheral figures and COS activities. This is simply a pornographic paradise. The COS figures on the stage are all better than the others. Each one is wearing less than the other. Although the quality is not as good as Li Yunru. But the advantage is that the quantity is large and it's enough to fill you up. She has proud breasts and her skin is as white as fat. There is nothing but white in front of me, and I really don't know where to look. Anyway, you won T-lose no matter which way you look. Just for this reason, Chen Ge felt that this event was worthwhile. It has to be the second dimension. Apparently, this wave of COS attracted all the fat otakus and perverts who were watching outside the live broadcast room. Slurp, slurp, I said, can I watch this without paying? No one can snatch kitching from me. Aha, wife, I'm dead. Nonsense, this is obviously my wife. Oh my god, the girl who COS Ningguang has a baby face and huge breasts. I'm done, what about you? The COS activity lasted for half an hour, and these idiots just kept posting perverted comments for half an hour. Moreover, the popularity of the live broadcast room has also increased significantly. Although it is not as much as the increase when Chen Ge's explosive killing profession and Li Yunru appear. However, Langya officials are already very satisfied with this. You know, the carnival has been held for 5 sessions. This is the first time that live broadcast data has not declined but continued to grow. And there were 2 consecutive explosive growths. Although the overall progress of the carnival had to be extended due to the Lingyan incident. But in this situation, the gains definitely outweigh the losses. There rests no time to secretly rejoice. The COS event ended perfectly and the host walked onto the stage. He picked up the microphone and read from the script. Next is the 3rd activity session of this carnival, which is also the interaction session between the anchors and the viewers in the live broadcast room. Next, let me introduce the rules of the event. This activity is aimed at the star show area, and the participating anchors include but are not limited to music, dance, appearance, etc. The anchors will show their talents in turn, and the audience can send PK gifts during the performance. Langya will count the gift income of the anchor in this period in the background. The winner will enter the next round of activities with an advantage. The specific advantages will not be revealed for the time being, so please stay tuned. The host finished explaining the rules in one breath. The presenters also understood it. Let these star show hosts who have strong money-making ability find a way to cheat the innocent people out of their money. Chen Gu suddenly noticed something and turned his head to look at Li Yunru. You are broadcasting about appearance, do you want to participate in this activity as well? Yes. But you're not good at singing or dancing, so what's your show? As if Chen Gu had hit the nail on the head, Li Yunru rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily. Just watch, why are you talking so much nonsense? Girl, you have a pretty hot temper. Come back to the hotel and see how I deal with you. Chen Gu thought so. The host on stage is already hosting the show. First, please welcome the first anchor, Xing Yue. She is a dance anchor who specializes in exotic dance styles and has 1.3 million fans on Langya. The words fell. The lighting, stage design, and even the venue changed in an instant. 7 or 8 dancers dressed in flying costumes walked out from behind the fluorescent screen. Then, they lined up in a row in the middle of the stage. Chapter 48, Teacher, Xiao Shower. Immediately following, Xing Yue, dressed in a light gauze dress, walked out with brisk steps. She leaped to the center of the stage. As soon as he stood still, in an instant, Xing Yue dances in unison with all the dancers on the stage, with graceful movements, full of exotic feeling. Fuck, it's Miss Xing Yue, the most popular dancer among my followers. She doesn't play by the rules or hype. Dunhuang dance is her specialty. Ah, my sister is killing me. I originally thought the female anchor could only do a slutty dance, but she really shines. Oh my god, she's so beautiful. Suddenly I feel like no one is worthy of her. The comments were boiling, and Xing Yue already had quite a lot of fans. All of a sudden, treasure maps, sports cars, and rockets were flying all over the sky. Just halfway through the dance, her gift income had reached over 100,000. To be honest, for someone who is taking the lead, it is already a remarkable achievement to achieve this result right at the start. 2 minutes later, when the first wave of gift peak is over, the frequency and quality of gifts begin to decline. Gradually, only gifts like blood bottles appeared on the public screen. Just when everyone thought that Xing Yue's dance was coming to an end and was about to end, suddenly, Xing Yue flew into the air. The dancers on the ground followed the stars and the moon and flew up one by one. At this moment, with the help of Weiya, they are like the real flying fairies of Dunhuang. Elegant and agile, they showed their magical powers in the air. This immediately caused the gifts, which had been declining continuously, to increase rapidly in an instant. Sister, you are so cool. Is this the Dunhuang Fei Tian? This music, this choreography, my god, I got goosebumps. Can Langya come up with such an awesome show? Brothers, start giving out gifts. Go, give Miss Xing Yue a thumbs up. Many passers-by in the barrage have become fans. With Xing Yue's dance performance, the popularity of the Carnival Live broadcast room has exceeded 30 million. It's outrageous. The stars and the moon shone brightly in the sky and danced in the air for more than 3 minutes. The dance is over. There was thunderous applause from the audience. At this moment, it's not just the live broadcast room. The atmosphere on the scene was also aroused. Oh my god, the first one is a king bomb, how can the players behind survive? They hired choreographers and performed wire acts. Xing Yue wants to use the carnival to show off her talents. If I had such amazing dancing skills, I would also go up and show off. The host came on stage and said, "Thank you to the First Lady Xing Yue for your wonderful performance." Langya backstage is currently calculating the income from gifts. After all the anchors have finished their performances, we will show the income results together. I guess everyone is still immersed in the dance of the stars and the moon. Let's listen to a song to ease our excitement. Now, please welcome the second anchor, Annie Chan. When the curtain opened, the prelude began. The electronic screens throughout the scene were filled with ripe ears of wheat. The wheat ears were pushed aside, and a fresh and lovely girl with short hair walked out onto the path. When the breeze blows, the wheat seedlings dance gently in the wind. If you have too many complaints about this world, after falling, I dare not go forward. Why are people so fragile and depraved? After singing a few simple lines, the audience fell silent. Logically speaking, with Xingyue's amazing performance just now, the atmosphere on the stage should be difficult to suppress. But Annie's singing seems to have touched everyone's heart. Plus, she is very thoughtful in choosing songs. One of the most popular songs is Jay Chou's Dawn of Rice. For a moment, it resonated with the whole audience. Dao Xiang, it's Dao Xiang. My favorite song. This girl is just my type. I can't keep the gifts in my backpack. Annie's voice is so clear, it's perfect for this song. It's so immersive, the wheat ears are already pricking my butt. Annie's clean voice spread to every corner of the venue. As the gifts poured out, a chorus immediately broke out. Everyone chose to continue at the climax. Remember you said that home is the only castle, keep running along the rice-scented river. Smile, I know your childhood dream. Don't cry, let the fireflies take you running, the country songs are your eternal support. Go home, back to the good old days. Comfortable and beautiful. People were immersed in the singing. Chenggu came close to Li Yunru and said, I say, each of these is a trump card. What have you prepared? Tell me about it. As a result, Li Yunru didn't even turn her head, but hummed the lyrics. Have to. I'm sorry for talking too much. Not long after, Annie's performance also came to an end. The host came on stage again. Wow, it seems that Annie Chan's acting ability is very strong. I see that everyone's faces are full of smiles now. In fact, as the second anchor to appear, Annie was under a lot of pressure. And she is also a singing anchor. The stage tension is not as good as that of dance hosts like Xingyue. In addition to his good singing voice, he also relies on his song selection. So it's already very good to be able to elicit empathy from the audience to this extent. It's still the same old rules. The gift revenue is being calculated. Please wait for a moment. The host said this. I believe everyone knows the host who will appear next, needless to say. She is Xiao Xiaoer. Xiao Xiaoer? Chenggu reacted and realized that Xiao Xiaoer was the big sister he met when he helped Li Yunru in the PK before. She actually came too. This is interesting. Chenggu couldn't help but become curious. What exactly are the rewards for this activity? It also requires top anchors in the appearance area like Xiao Xiaoer to participate in the PK. The next second, dynamic music sounded, interrupting Chen Ji's thoughts. In an instant, the entire stage's electronic screen was filled with burning flames. In the flames, Xiao Xiaoer appeared. Xiao Xiaoer on the stage was seen wearing revealing clothes. The dark black skirt barely covers her thighs. The ravine above is even deeper and bottomless. The fishnet stockings wrapped around the thighs are extremely seductive. The black collar around the neck is both welcoming and repelling. That expression is as sexy as it can be. Fuck, this is the first time I see Xiao Xiaoer dancing in this outfit. Isn't her current live broadcast content just chatting with fans? When will there be such an exciting program? I can't stand it anymore. If you had told me this earlier, I wouldn't be sleepy after seeing this. Damn it, the instructor is trying his best. As expected of a mentor. On the stage, Xiao Xiaoer twisted her body in a sexy dance move, and she really had the vibe of a girl group member. As soon as the butt is lifted, you will be completely captivated. Especially the men at the scene, all of them were excited. It was just short of a nosebleed. Who can withstand this? In fact, many veteran anchors at the scene know that Xiao Xiaoer started out by dancing erotically. With an angelic face, a devilish figure, and bold dancing skills, that's how she has accumulated a large number of fans. Chapter 49, the proud spring scenery is mostly exposed, and the voluptuous figure is breathtaking. The key is that people are open-minded. He risked having his live broadcast room blocked in order to seek benefits for his brothers. Moreover, she was the first one to come up with the idea of sending gifts and providing welfare videos in the early days of live streaming. Dancing erotically in the live broadcast room to attract viewers. Then he used welfare videos to stabilize the big brother who was willing to send gifts. This is how Xiao Xiaoer climbed step by step to the position of the most beautiful lady in the world. Although, the platform has now increased its control over live streaming content a lot. But the large number of fans that Xiao Xiaoer had accumulated did not leave. Instead, Xiao Xiaoer found a way to stabilize the situation. Later, her live broadcast style changed to chatting with the audience and making dirty jokes. Live broadcast data still ranks first in the region. It easily pulled in nearly twice the turnover of the second place. It can be said to be a huge lead. At this time, on the stage, Xiao Xiaoer has completely let go. Most of her proud beauty is revealed, and her voluptuous figure is captivating. She even made suggestive sexual gestures on stage. The male audience was stunned and drooled. She smiled charmingly and looked at Li Yunru from time to time. Dominated the beauty zone for 2.5 years. She has never taken any anchor in the same category seriously. But she felt a strong sense of crisis from Li Yunru. There is no way Li Yunru was rising too fast. The last time we had a PK, she was severely slapped in the face. From the time she took over the PK to the time she lost to her, Xiao Xiaoer didn't even have a minute of live broadcast data that could match Xiao Nara's. But Li Yunru's live broadcast data has been rising since the last PK. It never stopped. As soon as it is broadcast, the popularity starts from 6 million. Once interacting with Rouge Rookie, the live broadcast room can soar to a terrifying tens of millions of views. The traffic volume is terrifying. She has secured her position as the #1 beauty in the beauty category. On the other hand, Xiao Xiaoer's live broadcast data was not affected much. But there is always someone stepping on her head. This feeling is so uncomfortable. Therefore, she had no choice but to return to her old job. Take out the things that are hidden in the bottom of the box. Use your own way to take back everything that belongs to her. The little girl is shy and even feels uncomfortable wearing revealing clothes. But Xiao Xiaoer is different. She started out by doing something marginal, which was just doing what she did before over again. At this moment, she was breathing weakly and her eyes were blurred. The movements are bold and vigorous, completely throwing away the sense of shame, and fully catering to the audience. I wish I could show 200% of my charm. She is a very utilitarian person. Once she decides on something, she will spare no effort. I can't stand it. When have you ever seen Teacher Xiao like this? In ancient times, Master Xiao was invincible. Brothers, why don't you charge quickly? I'll charge first to show my respect. If he faints, shoot him again. No, guys. Teacher Xiao has really pissed me off. See you in the browser. I'll advise you one last time. Don't let your desires defeat your will. With hot songs and energetic dances, Xiao Xiaoer has been receiving gifts non-stop since she appeared on stage. The fans are more fanatical than each other. The guaranteed minimum is always a super hot combo. There are even quite a few accounts that are brushing treasure map combos. It's obvious that this person is a die-hard fan of his own live broadcast room, and he came to the Carnival live broadcast room to show his support. At this moment, the person in charge of the Langia event was shocked backstage. I remember that 3 years ago, in order to keep her live broadcast room, Xiao Xiaoer signed an agreement with us to never broadcast such borderline content in her live broadcast room? Boss, you may have forgotten that the contract states that you are not allowed to broadcast borderline content in your live broadcast room. This is an official live broadcast. How can your regulatory department not supervise it? Also, where is the planner? Does the planner allow this kind of live broadcast to appear in the live broadcast room? It was allowed by the headquarters. I just received a message from the headquarters that Xiao Xiaoer is allowed to do whatever she wants. If there is any problem, she will take the responsibility herself. The person in charge opened his eyes wide, and the surprise in his eyes took a long time to disappear. Crazy. They're all fucking crazy. The PK activity at the end is the highlight. Everyone starts using their ultimate moves right away? At this time, someone nearby reminded him. Boss, please look at the live data in the background. The person in charge glanced at the background data. At this moment, the real-time popularity of Langia Carnival has exceeded 50 million. What does 50 million mean? Compare this to the 30 million that surged during the Xingyue show. It's almost doubled. How much traffic did Xiao Xiaoer bring in alone? Excluding the increase in popularity brought by gifts. Almost every second, the frequency of real-time barrage is skyrocketing. I guess tomorrow's short videos will be full of videos of Xiao Xiaoer dancing erotically at the Langia Carnival. Xiao Xiaoer wants to use the carnival to increase her popularity to a higher level. No wonder she was able to convince the headquarters to make an exception. This is the beginning of a desperate struggle. He looked at the real-time number of people online again. At this time, the number of people online in real time has exceeded 500,000. Compared to the 200,000 when Xingyue was dancing just now, it has more than doubled. It's so terrifying. Don't think that 500,000 people online are too few. In the live broadcast industry, it is rare for a live broadcast room to have more than 20,000 to 30,000 real-time online viewers. Not to mention breaking 100,000, an achievement that only phenomenal anchors can achieve. However, the real-time number of people in Langya's live broadcast room has now exceeded 500,000. What does this mean? At this moment, the person in charge finally understood what the headquarters said. Allow Xiao Xiaoer to do whatever she wants, except that she will be responsible for any problems she encounters. In the audience, even if the music is loud, Chenggu could still hear the sound of gulp, gulp, of people swallowing saliva nearby from time to time. As the dance progresses, Xiao Xiaoer had already opened most of the collar of her shirt, revealing her round breasts. Her dancing became more and more unbridled, her breasts shaking, as if she was about to get a group of cum. Chenggu kept giving himself hints. She is not as pretty as Li Yunru. Her figure is not as good as Li Yunru's. Hold on. When we return to the hotel, we will have everything we need. Why focus on a pheasant? Out of sight, out of mind. The eyes behind the mask were simply closed. For a man who was a boy until death, the destructive power is too fucking great. On the stage, Xiao Xiaoer's dance has come to an end. She looked at the reactions from the audience and their saliva was almost dripping onto the ground. I thought that the atmosphere in the live broadcast room must be very hot at this time. She knows. This time, the bet was right. Chapter 50. That man is back. The facts were exactly as she thought. The quality of gifts in the live broadcast room of the entire carnival is simply outrageous. If you don't turn off the gift special effects, the entire live broadcast room will be filled with treasure map special effects. It can be seen how terrifying the flowing water is after a dance. The dance ended and Xiao Xiaoer breathed slightly. She glanced at the host below the stage and then bowed with great confidence. Panting, he said, "Thank you everyone, you are welcome to visit me in the live broadcast room often." Then she blew a kiss to the audience before leaving the stage with great satisfaction. The host came on stage and started boasting, "Is Teacher Zhao's dance exciting? Stimulate." A number of anchors echoed this. Wow, it's more than exciting. If this wasn't an official live broadcast room, it would have been blocked by the administrator by now. Chenggu looked at the seat where Li Yunru had sat. At this time, the seat was empty. When Xiao Xiaoer's dance was about to end, she went backstage to prepare. To be honest, Chenggu was now a little curious about what Li Yunru had prepared. This girl can neither dance nor sing. How can I compare with others? And Li Yunru just said that she would be the last one to appear, which made it even more difficult. We can only blame Xing Yue for raising everyone's expectations too high. So the later you come on stage, the harder it is. And the most crucial point: the wallets of viewers in the live broadcast room are limited. I guess most of the gifts have been given away in the previous few live broadcasts. By the time they got to the back, no one could carry it anymore. When so many situations are added together, it becomes very difficult. On the stage, the host was still talking. If you still want to see Xiao Xiaoer's performance, please search 723-8127. Xiao Xiaoer will continue to perform for you in the private live broadcast room. Depend on. This is already public diversion. Why are you so biased? Chenggu complained in his heart. Okay, it's getting late, let's welcome our last anchor. She is a rising star among all the Langya anchors. She broke all the records of the Langya site in just one night. She gained millions of followers in 3 days. She is Xiao Nairo. The host dragged out his voice, trying to make the introduction seem more meaningful. But no one was very interested in it, mainly because Xiao Xiaoer's performance was too awesome. Now, you feel a little unmoved by these awesome introductions? No matter how many titles you have, can you be as open-minded as Xiao Xiaoer? Therefore, before the show even begins, everyone should not have any illusions. Next second, the curtain opens. When everyone just saw the stage clearly, suddenly, 90% of the lights in the venue were turned off. The entire auditorium was in darkness. What the hell? What's going on? Where's the light? The power is out. That shouldn't be the case. I see some lights are still on outside. Everyone was surprised and puzzled. A few seconds later, some of the lights on the stage suddenly lit up. White light is projected onto the table to form a path. As soon as the road was formed, the dry ice machines nearby immediately sprayed dry ice onto the lighted road from all directions. At this moment, rhythmic music sounded. The stage door opened straight open. Then, a tall figure appeared. Lee Yunru had changed her clothes without knowing when. She was wearing a cool red miniskirt with a V neckline that was wide open to her belly. Most of the plump breasts are exposed. She wore big red earrings and red high heels. The whole person's outfit is extremely exaggerated. She had a cool expression, determined eyes, and a confident smile on her lips. To the beat of the music, the eye-catching long white legs move rhythmically. Lee Yunru's stunning face and plump and smooth figure are indeed too charming. I actually managed to hold on to this outfit. In an instant, the entire screen was filled with comments like OMG. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Walk the runway. Wow, you have such a wild imagination. Ah, every step my sister takes touches my heart. Everyone, I don't know why I can't even think of blaspheming it. Gradually, the comments from netizens were drowned out. A gift frenzy for Lee Yunru. Here we go. In the audience. At this moment, no one in the audience spoke. The reason was simple: Lee Yunru stunned everyone as soon as she appeared. Even if the styling is exaggerated and the clothing is revealing. But the supermodel temperament displayed by Lee Yunru, coupled with the strong atmosphere of the stage. At this moment, everyone seemed to be really on the catwalk. Watching a fashion show. I don't know who it was, but I took out my phone and took a picture. Fuck, I just took a picture and the result is the same as in the magazine. Let me see, it really is true, the effect is amazing. Everyone took out their cell phones. Suddenly, several people's cell phone flashes flashed. Someone immediately spoke out to stop it. Turn off the flash, don't disturb the people walking on the stage. Sorry. The man said with a guilty conscience. Chen-gu, who was sitting in his seat, had already quietly opened the live broadcast room of the carnival and had been lurking there for some time. He found that Lee Yunru's catwalk effect was completely different from Xiao Xiaoer's explosive dance. You can tell from the reactions in the comments. I'm not saying anything, but Ro Chan's show is even better than Xiao Xiaoer's. It's so funny. How can a striptease dancer compare with someone walking on the catwalk? There is often a fine line between art and vulgarity. I agree with this statement. Chen-gu watched every move of the barrage, while paying attention to the frequency of gifts. After the first wave of gifts, the quality and quantity of gifts have declined significantly. Although they are still flooding the screen with messages, the gifts have gradually changed from treasure maps and sports cars that cost thousands of dollars to rockets, carousels, and love confession signs that cost a few $100s. Moreover, Chen-gu was very familiar with the IDs of these gift-giving people. Aren't they all old acquaintances from Lee Yunru's live broadcast room? Brothers of the Ro family army, please do your best. It's embarrassing for Ro Chan. Lao He, Qingzi, don't hide it. Some true fans jumped out to shout in the barrage. But the effect is minimal. Except for the big spenders in Lee Yunru's live broadcast room who still give some gifts, many people have stopped. It seems that this carnival has really drained all the gifts from passers-by. Although Lee Yunru is indeed better than Xiao Xiaoer in terms of program quality. But the flow of gifts obviously can't keep up. Chen-gu took a deep breath and moved his wrist. Start brushing. At this moment, the few gift special effects on the public screen of the carnival live broadcast room were a bit bleak, and everyone was willing but unable to do anything. Because I really can't swipe anymore. After all, humans are vulgar animals. Xiao Xiaoer's striptease was really nerve-wracking and drained everyone's gifts. Suddenly, a familiar ID appeared. Rouge Rookie gave away treasure maps in the live broadcast room of Langya Carnival 38. Rouge Rookie gave away treasure maps in the live broadcast room of Langya Carnival 89. Rouge Rookie gave away treasure maps in the live broadcast room of Langya Carnival 177. That man is back again. Chapter 51 Triple Happiness. Fuck, the boss is coming. We, the disciples of Ro sect, respectfully welcome Emperor Gu Tian. I knew the boss was watching in the live broadcast room. The boss is starting to exert his strength and we just have to watch. The comments were all very exciting. However, Chen-gu didn't have time to read the comments at the moment. He was staring at the gift interface intently, his hands moving at full speed. At this time, a host nearby saw that singer Chen was almost leaving an afterimage. He leaned over and asked, "Dude, why are you standing here instead of watching the show? Why aren't you talking? You, Wardefa?" The host was dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. There is no other reason. This masked man has already clicked on the treasure map on the screen more than 700 times. Oh my god, the treasure map has more than 700 combos? How much does this cost? He did some mental arithmetic. I blanch. More than 3 million. He just clicked here casually and has already spent more than 3 million? The most important thing is that this guy is still brushing. Still brushing. At this moment, the male anchor felt dizzy. My head is a little confused. Backstage. The statisticians were petrified on the spot. This is too fierce? What's going on? What are you mumbling about? His colleague asked at the side. Laoli, do you remember the last time our server crashed? Of course I remember. After that day, I worked overtime for 3 days and connected several lines before the server recovered. The culprit that caused the last server crash has reappeared. Let me see what this old bitch has done again. What the hell? There are over 1,400 treasure maps and he cleared over 1,300 of them by himself? Oldly stared at the computer screen with eyes wide open in disbelief. This. He said this 3 times in a row, and his voice was a little trembling. Damn it. This is too outrageous. One person can represent hundreds of thousands of people in the live broadcast room. The most important thing is, this is just a warm-up? How dare you do this? As Langia insiders, they all knew it. In fact, this opening Star Show PK is just a prelude to the bigger events that follow. But it turns out that these Star Show hosts are more successful than each other. We have almost squeezed all the gifts from the audience. Certainly. Chen Gu doesn't count. God knows how much more this guy has in his stomach. On stage. At this time, Li Yunru had already walked around the stage twice. Wearing the same dress, and only one person walking the runway. Logically speaking, even if the stage tension is great, the audience will get tired of it. In fact, the crowd's reaction was indeed as expected. I say, although this lady's catwalk is indeed very good, isn't it a little monotonous? To be honest, it seems a bit like that, but it shouldn't take her long to go off the stage to change her clothes and come back, right? Before I became an anchor, I worked as a photographer for a while. Apart from anything else, the models who can walk on the catwalk cannot be too different from each other. This young lady's temperament is unique, and it is difficult to find a model who can match her. Chen Gu, who had been giving gifts on the side, raised his eyebrows when he heard this. What you said really makes sense. The problem was pointed out very directly. Sure enough, the anchors who become popular all have more or less some skills. However, the next second, the scene on the stage suddenly changed. When Li Yunru walked around the stage twice and started for the 3rd time, I saw lights flashing on both sides around me. Suddenly, 2 lights paved out 2 different roads again, stretching forward. When the road is paved, 2 AI projections appeared on both sides of Li Yunru. Virtual characters appeared, and these 2 virtual characters were actually Li Yunru. On the left, she has restrained makeup, a dark black dress with a V-neck, and black high heels. On the right side, cool in the summer, shorts, tube top, and sunglasses. Just a moment. The originally quiet and rhythmic drum beat suddenly changed. Become passionate and unrestrained. Just like a song, when it reaches the chorus, it suddenly enters the climax. As the music changed, the 3 of them moved. Restrained, unrestrained and fresh. Go hand in hand. 3 views, 3 times the fun. Accompanied by passionate music. The sensory stimulation reaches its full potential in an instant. The same person can show different effects through virtual projection. It's actually possible. Awesome. I always thought that little Nai Ro's rise to fame was only due to her big brother, but it turns out she is so strong herself. This is a creative idea. I have to admire its imagination. Below the stage, the anchors were discussing the matter. Perhaps Li Yunru herself did not expect that she would be recognized by a group of anchors by walking on the t-shirt catwalk. That's not all. The gifts in the live broadcast room, which had been depressed, were revitalized at this moment. In addition to Chen Guo's treasure map that was constantly displayed on the public screen, treasure map special effects of other unfamiliar IDs occasionally appeared in the live broadcast room. The fans have been squeezed so dry, but they still force themselves to send gifts. It can be seen how great a shock Lee Yunru's actions brought. The camera in the live broadcast room kept switching, showing Lee Yunru's beauty in all aspects. A few dozen seconds later, when Lee Yunru's performance ended, I don't know who took the lead and shouted, "Awesome." Then, countless people followed. 3, 2, 1. Little Neru is awesome. Lee Yunru looked around the audience. A feeling of being recognized arises spontaneously. She thanked them, "Thank you for your recognition, and welcome everyone to visit my live broadcast room." After expressing her gratitude, Lee Yunru walked straight off the stage. Then, the host came up. "She is worthy of being the new #1 in our beauty category. The show is really creative." The host briefly said, "Okay, the performances in this star show area have been completed. Next, please ask the backstage staff to present the gift statistics on the big screen." The host said this and motioned for everyone to look at the big screen. First, there is the proceeds from Miss Xing Yue's gift. On the big screen, data kept jumping and the progress bar kept rising. It stopped only when the data indicator exceeded 500,000. Wow, Miss Xing Yue's gift income is 528,000. It seems that Miss Xing Yue's Dunhuang dance has deeply captured the hearts of the audience. Below the stage, Xing Yue's face was filled with shock. Her mouth opened in surprise, and her eyes could not move away from the numbers on the screen. Although she has millions of followers, Xing Yue's daily income from live streaming is usually just over 1,000 yuan. But today, just by dancing, he earned more than 500,000 yuan. Although rehearsing and practicing dance is hard, the final profits from the dance will also belong to the platform. But that's not the point. The point is that she got a lot of exposure. Having tasted the sweetness of traffic, she has now begun to fantasize about the income from gifts in her future live broadcasts. Chapter 52, Female Anchors Are Still Making More Money. As the explosive opening show, Xing Yue's Dunhuang dance deserves the explosive revenue. Who can blame them for their good professional qualities? Okay, now please show me the benefits of Annie's gift. The host said, motioning for everyone to look at the screen again. The progress bar belonging to Annie on the big screen began to jump. Do you think the benefits of Annie's gifts can be as high as Xing Yue's? Of course not. Annie Chan only relies on her song selection to not be too bad. How can she compare with Xing Yue? Not necessarily. When I saw her singing, the atmosphere was pretty good. Let's see the results. The anchors in the audience were talking about it. 5 or 6 seconds later, Annie's progress bar stopped just after it passed the 400,000 mark. 440,000. Annie's gift income is not to be outdone. I hope everyone will go to Annie's live broadcast room to listen to her beautiful singing. The host was also on stage trying to drum up popularity for Annie. Both Xing Yue and Annie Chan are the ones that the platform is preparing to promote. Of course, more exposure is needed. After introducing Annie's live studio again, the host continued. Next, we will show you the gift income of Xiao Xiaoer, the anchor who once led the Lengya Star Show division by a huge margin. The host stretched out his tone. At this time, Lee Yunru had returned to her seat. She looked at Chen Gu standing aside and asked, "How much profit did you get from Xiao Xiaoer's gift?" Chen Gu shook his head. "I don't know. But she danced a sexy dance, so she should have received a lot of gifts." Chen Ji's words were very objective, although he was paying attention to the gifts on the public screen when Xiao Xiaoer was dancing. But he estimated that it shouldn't be too low. Human beings. If it's not pornographic, why watch celebrity shows? Yes, I'll leave it to fate. Lee Yunru said this in a nonchalant manner. At this moment, Xiao Xiaoer's progress bar on the big screen has exceeded 800,000. There is no intention of stopping at all. One anchor exclaimed. "Oh my god, is Mr. Zhao's water flow so scary? I really haven't paid attention to Xiao Xiaoer's cash flow. It looks like she's going to make at least 1.4 or 500,000 yuan, right?" The anchor next to him said. 1,450,000? I think it's definitely more than that, at least 2 million. I just clicked on it. Do you know how much the official live broadcast room gained popularity from the time Xiao Xiaoer started dancing to the time she finished dancing? How much has it increased? 20 million. Hiss. Chen Gu and Lee Yunru heard everything that the two had said. Lee Yunru stared at the jumping progress bar on the big screen. This was her second confrontation with Xiao Xiaoer. Moreover, she is the new #1 female star against the veteran #1 female star. On the surface, he pretended to be relaxed, but in fact, he was still a little unsure. Are you scared? Chen Ge said with a half smile. Oh, 3 million, and it hasn't stopped yet? Who's afraid? Don't talk nonsense. Li Yunru retorted. 10 seconds later. Xiao Xiao's progress bar stopped steadily at 3.8 million. This horrific record stunned all the anchors on the spot. 3,800,000? Just for 5 minutes of dancing? A male anchor had a bitter look on his face. Damn it, Xingyue and Annie's gifts combined don't even reach 1/3 of Xiao Xiao's. Comparison is frustrating, and it's easier to make money as a female anchor. Twist your butt and shake your breasts and you'll get the money. The two male anchors said angrily. On stage, the host was also a little surprised. Teacher Xiao is worthy of being Teacher Xiao. Just one dance captured the hearts of countless audiences. In the live broadcast room, fans have already started to quarrel. Isn't it just a sexy dance? Who can't shake their butt? Ha, if you can do it, come on. It's hilarious. Typical theory that one needs to know how to make a refrigerator to evaluate it. Hey, laughing to death brother is here again. Under the stage, Xiao Xiaoer looked at the gift proceeds on the electronic screen. I couldn't help but feel smug. This income even exceeded the gifts that Tianmeng Guild gave her when they were promoting her to the top of the charts. Last time I relied on the union to get on the charts, but this time I am relying entirely on my own abilities. One can imagine the value of these more than 3 million gift flows. Xiao Neru, what do you have to fight me? Relying on the false popularity brought by your big brother? Xiao Xiaoer looked proud and glanced at Li Yunru, who was not far away. She had a triumphant smile on her face. At this moment, she no longer took Li Yunru seriously. Sitting in her seat, Li Yunru felt as if someone was looking at her. She looked in the direction she felt and met Xiao Xiaoer's eyes. Xiao Xiaoer smiled contemptuously, her eyes full of disdain, and her mouth seemed to be saying, "Come on, show me what you can do." Li Yunru felt a little worried when she saw Xiao Xiaoer's exaggerated data. Chen Ge, do you think the benefits of my gift can exceed those of Xiao Xiaoer? I don't know. Maybe. After all, you're more popular than her on the internet right now. Who knows? Chen Ge said lightly. Oh, I hope so. Li Yunru sighed. Now she understood why the organizer arranged her to be the last one to perform. Make way for Xiao Xiaoer. Yes, that's the reason. Although no one knows what the so-called mysterious advantage of this round of PK is, it can make Xiao Xiaoer fight for it at the cost of her dignity, so one can imagine the reward. Moreover, Xiao Xiaoer attracted a lot of attention in this PK. If Xiao Xiaoer wins this round of PK, she will get a new round of traffic. On the other hand, I am like a victim to Langya. Even if she put in a lot of effort, what's wrong with a creative show format like a catwalk show? It seems like they never take me seriously. The PUBG section is not popular, so use it to attract traffic. Later, he planned to use her as a stepping stone for Xiao Xiaoer. Li Yunru had a lot of thoughts and mixed feelings in her heart. Dear viewers, we will now reveal the gift income of the last anchor, Xiao Nairo, so please stay tuned. The host's words were still passionate. However, Li Yunru did not hold out much hope in her heart, as she had already made up her mind. She took a deep breath and looked up at the electronic screen. On the electronic screen, the progress bar belonging to Li Yunru slowly rose. At first, the progress bar is still very dynamic, jumping up step by step. But this process only lasted 5 or 6 seconds. The number of gifts barely reached 500,000 and then stagnated. Seeing this scene, Li Yunru's mouth was bitter. A sense of loss arises in my heart. Sure enough, is it still like this? Suddenly, her hand was held by a big warm hand. The results haven't come out yet, right? Don't worry about it. She looked at Chen Ge, knowing that he was trying to comfort her, so she nodded slightly. Yes, I know. As soon as the words fell. Next second. The progress bar that was originally stagnant seemed to be injected with infinite vitality. Start racing. 3 million. 5 million. 8 million. It stopped only when it reached 10 million. A full 10 million. Chapter 53 Top 10 Anchors Competition. When the data freezes at 10.8 million. The host said in surprise, Xiao Nairo's gift income is more than twice that of Xiao Xiaoer. The anchors were stunned. At this time, the anchors started talking. More than 10 million? I wouldn't even dare to dream of this? This revenue is fake, right? Although the show is very good, the revenue shouldn't be so outrageous. Ahem, there's a big shot in her live studio, you know that. At this time, the anchor who had just spoken to Chen Gu came over. Excuse me, but the big guy you are talking about seems to be sitting next to little Nero right now. I just saw the interface of his phone. He didn't even stop clicking on the treasure map. He directly clicked more than 1,000 times. He was really fierce. The anchors looked at Chen Gu in astonishment. What the hell, is this true? Now that you mention it, I think I remember it. That guy was brushing the whole time during the show just now. The hosts were discussing very loudly, and for a moment many people turned their eyes to Chen Gu. Chen Gu felt helpless. Feeling the gazes around me. He now feels more and more that wearing a mask is the right decision. Li Yunru next to her was performing a show just now. So I had no idea about the situation of my gifts, but after hearing the discussions of these anchors, she immediately understood the whole story. She looked at Chen Gu and was moved. But I also felt like I owed Chen Gu more and more. Chen Gu, you don't have to spend money on me. If you do this, I will owe you more and more. Chen Gu had been helping her all the time, and she felt embarrassed. Last time, I said that I didn't need Chen Ji's help in the future, but in the blink of an eye, he helped me again. It's okay. Chen Gu comforted him. When I was giving out gifts, your performance was almost over. I didn't give out much at all. That's good. I thought you were going to give me millions like last time. I was scared to death. Li Yunru covered her chest and took a deep breath. Seeing that the commotion in the audience was about to stop, the host suddenly changed the subject. By the way, a fan made great efforts to help Xiao Nai Ro become the first in the Star Show Division PK. The host paused and said, "Please show this fan's ID." On the electronic screen, I saw the ID slowly appear, and then behind this ID, a pie chart appears. As you can see, the gifts sent by this user with the ID Rouge Rookie account for 80% of Zayanara's total gift income. He can be said to be the man who single-handedly swept the entire venue. The audience members who had not heard the host's discussion before all opened their eyes wide. Oh my god, what kind of epic giant is this? Wow, one person gave over 8 million worth of gifts, it's incredible. Fuck, I remember it was this guy who spent millions on our Langya platform last time, right? Hearing these surprised voices, Chen Gu suddenly felt his scalp tingling. He turned his head and saw a pair of eyes full of anger staring at him. Chen Gu, didn't you say you didn't give much? Li Yunru said in a pouty tone. Really? I don't remember there being so many. Did the statistics go wrong? Is there something wrong with the background of this Langya? Chen Gu played dumb. If you dare to lie to me, I will strangle you to death. It hurts, I'm going to die, please spare me, lady. Chen Gu begged for mercy. Although Li Yunru said that she wanted to strangle Chen Gu to death, her hands did not show any intention of using force at all. To Chen Gu, it was like a tickle. Not far away, Xiao Shaoer saw this flirting scene. His eyes were spitting fire and his chest was exploding. Lost again. I originally thought this was a sure win, but who would have thought that Rouge Rookie would suddenly appear halfway? One person gave more than 8 million in rewards and won the PK. What kind of god is this? Including the rewards from the last PK, the bounty has exceeded more than 10 million. You can spend more than 10 million to find any woman you want, so why would you hang yourself on a tree? Are all rich people stupid? She was thinking this and still hadn't recovered. Received news from the union. The guild will take action in the next round of PK. To ensure that everything goes well, we have already learned about the amount of money that anchors from other regions have prepared to bid on the charts. Don't worry. Xiao Shaoer breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the message. She adjusted her mood and waited for the next PK. The host on stage also expressed his gratitude. Thank you to this netizen named Rouge Rookie for your contribution to Zayanara. Okay, no more words. In order to help everyone understand the advantages of the winner of this round of PK, please allow me to introduce the specific process of the next event. The next activity will still be PK rewards, but the participants will change. We will invite the top 10 anchors in the Langya site with the most comprehensive indicators to participate in the PK, Xiao Nai Ro, who won the first place in the PK in the last round of the Star Show Zone, will receive an additional 10% bonus on the gift income, which means the result of the final gift income calculation will be multiplied by 1.1. In the Carnival live broadcast room, we will open 10 voting channels, and the viewers in the live broadcast room can choose one or more live broadcast rooms to vote for gifts. Finally, the platform and the anchor will share the proceeds from the gifts in the channel 50-50. After the host introduced the rules of the game, there was another commotion in the audience. Another PK reward. How can the live broadcast room be used? It has already been drained by those Xingqiu guys just now. You can't say that. Most of the top 10 anchors are from the gaming zone. The audience in the gaming zone hasn't been increased yet? Then aren't the people in Xingqiu district at a disadvantage? In fact, if you calculate carefully, it's not a loss. You see, the income from gifts in the Star Show area is much higher than that in the game area. The platform should do this for the strength of the top 10 anchors in the Star Show area, so that their gift level can return to the same starting line as the anchors in the game area. That makes sense. No wonder there is an additional 10% profit. It's because the audience in the Star Show area is weak and the Star Show anchors are suffering. These anchors were quick-witted and immediately figured out Langya's intention. However, the next second, an even more surprising news came. Perhaps everyone is curious about what kind of event rewards can attract the top 10 anchors on the entire platform to participate. Next, I will introduce the final reward of this event. The top 10 anchor competition, the PK winner will receive 1/1000th of the Langya platform's annual share of the controlling stake. This event will become a permanent event at the Carnival, and the top 10 anchors will be selected every year to participate in the event. The winner does not enjoy the controlling rights, but only the profit-sharing reward. Chapter 54 Special Gift. After hearing this increasingly outrageous introduction, the anchors in the audience could no longer sit still. Damn, to play such a big game, Langya must be crazy. I remember that Langya's profit last year was over 10 billion. 1/1000th of that is 10 million. Are they giving away 10 million for free every year? You know, among the top 10 anchors on our platform, the highest salaries are only about 30 million, and the contracted salaries of the other top 10 anchors are only about 10 million. Oh my god, the most important thing is the last sentence he just said. This activity will become a permanent part of the Carnival in the future. In other words, one anchor will receive a reward every year. Oh my god, this is just giving money away for free? As a profession that relies on traffic and popularity, the income of an anchor is extremely unstable. You may be one of the top 10 anchors this year and get a contract worth tens of millions, but next year you will be outshined by the newcomers. And if you don't have a continuous source of traffic, you may not even be able to support your family in the end. Not to mention achieving financial freedom by being a host. The hosts present here actually know in their hearts that they may not be the ones invited by Langya to participate in the event next year. Even if you are in the top 10. Even if you are very popular now. Once you lose your popularity, I'm sorry, but don't come to the next event. But it's different with this event. You can take advantage of your popularity and get a good guarantee from Langya by relying on your fans' votes. Even if you are gone next year, with this extra income, plus the money you make from live streaming, your life for the rest of your life will be guaranteed. And this does not include the gift income from the chart-topping period. You should know that the income from gifts for ranking is split 50-50 between the anchor and the platform. With this part of the money included, the income is quite considerable. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost created, the host on the stage began to continue the introduction. I will now announce the top 10 anchors. They are, in the King division, Daxian, Cool Music, and Xiao Wusong. In the Chicken division, Bukyuran and Roasted Ham. In the Outdoor division, Su Xiaofan is also. In the Star Show division, Xiao Neru and Xiao Shower. In the Host division, Huoqian Must Die and Xiao Mingmingming. Please invite the above 10 anchors to come on stage. After the host introduced the anchors, he invited them to the stage. This time, the anchors in the audience were not surprised. Because the fame of these top 10 anchors is obvious to all within the site, they are the top in their respective sections, and some of them are even doing well on external sites such as Douyin. When the top 10 anchors stood on the stage together, it was the turn of the barrage to start heated discussions. Daxian, I love you. Brother Ball, don't worry, the brothers will definitely help you win. Matchstick is here too, ha 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 ha, Matchstick, what are you doing? Top 10 anchors, Nairo's face, Rose Army is invincible. Teacher Xiao, go, take back the position of the number one sister. seeing the top 10 anchors standing on the stage. Chengu opened the live broadcast room and automatically blocked the stupid comments. As expected, he saw that the voting channels for the top 10 anchors had already appeared in the live broadcast room. It's just that it's still in a gray area where you can't vote. On the stage, the host continued the introduction. In order to make this event go smoothly and more enjoyably, new gifts have been added to the Carnival live room. Carnival and Dream Linkage, their respective gifts are worth the equivalent of 15 treasure maps and 20 treasure maps. I hope the anchor and all the fans can have a great time. Now, please invite all the anchors to say hello to the viewers in our live studio. Then let's start with the Great Immortal. Hello, everyone, I am Daxian. Chengu didn't watch this boring introduction. His attention was now focused on the two gifts mentioned by the host. I have to say, the platform is very clear when it comes to things related to money. One is worth 15 treasure maps, the other is worth 20 treasure maps. This is tailor-made for Chengu. Chengu also discovered that there was a number selection box below the Carnival and Dream Linkage, which meant that Chengu finally didn't have to click one by one to send gifts. Just enter a string of numbers below the gift. Chengu tried it and found that the maximum number that could be input at one time was 99. If it exceeded 99, it would show that it could not be input. Chengu was a little confused at first, but then he thought about it and understood. One fantasy linkage is equivalent to 100,000, and there is no need for the platform to adjust the input number to such a large value. Anyone who can afford to give away one fantasy linkage or carnival is a big shot, let alone giving away more than a dozen. After all, not everyone is like Chengu, who doesn't need to consider the balance of his bank card when buying gifts. The hosts on the stage introduced themselves quickly, and soon it was Li Yunru's turn. Li Yunru stepped out with one leg and whispered softly. Hello everyone in the live broadcast room, I am Xiao Neru. I hope to receive gifts from everyone in the PK later. No matter how much, Neru will be very grateful. Be brief, speak softly, and don't be verbose. Li Yunru once again gained favor in front of the audience. After Li Yunru returned to her original position, the last anchor stood up. Hello everyone, I am Matchstick Must Die, a grumpy host in the host area. As for the reason for my grumpy state, I believe everyone in the live broadcast room understands. After listening to the somewhat confusing introduction of Matchstick Man Must Die, Chengu opened the live broadcast room barrage again, but saw that more than half of the IDs posting barrage were wearing Matchstick Man's vest. Brothers, what does this introduction mean? I don't understand. Let me give you some basic information. This guy, Matchstick Must Die, became famous by playing those extremely difficult console games. He was playing a console game and died at the hands of the boss Stickman more than 8,000 times in one afternoon, an average of one death every 5 seconds. This made him so angry that he smashed more than a dozen keyboards and finally changed his name to Matchstick Must Die. Yes, brother above, I got into it after watching this live broadcast. I laughed so hard that day, ha ha ha. Avoid spikes, prevent fireballs, hide from clouds, and dodge apples. These 12 simple words are all made up by this guy with tens of thousands of lives. No, your method is outdated. The current version is to smash the keyboard, grab the mouse, chew the camera lens, and punch the screen. Ha ha ha, this is so funny. Chengu couldn't help laughing when he saw the explanation in the comments. At the same time, he also realized one thing, that among the top 10 anchors selected by Langya, none of them is simple. Basically, no matter which one of them introduces himself, he can set off a wave of barrage, either playing memes or cheering. Chapter 55, Fierce Competition. The most important point is that among these top 10 anchors, except for the 2-star show anchors Xiao Xiaoer and Li Yunru, the sticky audiences of other people have never sent gifts. Therefore, the competitiveness is very strong. But this is not a problem at all for Chengu. Chengu's focus was not on how fierce the competition was, but on the hostess words. The income from gifts will be split 50-50 between the anchor and the platform. This means that all the gifts Chengu sends from now on will enjoy the system's 100-fold rebate effect. Although the comments were flying everywhere, the audience was more excited than each other. But Chengu was not panicked at all, and even felt a little bit excited. On the stage, after the introduction of Match Must Die, the activity went directly to the next process. The host said, I declare that the top 10 anchor PK battle has officially begun. The PK will last for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the platform will count the gift income of each anchor, and the winner will receive cash income at the end of the year. At the same time, all fans who participate in this event and win will get the permanent right to use the Carnival and Fantasy linkage. Please everyone in the live broadcast room, don't be stingy with the gifts in your backpack, and start contributing your own strength to the anchor you support. Following the host's order, Chengu entered the live broadcast room again. The gift channel that was originally displayed in gray and could not be given has now been restored to the state where it can be given. The number of gifts in the 10 channels began to increase almost at the same time. Chengu refreshed the list casually and a real-time list popped up immediately. At this time, among the top 10 anchors, game anchors have already ranked at the top of the list, and the first one is none other than Match Must Die, which just caused a wave of hot memes. The three King of Glory anchors Daxian, Kuel and Xiaowazun followed closely behind. Since it was a real-time list, Chengu refreshed it and the list changed immediately. Su Xiaofan, the top outdoor anchor, rushed up instantly and surpassed the three king anchors. Even though the PK had just begun and the hosts on the stage hadn't said a few words, their fanatical fans had already started to push for the charts. While Chengu was stunned, treasure maps were flying all over the public screen. Brother Tangren sent a treasure map to help anchor Su Xiaofan succeed. Matchman Qingqing sent a treasure map to help the host Matchman Must Die succeed. Xiaoming classmate Zhang Momo sent a treasure map to help anchor Xiao Mingning succeed. After refreshing the list several times, Chengu discovered that the two star show hosts, Xiao Xiaoer and Li Yunru, had the worst gift income. The PK performance at the beginning had a significant impact on them. Li Yunru was okay, as she would occasionally receive a treasure map. Xiao Xiaoer was the worst off. From the time Chengu started paying attention to the gift income of major anchors until now, she had not received a treasure map. Although Li Yunru would receive one or two treasure maps from time to time, the total number of gifts was always at the bottom. Chengu thought he had done enough observation, so he went to a carnival to test the waters. As a result, this first treasure map caused quite a stir. While pushing Li Yunru's real-time gifts to the first place, it also caused heated discussions in the barrage. Fuck, the first carnival is out. Has a big boss emerged right at the beginning? Let me see who it is. Rouge Rookie? Oh my god, if I remember correctly, he just gave away gifts worth more than 8 million? He gave away Carnival right away. Is that so cool? Don't worry, I don't think this guy will last long. He just came up with a carnival to attract attention. It's so funny, you're saying that the big guys are grandstanding. Let me see which anchor's dog you are, okay? That's right, if you have the guts, why don't you give us a carnival? Who wouldn't be able to do that? Chengu couldn't help laughing when he saw the comments fighting each other. Perhaps Chengu himself did not expect that with those previous waves of inhumane operations, he would have generated a group of loyal fans on the internet. The next second, a huge carnival special effect appeared in the live broadcast room. Surprisingly, someone followed Chengu and sent him a carnival. However, the one who sent the gift was not one of the people who had just shouted, but a familiar old ID Brother Xiao is always here. Chengu was stunned. Ward sent it? It's this stupid Tianmeng Union again? With the carnival sent by Brother Xiao is always there, Xiao Xiaoer's live broadcast room immediately soared to the top of the real-time list. The audience who were present at the Big Sister battle immediately recognized the ID that Brother Xiao had always been using and exclaimed in surprise. Damn, isn't this the account used by the Tianmeng Guild to give out gifts? What's so shocking? Even if it's the Tianmeng Union, so what? Didn't they get beaten down by the big guys before? You're a fucking brain-dead fan, right? How many gifts did Rouge Rookie just give out? How can he still be able to compare to the top 3 guilds in all of Langya? Besides, the last time the guild lost to him was entirely because they underestimated the enemy, okay? Why are they protecting NM? Just when all eyes in the live broadcast room were focused on Chengu and the Tianmeng Union, something strange happened. Being sober is a sin sent out Carnival to help anchor Su Xiaofan succeed. Kiss Goodbye Carnival to help the anchor Match Must Die succeed. It's so sad. Ma Fei sent Jian Yan to help the anchor Daxian succeed. 3 carnivals were given away, and the real-time rankings were disrupted again. Chen Ji's carnival was like a fuse that immediately blew out the big brothers behind the major anchors in the live broadcast room. At this moment, the current gift screen is being played on the big screen on site. When several big brothers appeared on the screen and started to smash the carnival, several anchors who were sent to the carnival on the spot all had one word in their minds. It's settled. Especially Xiao Xiaoer, as the top anchor of Tianmeng Union, she already knew the specific process of this event, and she also obtained the support of the Union again behind the scenes, and was determined to get a share of the shares. The reason why the Union did not take action in the previous PK show match was because it wanted to accumulate strength and keep all the gifts in the top 10 anchors PK match. Now is the time for unions to take action. Before the anchors had time to rejoice, a familiar ID appeared on the big screen again. Brother Xiao has been sending out carnival successes to help anchor Xiao Xiaoer. The second carnival appeared. Including this carnival, there were already 5 carnivals on the scene, and Xiao Xiaoer alone had the gifts of 2 carnivals. In an instant, a huge gap opened up in the gift income between him and the other top 10 anchors. Firmly occupy the first place. Chapter 56 is so scary. Gulp. The anchors in the audience didn't know who swallowed their saliva. It's only just begun and we've already sent 2 carnivals. It's going to be so scary when the fight starts. Oh, damn, I'm tired of talking. Who asked Langya to spend so much money? Just wait and see, there will definitely be another fierce fight between dragons and tigers. Didn't you notice that it seemed like the guy wearing the mask at the seat was the first to cause trouble? Yes, I noticed it a long time ago, but unfortunately he is very aloof. Not to mention adding his prestige, he even refused to reveal his Douyin account to me. Everyone was talking at once, when suddenly someone shouted. Oh my god, look at the big screen. The hosts who were chatting looked up and saw that the entire screen was completely covered by a huge unicorn. On the unicorn sat a man and a woman, smiling sweetly. Rouge Rookie sent out a dream linkage to help anchor Xiao Nero succeed. Dream linkage. This is the gift special effect of dream linkage. Not only that, a dream collaboration is already awesome enough. Next, an even more jaw-dropping scene occurred. Rouge Rookie sent out a dream linkage to help anchor Xiao Nero succeed. Rouge Rookie sent out a dream linkage to help anchor Xiao Nero succeed. Rouge Rookie sent out a dream linkage to help anchor Xiao Nero succeed. Batter. Batter. Still combo. 20 consecutive hits. Chenggu didn't want to waste any time and directly launched 20 fantasy linkages. This scene stunned the anchors and even the viewers in the live broadcast room. Fuck, I can understand giving away 1 or 2 carnivals, but what does it mean to directly destroy 20 fantasy linkages? Where's the guy who just barked that our boss couldn't afford the gifts? Come out? Well said, what the hell is the Tianmeng Union? Are they qualified to compete with the big guys? Okay, I take back what I said, he is really awesome. To be honest, this kind of super rich guy is capable of buying all the wolf fangs, right? How can he spend hundreds of millions of dollars for no reason? On the stage, even the host who was about to interact and chat with the anchors was stunned. He looked at Li Yunru in surprise, his face full of disbelief. After a brief moment of surprise, he immediately reacted and said to the top 10 anchors on the stage in an excited tone. Dear anchors, I have a message to announce now. As of now, the PK time has just reached 1 minute, and there are already anchors whose gift channels have appeared with dream-like gift special effects. And it was a terrifying 20-hit combo. Since the top 10 anchors on the stage had to face the camera while chatting with the host, the screen behind them could not be seen at all. But after hearing the host's words, they all turned their heads to look. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. Damn it. 20 consecutive hits. It's only been 1 minute since the show started. Do you dare to play such a big game? If you receive 20 dream linkages in the whole PK, it is barely acceptable. After all, everyone on the field is a top anchor in their respective divisions, and it should not be a problem to receive gifts worth millions in 10 minutes of PK time. But, you start with 20 consecutive hits, what's the point? You really don't treat money as money? The 2 most surprised people were Li Yunru and Xiao Xiaoer. Li Yunru looked at Chenggu in the audience. The light was faintly reflected on his silver-white mask. The mask was facing the mobile phone screen, and it was unknown what he was looking at. Her eyes were somewhat complicated. Counting the more than 8 million earned from the opening performance, Chenggu had now earned more than 10 million. It's all real money. Chenggu is not a money printing machine, but he is willing to pay so much for her. Just think about it, so much money is gone in the blink of an eye, even the richest person would feel heartbroken, right? But Chenggu didn't do that. Not only that, he did it without hesitation, without any dragging his feet. At this moment, she seemed to have made a decision in her heart and accepted it all calmly. Then he looked at Xiao Xiaoer not far away, and a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. The other side. Xiao Xiaoer was already losing her composure when she saw these 20 outrageous dream linkages. As a veteran anchor who has been in the live broadcast industry for several years, she actually knows it clearly. Generally speaking, there are certain rules to follow when it comes to gift rankings. At the beginning, at most some ordinary audiences gave some insignificant gifts to create momentum. It was not until the halfway point of the PK time that the real big shots in the live broadcast room started to show off their skills and spend a lot of money. After this climax, the gift income will tend to be stable for the rest of the time until the PK is completely over. Even for a PK event of the level of the Wolf Fawn Carnival, at the beginning there are only a few gift channels at most, and everyone will give each other a few treasure maps, or send some super fire as a token of their appreciation. How can someone start trouble right away? Of course, this kind of trouble has happened. The people who cause trouble are either idiots who are deliberately bluffing and spend all their money in one go. There is another type of person who is truly super rich. People don't care about the unspoken rules of PK at all, just do it and that's it. Do I care about you? Although this situation is extremely rare. But Xiao Xiaoer classified Chenggu as the second type of person without hesitation. Because Chenggu never showed any sign of lack of financial resources from beginning to end. It's so fucking horrible. Is this still a human being? Thinking of this, Xiao Xiaoer was actually a little nervous. For some reason, even with the union's support, the sense of oppression brought by Chenggu was still strong. It's simply inhumane, okay? I don't know where this rich man came from. However, while everyone was still surprised, the Tianmeng Union took action again. Brother Xiao has been sending out fantastic linkages to help anchor Xiao Xiaoer succeed. Brother Xiao has been sending out fantastic linkages to help anchor Xiao Xiaoer succeed. Brother Xiao has been sending out fantastic linkages to help anchor Xiao Xiaoer succeed. 20 dream linkages. There are another 20 dream linkages. There were bursts of exclamations from the audience. This is not the end yet. Before the Tianmeng Guild's gift screen was flooded with gifts, another ID's gift announcement came one after another. It was all thanks to the clown who sent out the dream linkage to help anchor Su Xiaofan succeed. It was all thanks to the clown who sent out a dream linkage to help anchor Su Xiaofan succeed 13. It was all thanks to the clown who sent out a dream linkage to help anchor Su Xiaofan succeed 20. The third 20 hits. Next second. Why is the autumn wind sad? The painted fan sends a dream linkage to help the anchor master succeed. Why is the autumn wind sad? The painted fan sends a dream linkage to help the anchor Daxian succeed 11. Why is the autumn wind sad? The painted fan sends a dream linkage to help the anchor Daxian succeed 20. The fourth 20 hits. Chapter 57 Neat and tidy. After the gift channels of these four anchors suddenly displayed 20 dream linkages. The other 6 major anchors also made efforts, some sent more than a dozen dream linkages, and some added more than 20 carnivals. Chenggu was like a stick that stirred up trouble, turning the originally calm situation into a turbulent mess. This time, the anchors were numb, the audience was numb, and the netizens were numb too. Life is unbearable, right? One person beats 9 people, this is a hot-blooded novel, right? At this time, some sharp-eyed netizens recognized the ID of the netizens in Su Xiaofan's live broadcast room stream linkage. The ID All Clowns is a gift ID from the Wolf Fawn First Guild, the Flower Entertainment Guild, right? Damn, there's more to it. Why is the autumn wind sad for the painted fan is a gift account from the Zhongyue Guild. Damn, are the top 3 guilds all here? The resourceful netizens quickly uncovered the true identities behind these gift-sending IDs. It would have been fine if I hadn't dug it up, but I found out after I did. Except for the ID Rujirushi, which is a personal account, the rest are all union accounts. How could one person challenge 9 major guilds? It was clearly a competition between unions, but an outsider got involved. It would have been fine if he just got involved, but he also set the pace and led the 9 major unions by the nose. I'm not saying this, but I can't even learn how to fight 9 people at once. This is a super rich man, an absolute super rich man. Don't even think about learning from him. If you can meet him once, you will have used up all your luck in this life. Calm down. The one who said he was fighting 9 people alone was exaggerating. He is just a rising star at best. Haven't the other guilds caught up with him? That's fair to say. It's not that these guilds can't afford it, they just didn't keep up with the pace. Haven't they realized it now? There's no need to keep blowing their trumpet, right? Some more rational netizens also came out to analyze the situation at this moment, and their analysis made a lot of sense. That seems to be the case, but he is indeed very cool. He can get 20 dream linkages right away. We ordinary people can't compare to him. Otherwise, how can you be called a super rich man? The key is to be rich. Look, the rankings have changed again. Xiao Xiao's Tianmeng Guild has cleared 10 more dream linkages and is now directly ranked first. Wow, there are 30 dream linkages in total. It's only been a minute and a half, and 3 million have already been spent. At this moment, Chen Gu, who had been lurking in the live broadcast room, naturally saw the various comments in the barrage. In fact, we can't blame those netizens for not thinking highly of Chen Gu. In their eyes, Chen Gu's biggest weakness is that he is alone. How could he win against the entire Union team alone? The probability was too small. Chen Gu refreshed the real-time rankings in the live broadcast room. At some point, Su Xiaofan's Huayu Guild also started to exert its strength and directly sent out 31 dream linkages. I don't mean anything else, it's just that there is one more than your Tianmeng Guild. Damn, the competition is really fierce. Everyone is fighting each other. Chen Gu had his fill of gossip in the live broadcast room, and was unhurriedly preparing to switch back to Li Yunru's gift channel. Anyway, the PK takes a long time, a full 10 minutes, and only 2 minutes have passed, so there is no rush at all. Chen Gu was very calm. Suddenly, a comment caught Chen Ji's attention. Brothers, the latest news is that I have a friend who works as an operator in the Union. It is said that the Huayu Union has prepared more than 10 million for the PK this time. There is a plan. Is this true? There were tens of thousands before, so there must be 100 fantasy linkages, right? So extravagant? How could it be false? My friend is an insider and said it himself. More than 10 million, use it for PK? Chen Gu, who was originally a little bored, immediately became playful when he saw this comment. He opened Li Yunru's gift channel, found the dream linkage, and directly entered the number 79 under the gift. Then click give without hesitation. Next second. Everyone saw that the dream linkage gift special effects appeared again on the public screen of the live broadcast room. The scariest thing is that after the special effects of the dream linkage, there is a number 79. 79 dream linkages meant that 7,900,000 were given away in one go. In fact, there was a reason why Chen Gu chose the number 79. 79 dream linkages plus the 20 that he had just given away made up a total of 99. 9,900,000 is just under 10 million. Didn't your Huayu Union prepare 10 million to make the list? Come on, at worst you can brush more than me, I will continue to brush up. When Chen Ji's multi-million-dollar gift appeared in the live broadcast room, all the anchors in the audience said in unison, almost in perfect tacit agreement. Fuck. A lot of neat stuff. I'm confused, really confused. In fact, Chen Ji's act of smashing 79 dream linkages in one breath not only shocked everyone present, but also the backstage operation team of the Huayu Union was in a state of confusion. As the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement, while experts watch the truth. There are only a few members in the Langya Guild, and they know everything about the ID account Rouge Rookie. This ID attracted the attention of the Huayu Guild as early as the first time it helped Xiao Nero in PK. Later, with his own efforts, he defeated Xiao Xiao's backstage the Tianmeng Guild in the PK with Xiao Xiao. This cannot but attract our attention. You must know that Tianmeng Guild is one of the top 3 guilds in the entire Langya, although the reason for the loss was due to underestimating the enemy. But that is based on the premise that the other party also has a union account. But this Ru Goruchi is clearly a personal account. This is outrageous. What's even more outrageous is that he gave away gifts worth more than 7 million in one go. This is more than 7 million gifts given out on top of the more than 8 million gifts given out during the exhibition match. Sister Hong, I counted the gifts in Xiao Nairo's live broadcast room, and now it's almost 10 million. What should we do? Give gifts or not? Listen to what Xiaoli said. Sister Hong, who was in charge of operations, had a grim look on her face, and it was clear that she had lost her mind at this point. To brush or not to brush? If you don't brush it, it's obvious that you can't catch up with others. But if you continue to brush, what if you can't defeat the opponent? And according to the current situation, there is a high probability that you won't be able to defeat the opponent. The Union has set the amount of funds it can manipulate at 10 million, not a penny more. She really wants to complain now. How can such a simple thing as giving gifts become like this? If this is done well, there will be no benefit, but if it is done badly, it will be a disaster. Well, you continue to keep an eye on the background data. I will call the boss right now. Chapter 58, Coming for the Boss's Fame. Sister Hong made a prompt decision and decided to ask her boss for instructions. Things had gotten to a point where they were beyond what she could handle. 3 minutes later, Sister Hong came back with a frown on her face. Xiaoli, what is the status of the other party's gift data now? Is there any change? No, that personal account has stopped sending out 79 fantasy linkages in one go. However, a few ordinary viewers sent out a few treasure maps. Sister Hong listened to Xiaoli's report and nodded. It was normal for a few ordinary audience members to come out and give away treasure maps occasionally. It was within a reasonable range. Sister Hong, what does the boss say? Should we continue or stop? Go on. Sister Hong said. This time, it was Xiaoli's turn to be shocked. Even as a data monitor, he knew that the water was deep here and one could lose everything if he was not careful. In fact, it's not just the Huayu Union, the Tianmeng Union is also in the same situation at this time. Everyone's budget is about the same, around 10 million. In fact, if you do some calculations, you will understand why the amount has to be stuck at 10 million. The winning anchor's share income is probably only around 10 million. If all the more than 10 million gifts were really given out, the host would get the gift income shared with the platform, plus the share income, which would add up to about 15 million yuan. There is still a surplus of 5 million to share between the anchors and the guild. It is hard to say about the part exceeding 10 million, as the income may exceed the expenditure and incur losses at any time. The most important thing is that all this is based on winning the PK. If you lose, you will really lose everything. Therefore, even the most capable Huayu Union and Tianmeng Union only predicted a maximum amount of about 10 million for this PK. Not to mention other smaller guilds, which can only take out 5 or 6 million at most for PK, and these 5 or 6 million are basically just for running along. This is why it is said that Chenggu's 79 dream linkages have reached the limit. Seeing this, the answer to why this official PK allowed the union to intervene is obvious. Because it is impossible for Langya officials to lose money. The guaranteed income from gifts generated by the top 10 anchors is 40 million, which is 20 million if divided in half. 10 million is given to the winning anchor, and 10 million is left for oneself. It's a sure win no matter how you look at it, so why not let the union get involved? The platform is not stupid. And the more intense the competition, the happier the platform will be. With both traffic and money, why not? Originally, the platform allowed the union to intervene, and the union helped the anchors to rank on the charts. This was something everyone knew, and they just had to follow their own pace. But a troublemaker got in. At this moment, there was a period of vacuum on the field. After Chenggu created 79 dream linkages, the 9 major guilds all remained silent. But, just because they shut up doesn't mean the audience in the live broadcast room will shut up too. With this outrageous operation, the real-time popularity of Langya Carnival directly reached a terrifying 300 million, and the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room even exploded. Fuck, I've learned something new. Is this how you spend gifts? Even if you can print money, you can't spend it like this. 10 million. If you calculate the time, I would have to start working 2 centuries ago and I would have had to starve to death to save that much. Have you seen how the 9 trade unions behaved? They dared not even fart. Fuck, it's so cool to see them get humiliated. Chase them. These idiots will try to chase one more. Brothers, I suddenly remembered something. Shaonai Ro's gift income enjoys a 10% bonus. The other 9 live broadcast rooms will have to give out 11 million gifts to catch up. Yes. There is also this. Friendly reminder, the 10% gift bonus was won by the big guy after spending 8 million. While netizens were discussing the live broadcast continuously, countless people had quietly shared the live broadcast room to their respective friend circles or spaces. Many marketing accounts lurking in the live broadcast room have already edited these videos and posted them on Douyin. The titles are all. Songs like Tears Strikes Again, the Wolffang Carnival moves forward. I heard that the anchor has a union to support him? Sorry, I am enough on my own. The super rich boss once again staged an outrageous operation of fighting 1 against 9. Pay attention to Douyin account, the editor is following up in time. That year I put my hands in my pockets, I didn't know what an opponent was like a song, like a tear. Due to Qin Ji's previous #1 female enthusiasm competition, the 2 major events of 300 million mansion were once edited and posted online. So when the video with the topic like a song, like a tear was released, netizens who have watched this type of video immediately found it on Douyin. And when the netizens who were surfing the web learned that the battle among the rich was still going on, they could no longer sit still. A large number of new users downloaded the Langya app and flocked into the Carnival's live broadcast room. For a time, Barrage once again ushered in a new round of surge. I came here because of his reputation. I never thought I would have the opportunity to watch him in action. And me, I watched 20 slices of the live broadcast of the Dream Linkage and clicked in. Excuse me, why did the gift stop now? I said. He suppressed the 9 major guilds by himself. Do you believe it? Fuck, bro, be careful. At this time, in the chairman's office at Langya's headquarters. The chairman, looking at the crazy comments in the live broadcast room of Langya Carnival, could no longer hide the smile on his face. At this time, the secretary came in with a document. Chairman, the live broadcast data for the first 4 minutes is out. The number of new registered users online in our Wolf Fong Carnival live broadcast room has reached 40%. The current new user retention rate is expected to be 98%. The proportion of new users at 3 minutes has continued to soar from 13% to the current 40%, which has not yet reached the limit. The chairman nodded and understood what had happened during this period of time. It was the time after Chen Go angrily smashed the Dream Linkage. What does the explosive growth in new users during this period indicate? Moreover, the key words in the barrage sent by these new users are such words as Big Brother, Super Rich, and Singing and Tearful. This shows that at least 90% of new users come here for the ID Rouge Rookie. The reason why the chairman is so happy is that Langya is an old website and its traffic pool has remained unchanged for several years. Moreover, with the impact of these short videos, the traffic pool shows a continuous downward trend. The stickiness of old users is getting lower and lower, but there are very few new users. Chapter 59, Just Silence. This situation is undoubtedly fatal for live streaming platforms that rely on traffic to operate. Although the Langya platform can still hold on for now, after all, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and with a large family and a huge business, it will not starve to death for a while. However, if this situation continues for a long time, there will definitely be problems, as short videos have had too great an impact on the live streaming industry. However, today, someone unexpectedly broke this situation, and that is like a song, like a cry. Chen Go brought a huge amount of traffic to the Langya platform. With this wave of traffic, Langya's revenue is bound to increase significantly again. The most important thing is to find a way to retain Chen Go. As long as Chen Go stays on the Langya platform, the stickiness of this group of new users will be very high. So, after the carnival tonight, find a way to contact the ID Rouge Chi and do everything we can to keep him. Chairman, our Langya family is big and powerful, there is no need to. Naturally, no one knew what happened in Langya chairman's room. At this time, they were still immersed in Chen Ge's 79 Dream Linkage operations. Now, 3 minutes have passed since Chen Gulas sent out a gift, and all guilds have remained silent and have not made any statement. The anchors couldn't help but start talking about it. I say, these 9 major guilds are not really scared, right? Little Nara has been at the top of the list for about 3 minutes. It shouldn't be that serious. Even though that guy is very powerful, the union is still a union after all. If they are suppressed, they will definitely find a way to make up for it. Don't be naive, buddy. I guess if Huayu and Tianmeng don't make a statement, there won't be any more guild accounts giving gifts in the future. Think about it, if we continue to do this, how many guilds can afford it? By that time, the gifts we give out won't be enough to earn back. Isn't that just a waste of money? That makes sense. The union is not stupid. They will definitely weigh the pros and cons. Besides, the anchor hadn't even finished his words when his expression changed the next second, and his shock was evident in his expression. Ward hair? On the big screen, the Dream Linkage was all over the screen again. It was all thanks to the clown who sent out the Dream Linkage to help anchor Su Xiaofan succeed 16. It was all thanks to the clown who sent out the Dream Linkage to help anchor Su Xiaofan succeed 43. It was all thanks to the clown who sent out the Dream Linkage to help anchor Su Xiaofan succeed 79. 79 Dream Linkages, just the right amount, not more, not less. And because the gifts given by Su Xiaofan's previous fans were more valuable than Lianru's, after the union made up these 79 Dream Linkages, Su Xiaofan currently ranks first with a slight advantage. Damn it, has the Huayu union gone crazy? They knew there was a trap but they jumped into it anyway? Sorry, I underestimated the Huayu guild. They are indeed courageous. They are worthy of being the number 1 guild of Langya. What? It's already been posted? There were bursts of exclamations from the anchor group again. All of these exclamations were expressing their admiration for the Huayu Union's courage to send gifts worth millions despite Chen Ji's pressure. The key point is, if your Huayu Union really loses in the end, you will lose everything. This operation is a bit confusing. How dare you do this? Isn't this simply reckless behavior? Perhaps even they themselves have not noticed that their ideas have changed. Originally, the 9 major labor unions were besieging Chengdu, but now Chengdu suddenly interfered and it became Chengdu who was suppressing the 9 major labor unions alone. Moreover, these unions also have to consider whether they can fight back. If they do, what if the other party continues to attack? Apart from anything else, can you afford the loss? Are you ready to lose? If Huayu Guild dares to continue moving up, what about other guilds? Do they dare? On the stage, the top 10 anchors were speechless as they watched the images on the screen. Li Yunru was fine, but the other 9 anchors all looked ugly and had complicated expressions. Even Su Xiaofan, who had just received tens of millions of gifts and was currently ranked first, was nervous and his palms were sweating. How did the situation suddenly become like this? Even the trade unions seemed to be unable to hold on. Suddenly, the gift special effect flashed on the screen again, and another unexpected ID began to swipe frantically. Brother Xiao has been sending out fantastic linkages to help anchor Xiao Xiaoer succeed 33. Brother Xiao has been sending out fantastic linkages to help anchor Xiao Xiaoer succeed 54. Brother Xiao has been sending out fantastic linkages to help anchor Xiao Xiaoer succeed 80. Tianmeng Union also took action. And not more, not less, exactly 80 dream linkages were completed. Xiao Xiaoer once again squeezed Su Xiaofan out of the first position with an extremely slight advantage. Fuck, everyone is crazy, Huayu is crazy, Tianmeng is going crazy with Huayu, right? This is too exciting. Not too much, not too little. Just enough to create an extra dream linkage. Is this Tianmeng's counterattack against Huayu's protest just now? Things seem to be moving in an unpredictable direction. Offstage, Chengdu looked at the phone and saw Su Xiaofan and Xiao Xiaoer occupying the first and second places with only a slight advantage, and suddenly found it a little funny. What about these kids fighting? Chengdu tried to send another dream linkage. As a result, the next moment, both accounts were mobilized. It was all thanks to the clown who sent out the dream linkage to help anchor Su Xiaofan succeed. Brother Xiao has been sending out fantastic linkages to help anchor Xiao Xiaoer succeed. The 2 accounts only send 1 fantasy linkage each, and continue to maintain the first and second real-time rankings. Quite interesting. Chengdu sent another dream linkage, but the result was the same. The 2 accounts still only sent 1 dream linkage gift that barely exceeded Chen Ji's gift amount. The next second, a silver light flashed on Chen Ji's mask, and Chengdu decisively entered 99 in the gift box of the dream linkage gift. In an instant, the entire live broadcast room was once again filled with the dreamlike linkage and screen-sweeping special effects. The number 99 follows the gift. However, this is not the end. Ruguruchi sent a dream linkage to help anchor Xiao Nairo succeed 99. Ruguruchi sent a dream linkage to help anchor Xiao Nairo succeed 198. Ruguruchi sent a dream linkage to help anchor Xiao Nairo succeed 297. 297 consecutive hits. A total of 297 consecutive hits. The gift worth 30 million yuan completely silenced the entire union. Chapter 60. Are you still brushing? I'll accompany you to the end. If sending 79 dream linkages in a row was to disrupt the rhythm of the major guilds, then what did these nearly 300 combos mean? At this moment, the barrage, the top 10 anchors, and the audience were completely dumbfounded. The chairman, who was sitting in the office looking at the computer screen, didn't hold the cup steadily and spilled water all over the table. The secretary was a little confused when he saw this scene. Chairman, what's wrong? The chairman's eyes widened with disbelief. What is going on? The secretary went forward to take a look, but saw a huge dream linkage special effect on the screen, and behind the special effect, followed by a bright number 297. The secretary was still a little bit unconvinced and rubbed his eyes. The chairman next to him stood up suddenly. Quick! Tell the operations department and planning department to get moving. Edit the video if necessary and promote it if necessary. Don't miss this wonderful clip. Although the secretary was a little confused by the sudden scene, his good professional ethics allowed him to react immediately. Yes, Chairman. After saying this, she was about to leave the office to arrange specific matters, but the chairman immediately stopped her. One more thing, at any cost, tonight. No, after the PK is over, quickly contact the gentleman who sent the gift. I can sense that our Langia's chance to regain new life has come. The chairman became more and more excited as he spoke, with a gleam in his eyes. On the stage. The host's mind was blank at this moment. Although he had prepared according to the script countless times before hosting the show, he was stunned after seeing Chen Ji's actions. This is a little weird. Why is it so different from what we rehearsed? This is too outrageous. No, it's not outrageous, it's really against the will of heaven. 30 million worth of gifts, just given out like that? How many lifetimes' wages of an ordinary person were spent just like that? He swallowed hard, breathed heavily, and looked at the anchors on the stage. But I was surprised to find that everyone's expressions had become like this omega. They were all stunned, not at all the calm and composed they had been when they were sent to the carnival just now. You know, they are the face of the entire Langia, they don't want to lose their composure like this. There was no way, Chen Ge had brushed too much. Even as top anchors of Langia, they have never seen anyone send so many gifts. Let alone Langia, even if all the live broadcast platforms are added together, there is no anchor who received gifts worth 30 million in one PK. It is also a very explosive existence in the entire live broadcast industry. This situation has nothing to do with the popularity and heat of the live broadcast itself. It is completely a one-sided slaughter by the financial sponsor. The anchors stood stiffly on the stage. For a moment, there was a vacuum in the situation. On stage and off stage. No one was making any noise, and time and space seemed to have frozen at this moment. You can hear a pin drop. After nearly 30 seconds of silence, someone among the anchors sitting in the audience shouted, "Awesome!" Then, everyone boiled instantly like hot water that was heated to the critical point. Awesome! 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 As the shouts continued, countless eyes fell on Chen Ge. Yes, after the publicity by those anchors just now, Chen Ge's identity is known to everyone on the field. It was this man in front of me who gave me gifts worth tens of millions in one go. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Chen Ge stood up. At this moment, the noisy sound suddenly became much quieter. Ahem! A dry cough came from behind the silver-white mask. And after this dry cough, the last trace of noise completely disappeared. A staff member immediately handed over a microphone. Everyone understood that the boss was about to speak. Amid the crowd's enthusiastic gazes, Chen Ge took the microphone calmly. Still brushing? I'll keep you company. The magnetic, deep voice spread to every corner of the venue and even produced an echo. It was not until now that everyone realized, are they still in a PK? I was so excited just now that I was busy shouting how awesome he was and completely forgot about this. Chen Ji's blatant demonstration immediately lowered the temperature in the entire venue. Still brushing? I'll accompany you to the end. These seemingly casual words were like a huge rock pressing on everyone's heart. They couldn't help but wonder in their hearts, is there really any union that dares to do this? However, their doubts were soon answered. On the big screen on the stage, a barrage of comments released by the director responded. They are all clowns. Huayu Union admits defeat and will no longer participate in the championship competition of this PK. After this barrage, another barrage was played. Brother Xiao has been saying, Tianming Union admits defeat and will no longer participate in the championship competition of this PK. Immediately afterwards, more and more barrages were moved to the big screen by the director. Why is the autumn wind sad for the painted fan? Ichio Guild admits defeat and will no longer participate in the championship competition of this PK. Sparks and Lightning, Riot will admit defeat and will no longer participate in the championship competition of this PK. My heart belongs to Sister Zhang, Huansu Union admits defeat and will no longer participate in the championship competition of this PK. Where Autumn clothes in Spring, Loud Union admits defeat and will no longer compete for the championship of this PK. One ID after another appeared on the big screen. Without exception, all of these IDs were Union accounts that had just given away hundreds of millions of dollars. When the last Union account announced its surrender, the live broadcast room was in an uproar. Awesome! Shout at the top of your lungs. Fuck, this is awesome. I originally thought it was just one man being besieged by 9 trade unions, but it turned out to be one man fighting against 9 heroes. Now, I can't think of any words anymore. This is awesome. Did you hear that? I could hear the audience shouting awesome in the live broadcast room. Isn't that awesome? What the hell did I see tonight? A crushing defeat, an extreme crushing defeat. I just want to say one thing, you are awesome. 666, Doeen will definitely have a complete clip of this live broadcast tomorrow. I'm going to watch it again. I've already recorded the screen. I have to keep the original video so I can brag to others about it later. That line still brushing? I'll keep you company till the end, is so cool. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. The crowd in the live broadcast room was boiling with excitement and cheering. This kind of large-scale show-off event stimulates everyone's nerves, as if they are in the venue and they are the big boss. Aren't your 9 major trade unions awesome? Now what? The dragon is coiled for me and the tiger is lying for me. Chapter 61. Back to the hotel. During this period when the people on site were stunned and the audience in the live broadcast room were excited, time passed quietly. When the beep sound indicating the end of PK time was heard on the big screen, people woke up from their dreams. The host reacted quickly and immediately picked up the microphone. PK time is up. I declare that the host who won this PK match is Xiao Nairo. The host Xiao Nairo's gift income for this game is 32,410,000 renminbi. Combined with the gift percentage bonus from the previous PK, the final gift income is 35,651,000 renminbi. As soon as he finished speaking, countless applause broke out from the audience. I admire you. I really admire you. At this moment, everyone was in awe of Chen Ji's performance. It was truly amazing. A 10% profit bonus, is it necessary? Just relying on the naked income from gifts will make you beat others. Next is the second place winner of this PK competition. He is the anchor Su Xiaofan. Although he came in second, we are still impressed by his indomitable spirit. The following is the third place winner of this PK competition, anchor Xiao Xiaoer. The host spoke high-sounding polite words on the stage, which were necessary according to the event rehearsal. But at this moment, it sounded so ridiculous to everyone. These seemingly encouraging words actually sound like sarcasm. Damn, they are still ranked second. I don't know what the officials are thinking. They don't change their rhetoric. Their indomitable spirit is so funny. On the stage, the host read out the ranking of each anchor in turn, but starting from the second place Su Xiaofan, the specific income was not mentioned separately. The gap is so big, what is the point of saying anything? It's better to save some face. On the other side, Xiao Xiaoer's expression changed when she heard her ranking. The host's words were like a bolt of lightning, hitting Xiao Xiaoer hard, destroying her previous pride in being the top sister and her confidence in being the best in the sector. She knew that after this incident, she would no longer be qualified to be compared with Xiao Nairo, and the union would not invest subsequent resources in her. Because, after several PKs, the union paid too high a price. Live streaming is a very cruel industry. If you are useful, the so-called resources and connections will come to you. When you are down and out, you should be thankful that these things don't step on you. Xiao Xiaoer looked at Li Yunru with mixed feelings. As the old was replaced by the new, he understood that it was time for him to stay in the appearance section and spend his retirement. However, when some people are sad, others are naturally happy. Li Yunru felt 1,000 times happier at this moment than if she had won the lottery. After the host announced her victory, she didn't hear a word that was said afterwards, and all her attention was focused on Chen Gu. If it wasn't inappropriate to step down now, she would have definitely run down from the stage and thrown herself into Chen Ji's arms. I thought the silver mask was a bit silly just now, but now the more I look at it, the happier it looks and the more handsome it looks. After the host had spoken a lot, Li Yunru finally heard that sentence. Hosts, please take your seats again and rest for a while. We are about to enter the next activity process. Afterwards, Li Yunru couldn't wait to sit back next to Chen Gu with excitement. Chen Gu, I love you so much. Li Yunru hugged Chen Ji's arm without hesitation and snuggled up to Chen Gu. Ahem, there are people watching us, be more reserved, be more reserved. Chen Gu warned with a deep voice from under his mask. Li Yunru looked around, but everyone's eyes were all on her and Chen Gu. No one was paying attention to the stage. She couldn't help but blush slightly, and rolled her eyes at Chen Gu. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You made me embarrassed in front of so many people. Chen Gu was speechless. Auntie, you came up and hugged me without giving me a chance to explain. I don't care, it's all your fault. Li Yunru's face flushed, and there was a hint of coquettishness in her voice. Chen Gu felt numb when he heard this voice. He leaned over to whisper in Li Yunru's ear. Let's talk business. Do you need to participate in the following activities? Li Yunru replied, the subsequent activities are organized by other small anchors, and have nothing to do with us big anchors. So it doesn't matter whether you are there or not? Chen Ge continued to ask. Then, how about we go? Chen Ge asked with a raised tone. Go? Where to? Li Yunru didn't react to what Chen Ge meant for a while. The next second, Chen Ge laughed and said, Hotel. Hotel? Why go back to the hotel now? Li Yunru was halfway through her words when she suddenly realized something hateful. Chen Ge glanced around. Now is still time for rest and adjustment, so people can move around freely. Without saying a word, he bent down, took Li Yunru's hand and left. Dude, lend me that. Brother, please move aside. Please move your legs. That's what row seats are like, it's difficult to get in and out. Outside, a young anchor, whose attention was focused on his phone, suddenly heard a voice, Hey, buddy, let me pass, move your legs. The anchor was arranged to sit outside because of his low popularity. He was already resentful. When he heard someone was about to leave, he looked up and said, Why are you making way? Those of us sitting outside didn't say anything. If there is anything important that needs to be done, it has to come out from inside. However, before he could finish his words, he saw a man wearing a silver-white mask. What the hell, big man? Although he was arranged to sit at the outermost position, Chen Ji's mask had appeared on the stage before, and he was the only one wearing a mask in the entire venue. You can recognize it at first sight. He immediately stood up, tongue-tied, trembling, and said, No. Sorry, please go ahead. At this moment, the young anchor was regretting his decision so much that he just hated that he didn't have the chance to start over. Chen Ge naturally had no idea about the young anchor's intense psychological activities. He held Li Yunru's hand, turned left and right, and soon broke away from the crowd in the venue. When Monkey was about to leave the venue in a hurry, suddenly, a woman in professional attire stopped him. Hello, sir. I am the secretary of the Langya chairman's office. Excuse me, but our chairman wants to talk to you alone about something. Do you have time now? No time. Sir, the conversation will be quick and won't take up much of your time. I have something urgent to do now, very urgent. Chapter 62 Easy to Tear, Good Brother. Chen Ge took Li Yunru and hurriedly stopped a taxi. He didn't hear clearly what the secretary said until he got into the car. Chen Ge, the chairman wants to see you. It would be bad if you don't go. I'm not Langya's anchor, and I don't rely on him for a living, so what's wrong with that? Besides, what can be more important than what I have to do now? Chen Ge took off the silver-white mask on his face, his expression was bitter. Li Yunru wanted to say something, but she was concerned about the driver in the front seat, so she leaned close to Chen Ji's ear and opened her red lips slightly. What are you going to do? I don't quite understand, brother. The eyes are as charming as silk, and the breath is as fragrant as orchid. A unique fragrance belonging to Li Yunru penetrated into Chen Ji's nose, and his blood boiled instantly, and his blood pressure soared. Master. What's wrong, young man? Can you go faster? Hey young man, this is the city, the cars are going at this speed, everyone is the same, I want to go faster. I'll pay triple the fare. Rub. Under the streetlights, a taxi was driving fast on the road. 10 minutes later, the taxi arrived at the destination. The driver looked at the payment record on his mobile phone, and the wrinkles on his face were revealed with a smile. Young man, feel free to contact me next time if you need anything. Chen Ge nodded, made sure that nothing was left behind, and took Li Yunru's hand before turning around and entering the hotel. For some reason, the hotel corridor that Chen Ge originally thought was a bit long seemed so short this time. After a while, the two of them stood at the door of the room. Drop. Li Yunru took out the room card and swiped the door. As soon as she entered the door, she kicked her high heels to the ground, and let her small feet in flesh-colored stockings step on the floor of the hotel. Ouch, it hurts so much. I've been standing in this thing all night. Li Yunru turned her back to Chen Ge without any scruples, crying out in pain, but her eyes were fixed on Chen Ji's reaction behind her. She didn't even notice a glimpse of light under her skirt when she bent over to rub her feet. Chen Ge swallowed a mouthful of saliva. How about I wash it for you? Nonsense, how can a man wash a woman's feet? Chen Ge rolled his eyes at her and said, What kind of futile thinking do you have? You need to change it. After that, Chen Ge picked up a foot bath bucket and walked into the bathroom. I'll go get some water. Li Yunru looked at Chen Ji's back and curled her red lips. He is quite considerate. Not long after, Chen Gu came out with a bucket of hot water and a towel. The water temperature is okay, it shouldn't be too hot. Thank you. Li Yunru also put one hand into her skirt without any hesitation, and pulled her flesh-colored stockings down her thighs, taking them off little by little. She raised her white feet, touched the water surface with her toes, and then slowly put them in. Phew! It's quite comfortable. Chen Gu looked at the white patch and couldn't help swallowing his saliva again, am I right? It's time to take a bath and relax. Chen Gu squatted down, followed Li Yunru's slender calves down, and held her delicate feet. The first feeling when you get it is that it is slippery. I don't know how this woman maintains herself. Has anyone ever told you that women's feet should not be touched casually? Li Yunru half leaned on the bed, looking at Chen Gu motionlessly with seductive eyes. Oh? Then who can touch it? Parents, and sweetheart. Chen Gu smiled, then am I considered your sweetheart? You guess? Suddenly, Li Yunru giggled, don't scratch me, I was wrong. Chen Gu seemed not to hear her, and rubbed his fingernails back and forth on the soles of her feet. Do you still dare to be naughty? I won't dare anymore. Li Yunru begged for mercy again and again. Her skirt was lifted up to her thighs due to the violent movement. Chen Gu remained in a squatting position, and from his perspective, the mysterious area deep in his thighs was clearly visible. What are you looking at? Your eyes are wide open. Nothing, I was just distracted. Li Yunru saw through Chen Ji's crude lie at once with her peripheral vision, but she did not put her skirt back to its original position, allowing Chen Ji's predatory gaze to invade her at will. After Chen Gu had ravaged her feet a few times, she pulled them back, picked up the towel, and wiped them while saying, "The water temperature is okay. Why don't you take a shower too? I'll go to the bathroom to change clothes." Li Yunru stood up, carried a small bag and went into the bathroom, then locked the bathroom door with a click. Chen Gu had an impression of this bag. After getting off the plane, Li Yunru kept carrying it and did not let Chen Gu see what was inside. Chen Gu wiped his nose, luckily there was not much liquid. I just stared at it for several minutes, and my mind was not focused on washing feet at all. After calming down a little, Chen Gu took off his leather shoes and socks and threw them in the corner. Without thinking twice, he put his feet into the footbath that Li Yunru had used, and rubbed his feet back and forth. A few minutes later, Chen Gu was almost done washing, and just as he was about to wipe his feet, the bathroom door opened. Li Yunru was wearing a silk suspender that barely covered her thighs. Her legs were wrapped in 2 pairs of stockings with letters on them, and the patterned edges at the ends were even clearly visible. At this time, her hair had been tied up, revealing her snow-white and charming swan neck. 2 thin straps were hung on the shoulders with difficulty, causing the suspenders to hang loosely, exposing most of the round naked body that should have been covered, appearing half revealed and half distinct. Li Yunru bit her red lips lightly and walked up to Chen Gu, "I'll wipe it." As she spoke, she bent down, picked up Chen Ji's feet, and wiped them carefully. Chen Gu had to admit that his heart, which had finally calmed down, was boiling again. Because Li Yunru was leaning over, Chen Gu, who was sitting upright, could see through her neckline without any obstruction, and could see 2 large and plump white breasts. Gu dong. The sound of swallowing saliva was clearly audible in the quiet room. Li Yunru raised her head with a triumphant smile and asked, "What's wrong?" Chen Gu knew that she was deliberately creating confusion and asking questions even though she knew the answer. "The water is cold, wipe it quickly." "Good." Li Yunru sped up her work, looking up at Chen Gu the whole time, without looking away. She let Chen Ji's eyes scan every inch of her exposed skin. Suddenly, she stopped what she was doing. "It's done, master." She looked at Chen Gu seductively, her eyes were drawn, and her tongue kept licking her red lips. "Ahem, okay, I'll go pour the water." Before Chen Gu could finish his words, Li Yunru suddenly rushed over, pushed Chen Gu down, and laid flat on the bed. "I'll pour it later. Let's get down to business first." Before she finished her words, she came closer, slightly spread her legs, and sat on Chen Gu. Then, she placed her hands on both sides of Chen Ji's head and put her red lips next to Chen Ji's ear. Balenciaga easy to tear style, good brother. Chapter 63, Interview with Langya Chairman. Li Yunru's appearance is naturally charming and seductive. With this voice that numbed him to the bone, Chen Gu immediately couldn't stand it anymore. She just likes Li Yunru's unique charm. "Good brother, come on. Look at that perfect body and pretty face. Chen Gu rolled over, turned from defense to offense, and pounced on him. The night is extremely quiet. In the hotel room arranged by Langya, the sound of playing poker could be heard all night long. That night, they changed their names countless times. Chen Gu called Li Yunru little follower and Li Yunru called Chen Gu big brother. When Chen Gu called her sister, Li Yunru called Chen Gu good brother. Little maid. What can I do for you, master? The next day, noon. Li Yunru woke up from her sleep. Looking at the handsome face so close to her, she quietly stretched out a finger and placed it above Chen Ji's nose. Continue tracing in the air along the outline of the nose tip. After describing for a while, she half sat up and gently moved her face forward. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the trembling eyelids suddenly opened. He found the right moment and attacked Li Yunru's red lips quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly. After a few dozen seconds, their lips parted. Chen Gu looked at Li Yunru triumphantly. Are you planning to attack me while I'm asleep? Humph, luckily I found you. Li Yunru was so ashamed and angry that her pretty face turned slightly red. Panting. Nonsense, it's obviously you. Me what? Chen Ji's hands became restless again, moving all over Li Yunru's body, making her giggle. Ah, it's nothing, I was wrong, hiss, it hurts, it hurts. Chen Gu suddenly woke up when he saw Li Yunru's painful expression. After tossing and turning all night yesterday, even his strengthened body felt a little sore. Not to mention that it was Li Yunru's first time as a young lady riding in a bridal sedan. Chen Gu took back his tickling hand from Li Yunru's waist and said, What's wrong? Did you do too much last night and your body hurts? No. It's down there. Under? Chen Gu understood immediately and looked down. Sure enough, I saw a hint of bright red on the white bed sheets. You are not allowed to look. Turn around. I need to put on my clothes. Li Yunru hugged the quilt, wrapped herself tightly, and looked at Chen Gu vigilantly. Woman, weren't you calling me master so happily last night? How come you turn against me as soon as you wake up? Besides, it's not like I didn't TC it last night. Isn't it a bit too obvious to cover it up now? Although he thought so in his heart, Chen Gu still turned around. He vaguely remembered reading an article on the internet before. The general content is that most women will feel a strong sense of uneasiness after their first time. It's like something that you have worked hard to protect for decades is suddenly lost. At this time, the partner needs to be around to give the other person a sense of security. Because of this reason, Chen Gu obeyed Li Yunru's request now. Listening to the rustling sound of clothes being put on, Chen Gu thought it was almost done, so he asked. Can I turn around? Wait a little longer, not now. Okay. Chen Gu replied. Then, Chen Gu heard the sound of scissors cutting cloth. After the sound stopped, the sound of something like a plastic bag rubbing against each other was heard. Okay, turn around. Chen Gu turned his head. Li Yunru had already changed into a white short-sleeved dress, a pair of flat shoes of the same color, and her hair was let down. She changed her charming and seductive style last night and looked fresh and lovely without makeup. However, at this moment, Li Yunru remained half sitting on the bed with her back against the wall. Chen Gu knew that he had gone too far last night and it was a little inconvenient for him to move now. Chen Gu stepped forward and hugged Li Yunru. Don't worry, I will treat you well. Li Yunru hugged Chen Ji's waist and said softly, Yes, I believe you. After hugging Li Yunru, Chen Gu suddenly discovered that a piece of the bedsheet had been missing. The missing piece was exactly where the bloodstain was left before. Chen Ji's thoughts were churning, and he thought that it must have been cut off by her and put away separately. He suddenly realized. It turns out that Li Yunru has always been that Li Yunru, although she usually wears sexy clothes and has seductive makeup, and even has a coquettish spirit in her bones. But still conservative and traditional at heart. Come to think of it, last night's crazy and bold seduction was the result of a lot of determination. Thinking of this, Chen Gu kissed her forehead and held Li Yunru's arms tighter. At this moment, the cell phone rang at an inopportune time. Chen Gu really wanted to curse and swear for ruining the atmosphere for no reason. Ahem, let me take a call. Chen Gu let go of his hand, took out the phone and answered it. Which one? Mr. Chen, I'm the secretary in the office of the chairman of Langya. We met last night. Chen Gu did have some impression of the lady in professional attire who stopped him from doing something important last night. What's the matter? It's like this, Mr. Chen, our chairman has been wanting to talk to you, what do you think? No time. Chen Gu refused without even thinking. It's just some gifts, what's there to talk about? Why make such a fuss? Mr. Chen, our chairman really wants to meet with you. I would like to beg you again. Chen Gu was about to refuse again, but he heard Li Yunru say, go and meet him. Maybe he really has something important to talk to you about. What could be so important? It's just. Okay, I'll go. Great, Mr. Chen, let's set a time and we'll meet somewhere. Chen Gu frowned slightly. So what? A chairman of the board has to look at my schedule. Isn't that a bit too self-important of him? Chen Gu said immediately, no need, I have time now, tell me the address and I will come to find you. Mr. Chen, how can this be so embarrassing? You are our distinguished guest. Don't be polite, tell me the address. Chen Gu interrupted. Okay, Mr. Chen, the chairman is now in the office of Lengya headquarters, the address is. Chen Gu wrote down the address the secretary asked and hung up the phone. It's just a matter of meeting, but you're dragging your feet on it. Well. I was speechless. Chen Gu looked at Li Yunru, still a little worried, then, you. Don't worry, I can't go with you because I'm temporarily unable to move. I can just stay in the hotel for a while longer. Chapter 64 Unlocking the Hidden Panel. In the taxi. Chen Gu put on the silver-white mask again. It is said that when you are famous you are prone to gossip, but he still prefers to use this mask to show others his image as a wealthy boss. Including the Lengya chairman who I will meet soon. Chen Gu stared at the rapidly receding buildings outside the car window, his mind lost in thought. Suddenly, a mechanical sound rang out. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing his first virginity loss and successfully capturing a rebate target. Unlocking the corresponding function. Chen Gu was stunned. What's going on? Can you unlock new features by making money from the target? He was a little confused. What was this? A hidden function? Function unlocked successfully. Unlock new function to read other people's data panel at will. P.S. This function can display the personal information of the read object to the host in the form of a panel. P.S. The data displayed on the panel are external values including measurements, weight, physical health status, mental state, etc. Private information that may affect individuals, such as ID number, mobile phone number, various passwords, etc., cannot be read. All external values can be read, is that so incredible? Chen Gu noticed that this function could read the body's health status. This is outrageous. Then, Chen Gu set his sights on the driver in front. Reading object, Hao Jianjun. Gender, male. Measurements, I guess you are not interested either, so I 1T show them. Weight, 75 kilograms. Health status, sub-health lumbar vertebrae patient's lumbar disc herniation. Mental state, high-pressure economic pressure mortgage. Chen Gu was shocked after just taking a look at the information panel. Originally, he thought that reading the health status would at most display levels such as healthy or sub-healthy. But who knows, he could even tell what disease the driver was suffering from. Moreover, even the other person's mental state and source of stress can be read. Master, is your lumbar spine not in good condition? Yes, it's an old problem. It's fine when it doesn't hurt, but when it hurts I toss and turn and can't sleep. I can't just bear it. So you've never thought about taking more rest? How dare I? I have a large mortgage to pay every month, my wife just got laid off, and my children are still in school. If I don't drive a car for a day, I'll starve to death. Chen Gu did not reply, because he was so shocked that he could not speak. It's actually true. This ability is not just outrageous, it's against the will of heaven. Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. But I can clearly detect the stress and illness of the other person with just one look. Chen Gu suddenly realized that what seemed to be unlocked was just an ordinary panel. In fact, it is equivalent to unlocking half of Chinese medicine and the ability to read minds. The driver seemed to have opened up his mouth and chatted with Chen Gu all the way. Chen Gu listened patiently all the time, listening to the driver's endless chatter about the trivialities of life. Time flies by in the midst of gossip. Here we are, young man. $26 by the meter. Chen Gu got out of the car and said, Master, the money is on the back seat. After saying that, he closed the car door and left quickly. The master was a little confused when he heard Chen Ji's words. Why put the fare money on the back seat for no reason? But when he turned around to look at the back seat, he was stunned. There was a thick stack of red banknotes on the seat, estimated to be several thousand yuan. At this moment, the driver's first reaction was that the passenger had left money in the car. So, he immediately gathered up the money, rolled down the window, and tried to call out Chenggu, but found that the other person had disappeared without a trace. Just when he was at a loss. Suddenly I thought of Chen Ji's words, "Master, the money is on the back seat." His nose felt sore and his thoughts were in turmoil. At this moment, the driver was silent. Inside the Langya office building, Chenggu stepped in, introduced himself, and, under the guidance of the receptionist, pushed open the chairman's office. "Mr. Li, this is the gentleman you had an appointment with at noon." Hearing this, Li Kun immediately stood up and extended his hand respectfully. "My humble name is Li Kun. May I know your name, sir?" Chenggu was a little surprised to see Li Kun, because he is actually very young, and looks to be in his early 30s. Isn't this too young to be the CEO of a company with a market value of tens of billions? Chenggu. Chenggu stretched out his hand and shook it with the other party. Although Chenggu covered his face, he didn't mind telling the other person his real name. The reason is simple. There are many people named Chenggu on this planet. Do you believe me if I say that the internet's richest man is a student at Shanghai University? So, those who understand will understand. Hearing Mr. Chen's voice, I didn't expect him to be so young. It's true that heroes emerge from youth. Chairman Li, if you have anything to say, just speak up. Chenggu went straight to the point. Because from the phone call yesterday to the meeting now, Li Kun's attitude has been too humble. After all, he is the chairman of a multi-billion-dollar group. Even if Chenggu spent tens of millions on gifts, there is no need for him to be so servile, right? When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Therefore, Chenggu chose to get straight to the point. Mr. Chen is really a quick-witted person. Okay, I'll make it short. I wonder if Mr. Chen has learned about the live broadcast data of our Wolf Fong Carnival last night? I'd like to hear more about it. Last night, the total number of online users in the Langya official live broadcast room was 1.28 million, of which nearly 600,000 were new users, and most of these new users were added by Mr. Chen at the carnival site or in the live broadcast room. Isn't that great? With a large number of new users registering, you, Langya, are about to usher in a second spring in the live streaming industry. When Chenggu heard this exaggerated number, his tone remained calm, but his heart was still stirred. Wow, nearly half of them came here for me. I don't even have a certified Douyin account, so why do I feel like a big internet celebrity? Mr. Chen may not know that in the live broadcast industry, there is a term called retention rate. Since you left the scene, the number of people in the live broadcast room has declined to a considerable extent. Moreover, most of the new users who registered have never been online again. So, the purpose of my meeting with Mr. Chen today is, first of all, to ask about Mr. Chen's usual habits of using wolf teeth. Secondly, I want to discuss some specific matters of cooperation with you. We hope that you can go online regularly and give tips to our designated anchors, but don't worry, we will eventually return the tips to you. As for the conditions, you name them and we can discuss them. Chenggu listened to Li Kun's words. He understood. This is treating yourself as the traffic password. No wonder a big boss speaks so humbly to a young guy like him. It turns out that he was asking someone to do something for him. At the same time, Chenggu also realized one thing. It seemed that he had become a little too popular on the internet recently. Chapter 65, Extorting Shares from the Boss. He is so popular that even live streaming platforms have to rely on his traffic. It was so popular that even the CEO had to personally negotiate terms with him. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. What's the best offer you can make? Chenggu really didn't know what he should want now. First, after giving Li Yunru 30 million last night, his current net worth has reached 3 billion. In terms of liquid funds alone, he estimated that the Langya boss in front of him did not even have 1/10 of his own. Second, I have popularity and traffic, I have everything I need. As long as it doesn't involve the issue of Langya shares, Mr. Chen can set other conditions. Really? Expected answer. Chenggu was not surprised by this answer. Businessmen are all profit-seeking. They would like to take all the profits for themselves and would not allow outsiders to have a share. In fact, what Chenggu wanted most was Langya's shares. After becoming a shareholder, he, Chenggu, would no longer be someone that Langya could summon and dismiss at will. Instead, he tied himself and the Wolf's Fong together. Whenever there is any disturbance or any major decision in Langya, a shareholders meeting must be held and approved by Langya. There are many benefits to becoming a shareholder, and there are even year-end dividends. However, controlling a company is not something that can be achieved simply by having money. This can be seen from the final prize of last night's Anchor PK. Why the winning anchor can only receive controlling cash proceeds but cannot directly obtain ownership of the shares. For the anchor, the money they get is the same anyway, and 1/1000th of the shares will not have much impact on the company. Why do we have to emphasize that anchors can only obtain cash income? Because, rights, and responsibilities. This is also the reason why Chen Gu insisted on fighting for shares. I'm sorry, you can probably tell that I'm not short of money, so. I'm sorry I can't do what you say. Chen Gu stood up and pretended to leave. He is just gambling. Betting on his importance to Langya. To put it another way, even if the other party really doesn't agree, you won't suffer any loss. There is no shortage of this little dividend, just swipe and you'll get it. With this calmness, Chen Gu opened the door of the office. However, as soon as Chen Gu stepped out of the office door, Li Kun's voice came from behind him. Mr. Chen, please stay. Chen Gu turned around and found that Li Kun had stood up from the office sofa. His expression was anxious and slightly solemn. Mr. Chen is indeed as he said. His words and actions are far beyond those of ordinary people. Thank you for the compliment. What's up, Mr. Li? Don't be so serious. I can't make the decision on the shares alone. Please give me some time, Mr. Chen. I know a good Western restaurant nearby. Otherwise. Mr. Li, how long has it been since you had a physical examination? Chen Gu did not answer Li Kun's question, but instead asked another question that sounded a bit nonsensical. Physical examination? Why are you asking me this for no reason? The last physical examination was about 2 years ago. To be honest, Mr. Chen, the company is very busy and I don't have time for physical examinations. Besides, I don't pay much attention to these things, so I go less often. I suggest that Mr. Li get a full body checkup in the near future. Goodbye. Drop this. Chen Gu took a big step and walked straight out of the office. Old fox. Chen Gu knew that he had to be tough when dealing with this kind of cunning person. When communicating with such people, if you take a step back, they will become more aggressive. Moreover, Li Kun's words just now clearly showed signs of loosening up. Chen Gu knew that all he needed was the final spark to put some pressure on the other party. Create the illusion that if you don't give me a reply within 2 or 3 days, I will leave. But just now, I don't know if it was because of my bad taste or because I was just bored. Chen Gu played with the panel reading function on Li Kun again. I checked the other person's measurements. Ahem, this is definitely not some male copper behavior, the author guarantees. The protagonist's orientation is very normal, very normal. I was surprised to find out that the other person had heart problems. Out of humanitarianism, Chen Gu still reminded the other party. It's up to him whether he listens or not. He took a taxi and prepared to go back to the hotel. On the other side, Li Kun felt Chen Ji's relentless pressure, and couldn't help but sigh at Chen Ji's decisiveness and confidence during the negotiation. There is simply no room for maneuver. However, he suddenly remembered Chen Ji's question, when was Mr. Li's last physical examination? After Chen Ji's reminder, he really felt a little uncomfortable in his heart in recent weeks. However, he always felt that his physical discomfort was caused by staying up late and working overtime recently. I didn't think about the disease. Now that Chen Gu said this, I felt a little scared. Could it be that I really have some physical illness? After thinking about it, he picked up the phone. Xiao Jiang, arrange a physical examination for me in the next 2 days. Okay, Mr. Li. By the way, notify the shareholders tomorrow to hold a shareholders meeting. Invite all shareholders who can come. For those who cannot come, hold an online meeting. Go ahead and do it quickly. On the other side, when Chen Gu returned to the hotel, Li Yunru's condition was much better than when Chen Gu had just left. At least she wasn't crying out in pain anymore. But you can still vaguely see that his walking is a little unnatural. Why are you back so soon? The conversation was just average. It wasn't a big deal to just sit there and do nothing, so I came back. How come the conversation was just average? What did you talk about? Under normal circumstances, 2 people would not talk about such topics. But after last night, both Chen Gu and Li Yunru subconsciously regarded each other as their own, so there was nothing to hide. So Chen Gu repeated the content of his conversation with Li Kun in detail. When Li Yunru heard Chen Gu directly ask the other party for shares, she was dumbfounded. What? You're asking for shares in front of the CEO? Any questions? Li Yunru suddenly felt her eyes go dark. Is this too bold? You're not even negotiating this, you're just robbing me? Chen Gu curled his lips and spread his hands. He came up and introduced himself, saying how great I was. He stayed in the live broadcast room for an hour or two, and nearly half of the online users of Langya were new users. Then shouldn't I take advantage of this opportunity to make some money? If I miss this opportunity, I'll miss it forever. Okay, you're awesome. Li Yunru was convinced. Chen Ji's operation is still as cool as ever. But when I think about how he bought a luxury house through live broadcast before, he spent tens of millions of dollars. Now asking for shares in front of the chairman of the board seems to be within a reasonable range. Chapter 66 Special Treatment of the Platform. Although Chen Ji's operation was very impressive, Li Yunru quickly thought of another thing. How about you open a Douyin account and try to authenticate it? Certified Douyin? Yeah, since you're so popular online, it's good to get a verified TikTok account and update some daily videos. Chen Gu thought about it and felt that it made sense. If he opened Douyin and had a lot of fans, he would be more confident in negotiating terms with other internet companies in the future. Thinking of this, Chen Gu opened Douyin. The first video that came out was a screen recording of the Langya Carnival live broadcast posted by an Edison. The content of the screen recording is exactly the wonderful clip of Chen Gu beating the professional players in the carnival and gaining tens of millions of points. It is quite exciting when paired with Douyin's unique dynamic BGM. Chen Gu clicked on the homepage of this netizen and was surprised to find that the other party had only posted a dozen videos in total, most of which were casual shots recording daily life, but only had dozens of likes. But the three most recent videos are all about Chen Gu, and they come with the hashtag. The number of likes for these three videos are 180,000, 300,000 and 730,000 respectively. Especially the most recent Super Burning Mashup, with 730,000 likes, which is a number that only many first-tier internet celebrities can achieve. But the other party is just a small account that edits Chen Gu. Oh my god, am I that angry? Chen Gu exclaimed, discovering that the number of fans of this blogger has reached 130,000. It goes without saying that it must have become popular because of the editing of these three highly rated videos. Seeing this, Chen Gu clicked on the topic tag, #the incredible operations of the big boss who sang and cried in those years. He found that all the videos posted under this topic became popular, and the highest number of likes even reached 1.5 million. At this time, Li Yunru also came over and looked at Chen Ji's phone screen. She suddenly asked, "Is it so exaggerated?" Then, she thought of something and quickly reminded. By the way, check if anyone is using your Langya ID. At this point, Chen Gu remembered that the name of his Douyin account was a string of digital IDs and not the name Ruguruchi. Chen Gu entered the ID and searched for it. After a second of loading time, a whole row of like a song, like a cry popped up. This is not over yet. Chen Gu swiped up and the second page appeared. They are all densely packed with Ruguruchi. These IDs either have special characters added or a number inserted in the name to avoid Douyin's restriction on duplicate names. Although the names look fake at first glance, these accounts using Chen Ji's name actually have quite a few fans. You know, it's only been a short time since these things started to ferment on the entire internet. This shows how popular Chen Gu is right now. Chen Gu opened the Douyin backend and entered, in the nickname modification interface. As expected, it showed a duplicate name. Chen Gu remembered the account that used this original name. The number of fans has reached 800,000, and it is a small white account that has not posted a single video. It's okay. Just change your name and explain it in your profile. You can also post a short video or go to the authentication channel to authenticate yourself. That will prove your identity. Chen Gu thought about it and changed his name to Ruguruchi myself, and then edited a message in his space, "I am the boss. This account will update some daily life from time to time." The operation of the authentication channel was a bit troublesome, so Chen Gu simply put on the silver mask again, took a selfie, and posted it on Douyin. After doing all this, Chen Gu suddenly thought, if Douyin is like this, what about his own Langya account? Thinking of this, he opened the Langya app again. As soon as I opened it, a message popped up. "Dear Langya user, your favorite anchor Xiao Nai Ro won the final PK victory in the 6th Langya Carnival. You will be given the right to use special gift props carnival fantasy linkage. Chen Gu closed the insignificant reminder notification and opened his account background. You won't know the result until you see it. You will be shocked when you see it. Chen Ji's backstage has been flooded with countless private messages. There are private messages from enthusiastic fans who directly call it awesome, private messages from small anchors asking for gifts, and private messages from some pioneers with their website addresses. The most outrageous thing is the private messages on Yuabao. That is fine, but in these private messages, there are actually quite a few accounts with the gender shown as male. Chen Ji's mouth twitched, and under Li Yunru's strange look, he calmly closed these personal messages. After filtering, Chen Gu noticed an official private message. The content is, Dear user Rouge Rookie, hello, congratulations on becoming a phenomenal user on this platform. The platform will open a special VIP channel for you, personal exclusive entrance special effects, personal exclusive gift special effects, personal bullet comments display, personal exclusive gift giving method. You can enter a value below the gift to determine the number of gifts to be given, and the above effects are applicable to any live broadcast room on the entire platform. After Chen Gu finished reading the message, the entire background interface suddenly refreshed and turned golden. Moreover, Chen Gu was surprised to find that not only the personal interface, but also the appearance decoration of all the recommended live broadcast rooms on the homepage had changed to the same color scheme as his personal page. What's the use of this? Chen Gu complained, although it seems that he has a sense of superiority over others, but he doesn't abuse it, right? Chen Gu casually clicked on a live broadcast room of an anchor. The special entrance effects instantly filled the entire live broadcast room. A Q-version cartoon character wearing a silver mask came into the live broadcast room riding a dreamy white unicorn. The anchor was a little confused at first, because this kind of entrance effect had never been seen in anyone's live broadcast room. But when she saw the ID clearly, her emotions instantly became unsettled. Wow! Welcome to the live broadcast room. She cheered tremblingly, but she was very nervous inside. Big boss, is there any show you want to watch? Or any game you want to play? The female anchor was so excited that she stuttered. But Chen Gu didn't have so many thoughts and just casually posted a comment, just browsing. Then he opened the gift-giving interface. At this time, the decoration effect of the gift interface is no different from that of the homepage. Chen Gu didn't care about these costume special effects at all. He flipped all the way back and found the Carnival and Dream linkage in his gift backpack. Not only that, there is a special gift in the gift sending interface. This gift is very simple, just 4Q version cartoon fonts big boss stamp. Chapter 67, Li Kun is shocked. Chen Gu looked at the value of the gift. A gift with a big boss stamp was worth 100 treasure maps, which was equivalent to 500,000 cash. Chen Gu secretly sighed in his heart that this exclusive gift of his was really not something that ordinary people could afford. However, he soon discovered that things were not that simple. The content of the conversation between Li Kun and him just now included asking him to give gifts to the anchor designated by Langya. Chen Gu thought about it and realized that the intention of this so-called big boss to stamp his seal was very clear. Didn't he just want Chen Gu to use this gift to support the new anchor? Moreover, the name of the gift big boss's stamp is very symbolic, representing that the big boss recognizes this anchor. The effect is obviously twice the result with half the effort. After Chen Gu thought about this potential intention, he suddenly realized that Li Kun talked to him in the afternoon, but making the page and the gift would not be completed in a few hours. It is very likely that Li Kun instructed the design department to work overnight on it. But how could Li Kun be sure that Chen Gu would agree to him? At this time, Chen Gu thought of another possibility, that is, he is very important to the entire Langya. Very important. Realizing this, Chen Gu smiled and closed the Langya app. The night passed in a flash. It's noon in the Langya conference room. At this time, a group of shareholders were sitting in the conference room with serious faces and unhappy expressions. After Chairman Li Kun finished talking about the discussion content of this meeting, a shareholder stood up directly. Li Kun, you worked so hard to found Langya, and now you allow an outsider to come in and interfere? Yes, Li Kun, we are all the old people who followed you to conquer the world. Is there anything that can't be solved among us? It's not like Langya is at a critical juncture. Is it necessary to do this? Li Kun listened to the shareholder's words with a frown on his face and a serious expression. You should have all seen the data report I sent out before the meeting, right? Li Kun asked the shareholder, and then continued, do you know what such data means? If our wolf fund can retain the recent influx of users, how much profit will this generate? Have you ever calculated? Even if we transfer some of the shares, the profits that will come to you every year will only be more, so why not do it? Every question Li Kun asked made sense, and several shareholders were unable to refute it for a while. Suddenly, another small shareholder slammed the table and said, "So what? As long as I don't want to transfer, no one can force me to do it. I really don't believe that Langya will collapse without this traffic. It's ridiculous. Yes, Chairman, I don't recommend that the company take such a risky move. Although Langya is currently showing a trend of decline, the impact is not significant, isn't it?" Another shareholder with a slightly better attitude came out to persuade. However, the next second Li Kun picked up the folder and smashed it on the table, and the collision of the plastic product and the wooden table made a loud noise. Li Kun laughed out of anger. A bunch of old guys who are stubborn and don't want to fight after a few years of comfortable meals, right? The only difficulty Langya is facing now is the loss of users? The short video industry is developing so vigorously now, and it has entered the live broadcast industry very early. When ordinary users are completely absorbed by short video platforms, what will we have to do? Now that Langya has finally ushered in a turning point for its second development, you are all timid and complacent for the sake of the little profits in front of you. When we were fighting for the world, I was second only to God. Who else could have the courage to do this? Li Kun ruthlessly revealed the shareholders' thoughts. The shareholders were also made to feel ashamed by Li Kun's series of questions. The shareholder who was the first to stand up and oppose sat back in his seat with an embarrassed look on his face. After cursing these words, Li Kun's expression eased a lot. "I'll give you one more day, tomorrow at this time, still here. If you don't explain the reason, I don't mind buying back your shares. I hope that by then, you won't get upset over whether to sell or not." After issuing the ultimatum, Li Kun walked straight out of the meeting room. "Xiao Jiang, drive me and take me to the physical examination." Li Kun left the meeting room without looking back, leaving the shareholders looking at each other in bewilderment. They were either angry or ashamed, but in short, no one dared to speak out against it at this moment. Night falls again, and the night view of Linen is no less than that of Shanghai. Every year, countless people come to this charming city with dreams in the hope of making a name for themselves, while others return to the county town exhausted. 13 years ago, there was such a young man who relied on his extraordinary courage and accurate prediction of the market. He single-handedly founded the Langya Group. Relying on the blue ocean of the live streaming industry, Li Kun made a fortune. Over the years, Li Kun has continuously expanded the audience of Langya Group, attracted investment, added sections, and recruited anchors. When everything was becoming stable, Li Kun, who was unable to rest, did not retire and enjoy life. Instead, he continued to serve as the chairman of Langya and worked hard for its development. "Sometimes, for a document or a project, I have to work overtime all night and without holidays all year round." In the underground garage of Linen Hospital, a low-key BMW 7 Series drove out of the hospital. Li Kun looked at the physical examination report in his hand, his eyebrows twisted into a shape. Summary of causes: overwork can induce heart valve insufficiency. Treatment recommendations: conservative treatment, patients are advised to have regular checkups and get more rest. The next second, Li Kun leaned back in the car seat and closed his eyes to rest. In fact, Li Kun had long felt that something was wrong with his body. He knew it well, as he toiled day and night for so many years, so it was impossible for him not to have some health problems. Li Kun is only in his early 30s now. Anyone would feel uncomfortable knowing that he suffers from heart disease at such a young age. Fortunately, it is not serious and the doctor recommends conservative treatment. However, although Li Kun appeared calm on the outside, there was already a turbulent storm in his heart. Because Chen Gu had predicted his physical condition. You know, heart problems are the easiest to be ignored. Because from the outside, heart patients are no different from ordinary people. Especially for early-stage patients like Li Kun, it is even more difficult to distinguish them. Not to mention outsiders, even Li Kun himself didn't take the physical examination seriously. But Chen Gu actually pointed out that there was something wrong with his body. Although there is a possibility of blind guessing, Li Kun concluded that the probability is low. At that time, the two were stuck on the issue of shares. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the other party to suddenly ask a question that was inconsistent with the current situation. Chapter 68, 3 million followers in 4 hours. So, Li Kun came to a horrifying answer in his mind. Chen Gu is extremely extraordinary. It is already an exaggeration to say that Li Kun became the CEO of an internet company with a market value of tens of billions in his 30s. But Chen Ge was able to hold his own in negotiations with a veteran like Li Kun, and he was also keenly aware of Lang Ge's predicament, forcing him to convene a shareholders' meeting to meet Chen Ge's demands. That's not all, the other party's medical skills are even so amazing. Li Kun is not against believing that there is someone who can tell at a glance that there is something wrong with a person's body, but at least that person must be an old Chinese medicine practitioner. But what about Chen Ge? That voice sounds like he's only in his early 20s, right? Seeing that he had such means at such a young age, Li Kun felt more and more that it was right for him to try to meet the other party's requirements. Such people can only be called friends, not enemies. Sometimes people who like to daydream often suffer losses, while people who are simple and straightforward often have good fortune. For example, Li Kun and Chen Ge. Chen Ge didn't consider whether Li Kun would agree to his harsh demands. Because for Chen Ge, these are not things that he must obtain. Chen Ge now has a net worth of billions and is also very popular on the internet. Even if you hold shares in Lang Ge, you can only get a few dollars in dividends a year. The efficiency is much slower than giving away gifts for rebates. Chen Ge is not that cunning. Isn't it good to have money to enjoy life? He simply didn't want to work for free. I didn't consider any messy intrigues at all, and I reminded the other party to get a physical checkup just out of kindness. But Li Kun's idea was not that simple. As a CEO, he wanted to analyze the thoughts behind Chen Ge's every move to obtain the greatest benefits for the company. However, when the cunning rabbit meets the stupid fox, the result is always a bit ridiculous. For example, Chen Ge was now lying on the bed, leisurely watching Li Yunru's slender figure busy at the dressing table, feeling very comfortable. Li Kun could only sit in the BMW and look at the medical examination report and fall into deep thought. So, just get by in life, be good to yourself, and no one will blame you if you give up a little. After all, we will all be a handful of yellow earth in 100 years, right? The author's inner thoughts. Chen Ge watched Li Yunru busying herself with her makeup and dressing, his thoughts wandering. Li Yunru, who was dressing nearby, saw Chen Ge's dull look in the mirror, put down the eyeliner in her hand, walked over to sit next to Chen Ge, and poked Chen Ge's face with her finger. What are you daydreaming about, idiot? Chen Ge looked at Li Yunru's actions and exclaimed in his heart, wow. Before, she was a humble little anchor who kept begging the big guys for gifts, but now that the relationship has been confirmed, she turns around and starts singing, right? However, Chen Ge did not immediately take action to discipline Li Yunru. He just pretended to have just come back to his senses from thinking, it's okay, I was just wondering whether Li Kun would give me the shares. Who knows? All companies value their shares very much and will not easily hand over shares to an outsider. Besides, your requirements are very demanding. In my opinion, there is little hope. Is it very slim? Then don't think about it. It doesn't matter to me anyway. Li Yunru also nodded to show her understanding. After all, there are many things to consider when doing something, and they cannot be solved simply by having money. However, the next moment, Chen Ge suddenly put his head close to Li Yunru's ear. By the way, how are you recovering? Li Yunru hadn't noticed the clues in Chen Ge's words yet, and replied subconsciously, it's almost there, it wasn't that serious to begin with. After all, it was my first time yesterday, so I might not be used to it. How about? Chen Ge looked at Li Yunru and smiled maliciously. What else? Li Yunru was halfway through her words when she suddenly realized what Chen Ge wanted to do and immediately pulled away and tried to run away. As a result, Chen Ge reacted quickly, hugged her back and pressed her firmly on the bed. Oh, what are you doing? I haven't recovered yet. I'll do it next time. Please wait a moment. Li Yunru begged for mercy again and again. You are getting bolder and bolder. You even dare to call me an idiot? Chen Ge had no intention of letting her go. Seeing that she couldn't get free, Li Yunru suddenly had an idea. Why don't you check to see if your Douyin followers have increased? If so, if Li Kun really rejects your request, maybe you can use it as a bargaining chip? Chen Ge thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he put one arm around Li Yunru's neck and took out his cell phone with the other hand and entered Douyin. As Chen Ge was holding her neck, Li Yunru gave up the idea of running away and watched the picture on the phone with Chen Ge. As a result, as soon as Chen Ge opened Douyin, he saw that the number in the message column had changed to 99 plus. Chen Ge raised his eyebrows. When he quit Douyin in the afternoon, the number of unread messages was still 0, but now it has become 99 plus. Moreover, 99 plus is only the upper limit of unread messages, and does not mean that there are only 99 unread messages. What's going on? It's only been a few hours since the account was changed. Could it be? Lee Yunru opened her mouth in surprise. Because they both thought of the same possibility. Chen-gu did not click on the message, but went directly to his personal backstage. On his personal homepage, Chen-gu's works have received more than 1.8 million likes, and his number of fans is even more exaggerated, directly exceeding 3 million. You know, it's only been 4 or 5 hours since Chen-gu released his work and changed his name? The number of fans increased to this extent in just 4 or 5 hours is simply incredible. He vaguely remembers that the last person who could achieve such a speed of fan growth on Douyin was our superstar Andy Lau, right? Lee Yunru was a little confused at this time. As a host of Langya, she opened a Douyin account early on and also had host certification. Ever since she was carried by Chen-gu in the last PK with Xiao Xiaoer, she suddenly became popular on Douyin, and her Douyin account went from being ignored to suddenly gaining a lot of exposure. However, even in this case, the number of fans of Lee Yunru's Douyin account is only more than 3 million so far. Although Chen Ji's number of fans is currently equal to Lee Yunru's, how long did it take Chen-gu to reach this number? It's only been 4 or 5 hours, and it's so horrible. If his followers continue to grow at this rate, within 2 days, Chen-gu will be able to start live streaming and selling goods, fooling the audience and reaching the peak of his life. Of course, Chen-gu can reach the pinnacle of his life without live streaming to sell goods. Chen-gu clicked on the work that had been posted only a few hours ago. The content of the work is extremely simple, just 2 selfies wearing masks, rolling back and forth, without even any music. Under normal circumstances, this type of video will be judged as a low-quality video by Douyin. It is impossible to have traffic, and at most it will have only a few dozen views. However, Chen Ji's video not only had 30 million views and 1.8 million likes, but the most outrageous thing was that the number of comments was even greater than the number of likes, reaching a full 2 million. Chapter 69. Take a break. This is somewhat contrary to the normal phenomenon of short videos. Generally speaking, it is good if the number of comments can be 1/5 of the number of likes. It is rare for Chen-gu to have more comments than likes. Chen-gu clicked on the comment. It turned out to be the boss himself, who accidentally discovered the treasure. The silver mask is really cool, can you post the link? Boss, when will you appear on camera next time? One person wrote in blood, begging you to appear on camera again. After this comment, all netizens commented, and me. Chen-gu flipped through a few pages of comments. All of them were surprised that he actually opened a Douyin account. Some asked for the link to the mask or asked when he could start a live broadcast to chat with everyone. But Chen-gu unexpectedly discovered that in the comments section, the recommended search was actually Xiao Nai-ro. Chen-gu clicked on the search magnifying glass, and Lee Yunru's account immediately appeared in the search results. This is not the end. Lee Yunru, who was standing by, couldn't help but say as she looked at her Douyin account, when I was free at noon and was browsing Douyin, my number of fans was still 3 million. But how come it suddenly became over 4 million now? Is it because netizens searched for me in your comment section and attracted 1 million people to me? Lee Yunru slightly opened her red lips, but she didn't know what to say, because the heat was too great, right? An account with 3 million followers was actually diverted to a small-time account with no fan base at all. That would be fine, the key point is that it attracted 1 million fans in just a few hours. This is an extremely explosive existence in the entire Douyin world. Only now did Chen-gu truly understand how terrifying his popularity was. No wonder Li Kun, the CEO of a listed company, acts like his grandson in front of him. Sure enough, people who work in the internet industry have a keen sense of smell and can analyze clearly any movement on the internet. It seems that Li Kun has long realized how Langya will improve if it can reach a cooperation with Chen-gu. Although Chen-gu was also surprised, he just went back to the comments section of his video, randomly found a few popular comments, replied to them, and did not stay for long. Under Lee Yunru's stunned gaze, he turned off Douyin. Then, his expression suddenly changed, like a big bad wolf looking at a little lamb, and he said, "We have finished looking at the Douyin account. Should we continue to finish what we didn't finish in the previous topic?" Hearing Chen Ji's words, Lee Yunru screamed in her heart, not good. She just wanted to escape from Chen Ji's clutches, but she failed to run away just now. Now Chen-gu was on guard, so there was no chance for Lee Yunru to escape. Chen-gu lay sideways and hugged Lee Yunru's slender waist. Lee Yunru was wearing a figure revealing cheongsam tonight, which showed off her curvy and exquisite curves to the fullest, and her makeup was also seductive. She was a beauty who brought disaster to the country and the people, and Chen Ge felt itchy in his heart. Even if he put down his clothes and hugged her now, Chen Ge could still feel Li Yunru's plump buttocks pressing against his legs, and because they were pressed against each other, Chen Ji's face was buried in her neck. The slender, white swan neck, the alluring body fragrance that penetrates into the nose, and the soft touch of the tender flesh on the waist coming from the palm of the hand. All of this was teasing Chen Ji's nerves and tempting him to commit a crime. Li Yunru knew she couldn't escape, so she gave up resisting. She turned around, bit Chen Ji's lips gently, and said breathlessly, "What's wrong?" "Good brother." Her plump breasts pressed against Chen Ji's chest, and her snow-white, round long legs hung around Chen Ji's waist, stimulating Chen Ji's hormones intentionally or unintentionally. Chen Ge couldn't bear the temptation and just turned over and pressed on him. The next morning, Chen Ge woke up again with his clothes torn to pieces. Li Yunru had woken up long ago, and said with a stern look, "You ruined my clothes again. Next time, I'll punish you by making you go shopping with me." Looking at Li Yunru's attractive naked body, Chen Ge hugged her and said, "Okay, whatever you say, how about?" Chen Ge asked tentatively. Li Yunru's eyes were blurred and her red lips slightly parted. "It's up to you." Li Yunru is like this. She either sticks to her bottom line and doesn't do it once, or she indulges Chen Ge without limits. More than an hour later, Li Yunru interrupted Chen Ge breathlessly, "No, I'm dying, let me rest for a while, I'll come back in the evening." Chen Ge listened to Li Yunru's repeated begging for mercy and knew that she was really exhausted, so he kissed her forehead and put on his clothes. With the help of his expertise in physical training, Chen Ge was full of energy, but Li Yunru was just an ordinary person and would definitely not be able to withstand long-term physical exertion. As the saying goes, there is no land that can be plowed to death, only cows that can be worked to death. But Chen Ge discovered that in his case, this statement might be reversed: the land might be damaged by plowing, but the cows would never die from exhaustion. So, Chen Ge exclaimed in his heart, "This system is awesome." A night passed, and Chen Ge opened Douyin again and entered his personal backstage. He was surprised to find that the number of likes on his work had exceeded 3 million, and the number of comments had risen to more than 2.3 million. However, the number of his personal fans has exceeded 7 million, and his private messages are still exploding, so he has no time to reply. Chen Ge looked at this outrageous data, and the only thing he could think of was Nima? The enthusiasm of netizens was so high that it was beyond Chen Ji's imagination. Just then, Li Kun called again and Chen Ge picked up the phone. "Brother Chen, our shareholders have already negotiated and are willing to transfer up to 5% of the shares to you. What do you think?" Chen Ge listened to Li Kun's question and knew in his heart that this 5% was probably the maximum limit that Li Kun could get. Even if Chen Ge continued to force Li Kun to increase his shareholding ratio, it was estimated that the other party would not be able to take it. To Chen Ge, being able to earn 5 points of share income was already a good answer. He immediately replied, "Yes, I can accept that." Hearing that Chen Ge accepted the share transfer, Li Kun on the other end of the phone was delighted. "Okay, I'll ask the company to draft a transfer contract right away. Brother Chen, are you free to come to the company again? Let's sign the contract as soon as possible. If you have time, then fine. It's better to do it sooner rather than later. I'll come now." Chen Ge hung up the phone and said to Li Yunru, who was still getting dressed, "Put on some formal clothes and go to Li Kun's company with me." Chapter 70. If there is no problem, just sign it. Didn't Li Kun ask you to sign the contract? Li Yunru's eyes were wide open, full of confusion. Chen Ge glanced at Li Yunru's half-dressed body and said, "Go and support me." In Li Kun's eyes, I am at least a young and promising rich second generation. Is it appropriate for me to go out without a female companion? Chen Ge said casually. Li Yunru listened to Chen Ji's explanation and felt it was a bit fake. According to her understanding of Chen Ge has always been low-key and not a vain person, otherwise he would not have worn a mask even to participate in the Wolf Fawn Carnival. Although she didn't know why Chen Ge asked her to go with him, she still did as Chen Ge asked. He took out a suit from the suitcase and put it on in front of Chen Ge. Chen Ge witnessed the whole process of Li Yunru getting dressed. His mouth was dry and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, "What a little devil she is." If he didn't have other things to do, he wouldn't mind performing a hat trick again. At this time, in the Langya conference room, Li Kun sat in the main seat without saying a word. Apart from that, a group of shareholders sat on both sides of Li Kun, looking dissatisfied and wanting to say something but stopping themselves. Under the pressure of Li Kun's imposing manner, no one dared to say a word. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely depressing. At this moment, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. The secretary standing by the door raised his hand and greeted, "Mr. Chen, this is our Langya conference room. Please take a seat." Chen Ge walked into the conference room, still wearing the silver-white mask on his face, making it impossible to see his expression underneath the mask. Chen Ge took Li Yunru and strode to the other end of the main table, pulled out a chair, and motioned for Li Yunru to sit down. It was the first time that Li Yunru had seen such a scene. In the conference room, a group of senior executives in suits and ties were waiting for the two of them without saying a word. Li Yunru sat opposite Li Kun and she was even more confused. Because, as Li Kun's partner, Chen Ge should sit opposite Li Kun, instead of her being an accompanying woman. Not only Li Yunru, but even Li Kun was confused by Chen Ji's confusing operation. "Brother Chen, what are you doing?" Chen Ge looked at the somewhat puzzled Li Kun and explained, "I am your wife." Then Chen Ge looked at the secretary, "Can you bring another chair?" "Okay, Mr. Chen," the secretary said respectfully, and then brought another chair to Chen Ge. Chen Ge sat next to Li Yunru. Although the table in the conference room was very large, the seat that was originally intended for one person was now occupied by two people, which looked weird no matter how you looked at it. "Brother Chen is really not fussy about trivial matters," Li Kun said with a slight twitch of his mouth. Seeing Chen Ji's unruly behavior, several shareholders wanted to scold him, but seeing that Li Kun didn't say anything, they gave up. Seeing that everyone was seated, Li Kun began the signing process of the share transfer contract. "Let me introduce you first. This is the partner we are going to sign this time, Chen Ge, Brother Chen. I believe everyone knows what Mr. Chen's appearance has brought to our Wolf Fong. As the chairman of Langya, I would like to thank Mr. Chen for his contribution to Langya." Chen Ge listened to Li Kun's words of gratitude and complained in his heart, "He is worthy of being the chairman, he really speaks in an official tone." Although he thought so in his heart, Chen Ge still said modestly, "Chairmanly, you are too kind." Li Kun nodded and continued, "Let me introduce to Mr. Chen the shareholders who are participating in this share transfer process. They are." Although these shareholders looked unhappy, they still spoke politely and did not make things difficult for Chen Ge. "Now that we all know each other, let's get started without further ado and sign some contracts." After that, Li Kun opened the two folders in front of him. The first one is the cooperation agreement signed between our Langya and Mr. Chen. During the effective period of the agreement, Mr. Chen needs to appropriately guide our Langya according to the specific terms of the contract. In return, we at Langya need to transfer 5% of the group's shares to Mr. Chen. This second contract is the share transfer contract. After Li Kun finished explaining the two contracts, his secretary handed the contracts to Chen Ge. Chen Ge took the two contracts handed over by the secretary, took the cooperation agreement contract, checked it and confirmed that it was correct, then signed his name on it. The above cooperation requirements are so simple that Chen Ge can do them with almost no effort. After signing the cooperation agreement, Chen Ge handed the share transfer agreement that he had not yet read to Li Yunru and said, "Check the share transfer agreement to see if there are any problems." Li Yunru didn't realize what Chen Ge wanted to do at this time. She just thought that Chen Ge was too lazy to read the complicated contract terms, so he asked her to take a look. Therefore, after receiving the share transfer agreement from Chen Ge, she carefully checked every detail of the contract. After confirming that there were no problems with the contract, she handed the contract back to Chen Ge and said, "There is nothing wrong with the terms, and the content is the same as what Chairman Li said. Is it really okay?" Chen Ge asked back. "I have read the details of the contract and there is indeed no problem." Li Yunru answered affirmatively. "That's good. Then you can sign it?" Chen Ge said calmly. "What?" A hint of surprise flashed across Li Yunru's face. "I said you signed it. This contract was originally prepared for you," Chen Ge explained as a matter of course. Chen Ji's words echoed in the quiet conference room. At this moment, not only Li Yunru, but all the shareholders present including Li Kun were dumbfounded. What the hell? So the one who wants to take away the company's shares is not you, but this girl in front of you? Brother Chen, stop joking. Isn't Langya shares what you want? Sign the contract quickly and our cooperation will be officially established. Li Kun said. Mr. Li, I'm not kidding. This contract was originally intended for my wife. How can I call it a joke? Chen Ge said in a serious tone. At this time, Li Yunru, who was sitting next to Chen Ge, was shocked and speechless. Chen Ge wants to give away Langya's shares? You know, if you hold 5% of Langya's shares, you can get hundreds of millions in dividends at the end of the year. This seemingly simple contract is equivalent to giving hundreds of millions of dollars to Lee Yunru for free every year. Moreover, with this 5% stake, Lee Yunru's status in Langya will be completely different from before. She will directly transform herself from an employee to one of the bosses of Langya. How could she not be surprised and shocked? Chen Gu, why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Chapter 71 Demonstrating Strength. However, before Chen Gu could answer, several shareholders jumped out. Li Kun, that's not what you said in the previous meeting. The only beneficiary of the shares is Chen Gu. It has nothing to do with other people. Chairman, I have never agreed with Langya transferring its shares to an outsider. It's fine to transfer the shares to Chen Gu, but what does it mean to transfer the shares to this little girl? Yeah, if I remember correctly, she's a new anchor who just became popular a while ago, right? She's using our Langya's resources, and now she's turning the tables and becoming the landlord? Li Kun, you must give us old guys an explanation today. These shareholders became more and more excited as they spoke. Not only did they look down on Li Yunru, but they also challenged Li Kun in their words. Li Kun was under great pressure as he listened to the shareholders' aggressive words. Brother Chen, I think you need to explain why you suddenly changed your mind. Although Li Kun was surprised, he adjusted himself quickly and did not show too much emotion. He was much more shrewd than those shareholders who had been making a lot of noise just now. Mr. Li, I think I never told you who will sign this share transfer agreement. In other words, since you gave me this 5% of the shares, the decision-making power is naturally in my hands. I think it is not your turn to interfere with who I want to transfer it to. I brought my wife here today because I thought it would be too troublesome to transfer the shares again after I got them, so I decided to just do it all at once. In fact, what Chen Gu said makes sense. No matter how you calculate it, you have to transfer your shares in Langya, and it doesn't matter who you transfer them to. I give it to whoever I want, who cares? However, the shareholders present seemed dissatisfied with Chen Ji's explanation. The shareholders who spoke out continued, you don't really think that Langya can't be transferred without you, right? How dare you play tricks in front of us, kid, have you grown all your hair? Chen Gu listened to the seniority-driven words of these shareholders and sneered, it seems that your company's willingness to cooperate is not very strong? How about this, I'll tear up the contract now, and let's just pretend that what happened today never happened. I'll go back to where I came from. Chen Gu picked up the folder on the table, pulled out the contract papers, held them between his fingers, and held them in the air. As long as he wanted, this contract could become a piece of waste paper in the next second. Unexpectedly, Chen Ji's sudden action angered those shareholders even more. Do you really think we are afraid of you? Who do you think you are? How dare you threaten us? These shareholders showed no intention of backing down and remained aggressive. Enough! Li Kun couldn't bear it any longer after hearing the clamoring words. He glared at the shareholders who were showing their ugly faces. When did it become your turn to be the boss of Langya? Everyone, sit down. After being reprimanded by Li Kun, these shareholders were dissatisfied, but they sat back in their seats obediently. Brother Chen, I accept your terms. As for this share transfer agreement, please have your wife sign it. Li Kun was still so steady, and his tone of voice did not reveal whether he was sad or happy, but instead contained the majesty of a superior. Boss Li, this is impossible. We at Langya have already made concessions again and again because of this cooperation. We have never made such concessions before. Besides, it's still unknown whether he can bring enough traffic to our Wolfang in the future. How can we be so reckless? I think we should put this meeting on hold for now and discuss it later. The person who spoke was the oldest shareholder of Langya. Judging from his age, there was no problem for him to be Li Kun's father. Chen Gu noticed this shareholder when he came in. He was always calm and modest when speaking, and it was hard to tell his true self. But even he felt that Li Kun's idea was too rash and impetuous, which shows how much pressure Li Kun was under in order to sign this share transfer agreement. It's almost like a fight against the shareholders of the entire group. Mr. Mu, how come even you begin to question my decision? Li Kun frowned, his words filled with deep helplessness. Chairman, I don't mean to question you, but your decision is completely contrary to the thinking of us old guys. Mu Lao said earnestly, it is not difficult for Langya to develop to its current size after so many years of competition from its peers. You know how difficult it is. Now that things have finally stabilized, your decision seems to have great potential, but it is still an unknown, and the sunk costs are too high. Mr. Mu, since you said that, let me show you some real stuff to show you why I'm sure Chen Ge can do it. Xiao Jiang, go to my office and get the USB flash drive from the drawer. Li Kun ordered. Yes, Mr. Li's secretary Xiao Jiang left the meeting room after hearing Li Kun's instructions. After a while, Xiao Jiang came in with a USB flash drive. Mr. Li, the USB drive you requested. Li Kun took the USB drive and inserted it into the computer. At the same time, the projector on the big screen in the conference room was playing the images on Li Kun's computer. Li Kun operated the computer for a while and then clicked on a few pictures. You may not know what these pictures are. Let me explain. These are the fans and likes of Brother Chen's Douyin account. The data was updated 1 hour ago. Li Kun slid through the pictures on the computer. The picture shows that Chen Ge has 3 million fans in one work, which has received 1.8 million likes. Perhaps everyone feels that this data is quite ordinary. There are many internet celebrities on Douyin who have this number of fans. It is nothing special. Then please continue reading. After Li Kun finished speaking, he zoomed out the picture and then clicked on a data report. A group of shareholders looked at the data report on the projector. They all knew that this report explained the fan growth value per unit time. This type of report is very common in the internet industry, and shareholders are very familiar with it. However, the time span of this type of report is usually presented in days or months. But the report presented by Li Kun was different. The time span of this report is hours, but it does not even record all 24 hours, only the data changes for 18 hours. As you can see, this report only records 18 hours of data, which is the entire process of Brother Chen's Douyin account from yesterday afternoon to noon today. It took only 18 hours to go from 0 to 3 million followers. Chapter 72. Everyone is shocked. On the field, a group of shareholders looked at the data report in bewilderment. They were all shocked. Because what Li Kun said was true, the entire data report clearly listed the increase in Chen Ge's fans, the increase ratio, and the period of explosive growth. Do you still think that Miss Li is enjoying the traffic of our Langya while trying to turn things around and become a shareholder? Li Kun clenched his fists, placed them on his chin and spoke solemnly. It's obvious that our Langya has benefited from Miss Li's help to gain so much traffic. After saying this, Li Kun shook his head. What a stupid teammate. I can't even lead him. At this time, a shareholder at the conference table who didn't believe in evil took out his phone and searched Chen Ge's account. I want to see if it's as exaggerated as you said, Mr. Li. The shareholder was seen rapidly tapping his fingers on his phone several times, and he was stunned when he saw the search information on the phone. Then he raised his head blankly and looked at Chen Ge, his eyes full of disbelief. He. Lao Zhang, what's that expression on your face? What are you saying? You're just spouting out words one by one. Another shareholder, looking at Lao Zhang for a long time without saying a word, came up to him, and when he saw Lao Zhang's mobile phone screen clearly, he was also shocked. Then a strange look appeared in his eyes. 5,400,000? Chen Ge's account now has 5.4 million followers. When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. What? Are you kidding me? Mr. Li just said that the data on the computer was updated an hour ago, and the number of followers increased by 2.4 million in 1 hour. Is that bullshit? Relatively rational shareholders expressed their disbelief. Isn't this pure nonsense? How can a private account gain more than 2 million followers in just 1 hour? Besides, how could this be possible when his followers have already reached 3 million? Those who are familiar with the internet know that the increase in fans has a rapid growth period and a stable period. Although Chen Ge's fans increased rapidly, he only released one work after all, and the work has passed the best exposure period. If you say that a single work gained 3 million followers, it's already scary enough. Okay. I'll accept it reluctantly, but you said you gained 2 million followers in just 1 hour. Are you treating me like a kid? This doesn't conform to the rules of fan growth at all, okay? Li Kun also found it a little unbelievable. It was impossible. The data was clearly recorded by him an hour ago. How could there be such a big difference? He quickly entered Chen Ge's account number into his notebook. Total number of likes, 2.3 million, number of fans, 5.4 million. Number of works, 1. Since Li Kun's computer was connected to the projection screen, Chen Ge's number of fans was immediately displayed to everyone. The air froze. All shareholders were speechless with shock at the staggering number of fans. Nima? This momentum is almost catching up with the speed at which national accounts gain followers. Is Chen Ge really that popular? Is he really that famous? Why are so many people paying attention to Chen Ge? At this moment, no one dared to mock Chen Ge. Not to mention the shareholders, Chen Ge himself was almost stunned. Wow, the speed of increasing followers was simply beyond his expectations. If this account wasn't really owned by Chen Ge himself, he would have suspected that this account had bought followers. Li Kun was the first to recover from his shock. He said, "Everyone has seen it, right? Brother Chen already has a very large fan base. As for how far it can develop in the future, I dare not make any rash judgments. Just wait and see. Now, who has any opinions? Speak up." Li Kun's words floated in the air and no one dared to respond. Chen Ge's potential is so high. If his fans continue to grow at this rate, he will be a tens of millions level internet celebrity in less than 2 days. Faced with a person with unlimited potential, who would dare to speak? Who would dare to make a sound? Isn't that courting death? Chairman, since Chen Xiaoyu has such potential, I, an old man, will not say anything more. Let's follow Chen Xiaoyu's wishes on the share transfer. Next to Li Kun, Mr. Mu spoke up and was the first to express his support. In that case, I agree. We had already discussed it yesterday. Today is just a formality. This matter ends here. Let Miss Li sign the contract quickly. Another shareholder who had not participated in the objection from the beginning to the end also expressed his agreement, and soon after, more and more shareholders agreed. Yes, yes, yes. Now that everything has been discussed, let's sign the contract without further delay. It is an honor for us at Langya to be able to reach a cooperation with Mr. Chen. What do you call this? Win-win, win-win. I've said it before, Mr. Li has always had a sharp eye, and he must have realized Brother Chen's extraordinary qualities a long time ago. After hearing this, all the shareholders looked at the shareholder who was flattering Li Kun in the same way. When did you say that? Chen Ge couldn't help but twitch his lips as he looked at the shareholders who changed the subject. My goodness, a bunch of old foxes, they changed their attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. He finally learned his lesson today. If it weren't for the mask blocking his view, the shareholders would definitely be able to see Chen Ge's look of disdain and pain. Li Yunru, who had been sitting silently, heard the shareholders urging her to sign the contract quickly. After hesitating for a moment, she looked at Chen Ge with a questioning look in her eyes. Sign it. Hearing Chen Ge's words, Li Yunru was a little excited. This was a contract worth hundreds of millions, and Chen Ge just gave it to her. Thinking of this, she felt a little moved and her nose felt sore. What are you standing there for? Sign now. I'll take you shopping after you sign. Chen Ge made no secret of his preference for Li Yunru, which really made the shareholders present eat a lot of dog food. Finally, under the gaze of everyone, Li Yunru signed the contract tremblingly. Li Kun stood up from his seat, walked to Chen Ge, and extended his hand. Brother Chen, we have finally reached a cooperation. In the future, I hope we can play to our respective strengths, cooperate for mutual benefit, and reach a new level. Chen Ge stretched out his hand and shook Li Kun's. I definitely will. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person, Chen Ge will still give Li Kun face. Then, Li Kun walked around Chen Ge and extended his hand to Li Yunru. Mrs. Chen, from now on you will be the major shareholder of our Langya, and you will be on an equal footing with us, the management. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Li is joking. Li Yunru stretched out her hand and shook hands lightly with Li Kun. Mr. Li, I still have to go shopping with my wife, so I may have to leave first. I'm sorry I can't keep you company. Chen Ge said. Please go ahead, Brother Chen. I'll take you there. Li Kun smiled and said, Mrs. Chen is so lucky. Li Kun chatted and laughed as he sent Chen Ge and the others to the door. Before leaving, Chen Ge suddenly asked, Boss Li, have you gone for a physical examination these 2 days? I went there. I did have some health problems, but they were all minor ailments. Heart problems are not a minor problem. Mr. Li should pay more attention to his health. Chapter 73. Where does all this money come from? Hearing Chen Ge's words of warning, Li Kun was shocked. This. Brother Chen, how do you know my heart? Almost instantly, Li Kun connected Chen Ge with those hermit masters who had never come out of the world. It was already unexpected that Chen Ge could tell at a glance that he had a physical problem, but today Chen Ge not only knew that he had a physical problem, but also pointed out where the problem was. How could he not be surprised and shocked? Hearing this, Chen Gu just waved his hand and continued, "Mr. Li, just take a rest. I won't nag you about other things. I believe the doctor has also told you the precautions." After giving the reminder, Chen Gu did not say anything more to Li Kun. "Boss Li, goodbye." Chen Gu hailed a taxi and got in with Li Yunru. Li Kun looked at the taxi moving farther and farther away, his eyes lit up with a strange look. Brother Chen is really young and promising. At this moment, Li Kun almost elevated Chen Gu to the level of being on equal footing with himself, or even to a higher status than himself. Whether it was the terrifying traffic displayed at the shareholders' meeting today, or his superb medical skills that were hidden far away, Chen Gu brought too many surprises to Li Kun. Moreover, how old is Chen Gu? He is at most in his early 20s. If a young man in his early 20s can achieve this, how can those rich second generations who just eat and wait for death have the face to live? In the taxi, Chen Gu had already taken off the mask from his face, revealing his original appearance. At this time, Li Yunru was leaning in Chen Ji's arms. "Big anchor, if you want to buy or eat anything, I'll treat you today. Let's go out and have fun," Chen Gu said. "Chen Gu, let's go back," Li Yunru said in a low voice in his arms. "Huh? What's wrong? Didn't you just say you were going shopping? Don't you want me to compensate you for the things I tore?" Chen Gu said as he cast a lustful look at Li Yunru. "Let's go back, pack up at the hotel, and then leave." There was a slight tremor in Li Yunru's voice. Chen Gu listened to Li Yunru's voice, which sounded a little tearful, and asked quickly, "What's wrong? Did I make you angry in some way?" Chen Gu asked this, but Li Yunru remained silent. Chen Gu had no choice but to say to the driver, "Master, please let us get off at our destination. We'll go to the hotel." In the hotel arranged by Langya, Chen Gu pushed open the door of the hotel room and walked in with Li Yunru half hugging him. Sitting on the bed, seeing that Li Yunru's expression had eased a little, Chen Gu asked, "What's wrong? Why are you crying for no reason?" Li Yunru wiped her nose and suddenly looked at Chen Gu seriously. "Tell me the truth, what do you do? Why are you asking this?" "It's just some casual medicinal materials business." Chen Gu lied casually. How could he confess the matter of the system to Li Yunru? Really? Then what heart problems did you tell Li Kun about, and why was Li Kun so shocked? Besides, I don't think I've ever seen you look financially constrained. Li Yunru asked in confusion. At Chen Ji's age, even if he is a rich second generation, his family will restrict his financial resources to some extent. How could it be possible that his family has no financial restrictions on him at all? You know, Chen Gu has spent nearly 50 million on Li Yunru. What does 50 million mean? That's half 100 million yuan, and it's just gone down the drain like that? Moreover, Chen Gu didn't even want Li Kun's shares. The value of this share contract alone was as high as hundreds of millions, and Chen Gu handed the shares to himself without blinking an eye. Unless Chen Ji's family is extremely rich. He is so rich that he doesn't care about hundreds of millions. It's just an ordinary medicinal materials business. I just learned a few tricks from the elders in my family when I was a child, so I can see that Li Kun has health problems. Chen Gu continued to explain. At this point, Chen Gu had to admire his own intelligence. He almost fooled himself with just a lie. "So, how big is your herbal medicine business?" "Very big." "How big is very big?" "Maybe half of the Demon City?" "Half of the Demon City? But I've never heard you mention it? And since your business is so big, how come I've never heard of it?" "You didn't ask, Auntie." Chen Gu looked helpless and continued. "Our family is a reclusive family. We don't usually show up in front of outsiders. Therefore, we have never been on the Forbes list or other lists because the information is kept secret." Chen Ji's talk was full of nonsense, which frightened Li Yunru. "Real? Is that true? I wouldn't borrow 500,000 from the bank to buy you a gift, would I? I would like to borrow money, but can they lend it to me?" Chen Gu spread his hands and said speechlessly. Li Yunru listened to Chen Ji's explanation and believed it mostly. There are indeed many wealthy people in Xia country who do not like to show up in public and make their fortunes by investing in secret. So it's normal that the public knows very little about them. Moreover, Chen Gu had never shown any sign of being short of money in front of Li Yunru, otherwise he would not have given her such an expensive contract. "Damn it, you don't think I'm a liar, do you? I'm a liar who cheats people for money and sex?" Chen Gu suddenly realized and took 3 steps back, saying with great sorrow. I didn't expect you to be such a person. You actually don't trust me? Do you know that I have been planning this surprise for you since the Wolf Fong Carnival? But it really makes me sad. A trace of sadness flashed across Chen Ji's face. His eyes were downcast, as if he was being questioned by the person he trusted the most. Chen Gu, I just don't feel safe. After all, I know nothing about you from the time I met you until now. I don't even know where you live recently. I'm really scared. One day, you will suddenly disappear from my world, but I won't have any way to find you. Li Yunro looked like a wounded little white rabbit at this moment, making people feel pity for her. Chen Gu discovered that tears were indeed a woman's ultimate weapon. As long as Li Yunro started crying, he was really helpless. Then, he walked to Li Yunro's side and said, I was just joking to lighten the mood. Look why you're crying again. If you keep crying like this, your makeup will be ruined. Chen Gu took out some paper and wiped away Li Yunro's tears. Besides, how could I leave you? Real? That's not a lie. Besides, I haven't enjoyed myself enough yet. If I run away now, won't that be wrong? Well, you are still thinking about these dirty things in your mind. Chapter 74 Encounter Again. Li Yunro had a coquettish expression and a blush flashed across her pretty face. But then she regained her composure and turned her head to the side, so, continue? Gudong. Chen Gu swallowed his saliva and nodded heavily, okay? Then, Chen Gu pounced on the tempting body like a hungry wolf. Suddenly, the room was filled with heavy breathing. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Chen Gu and Li Yunro boarded the plane back to Shanghai. Looking at Li Yunro, who was dozing off beside him, Chen Gu couldn't help but feel a little emotional. When they left, the two of them were at most in the ambiguous stage, but now as they set out on their way back, they had already done everything they should and shouldn't have done. Moreover, he also saved 3 billion yuan. Apart from anything else, as long as Chen Gu does not get involved in the three evils in his life, there will be absolutely no problem for him to live a luxurious life with this savings. Of course, it is impossible to ask Chen Gu to stop. Suddenly, Chen Gu had an idea. Could he use the existing resources to develop in all aspects and truly become the world's top billionaire, instead of just relying on the system? He rejected this idea as soon as it came out. No, he wanted to use the funds given by the system to develop himself in all aspects. Why not use it? You can play the cracked version, so why bother choosing the survival version? Of course, this thought was only fleeting, and Chen Gu pulled the eye mask down from his forehead and fell asleep. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Chen Gu walked out of the airport holding Li Yunro in one hand and carrying a suitcase in the other. Walking out of the airport gate, Chen Gu couldn't help but sigh in his heart, it is worthy of being called the Magic City. The lights are bright and the night is charming. Chen Gu got a taxi and said to Li Yunro, I'll take you home first. It's too late, and I'm worried about you going back alone. Okay, then I'd rather be respectful than smart. Li Yunro replied. Little girl? Chen Gu glanced at Li Yunro's towering figure calmly. You should be considered a big woman. Another half an hour later, Li Yunro finally returned home, with Chen Gu escorting her all the way and some physical support. When Chen Gu sent Li Yunro off and was about to take a taxi to Shanghai University to return to school, he touched his head. Oh no! How could I forget there is a door access control? In fact, even though the affiliated university has curfew, students are allowed to return to school at midnight, but they will be recorded as returning late. Under normal circumstances, being recorded is not a big deal and it is harmless. At most, you will be exposed on the campus platform and have some points deducted. But Chen Gu had not attended classes properly since he traveled through time. He either asked for leave or found someone to take his place online. If I am marked as coming home late again, I will definitely fail this subject at the end of the semester. Chen Gu looked at the time. It was almost 12 o'clock. Since it had come to this, he might as well give up. Let us go have a midnight snack. Chen Gu randomly found a food stall and walked in. Although sea cucumbers are delicious and abalone is tasty, Chen Gu has always felt that for midnight snacks, only restaurants and barbecues are always the best, and everything else has to stand aside. But when Chen Gu walked into the stall, he saw a familiar figure. In CC? Although the man was wearing a baseball cap and dressed very tightly, Chen Gu recognized him almost at first sight. Thinking of this, Chen Gu felt a little embarrassed. The last time we met by chance in the hotel, although I didn't do anything to take advantage of him, he touched me almost all the time, otherwise he wouldn't have recognized me so quickly. Chengo walked over to sit opposite Cece and took a skewer of squid from her barbecue plate. Hey, isn't this the great Starin? After saying that, Chengo stuffed the squid into his mouth and started chewing it. When Cece saw someone sitting in front of her for no apparent reason and eating her squid, she couldn't stand it anymore. But when she looked up, she was stunned. You, Chengo? Why are you here? There was some surprise on Cece's face. How could they meet here? You, a big star, can be here, so why can't I, a small hoodlum in the market, be here? To be honest, Chengo was a little surprised. Although Cece was just a small star, she was still a star after all. She actually went to the night market to eat at a food stall. You call people who live in 5-star hotels street thugs? If all thugs are of this level, I might as well become one too. Cece said, taking a sip of beer, and his whole body hissed, cold beer is so comfortable. Chengo looked at the casual little star and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even if you are greedy, why don't you just ask your agent to order some takeout for you? Why do you have to run out by yourself? If someone recognizes us, there might be chaos again. Cece listened to Chin Ji's words and rolled her eyes at him. Don't overthink it. I'm just a little celebrity. No one would recognize me if I walked on the street. Besides, I just ran away to drown my sorrows in alcohol. After saying this, Cece took another big gulp of beer. Then why are you wearing a baseball cap? By the way, the last time I met you, it seemed to be because of drinking, right? Cece slammed the table. Hey! Can't the skewers stop you from talking? Also, this is beer. Have you ever seen someone get drunk after drinking a few bottles of beer? Cece was speechless. She found that Chengu did have some talent when it came to bickering. The key point is that what Chengu said is right, and she has no way to refute it. Okay, Mr. In, tell me what worries you're drinking to drown your sorrows. Chengu came up curiously. Cece hesitated for a moment, then said, forget it, it's not something that must be kept secret anyway. A few days ago, I took on a small-scale web drama about the struggles of youth. I thought I could gain some fame from this drama, but just now, the investor ran away. We, the actors, the crew, the equipment, everything was ready, just waiting to start filming, but the investor said the funding chain was broken and we couldn't film, and then we lost contact. So, you're unemployed again? Hey, you saved me once, but can you stop being so irritating? You're just causing me trouble, right? I'm unemployed, understand? Cece said with emphasis. What's the difference between being unemployed and unemployed? Aren't they both just idle and free? Cece held her forehead speechlessly. I realized that it was a wrong decision to ask you for prestige before. I will delete it now. Seeing that Cece had made up her mind, Chengu hurriedly tried to stop her. What are you doing? Is that how you talk to your savior? Yes, it was before, but not since you ate my kebabs. It's just skewers, right? No problem, boss. Give me another 10, no, 20 skewers of giant squid. Okay. Let's continue with the previous topic. Didn't you plan to find another investor later? I looked for it, but couldn't find it. The main reason is that I'm not well known enough and no one wants me. How much investment does your web drama require? Chapter 75. I voted. Probably more than 10 million, no more than 15 million. Speaking of this makes me angry. If I were more famous, could I have filmed a drama that earned 10 or 20 million? Also, that investor is really. While Cece was still chattering, Chengu suddenly said, I vote. For a moment, the air froze. Cece even suspected that she had heard it wrong. You, what did you say? You want to invest? Yes, what's the problem? You guys are in need of investment, and I just happen to be looking for some projects to invest in recently. This is a coincidence, so why not do it? But, let's not talk about whether you have so much money. If the investment fails, you will lose everything. Cece asked a little worriedly. Chengu complained in his heart, there is 100 times rebate, so if he loses, he loses. Anyway, the money is from the black card and it has nothing to do with him. He just found a random excuse to spend some money on Cece. Although he thought so in his heart, Chengu pretended to think about it for a while, and then said, so, I have to read the script first and understand the general story of your play. Hearing Chengu say this, Cece felt relieved. It seems that you still have some ideas. You even know to read the script first. Stop talking nonsense. You should have the script, right? Let me take a quick look at it first. Chen Gu said. There's an electronic version. I'll send it to you. And Cece said, then she quickly tapped her phone a few times and sent the script to Chen Gu. And Cece just drank and waited quietly for Chen Gu. Chen Gu received the script and took a quick look at it. The story of this drama is about a female college student who faced countless setbacks in starting her own business after graduation, but she always maintained her passion for the workplace. With this passion, the entrepreneurial female college student seized an opportunity, established a company, and realized her dream. Overall, it is a script about the struggle of youth. Well, although the routine is a bit old-fashioned, and the heroine is a bit naive and optimistic. However, it seems that the market is full of campus romance dramas recently. There are relatively few scripts about female elites in the workplace. It should be good to give the audience a sudden change of taste. Chen Gu looked at the script and made a comment, but he actually had something else to say. Within Cece's looks, she can still have a place in the entertainment industry where there are so many beautiful women. Even if the online drama receives mediocre response, she can still become a small celebrity with her looks. After all, many viewers are visual animals, and good looks are enough. Isn't this the same trick used by all the young and handsome guys when they debut? Not bad, the comments are quite professional. I chose to participate in this script because the content of the script is relatively scarce in the market recently. The audience may be tired of watching it talk about love every day. And Cece praised. She really didn't expect Chen Gu to say such a thing. He doesn't look like a nouveau riche who got rich overnight at all, and he actually has some brains. However, Chen Ji's wealth was indeed a little beyond her expectations. Someone who can casually invest more than 10 million to test the waters must be worth quite a lot, right? Maybe it will exceed 100 million. I think this script is promising. So, I'll invest in it, Chen Gu said without hesitation. Really? And Cece's eyes suddenly lit up. Well, but let me make it clear first, there can only be one investor, and I have no intention of sharing the profits with other investors. Don't worry, no one really wants to invest in this drama. And Cece patted her chest. However, the next second, she leaned forward and looked at Chen Gu with suspicion. Are you attracted to me? Are you deliberately talking about investment just to talk to me a few more times? Boom! Chen Ji's head landed accurately on Cece's head. What are you thinking about? If I like you, I would have done you that night. Why would I have waited until now? Chen Gu said speechlessly. But in his heart he already felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier that night, he would have just postponed it and not pretended to be Lu Xiaohui. However, Cece did not answer. She just leaned her head on her arm motionlessly, not knowing whether she was alive or dead. Hey! Big Starin? Wake up! When Chen Gu saw the scene, he first pushed Cece, but the other party didn't react at all. Ward hair? You just said that drinking beer 1 tea make you drunk, but now you're unconscious? Chen Gu held his forehead with his hand, speechless. Noticing that Cece's phone was still on, Chen Gu took his phone and searched through the address book. After a while, Chen Gu found a phone number of a person named Xiao Kaiyun agent. Then he immediately dialed the number and the other party picked up within seconds. Hello? Cece. Where have you been? I'm your manager, not your mother. Next time, please let me know where you're going. The other person sounded like he was only in his 20s, but he kept saying old lady all the time. Chen Gu glanced at the unconscious Cece and thought, birds of a feather flock together. And Cece doesn't have any star airs and always calls her old lady. I'm Cece's friend. I just happened to see her at Fei in Paidian. She was drunk and now lying on the table, unconscious. I don't know where she lives. Is it convenient for you to come and pick her up now? There was silence for a few seconds on the other end of the phone, and then the person immediately said, Okay, sir, thank you for your help. I'll come right over. After saying this, the other party hung up the phone. 10 minutes later, a woman wearing black framed glasses and a woolen sweater walked into the stall. When Chen Gu took a look, he was shocked. She's quite petite. She must be no more than 1.5 meters tall. Is this agent still a little lowly? The little lowly agent looked around casually and saw Chen Gu sitting upright and Cece who was unconscious not far away. Thinking of her mother who had been talking all the time just now, she felt a little embarrassed, but she still walked over. What's your name, sir? Your surname is Chen. Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry to trouble you tonight. It was my fault that I didn't keep an eye on Cece and let him sneak out. The little girl said with a little apology. Then I'll take her back first? Please. Then, the little girl came to Cece and tried to support her, but she didn't move at all. Chen-gu was speechless. Let me do it. Where is your car parked? Chen-gu stepped forward and tried to help Cece up, but she was unable to stand on her own. She leaned her whole body in Chen Ji's arms. So Chen-gu could only maintain this awkward posture and help her into the car. Chapter 76 Pretending to be Drunk. After finally helping Cece into the car, Chen-gu noticed that the car this little lowly agent drove was really nice, a Porsche Panamera. Although the price was not as high as Chen Ji's 911, it was still a pretty good luxury car. However, after thinking about it, Chen-gu understood. Although Cece was a small star, she was still a star after all, and she still had to have the necessary status. Panamera was a good choice because it was reasonably priced and had a high level of status. Watching Cece's car gradually disappear from sight, Chen-gu, who had already eaten and drunk his fill, was about to leave. Suddenly, the shop owner ran out of the shop and stopped Chen-gu. Hey, young man, you haven't paid yet. I'm just a small business, why don't you go and settle the bill first? When Chen-gu heard the shop owner's question, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Damn, he now strongly suspected that Cece was pretending to be drunk just now. After all, with her personality, it is not impossible for her to do such a thing. For a female celebrity who can sip beer and eat skewers at a food stall, it is not impossible for her to run away with the bill. On the other side, Agent Lee Kai-yun was driving towards Cece's residence. She couldn't help complaining while driving. Cece, I am so unlucky to be your agent. How could there be someone as stupid as you in this world? The company saw that you couldn't get any roles, so they asked you to have dinner with the director, just for show. What the hell, you and the director are sworn brothers? The director didn't force you to drink, but you got yourself drunk. He asked you to have a drink, but you drank from the bottle? What about the oath of brotherhood in water margin? Drinking 18 bowls of wine in anger? Also, last time I finally managed to get you an investment, but the investor ran away. Do you think you are destined to never be famous? If I weren't your best friend, I would have ignored you a long time ago. Lee Kai-yun was driving and became more and more excited as she complained, and she didn't notice that Cece had already sat up in the back seat. Shorty, you're getting more and more excited the more you talk, aren't you? Cece said with resentment in her eyes. Lee Kai-yun saw Cece's unhappy expression through the rearview mirror and felt a little embarrassed. Indeed, too much of her past was revealed. But soon, she arrived and found that Cece looked normal and her eyes were clear, with no sign of being drunk at all. Hey! You're not drunk, what about you just now? Suddenly, she thought of a possibility. Oh my god, you are not trying to get away with it and pretending to be drunk, are you? I look like someone who's running away from home. I'm short and fat, with small breasts, but I have a big imagination. It's true, Cece is also quite gifted at bickering, and she hit Lee Kai-yun's sore spot with just a few words. Cece, if you keep mocking me with my height and chest size, I will drive my car into the river and we will both die. Hearing Lee Kai-yun's threat, which had no deterrent effect, Cece was not afraid, but she did not continue to mock. At this moment, Chen Ji's appearance appeared in his mind. That's right, she was indeed pretending to be drunk just now, just to test whether Chen-gu came for her and invested in her small web drama. After all, there are too many hidden rules for investors to bring in funds. Although Chen-gu did not do anything last time, she was unconscious at the time and all she heard was Chen Ji's one-sided words. But after tonight, Cece was sure that he was indeed a gentleman and would not take advantage of others in distress. After confirming that Chen-gu was a gentleman, she felt a little disappointed. After all, I am a star. Am I really so unattractive? But soon, she remembered that when Chen-gu supported him, he would put his hands on her waist from time to time and rub it. At this time, her face turned red, and she felt a little happy in her heart. Pervert. After Chen-gu paid the bill and returned to the hotel, it was already past 1 in the morning. After firing in the afternoon, taking a plane at night, and having a midnight snack in the early morning, Chen-gu was already tired. I quickly took a shower in the hotel and fell into a deep sleep. Early morning. When Chen-gu woke up from his sleep, he subconsciously touched his side and found that Lee Yunru was not there. Then he remembered that she had gone home. So he sent a message to Lee Yunru, "What are you doing? Little follower?" Lee Yunru, no way. You miss me so soon? Seeing that Chengu didn't reply, Lee Yunro continued to send a message. I haven't been on air for several days. I'm putting on makeup and preparing to go on air soon. Then you go ahead and do it. I'll get busy. Chengu just dealt with it casually and ended the topic. To be honest, Chengu had seen Lee Yunro without makeup, and she looked like a pure and innocent little girl. I don't know why, but my makeup style is like that of a glamorous and charming person. I put on glamorous and charming makeup, but I usually wrap myself up tightly. The makeup and clothes are seriously inconsistent? However, when the other person's seductive makeup is matched with sexy clothes, it is simply too tempting and too sexy. Moreover, in bed, she was as active as she could be, and every time she made Chengu feel extremely happy. Phew! This little devil. I don't know if it's possessiveness that's causing it. Chengu thought about it and decided that it would be a good idea to dress more conservatively. Before, Lee Yunru was not his girlfriend, but now she is. Of course, she should dress more conservatively in her daily life. Good things should be kept in the hands of outsiders. Not long after replying to Lee Yunru's message, Chengu thought of Shen Luoqiao again. Chengu was too busy to send a single message to this icy beauty with a 97-point appearance. After thinking about it, Chengu casually sent a good morning. The other party replied immediately. Chengu, you're back? Congratulations. Well, something happened. I was delayed for 2 days and I'm back now. So, are you free this afternoon? I want to meet you and chat. If I'm free, okay, I'll come see you this afternoon. Chengu replied. In Chen Ji's impression, Shen Luoqiao has always been cold to people, and his attitude will not change much no matter who he is facing. But ever since the last incident where Chen Jie drugged Chengu, Shen Luoqiao's attitude towards Chengu had clearly gone beyond the boundaries of ordinary friends. Moreover, Shen Luoqiao is a study maniac. How could he reply so quickly? As expected, the other party has been staring at his phone, right? If you care about him, then just care about him. What does it mean to stare at the phone but not send a message? This personality is so weird. Besides, we are chatting on the phone and we can't see each other in person, so there is no need to be so cold, right? Thinking of this, Chengu suddenly remembered the secret that Shen Luoqiao refused to tell even if he was beaten to death during their conversation when he kissed Shen Luoqiao. Could it be because of this? After thinking about it, Chengu gave up. It was better to just let things take their course. There was no need to dig into the details. Maybe it was just his illusion? Anyway, there was still a whole morning to waste, so Chengu directly opened Douyin. Chapter 77 Investment Appointment. Now he has developed the habit of checking Douyin every once in a while, because his Douyin account is gaining followers so quickly. There is no stopping. Chengu was so tired last night that he didn't even pay attention to Douyin and just went to sleep. After a night, even Chengu himself didn't know how many fans the Douyin account would have. Maybe it's still rising, maybe it's stopped? Who knows? Chengu clicked into the backstage and was stunned when he saw the number of fans. 10 million fans? To make sure he wasn't seeing things, Chengu took another look and was sure that there really were 10 million fans. Over 4 million fans were added in just one night? That's a bit outrageous. Chengu took another look at the number of likes for the work, and it still remained at 3 million. Seeing this number of likes, Chengu realized that it was not the work that brought the traffic. These millions of extra fans are probably all attracted by the reputation and just clicked to follow. But no matter what, gaining so many fans by releasing only one work is difficult even for professional video bloggers to replicate, but Chengu did it. And it was done effortlessly. Chengu was watching videos out of boredom when his phone rang. Who? Mr. Chen, right? I'm CC's agent, Li Kaiyun. We met yesterday. The image of the grumpy little girl unconsciously emerged in Chen Ji's mind. What's the matter? It's like this. And CC told me today that you want to invest in our web drama, right? If it's convenient for you now, can we sign the contract? Then I'll come find you. Chengu replied. He still feels sad when it comes to things related to swiping money. After all, he can enjoy a 100-fold rebate. After packing up briefly, Chengu put on his clothes, took a taxi and went out. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Chengu arrived at Shufeng Media. The first thing Chengu noticed when he got off the taxi was his Porsche 911 parked in the school's underground parking lot. After he became famous online, his previous appearance videos would surely be dug out by netizens. Moreover, Chengu later asked by Xiaoshuan how he recognized it. Bai Xiaoshuang replied that Chen Ji's car was so conspicuous that it was hard not to recognize it. Chen Ge felt a little worried when he heard this. If he drives this Porsche 911 on the road again, it would attract a lot of attention, but if it causes a traffic jam or something, he would have to trouble his uncle to check it. Looks like I need to find time to change my car. Chen Ge was thinking this as he walked into the office building of Shufeng Media. Unlike the offices in high-end buildings that Chen Ge had seen on TV, the space rented by Shufeng Media was very small. Very small. As soon as he entered, Chen Ge could take in the entire layout of the office building at a glance. At this time, a girl in a professional OL uniform walked in. She seemed to be the front desk lady. "You are Mr. Chen?" "It's me." After the lady at the front desk confirmed his identity, she smiled at Chen Ge and said, "Mr. Chen, please follow me." The young lady led the way in front, and Chen Ge followed behind her and walked into Li Caiyun's office after a few steps. Li Caiyun wore a formal suit today, and looked quite respectable, a bit like a boss. However, Chen Ge wanted to laugh when he thought about the other person's height of no more than 1.5 meters. Isn't this just like putting a doll in a suit? When Li Caiyun, who was sitting at her seat, saw Chen Ge walking into the office, a light suddenly flashed in her eyes. "Mr. Chen. Sorry to bother you. I should have come to you to sign the contract, but I am the only one in charge of the company right now, so you have to come to me." Li Caiyun explained. "No problem, let's talk about the details of the contract first," Chen Ge said. At the same time, I was thinking secretly in my heart. Because this money can be related to Angxixi, it is almost effortless to get 1 billion in rebates. It takes a while to earn money to give gifts to Li Yunru. Not only does it make your fingers sore, but the efficiency is also low. But investing is different. Swipe. In a flash, tens of millions of funds flowed, and even more, hundreds of millions. If he continued to invest at this rate, it wouldn't even take long for Chen Ge to become a top tycoon like the richest man in a matter of minutes. As Chen Ge was thinking, he suddenly saw a head floating in front of him. "Fuck!" Chen Ge screamed. This sudden exclamation startled Li Caiyun. What happened?" Li Caiyun covered her heart, obviously very scared. Chen Ge was confused, but when he saw Li Caiyun walk out and her legs that were originally blocked by the table were exposed, he asked, "When did you stand up?" "Mr. Chen, I stood up when you came in and talked to me just now," Li Caiyun replied. "Nima? No difference between standing up and sitting down?" Chen Ji's eyes went dark and he almost vomited blood. From the moment he came in until now, his eyes have been on the other person's face, and he didn't notice when this little loli stood up. Because the ups and downs of her head didn't change? Isn't this too short? Chen Ge wanted to laugh, but because he was still discussing cooperation with Li Caiyun, he had to hold it back. Just as Chen Ge was trying hard to hold back his laughter, the door was pushed open and Cece walked in. "Hey! Chen Ge? When did you come? Why didn't you tell me?" And Cece saw Chen Ge and asked, but soon her questioning look turned into confusion, "Where is my agent? She asked me to come to her office, why did she disappear now?" But the next second, under Cece's gaze, Chen Ge secretly pointed towards the potted plant in the corner, and then burst into earth-shaking laughter. "Ha ha ha ha." And Cece was still wondering what Chen Ge was laughing at, but when she saw Li Caiyun's expression, she suddenly burst out laughing. Li Caiyun was seen holding an open folder, which just covered his face. Because Li Caiyun is almost as tall as the potted plant, the height of the folder is almost the same as the bookshelf. At first glance, it seems that the folder is standing on the bookshelf, and Li Caiyun is directly invisible next to the potted plant. Hearing that Cece couldn't help laughing, Chen Ge couldn't help it even more. Laughing so hard that I was out of breath. And Cece didn't find it that funny at first, but Chen Ji's laughter was so magical that she was infected for a moment. So, I also held my stomach and laughed. A man and a woman burst into laughter in Li Caiyun's office, leaving Li Caiyun looking confused and speechless. Chapter 78. I followed the follow-up investment. After more than 10 seconds, Li Caiyun seemed to understand something. He took off the folder covering his face and said angrily, "And Cece, you want to die, don't you?" And Cece held the table with one hand and covered her stomach with the other hand, and she was almost laughing to tears. "No, ha ha ha. Ah. I can't stand it anymore." Li Caiyun threw the folder on the table and pounced on Cece. So, right under Chen Ji's nose, a little girl who was less than 1.5 meters tall and an incredibly beautiful female star were pulling and tugging at each other and playing with each other. Soon, Lee Kai-yoon was defeated, gasping for breath. At this time, Chen Ji's voice came from behind them. I say, why don't you two sign the contract first? Chen Go asked tentatively. Generally speaking, the investor should have little connection with the agency, but the script that NCC took on was a manuscript by an unknown online writer. Therefore, scene rental, equipment preparation, etc. were all contracted by the agency managed by Lee Kai-yoon, which indeed saved Chen Go a lot of unnecessary trouble. There is no need to contact all parties, just come to the agency and sign a contract. Although Chen Go was one of the people who made fun of Lee Kai-yoon just now, Chen Go is also an investor after all, so he will still give Lee Kai-yoon the face she deserves. Okay, Mr. Chen, let's sign the contract without further delay. Lee Kai-yoon said. Chen Go flipped through the contract casually, and after making sure there was no problem with it, he signed his name on it. Lee Kai-yoon also stamped the Shufeng Company's seal on the contract. The two parties to the cooperation each keep one copy, and the cooperation is officially finalized. Mr. Chen, our cooperation is officially reached. A smile flashed across Lee Tsai-yoon's face, and she was obviously delighted that this web drama could attract investors. By the way, the budget cost of your web drama is more than 10 million. What if there is an overspending? Chen Gu asked. Don't worry, Mr. Chen. This has been stated in the contract. We will not ask you to increase your investment for the overspending. If you really overspend, we will find a way to attract more investment into the group. Lee Kai-yoon explained. Although Chen Gu was not very proficient in investment and financial management, he knew that the more people invested, the less the share would be, so he followed closely and asked. How do you calculate the profit? Part of the proceeds may be allocated to other investors. Lee Kai-yoon quickly explained, Mr. Chen, because we are shooting a small web series, it is not like those big budget movies, and the cost is difficult to estimate. The cost of a web series is relatively easy to estimate, so please rest assured. If nothing unexpected happens, there won't be any other investors coming to take a share of your profits. Lee Kai-yoon made the promise, but she actually knew in her heart that the last investor had run away. Apart from Chen Gu, was there anyone who would really invest in this web drama? Chen Gu smiled faintly after hearing this explanation. I think you misunderstood. What I meant was that I will fully fund this web series, and I will also pay for the part that exceeds the budget. No matter how much money it is, even if it's tens of millions of dollars overspending, I will still invest. Chen Gu said calmly. However, these seemingly ordinary words shocked NCC and Lee Kai-yoon. Lee Kai-yoon originally thought that being able to attract such an investment from Chen Gu was already a great honor, but Chen Gu actually said that he would take care of it all at once. How much wealth does one have to be so worry-free? But the one who was even more shocked was NCC. Wasn't he like this last night? NCC clearly remembered that Chen Gu asked her for the script. After reading the script, he analyzed the market, actors, and so on for a long time before he said he wanted to invest. No matter how you look at it, it seems like they are taking a very cautious attitude towards investing in this web drama. But today, Chen Gu changed his previous style and directly threatened to invest to the end. He didn't think that Chen Gu was a fool. What if something unexpected really happened in the web drama? Will tens of millions of funds really be needed to follow up? What if the online drama doesn't suit the market and has dismal ratings? Didn't Chen Gu consider these consequences? To be honest, NCC didn't believe that Chen Gu was such a reckless person. Because it is totally inconsistent with Chen Ji's style. Even if you are wealthy, you can't squander like this, right? NCC changed her mind and thought of another possibility, that is, Chen Gu still had feelings for her, but he didn't want to throw money at her like this, so he chose to approach her in this way. Thinking of this, NCC blushed immediately and didn't dare to look at Chen Gu. Hey! NCC, why are you blushing? Agent Lee Kai-yoon noticed NCC's change instantly. Am I blushing? No? And it's you who has to make trouble with me? NCC explained in a panic, and at the same time glanced at Chen Gu beside her, and found that the latter's expression had not changed. Lee Kai-yoon didn't think much about it. She just asked casually, so she continued to ask Chen Gu. Mr. Chen, if there is a problem with the filming funds, are you sure you want to continue to follow up with the investment? I am sure. Chen Gu is not stupid. If he can continue to follow up, of course he will continue to follow up. With a 100-fold rebate, he would rather the filming cost more. However, this was a bit abnormal, and it obviously confused the little girl and the big star. One of them doubted Chen Ji's wealth, and the other suspected that Chen Gu wanted to pursue her. After spending more than an hour finalizing the details, Chen Ge comfortably invested 2 million yuan. After conversion, he had received another 200 million yuan in funds. He was so happy. Chen Ge looked at his watch and it was almost noon. Would you two like to have lunch together? Chen Ge said. Sure, but I won't go. I still have to look after the company. Let CC go with you. Li Kaiyun sold the artist without hesitation, and at the same time gave CC a wink, which seemed to mean, stay your sponsor's company well. In fact, Li Kaiyun was very relieved that CC would go out with Chen Ge. After all, last night, CC pretended to be drunk and was not taken advantage of by Chen Ge, so he was very relieved even if she went out with Chen Ge now. But CC's ears blushed and she said, sorry, I have to prepare a script recently, so I can't go to dinner with you. Chen Ge didn't have any ideas at first, he just wanted to see if he could ask CC out and get some rebate money. Since he couldn't make an appointment, he didn't care. Okay, I won't bother you anymore then. Chen Ge responded. CC, I remember the filming won't start until a week later at the earliest. Didn't you tell me yesterday that you'd be given a few days off? Why did you suddenly say that today? Li Kaiyun was halfway through her words when her mouth was blocked by CC. You too, I'm leaving first. Contact me if you have anything. Chen Ge was very hungry. He said goodbye and left the agency. Chapter 79 Your cars are too cheap. After watching Chen Ge leave, CC let go of the hand that was blocking Li Kaiyun. Why are you trying to stop me? Hey! That's not right. Why is Chen Ge so quiet today? Where's the crazy girl she usually is? There were a series of question marks above Li Kaiyun's head. But CC blushed again for the first time. Do you think I shouldn't have refused Chen Ge's invitation to dinner? It's not good indeed. After all, she's the sponsor. But it's not a big problem if you don't want to go. I don't think she wants to force you to go. Halfway through saying this, Li Kaiyun suddenly raised her head 45 degrees and looked at CC. Something's wrong? From your tone, it seems like you want to go with him? Li Kaiyun looked at CC's blushing cheeks and suddenly realized. It seems that our great star has fallen in love with the mortal world? Shorty, if you say anything nonsense again, I will tear your mouth apart. CC said angrily. I don't care, the big star wants a man. Li Kaiyun shouted loudly in the office as if she had discovered a new continent. Ah! Winter melon cloud, I'm going to kill you. On the other side, after Chen Ge came out of Shufeng Company, he randomly found a restaurant and quickly had an afternoon meal. When he was alone, he didn't care what to eat. Only when he was with people like Shen Luoqiao and Li Yunru would he think about buying something luxurious. After all, he could get cash back. As for those delicacies from land and sea, Chen Ge said that they were just so-so. Occasionally, I can have some simple meals, but they still taste good. After eating and drinking, Chen Ge looked at the watch again. It was just past 11 o'clock. Anyway, there was still some time before the appointment with Shen Luoqiao, so Chen Ge looked up a number and dialed it. Hey! Boss, what can I do for you? Bai Xiaoshuang's tone on the other end of the phone clearly contained a hint of surprise. I've been thinking about buying another car recently. You know my car is too conspicuous. Do you have any friends who are good at cars? Could you introduce one to me? Chen Ge said. No problem, boss, you've asked the right person. I have a brother who specializes in car sales. Bai Xiaoshuang said eagerly. Okay then, I'll leave this matter to you. By the way, what car do you want to buy, boss? Do you have any preference? A sports car, the most expensive and best one. Chen Ge thought for a moment and added, and prepare a slightly more low-key one for me. 2. Well, go ask your brothers, and call me when you get a response. Okay, boss, I'll go ask now. Bai Xiaoshuang replied. Then, he opened the group of rich young men he usually hangs out with. The rich young men all have their own circles, and Bai Xiaoshuang is no exception. After all, he owns a group with a market value of over 100 million. Brothers who sell cars, come out, there's a big order. After Bai Xiaoshuang sent this message, he also would add all the members. What do you mean, Xiaoshuang? What kind of cars do you want? How many do you want? Xiaoshuang, my buddy has bought some nice cars recently. Can I send them to you? Look at me, look at me. I haven't sold many cars recently. I'm so depressed. Bai Xiaoshuang looked at the brothers in the group who jumped out to sell cars, and edited a message, recommend me a low-key and luxurious one first. That's easy to say. Aren't several series of BMW and Audi just low-end luxury? The prices are all around 1 or 2 million, isn't that affordable enough? Well, I think it's okay. Send me a few photos and I'll pick one out and send it to the other party. Bai Xiaoshuang sent a message. Xiaoshuang, you want one of these? You think that's an exaggeration for a large order? That's right. Even though the market is not good recently and business is bleak, there are still a few orders like this every week. This shouldn't be considered a big order, right? Xiaoshuang, why are your standards getting lower and lower? Alas, it's all in vain. The brothers in the group complained. Bai Xiaoshuang saw the brothers complaining about him in the group, and then edited, I haven't finished talking yet, have I? They want 2 cars in total, one low-key one and the other one is the most expensive one. Brothers, take out the rare ones you have and show them off, okay? Real or fake? Xiaoshuang, if you want to talk about this, I won't be sleepy anymore. I'll wait for my buddy to find pictures for you. I have one too. Wait, I'll send it to you right away. I already knew that Xiaoyan's vision was not so low. I'll send it right away, right away. Several car dealers in the group were excited at first, and then fell silent. After more than 10 seconds, a large number of pictures of luxury cars were flooded in the group. Porsche, Bentley, Maybach, Mercedes, Pagani. The prices range from several million to tens of millions, which are almost all the types of luxury cars that ordinary people can buy on the market. Bai Xiaoshuang looked at the pictures of luxury cars in the group. He carefully selected several models priced between 6 and 7 million and sent them to Chenggu. Boss, I found a few cars for you, both low-key and high-profile. Do you think that's okay? Bai Xiaoshuang asked. The few models I picked out from BMW and Audi are indeed quite low-key and look good, but... Xiaoshuang, your brother who buys cars only has luxury cars like this? What's the matter? Don't you like the brand or the style? Bai Xiaoshuang asked puzzledly. That's not the case. I told you that the other car has to be more expensive and better. Aren't these a bit too cheap? Chen Gu asked back. So, according to your opinion? Aren't there cars from the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Lamborghini Veneno, Bugatti Chiron, and Veyron series? Chen Gu asked. Bai Xiaoshuang on the other end was obviously stunned for a moment. What the hell? Boss, these cars are all luxury cars that are in short supply. The key is that any one of them is priced at a high price. Halfway through editing this sentence, Bai Xiaoshuang slapped his head. Oh shit. How could I have forgotten who the boss is? What a mess I have. No problem, I'll go ask again. Bai Xiaoshuang returned to the group again. Brothers, no one wants your car. Bai Xiaoshuang sent a message. Why, you can't come up with so much money at once. It's okay, Xiaoshuang, just tell them, we all support installment payments. I thought he was so awesome, but I got excited for nothing. I'll go to the garage and see if there's a cheaper car I can recommend to him. Xiaoshuang, give me some advice, we have lower-end cars among our brothers. Bai Xiaoshuang looked at his brothers who were still strongly recommending it, so he told them the real reason. Neither. They think your cars are too cheap and there's nothing special about them. They also asked if you have cars like the Phantom or Venom. Chapter 80, Selling a Favor. Bai Xiaoshuang's words exploded like thunder in the group chat. Ah? You think it's cheap? Xiaoshuang, did you say anything wrong? The car that suits the person is the same as the person. Who is this guy? How dare he think the cars in my dealership are cheap? That's right, Xiaoshuang, you usually drive a Bentley when you go out, right? Who on earth is the one who asked you to place the order? The guys in the group who were buying cars were completely confused. When most people buy a car, their first reaction is that the car is too expensive and they want to bargain. In fact, they are also prepared for the other party to bargain. But what does it mean to think it's too cheap? Everyone has a big head and a big question mark. If you ask me who this person is, you really know him. Bai Xiaoshuang kept it a secret in the group. Who is it? You sound so arrogant. Cars like Venom and Phantom are not something you can get just by having money. You need channels to get them. The requirements are so high right from the start. This guy. When did such a person appear in the Magic City? The key is that I know about it. Xiao Shuang, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us now. Really can't guess? Stop talking nonsense and speak quickly. Do you know that there is a tycoon who was very popular on the internet recently? Bai Xiaoshuang asked. TSK, who doesn't know this? It's like singing and crying, the god of song. A few days ago, I was watching him single-handedly challenge 9 major guilds in the Langya live broadcast room. He defeated all 9 guilds, and in the end, the 9 major guilds collectively admitted defeat. It gave me goosebumps. If you ask me, 30 million is a lot, but buying a 300 million mansion on live broadcast is beyond belief. I suspect this guy probably has more than 2 billion, and... Before this message was sent, Bai Xiaoshuang's message appeared in the group. That's him. As soon as these words were spoken, the group fell silent for a moment, and a dozen seconds later, the news exploded. Fuck, Xiaoshuang, please don't be ridiculous. He is my idol. Is this true? Do you know the god of songs? Oh my god, you are such a hidden talent. You know a big boss, but you don't introduce him to your brothers, right? You're being polite, Xiaoshuang. How about this, if you give me some of my prestige, I'll give it to you at cost price next time you come to my shop to pick up the car. Bai Xiaoshuang looked at the excited faces of everyone in the group and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm not hiding anything. I'm just afraid that if I rashly give you his prestige, he will be unhappy. 2. After all, many wealthy people attach great importance to personal privacy, and harassing them rashly may arouse their favor. How about I pull him in and give it a try? Fuck, Xiaoshuang, go ask. If they really want to join, whatever you say will be the truth in this group, and the brothers will go through fire and water for them. Bai Xiaoshuang couldn't help laughing. My goodness, he had been in this group for 3 or 4 years, but his status was not even as good as that of a friend of the big boss Rouge Rookie, right? Okay, I'll go ask. Bai Xiaoshuang gave a brief reply, and then immediately sent a message to Chen Gu. Boss, when the brothers in the group heard that you wanted to buy a car, they were all very excited and said they would introduce it to you in person. How about I pull you in? Bai Xiaoshuang asked tentatively. Okay, thank you for your help then. At this moment, everyone in the group was still talking about Chen Ji's previous incredible operation. Suddenly, Rouge Rookie entered this group chat by scanning the QR code. He came in. He really came in. The next second, everyone was boiling. Good afternoon, sir. Did the boss eat? Hello, boss plus 199. As soon as Chen Gu appeared, the atmosphere of the group chat was instantly ignited, and some brothers who usually lurk in the group also popped up. Chen Gu was sweating a little as he watched the wealthy young men in the group talking enthusiastically one by one. Isn't this too enthusiastic? I heard from Xiaoshuang that some of the brothers in the group are buying cars. Do you have any better cars to recommend to me? Chen Gu went straight to the point. Yes, of course. You think the previous car was too cheap, right? Well, I have a Lamborghini 6th Element that I have kept in my closet. It costs about 25 million. Do you think it's expensive enough? Boss, I have a Ferrari LaFerrari, and the price is also over 25 million. Ahem, man, I just bought an Aston Martin 177 from abroad. No more, no less, 47 million. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoshuang was confused. Didn't they say that there was no way to get a car? What the hell is this luxury car worth $500 million? Good fellow, you are all hiding something, right? Lao Gao, you took so long to order a Cullinan last time, and now you just order a Ferrari, right? This is the treasure of my store. It is not a car that ordinary people can get. Chen Gu, who was in the group, immediately lit up when he heard the name Aston Martin 177. Brother, can Martin take a look at it for me first? Okay, boss, I'll send you the pictures now. In the group, the brothers who wanted to sell Martin were obviously happy. Boss, are you interested in my Martin? He quickly found Martin's photo and sent it to Chen Gu. Chen Gu took a look and couldn't let it go. The silver white body, streamlined design, and tail wing style directly captured the man's heart. Moreover, it is just as they say, many luxury cars are out of stock and you can't buy them just because you have money. There are really very few top-level supercars that can be purchased nowadays. It's a blessing to come across one. I want it. Brother, are you free recently? Let's arrange a time for me to go to the site and see the car in person. No problem, then during these few days, I'm basically at the car dealership, you can come see me anytime. The car salesman replied immediately. He was very excited at the moment, on the one hand because he had gained Chen Ji's prestige. On the other hand, when he sold the car to Chen Gu, it was like doing him a favor. Many people coveted his car, but he never bought one. But now that it has been sold to Chen Gu, he feels it is very real. It can be said that he has played to his full value. You can get closer to the big guys just by having a car. Value. After Chen Gu added prestige to the other party, he got the address of the car dealership. He chatted with the other party for a few more sentences and found out that his name was Su Chen and he was a famous car dealer in Shanghai. I used to like playing with cars, but later I injured my spine while racing in a competition and had to rest for a year. Because of his love for racing, he changed his career and started selling racing cars and racing supplies. In the industry, many people know that Su Chen has a precious supercar, which he usually maintains as if it were his son, and he would not sell it no matter how high the price others offer. After Chen Gu knew the intrinsic value of the Martin 177, he immediately decided that if he had the chance in the future, he would repay the favor. Chapter 81, Not Cool Enough. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Gu walked out of a car park near the hotel. He casually bought a BMW 3 Series. Chen Gu found that he still needed a car when he went out. It was better to drive himself than to take a taxi. However, the brothers who were selling cars in the group were quite far away from where Chen Gu was, and it would take a long time to sign the contracts and other messy things. Therefore, Chen Gu simply bought a BMW from a nearby car dealership and started to drive around. Driving the car, Chen Gu quickly arrived at the affiliated University of Magic City. Although the car is a BMW, most of the students at the affiliated university come from relatively well-off families, so this car did not cause much stir. After all, there are still a small number of students who can afford this kind of car. Chen Gu parked the car and walked to the teaching building where Shen Luoqiao was. He didn't go in, but sent a message to Shen Luoqiao to tell him that he had arrived. Then, I played with my phone for a while in the car. Soon, the bell rang for the end of get out of class, and large groups of students walked out of the teaching building and dispersed in different directions. Since it was just after 3 o'clock, it was not yet time for dinner. Students either go to the playground or return to the dormitory. Those who love studying will study in the library. But it is undeniable that among the entire crowd, there was an extremely eye-catching tall figure who walked out of the teaching building. Shen Luoqiao held the notebook and looked for Chen Gu. Today she was wearing a white puff-sleeved belly-bearing top and hot pants, revealing her long, straight legs. Looks youthful and energetic. She only put on some light makeup on her face, but her perfect temperament was already revealed. Because Shen Luoqiao was so eye-catching, Chen Gu noticed him from afar. It has to be said that there is a reason why Shen Luoqiao's appearance score is 97 points. Shen Luoqiao is indeed the most beautiful woman Chen Gu has ever seen. Even female celebrities in the entertainment industry like Cici's appearance score is 2 points lower than Shen Luoqiao's. Shen Luoqiao's eyes were looking for Chen Gu, but soon, an Audi RS6 stopped in front of her. Hello, Luoqiao, what a coincidence. Shen Luoqiao glanced at the other person. Good afternoon, Senior Jiang Kai. Shen Luoqiao responded indifferently. Jiang Kai, a well-known playboy from Shanghai University, relied on his good family background to trick countless girls in the school into sleeping with him. He is extremely lustful. He changes his girlfriend every 3 days and every 5 days. He has never kept a girlfriend for more than a week. Sister Luoqiao, the weather is nice today. How about taking my car and going out for a ride? When mentioning this car, a hint of pride flashed across Jiang Kai's face. This Audi RS6 is worth more than 1.7 million yuan. He had to persuade his father to buy it for him after much persuasion. Today is the first day to pick up the car. Hearing that the icy beauty Shen Luoqiao was giving a class in the teaching building, he deliberately waited there just to show off in front of the beauty and win her heart. Sorry, senior, I'm waiting for someone. Shen Luoqiao still had a bad expression on his face and rejected Jiang Kai's invitation bluntly. As someone who thinks purely with her lower body, she doesn't want to have much contact at all. But Jiang Kai obviously didn't think so. He opened the car door and got out. Okay, junior sister Luoqiao, this car of ours isn't that expensive, it's only over 1.7 million, don't be embarrassed to ride it. Jiang Kai walked up to Shen Luoqiao, a barely perceptible greed flashing in his eyes. As long as you agree to go on a date with me, you will be the owner of this car from now on. Jiang Kai said this thinking he was very handsome. I'm waiting for my boyfriend, please move aside. Okay, Junior, stop being so reserved. I know you women are not the same. You say one thing and mean another. You say no but you mean yes. Besides, where do you get a boyfriend? How can he be as rich as me? Junior sister, I advise you to open your eyes. While Jiang Kai was still talking, Chengge drove a BMW over from not far away. He rolled down the window and waved to Shen Luoqiao, Luoqiao, get in the car. Jiang Kai turned around and saw the BMW parked next to him with a look of disdain. BMW, still a 3 Series. The price of the 3 Series is only over 300,000 yuan, how can it compare with its RS6? Even so, Shen Luoqiao doesn't have his car. You have a BMW 3 Series, isn't that funny? At this time, many students had come to join in the fun. Jiang Kai's RS6 did attract a lot of attention, especially from girls, who looked at Jiang Kai with some obsession. Jiang Kai walked to Chen Ji's car and said, "Brother, if he can get in your car, I will eat shit on the spot." Many people agreed with Jiang Kai's words. The price difference between the two cars is so huge. School beautician doesn't even look down on $1 million luxury car, so how can she afford your shabby BMW? Please move aside. I need to open the door. Jiang Kai's eyes were slightly startled, and he subconsciously took a step forward. Shen Luoqiao walked around Jiang Kai and sat in the passenger seat. Ward? What's going on? Jiang Kai now had a million questions in his mind waiting to be answered. Apart from being a little more handsome, this guy is not as good as me in every other aspect? Brother, don't forget your flag. Chengge reminded Jiang Kai. After saying this, Chengge rolled up the car window, blocking the other party's sight, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away from the campus of the affiliated university, leaving Jiang Kai standing there in a mess with a confused look on his face. What's going on? Why did the campus beauty of Xin University get into that guy's car? That's Chengge, don't you know? Oh, I remember now, he seemed to be Kai Shua's liquor before? It's not like that anymore. They made such a big scene because they wanted to face the test from the school beautician. I remember that some classmates saw the school beautician and singer Chen walking hand in hand on campus last time. Oh my god, this guy is so cool. He can hold hands with school beautician. Who doesn't know that school beautician says no one is allowed in? Not only that, someone even saw Chengge kissing the school beautician. Oh shit. I screamed, no, I have to find a way to get this guy's contact information and learn from him. At this moment, Jiang Kai heard the topic of the onlookers change from his luxury car to Chengge. In addition to being confused, he was also unhappy. How could he not be angry when he encountered this situation on the first day he drove his new car to pick up girls? Do all women like this kind of style? The next second, Jiang Kai rejected this answer, thinking that his luxury car must not impress Shen Luoqiao. He took out his cell phone, found a number and dialed it. Hello? Master Jiang, how is your experience with the new car? Are you satisfied? Su Chen, do you have any cars of a slightly higher grade? This Audi RS6 isn't classy enough? Yes, I do. Will your father allow you to buy another one? Chapter 82 Go Fishing. Don't worry about it. I will come to pick the car myself tomorrow. You should be at the car dealership, right? Jiang Kai asked. Yes. Su Chen replied. Master Jiang, let me remind you that even if you have only driven this car for one day, you have to sell it as a used car if you want to sell it. Su Chen reminded Jiang Kai. Okay, stop talking nonsense. What? Am I, Jiang Kai, short of money? Jiang Kai asked back. Su Chen was a little surprised. What the hell is wrong with Jiang Kai? Is he sick? Master Jiang, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. I just wanted to remind you appropriately. Okay, you're welcome to continue buying cars from me. A BMW 3 Series is driving on the road. Chengge was steering the wheel and glanced at Shen Luoqiao beside him. He didn't know if it was because he hadn't seen her for a few days, but he felt that Shen Luoqiao seemed to have become more beautiful. Noticing that Chengge was looking at her, Shen Luoqiao smiled and came up to him and asked, "How was it? Did I make you proud just now?" Hearing Shen Luoqiao's words, Chengge recalled the scene just now. Please move aside. I need to open the door. Don't say. There is really a sense of accomplishment. Did you do that on purpose just now? Of course, everyone knows that Jiang Kai is a playboy. He has ruined countless girls in the school. It's so refreshing to see him get humiliated. Shen Luochao crossed his arms across his chest, looking as if his evil plan had succeeded. So, you got into my car just to piss off Jiang Kai? Chen Gu asked, pretending to be angry. Shen Gu. Are you jealous? No. You must be jealous. Shen Luochao turned sideways and held Chen Ji's face with both hands. You are so narrow-minded. I'll go. What does this have to do with anything? Shen Gu originally just wanted to pretend to be angry and tease Shen Luochao, but Shen Luochao actually counterattacked him. However, Chen Gu also discovered that Shen Luochao seemed to have changed after not seeing him for a few days. Her relationship with him had obviously become much closer, and she was no longer as cold as before. There was even a hint of coquettishness in her words. Noticing this, Shen Ji's mind became more active. Is there any hope? Classmate Shen, campus beauty, where are we going? I have been driving for almost half an hour under your command. Chen Gu asked Shen Luochao for the address. Don't ask. Don't ask about Big Brother's affairs. Shen Luochao said jokingly. Seeing that Chen Gu did not respond, Shen Luochao continued, you will know when the time comes. In fact, at this moment, Shen Ji's mind was full of messy thoughts about how to take down Shen Luochao, and he didn't pay any attention to what the other party said. Gradually, Chen Gu drove towards the suburbs. We're here. Shen Luochao raised his arms excitedly as he got off the car. Chen Gu looked at the sign on the gate, a little confused. Changxing Country Park? What are we doing here? The air here is really good. Chen Gu sniffed it and found it was filled with a faint scent of earth. Fishing. Picnic. Camping. Shen Luochao explained. But we don't have any tools, right? Shen Luochao pulled Chen Ji's hand and walked towards the sales counter. Of course they have it for sale, idiot. Chen Gu did not refute the word idiot. It was not because he admitted it, but because he discovered that Shen Luochao was really enthusiastic unprecedentedly, even acting like a spoiled child and taking the initiative to hold his hand. Is this still the cool and aloof campus beauty from Shanghai University? I haven't seen you for a few days. Isn't the contrast too big? The two walked to the sales counter and rented a complete set of fishing gear, as well as parasols, chairs, and other things from the owner. Chen Gu was about to pay, but the girl paid first. The owner of the fishing tackle shop saw that it was Shen Luochao who rushed to pay, and secretly gave Chen Gu a thumbs up. Young man, there's something. It's not enough that my girlfriend is so beautiful, but I don't even have to spend any money on her. Chen Gu knew that his boss had misunderstood him. Boss, let me make it clear first. I am not a gigolo. I understand, young man, you are so lucky. The boss looked at him with an expression that said, good brother, I understand, and Chen Gu knew that this matter could not be explained clearly. The two men came to the fishing spot with fishing gear. Let me do it. Chen Gu took the thing from Shen Luochao. Chen Gu tore open the package and inserted the oversized sunshade umbrella into the hole drilled in the ground. The umbrella opened, and suddenly, a huge shadow appeared on the ground. Then he put aside the chairs in the shade, and with Chen Ji's help, the place for anglers to fish was set up. But soon, the two discovered the problem. There is only one seat, how can two people sit? Chen Gu looked at the chair a little awkwardly, then looked at Shen Luochao. I'll go find the boss and buy another set of equipment. Chen Gu said. How about? Let's sit together. Shen Luochao replied, this umbrella probably can't hold two seats. Indeed, I don't know if it's intentional to induce tourists to buy equipment, but the size of the parquet seats is designed to be just half the size of the area that can be covered by a parasol. In other words, a parasol and an armchair are completely sufficient, and even have some left over. But if you add a recliner, the area covered by the parasol is no longer enough to accommodate two seats. Shen Luochao pointed to the ground and said, if you buy another set of equipment, you will have to go to the other fishing spot, which will make it inconvenient to chat. Chen Gu took a look and noticed that the holes for the parasols on the ground were quite far apart, so it would be difficult for the two anglers to talk. If I buy another set of equipment and go fishing nearby, what will I catch? He went there to pick up girls, not to go fishing. Okay, I guess this scenic spot is designed like this on purpose to induce customers to spend money. We can't be fooled. Chen Gu said in a high-sounding manner. I think so too. Shen Luochao continued with a smile. For some reason, Chen Gu always felt that Shen Luochao's smile was weird, as if his plan had succeeded. Illusion? maybe? Since he had decided not to buy more equipment, Chen Gu continued to tinker with his fishing tackle. The fishing tackle is placed in a plastic box. The box contains things like fishing lines, floats, bait, fish cages, and scoop nets. Chen Gu fiddled with it for a while, set up the fishing rod, put on the bait, and threw the fishing line out, all in one go. It looks quite realistic. Chen Gu suddenly realized that since he gained expertise in the game, not only his concentration and coordination abilities had improved, but also the skills that were difficult for him to do before were now easy to achieve. But think about it, isn't fishing just a game for anglers? Could it be that it is not just video games that can be affected by game expertise, but also the more skill-based movements and abilities in daily life that may be affected? Oh my god, this specialization is a bit too good to be true? Much cooler than a dance major. Chapter 83 Fish are hooked. Wait, dance expertise. Chen Gu turned to look at Shen Luoqiao, and suddenly he remembered something. Could it be that it was because he moved Shen Luoqiao by saving the beauty at the dance party organized by Chen Ningjie last time? You know what, it's really possible. After all, it was after that incident that Shen Luoqiao's attitude changed drastically. Chen Gu, what are you doing standing there? You're dying under the sun. Come over here and sit down. Shen Luoqiao was already sitting in the recliner at this time. He waved at Chen Gu, then moved his buttocks to leave half the space, indicating Chen Gu to sit here. Chen Gu shielded the sun with his hands, swallowed half a mouthful of saliva, and walked to sit next to Shen Luoqiao. Although the armchair is quite large, it becomes a bit crowded when two people sit together. Chen Ji's thighs and Shen Luoqiao's slender legs were pressed tightly together. In just a moment, Chen Gu could feel the elastic flesh. Why aren't you curious about why I drove a shabby BMW worth over 300,000 yuan here today? Chen Gu talked about random things, trying to distract himself. For some reason, in front of Li Yunru, Chen Gu was like a pervert who took the initiative to attack, but when facing Shen Luoqiao, Chen Gu was scared in his heart. Is it because of the other person's temperament that keeps people at a distance? It seems not. Is it because the other party is the girl with the highest appearance score that Chen Gu has met so far? It doesn't seem so. If we have to use a popular word to describe Shen Luoqiao, that word must be white moonlight. Not interested. Why? What car you drive is none of my business. A Porsche can get you to your destination, and so can a bicycle. Sitting in a Porsche is comfortable, and sitting on a bicycle is leisurely. For me, it's just a different experience. Shen Luoqiao turned his head and looked directly at Chen Gu, his face full of seriousness. I like you as a person, not your money. Oh shit. Chen Gu yelled in his heart, fuck. He actually heard Shen Luoqiao say in person that he liked him. At this moment, an inexplicable sense of excitement burst out from Chen Ji's heart. This feeling is even 100 or 1,000 times more exciting than getting rebates when swiping money. It was not until now that Chen Gu suddenly realized that neither Shen Luoqiao nor Li Yunru seemed to be with him just for his money. Shen Luoqiao was the hero who saved the beauty at that time. Li Yunru developed a liking for Chen Gu only after she lost the last PK and was asked by the anchor Qiansai to do indecent actions, and Chen Gu came to her rescue. So far, except for Kai Shui, Chen Gu's two girlfriends were all moved by some of his behaviors. It's not a luxury car, a luxury house, or a lavish life. Thinking of this, Chen Gu felt a little touched. He found out. Not all girls only care about a boy's money. There are still many girls in this world who will be impressed by certain qualities of a boy. Maybe it's that you are good enough to her, or it's a simple talent, or it's some inadvertent little detail. In this materialistic age, the thing that is most tainted is love. The word love is simple, but some people like to associate it with money, fame, and fortune. A girl giving water to boys on the basketball court during school days. The boy who found out that the girl didn't bring her textbook gave his textbook to the girl and ran away to stand in the corner as punishment. These student loves are beautiful, aren't they? Chen Gu suddenly remembered a sentence he had seen on the internet. When a woman lowers her head and her toes are not visible, she is the most beautiful woman in the world. Don't think in the wrong way. It is said that when spring comes, young boys and girls make an appointment to meet. But as soon as their eyes met, the girl blushed and lowered her head, her eyes fell on her toes, but her mind was not on her toes at all. And this shy look, in the eyes of the boy, is already the most beautiful thing in the world. Isn't this the kind of love that everyone longs for? There is no need for vows of eternal love, only the purest throbbing in the heart. Luoqiao, I. Ah. Chen Gu, there's a fish on the hook. Shen Luoqiao exclaimed. Although Chen Gu was still a little confused, his strengthened body still allowed him to react quickly. In a flash, he quickly lifted the fishing rod, and a lively crushing carp was caught by Chen Gu. This crushing carp was about the size of Chen Ji's palm and a half, and weighed about 2 kilograms. Wow! Chen Gu, you are awesome. A crushing carp weighing 2 or 3 kilograms. Shen Luoqiao was so excited at this moment that she looked like a carefree little girl. Gradually, Chen Gu was also aroused by this atmosphere. Put aside all the messy thoughts and immerse yourself in the pure joy of fishing. Come again. 5 or 6 minutes later, another huge crushing carp was caught. Chen Gu discovered that the ability of game expertise was ridiculously strong. He just casually adjusted 2 fishing rods and mastered the fishing skills. Come again. Another shot. A few minutes later, a fat black fish was caught. Gradually, more and more fish will fall in love with you. This scene also attracted many anglers from the surrounding area. The people who can spend an entire afternoon fishing in such a place are usually middle-aged people in their 40s or 50s. An old man nearby couldn't help but say, "You are really good, young man. I have been fishing in this area for several years, and I usually catch less fish in an afternoon than you did in half an hour just now. You know what, I noticed this couple when they first came. I thought this guy looked so clean and fair, he didn't look like an experienced fisherman. But who would have thought that in just half an hour, the number of fish we caught would almost catch up with what we old guys would have caught in 2 or 3 hours of hard work. Ha ha, yes, look at this black fish, it must be very strong. It would be impossible to pull it up without some strength. Wow, this young man." Chen Gu smiled and said modestly, "No, I'm just pretending, I just guessed it." "Young man, don't say that. 1 or 2 are guessed, but can 3 or 4 be guessed as well? Girl, if you marry this boy, you will never have to worry about having no fish to eat in the future. Cherish him," the old man said to Shen Luoqiao. Hearing this, Shen Luoqiao's face turned slightly red. "Chen Gu, how come you are so good at fishing? When did you learn it?" "My dad loved fishing when I was a kid, so I learned it just by watching him." Chen Gu lied. Hearing this, Shen Luoqiao's face suddenly changed, and his originally cheerful expression suddenly became extremely depressed. Noticing that Shen Luoqiao looked a little strange, Chen Gu asked directly, "What's wrong?" Shen Luoqiao didn't say the reason. Instead, he adjusted himself, quickly changed the subject, and said with a smile, "It's okay. Chen Gu is so good at fishing, can you teach me?" "No problem. Fishing may seem difficult, but it's actually all about the technique." Chapter 84, Fishing by Taking Advantage of the Situation. If you use the right technique, your fishing efficiency will naturally be twice as good with half the effort. Why do fish always bite the hooks of professional anglers? It is because professional anglers have both skills and experience. Try it yourself first, and I'll see where the problem is? Chen Gu said. Okay, then I'll try fishing myself. Shen Luoqiao replied. Chen Gu helped Shen Luoqiao prepare the bait and handed the fishing rod to him. Shen Luoqiao took the fishing rod and imitated Chen Gu, throwing the hook out, but his strength was a little weak and the hook failed to reach the expected position. The hook was thrown a little too close, but it's not a big problem. We may have to wait a little longer. Chen Gu said patiently. Then help me swing it next time. Shen Luoqiao said while staring at the float. No problem. Chen Gu replied. Fishing requires patience and concentration. Shen Luoqiao's eyes were always on the float, so he could only face Chen Gu sideways. In this situation, how could Chen Gu still focus on fishing? He kept looking at Shen Luoqiao's flawless profile. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, if Shen Luoqiao, who scored 97 points, is already so beautiful, how outrageous would a woman who scored 100 points have to be? Chen Gu was a little skeptical. Are there really people who are perfect in this world? In Chen Ji's opinion, Yang Mi, Reba, Naza, these big stars on the screen seem to have a beauty score of only about 97 or 98, right? Shen Luoqiao's looks are not inferior to those female stars. Especially the temperament that keeps people at a distance, which adds more points. It is as if he has a natural sense of coolness and does not need anything to be embellished. Even if Shen Luoqiao is standing there in coarse linen clothes, his temperament is much better than that of ordinary people. Not to mention this flawless appearance. The most important thing is that Shen Luoqiao's performance in front of Chen Gu is completely different from that in front of outsiders. In front of outsiders, she is an icy beauty and a cool school belle. But in front of Chen Gu, she was just like a little woman who could act like a spoiled child. This strange difference in treatment and cute contrast deeply aroused Chun Ji-e's heart. Suddenly, an idea popped into Chun Ji-e's mind. How about giving it another kiss? Chen Ge still remembered the first time he kissed Chen Luoqiao. The other party's reaction was so violent that he ran away. People who don't know would think they were insulting it. However, after seeing Chen Luoqiao's performance today, Chun Ji-e's heart, which had originally calmed down, began to become restless again. Especially since Chen Luoqiao is now concentrating on fishing and has no time to care about Chen Ge, a sneak attack shouldn't be a problem, right? It shouldn't be like last time, where she ran away after just a kiss, right? The more Chen Ge thought about it, the more excited he became, because every answer he came up with was no. Dry. At worst, I can coax him later. Chen Ge did what he said. His eyes fell on Chen Luoqiao's delicate and small profile, and he found that she was still concentrating on fishing and was not looking at Chen Ge at all. Chen Ge took all his strength and quickly touched Chen Luoqiao's pretty face, then immediately pulled away. Chen Ge glanced at Chen Luoqiao's expression. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Chen Luoqiao's eyes were still focused on the fishing rod. He didn't react and looked calm. This tacit attitude immediately made Chun Ji-e's thoughts active again. The two of them were originally just close to each other, so Chen Ge slowly put his hand on Chen Luoqiao's hip. Because the clothes on Chen Luoqiao's upper body only covered part of her body, her slender waist was exposed. If Chen Ge came up and hugged her waist, he would definitely be discovered. So Chen Ge could only put his hands lightly on his shorts. After a long time, seeing that Chen Luoqiao still didn't react, Chen Ge moved his hand up and rubbed her waist, but Chen Luoqiao still didn't stop Chen Ge. Chen Ge, do you think my method is wrong? No fish has bitten the float after such a long time? Chen Ge was a little suspicious that she didn't feel it, so he lifted up the half of his clothes that was inserted into his pants and rubbed it with his hand. My goodness, isn't this too obvious? How could Chen Luoqiao not feel it? Chen Ge immediately discovered a new world. Probably not. Even though it's a little close, there should still be fish on the hook. Didn't those guys fish around here? Chen Ge simply placed his entire palm on the white flesh on Chen Luoqiao's waist. A cool and tight touch instantly came from his hand. Wow, it was so comfortable. Well, I'll wait a little longer. Chen Luoqiao seemed not to notice and once again acquiesced to Chun Ji-e's misconduct. Chen Ge touched his waist with enjoyment. When he felt tired, he put his hand on Chen Luoqiao's beautiful white legs to rest for a while. How pleasant. Before long, the float on the water surface began to tremble up and down. Phew! A fish is caught. Chen Luoqiao exclaimed and pulled up the fishing rod. The float instantly left the water, but only the fish hook appeared with the float, and there was no crucian carp or the like. Oh, I didn't catch anything. Chen Luoqiao said dejectedly. It's okay, play another shot, this time I'll cast the rod. Chen Ge moved his hand that was on Chen Luoqiao's waist to his chest, sat behind Chen Luoqiao, hugged her from the back, and at the same time grabbed Chen Luoqiao's hands with both hands, and swung the fishing rod hard onto the water. Chen Ge sat down behind Chen Luoqiao naturally, with his head resting on Chen Luoqiao's shoulder. That should be about right. With their chest pressed against each other's backs, Chen Ge opened his legs in a V shape, clamping Chen Luoqiao's beautiful buttocks, and the two of them were pressed tightly together. The job of watching the float is left to you. Chen Ge closed his eyes and sniffed the faint fragrance from Chen Luoqiao. He no longer had any thoughts about fishing. There are so many people here, and you are not ashamed. The masters are watching you. Don't worry about him. Chen Ge leaned comfortably on Chen Luoqiao. At this moment, the two of them were like lovers in love, extremely close. Chen Luoqiao's ears were visibly red, but he didn't push Chen Ge away. He just let him bury his head in his shoulder. I don't know how much time had passed, but when Chen Ge woke up from his sleep, there was no one around. The anglers had all left, and only Chen Luoqiao was left, still holding the fishing rod, lying motionless in Chen Ji's arms. How long have I slept? Chen Ge asked. Almost 2 hours. Chen Luoqiao replied. Did you catch any fish? Chen Ge continued to ask. No, I ran 5. When Chen Ge first woke up, he didn't notice anything wrong, but when he moved a little, he found. I'm sweating. Chen Ge clearly felt that the stick was a little out of control after he just woke up. Since the two of them were just sticking together, Chen Ge was really worried that Chen Luoqiao would sense something strange. He picked up the fishing rod, but saw Chen Luoqiao's beautiful red neck. Boy, that was definitely felt. Chapter 85, Good Health. How come 5 of them ran away out of nowhere? Chen Gu asked casually, but his mind was completely thinking about his embarrassing moment. Shen Luoqiao raised the corner of his mouth. Seeing that you fell asleep, I didn't dare to move too much. Forehead. I'm still a little uncomfortable with this. Chen Gu slapped himself in his heart. Chen Gu, you've touched me and kissed me, and now you say you're not used to it. Are you still a human being? It's obvious that they have agreed to your request. Why do you still want to take advantage of the situation and run away? Why are all those anglers gone? Chen Gu was a little puzzled. Aren't these anglers really into fishing? Why didn't they stay as long as the 2 amateurs? They said it was going to rain soon, so they left first. I see the rain hasn't stopped yet, so it should be okay to wait a little longer. Shen Luoqiao replied. After Shen Luoqiao said this, Chen Gu realized that the surroundings had become gray without him knowing when. If nothing unexpected happened, it would rain soon. Hurry, stop fishing. I think it's going to rain soon. Chen Gu didn't care about the embarrassment at this moment and got off Shen Luoqiao. Instead, I packed up my fishing gear, fish cages, parasols and other things. Shen Luoqiao was also nearby, quickly cleaning up the mess. However, the weather was not good. Snap! Chen Gu just felt the raindrops falling on his head, and in an instant, heavy rain fell. There was a crackling sound of water droplets exploding on the umbrella. Chen Gu, what should we do now? It should be fine. We'll walk slowly to the car with our parasols. We shouldn't get wet. Chen Gu pulled out the parasol stuck in the ground, but he didn't know if it was stuck by something. Even after his body was strengthened, Chen Gu couldn't pull it out for a while. Chen Gu tried several more times, but couldn't pull it out. Why can't I pull it out? It must be that a stone fell into the hole. The more I pull it out, the tighter it gets. Chen Gu suddenly had an idea and kicked the umbrella pole. The hollow pole could not withstand much pressure, and it was even more vulnerable under Chen Ji's kick. The umbrella pole was broken in half. Chen Gu raised the parasol and hugged Shen Luoqiao into his arms. Don't worry about those miscellaneous things. Let's go. Chen Gu hugged Shen Luoqiao, making sure that he would not get wet in the rain, then walked forward quickly, heading towards the parking lot. However, as luck would have it, at this moment, a strong wind blew. The umbrella shook violently and a lot of rain poured down on the 2 of them. In a few breaths, both of them were soaked from head to toe. This was not the end. As the strong wind continued, the canopy could not bear the weight and broke, and the plane flew away to an unknown place. The 2 were completely exposed to the storm. Chen Gu simply threw away the umbrella ribs in his hand and squatted on the ground. Come up. Shen Luoqiao was not pretentious. He put his arms around Chen Ji's neck, wrapped his legs around Chen Ji's waist, and hugged Chen Gu tightly. At this time, make sure you have hugged Shen Luoqiao tightly. Chen Gu quickened his pace and ran wildly in the heavy rain, walking on the muddy ground as if it were flat ground. Not long after, Chen Gu ran to the car, opened the door, and put Shen Luoqiao in first. After Shen Luoqiao moved a little inside, Chen Gu also got into the back seat. Chen Gu took out a towel from the storage compartment in the back seat. Here, wipe it first. But there's only one towel. What will you do if I wipe you? Chen Gu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, what else can I do? You finish wiping and I'll twist it and continue wiping. Well, okay then. Shen Luoqiao obviously didn't expect Chen Gu to answer like this. Then, turn around first. Chen Gu didn't pay attention at first, but when he heard this, he suddenly realized that Shen Luoqiao's clothes, which were soaked by the rain, were now tightly stuck to his body, revealing the black underwear inside. Chen Ji's heart was beating wildly when he saw the looming appearance, and he turned his head quickly. Soon, the sound of a towel rubbing against skin was heard from behind, and not long after, the sound of a towel rubbing against clothes was heard. Chen Gu listened to the vague voice, and his brain unconsciously began to imagine what Shen Luoqiao was doing. Wipe your arms? Rub your lower abdomen. Or put the towel into your underwear and wipe it? Chen Gu was lost in thought when he heard Shen Luoqiao's voice behind him. Chen Gu, I'm fine. Turn around. Chen Gu turned around and took the towel in his hand. He found it was a little wet, wrung it out, and wiped his face with it. Seeing this, Shen Luoqiao's face turned slightly red. This towel was used by her to wipe the area just now, and now Chen Gu is using it to wipe his face. Isn't it equivalent to? Chen Gu wiped his face and head to make sure that no water would drip onto his face. Then he stood up, reached into the trunk, and took out a bag. He opened the bag and inside was a brand new men's suit. Ever since Chen-gu didn't have a suitable suit the last time he went to sign a contract with Li Kun, he bought one and kept it in the car ready to deal with any emergency. Put it on first, don't catch a cold. Let's pack up and go to a nearby hotel to take a shower. What are you going to do? I'm in good health, so I won't catch a cold. As Chen-gu spoke, he took off his short-sleeved shirt and started wiping with his bare upper body. Shen Luoqiao was slightly stunned when he saw Chen Ji's exposed body, full chest muscles, tight abdominal muscles, and said imperceptibly, "Your body is indeed great." "What did you say?" "Ah, nothing." Shen-gu continued to wipe. In fact, she asked Shen Luoqiao to wear a suit because she was afraid that she would catch a cold, and she was also afraid that someone would see her printed underwear when they went to the hotel. After wiping it almost done, seeing that Shen Luoqiao had also put on his suit jacket, Chen-gu climbed from the back seat into the driver's seat. With Chen-gu around, Shen Luoqiao didn't feel comfortable wearing any inner lining, so she just put on her coat to cover up the underwear that was exposed on her chest. Fortunately, the heavy rain did not affect the mobile phone signal. Chen-gu located a nearby hotel, started the engine and drove towards the hotel. Chen-gu was lucky. Most of the road to the hotel was muddy, but the car didn't slip or get stuck in the mud. The two of them drove to the hotel smoothly. Chen-gu got out of the car shirtless and opened the door on Shen Luoqiao's side. "Cover your head with your shirt. I'll hold the door for you." "Good." Shen Luoqiao took the shirt he was not wearing, spread his hands, covered his head with the shirt, and then trotted into the hotel. Chen-gu saw that there was an obvious watermark of Shen Luoqiao's buttocks where she had sat. Chen-gu swallowed his saliva, quickly closed the car door, and ran towards the hotel. Chapter 86, No Yukata Found. The two of them walked to the front desk, covering their bodies. Chen-gu slapped his ID card on the counter and said, "Open a room, thank you." The lady at the front desk looked at the two people who were soaking wet and then asked, "Sir, do you want one room or two?" Chen-gu finally had the chance to be alone in a room with Shen Luoqiao, so how could he possibly book two rooms? He turned around and looked at Shen Luoqiao, and saw that Shen Luoqiao didn't seem to object. No matter what, if there is no objection, it means consent, so I decisively said to the receptionist. One. Chen-gu turned around in surprise, only to find Shen Luoqiao's pretty face blushing. She handed over her ID card silently and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "Don't let your imagination run wild. I'm just a little afraid of the dark. I'll draw the line when the time comes." Shen Luoqiao clenched her little pink fist and said without comment. The lady at the front desk took the two people's ID cards, fiddled with them for a while, and said, "Sir, please pay first." Chen-gu took out his WeChat ID, scanned the code, and paid the room fee. The clerk returned the ID card. "The room number is 302, the elevator is over there. Let's go." Chen-gu took the ID card and put it in his pocket together with Shen Luoqiao's, and was about to take the elevator. But behind me, the receptionist covered her mouth and smiled, "Sir and madam, I wish you a pleasant night. If you need room service, please feel free to press the button on the wall of the bedside table. Special supplies are in the bedside table, please help yourself if you need them." Chen-gu was walking in front when he heard the words from the receptionist. He stumbled and just happened to see Shen Luoqiao's eyes that looked like he wanted to kill someone. "That's what she said. I didn't say anything." Shen Luoqiao pinched Chen Ji's waist hard. "I don't think you dare." The elevator slowly rose and reached the third floor. Chen-gu and Shen Luoqiao walked out together and entered room 302. "Go take a shower first to avoid catching a cold. I'll take a shower after you're done." "Okay." Shen Luoqiao agreed, took off his suit jacket and walked into the bathroom. Although the weather in Shanghai in August was extremely hot and humid, the two of them were soaked to the skin after staying in the car for more than half an hour. "The clothes soaked by rain stuck tightly to my body, having almost completely taken away the heat from my body." Shen Luoqiao was wearing very little to begin with, and by the time he arrived at the hotel, his clothes were already extremely cold. Chen-gu thought about it and realized that Shen Luoqiao was almost unable to bear it, and that was why he didn't refuse. Soon, there was the sound of running water in the bathroom. For the sake of convenience, I could go in and wash early after Shen Luoqiao came out. Chen-gu quickly took off all his clothes, leaving only his underpants. After doing all this, Chen-gu lay naked on the double bed. He wanted to stare at the ceiling and relax for a while, but the sound of running water in the bathroom forced him back to reality. Chen Gu swallowed his saliva and his eyes moved involuntarily towards the light in the bathroom. Behind the frosted glass, Shen Luoqiao's body was blurred into a single outline. But looking at this blurred outline, and the white body changing various bathing movements in front of Chen Gu, he could see her. Chen Ji's nerves were constantly teased. Chen Gu couldn't help but think of the feeling of being close to Shen Luoqiao while fishing in the afternoon. Shen Luoqiao has a tight body, unlike the soft and tender flesh of Li Yunru. It gave Chen Gu a completely different experience. All I can say is that they each have their merits, and Chen Gu likes them all. Chen Gu looked at the white area in the bathroom and felt like every day was a year. Finally, after an extremely agonizing half a minute, the water in the bathroom stopped. The seductive body being wiped in the bathroom suddenly stopped at this moment. This was the first time Chen Gu heard Shen Luoqiao's timid tone. "Chen Gu, are you there?" Shen Luoqiao asked. "I'm here, what's wrong with you?" Chen Gu asked back. "There seems to be no clothes in the bathroom. Can you go to the closet and see if there is a bathrobe?" Shen Luoqiao's face flushed and he spoke with difficulty. "Okay, I'll look for it." Chen Gu replied. Immediately, Chen Gu opened the closet and saw 2 sets of bathrobes neatly arranged inside. Chen Gu turned his head and took a look at Shen Luoqiao's attractive body, and somehow lied, "I can't find it." "Why don't you wrap yourself in a bath towel and look for it first?" "I'm a little cold and want to go in and take a shower first." There was silence in the bathroom for a while, and then he said, "Okay, I'll come out, you go in and take a shower quickly, otherwise you will catch a cold." As he said this, the bathroom door opened. After a puff of smoke, Chen Gu saw Shen Luoqiao's appearance clearly. The bath towel was a bit short and could only barely cover the most critical parts. Shen Luoqiao's chest and thighs were all exposed to the air without any residue left. Everywhere the naked eye could see was white, and Shen Ji's sight was firmly fixed at this moment. The clear sound of swallowing saliva was heard again in the quiet room. Shen Ji's gaze invaded Shen Luoqiao's skin inch by inch, as if he wanted to eat her up in one bite. Shen Luoqiao looked at Chen Ji's burning gaze, avoided his gaze, and said evasively, "Didn't you say you were cold? Why don't you go wash up? Why are you staring at me?" "Okay, right away, find the clothes yourself." Chen Gu leaned over, trying to turn his butt toward Shen Luoqiao, and ran into the bathroom in small steps. "Chen Gu, why are you bending over?" Shen Luoqiao asked in confusion. "Nothing, just find some clothes." After saying this, Chen Gu closed the bathroom door with a snap. "Oh shit. Why are you so disappointing?" Chen Gu glanced at the bulging little Chen Gu in anger, secretly cursing him for having no concentration. Immediately, he turned on the faucet, switched to cold water mode, and rinsed his body. Strange. Shen Luoqiao complained in his heart about Chen Ji's strange behavior just now, walked to the closet where Chen Gu had been standing, opened it, and saw 2 pajamas neatly hung in the closet. Thinking of Chen Gu's words just now, not found in the despicable act of bending over, Shen Luoqiao immediately thought of the reason. Bah, a scoundrel. A man's shower speed will never be comparable to a woman's. After taking a shower, Chen Gu lingered in the bathroom for a few seconds to make sure the swelling had subsided. Just as he was about to push the door open to leave, he suddenly remembered. "Nima? I didn't bring a bathrobe either. The key point is that I only had 1 bath towel, which Shen Luoqiao just took to wrap himself up." This time it was Chen Ji's turn to be embarrassed. "Should I take this yukata?" "No, how can I get out? If I say yes, wouldn't it be equivalent to telling Shen Luoqiao that I was obsessed with sex just now? This is so fucking embarrassing." After wandering around in the bathroom for a few more minutes, Chen Gu opened the bathroom door, stuck half of his head out, and said rather embarrassedly, "Hey, Luoqiao, can you pass me a bath towel and bathrobe?" Chapter 87, the 38th parallel, Do Not Cross the Line. Through the crack in the door, Chen Gu clearly saw Shen Luoqiao sitting on the bed in a bathrobe, with another bathrobe placed next to her. Shen Luoqiao suddenly imitated Chen Ji's tone and said, "I haven't found the bathrobe yet. How about you come out first?" Looking at Shen Luoqiao's stabbing eyes, Chen Gu knew that his little thoughts had been seen through. I could only bite the bullet and say, "Ahem, Luoqiao, stop joking. Didn't we find it?" "Oh? Didn't someone find it just now? Why didn't I see him hand it to me?" Chen Gu coughed again and said in a painful voice, "Ouch, I was shirtless for too long just now, and now I feel a little cold." "No way, I won't catch a cold, right?" "Oh, if she catches a cold, who will take the campus beauty of Xin University back home tomorrow?" Shen Luoqiao stood up and stuffed the bath towel and robe into the crack of the door. I admire you. Take it and put it on quickly, or you will catch a cold. Seeing Shen Luoqiao's somewhat strange tone, Chenggu took the clothes with a smile. You are the best. Virtue. Chenggu closed the bathroom door, took the bath towel used by Shen Luoqiao, which still had a little body fragrance, and wiped it on his body a few times. Then he quickly put on his bathrobe and walked out. At this time, Shen Luoqiao was already lying on the bed, tightly wrapped in the quilt, with only his head sticking out. This is the 38th parallel. You are not allowed to cross the line tonight. When Chenggu looked at the bed, he found that Shen Luoqiao had already used a water bottle or something similar from the hotel to carve out a clear 38th parallel on the bed. However, the 38th parallel clearly allocated 2/3 of the space to Shen Luoqiao himself, leaving only 1/3 for Chenggu. This is an unfair clause. You only left me such a small space, how can I sleep? Chenggu said speechlessly. I don't care. This is your punishment for lying to me just now. Shen Luoqiao said confidently. Grass. She really makes sense. Chenggu looked at the bottles connected in a line and thought, look, I was sleeping in a good position. I might fall down in the middle of the night. How about this, let's move the bottle away, so I can have a little more room to move around. Hearing this, Shen Luoqiao looked at the bottle with her beautiful eyes, then looked at Chen Ji's face and said, I'm warning you, Chenggu, if you dare to get into my bed in the middle of the night, I will never forgive you. Don't you believe in me, a gentleman? When you say that, it makes me feel even more wrong to move the bottle away. Oh my god, Aunt, is it that serious? After hesitating for a while, Shen Luoqiao finally compromised and said, Do you promise not to cross the line? I promise. Then put the bottle away. Okay. Hearing Shen Luoqiao's voice of compromise, Chenggu threw the bottle to the ground with a smile and crawled into bed. As soon as he got into bed, Chenggu smelled the unique scent of Shen Luoqiao. At this time, Shen Luoqiao had already turned his head away, leaving only his back facing Chenggu. Then I turn off the lights? Okay. Snap. The room fell into darkness again. Are you tired today? Chenggu asked, lying on the bed with his hands behind his head. It's okay, I'm not too tired. It's just a pity that the few fish I caught were left there. Shen Luoqiao replied. It's the neck. What's wrong with your neck? Chenggu asked back. You rested your head on my shoulder, and now you have a stiff neck. How about I give you a massage? Chenggu raised his eyebrows and asked a little excitedly. Chenggu, I warn you, don't have any bad thoughts. I said you can't cross the line tonight. Shen Luoqiao refused. Oh my god. Stiff neck should not be underestimated. If you hold it tight and don't relax, it may develop into cervical spondylosis, which will affect you for the rest of your life. Chenggu said seriously. Really? Is it that serious? Of course, I have studied massage for a period of time, and my techniques are absolutely professional. Chenggu said seriously. Will stiff neck develop into cervical spondylosis? In fact, he knew in his heart that this was pure nonsense, and he was just looking for an opportunity to get close to Shen Luoqiao. Then give me a massage, but I have to tell you first, you are not allowed to touch me. Okay. I promise not to touch you. Chenggu said seriously. Then, Chenggu moved forward, sat behind Shen Luoqiao, and slowly put his hands on her shoulders and neck. Then, knead slowly. In fact, Chenggu didn't know any massage techniques at all. But even if you haven't eaten pork, have you seen a pig run? Just follow the instructions and you'll be done. Is this the place? No, move it up a little further. Here? Chen Ji's fingers slowly moved upwards and pinched the flesh near Shen Luoqiao's neck. Almost there, a little further to the side, yes, right here. Chenggu found the right position and kneaded it slowly. How is it? Is it comfortable? It's comfortable, I just need a little more strength. Shen Luoqiao narrowed his eyes and said in a weak voice. Okay. Chenggu increased the strength in his hands and continued kneading. Gradually, Shen Luoqiao became quiet. Since Chenggu was sitting, he could easily see Shen Luoqiao's breasts along the collarbone. Chenggu swallowed his saliva and asked softly. Luoqiao, are you asleep? Shen Luoqiao seemed to be asleep and did not reply. Seeing this scene, Chenggu instantly became bolder. His eyes fell on the bathrobe that Shen Luoqiao hooked on his shoulders. The hand that was originally kneading his neck gradually moved down and gently hooked a corner of the bathrobe. Ahem. Chengu coughed, then calmly pulled the bathrobe off Shin Luoqiao's shoulders. In an instant, the bathrobe on her shoulders was pulled down most of the way, hanging half covering Shin Luoqiao's arm. When Chengu looked down along the collarbone, he saw that most of Shin Luoqiao's snow-white breasts were exposed. Gulp, swallow a mouthful of saliva. Chengu continued what he was doing and pulled gently, but this time the bathrobe was not pulled open so easily. Chengu noticed that the rope around Shin Luoqiao's waist had been tied up. Without untying the rope, the bathrobe could only be pulled up to the arms at most. With the successful experience just now, Chengu did the same thing and called Shin Luoqiao again. After making sure that the other person had not woken up, he lifted most of the quilt and his eyes fell on the rope with a slipknot. Just pull it gently and you can see the whole picture. I leaned over to look at Shin Luoqiao's face. At this time, Shin Luoqiao's eyes had already been completely closed, with long eyelashes resting on his eyelids. Chengu exhaled, and gradually placed his hands on the knot. Chapter 88 Preparing to Capture the High Ground. Now, he only had to pull it gently to see the perfect body wrapped in the bathrobe. Taking a deep breath, Chengu reached his hand into the quilt with a trembling hand and slowly moved forward. As he probed, Chengu felt a depression and he knew that was Shin Luoqiao's waist. Just move a little further and you will be able to touch the knot. Chengu hesitated for a moment, then put his fingertips around Shin Luoqiao's waist and continued to touch forward from the depression. Soon, he felt a bow-shaped touch in his hand. Chengu put the knot between his middle finger and ring finger with one hand, and used his index finger and thumb to pull the rope out little by little. Every time he pulled, Chengu would stop and make sure that Shin Luoqiao was still before continuing with the next pull. With a nervous and anxious mood, the ring part of the bow was finally pulled down to only a little bit left. Just one last step to success. Chengu quickly held his breath and concentrated his attention completely on the knot. Just as he was about to give a final pull to completely untie the restraints, suddenly, Shin Luoqiao moved and turned around quickly. Chengu was startled and pulled his hand back abruptly. Shin Luoqiao said with sleepy eyes, half opening his eyelids, "Chengu? Why are you still pressing? Did I fall asleep just now?" Chengu breathed a sigh of relief. "Yeah, I called you just now but you didn't respond. I thought you were asleep, so I didn't think of waking you up. Who knew I would wake you up anyway?" "I see. Thank you then." Shin Luoqiao closed her eyes and said thank you. Then her eyes fell on her half-exposed shoulders. "What's wrong with my clothes?" For a stiff neck, you can't just massage the neck and shoulders. You also have to take care of the shoulder blades. I lifted your clothes so that I could massage them properly." Chengu scratched his head, feeling guilty. "Is that so? I didn't expect you to be so professional. But I am indeed a little tired. Now that you are done, I will go to sleep first." "Then I turn off the lights?" "No." "Why?" "I'm scared." Chen Ji's heart moved, and he immediately turned off the light and lay down beside Shin Luoqiao, with one arm around Shin Luoqiao's waist. "Then if I hold you, you won't be afraid, right? If you want to hug me, that's up to you. I'm going to sleep first," Shin Luoqiao said drowsily. Chengu was delighted to get the permission, and he directly put his other hand under Shin Luoqiao's waist and hugged Shin Luoqiao from chest to back. In the summer, the bathrobes provided by the hotel are only thin, and the underwear of the two people had long been soaked by the rain and placed aside to dry. There was nothing else on except the thin bathrobe on his body. But at this moment their bodies were pressed tightly together, especially Shin Luoqiao, who had a well-proportioned body. When he lay on the bed, his hips were at the same height as Chen Ji's. Holding such a beautiful girl with a great figure in his arms, and being able to slightly touch her through his pants, Chengu soon felt extremely hot all over. "Do you want another kiss?" Chengu asked himself in his heart. We already kissed in the afternoon, so it wouldn't be a big deal if we kissed a few more times now, right? As he was thinking, Chengu raised his body and lightly touched Shin Luoqiao's face with his lips. No response. Shin Luoqiao seemed to be sleeping very soundly. Chengu could faintly hear some light breathing sounds when he got close to him. Seeing that Shin Luoqiao didn't react, Chen Ji's eyes fell on the other's thin lips again. With the lights off, visibility in the room was very low, and Chengu could only barely see the position of Shin Luoqiao's lips. So, Chen Ji's lips fell on Shin Luoqiao's face again, and he rubbed it all the way based on his feeling. The delicate skin quickly passed over the lips, and Chen Ji's lower lip soon felt a slight dent. Arrive! This is the corner of Shin Luoqiao's lips, a position that rarely turns up in front of outsiders. Chen Gu quickly adjusted his posture, found the center position, and kissed her. A few seconds later, Shin Luoqiao opened his eyes wide as if he was suddenly awakened. Wu, Chen, what are you doing? Chen Gu kissed her wildly, but Shin Luoqiao kept his mouth tightly shut. After trying for a few minutes, Chen Gu still couldn't open Shin Luoqiao's mouth and could only stand outside the door anxiously. Chen Gu gave up and moved his mouth away from Shin Luoqiao's lips. Okay, you attacked me while I was asleep. Stop messing around and go to sleep. If you let me kiss you, I'll go to sleep. Didn't you kiss already? What's the name of kissing when two lips are rubbing against each other? So what do you want? Open your teeth. Can we sleep after kissing? Kiss and then go to sleep. Chen Gu said with a confident look, although his expression could not be seen clearly. Then come on. Shin Luoqiao said. Chen Gu was overjoyed, found the right position, and kissed her quickly. This time, Chen Gu did not encounter any obstacles and kissed her easily. But Shin Luoqiao refused to open his mouth, rejecting Chen Gu. Don't hide it. How can I kiss you if you hide it? This time, Chen Ji's voice sounded in Shin Luoqiao's ears, expressing a hint of dissatisfaction. Soon, Shin Luoqiao gave up struggling and let Chen Gu take the dominant position. Seeing this, Chen Gu seized the opportunity and made a quick move, and the two of them soon became entangled together. After kissing for more than 10 minutes, Chen Gu finally called it a day with satisfaction. Shin Luoqiao panted and wiped Chen Ji's saliva. Now, are you satisfied? Go to sleep now that you've had enough of the tossing and turning. Shin Luoqiao spoke intermittently, her breasts rising and falling. Chen Gu glanced at Shin Luoqiao's disheveled clothes and stared at him. Actually, I have another request. No. Shin Luoqiao's tone hardened, he pulled up his bathrobe, turned around and faced Chen Gu. Being rejected by Shin Luoqiao, Chen Gu felt a fire of anger rising in his heart and hugged her from behind. Really? Chen Gu asked tentatively. Don't even think about it. Shin Luoqiao said firmly. Then I'll use force. You dare? Shin Luoqiao asked back firmly. See if I dare. Chen Gu reached his hand into the quilt, found the hem of Shin Luoqiao's bathrobe, and lifted it up. The hem of the bathrobe was pulled out from under the quilt by Chen Gu and appeared in front of Chen Gu. If there was no rope tied around the waist, Shin Luoqiao's bathrobe would have been stripped off by Chen Gu. But even with the protection of the knot, Shin Luoqiao's naked buttocks were fully exposed in the quilt. As long as Chen Gu wanted, he could lift the quilt and the beautiful spring scenery would be revealed before his eyes. The next second, Chen Gu moved half of his body towards Shin Luoqiao's beautiful buttocks and grabbed the knot of the other's bathrobe at his waist with one hand. What did you say just now? I didn't hear you clearly? Chapter 89 Confrontation. Chen Gu, don't. Shin Luoqiao grabbed Chen Ji's hand on his waist. What? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Chen Ji's face was pressed tightly against Shin Luoqiao's pretty face. No. No. Don't. Shin Luoqiao really wanted to take Chen Ji's hand away, but Chen Ji's breath hit her neck, and gradually, she began to feel a little overwhelmed. Chen Ji's hands kept moving around Shin Luoqiao's waist. Gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva came from two young and hot bodies. In the end, Shin Luoqiao did not push away Chen Ji's hand on his waist and handed control of the bathrobe to Chen Gu. Chen Gu, if you dare to bully me in the future, I will not forgive you. The totally unreliable threat uttered from Shin Luoqiao's throat was like a clarion call for the attack in this battle. Hearing this, Chen Gu grabbed the knot and pulled it gently, and the bathrobe around Shin Luoqiao's waist seemed to lose its power and was no longer bound by anything. After opening the last restraint, Chen Gu reached in with one arm, grabbed the collar of Shin Luoqiao's shirt and pulled it back. In an instant, a seductive and beautiful back was revealed in front of Chen Gu, flawless, like a rough jade. Chen Ji's hands trembled as he lightly touched them with his fingertips. Smooth. Exquisite. Skin as white as cream. Chen Gu felt his blood boiling in his heart, almost to the point of having a nosebleed. Then, Chen Gu turned over and changed his movements. Many years later, Chen Gu recalled that he would never forget this scene. How great is the impact brought by Shin Luoqiao's good looks and figure. This was not over yet. Chen Gu pulled the sheet down, and in an instant, Shin Luoqiao's entire perfect body was revealed. Chen Ji's nose felt hot on the spot, and blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. Shen Luoqiao had already covered his eyes with his hands at this time, not daring to look at all this. However, when she peeked out from between her fingers, she saw Chen Ji's nose bleeding and he was wiping it. Ah! Chen Ge, are you okay? Shen Luoqiao quickly pulled the quilt over him to cover his private parts, and then pulled out a few tissues from the bedside and gave them to Chen Ge. Hurry up and wipe it. You can't do this, go to the bathroom and wash it first. Okay, I'll be right there. Please wait for me. Please wait for me. Shen Luoqiao was about to scold Chen Ge for still thinking about this at such a time, but then he thought about the reason why Chen Ge was bleeding, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Okay, I'll wait for you. Bah, a pervert. After confirming that Shen Luoqiao would not default on his debt, Chen Ge quickly ran towards the bathroom. I turned on the faucet and washed it vigorously a few times. Looking at his embarrassing appearance in the mirror, Chen Ji's face became hot. It's so embarrassing. Chen Ge never expected that he would fail at the critical moment. Shouldn't it? You've only been resting for a few days? Why does he become like this when he meets Shen Luoqiao? Chen Ge shook his head and quickly washed his nose. Then he took off his bathrobe, threw it on the ground, opened the bathroom door and walked out. Ah! Shen Ge! Why are you not wearing any clothes? Shen Luoqiao's shocked and embarrassed voice came from the bed. In order to facilitate the work, I have just asked you, there is no chance to regret it. Chen Ge pounced onto the bed, grabbed Shen Luoqiao's hands and lifted them above his head. Looking at that flawless, exquisite face that was comparable to that of a superstar, Chen Ge kissed her again. If I hide, I'll look petty if I regret it. Shen Luoqiao's pretty face flushed, but she still kicked the quilt. Come on, who's afraid of who? When this delicate body appeared in front of Chen Ge again, Chen Ge could not wait any longer. Their eyes met and they felt something instantly. Use your imagination. Use your imagination. Early in the morning, when Chen Ge woke up from his sleep. But he found that Shen Luoqiao had disappeared. Luoqiao? Chen Ge called out. But I heard a crisp voice coming from the bathroom, I'm here. Then the sound of running water was heard again. Really? At this moment, Chen Ji's evil thoughts surged into his mind again. He turned over and jumped off the bed, took 2 steps at a time, stood by the bathroom door, gently turned the handle, and then walked in. At this moment, Shen Luoqiao was bending over the sink and washing his face. He had no idea that Chen Ge was already standing behind him. Suddenly, someone hugged her delicate body, and a deep voice rang in her ear, I thought you were taking a bath, and wanted to take a bath together. Shen Luoqiao didn't get angry. He turned around and spat in Chen Ji's face, Bah, you keep thinking about all sorts of nonsense all day long. I've already finished my shower, and you're still thinking about taking a shower with me? You're dreaming. I didn't suffer enough yesterday. Ahem. I was the one moving most of the time yesterday, so there was no reward? Shen Ge. You still dare to say that? Shen Luoqiao exclaimed, his cheeks flushed, but he kissed Chen Ge on the face again. Okay, go put on your clothes quickly. Yes, sir. Chen Ge laughed and patted Shen Luoqiao's perky butt. He turned around, took the clothes from the clothesline and put them on. After hanging in the sun overnight, the clothes were completely dry. Chen Ge put on his clothes, stuck his head out and said to Shen Luoqiao, Luoqiao, please go out with me later. Okay. Shen Luoqiao agreed decisively without even asking where Chen Ge wanted to go or what he wanted to do. Chen Ge was stunned. Isn't this attitude changing too fast? A trace of doubt flashed across Shen Luoqiao's beautiful eyes. What's wrong? What are you doing standing there? Chen Ge was naturally delighted, and immediately ran to the sink to brush his teeth and wash his face. Check out, all in one go. When the two of them got in the car, Chen Ge still felt a little dreamy. The coldest and most arrogant iceberg beauty in the Magic City University was won over by me? Chen Ge still remembered that the last time he and Shen Luoqiao held hands on campus, they became the public enemy of all the boys in the school. Now Shen Luoqiao has been conquered by him. If those bastards at school knew about this, they would eat him alive. Chen Ge shrugged indifferently, turned the car key and started the car. Heading towards the location inside Demon City. Jianqing Car Dealership. A famous car dealership on the outskirts of Shanghai. Almost everyone in the neighborhood knows about it. Because the boss here, Su Chen, is not only a car seller but also an expert in playing with cars. And today, Su Chen was waiting in the store early. From time to time, I glanced at the time on the clock and opened the group chat on my phone. afraid of missing something important. Su Chen was a little excited at the moment, because the man who was about to arrive was exactly the person he wanted to make friends with recently. Chapter 90, with my status, it's not too much to have a luxury car worth 3 million. Outside Jianqing car dealership. Chen Ge parked the BMW 3 Series. Luo Qiao, you go in first. I'll go to the bathroom first. Chen Gu said. Okay, I'll wait for you inside. Shen Luoqiao nodded and walked into Jianqing car dealership with her beautiful legs. Jianqing's store is not small, and most of the cars parked in the store are mid to high-end cars. The most common cars in the store are Audi, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and the like. Miss, do you want me to recommend you some of the best-selling cars in our store? The sales lady came over and asked with a professional smile. No need, my boyfriend will be here soon and he will choose it himself then. Shen Luoqiao said. Hearing this, the salesperson nodded. Okay, then you just watch first, and tell me if you need anything. Shen Luoqiao walked and looked at the luxury cars in the shop. But soon, she saw a familiar figure. Luo Qiao? Haha, I didn't expect to run into you here, we are so destined. Jiang Kai walked up shyly with a smile on his face. Jiang Kai? When Shen Luoqiao saw Jiang Kai, he didn't look happy. Everyone in the school knows that Jiang Kai is a scumbag. An animal that thinks with its lower body. It's better to stay away from him than to talk to him. Sister Luoqiao, are you here to look at cars like me? Do you want me to introduce you to some models suitable for women to drive? Senior Jiang Kai, I'm just accompanying my boyfriend to the car dealership. I don't have any intention of picking a car, so please don't bother with me. Shen Luoqiao said coldly. Then he turned and left. Hey, schoolgirl, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you here to pick out a car with your boyfriend? Who? The guy who drove that junky BMW yesterday? Jiang Kai smiled contemptuously. Luo Qiao, don't blame me for being nosy. A BMW 3 Series only costs 300,000 yuan, not even a fraction of the price of my car. You should know which one to choose, junior sister. Before Shen Luoqiao could speak, Jiang Kai waved to the salesperson. Sir, is there anything you need? I've been standing here for about 5 minutes, right? Is this how your store serves VIP customers? Sir, didn't you say you wanted to look at a few cars before making any plans? The salesgirl has a big question mark in her small head. Shut up. Call your boss. Sir, you can't be unreasonable. Why? Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Jiang Kai's face turned grim. At this time, a man walked over quickly. Isn't this Mr. Jian? You said you wanted to pick up the car yesterday. I didn't expect you to come so early. Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and came forward. I say, Boss Su, your car dealership sales are not that good? You can't even take care of the needs of your VIP customers. If it weren't for your face, I would have smashed this store today. As Su Chen spoke in such a vulgar way, he occasionally glanced at Shen Luoqiao who was standing beside him. And Su Chen was obviously a smart guy and understood it immediately. Jiang Kai has taken a fancy to the girl next to him. As long as he cooperates with Jiang Kai, he can act cool in front of the girl. Su Chen coughed and winked at Jiang Kai. Indicate that you understand. Jiang Kai understood and nonchalantly took out the car key of Audi RS6 and waved it in front of him. Boss Su, I went back and tried driving this Audi yesterday, but I just felt like it didn't match my status. Su Chen looked puzzled. So what does Mr. Jiang mean? Change it. The price of a more expensive car is higher. With my status, a $3 million car is not too much, right? Facing Jiang Kai's questioning, Su Chen quickly smiled. Not too much. Not too much. I happen to have a Range Rover worth more than 3 million in my garage. What do you think? Purchase. Su Chen's face naturally showed shock. Mr. Jiang, you really spend money like water. Then I will take back your Audi RS6, and you have to pay the difference. Jiang Kai shook his head and refused, saying pretentiously. What difference do you want to make up? Boss Su, don't you know me? It's just a broken Audi. You can just give it to the nanny at home. But I already gave him a BMW last time. Forget it, I'll just give it to the gardener at my house. Su Chen was even more shocked when he heard this. Even his speech was a little awkward. Mr. Jiang, you said your nanny can afford a BMW? Su Chen is a very good actor. Under his superb performance, many customers who were choosing cars have turned their eyes over here. Jiang Kai calmly enjoyed the envious looks from those around him. He already felt an invisible force surrounding him. On the side, Shen Luoqiao almost laughed out loud when he saw Jiang Kai pretending to be so cool. There has to be a limit to showing off. She still remembered that when Chen Gu first asked her out for dinner, the Porsche 911 he was driving seemed to be worth more than 3 million. But what about Chen Gu's reaction? A calm group. It's like just riding a bike out of the house. I never heard such a stupid thing as a nanny driving a BMW. Just when Shen Luoqiao was about to lose control, a young voice came from behind him. Luoqiao, why are you here? I'm fine, let's go look at the car. Chen Gu appeared beside Shen Luoqiao, took her hand, and was about to leave. But Jiang Kai suddenly walked up to the two of them. Blocked Chen Ji's way. Little white face, it seems that junior sister Luoqiao hasn't agreed to go with you yet? Hearing this, Chen Gu smiled. Where did this funny guy come from? Luoqiao, did he force you to go with him? Don't worry, as long as you say the word, Senior Jiang Kai will never let him go. Jiang Kai, my boyfriend is Chen Gu, please stop being so sentimental, get out of the way. A hint of anger flashed across Shen Luoqiao's beautiful eyes. This Jiang Kai was like a dogskin plaster. He had been sticking to her since they first met, and now he was blocking Chen Gu. This kind of person. It's really annoying. Luoqiao, don't be fooled by this pretty boy's sweet words. What else does he have besides a shabby BMW? I am the only one who truly cares about you. As long as you are with me, you will have everything from Land Rover to Bentley to Porsche in the future. Boy, driving a shabby BMW is like going out to pick up girls. You don't even consider your own worth. Can you pretend to be rich? Jiang Kai's scolding became more and more unpleasant. Not only Shen Luoqiao, but even Su Chen, who was acting with him on the side, couldn't bear to watch it anymore. No matter what, the customer is God. If word got out, a customer who bought a car in Su Chen's store would be insulted for no reason. Then how can he have the face to continue working in the service industry? Mr. Jiang, calm down first. Sir, are you here to buy a car? I will find a salesperson to introduce it to you right away. Chapter 91, You'll die if you provoke him. Unnecessary. Sir, if you feel unhappy, we are willing to give you some compensation, such as a discount on the car purchase. What do you think? Su Chen asked tentatively. You misunderstood. I have already booked a car with someone in advance, so I don't need the salesperson to introduce it to me. Chen Gu explained. However, this is a perfectly normal explanation. To Jiang Kai. Isn't this just pure pretense? You? I laughed. You, a guy who drives a shabby BMW 3 Series, made an appointment with the store? Look, junior sister Luoqiao, this is the boyfriend you found. He doesn't tell the truth just to show off. Su Chen felt a little uncomfortable when he heard what Jiang Kai said. This is my territory, why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Sir, you said you booked a car with someone, can you tell me who the salesperson is? I can ask him to serve you individually. Su Chen asked as politely as possible. Well, I'm not sure about his name. How about this, I'll give him a call and ask him to come out. Yes, as long as you can contact him. Su Chen nodded and made a gesture of invitation. Hearing this, Su Chen was a little confused. It seems that no customers have booked cars in the past 2 days. He felt that Chen Gu was highly suspected of lying. Maybe he is just pretending to be calm in front of beautiful women. Jiang Kai saw that Chen Gu actually took out his cell phone and prepared to make a call. The contempt in my heart grew even stronger. He was already prepared to mock Chen Gu when he could no longer pretend. Aren't you pretending to be cool? Good. I'll see if you can call the staff who made the reservation. In full view of the public. Chen Gu took the phone and dialed. But. Next second. Su Chen's ringtone rang from his pocket. The beating of the heart is the raging fire of love. Su Chen took out his cell phone in confusion, and when he saw the caller ID. My mind went blank for a moment. God of Song. Holy shit, it's the God of Song. Su Chen immediately looked up at Chen Gu. Isn't it such a coincidence? Could it be that, this young man in his early 20s is the God of Songs? Su Chen's mind is empty now. He thought about it. Maybe it's just a coincidence? The boss just happened to come over at this time and asked me to go out to greet him? It's not impossible. Su Chen pressed the answer button. Hello? Hello? At this time, the voice came out from Chen Ji's mouth and Su Chen's mobile phone at the same time. Su Chen was confused. The look in Chen Ji's eyes gradually changed from surprise to indescribable shock. Nima? It's true. You are. Su Chen's voice trembled slightly, and he was unable to utter a word for a moment. It's not that he doesn't want to say it. But when people are extremely shocked and surprised, they will indeed lose the ability to organize language all of a sudden. But Jiang Kai obviously didn't think so. Chenggu must have gotten Su Chen's phone number from the internet or somewhere else. Now I deliberately called Su Chen. He knew Su Chen. He is very smooth in doing things. Chenggu called Su Chen, and Su Chen might actually put on an act and give Chenggu a way out. He understood Su Chen too well. Because he just gave Su Chen a look, asking Su Chen to cooperate with him in showing off. But how could Jiang Kai give Chenggu this opportunity? This time, he must expose Chenggu himself. Boy, I don't know how you got Su Chen's phone number. But I want to hint to Su Chen to cooperate with you in acting, so as to save face. Do you really think I can't see through this trick? Jiang Kai seemed to have seen through everything. If you really asked Su Chen to book a car, how could Su Chen not know? How could he be so stupid as to ask you to make a phone call? If you don't have money, don't pretend. Pretending to be cool is full of loopholes. Jiang Kai looked at Chenggu as if he was looking at a stupid dog. But Chenggu still stood there calmly, as if he didn't take Jiang Kai's words to heart. He picked up his phone. Su Chen, let me ask you, did I ask you to order a car yesterday? Chen Ji's voice once again came from his mouth and the phone at the same time. Su Chen felt almost numb. Yes, Mr. Chen did order a vehicle from me. Su Chen said with a trembling voice. He has only just recovered. I can only follow Chen Ji's words. It was indeed a momentary negligence on his part just now, he didn't expect it. Who in their right mind would associate the young man in front of them with the super tycoons on the internet who easily make hundreds of millions? Su Chen really didn't think of the car Chenggu had reserved as his own Aston Martin 177. Impossible? Su Chen, you are lying. Su Chen's answer was obviously not what Jiang Kai wanted to hear. In his opinion, it was obvious that Su Chen was playing the role of a good guy again. Do you still want me to buy a car from you in the future? Jiang Kai frowned and pointed at Chenggu. Su Chen, do you know that if you dare to speak for this kid, you are going against me? Or do you think this pretty boy has more spending power than me, and you plan to lick someone else? Jiang Kai put pressure on Su Chen. In his opinion, Su Chen was just smooth and liked to have good relationships with everyone. Of course, this is also the reason why his car dealership is doing well. But once you have to choose between two opposing people, even the most tactful person will choose the one that is more beneficial to him. Who is he, Jiang Kai? Rich second generation. Young master. A rich young man whose living expenses are hundreds of thousands a month. As long as he wanted, he could inherit hundreds of millions of assets from his father Jiang's group at any time. But what about Chenggu? At best, he is just an ordinary customer whom I have never met before. In order to maintain ordinary customers, they would lose a rich man like themselves. Unless Su Chen was out of his mind, he would choose Chenggu over him. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly looked up and looked at Jiang Kai with a serious face. Master Jiang, I advise you not to go against him, otherwise. Jiang Kai was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, Su Chen, who had always been trying to curry favor with him, would actually say such incredible words. Su Chen, your fucking brain is stuck in the door, right? My dad is the chairman of the Jiang Group. You're telling me not to go against this pretty boy? Looking at the arrogant and domineering Jiang Kai, Su Chen couldn't bear it any longer. You idiot, do you know what car he booked with me? It's the Aston Martin 177 that I brought back from abroad. That car is enough to buy half of your Jiang Group, understand? Su Chen looked at Jiang Kai as if he was an idiot. Why do you think I was waiting in the store today? Was it to wait for you? I was waiting so that I could come out and pick him up in person. And your damn Jiang Group, if you dare to mess with it, you'll die. Chapter 92, Heir to the Billion-Dollar Group. Su Chen, what did you say? Jiang Kai was obviously stunned for a moment. But soon his expression turned into greater ridicule and disdain. Haha, you think this guy can spend $500 million to buy a car? Then he looked at Chen Gu again. The contempt in his eyes became even stronger. Look, kid, if Su Chen really wanted to help you show off, he shouldn't have said something so ridiculous. Chen Gu smiled but said nothing. A frog in a well. At this moment, Su Chen no longer looked at Jiang Kai as if he was looking at an idiot. But just watching an idiot. Isn't this pure idiocy? The Jiang group has cultivated such a thing? Jiang Kai, don't ask me to buy a car. I, Su Chen, don't have a friend like you. Su Chen said indifferently. He was completely disappointed with this second-generation rich guy. There will always be people better than you. You can be arrogant and presumptuous. But if you don't even know the most basic way of reading people's expressions, the Jiang group will eventually go bankrupt if it is handed over to you. Su Chen, don't regret it. Jiang Kai said with gritted teeth. Because he had been showing off loudly before, many people noticed Jiang Kai. Everyone turned their eyes over here. At this time, every move of several people is under the attention of others. Regret? He's the heir to the 10 billion group. Do you think I would regret offending you just to make friends with him? Wake up, Jiang Kai. Do you know why I said just now that if you offend him, all of you in the Jiang group will be buried with him because of your arrogance? Su Chen suddenly raised his voice. Because, in front of him, you are not even worthy of carrying his shoes. A series of words. It was like a thunderclap exploding in Jiang Kai's ears. 100 billion group? The Jiang family is going to be buried with me? At this time, Jiang Kai's blood circulation was already a bit poor. You. His mind went blank. Standing there in a daze. It took a long time to calm down. Oh my god, I just felt that this guy has an extraordinary temperament, but I didn't expect that he is the heir to the 10 billion group. Didn't you see that this guy was very calm from beginning to end? He didn't have any emotional fluctuations at all. Can an ordinary person have such great composure? That makes sense. I can actually meet the heir of Bai Group in the real world. I have to take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments. Su Chen heard what the onlookers were talking about. Looking at Chen Gu motionlessly. Did he know that Chen Gu was the heir to the 10 billion group? Of course not. But, as a person who was extremely good at dealing with people, he knows. Of course he couldn't reveal Chen Ji's true identity. Why does the god of songs wear a mask? Why change car? Isn't it because you are afraid of exposing your identity and affecting your life? Of course he understands this. Therefore, he lied that Chen Gu was the heir of the 10 billion group. It can not only show Chen Ji's awesome status, but also implement a dimensionality reduction attack on Jiang Kai. At the same time, it not only protects Chen Ji's privacy, but also wins Chen Ji's favor. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. However, Su Chen is a little nervous now. Because he was not sure whether Chen Gu had calmed down. If the god of song has not calmed down, he couldn't save that idiot Jiang Kai. When Jiang Kai heard Su Chen's horrifying explanation, he was almost scared to death. Ordinary people may have no idea about 100 million and 10 billion. Because I have never seen so much money. So 100 million and 10 billion don't sound much different. But Jiang Kai knew. My father's business was once strangled by a slightly larger group. You have to spend money to treat them and ask them to show you mercy. Let him go. To resume operation. Moreover, the market value of these groups is only 10 billion. $1 billion size is enough to make the Jiang group unable to operate. What if a group with a market value of tens of billions takes action against him? Then the entire Jiang group will be finished. Boss, look. Su Chen looked at Chen Gu, questioning him. He was seeking Chen Ji's opinion to see if Chen Gu had any intention of letting Jiang Kai go. At this time, after a series of YY in imagination, Jiang Kai's psychological defenses finally collapsed. His legs were shaking. Mr. Chen, please don't bear grudges against me. Just ignore me. I promise. I will never appear in front of you again. Jiang Kai begged for mercy again and again. But Chen Gu just looked at him with a half smile. As if mocking a toy. Who could have imagined that in just a few minutes, the situation would take a drastic turn. A rich person meets an even richer person. A hard background meets an even harder background. Facing Jiang Kai's contempt and slander, Chen Ge never said a word of rebuttal from beginning to end. Although nothing was said. But people found out from the boss's mouth. How cool is this man? How strong is the identity? At this time, an invisible aura of forcing the king emanated from Chen Ge, filling the air throughout the venue. So pretentious. Chen Ji's pretense was simply a dimensionality reduction attack on Jiang Kai. Ha, get lost and don't show up in front of me again. Chen Ge is very frugal with words. Otherwise. Sure. I'm leaving now. Get out now. Jiang Kairuo was pardoned and dragged his feet with stiff steps. He left Jianqing car dealership without looking back. Sometimes the class stratification is more pronounced among the rich. There is a more obvious chain of contempt between them. I also know better which people I can mess with and which people I can't mess with. If you dare to mess with anyone, it's okay once or twice. After a long time, what you encounter is a catastrophic disaster. So the richer people are, the more careful they are. The richer a person is, the more afraid he is of things. If the person standing in front of Chen Ge today was a gangster, no matter how much Su Chen praised Chen Ge, it was useless. For a small-time thug, there is no difference between messing with a multi-millionaire and a billionaire. You want me to be afraid of you? Good. Knock me down. Then I will obey you, otherwise, I will fuck you. So, when Jiang Kai learned about Chen Ji's identity as the heir to the 10 billion yuan group, he was more shocked than anyone else. The key point is that Su Chen, who was always tactful to others, suddenly turned hostile and started cursing at him. This immediately increased the credibility of these words. How could he not be afraid? If Chen Ge is angered, it will be a disaster. So he ran away in shame. Boss, then let's go to the garage and check out the car first? After the little episode, Su Chen suggested that they go and look at the car. This is the highlight of today. If Chen Ge was really willing to buy his Martin, it would be equivalent to getting a favor from Chen Ge. This is more effective than 100 Jiang Kais. Okay, let's go check out the car first. I've been wanting to see Boss Su's treasure for a long time. But I was delayed because of this little thing. Ah, boss, you are making fun of me. How dare I call my little car a treasure in front of you? Chapter 93. Awesome people have awesome connections. Su Chen was indeed a smart man. He kept a low profile in front of Chen Ge and gave Chen Ge enough face. Anyone who hears these words will feel comfortable. The two walked towards the store. Boss Su, just call me Chen Ge. Don't be so formal. Oh, how dare I call you that? Su Chen was startled and spoke quickly. You keep calling me a big boss. It makes me uncomfortable. What about Mr. Chen? It's a little better than the last title. This one, then? Okay. As they were talking, the three of them had already arrived at Su Chen's underground garage. There are a lot of cars parked here. Chen Ge took a quick look and estimated that the total amount was almost 500 million. Su Chen walked straight to a blocked iron gate, took out the key and turned the lock. At this time, Shen Luoqiao finally had the opportunity to interrupt. Chen Ge, Boss Su said that you are the heir to the 10 billion group. Is this true? Shen Luoqiao asked with some curiosity. Of course not, Luoqiao, how can I have such a heaven-defying identity? If I had such an identity, no matter how low-key I am, I would be exposed, don't you think? Chen Ge explained. Boss Su said that your status is beyond compare? Shen Luoqiao became even more curious. He is my good friend. Isn't this just a way for me to save face after seeing Jiang Kai making things difficult for me? So that's how it is. So, Boss Su said you wanted to buy that sports car worth tens of millions just to give you a way out, right? That's not the case. I really plan to buy his car. Chen Ge said calmly. Shen Luoqiao was confused for a moment. Can buy a luxury car worth 500 million in one go. This is also amazing, okay? Even if he doesn't have a net worth of 10 billion, it's about the same, right? At this time, Su Chen also opened the lock and pulled up the rolling door. Brush. Su Chen groped in the dark and walked in and turned on the light. The moment when the lights come on, a handsome and domineering sports car appeared. Su Chen stroked the body of Aston Martin 1 and said lovingly, "Mr. Chen, I'm not happy with what you said. This Martin is my favorite car." It can be seen that Boss Su's hands have never left the car. Chen Gu teased. Sorry to have made you laugh, Master Chen." Su Chen withdrew his hand from stroking the car body. "Let me introduce this car to Mr. Chen first. This Aston Martin 177 is worth 47 million, which is the ceiling of the supercar world. It uses the front-engine, rear-wheel drive layout commonly used in GT sports cars. It is equipped with a 7.3-liter V12-cylinder engine with a maximum horsepower output of 760 horsepower and a maximum torque of 750 Nm. It can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 3.5 seconds and has a top speed of 354 km/h. In terms of power, if he dares to say he is second, no one dares to say he is first. 177 is made with the brand's most advanced technology. Except for the chassis and some structures which are made of steel or aluminum alloy, the rest of the vehicle is all made of carbon fiber, so the weight of the whole vehicle is just over 1 ton, which is very light. Su Chen introduced the various parameters of Martin in a torrent of words. After listening to Su Chen's introduction, Chen Gu smiled. It's obvious that Boss Su really treasures this car. But if he loves it so much, why did he sell it to me? Su Chen glanced at Chen Gu and thought about it. Cars are dead, but people are alive. In my life, Su Chen, the first thing I love is racing, and the second thing I love is making friends. If I can use a sports car to make friends with Mr. Chen, I think this car is worth selling." When Chen Gu heard this, he couldn't help but secretly praise Su Chen for his flawless words. In just a few words, it not only showed the importance of sports cars, but also told Chen Gu, "If you buy this car from me, we can be friends. If I need your help with something at that time, you can't refuse." "Okay. Since Boss Su was willing to give me his beloved car, I will definitely make him my friend." Chen Gu said this without hesitation. In fact, he didn't object at all to Su Chen's request that he should recognize the truth. Because this is really normal. Who would want to be friends with you if there is no benefit in exchange? Bai Xiaoshuang broke off his friendship with Chen Yingjie and switched sides to Chen Gu. Wasn't it just to become close friends with Chen Gu and gain his support? Li Kun was able to go against the crowd and give 5% of Langya S shares to Chen Gu. Wasn't he it because he valued Chen Gu's huge traffic? Now Su Chen wants to trade the sports car for a favor from Chen Gu. Is that too much? Not at all. Only when the value a person demonstrates is high enough, people will rush to interact with him. Only when you are awesome can you have awesome connections. Instead of using your awesome connections to show how awesome you are. Chen Gu knew clearly that all these young masters and big bosses who had come into contact with him were only associating with him because he was awesome enough. Otherwise, who will care about you? Mr. Chen, is this a deal? Su Chen asked tentatively, waiting for a positive answer. No problem, Chen Gu said. Hearing this, Su Chen felt relieved. However, he immediately became a little excited. This is the super rich man on the internet who is as singing and crying as a big shot. I actually have the chance to make friends with him. Su Chen immediately slapped the car keys towards Chen Gu. It was as if he was afraid that Chen Gu would go back on his word. Mr. Chen, let's make it a deal. You can test drive it first, and tell me if you have any comments. Okay. Chen Gu took the key and opened the car door. Luo Chao, come in and sit down with me and experience it. I also want to ask for your opinion. Just like that, at Chen Ji's urging, Shen Luochao also got into the Aston Martin 177. Martin's overall color is silver and white. The main theme is domineering. Inside the car, all interior trim is white. The color coordination of the entire vehicle is quite high. As soon as Chen Gu got into the car, before he even started it, he felt that the car was like a natural work of art. Summary in 2 words. Invincible. Then Chen Gu pressed the ignition key and stepped on the accelerator. Boom! 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 A whistling sound suddenly came from outside the car. Feel the slight vibration of the car body. At this moment, Chen Ji's heart also felt a little bit fluttered. A sports car is every man's dream. And a top-level sports car is something that people dream of owning. Chen Gu sat in the car, imagining himself driving this Martin at full speed. How cool would that be? Chen Gu, this car is so cool. Even Chen Luoqiao, who was usually accustomed to not showing his emotions, was deeply shocked after sitting in this car. This feeling is really not something that ordinary people can experience. I'll take you for a ride later. Chen Gu kissed Chen Luoqiao hard on the face. Chapter 94 Second Strategy Reward. Mr. Chen, are you satisfied with this car? Su Chen opened the car door and asked. Not bad. It's more than good. Chen Gu was quite satisfied. You have to know that these cars are hard to come by. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it, let alone a top sports car like the Aston Martin 177. Boss Su, do you have any other low-key models? I usually use it for daily travel. Chen Gu asked. If a car like Aston Martin 177 is driven to school, the sensation it caused was probably no less than that of the 911, the symbol of the super rich. Therefore, Chen Gu also had to buy a relatively low-priced car, usually used in school. Have. What brand does Mr. Chen like? Then let's go with Audi. After hearing this, Su Chen immediately walked around the garage. He pointed to a black Audi R8 and said, Mr. Chen, do you think this Audi R8 is okay? The price is 2.3 million, black model, it is definitely low-key to drive. Chen Gu got out of the car and took a look. The pure black car paint does look quite low-key. Chen Ji's requirements for a daily mobility vehicle were not that high. It's fine as long as I can get by in school. Okay, this one then. Boss Su, name a price for both cars. Chen Gu said. The Martin costs 47 million, and the Audi R8 costs 2.3 million. I'll round off the price and you can just give me 49 million. Su Chen calculated and quoted a total price. Swipe the card. Beep beep. Chen Gu directly swiped 49 million yuan on the POS machine. Mr. Chen, you really look exactly like what I remembered you to be. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. Of course, the way he said it meant that Chen Gu was very generous with his money. Not sad at all. It seemed as if money was just a string of ordinary numbers in front of Chen Gu. Boss Su is joking. Su Chen listened to Chen Ji's humble words and praised him secretly in his heart. He is indeed the god of song. He spends money lavishly, yet is humble and polite. Much better than those second-generation rich people whose families have some money. Thinking this in his mind, Su Chen did not forget to speak. Mr. Chen, since you have bought both cars, I will re-inspect them from all angles. It may take a day or two. Please leave me your address and I will deliver the cars to you. Chen Gu nodded. He understood this. In fact, there was no need for Su Chen to check it again. After all, the cars that can be sold in Su Chen's garage must have good quality parts. However, Su Chen still proposed to inspect the vehicle. It was simply because of Chen Ji's noble status. There must be absolutely no mistakes. Okay, I'll leave you an address and you can just deliver the car to the location I request. Chen Gu left Su Chen the address of Tangcheng Yipin. Although I don't know how the Yipintang house in Tangcheng was handled. But Chen Gu has the right to use things like parking spaces, so it is most appropriate to park the car there. Su Chen looked at the address that Chen Gu sent him on his phone, his eyes slightly lit up. He often watches live broadcasts. Naturally, he knew the address Chen Gu left for him. Isn't this the address that appeared in Xiao Naro's live broadcast room, the Tangcheng Yipin super luxury house that Chen Gu bought for 300 million? No surprise. Chen Ji's natural behavior left a deep impression on Su Chen. Su Chen increasingly felt that being able to establish a relationship with Chen Gu was a decision he had to strive for. After simply signing 2 car purchase contracts, Chen Gu drove his BMW 3 Series to Shanghai University. Chen Gu originally wanted to take Shen Luoqiao for a walk. But because Shen Luoqiao had to attend professional classes in the afternoon, he had no choice but to return to school. In the car, Shen Luoqiao couldn't help but ask, Chen Gu, do you have a suite in Tangcheng Yipin? She had just seen with her own eyes that the address Chen Gu left for Su Chen was the first-class Tangcheng in the Magic City. What is Tangcheng Yipin? The best house in Magic City. In the Magic City where every inch of land is valuable, it is great to have a house in Thompson 1. How rich must one be to be able to do that? You know. All the people living in Tangcheng Yipin are business tycoons and industry elites. Chen Gu is actually their neighbor? It would be fine if Chen Gu was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Not too surprising. The key point is that Chen Gu is only in his early 20s. This age is often the time when people are just beginning to prepare to enter society and accept the beatings of society. But Chenggu already has an apartment in Tangqing Yiping. Outrageous. There is a saying that goes, all roads lead to Rome. But some were born in Rome. I just bought the cheapest apartment in Tangqing Yiping. I hadn't decided where I was going to live, so I just bought one. Chenggu said while holding the steering wheel with one hand. At this time, the wind from outside blew in through the car window. The wind blew Chen Ji's hair, and the sun shone on the man's profile, showing a sharp outline. Shen Luoqiao suddenly thought Chenggu was so handsome. And because the two of them had passionate interactions several times in the hotel, Shen Luoqiao also saw Chen Ji's perfect figure. This moment, Shen Luoqiao fell. Even if he is driving a shabby-looking BMW. But the luxurious temperament exuded by Chenggu gave people a feeling. He doesn't drive a BMW. It is the most luxurious car in the world. Just ask such a handsome, wealthy, young, and promising young man. Who doesn't love it? Then, first, there was a hint of infatuation in Shen Luoqiao's eyes when she looked at a man. This was a special feeling she had never experienced before. Under the gaze of admiration. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, the two arrived at school. Chenggu drove into the school easily. The security guard let Chenggu through without even checking whether he was a student of the school. After sending Shen Luoqiao off, Chenggu found a parking space, parked the car, and returned to the dormitory. The fact that Shen Luoqiao was going to take professional courses also reminded Chenggu. Chenggu also had an elective course to attend in the afternoon. I've been absent from classes for so long, and I don't know if I'll fail the final exam. Since the classes were in the third or fourth period in the afternoon, Chenggu didn't have to worry about being late. There's even time for a nap. He simply washed his face and prepared to lie down on the bed. Suddenly, the system sound rang in my mind. Byte. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing a rebate recipient. Detected that the target's figure and appearance are above 95 points, unlock advanced rewards. Rewards are being distributed. The unlock reward is healing power. P.S. The effect of the healing power is to appropriately remove the negative effects of the object being healed. P.S. Negative effects include all symptoms that are displayed as sub-healthy on the panel. Different levels of healing power will be consumed depending on the severity of the symptoms. P.S. The healing power is converted from the host's income in addition to the 100 times rebate effect. The system will value the income and convert it appropriately according to the income after the valuation is completed. Current healing power points, 2100. Unit healing power collection progress, 100 million yuan. Chapter 95 Beautiful Teacher. Chenggu listened to the system's introduction for a long time. I roughly understand the effect of healing power. To put it bluntly, it can save lives. The way to collect healing power is to rely on a 100-fold rebate. The money you earn will be converted into healing power in equal proportion. I understood it simply. The first thing Chenggu thought of was the web drama that he had invested in for NCC. At the beginning, I just wanted to make a few hundred million by relying on the rebates from NCC. But if the online drama you invested in makes a profit, the profit can be counted towards the cumulative progress of healing power. Thinking of this, Chenggu suddenly discovered a bug. That's who stipulated that collecting healing power requires spending one's own money. Isn't it the same to spend the system's money? As long as it can generate investment returns, that is fine. Oh my god. I am such a genius. Chenggu secretly rejoiced. Investing with system funds is much more comfortable than spending your own money. There is no need to worry about loss or anything. Of course, with a 100-fold rebate, Chenggu is not afraid of any losses. Just brush it and it's done. However, Chenggu still had some doubts about the effect of the healing power. By the way, how powerful can this thing be? Can it cure mental illness or cancer? After thinking about it, Chenggu gave up. Who cares? Just find a chance to try it. Chenggu simply stopped thinking about it and lay down on the bed, setting an alarm for a nap. At this moment the phone rang. Chenggu picked up the phone. Li Kun's voice came from the phone. Brother Chen, are you free tonight? Mr. Li, is there something wrong? Ahem, Brother Chen, do you still remember the cooperation agreement? Li Kun gave a reminder and then continued. It's like this. Recently, the operations department intends to support a potential anchor. This anchor's live broadcast time is usually in the evening. We plan to attract traffic to her at night. Brother Chen, can you help this anchor get some traffic? Li Kun briefly explained his purpose. That's it? No problem. Chen Gu agreed immediately. He asked immediately, Mr. Li, do you have anything else to do? Bang! Chen Gu hung up the phone immediately. The other side. Li Kun listened to the beeping sound of the phone being hung up. It's a bit laughable too. This brother Chen is really straightforward. Originally, he was a little worried. Just a few days after signing the contract, directly asking Chen Gu to direct traffic to the anchor would cause dissatisfaction on the other side. Thinking about it now, I was really worrying too much. You can't talk to brother Chen with the same mindset as you would a normal person. Li Kun put down the phone. Instead, he turned on Douyin on his phone. At this time, the number of followers of Chen Gu's Douyin account has grown to 12 million. A single work can reach 12 million fans. This is too scary. In fact, Li Kun was a little unsure about asking Chen Gu to help attract traffic. It was because Chen Gu's number of fans increased too quickly. In the live broadcast industry, traffic is king. Only those with large traffic have the confidence to speak. He was very afraid that Chen Gu would become famous so quickly, and if he was asked to attract traffic directly, he would have to beg for mercy. As the current chairman of Langya Group, he had to have such concerns. The cooperation agreement signed between Langya and Chen Gu was supposed to be based on Chen Ji's wishes. Any traffic generation activities that require Chen Ji's participation must be arranged according to Chen Ji's own schedule. In other words, as long as Chen Gu made an excuse that he didn't have time, Li Kun would have no way to deal with Chen Gu. It can be seen that they wanted to keep Chen Gu. How weak is the cooperation agreement signed between Langya and Chen Gu? He is simply putting himself in the position of a younger brother, coaxing the older brother. Chen Gu slept very soundly this time. He woke up because someone was shouting in the corridor outside the dormitory. Yaozi, hurry up, teacher Su Qing's class will start soon. If you delay me from grabbing a front row seat because of your slowness, I won't forgive you. Oh, I see. I just wanted to dress up to leave a good impression on teacher Su Qing. Teacher Su Qing is the most famous beautiful teacher in our school. It is said that she is still unmarried. Lao Zhang, do you think I have a chance? Get lost, teacher Su Qing is mine. There was shouting and yelling in the corridor, and Chen Gu was woken up immediately. Chen Gu glanced at the time. There is still an hour until class starts. I ran to class an hour early just to grab a seat. Are you crazy? And Chen Ji's dormitory is a private dormitory. The best dormitory in the entire Shanghai University. All the students who can live in this building are rich without exception. Moreover, in order not to disturb the rest of the rich young men, the school specially used a lot of sound insulation materials in this building. But Chen Gu was actually woken up by the sound of talking outside in this situation. How popular is teacher Su Qing? Suddenly, Chen Gu had some impression. Is this teacher Su Qing the teacher of my afternoon elective course? Chen Gu took out the class schedule and glanced at it. Oh shit. It's true. Thinking of this, Chen Gu got out of bed and simply washed his face. He picked up his clothes and walked out, heading towards the teaching building. It's not that he really wants to take Su Qing's class. It was only because of the words of several students in the corridor that Chen Gu was reminded. Su Qing is the most beautiful teacher at Shanghai University. Maybe you will have the opportunity to become the recipient of your own rebates. With the mentality of taking advantage of any rebate recipient he could find, Chen Gu quickly walked into the teaching building. Result. You won't know until you see it. It's really shocking. Good job. The whole classroom was crowded with people. Under normal circumstances, students attending such a large elective classroom should not be able to fill up half of the seats. But this classroom was almost full of people, with only a few empty seats left. TSK. You know, Chen Gu came to the classroom 40 minutes early. This beautiful teacher is so charming. Chen Gu found a seat near the front among the few remaining seats. Hey, classmate, there are people here, you can't sit here. The girl with twin ponytails next to me said. I see there's no one here? Chen Gu asked. The girl looked up following the sound and was about to explain. Ah! So handsome. The girl screamed. Student, sit down. Sit down. Sit down. You're welcome. This seat is empty. I just remembered that my friend is not coming to class, so I'm leaving this seat for you. Chapter 96 Depression Suching. Chen-gu sat in his seat, still a little confused. Why did the girl next to me suddenly become a fangirl? In fact, Chen-gu never noticed it. Ever since he started spending money like water on the internet, he no longer has to worry about anything when buying things. There was a hint of nobility about her. It's hard to describe what nobility is. It is like the emperor's children wearing coarse linen clothes and standing among beggars. Their unique temperament is also different from that of ordinary people. When applied to Chen-gu, it is the so-called aura of forcing a king. This special temperament deeply attracted the girl in front of him. Moreover, Chen-gu's outfit is not bad and his face is not bad either. So, the girl was attracted immediately. Not only that, many girls around also cast their eyes on Chen-gu. Some looked shy. Some of them stared at Chen-gu. Classmate, what year are you in? The girl with twin ponytails asked with a smile. His eyes were fixed on Chen-gu. Junior year. Chen-gu replied casually. So, classmate, do you have a girlfriend? The girl with twin ponytails blushed visibly when she asked this question. Shortness of breath. Excuse me class, I have a girlfriend. Chen-gu is very frugal with words. It's not that he hates this female classmate. But Chen-gu was very curious about the effect of the healing power. Who should he find to experiment with it? So I didn't have the energy to answer the female classmate's questions. Soon, when the female classmate heard Chen Ji's reply, a trace of regret flashed across her face, and she stopped talking to Chen-gu. It's so unfair. Nowadays, all the handsome guys have girlfriends, so why don't they give us little girls some chances? At this time, not far away, a pair of big eyes were watching all this. Su Yan heard the entire conversation between the two. When Chen-gu came in just now, she noticed that this handsome guy looked familiar. But I just can't remember who he is. But after hearing the conversation between the two, Su Yan suddenly discovered. Isn't this guy Chen-gu? The boyfriend of Shen Luoqiao, one of the four most beautiful girls in school. Some classmates also revealed on the school forum that the two had kissed in school. Those 2 days caused a lot of condemnation from boys in the school. It's just that people rarely see Chen-gu in school. So, I have no place to vent my anger. Su Yan glanced at Chen-gu, then opened WeChat on her phone. I saw that the notes in WeChat were filled with them. Backup number 1 rich, average looking. Spare tire number 2 handsome, poor. Backup number 3 usually rich, average looking. Spare tire number 4 stinky, poor. Mr. Lin bald, likes to use his legs. Mr. Li fat guy who likes to use his mouth. Mr. Wu 50 years old, likes uniforms. Su Yan. Pretty face and nice figure. Logically speaking, based on her looks, she should be the white moonlight of many boys. However, he is famous for being a troublemaker in the school. She has dated countless boyfriends and is even the lover of many company bosses. She moves among many wealthy and powerful people, and is kept by several of them at the same time. Last year, when classmates were selecting the 4 most beautiful girls on campus on Tieba, Su Yan was considered good-looking. But compared with the several campus beauties finally selected, there is a big gap. Among the 4 campus beauties, Shen Luoqiao is cold, beautiful, and arrogant. Yi Wanqiu is gentle and dignified. Xia Yanbing is approachable. Lin Mingxian is lively and cute. The 4 campus beauties almost satisfy the fantasies of most male compatriots about their girlfriends. So, without any surprise, Su Yan was not selected. But Su Yan did not give up. The selection of several campus beauties made him even more jealous of their looks and personalities. So, whenever there are signs that several school beauties are dating boyfriends, Su Yan would try every possible means to understand the other person's boyfriend's preferences. Either cater to her preferences or seduce her with your body, thereby destroying the relationships of several campus beauties. Su Yan, who has met countless men, naturally knows what men like most. It can be said that several campus beauties were won over by Su Yan before they even held their boyfriend's hands. But there is one exception. That is Shen Luoqiao. Shen Luoqiao is really a loner. He doesn't allow strangers to approach him and he also hates men. This famous school beauty had never been in a relationship before she met Chen-gu. Su-yan also had no chance to interfere and destroy Shen Luoqiao's feelings. But, today, the opportunity has come. Chen-gu, who was exposed by his classmates on the forum, was actually in the same classroom with him. Su-yan looked at Chen-gu, who was still playing with his phone, and several thoughts flashed through her mind. Time passes slowly. Dozens of minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Chen-gu, who was playing with his phone with his head down, suddenly heard some commotion. Oh my god! Teacher Su Ching is here, look! Hiss, how you? Although she is a teacher, I want to say, teacher, I can do it. Damn it, stop talking nonsense, Teacher Su is mine. Hear these commotions. Chen-gu raised his head. At the classroom door, a young woman wearing an OL uniform, black stockings on her legs, and high heels walked in. Su Ching had a smile on her face and her hair was tied up behind her head. 2 strands of hair falling on both sides of the cheeks add a touch of feminine softness. Gold-rimmed glasses are very attractive to men. Su Ching walked all the way to the podium. Looking at the large classroom filled with people, there were even some students standing. Asked with some doubt. Classmates, I remember that there were only about 100 people who signed up for my school's elective course, right? How come a classroom with 200 people can't accommodate them? Su Ching asked doubtfully, but the response she got was like the roaring waves. Teacher, we are all here to listen involuntarily. We heard that the teacher's lectures are very good, so we came here specially to observe. Are you here to attend the class? I'm embarrassed to expose you. Brothers who are attending the class, please don't bring me along if you want to brag. I'm just here to see the teacher. The students' enthusiasm was beyond imagination and the whole classroom was in chaos. Su Ching looked at her classmates who were so enthusiastic and knew that she couldn't drive them away. I can only shake my head helplessly. This is also one of the major features of the college. Students are extremely reluctant to attend other teachers' elective courses. But the only class that students are vying for is the class taught by the beautiful teacher Su Ching. The students who didn't get a ticket ran directly into the classroom and watched the class while standing. Su Ching put down the textbook she was holding in front of her chest and inserted the courseware. Classmates, let's start the class. Chen-gu sat in his seat, looking at Su Ching, who was almost 30 years old, and felt a little emotional in his heart. No wonder some people always like young women. Good job. It's really different compared to a girl. Who wouldn't be confused by the mature charm exuding from her body? Detected eligible for 100x rebate. Su Ching. Age, 28. Appearance, 94. Body size, 94. You can unlock strategy rewards by attacking this object. Ever since Chen-gu took the first blood of Li Yunru. As long as Chen-gu finds a new rebate recipient, a sentence will appear at the bottom of the system. Capture this target to unlock the capture reward. Chen-gu complained in his heart. Damn, she is a teacher. The system is really inhumane. I also want him to take down Su Ching as the first blood. Is this appropriate? Although I thought so in my heart. Chen-gu decisively used the panel to read Su Ching's data. Reading object, Su Ching. Gender, female. Measurements, 83, 59, 88. Weight, 48 kilograms. Health status, sub-health mental illness depression. Mental state, high pressure exogenous pressure. Chapter 97 He touched my butt. Oh my god. It would be fine if both the appearance and figure scored 94 points. The measurements are 83, 59, 88, wow, they are quite hidden. Chen-gu sighed. When I continued to look down at the data panel, I found that this teacher also has depression? She is pretty unpopular among students. I have a stable job and am a university professor. How does depression occur? Thinking this way, Chen-gu began to observe Su Ching in class. However, even after the class was over, Chen-gu did not realize that Su Ching had a tendency to depression. In class, he not only has clear logic and stable emotions, but also often interacts with his classmates. This caused a burst of shouting from the students. You don't look like you have depression, do you? Classmates, this is the end of our class today. For the next class, please follow the schedule and try not to come to class late, which will cause congestion in the classroom. Su Ching would say this almost every time after class, telling students who hadn't secured a seat not to come to class. But every time it was in vain. It can't offset the students' enthusiastic support at all. The more you say this, the more students will come to class. After class, Chen stood up to stretch his muscles and was about to leave. Suddenly, a female voice called out to Chen Gu. "Hello classmate, I have been following you for a long time. Can I add you on WeChat?" Su Yan said shyly, as if it took a lot of courage to gain prestige. "Excuse me, classmate, I have a girlfriend." Chen Gu glanced Su Yan up and down. "She looks okay, just passable. She is considered a beauty among ordinary people. If I were to give her a score, I would probably get 87 or 89 points. But among the several recipients of Chen Gu's rebates, the one with the lowest appearance score was as high as 94 points. Similar to the actresses in the entertainment industry. Compared in this way, Su Yan's appearance was completely unattractive to Chen Gu. In addition, he stared at the beautiful teacher Su Qing for the entire class. Chen Ji's impression of beautiful women is still at the level of Su Qing. Su Yan is even worse. "Classmate, is it really impossible to get my contact information?" Su Yan seemed unwilling to give up and asked again. "Sorry, there's nothing I can do," Chen Gu said. "All right." Su Yan was rejected by Chen Gu. He immediately turned around and walked in front of Chen Gu. Because the get out of class had just ended, the students were all rushing towards the same exit. Chen Gu could only walk out of the classroom with Su Yan, one after the other. However, just as Chen Gu walked out of the classroom, Su Yan, who had been walking in front of him, came over. Suddenly she covered her skirt. He turned around and looked at Chen Gu with panic on his face. "Classmate, what are you doing? Why are you touching my butt? Ward hair?" Chen Gu was confused for a moment. "When did I touch your butt?" Chen Gu asked back. Because Su Yan spoke very loudly. Many students who were about to leave turned their attention to Chen Gu and Su Yan. "Just now you kept walking close to me and even touched my butt from time to time." Su Yan's eyes were full of grievance, like a wounded little rabbit. "Poor guy, needs protection. Classmate, you have to have evidence when you speak. You said I touched you, well, show me the evidence," Chen Gu said coldly. It was so crowded just now that even if there were surveillance cameras, they wouldn't have been able to capture it. "I think you just took advantage of the large flow of people and deliberately reached out to touch my butt. Would a girl like me joke about my innocence? What good would it do me? What the hell?" With just a few words, Su Yan blocked all of Chen Ji's escape routes. Chen Gu was almost speechless. What a scheming guy. It's rare that such a bad thing happened in the last class, and the key is that there is no way to explain it. "Student, this is indecent assault. We need to hand this case over to the police for investigation. What's the point of talking to a pervert like this? Call the police. He looks like a decent guy, but I didn't expect him to have such a fetish. He's totally perverted." Su Yan's acting skills are simply invincible, tears of grievance. He instantly won the sympathy of most of the students present. At this time, some people who like to surf the internet and visit forums recognized Chen Gu at once. Didn't this guy appear in the posts denouncing the school beauty's boyfriend recently? Is he Chen Gu? Oh my god, it's true. Isn't she the boyfriend of the campus beauty of Xin University? What? It's not enough to have the campus beauty of Xin University, but she wants to harm other girls? Chen Gu stood in the center of the encirclement, his mentality exploded. If the law allowed beating people, Chen Gu would definitely punch these idiots without hesitation. Damn it! You yourself said that I have a beautiful girlfriend, Shen Luoqiao. Why should I bother him? A better face than Shen Luoqiao's, or a prettier butt than Shen Luoqiao's? Speak without thinking? At this time, Su Qing, who was packing up teaching materials in the classroom, heard the shouting outside and walked out. What happened? Classmates, why are you gathered here instead of leaving? Su Qing said doubtfully. Teacher, a boy touched a girl's butt. Not only did he erase it, but he also refused to admit it. Su Qing walked up to the two of them in high heels. What's wrong with you two? Why are you touching a female classmate's butt? Teacher, do you believe me when I say I didn't touch you? Chen Gu said speechlessly. Are you still quibbling? You were touching me all the time, and it became more and more excessive. You even reached under my skirt and touched me? The more Su Yan spoke, the more aggrieved she felt, and tears began to fall. Chen Gu felt sick when he saw Su Yan's appearance. What a green tea! Su Qing thought for a while, then said. Both of you stay here, go to the monitoring room and check the surveillance first. If the surveillance shows no problems, then mediate privately. If mediation fails, call the police directly. Students, please disperse and stop watching. The law will not let any bad person go, nor will it wrongly accuse any good person. Su Qing spoke in a gentle voice. But there was unquestionable majesty in his voice. It is hard to imagine that this teacher is usually so beautiful, gentle, and delicate. At this moment, he seemed like a different person. Chapter 98 Investigation and Monitoring. Since the beautiful teacher has spoken, it's not a big deal to just stand here and watch. The students are preparing to leave. Su Yan suddenly exclaimed. Chen Ge, you have a girlfriend? Then why are you taking advantage of me? Is it because I just rejected your request for prestige? Su Yan blew her nose and asked with a slightly crying voice. Big sister, it was you who asked me for my prestige, okay? Chen Ge said helplessly. At this time, the classmate who had just taken a few steps suddenly came back. Hey! I can't stand it anymore. It's fine if you harass your female classmates, but you still refuse to admit it? You look like you have bad intentions. School beautician must be blind to agree to be with you. The classmate's words were like a fuse, instantly igniting the anger of all the male classmates. Jealousy drives people crazy. Ever since Chen Ge won over Shen Luoqiao, the most beautiful campus beauty in the affiliated university, he has become the public enemy of all the boys in the school. Seeing this rare opportunity to kick someone when he's down, many of Chen Ji's classmates who were jealous of him began to speak out against him. I think it's because Miss Xing usually keeps strangers away, and she can't satisfy him, so she harasses this female classmate. Ha, you have a girlfriend but you're still looking for prestige from other girls, you stinky bastard. Shan Gu. What did your female classmate do to you? Are you so uncontrollable? Do you have to molest her? In fact, it wasn't just Chen Ge who was recognized just now. Most of the classmates also recognized Su Yan. After all, Su Yan is so famous in the affiliated university that almost everyone knows her. Many boys even guessed Su Yan's purpose after knowing that Chen Ge was Shen Luoqiao's boyfriend. It's nothing more than jealousy of Shen Luoqiao and Chen Ge. He has started to do things that destroy other people's feelings again. But, even though everyone knows that Su Yan is a slut, even several male classmates stood next to Chen Ge when they went out just now, knowing that Chen Ge did not harass Su Yan at all. But, this moment, everyone tacitly agreed not to help Chen Ge out, but instead took the initiative to help Su Yan. Students, this matter cannot be proven based on the two people's one-sided statements for the time being. Please be calm and don't speak with emotion. Su Qing stood in front of the two of them, separating Su Chan and the onlookers. Teacher, you are too kind. For someone like Chen Ge who only wants to eat what he has, what's the point of talking about fairness? Yes. Scumbags, perverts, if everyone is like Chen Ge, doing wrong things but still getting away with it, then how can we protect the rights of the majority of girls? Do we deserve to be harassed by perverts? A girl in the team stood up. Chen Ge took a look. I'll go. Isn't this the girl with twin pigtails who just asked me for authority? At this time, the girl stood in the front row of the crowd, her face flushed as she screamed at the top of her lungs. Classmates, do you think this is a good idea? Everyone go back first, and leave a few students with me to go to the monitoring room to adjust the surveillance. Is this okay? Su Qing made a suggestion. Generally speaking in college, this kind of thing will inevitably cause heated discussions among students. Whether you are just watching the show or standing up for the girl, there will definitely be a large number of posts on the forum about this incident. The impact on the school is not small. The reason for bringing a few classmates along is that after adjusting the surveillance footage, the students can see it with their own eyes and stop people from gossiping. Otherwise, even if Chen Ge is innocent, even if students didn't see it with their own eyes, they would still say on the forum that the school deliberately protected Chen Ge in order to protect its reputation. Therefore, as a school teacher, the method proposed by Su Qing can be said to have taken many factors into consideration. Sure enough, the beautiful teacher has a lot of face. As soon as Su Qing's proposal was heard, someone immediately agreed. Okay. Since Teacher Su has said so, we will listen to him. Su Qing nodded, paused, and then spoke. Who is in the same class as this boy? Su Qing asked. I. And me. Immediately, more than a dozen people in the crowd raised their hands. Then this male student, "Come with us to the monitoring room." Su Qing pointed at a boy who had a bit of baby fat and said. Chen Gu took a look. He knew this boy, he was the monitor of Chen Ji's class. Zhao Siming. During the time when Chen Gu was licking Kai Shui crazily and couldn't afford to eat, she helped Chen Gu several times. He is known as a good guy in the class. At that time, Chen Gu really had no bottom line in order to lick Kai Shui. So I don't have many friends in class. Only the squad leader was willing to talk to Chen Gu. Afterwards, Chen Gu never taught the class this way again, and the two of them never spoke to each other again. After being called by Su Qing, Zhao Siming immediately walked to Chen Ji's side. He whispered comfortingly. "Don't worry, Lao Chen. If you really didn't do anything, I will explain it to you in class." "Thanks, brother," Chen Gu replied. Polite. "Is there anyone who was in the same class as this female classmate?" Su Qing asked again. "I?" Several students in the crowd raised their hands again. This time, Su Qing picked a girl. The girl chosen happened to be the girl with twin ponytails, Li Tao. So Su Qing took Xin Gu and Su Yan with her, as well as two classmates, Zhao Siming and Li Tao. Went to the monitoring room. During this period, Su Qing made a phone call and informed the college to send someone to deal with the matter. After all, she is just an elective teacher in the college. Under normal circumstances, such disputes should be handled by the college. She is just helping to stabilize the situation. In the monitoring room, all 5 of them arrived at the same time, startling the sleepy security guard. "Security officer, please check the surveillance," Su Qing said. This teacher, why does he want to check the surveillance for no reason?" the security guard asked puzzledly. "There was a little dispute among our students and we need surveillance video," Su Qing replied. "Okay, what time period?" the security guard asked as he searched for surveillance footage on his computer. "It will be around 4:30 this afternoon, in classroom 53501, Su Qing said. The security guard searched for a while and soon found Chen Gu on the surveillance camera. Only seen in the surveillance. As soon as the get out of class is over, the students in the classroom stood up in unison and prepared to leave. In the picture, Chen Gu stood up while looking at his phone and was about to leave. But Su Yan stopped him. Afterwards, the two of them talked for some unknown moment and Su Yan left. During this time, 2 people walked out of the classroom one after the other. There was nothing unusual. After watching the surveillance, Bao Jianxi looked over and asked curiously. "In the surveillance footage, the 2 students looked normal, didn't they?" "Excuse me, classmates, what was the dispute between you two?" This female classmate said that the male classmate touched her buttocks. Su Qing explained. At this time, Zhao Siming next to him couldn't help but speak. "We also checked the surveillance video. Chen Gu and Su Yan were at least 1 meter apart. If he wanted to touch Su Yan's butt, he would have to consider whether he could reach it, right?" Chapter 99 Hu Jiangwo's hint. That kind of distance is too far for NBA players to reach. Even if Su Yan's butt was touched by someone, it was someone else. How could it be Chen Gu? Besides, since Chen Gu entered the classroom, he rarely took the initiative to talk to others. When he was leaving, it was Su Yan who patted Chen Gu on the shoulder. But Su Yan said that Chen Gu was looking for her prestige. Excuse me, how could someone who has never taken the initiative to talk to Su Yan ask for prestige from Su Yan? From what I saw on the surveillance camera, it's clear that Su Yan asked Chen Gu for prestige but was rejected, right? Zhao Siming talked a lot. The key is that every word makes sense. After listening to this, Su Qing nodded from time to time and walked in front of Su Yan in high heels. "Student Su, are you sure it was student Chen who took advantage of you? Could it be someone else?" And at this time, instead of hesitating, Su Yan said it with certainty. "I definitely can't remember it wrong. It was him. He was the one who touched my butt." From the surveillance video, Su Yan and Chen Gu were standing very far apart, so it was impossible for Chen Gu to have done it, but Su Yan was still slandering Chen Gu. Li Tao, who was standing next to Su Yan, felt a little embarrassed. She had originally just been asking Chen Gu for prestige, but was rejected, and she was angry. Just taking advantage of the topic. Now let us take a look at the surveillance. It has nothing to do with Chen Gu. You still insist that it was Chen Gu, this is a bit. Classmate, think about it carefully. it is impossible for classmate Chen to touch you in the surveillance footage. Su Qing consoled. It is normal for a girl to mistake someone for the wrong person when she encounters this situation for the first time. After all, the situation was chaotic at the time. But you can't slander people at will. No, it's him. It's him. When he asked me for prestige, he spoke very vulgarly. I didn't give it to him, and he even called me a stinky bitch. When Chen Ge heard this, his eyes widened. What? Why did this guy start talking nonsense? From the surveillance footage, it looked like she was asking Chen Ge for prestige, right? The speech is confusing and illogical. It seems that Su Qing is the mentally ill person? Why do you sound more like a psychopath? Chen Ge complained in his heart, and then read Su Yan's data panel. In his opinion, Su Yan was abnormal, very abnormal. Reading object, Su Yan. Gender, female. Measurements, 77-63-80. Weight, 46 kilograms. Health status, 6 special disease syphilis. Mental state, normal paranoid. What the hell? Syphilis? Chen Ge found syphilis right after the scan. Good job. This Su Yan is a broken bus driver who is sick and working. Chen Ge moved towards Zhao Siming without leaving a trace, away from Su Yan. Old Chen, what's wrong? Zhao Siming asked, a little confused. It's okay, Lao Zhao, I just feel that I feel safer here. Chen Ge said angrily. All right. So, for a while, none of them could convince anyone else. The scene became awkward for a moment. Anyone with eyes could see that it was impossible for Chen Ge to get in touch with Su Yan. But Su Yan refused to give in and insisted that Chen Ge molested her. The atmosphere froze. Time passes by every second. Just at this moment, a fat, bald man with a big belly walked in. What's going on? Teacher Su, do we have students taking advantage of female classmates? When this bald fat man came in from outside and saw Su Qing in sexy professional attire, a hint of greed flashed in the depths of his eyes. Su Yan looked at the deputy director of the hospital who came in and sneered in her heart. Hu Jiangwo, the nearly 50-year-old deputy director, is one of Su Yan's many friends. He is Su Yan's greatest support in school. The reason why Su Yan was talking nonsense and delaying time was that she was waiting for Hu Jiangwo to arrive. As soon as Hu Jiangwo arrives, he can turn white into black. As long as the matter is not reported to the police, Chen Ge will definitely be accused of molesting his classmates. Director Hu, this is what happened. Student Su said that student Chen touched her buttocks during get out of class break, so we can only watch the surveillance video here. But the footage from the surveillance camera shows that Chen was in no condition to violate the female student. Su Na roughly repeated the current situation. At this time, Zhao Siming also stood up and spoke for Chen Ge. Director, Su Yan said that Chen Ge asked her for prestige, but the surveillance footage showed that she called Chen Ge after class. It is obvious that she asked Chen Ge for prestige but failed to get it, so she slandered Chen Ge. As soon as Zhao Siming finished speaking, the deputy director of the institute, Hu Jianjun, who had been silent all this time, suddenly shouted angrily. What do you want here? Are the teachers investigating, or are you investigating? Do you have any evidence for what you say? Could it be that classmate Su Yan just happened to call Chen Ge over for something? Zhao Siming was suddenly scolded and was a little confused. Hu Jiangwo immediately pointed at the security guard. Security, please bring up the surveillance video for me to see. Okay, deputy director. Afterwards, the security guard played the surveillance video again. Hu Jiangwo sat down and watched the surveillance video. After watching the video, Hu Jianjun turned and looked at Su Yan. There was some heat in his eyes. Normally, he had to coax and beg Su Yan if he wanted her to have sex in his office. But this time, Su Yan actually took the initiative to send him a message. As long as he helped Su Yan to get this done, you can do whatever you want in the office. Since Su Yan said so, Hu Jiangwo had no reason to refuse. The youthful and lively Su Yan is already the most beautiful girl Hu Jiangwo has ever met at school. He still remembered the last time Su Yan left his office. He lay on the sofa for more than half an hour before he regained some strength. I think this surveillance video is full of suspicious points. For example, when Su Yan walked in front of Chen Ge just after class, the distance between them was quite close. Can you guarantee that Chen Ge didn't make any moves on Su Yan during that time? Hu Jiangwo questioned. Director Hu, Su Yan said that Chen Ge molested her when she was walking out of the classroom. During the time when they were very close to each other, Chen Ge should not have done anything to her, otherwise it would not fit Su Yan's statement just now. Su Qing explained beside her. But Hu Jiangwo did not listen to Su Qing's explanation, but said coldly, "It's useless for you to say this. You have to ask Su Yan. Su Yan, let me ask you, when you two were about to leave the classroom, did Chen Ge molest you?" Su Yan listened to Hu Jiangwo's hint. If she didn't understand it, she would be a fool. Chapter 100 Another Syphilis? Sensing Hu Jiangwo's hint, Su Yan immediately seemed to have suddenly remembered something. "Yes, Chen Ge touched me just when I was about to leave the classroom." Su Yan suddenly realized. "Nonsense." Zhao Siming immediately stood up and pointed at Su Yan. "That's not what you said just now. You said Chen Ge took the opportunity to touch you when you were leaving the classroom. You weren't the one being touched, how do you know? Besides, as a girl, I encountered this situation for the first time. Isn't it normal for me to forget some details in panic? Student, you need evidence for what you say. Did you see when Chen Ge touched me?" Su Yan spoke a series of words at an extremely fast and aggressive speed. "You?" Faced with Su Yan's questioning, Zhao Siming's face turned red and he couldn't utter a word. Because he did not see anything during the time when Chen Ge molested Su Yan. Director Hu, this. Su Qing didn't know what to do at this moment. Even surveillance couldn't prove Chen Ji's innocence, and as an ordinary teacher she didn't know what to do. Looking at everyone who was unable to refute for the moment, Hu Jiangwo sneered in his heart. At this point, all that's left is a word from this powerful leader of the academy. Even if Chen Ge wasn't expelled, he would inevitably be criticized throughout the school. Once the news spreads on the school forum, a large number of students will point fingers at Chen Ge, and it is not impossible that some will even question his parents. Hu Jiangwo coughed and then said, "Isn't it clear enough after watching the surveillance? You, Chen Ge, you took advantage of the time when the students left the classroom after class and were not monitored to molest Su Yan. He tarnished the innocence of his female classmate and refused to admit it. In the face of Chen Ji's vile behavior, I will arrange time to punish Chen Ge and criticize him as soon as possible. Chen Ge, the Magic City University is ashamed of you." Hu Jiangwo was filled with righteous indignation, and had the demeanor of a director who handled the matter impartially. Su Yan watched Hu Jiangwo's perfect acting. "I feel very happy." She was just jealous of Shen Luoqiao and wanted to destroy Shen Luoqiao's feelings. But Hu Jiangwo's operation was even more ruthless. Maybe it would directly ruin Chen Ji's reputation from now on. Even Shen Luoqiao's reputation was affected. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. At this moment, Su Yan felt a strong sense of revenge in her heart. "Director Hu, I don't think this matter needs to be concluded right away. Further investigation is needed. Maybe classmate Su remembered it wrongly, and someone else molested her." Su Qing said. "Deputy Director, I believe Chen Ge is not such a person. The surveillance clearly did not capture anything. How can you punish Chen Ge directly?" Zhao Siming said. "Actually, I think we can investigate it further." Li Tao also reminded softly from the side. Hu Jiangwo suddenly stood up and slammed the table. Bang! Investigate further? Give Chen Ge a chance? Why didn't he give the female classmate a chance when he was molesting her? Why didn't he give the female classmate a chance when he was trying to defend himself? Or do you think I have wronged Chen Ge? Could it be that I, a deputy director of the college, could collude with Su Yan to frame Chen Ge? Director Hu, we didn't mean that, it's just. Listening to Hu Jiangwo's righteous words, Chen Ge was quite calm. Anyway, he didn't do anything. The worst that could happen is that the matter would be made a big deal and reported to the police. Su Yan couldn't produce any evidence anyway, so the police would definitely let the case go because of insufficient evidence. But when Shen Luoqiao sees the post about this matter in the school, he might have to spend some time explaining it. It's just a little troublesome. However, Hu Jiangwo has been devoted to Su Yan since he entered the monitoring room, which made Chen Ge wonder if this guy really has some kind of relationship with Su Yan. Thinking of this, Chen Ge also read Hu Jiangwo's data panel. Reading object, Hu Jiangwo. Gender, male. Measurements, the host has actively chosen to block them and will not display them. Weight, 85 kilograms. Health status, sub-health obesity high blood lipids illness special disease syphilis. Mental state, normal radical type. Syphilis again? Chen Ge looked at Hu Jiangwo's data panel, and it was as if 1,000 horses were running through his mind. Damn! This old man. He looked at Hu Jiangwo and then at Su Yan. Damn it! This Su Yan really accepts everyone who comes to her. Even Hu Jiangwo can tolerate such a bastard? Vomit. Hey! Old Chen? You've brought trouble upon yourself. It's fine if you don't want to explain, but why are you hiding behind me? Zhao Siming asked doubtfully. Chen Ge swallowed his saliva, moved back half a step without leaving a trace, and said, "It's okay. Since we can't agree on a conclusion and director who thinks I'm a vile and shameless person, let's call the police and let them handle this matter." When Hu Jiangwo heard this, he was naturally unwilling. If the police were to get involved, it would be difficult to handle. Ahem. Actually, as long as Chen can take the initiative to publicly apologize to Su Yan, I believe Su Yan will forgive you. There's no need to alert the police for such a small matter, don't you think, Mr. Su? Hu Jiangwo said. Hearing this, Su Yan immediately nodded. As long as Chen Ge can apologize to me publicly, I will. Just when Su Yan wanted to continue speaking, a pleasant female voice was heard from outside the monitoring room. Etc. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. But I saw a graceful figure standing at the door. Shen Luoqiao was wearing an elegant white dress, with her long hair loosely draped behind her head, and her face without a trace of makeup. There was a faint fragrance in the air, as if I had just taken a bath. Shen Luoqiao walked into the monitoring room step by step. But even if she appeared here without any makeup, Shen Luoqiao's amazing looks instantly overshadowed the girls in the monitoring room. Even Su Qing, who was dressed coquettishly, has exquisite makeup, and is mature and attractive to men. At this moment, he cannot be compared with Shen Luoqiao. Shen Luoqiao's unique cold temperament seems to be integrated with his appearance, which has a beauty score of 97 points. This powerful aura seems to make any woman feel ashamed. The closer Shen Luoqiao got, the more Su Yan felt like an ugly duckling that had encountered a white swan. There's no comparison. Zhao Siming was petrified at this moment. It was the first time that he looked at Shen Luoqiao at such a close distance. She is naturally beautiful, with bright eyes and white teeth, and she is so stunning. Countless words to describe beautiful women popped up in Zhao Siming's mind, but he found that no matter which word it was, it seemed unworthy of Shen Luoqiao. Chapter 101, Is a slutty chicken worthy of being compared with a phoenix? Li Tao, who had asked Chen Ge for prestige, already knew that Shen Luoqiao was Chen Ji's real girlfriend. Now looking at Shen Luoqiao closely, Li Tao realized why Chen Ge rejected her. The gap between me and her is really not a little bit. It's like heaven and earth. At this moment, a feeling of powerlessness rose from her heart. Shen Luoqiao walked to Chen Ji's side and gently held Chen Ji's hand. "Why are you here?" Chen Ge asked in surprise. "I heard from others that you seem to have touched this female classmate in a sexual way?" Shen Luoqiao asked in a questioning manner. Hearing this, Chen Ge was a little restless. Luoqiao, let me tell you, this is not what you think." Chen Ge was halfway through his words when Shen Luoqiao's index finger touched his lips. "Sure, no need to explain." Then, Shen Luoqiao turned around and looked at Su Yan, smiling and asked, "You said my boyfriend took advantage of you?" When Su Yan faced Shen Luoqiao's question, she felt her throat dry and was unable to speak. It took her a long time to utter a word. "Yes." "Are you sure?" Shen Luoqiao raised his voice, with 3 parts of confidence, 3 parts of disdain, and 3 parts of questioning in his words. "Yes, sure." Su Yan stuttered, already confused. "Classmate, are you Chen Ji's girlfriend?" "I must tell you that what Chen Ge did to Su Yan." Hu Jiangwo stood up, wanting to put the blame on Chen Ge. Then, before I finish my words, Shen Luoqiao suddenly turned around, aimed at Chen Ji's lips and kissed him. Their lips touched, and Chen Ge subconsciously responded to Shen Luoqiao's kiss. This unexpected scene left everyone stunned. However, Shen Luoqiao completely ignored the pairs of wide-eyed people around him. Immersed in the kiss with Chen Ge. 10 seconds later. Lip parting. Shen Luoqiao turned around again and looked at the confused Su Yan. The contempt in his eyes was even stronger. "You are worthy?" Shen Luoqiao's 3 light words were like 3 nails that pierced into Su Yan's strong self-esteem. You? Su Yan was shocked and angry. She naturally understood what Shen Luoqiao meant. In the past, Su Yan would do anything to destroy other people's feelings, using every trick she could. physically seduce, sow discord, or let your own hot-tempered friends take action. Those men that Su Yan had her eyes on eventually broke up with their girlfriends. Without exception. Even though their beauty is worthy of the title of campus beauties of the affiliated university. But this time, she knew that she had lost this battle between women. A complete defeat. Shin Luoqiao's absolute confidence in herself is like an unbreakable barrier. I've heard that Su Yan, a business administration major, sells her body, flirts, and has countless lovers. Today I see that she is indeed worthy of her reputation. Shin Luoqiao spoke word by word. His words were full of disdain for Su Yan. Su Yan, I have no right to interfere with you seducing others. But, if you have any bad thoughts about Chengge, I warn you, don't blame me for turning hostile. Confidence. Domineering. Clearly these words came from the mouth of a weak woman. But everyone present, without exception, did not dare to refute. Shin Luoqiao's words seemed to be telling a very clear fact. Is a slutty chicken worthy of being compared with a phoenix? Walk. Shin Luoqiao pulled Shin Ji's hand and left the monitoring room. This kind of thing is groundless and is based entirely on words. No matter how much you argue, there will be no result. It's better to leave quickly. Shin Luoqiao led Chengge forward and stopped at a place where there were not many people. Why didn't you tell me what happened? I was so worried about you, don't you know? The little pink fist lightly hit Shin Ji's chest, scolding him. I just thought I could handle it. Facing Shin Luoqiao's feminine side and seemingly blaming concern, Chengge smiled and said, besides, how do you know I didn't touch her butt? Chengge. Well. Chengge ran away, not giving Shin Luoqiao any chance to catch him. Don't run, you bastard. Stop right there. On the other side, in the monitoring room. Everyone stood in the monitoring room, looking at each other. If one of the parties involved leaves, what else can they do standing here? Since director Hu is here, I guess there is no need for a little teacher like me. I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave now. Su Qing picked up the book and held it to her chest, then left the monitoring room while twisting her sexy hips. There was no dragging of feet. At this time, Zhao Siming, who had been confused for a long time, finally reacted. Teacher Su, wait for me. As he said that, Zhao Siming also slipped away. At this time, Li Tao, who had been standing silently by the side, moved step by step to the door. Student Su, then I will also. Before he could finish his words, he turned around and ran out of the classroom. In an instant, only 3 people were left in the monitoring room that was originally crowded with people. Hu Jiangwo looked at the security guard, paused, and asked. Student Su, what do you think about this? Su Yan felt more and more ironic as she listened to Hu Jiangwo's questions. Today was the most humiliating day for her. His self-esteem was trampled upon by Shin Luoqiao and became worthless. But she had no choice. Because every word Shin Luoqiao said was true. Wiping away her tears unnoticeably, Su Yan walked out of the monitoring room in a daze. He did not leave a single word for Hu Jiangwo. But soon, Su Yan, who had just walked out of the monitoring room, was stopped by Hu Jiangwo, who had caught up with her. Xiao Yan, do you still keep your promise to me before you asked me to come here? Hu Jiangwo asked tentatively. The lust in his eyes became more and more obvious. Tomorrow. I will find time to go to your office tomorrow. Su Yan said in a hoarse voice. Hearing this, Hu Jiangwo immediately became excited. Baby, remember to bring the toys and pills you used last time. There are still many positions you haven't tried yet. Hu Jiangwo's words became more and more excited. Yes, I know. Su Yan responded and then ignored Hu Jiangwo. Walked straight out of the school. With every step she took, Shin Luoqiao's words echoed in her mind. Gradually, a hint of viciousness and cruelty flashed in the slightly swollen eyes. She took out her cell phone, found a phone number, and dialed it. What do you want from me, little darling? Brother Tiger, do me a favor. Okay, but, baby, what are you going to do to repay me for this favor? 3 days. I'm here whenever you call me. You can play with this body as you like. Su Yan spoke word by word. Chapter 102 Zhang Kai's Revenge. 8 o'clock in the evening, at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Shin Luoqiao let go of the hand he was holding and said, just send it here. Chengge was about to answer when Shin Luoqiao stood on tiptoe and kissed Chengge on the face. Then he blushed and said, If you don't tell me what happens next time, I won't forgive you. Facing Shen Luochao's threatening concern, Chen Ge nodded obediently. Ahem, all right. Look how worried you are. Come on, go back now. I have something else to do when I get back. Chen Ge really had something to do. At noon, he had just promised to help Li Kun deliver a gift to the anchor of Langya. Then you should go back soon. Shen Luochao waved goodbye. Okay. Chen Ge said with a smile, then turned around and prepared to leave. Shen Luochao watched Chen Ge leave and prepared to leave as well. At this time, Chen Ge suddenly turned around and gave Shen Luochao a big kiss on the forehead. Virtue. Shen Luochao pushed Chen Ge away with a red face. Hey, I'm leaving? Go away. I get angry just looking at you. Real? Chen Ge smiled maliciously and pressed forward step by step. What are you going to do? Of course. Chen Ge rushed over and kissed Shen Luochao's pretty face, leaving her saliva all over. Ouch. This is so disgusting. Good night, campus beauty. Chen Ge looked as if he had succeeded in his evil plan, and then he disappeared from Shen Luochao's sight. Chen Ge looked at the clock and saw that there was still an hour left before the time he had agreed to meet with Li Kun. Chen Ge randomly found a fruit shop outside the school gate and weighed 2 kilograms of fruit for a midnight snack. After buying fruits, Chen Ge was preparing to return to the dormitory at a leisurely pace. Far away, a familiar figure appeared in front of Chen Ge. Jiang Kai was squatting at the door with a baseball bat in his hand. Beside him stood a dozen or so hooligans dressed in fancy clothes. They all had a cigarette in their mouths and looked around, as if they were waiting for someone. Since the west gate is usually open to vehicles, and it is night time now. So, this group of gangsters stood outside the school and attracted no attention. Jiang Kai looked around idly. When he saw Chen Ge, anger flashed in his eyes. Chen Ge! I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hearing this, Chen Ge raised his eyebrows and said, Oh? Isn't this Mr. Jian? Stop talking nonsense to me. Why are you pretending to be rich? Ever since Su Chen threatened him last time, Chen Ge has lost all face. Not to mention that he didn't get the girl. He was even frightened to death by Chen Ge in front of so many people. Escape in panic. At the beginning, Jiang Kai was terribly scared, fearing that Chen Ge would attack his father's Jiang group behind his back. But then he investigated and found out. What heir to $1 billion group? Invisible rich second generation. It's all fake. I was completely frightened by Chen Ge and Su Chen's concerted action. An arrogant young man who was used to bullying the weak was now scared away by just a few words. If this gets out, how will Jiang Kai survive in the future? So he specifically checked Chen Ji's dormitory and the route he usually took to school. Knowing that Chen Ge liked to go through the west gate, they called a large group of people to block here, just to teach Chen Ge a lesson. Let this kid learn a lesson. Chen Ge! Fuck you! How dare you team up with Su Chen to deceive me? Are you tired of living? Jiang Kai shouted angrily. As soon as he swung the baseball bat, a dozen or so thugs immediately surrounded him and formed a circle. Surround Chen Ge in the middle. A brutal beating is about to begin. The other side. In the car parking space at the west gate of the school, Su Qing's eyes were red. Qingqing, Dad is doing this for your own good. As long as you are willing to marry Master Jiang, you will have a happy and worry-free life for the rest of your life. Why do you have to drag it out? Father Su said anxiously on the phone. You're doing that for my own good? You're doing that for your own business, right? Su Qing said sarcastically. You really would use any means to curry favor with the Jiang family. You would even sell your daughter. It was your idea that my mom hanged herself last time in order to force me to go back for a blind date with Jiangjun, right? If you were willing to date Jiangjun, would so many things happen? Father Su asked. So it's my fault, then? Dad, you know who Jiangjun is. He got several women pregnant before he even graduated from college. Dad, are you really going to force me to marry this scumbag? Su Qing's voice was slightly hoarse. Qingqing, this is something that Dad and your Uncle Jiang have already decided on. You are not a child anymore, wouldn't it be better for you to get married and settle down sooner? If you want me to marry him, I'd have to die. Su Qing shouted at the top of her lungs. You bastard, how dare you? Bang! Su Qing threw the phone on the passenger seat. He hugged the steering wheel and burst into tears. My heart was filled with dissatisfaction with my father's selfishness and resentment towards my mother's cowardice. Cried for a long time. Su Ching sat up again. I took a few tissues to wipe my tears. He took out the bottle from the secret compartment, poured out a few pills, and then swallowed them with mineral water. Taking a deep breath, Su Ching adjusted her mood, drove the car towards the west gate, and prepared to go home. Su Ching drove the car slowly. But soon, the car stopped. Because she saw a large group of people blocking the intersection. This large group of people seemed to be surrounding one person, but with their low-beam headlights on, it was a little hard to see clearly. Immediately, Su Ching turned on the high beam. But when the strong light shone out, she realized that she knew the people surrounded by her. Chen Guo? At this time, a gangster rushed towards Chen Guo waving a baseball bat. Seeing this, Su Ching got out of the car immediately. What are you doing? This is a school. How dare you beat up students at the school gate? Believe it or not, I will call the police. Su Ching shouted loudly and walked towards the gang of thugs. Amid the chaos, the few people illuminated by the strong light looked in the direction of the voice. But he saw a graceful figure walking towards him. You bitch, you were the one who turned on the high beam to shine on us, right? Based on the outline that blocked the strong light and the voice, several thugs judged that the other party was a woman. But when they saw Su Ching clearly, greed immediately appeared in their eyes without any concealment. Because this woman is so attractive. Get out of here right now, or I'll call the police. Su Ching said coldly. Call the police? Ha ha ha. The thugs laughed wildly, then rushed up and grabbed Su Ching's wrist. What are you doing? Let me go. Su Ching struggled desperately. But how could a weak woman have the strength to fight against the gangsters? At this critical moment, most people's attention was attracted by Su Ching. Chen Gu moved. Chapter 103, Scared to Pee. Chen Gu kicked the thug who was rushing towards him away with a whip kick. At the same time, while the other thug had not yet reacted, he swept his leg and tripped the other thug. The encirclement was torn open in an instant. Chen Gu rushed out of the encirclement and immediately saw Su Ching being tied up by the gangsters. Fuck you, fuck him. But would Chen Gu let them do as they wish? He sprinted forward and instantly came in front of Su Ching and hugged Su Ching in his arms. One person, 1 foot. In an instant, he forced back the thugs in front of him. This was a lightning-fast, seamless movement. This made the thugs confused for a moment. At this time, Jiang Kai hurriedly walked out of the encirclement. Chen Gu, try to hide from me again? Run? I called more than a dozen people today, do you think you can run away? Jiang Kai said cursingly. However, the next second he saw Su Ching being hugged by Chen Gu. His face changed. Teacher Su? Why are you here? Jiang Kai was a little dazed. I was just looking for Chen Gu to seek personal revenge, why did I drag the school teacher into this? Jiang Kai, if you tell these people to get out now, I can forgive them, but if you continue like this, don't blame me for being rude. Chen Gu said coldly. He was not afraid of Jiang Kai and his gang in the first place, but now with Su Ching joining the mix, things became difficult to say. If Su Ching was injured in the fight, it would be troublesome. After all, when he was framed by Su Yin before, Su Ching also helped him in front of his classmates. Now Chen Gu still doesn't want Su Ching to get hurt. However, Chen Ji's words not only did not get a response from Jiang Kai, but instead aroused the anger of the dozen or so gangsters. Fuck you, I even put it on for you. Today, you have to get on the ground. I have to take this woman home to enjoy. Jiang Kai, who was standing by, instantly lost his composure when he heard this. Brother Huangmao, this woman is a teacher in our school, you can't touch her. Give me some face, just beat up Chen Gu. I'll transfer an extra $1,000 to each of you when we get back. Jiang Kai said respectfully. Oh? We can't touch this woman? The yellow-haired leader turned around and looked at Jiang Kai with a smile and asked. Yes. Can you please give your brother some face today and let her go? Jiang Kai answered respectfully. Bang! A slap landed on Jiang Kai's face with incredible accuracy, making a crisp sound. I give you face and call you Master Jiang. If I don't give you face, you are nothing. Fuck, you want us to let go of this kind of shit for just $1,000? What about sending away beggars? The yellow-haired brother yelled arrogantly and pointed at Chen Gu. Fuck it, come on, kill this guy for me, then everyone will have the chance to have this woman. As soon as Brother Huangmao finished speaking, a group of thugs immediately rushed up with baseball bats in hand. At this time, Su Qing was already scared silly. His face was pale and he stood there in a daze. Anyone would be scared when seeing a dozen ferocious-looking thugs rushing towards them. What's more, she was a woman who had never seen such a scene before. Su Qing closed her eyes in despair. Just when everyone thought that everything was settled, something strange happened suddenly. Chen Ge blocked Su Qing with his backhand. Eye poke. Crotch kick. Throat stab. Every move hits the vital point. In a flash, the first few people who rushed up all fell to the ground. Ah! Hiss. These people lay on the ground with painful looks on their faces, either covering their eyes or their crotches. Chen Ji's vicious move immediately made several people lose their fighting power. Go! Damn it, I don't believe it. At this time, Brother Huangmao also rushed forward, shouting, facing 7 or 8 people who were coming at him aggressively. Chen Ge was not panicked, but a sneer flashed across his lips. It's so cold. He picked up a baseball bat from the ground and swung it at the arm of a gangster. Click. In an instant, the sound of broken bones was heard. The gangster didn't even have time to scream. Chen Ge turned his target to the remaining few people. First, he flew over and kicked the yellow-haired man in the chest, kicking him away. He then used the force to kick the nearest thug in the neck. This huge force instantly made the gangster lose his resistance. As soon as it landed, Chen Ge immediately pulled Su Qing to avoid the swinging stick. This smooth combo made the gangster stunned for a moment. However, it was during this brief gap that Chen Ge knocked down several thugs again. The originally huge crowd of people suddenly had only a few left standing. At this time, fear was already rising in the hearts of the few thugs who were still standing. They looked at Chen Ge with fear, their legs weakened with fear. Chen Ge sneered and rushed forward. 10 seconds later, there were only 3 people left standing on the field. Chen Ge, Su Qing, and Jiang Kai, who was so shocked that he was speechless. Chen Ge, you. Jiang Kai stuttered and trembled as he backed away. Is this person still a human being? Jiang Kai felt that his 3 views were shattered. He had already begun to regret it in his heart. Why did you regret angering Chen Ge again? Why did he still want to take revenge on Chen Ge after Chen Ge let him go? Jiang Kai swallowed his saliva. He looked at Chen Ge. The shock in his eyes gradually turned into endless fear. Next second, a strong smell of urine came from his crotch. Chen Ge smelled the unpleasant smell in the air and frowned subconsciously. However, when Jiang Kai saw Chen Ge frowning, he felt as if he had seen a ghost. Ah! He ran away without caring about Huang Mao and his group, who were lying on the ground and still howling. At this time, the sense of oppression from Chen Ge alone even far exceeded the intimidation from Brother Huang Mao and his group. Chen Ge looked at the people on the ground and said indifferently, if you keep lying on the ground pretending to be dead, I will make sure you never stand up again in your life. This moment, countless gangsters got up from the ground. He limped, covered his crotch, supported his arm, and looked at Chen Ge with fear in his eyes. You. The yellow-haired brother stuttered, completely losing his previous arrogance. Get lost. Chen Ge shouted. Next second, these thugs ran away without saying a word. It could be as embarrassing as it could be. Su Qing turned around and looked at Chen Ge blankly, seeming to be still in a daze. Chen Ge noticed Su Qing's look and immediately pulled his hand away from her waist. Ahem. Mr. Su, I didn't mean to take advantage of you. I just hugged you because I was in a desperate situation. You? Su Qing said. Chen Ge searched on the ground and soon found the bag of strawberries. He picked up the bag and put it in Su Qing's hand. Well, Mr. Su, please eat some strawberries to calm your nerves. I have something else to do, so I have to leave first. After saying that, Chen Ge turned around and walked quickly towards the dormitory. Su Qing was left standing there in a daze. Chapter 104, Beautiful Game Anchor. A long time. Su Qing looked at the big bag of strawberries in her hand, each one was fresh and juicy. She picked up one and put it in her mouth. Quite sweet. Su Qing ate strawberries and watched Chen Ge leave quickly. A barely perceptible smile appeared on his face. Chen Ge returned to the dormitory building and quickly washed his face, feeling a little more awake. So I sent a message to Li Kun. Mr. Li, I'm ready. After sending this message, Chen Ji's mind was still a little confused. It's not because I was injured in the fight with those thugs just now. But it's the feeling of hugging Su Qing. The charm of a mature woman can never be compared to that of a young student. Chen Ge was so busy making sure Su Qing wasn't hurt during the fight that he didn't notice it at first. But when the crisis was resolved, Chen Ge immediately noticed something unusual about Su Qing. It was indeed unusual. Feeling a little dry in the mouth, Chen Ge drank half a bottle of water in one breath to suppress his anger. I received Li Kun's message immediately. Li Kun, that's great. The operation department has just coordinated with the anchor and the show has already started. Brother Chen, it depends on you whether it will be successful tonight. Mr. Li, please send me the ID of that anchor, Chen Ge sent a message. Li Kun, Brother Chen, the host room number is 738-2642. Chen Ge sent an OK expression. Then he opened the Langya app on his phone. The page loading effects are as domineering as ever. Since being granted privileges by the Langya officials, Chen Ji's entire Langya interface has become gilded with special effects. Chen Ge entered the ID and quickly searched for a live broadcaster with a popularity of just under 1 million. Chen Ge clicked into the live broadcast room. At the same time, a line of gilded special effects appeared on the entire Langya public screen. User Rouge Rookie is staying in Xiaqi's anchor room. This entrance announcement, which had never appeared in the history of Langya, instantly caught the attention of many curious viewers. Chen Ge entered the live broadcast room. In the live broadcast room, a female anchor wearing sexy cat ears and a cool suspender was fighting fiercely on the island. As a PUBG game host, Xiao Qi has already started a game. Before Chen Ge arrived, she had been broadcasting for more than an hour. The popularity has remained at around 800,000. The number of VIP seats has remained at around 500 to 600 people. The number of VIP seats of 500 or 600 people might not even be in the top 50 in the entire Langya game section. But in Langya's PUBG section, he is already ranked among the top 5 anchors. This shows how serious the gap in Langya's PUBG division is. At this time, Xiao Qi has been surrounded by a full-strength team, and her attention is completely focused on the game. He didn't notice at all that because of Chen Ji's entry, both the number of bullet comments and the number of VIPs in the live broadcast room were increasing at this time. Chen Ge was not in a hurry to give out gifts. Instead, I looked at the barrage first. Oh my god, the anchor is surrounded by a full-strength team, and there is only a piece of cover as a rock. How can we fight? Just wait and see. I'll bet a bag of spicy noodles that this anchor can destroy the team in 10 seconds. Do you believe it? Is this true? Can a female anchor be so fierce? What a bullshit, she's just a cheater, she kills people in a 4-person team every day. Do you think it's possible for a female anchor to do that? I'm convinced. Wouldn't it be better for this female anchor to shoot some borderline videos, or learn some sexy dances, and show off her sexiness? Chen Ge frowned as he looked at the comments on the barrage. This female anchor doesn't have a very good reputation. How come I am a game anchor and still get criticized for relying on cheats to win? Right at this moment, the full team of people driving the jeep had already rushed to Xiao Qi's face. The jeep crashed into the rock where Xiao Qi was hiding, and 4 people got out of the car. Under normal circumstances, faced with this situation, ordinary players would have quietly put down their phones and wait for death. But Xiao Qi didn't. She was holding an MG3 when the enemy got out of the car and became stiff. Pull out from the right side of the rock in an instant, and a wave of flash mirror instantly knocks down the first enemy on the right. Then, while the opponent was still not reacting, he flashed out from the left side of the rock, aimed at the head, and knocked down the first enemy on the left with 3 or 4 shots. At this time, the originally full team had 2 men fallen after Xiao Qi used up the 20 bullets in his gun. However, just as Xiao Qi knocked down the enemy on the left, the second enemy on the right approached. The enemy's gun was already aimed at Xiao Qi's head. Xiao Qi's crosshairs had just left the enemy on the left. At this critical moment, Xiao Qi fell down in a second, and the enemy instantly lost the pre-aiming point, but Xiao Qi's crosshairs were already aimed at the opponent. The MG3's powerful firing rate knocked down the enemy in an instant. After knocking down 3 enemies, Xiao Qi was still bleeding. The last enemy was obviously panicked and chose to hide behind the car and not show up. But Xiao Qi had no intention of letting the opponent go. Instead, he jumped onto the stone and used the stone to complete a double jump. Then the gods came down to earth, and a wave of guns jumped out, and every shot was a headshot. For Gun King. After killing this last enemy, 2 rough voices also came from Shao Qi's microphone. Fuck you, Sima Guagu. You dare to cheat in the Venus Bureau? I've reported you. Let's see if the game officials will ban you. Shao Qi turned off all microphones as usual, lit a cigarette for himself, started to loot the group, and then took a quick look at the barrage. Many new viewers who entered the live broadcast room out of curiosity about Chen Guo's special report were instantly conquered after seeing Shao Qi's operation. Fuck, the host is so awesome. 666, I remember I was lucky enough to see him perform this kind of operation in Ball's live broadcast room before. I didn't expect a female anchor could do it. Damn, I was just following the footsteps of the big guy to take a look, but I actually found a treasure anchor. Most of these new viewers are Chen Guo's die-hard fans. Therefore, with the added bonus of Chen Ji's filter buff, he was also extra polite when speaking to Shao Qi. However, this barrage of comments that were all 6 points soon attracted many questioning voices. No way? Why does this anchor look a bit like a lock to me? It's more than just a headlock. With my level of winning the crown for 10 consecutive seasons, I can turn on the auto-aim, acceleration, and range, right? I think so too. How can a woman be so amazing? But I have to say, this female anchor is really beautiful. At this time, the original black fans in Shao Qi's live broadcast room instantly became excited when they saw these questioning voices. Chapter 105, $2 million without saying a word. I've been watching her for several seasons. She's a pure and innocent girl. Didn't you see that even her enemies scold her? The fact that she doesn't dare to scold back shows that she's guilty. I was amused the first time I saw these operations in her live broadcast room. She played in Venus games, where everyone is conscious and maneuvering. How could she show off like this? When I'm in a bad mood, I come to her live broadcast room to watch her get criticized, and even my meals taste delicious. When Shao Qi saw the comments in the live broadcast room, half of which were deducting 6 points and half were criticizing people, he automatically blocked the negative comments. However, she soon noticed that the number of comments in her live broadcast room was far more than usual. Glancing at the VIP seats in the live broadcast room, 3,000 plus. She was startled, but when she saw Chen Ji's gilded name appear in the live broadcast room, she immediately understood and shouted loudly. Welcome to the song Like and Weeping Boss. Give the boss a refill. Shao Qi made a heart shape with her snow-white arms above her head. The sexy and seductive look instantly made the audience in the live broadcast room cry out that they couldn't stand it. Ah! The host is so cute and seems to have a good personality. Regardless of whether she is cheating or not, I have already become her fan. Why would such a cute girl not go to the dance area and come here to be a game anchor? Treasure anchor. Pay attention, pay attention. Although Shao Qi's comments to Chen Guo were enough to win over most of the crowd. But there was no ripple in Chen Ji's heart. Ever since I was backstabbed by the beauty anchor last time. He only trusts the female anchor in the live broadcast room, Li Yunru, whom he can see and touch. God knows how high this anchor has set the beauty filter. After automatically blocking this wave of spoiled critical strikes, Chen Guo looked at Shao Qi, who had re-entered the game, and decided to wait a little longer. If she wins the game, send her gifts to congratulate her. If she doesn't win the game, send her gifts to comfort her. Anyway, Li Kun didn't ask him when to send it, and since Chen Guo could enter the number when sending gifts, Chen Guo no longer needs to click frantically. It only takes a few seconds to search for hundreds of treasure maps. Chen Guo is not in a hurry. In the live game screen, Shao Qi, with his cheating-like operation, has already advanced into the finals with 15 kills. There were only 13 people left on the field. But the poison circle has shrunk very small, and the only building area has been occupied by another full team. Without knowing the exact location of the remaining enemies, Shao Qi, who had no cover, could only lie in the grass and wait for an opportunity. Suddenly, a fierce flame appeared in a patch of grass not far from Shao Qi. Da! 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 The sound of M416 gunfire rang out, occupying the room. One of the full-strength team members who was still looking out the window for someone fell to the ground. This is the shooting skills of the enemies in the Venus Bureau, each one is incredibly accurate. As long as there is the slightest flaw, he can be killed instantly. After the enemy lying in the grass knocked down a member of the full formation in the building area, he quickly pulled out a smoke bomb and threw it forward, blocking the enemy's line of sight. However, the flash from the previous gunshot also allowed Xiao Qi, who was also lying on the ground, to lock onto her position. Da! 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 The sound of gunfire from MG3 rang out. Xiao Qi directly rewards both hitting and supplementing. Immediately, Xiao Qi put away his gun and threw a smoke bomb beside him. However, the continuous gunshots also attracted the attention of the full team in the house and all the Voldemorts around to Xiao Qi. Although the smoke from Xia Qiyi obscured the enemy's vision, but it also exposed his position. In an instant, countless bullets shot into the smoke. Xiao Qi immediately threw smoke bombs frantically, covering a large area around him with smoke. At the same time, he immediately stood up from the smoke and changed his position in the smoke. Sure enough, as soon as Xiao Qi changed his position, the sound of a grenade explosion was heard where he was lying on the ground. A lot of gunfire was heard around. All enemy positions were exposed in an instant. Many enemies turned their guns and aimed at the enemies outside the surrounding smoke. A fierce battle broke out. At this time, Xiao Qi, who was originally hiding in the smoke, suddenly rushed out of the smoke. The MG3 fired a burst of bullets, instantly eliminating 3 enemies on one side. After being hit by several bullets, he instantly jumped back into the smoke. Xiao Qi, whose health was running low, immediately lay down to avoid the bullets and prepared to get a first aid kit before going out to fight. But, at this moment, the full team occupying the house area seized the opportunity and launched a blind attack on the smoke. Under the fire from 4 guns, the low-health Xiao Qi was hit. The final ranking stopped at 4th place. Oh! Xiao Qi screamed, then put down the phone helplessly. At this time, the barrage began to comment again. Wow! What a pity! If the anchor hadn't been so badly beaten, maybe he would have had a chance to get the medicine up. I think these few waves are okay, they can't be called cheats. Bullshit, you didn't even pause for a moment when you came out of the smoke? Instead, you aimed the crosshairs directly at the enemy outside the smoke. You couldn't even see such an obvious cheat? Don't be fooled by this girl's slam dunks and showmanship. Her chicken winning rate is very low. I think she deliberately dies in the finals every time to avoid suspicion of cheating. Fuck, is that so? So scheming. Just as the comments were full of different opinions, Chenggu thought the time was right. Simply open the gift bar and enter the number 99 below the treasure map. Send the treasure map like a song and a tear 99. Send the treasure map like a song and a tear 198. Send the treasure map like a song and a tear 297. Send the treasure map like a song and a tear 396. Chenggu was caught off guard and directly sent out 499 treasure maps. Because Chenggu has the privilege of inputting numbers when sending gifts. Therefore, don't underestimate the number of treasure maps, which is more than 300. But for Chenggu, it only took less than 10 seconds. And this 10-second gift-giving time completely caused the barrage to explode like crazy. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What's going on? The boss has taken action again? Damn it! This is really outrageous. Damn, luckily I followed along, or I would have missed this wonderful scene again. Oh my god, only a big boss can send nearly 400 treasure maps without saying a word? Boss, can you give me a chance? I'm willing to do anything. Facing the crazy barrage of comments, Chenggu edited a message and sent it out. I only got 4th place, just to comfort you. Xiao Qi's mind was a little confused when he saw the hundreds of treasure maps flooding the screen in the live broadcast room. She knew that Langya intended to support her, so she specially invited the big guy Rouge Rookie to help out in tonight's live broadcast. However, he didn't expect that the boss would be so crazy. This is a treasure map. It's not paper, can you give it like this? Nearly 400 treasure maps, that is 2 million. At this moment, she felt that her 3 views had collapsed. What if Chenggu gave away dozens of treasure maps during the entire live broadcast? Although she would be shocked, she was also able to accept it. Chapter 106 I can airdrop to you. But Chenggu didn't. Not only that, but he also came up with a powerful weapon right from the start. It turns out that this is how you comfort people. At this time, the group of rich young men that Bai Xiaoshuan was in an uproar. Brothers, the god of songs has started giving out rewards again, did you know that? What? I was just processing the order, Lao Zhao, tell me something. In Langya, there is an anchor named Xiao Qi. Wow, as soon as I entered, I saw a treasure map. 400 combos. How much? 400. I have to go check it out. This is outrageous. I'll go check it out too. I used to watch the live broadcast replays, but now I finally have a chance to get a reward from the god of songs. I have to seize the opportunity. The rich youngsters group responded enthusiastically. There were quite a few people who were lurking around before, but after seeing this wave of news, they all rushed to Xiaoqi's live broadcast room to appreciate Chen Ji's operation. In Xiaoqi's live broadcast room, Xiaoqi is completely confused now. She usually only receives one treasure map a month. Wow, Chenga sent out the number of treasure maps that she would broadcast live for the next few decades in just a dozen seconds. After these hundreds of treasure maps were released, the popularity of Xiaoqi's live broadcast room directly exceeded 40 million, and the number of VIP seats reached more than 10,000 in an instant. The popularity is almost catching up with the battle for the top spot between Xiao Neru and Xiao Shaoer. Thank you, boss. You are so generous. Xiaoqi exclaimed in ecstasy in the live broadcast room. Is there any show you want to watch? Or add prestige? I can go find you and drop in. Xiaoqi licked her tempting red lips and said. This tempting scene immediately caused the barrage of comments to go wild. I can't take it anymore. Can a game anchor be this bad? Okay. Another anchor taken down by the big guy, the last one was Xiao Nairo. Have you noticed that the anchors that the big guys give gifts to are all female anchors, and each one is prettier than the other? I watch the live broadcasts of beautiful anchors every day, but I didn't realize that there are such top female anchors in the PUBG section. Anchor, open your mouth first, quick. It's urgent. At this time, the original black fans in Xiaoqi's live broadcast room began to take action. Gradually, some slanderous comments were interspersed in it. Boss, you are so confused. How can a cheating girl receive so many gifts? Who says she isn't? She can't even shake her hips or boobs. Her professional ability is not even as good as that of a dance anchor. How can that be possible? Everyone knows about Xiaoqi's cheating. Is this kind of person worthy of receiving so many gifts? Ha ha. Faced with Xiaoqi's questions and the barrage of comments, Chenggu did not reply. It's not that Chenggu is being aloof and doesn't want to reply. But more than 10 seconds ago, a system sound rang in his mind. Ding! It was detected that the host successfully generated consumption behavior on the target female. Ding! The single consumption amount is 1,980,000 yuan. Ding! 100-fold rebate is being implemented. Ding! Execution successful, reward host 198 million yuan. Giving a gift to Xiaoqi actually triggered a 100-fold rebate? Oh shit. This was too sudden. Chenggu was not shocked by the rebate amount of 200 million. After the last carnival, Chen Ji's cash has reached several billion, which is not a lot of money for Chenggu now. He was shocked that Xiaoqi, a gaming anchor, could actually trigger a 100-fold rebate. Good job. This is a treasure trove. You have to know that with the prevalence of beauty filters nowadays, Chenggu had visited the live broadcast rooms of many female anchors whose appearance scores could reach 90 points. The results were all failures. I couldn't find one. Therefore, Chenggu almost gave up hope of finding beautiful women on the internet to give him cash back. Of course, except Li Yunru. But now Chenggu unexpectedly found a rebate recipient by accident. It was a pleasant surprise. Chenggu looked at Xiaoqi's questioning expression and the comments slandering Xiaoqi in the live broadcast room. Immediately, a barrage was edited. Then add my WeChat account so it's easier to contact you. Just message me privately. When Xiaoqi saw Chen Ji's comments, a blush flashed across her face. However, she still sent a signal of her authority to Chenggu. Generally, anchors have 2 prestige levels. For some big brothers who give gifts and reach the prestige level requirements, anchors will ask them to add a small account. This kind of small account is actually useless and is usually managed by the guild. This time, Xiaoqi did not choose to send the small WeChat account to Chenggu, but directly sent the main WeChat account to Chenggu. She didn't know why she did this, she just felt that it was the right thing to do. It's rare for a female anchor to take the initiative to give her prestige to others, and she asks shyly, so the barrage starts to go crazy again. Hey! No way, another anchor has been conquered by the big guy. I've been watching Xiaoqi for a few years, but I've never heard her say anything like she wants to parachute in. Zhao, it's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. From now on, Langya has another married female anchor. I can't accept this. Chi, will we meet again? Please be happy when we meet again, okay? Chi, please be happy, okay? As Xiaoqi looked at the content of the barrage, her pretty face turned even redder. Are you really going to parachute in to find the boss? Still a little nervous. When Xiaoqi was having wild fantasies. A comment from Chen Ge floated across the public screen. Because Chen Ge has the Wolf Fang privilege, his barrage special effects are unique and will remain at the top of the public screen for a long time. Therefore, even if Xiaoqi was daydreaming, she could still see Chen Ji's comments. Like a song, like a cry, I just added a reputation to make it easier to play games. Ah. Xiaoqi was stunned for a moment. Ru Chi, how about playing a game now? It just so happens that I haven't played any games in the past 2 days and I'm a little itchy. Xiaoqi calmed down and immediately agreed. Okay, boss. I'll listen to you. You have the final say. Like a song, like a tear, if you eat chicken, there will be gifts. After Chen Ge sent this barrage, he sent out a WeChat friend request. Xiaoqi quickly agreed. But she still had some doubts. Was it really true that she didn't have to parachute in herself? Because many big brothers are embarrassed to ask the anchor to drop in the live broadcast room, they all contact them privately. So, with a skeptical attitude, she asked in Prestige. Boss, you really don't need me to parachute in? 2 or 3 seconds later, Chen Ge replied. Of course. After the show, make an appointment and come see me. Caught off guard, Xiaoqi was so shocked by Chen Ji's amazing moves that his scalp tingled. What's the rhythm? Originally, Xiaoqi was just asking casually, but he actually got a positive response from Chen Ge. My heartbeat began to speed up involuntarily again. Chapter 107 Private Chat after the broadcast. In fact, the reason why Chen Ge wanted to meet Xiaoqi in private was very simple. Of course, we need to confirm Xiaoqi's appearance, figure and other indicators when we meet in person. What if there is a second girl with 95 points for both appearance and figure? Once I can find a strategy for her, I will make a fortune. Ever since Chen Ge conquered Shen Luoqiao last time and gained the healing power, he knew how incredible the reward for conquering the best goddess was. Although the healing power has not been tested yet, you can tell how amazing it is just by hearing the effects. At worst, being an ordinary target is also pretty good, right? It's also awesome to have a function like this, to get a data reading panel. Of course, what Shin Gang said about adding WeChat public accounts for the purpose of playing games was also true. There is still a certain rhythm to giving gifts. It's not that just brushing hard will work. Eating some chicken and then brushing will produce better results, right? Moreover, Chenggu now only needs to enter numbers to give gifts. It only takes a few minutes to give tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. There's no rush. Money is not that important to Chenggu at the moment. He can get it if he wants. Instead, he was very curious about the strategy rewards. Boss, I'll chat with you privately after this game is over. By the way, do you want to start playing together now? Xiao Qi asked by sending a message on Weixin. Well, that's fine. Let's start now. If you win the game, I'll give you more. Send me your account number. Chen Go replied. The game account is the prestige signal. Boss, you can see that I am online when you log in. Okay. Chen Go sent a reply and logged into his game account directly. Sure enough, I saw Xiao Qi was online. Chen Go tried to invite him. Xiao Qi came in immediately. Chen Go took a look at Xiao Qi's rank. Ace 30 stars, a game rank that most players can't even dream of. Hey! Boss, can you hear me? Xiao Qi asked. Chen Gu opened the voice changer software, selected the charming male voice, and immediately turned on the microphone. Yes, I can hear you. Just open it. Chen Gu recognized the voice of a voice changer and immediately attracted a lot of comments. What's going on? Why does the boss use a voice changer to play games? You probably don't know this. Generally, wealthy people value privacy very much and don't even want to expose their true voices. But I remember that the boss had said something at the carnival. Why is he paying attention to privacy now? Now that you mention it, it seems to be true. That's strange. Forget it. Let's just watch it and have fun. To be honest, I still want to see the big guy's operations from the perspective of my teammates. I didn't get enough of it during the carnival, and now I have a rare opportunity to watch it again. Oh? What do you mean? Is he also good at playing games? Just when the scene was still explaining Chen Guo's outrageous operation at the carnival to those who were not in the know, Chen Guo has entered the game and is quietly waiting on the birth island to board the plane. At the carnival, he spoke in a low voice, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Now that we can use a voice changer, why not? Although he did reveal his real voice in Li Yunru's live broadcast room. But few people noticed these details at that time. Now that Chen Guo is so popular on the internet, it is better to hide any privacy that can be hidden. Boss, where are we going to land? Xiao Qi asked. He was still a little nervous now. As a PUBG anchor, she had seen Chen Guo's performance at the PUBG exhibition match at the carnival. That's simply too outrageous. He can handle himself well in front of a group of anchors and professional players. He is really impressive. Although she is not bad either, she is also a high-end gunfighting anchor. But playing games with a big shot like Chen Guo is also a bit stressful. Let's go to G-Port. Aren't you the gun shooter anchor? Let's fight all the way to the end. Chen Guo responded. Okay, then I'll dance with you. Xiao Qi said after taking a deep breath. As the plane flew along the route, it got closer and closer to Port G. Chen Guo immediately began to fly diagonally at a height of 750 meters, with standard parachute landing techniques. Soon, the parachute opened and the two were about to land. At this time, Xiao Qi, as usual, dragged his little eyes to observe a wave of enemies who were also parachuting. The result is that you don't know until you see it. You will be shocked when you see it. Many comments on the forum say, "Oh my god, no way?" I estimate that more than 30 people were left behind in Port G, right? How do we fight this? 2 people in a 4-man team are in the center of a full formation. I bet a bag of spicy noodles that these 2 people can't get out of Port G. With so many people, 1 person with 1 gun can kill them all. While the barrage is still nagging. Chen Guo and Xiao Qi were the first players to land on the ground. The firearms have been picked up. Xiao Qi was lucky. As soon as he landed, he saw the AKM steel gun. But Chen Guo was not so lucky. There is only one UZI. Although UZI has a very fast firing rate, its shortcomings are also obvious. There are few bullets and no expansion capacity, so a whole magazine of bullets can be used up in less than a second. Moreover, the reloading time is slow and the vacuum period is too long. But Chen Guo couldn't pick up another gun at this moment. Because the enemy closest to Chen Guo was already separated from him by a container. As soon as the enemy landed, he had 2 helmets, 2 armors, and an AKM. He was quite lucky. The unlucky one has nothing but a simple level 1 armor and UZI. In this kind of high-end game, without a helmet, the tolerance rate is very low. If he is hit twice by AKM, he will be dead. So Chen Guo did not choose to fight head-on, but chose to stay in position and wait for the enemy to attack. Sure enough, after waiting for a few seconds, the enemy could not wait any longer and chose to attack violently. After all, I have 2 heads and 2 armors in my hands, so I am not at all weak. Set up the pre-aim point and charge straight ahead. At this time, Chen Guo, who had been occupying a position behind the container, an unexpected jump shot instantly missed the opponent's aiming point. At the same time, Chen Guo, who was in the air, had already aimed his crosshairs at the opponent's head. Da! 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 If I look at it again, I will explode. I used UZI to knock down my top streamer brother Kuan. Under Chen Ji's precise headshot, the enemy fell to the ground. At the same time, UZI's extremely fast firing rate successfully emptied Chen Ji's magazine. Just when Chen Guo was reloading, a head popped out from behind, and the black muzzle of a gun was instantly aimed at Chen Guo. Chen Guo had already noticed this enemy, but there was nothing he could do. He had to deal with the enemy on his face first. At this time, Chen Guo, who was at the end of his rope, could only choose to lie down immediately and avoid the opponent's shooting as soon as possible. Chapter 108. This script is wrong. Although Chen Ji's reaction was extremely fast, it was like a drop in the bucket when facing the enemy's abundant magazine capacity. With a tolerance of up to 10 bullets, the enemy can adjust the crosshairs and aim at Chen Guo again. And the adjustment time is definitely faster than Chen Guo changing the bullet. Just when everyone thought Chen Guo was going to die, at the side, the sound of AKM gunfire rang out. However, it was not the enemy's, but Xiao Qi's AKM. Boss, I'm here. With Xiao Qi's precise headshots, the enemy fell to the ground. Pretty. After reloading his bullets, Shingu immediately killed the enemy. Then he licked the box wildly and sucked it dry in an instant. Shingu, who had obtained 2 armored rifles and an AK, was now fully armed. This seemingly long killing process actually only took a few seconds. Most of the team had just landed at this time and were still picking up guns. Therefore, a massacre begins. Shingu pushed forward from one end of the container to the other. With Xiaoqi's help, Shingu was not afraid of being ambushed by the enemy. The crossed gun lines formed between the two people can perfectly cover each other. It can be said that it can attack and defend, advance and retreat. The sound of gunfire from 2 AKMs continued to ring out at Port G. The 2 IDs "I will explode if I look at you again" and Xiaoqi will never get angry are like everyone's nightmare, constantly harvesting the heads of the enemies. By the time Shingu broke out of Port G, he had already captured 13 heads and acquired 3 top-level armors. Xiaoqi killed 7 of them at once. It can be said that more than half of the people in Port G died at the hands of Shingu and Xiaoqi. Wow! Boss, you are so strong! Xiaoqi shouted in surprise. Although, she had seen Shinji's performance that overwhelmed all the other professions last time. But after all, he had never fought with Shingu in person. But today, when she played in a duo with Shingu, she immediately felt how terrifying Shingu was. No matter pre-aiming, gun control, or body movements. They were all top-notch, better than any teammates he had ever met. Shingu coughed and said calmly, "Keep a low profile, you killed 7 people, very good." "Ha, of course." When Xiaoqi heard Shinji's praise, he changed his mind and felt that something was wrong. This script is wrong. This is her job, and she is a technical anchor. But Shingu is just a casual player. Even the last time he was online was 3 days ago. Under normal circumstances, she shouldn't be the one to lead the team and then praise Shingu for playing well. Why is it the other way around? It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. The big guy has not only mastered real life. Even the virtual world is unique. Why should the gap between people be so big? At this time, Xiaoqi, who had always liked to be a driver, took the initiative to give up the driver's seat to Shingu. "Boss, you open it." "Why? Isn't it the same no matter who drives it? Usually our anchors like to let the one with the best skills be the driver." Shingu listened to Xiaoqi's slightly resentful tone and felt a little amused. "Well, okay then, I'll do it." Shingu switched to the driver's seat and asked, "Then we go after the airdrop?" "It's all up to you, sir." Xiaoqi spoke in a coquettish and soft voice. Shingu listened to Xiaoqi's soft and cute tone and almost drove the car into the river. At this time, the barrage was still immersed in the outrageous operation of the 2 people walking out of G-Port with 20 kills. Oh my god, when has my little Chi ever used this tone to duo queue with others? My back teeth are about to break. The boss is really awesome. He killed 13 people and wiped out half of the people in Port G by himself. By the way, don't you think the actions of these 2 people are more outrageous than the other? Let's not talk about the cheating sister. Isn't the action of the super rich guy more like cheating? The first wave of instant defeat, even if you make me 10 years younger, I can't react like this. One walked out of Port G with 13 kills and the other with 7 kills. I don't believe you if you say they are professionals, let alone the kill count of an ordinary person. Ha, what's there to say? It must be a scam. However, as soon as these comments questioning Shingu and Xiaoqi appeared on the barrage, they were immediately ridiculed by the crowd. I am dying of laughter. Some people actually said that the boss is cheating. It's really funny. Ha 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 ha, it's really funny. Do you know who was the last person to question whether the boss was cheating? It was Lin Yan. Yes, that's right, the professional PUBG player Lin Yan. What? As a viewer, I can't question it? Even though the super rich guy is very rich, it's obvious that he's cheating, okay? At Pachoy's, bro, this really can't be your fault. You probably didn't watch the show match that the boss played at the Langya Carnival a few days ago. He relied on his skills to kill a bunch of professionals and helped a girl win the game. Afterwards, he was questioned by professional player Lin Yan about cheating. Langya even sent several inspectors to analyze the situation and clarified that the boss's skills were amazing, but he didn't cheat. Oh my god, this is real. I didn't watch the live broadcast because I had something else to do that day. I missed it. I'm so angry. Ha ha ha, I accidentally hurt my good brother. The Carnival live broadcast room specially edited the video replay. You can go and take a look. I'm not exaggerating, this is definitely the most outrageous operation you have ever seen. Every wave is extreme. While the barrage is still arguing, Chen-go had already found an airdrop and was driving his car to where the airdrop had landed. Boss, there's Martha on the opposite hill. Xiao Qi's voice of reminder came from the microphone. Chen-go glanced at the opposite hill and found that there was indeed a full team of Maseratis rushing towards Chen-go. The gun was already pointed at Chen-go. You shoot first. I'll try to shoot towards areas with cover. Chen-go gave an order and immediately drove towards a rock not far away. In high-end games, if two vehicles are close to each other, it all depends on shooting skills and firepower. Although Xiao Qi's shooting skills are very accurate, he only has the firepower of one person after all. But the opponent is a full team. All three people in the car can output. No matter how accurate Xiao Qi's shooting is, it cannot match the firepower coverage of the three opponents. You can tell who is strong and who is weak at a glance. Therefore, Chen-go could only drive the car towards the stone not far away while keeping an eye on the car's health. Da! 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 After all, he is a steel gun anchor. With Xiao Qi's precise shooting, the opponent successfully killed one person. But the opponent's counterattack was also extremely powerful. They already had a firepower advantage, under the firepower coverage of 3 guns. They didn't even need to aim at anyone, they could just concentrate their firepower on blowing up the car driven by Chen-go to eliminate the two. Heavy gunfire rang out. The health of the car driven by Chen-go was almost gone in an instant. If another 10 bullets hit the car, Chen-go's car would explode. But the car was still a short distance away from the stone. Even if Chen-go could drive the car next to the rock, the two of them would be killed by the explosion of the vehicle. Boss! The car is going to explode. Xiao Qi warned loudly. Chapter 109, The Picturesque Sweeper. At this critical moment, Chen-go performed a cool drift, taking advantage of the vehicle's inertia. He was thrown out of the car and flew to the edge of the rock. Landed without injury. At the same time, the car exploded completely. Xiao Qi's health value instantly hit the bottom and he became a state waiting for rescue. Chen-go, who had already leaped to the vicinity of the rock, immediately hid behind it. The enemies on Martha also noticed Chen-go, who was hiding. However, the driver did not stop the car immediately, but prepared to continue driving the car around the rocks. Wait for the two teammates to change bullets and take down Chen-go directly. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Chen-go behind the rock was not as easy to bully as they imagined. He stuck his head out. Quickly adjust the muzzle of the gun, aim it at the moving Masha, and predict the lead time. A precise gyroscopic sweep of the car. The 3 enemies were instantly wiped out. The bullets were used up and the people were killed. After easily wiping out the other team, Chen-go sealed a cigarette and then ran to help Xiao Qi. Boss, this is awesome. This gyroscopic car sweeper is as beautiful as a painting. Xiao Qi, the technical anchor, couldn't help but praise again and again. It's really amazing. This wave of operations also ignited the barrage. Drift? Land without taking any damage? Can you do that? Can you get yourself behind cover this way? 666, I know drifting can help you get out of the car quickly and without any injuries, but who the hell can think of doing it under such extreme circumstances? And the control of speed, timing and distance is perfect to do it. Hiss, too calm. So awesome? Not only did he not change his position in such a critical situation, but his thinking was also extremely clear. I won't brag about anything else, but the gyroscope sweeper is really stress relieving, okay? Who knows? It's so cool to wipe out the whole team with a burst of bullets. Me too, I love gyroscope sweeps. I used to like watching ball sweeps, but this is the first time I've seen it in someone else's livestream. Accompanied by Chen Ji's extreme operations. Xiao Qi's live broadcast room gained popularity in VIP seats thanks to Chen Ji's gift giving. Instead of decreasing because the two of them started a game, there was a subtle trend of continuing to rise. Especially the PUBG enthusiasts in the live broadcast room, after witnessing this wave of operations, they all paid attention to Xiao Qi. Those viewers who like appearance were also attracted by Xiao Qi's appearance and stayed in the live broadcast room. At this time, in the game. After this round of fighting, Chen-go and Xiao Qi got their respective kills. 16 and 8. After Chingu simply licked some bullets, he went to take a look at the weapons in the airdrop. Well, there's a P90 in the airdrop, pick it up. Chingu said. Huh? Why? P90 is a melee weapon, why don't you pick it up, boss? Xiao Qi asked. I can kill people with anything. If you take the P90, you can get a few more kills. Chingu explained. Xiao Qi immediately understood the hidden meaning of Chen Ji's words. This wasn't out of kindness that he was giving up the gun, it was clearly because he thought she was not good enough. Thinking of this, she felt a little bit amused. After all, she is a technical anchor, and a technical anchor who has been suspected of cheating because her skills are too strong. There will actually be a day when someone will complain about my food. Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't. Boss, you take it, I don't want it. Xiao Qi said proudly. Chengu listened to Xiao Qi's resolute tone and picked up the P90 reluctantly. At the previous carnival show, he had a lot of fun trolling everyone he met. There happened to be a spray gun among the team that was wiped out just now, so Chingu picked up one. I was originally planning to play with the spray gun again, so I thought of giving the P90 to Xiao Qi. After picking up the P90, Chingu drove the newly acquired jeep on the roadside towards the finals. There weren't many people on the field. There are only 20 or so people left. Chengu was thinking about which position would be better to occupy. Xiao Qi in the car suddenly asked, Boss, you are so good at playing games, why don't you even buy a car skin? Generally speaking, people like this who are rich and have good skills. Not to mention full skins, at least there should be car skins. After all, the car cover will affect the driving feel, so why don't you even buy a car cover? I don't play this game often. I can only play a few rounds a month, so I'm too lazy to buy the car skins. Chengu spoke. When Xiao Qi heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched noticeably. Good job. I shouldn't have asked. You can maintain this financial status by just playing a few games a month, right? Excuse me for being blind. Amidst the gossip, Chengu drove his car directly to the fake garage in the center of the circle. You see, normally, a circle like this should occupy the entire center of the fake garage. There's no need to wait at the edge of the circle for the enemy to start a fight. No matter how good you are in the last game, you can't win the game because the other team has already occupied the only housing area. You just need to shoot targets in the housing area. Our circle is even more typical than the last one. We are the only room in the whole circle. Any enemy who wants to enter the circle will be covered by our firepower. Even if the house area is finally cleared, we have other countermeasures. Xiao Qi listened to Chen Ji's well-reasoned analysis and nodded. Oh my god, why do I find it so funny that a technical anchor is being told how to play, and the key is that he is listening with great interest. If it was an ordinary passerby, I would think he was ignorant of the world, but if it was a big shot, I would have nothing to say. I suddenly wondered what was going on with the CP feeling between Big Brother and Little Seven. Before duo queuing with Big Brother, she was a completely fierce girl, but once she started duo queuing with Big Brother, she immediately turned into a cute and adorable wife. Damn, I think so too. They are a perfect couple. Chengu had just finished his analysis. At the end of the site, a tricycle drove straight from outside the poison circle to the fake garage where the two were. The car is coming. Xiao Qi reminded him, and at the same time, he swept the opponent off the car with a triple scope, and then rewarded him with a wave of continuous attack and recovery. Xiao Qi was just about to take credit. On the other side, a full fleet of jeeps was heading straight towards the fake garage where the two were. This time it was Chen Ji's turn to take action. As the car was going very fast, Chengu chose to hit the driver first. With a wave of precise sweeps, the driver was knocked off the car. The car instantly entered a sliding state and its speed dropped rapidly. At this time, the enemy reacted and prepared to change position and start the car again. A burst of continuous and crisp M416 gunfire rang out. Chapter 110. Can you teach me alone? Chengu was holding an M416, with red flames coming out of the black muzzle. The famous scene of the gyroscope sweeping the car appears again. After a volley of bullets, the enemies in the jeep began to lose blood. Easily won the 4-shot championship. For Chengu, these 4 people were within his reach, and successfully brought his kill count to a terrifying 20. Xiao Qi was not bad either, he killed 9. This data may not be a big deal for many anchors of Fried Fish Pond. But this is the Venus Bureau. The highest rank a PUBG player can reach. In such a situation, they can still play like this. It's not just about having good marksmanship and good body movements that can be achieved. Instead, you need to have a high level of awareness and understand operations. Always be one step ahead of the enemy. There is no doubt that for Xiaoqi, a technical anchor, this is something he has always dreamed of. But for Chen Gu, it was something that could be done easily. Xiaoqi, who has always regarded himself as a technical anchor, had to admit it in his heart at this moment. Chen Gu was much stronger than her in both physical skills and awareness. At this time, when Xiaoqi heard Chen Ji's voice, a trace of admiration flashed through his heart unconsciously. Boss, when you have time, can you teach me something about consciousness? With red ears, he asked carefully. Sure, I'll teach you when I have time. Chen Gu said easily. Aha! Let's make an appointment for this later. Let's go in the circle first. I'll go drive. Chen Gu reminded, and then ran to the first floor of the fake garage to drive the Jeep. However, at this time, the netizens on the public screen exploded again. Zhao! Why don't I have the privilege of being asked to meet Xiaoqi alone? It's not fair. It's so unfair. Last time, I gave Xiaoqi a super hot post and she ignored me when I sent her a message. Why is there such a big difference when it comes to the boss? Ah! I'm so jealous. I also want to be asked out by Xiaoqi. Brother, don't be sour. Let me analyze it for you. If you think about it this way, which one can you achieve, beating 2 million without making a sound or killing 20 people in a Venus game? If you can't do either, then there's no reason to complain. Zhao, it's true. But I'm even more jealous. On the other side, Chen Gu drove the Jeep towards the safe zone again. Chen Gu explained while driving the Jeep. There's a reason for driving into a circle in this situation. I just observed that there are not many shelters in the final circle. There are only a few reverse slopes where people can hide. Moreover, we entered the top 5 when there were only 10 people left on the field, and there was no elimination information on the elimination broadcast screen. This means that the possibility of a full team in the finals is very low, so there is no need to worry too much about the firepower of a single team. And the Jeep can be blown up and used as a cover at a critical moment. Xiaoqi listened to Chen Ji's analysis with great interest. There was a gleam in his eyes. By the way, move to the back of the driver's seat and stay on the same side as me. Chen Gu reminded. When Xiaoqi heard Chen Ji's reminder, he was a little confused at first. But soon, she understood. As a driver, Chen Gu would definitely stop the car with the other side facing the enemy when faced with an emergency. If you stay on the same side as him, this ensures that both people can use the car as cover when getting out of the car. Nice details. This is to minimize the risks encountered in the final round. I understood Chen Ji's intention. Xiaoqi immediately changed seats and sat behind the driver's seat. She found that even if Chen Gu didn't explain, now she can somewhat follow Chen Ji's thinking. There is a feeling of sudden enlightenment. Does she know these techniques herself? Of course I know. Not only did she know it, but many viewers in the live broadcast room also knew it. But why didn't TI pay attention to these details when playing in the finals? This is where the difference between people lies. Just as Xiaoqi was amazed at Chen Ji's details, Chen Gu had already driven the Jeep to a reverse slope at the edge of the circle. This slope is in a good location. It can hide people in Jeeps. It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Chen Gu briefly checked the general terrain, wanting to check whether there was Voldemort. But a fight had already broken out not far away, and Chen Gu was just about to turn his gun around, wondering if he could steal a few lives. At this time, suddenly, gunshots were heard from the bushes behind Chen Gu. Since Chen Gu remained moving, Xiaoqi half-crouched and observed the situation in the circle. Therefore, this lone wolf wanted to ensure the success of the sneak attack. He chose to attack Xiaoqi directly from behind, rather than attack Chen Gu by surprise. Caught off guard, Xiaoqi fell to the ground. When this lone wolf wanted to turn his gun around and kill Chen Gu in an instant, Chen Gu leaned back and reacted quickly, firing his gun accurately at the place where the fire had just appeared. If you look at me again, I'll explode. I used AKM to eliminate the lone man, destroy the team. After killing the lone wolf in seconds, Chen Gu immediately ran to Xiaoqi's side and helped him up. At the same time, keep your eyes on the battlefield. There are now only 6 people left on the field. At the same time as Chen Gu was killing the enemy, another team also reported good news, having eliminated 3 lone wolves. It seems like a sudden batch. But at this time, their position has been firmly locked by Chen-gu. Even the location of the people who attacked the team during the fight was remembered by Chen-gu. After helping Xiao-Qi up, Chen-gu quickly raised his gun and shot. With a wave of precise six-fold scope suppression, every shot hit the target and successfully eliminated a man on the opposite hill. But from Xiao-Qi's perspective, there was only a pile of weeds on the opposite hill. Moreover, when the other party attacked others by surprise, there was not even any fire. Obviously equipped with a flash hider. "Boss, how did you find out this?" Xiao-Qi asked in shock. "I estimated the approximate location based on my feeling. After firing a few shots, the blood loss message appeared. I died after I filled the magazine." Chen-gu explained everything in detail. "Can this guess the approximate location? Can we still play like this? Are you too confident?" Xiao-Qi thought that the difference between him and Chen-gu in operation was not much, and the biggest gap was mainly in awareness. But now she found something was wrong. How come the operation is so different? Is this the difference in talent? Before Xiao-Qi could recover from the shock, Chen-gu raised his gun and started shooting at another patch of grass. "Qi, help me hold the gun, don't let that team sneak up on me from behind," Chen-gu said loudly. As soon as Xiao-Qi heard Chen-Ji's command, he subconsciously pointed his gun at the team in the center of the circle that had just eliminated several lone wolves. The team's vehicle had exploded at this time and was used as a cover. The other party blew up the wheels in great detail to prevent Chen-gu from hitting their feet. Chapter 111, Fantasy Linkage. Da! 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 A sharp gunshot rang out. Chen-gu followed suit and killed the enemy on the left. The team behind the car was about to stick their heads out to attack Chen-gu. Xiao-Qi, who had already prepared his gun, shot him in the head twice in a row. If he hadn't reacted quickly and crouched down instantly, hitting the enemy's head with 3 guns, he would have died. After Chen-gu cleared the enemies on the left, only Chen-gu, Xiao-Qi, and 2 enemies hiding behind the scrap jeep were left on the field. As luck would have it, the poison circle refreshed again. Just in time to push Chen-gu and the other 2 out of the safe zone. Now, the situation suddenly reversed. Chen-gu became the passive party, and the 2 enemies in the center of the circle only needed to wait for the next poison circle to refresh. When Chen-gu is running away from the poison, you can kill them and win the game. "Boss, what should we do now?" "The next poison circle will be refreshed in 1 minute," Xiao-Qi asked hurriedly. In this situation, whether you run into the circle or drive into the circle, you will face enemy fire. In this kind of situation, everyone's shooting skills are pretty good, and the chances of surviving with either way of entering the circle are very low. No rush, let's spread the smoke first. The other side just finished fighting not long ago, and their projectiles should have been almost used up. There's no need to worry about their instantaneous explosives. After saying that, Chen-gu began to block the smoke in the direction forward. He first fired a cigarette very carefully towards the middle of the 2 people. Immediately, 2 smoke bombs were set at a close point to ensure that the jeep would not be seen by the enemy. Does July 1st have grenades? Have. Give me the remaining grenades. When I drive forward, you go outside the smoke and fire at the enemy's abandoned vehicles. Good. Xiao-Qi responded, and then gave the only 2 remaining grenades to Chen-gu. Chen-gu took the grenade without hesitation. He ran and drove the jeep directly into the smoke at a closer point. "Ready, shoot." Chen-gu gave the order and rushed out in the jeep. Xiao-Qi also ran out from the coverage of the smoke. Then he fired at the opponent's car. The enemy was a little surprised when they saw Xiao-Qi suddenly rushing out. Isn't this just seeking death? However, they did not choose to shoot immediately, but squatted quietly behind the cover, waiting for the bullets in Xiao-Qi's magazine to run out, ready to lean forward and shoot back. Just as they were planning this, not far away, a jeep rushed out and plunged into the smoke that had been laid out earlier. Head straight for them. At this time, Xiao-Qi's magazine was just used up and he retracted into the smoke. When they had the opportunity to shoot, they immediately raised their guns and fired blindly at the smoke in front of them. Because the smoke formed a straight line and the jeep was huge, it could be hit as long as the shooting skills were not too bad. However, Chen-gu, who had anticipated this, slowed down and got out of the car before Xiao-Qi ran out of bullets. Lying in the smoke, slowly moving forward. At the same time, hold the grenade in your hand. Along with the sound of the jeep exploding behind him, the enemy's magazine was also emptied. they retreated back into cover to reload. Chen Ge seized this opportunity, stood up, and made a series of precise jumps and throws. Throw the grenade behind the scrap car. If you look at it again, it will explode. Use the grenade to eliminate a Nuano thorax too. Good luck, we'll have chicken tonight. When the words chicken dinner appeared in the live broadcast room, everyone was excited. 666, 6666. Wow! This is super extreme, right? You can guess every move of the enemy clearly, without any omissions. If I could have teammates of this level to command me, would I still worry about not being able to win the game? Consciousness is truly invincible. I'm convinced. Don't just talk about awareness, isn't the operation strong? Even if you have a perfect plan, it will be useless without the final wave of accurate jump and throw, okay? I also think the operation is brilliant, especially the blind attack on the hill just now. Who would have thought that the enemy would be lying in that position? Wouldn't everyone think that the enemy would hide behind the hillside after the attack? The idea is really top-notch. Have you noticed that Xiao Qi looks very silly next to the big guy? Apart from his operational skills, his awareness is totally not on the same level as the big guys. Big brother, it's more like cheating, okay? You are so conscious, if it weren't for the official clarification, there would be no way to justify this. By the way, is it true that Xiao Qi didn't cheat? He was completely defeated by the big boss. She didn't cheat in the first place. I have a gaming friend of hers. She practices shooting for 2 hours on the special training island every day after the live broadcast, and practices for another hour before the broadcast. She is a hard-working player. These are all rumors spread by black fans, right? But our Chi is too lazy to clarify. If she was cheating, why hasn't her account been blocked yet? When I think about it this way, I also feel that it is impossible for a streamer who was chosen by a big shot to play duo with someone else to cheat. Xiao Qi had never expected that under Qin Ji's god-level operation. Not only was Qin Gu praised, but many fans also stood up to clarify for their fans the fact that he did not cheat. It has restored a lot of reputation. And the most important thing is that her live broadcast room did not lose popularity or VIP guests just because the big guy stopped giving gifts and duo queuing with her. The number of VIP seats, on the contrary, increased instead of decreasing, reaching as many as 15,000. The VIP seats worth 15,000 are ranked in the top 10 at Langya. No problem at all. Although by then a large part will definitely be lost as the big guys leave. But as long as I can retain the audience who are willing to stay and continue watching, the popularity will definitely not be low in the future. The opportunity is already in our hands, it just depends on whether we can seize it. Xiao Qi became more and more excited as he thought about it, and immediately said, "Boss, continue?" But at this time Chen Gu suddenly replied, "No, that's it for today, I'm going to log off." Xiao Qi knew that a busy man like Chen Gu would not be able to play many games with him, but he did not expect that Chen Gu would leave after just one game. But he also knew that Chen Gu was originally called by Langya to help her gain popularity. Now that the live broadcast room has reached this scale, they have obviously completed the platform's entrustment. Well then, good night, big guy. Mooah. Xiao Qi blew a kiss into the microphone for the first time. Just when the comments were about to start a riot, Chen Gu decisively quit the team. Offline. Then he posted a message on the public screen, "I had a lot of fun today, let's continue next time. I'm leaving now." Many netizens who came to join in the fun saw that the wealthy boss was leaving. Just about to exit Xiao Qi's live broadcast room. Suddenly, the live broadcast room was filled with huge special effects of dreamlike linkage. Singing and crying descended dream linkage 99. Song and cry give away dream linkage 198. Singing and crying descended dream linkage 297. Singing and crying descended dream linkage 396. Chapter 112, was the 40 million gift real money? There were no signs. The dreamlike linkage screen dominating special effects play continuously. Xiao Qi looked at the gift sent by Chen Gu on the screen. I'm completely confused. This is hundreds of dream linkages. The value of a fantasy linkage is as high as 100,000 yuan. Xiao Qi used his brain, which was almost stopping functioning, to make a rough calculation. Good job. More than 40 million gifts? So rich and inhumane. With the screen full of these sky-high priced gifts, Xiao Qi's live broadcast room easily exceeded 400 million views. At the same time, the VIP seats also reached 10W+. Directly become the number one on all platforms. Chen sent a comment, "I ate some chicken, so I gave away some more." Damn it! Is this called giving too much? At this time, the audience of the barrage could no longer hold back. I used to think that my horizons had been raised by watching the big guys spending money lavishly in other people's live broadcast rooms, but I found that my imagination was still limited by poverty. I just want to ask, didn't anyone stop him? This is more than what he got last time at the Langya Carnival, right? Ha! What are you still recording? Hurry up and shut up. Ha, about the "I ate some chicken, so I gave you some extra" thing. Hello? Shao-Chi is already the number one on the entire platform? 40 million. A full 40 million. I have to starve and start working since the Qin dynasty. Ward sent, I just went out to the bathroom, and when I came back, why did Shao-Chi's live broadcast room become like this? Did this break the highest reward record in Langya's history? Oh my god, I have to take a screenshot and post it on Douyin. Fuck, that's awesome. Is this the world of super bosses? Sorry, I don't understand. Just as the comments were all shocked by this extremely absurd scene. Feeling. Shock. Explode. When Li Kun, chairman of Langya, was sitting in front of the computer watching the live broadcast. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. The effect of Chen Ji's support was far better than he had imagined. He expected that if Chengu could attract 10,000 or 20,000 VIPs to Shao-Chi, it would be great. But due to Chen Ji's outrageous actions, now Shao-Chi's live broadcast room is almost overwhelmed by the barrage of comments. Whether it is real-time popularity, number of VIPs, or frequency of barrage, Shao-Chi's live broadcast room is undoubtedly the best on all platforms. It is many times stronger than the Douyin next door. I just don't know how much traffic Ziyaqi can maintain with so much traffic. Just when Li Kun was still thinking about how much traffic Shao-Chi could convert, the secretary opened the door and walked in. Mr. Li, our staff at the Langya recharge department said that someone just recharged money crazily in our back end. As Li Kun listened to his secretary's words, a hint of doubt flashed across his face. Isn't this a good thing? Why are you making such a fuss? Li Kun asked. That, the secretary dragged out his tone and then said, the one who recharged money crazily is Mr. Chen. Chen Ji's Chen. The secretary gulped down a mouthful of saliva and said, Brother Chen? It's not normal for Brother Chen to top up. Wait. What did you say? Li Kun didn't react at first. But when he came to his senses, he suddenly realized something horrible. Mr. Chen did not choose the virtual channel we opened specifically for him to pay for the money he just sent, but used the ordinary recharge channel to recharge successfully. The secretary explained. Li Kun sat up from his office chair with a swoosh. 40 million is all your own money? Mr. Li, the 2 million that was used to hide the treasure map was also his own money. To be precise, it should be 42 million, the secretary added. Fuck. Even though he was the CEO of Langya, Li Kun couldn't help but swear at this moment. Play like this? You know, Li Kun specially created this special virtual channel so that Chenggu could send gifts. It can avoid real financial transactions such as cash top-up. Use special virtual currency to reward the anchor directly. The gifts given with these virtual currencies will not generate any income in the host's background. However, it can increase the real-time popularity and traffic of the anchor. After all, it's okay to falsify data at will. In fact, both Langya and Douyin wanted to adopt this method before, creating hotspots and cultivating some hot anchors. But in the end they were all rejected. The reason is very simple. If you do this, the audience watching the live broadcast won't believe it. Who can believe that an ordinary account would suddenly spend hundreds of millions or even tens of millions to support a host? Isn't this simply treating the audience as fools? However, Langya did have a phenomenal ID account. That account is Chenggu's songs like Tears. He truly relied on his own wealth and power to forcibly support an unknown little anchor. Moreover, they managed to beat the 9 major guilds at the carnival. Relying entirely on his own strength, he managed to make all the audience accept the personality of this super internet tycoon. It can be said that Chenggu is the most suitable person to carry out data falsification. This was the reason why Li Kun had to discuss cooperation with Chenggu at that time. because he knew that the Douyin platform next door must think the same way. Therefore, he took advantage of the fact that Chen Guo had not yet left Linen and forcibly persuaded a number of shareholders to transfer their shares, which facilitated the cooperation with Chen Guo. Li Kun thought his plan was perfect. It makes good use of Chen Ge's super rich personality. Without any effort, Langya can support a large number of anchors according to its own wishes. But after Chen Ge's operation today, Li Kun's heart almost stopped beating. What the hell is this? I recharged 40 million in cash to reward the anchor. Is this something a human can do? Li Kun lowered his head in thought. Could it be that Chen Guo forgot to use a specific virtual currency to send gifts? Shouldn't it? I emphasized this to him. Li Kun thought for a few minutes. Suddenly he seemed to understand something. Could it be that? Brother Chen, it turns out that I have underestimated you all along. Li Kun shook his head in self-mockery. Even though Chen Guo showed a lot of value, he had to exchange 5% of Langya's shares for Chen Ji's help. Is this a loss? If he were honest with himself, Li Kun felt that he had done something wrong. With just a few clicks, Langya can take away hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue every year. There is no such cheap thing in the world. But it was not until today that Li Kun truly realized it. It turns out that the ones who had been taking advantage were his Langya group. Does a super rich man who can easily give out more than 40 million in rewards for just helping out really care about the dividends of several hundred million every year? These hundreds of millions are probably not as much as the money he spent on helping others. Thinking of this, Li Kun finally understood how horrible Chen Ji's life experience was. Li Kun sat down again and looked at the screen in the live broadcast room. Complete silence. Tonight, there was a storm in his heart. At the same time, he also understood how correct his decision to win over Chen Guo was. Chapter 113. Please come and visit. The other side. Xiao Qi in the live broadcast room looked at the screen. The dreamlike linkage special effects that can't be stopped at all. I secretly sighed in my heart, isn't this too exaggerated? At the same time, she also remembered what the operations department said when she contacted them before. In this support activity, the gifts given by Chen Guo were just data flow and would not generate any real benefits. When Chen Ji's treasure map was hit 4,000 times just now, Xiao Qi and the others were almost numb from the shock. It was the first time she had seen so many treasure maps. My mind went blank and I didn't even remember what the operations department said. But now she has remembered. On the contrary, I think the boss is exaggerating a bit. Giving away 400 dream linkages in one go, this is too ostentatious. Xiao Qi came back to his senses. Then he immediately thanked Chen Guo for the gift in the live broadcast room. Wow! Thank you for the 396 dream combos. Thank you, thank you. She screamed and jumped for joy in the live broadcast room. A group of excited people. But in fact, Xiao Qi's heart was no longer that shaken. The gifts are fake anyway. What excites her now is the number of more than 100,000 VIP seats in the live broadcast room. This was what really made her cheer. Although the gifts are fake, the people in the VIP seats are real. If she can convert 1/10 of those who come to join in the fun, then she will be considered a true top anchor in Langya. Immediately, Xiao Qi prepared to look at the barrage and interact with the audience. She cast her eyes to the lower right corner of the computer, and while reading the barrage, she subconsciously glanced at the real-time gift income. However, when she cleared the gifts and received the real-time benefits, she was stunned. What's going on? How come the gift income is 42 million? Didn't the people in the operations department tell me that gifts would not generate any revenue? Xiao Qi had 100 questions in his mind at this moment. Immediately, she used her spare phone and sent a message to the head of the operations department. Sister, what's going on? Didn't they say that the gifts the boss gave this time were fake? Xiao Qi asked. In a few seconds, the operations department responded to Xiao Qi's message. The content is very simple, just 5 words. The gift is real. When Xiao Qi saw the reply from the person in charge, he almost suspected that he had read it wrong. Oh my god. The gift income of more than 40 million is all real. Even if the platform takes away half of it, I can still get 20 million, right? You know, the annual contract salary of Langya's top anchor is only 20 million. And I made 20 million just tonight? Xiao Qi rubbed his eyes and felt that it was a little unreal. She looked at the comments that were all exclaiming WTF? I looked at the live broadcast revenue column again, which showed 42 million. Only then did I truly realize that I am now a multi-millionaire. Next second, he shouted loudly in the live broadcast room from the bottom of his heart. Thank you, boss. I love you so much. Airdrop, I will airdrop tomorrow. Shao Qi's speech was already somewhat incoherent at this time. She kept shouting in the live broadcast room. However, Chen Gu had already left the live broadcast room. It's not that he wants to hide his achievements and fame, but it's because of the wealthy group he belongs to. It's a big deal. Ever since he opened WeChat, he has received 99 plus messages. Fuck, the boss has already started giving out gifts. More than 300 treasure maps are awesome. Another 2 million renminbi has been spent. To be honest, I also play the game PUBG. The operation of the singing god is really invincible. I have never seen such outrageous operation and awareness in the live broadcast rooms of those professional players. You can eat chicken here? I thought it was going to be cuckold, okay? Brothers, guess what the boss did just now? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? That's awesome. I'm convinced. You don't even need me to tell you. I'm squatting in the live broadcast room without blinking. 40 million? Brothers, the boss is still the boss. Chen Gu looked at the exaggerated news from these rich young men in the group and felt a little amused. Then he edited a message and sent it to the group. Brothers, you are all too kind. You are all worth hundreds of millions. Aren't you just mocking me? Unexpectedly, as soon as Chen Gu sent this message, the group exploded again. Wardfa captured a big guy alive. It's rare to see a big guy not diving for once. Boss, you are mocking us by saying this. If I dare to give the anchor $1 million in tips, I will probably be beaten to death by my father at home. Su Chen earns his own money and spends it himself, but if he rewards you at the rate you are doing, within a day, his life's work will be for nothing. At this time, Su Chen also popped up. Hey! You guys are awesome, but why are you praising one and criticizing another? After all, I achieved financial freedom on my own. Ha ha ha, Su Chen is out too? Old Su, did you take a fancy to your precious Aston Martin? One good news, one bad news. The bad news is that Martin is gone. The good news is that Martin is favored by the big boss. That's shitty bad news. It's a blessing for your ancestors to be favored by the big boss. That's true. Su Chen said embarrassedly. The brothers in the group were chatting enthusiastically. The topic was all about Chen Gu without exception. In fact, they all understood that Su Chen took a favor from Chen Gu. Even if he falls in the future, he can still ask the boss for support. For the time being, they could only win Chen Ji's favor by flattering him. At this time, a rich boy with a Psyduck avatar suddenly said in the group, Well, I want to go to Shanghai tomorrow. Are you free, Su Chen? Of course I'm free. The car dealership's business is on track, and I'm not needed in the shop on weekdays. I say, Mr. Jiang, you didn't have this attitude when you wanted to play with me before. Why are you suddenly so nice today? Ahem, I just want to see if you have time to have dinner with me. Let's meet, haha. Su Chen understood as soon as he heard it. Good man, it's because I'm embarrassed to invite the boss to dinner, and since I have a good relationship with him, I want him to invite him. No problem. I know what the boss looks like. I can just describe it to you when the time comes. There's no need to meet him. Fuck, old Su, you're so cruel. Have you forgotten that I brought 3 luxury cars to your car dealership for maintenance last time? The man called Jiang Xiao by Su Chen started to bring up old scores. Alas, it's not that I don't want to invite you, I just don't know if the boss will give me face or not. Su Chen explained. Chen Gu thought about it, and since he had nothing to do tomorrow anyway, he agreed directly. Okay, then you decide the location. Chapter 114 in CC Confession. Chen Gu didn't hesitate and agreed quickly. For him, it's all about having fun, so it doesn't matter who he is with. But this light sentence is not so simple for the brothers in the group. The boss actually agreed to his request to organize a party. And it was not agreed to this simply by asking Su Chen to be a lobbyist. Doesn't that mean that the big boss actually wants to get to know them better? A heated discussion broke out in the group again. But Chen Gu did not continue talking. Because he is now replying to Shao Qi's message. Boss, when can I come and airdrop? Chen Ge looked at the message, which seemed a little impatient, and then replied. You can make your own arrangements, but not tomorrow. I have something to do tomorrow. Unexpectedly, as soon as Chen Ge sent the message, Shao Qi, who was still live streaming, immediately replied to him. Then, the day after tomorrow? Are you that impatient? Chen Ge complained in his heart. But he quickly replied, okay. Boss, I want to ask, why did you give me 40 million? Shao Qi asked cautiously. At the same time, she was also a little nervous. She was a little afraid that Chen Ji's hands were shaking and he accidentally swiped so much money. If Chen Ge really wanted to go back, she would have to return it. After all, it's 40 million. An average person can never earn that much money in their entire lifetime. But she got 20 million overnight. Anyone would feel shortness of breath and a faster heartbeat. However, if Chen Ge accidentally swiped away these gifts because of handshaking and was about to take them back, she would be upset. It's like you got $100 on the side of the road. At first, everyone was very happy and was planning what to do with the money. Buy snacks, toys, or go to the internet cafe all night. Just when you are happily planning all this, your mother told you that she confiscated the money. This feeling. It's fucking scary just to think about it. So, that's what's really distressing. It's not that I never had it, but that I once had it. This feeling of gaining and then losing is maddening. The same goes for love. Never had one, it might be a fond memory to look back on years later except for dog licking. For those who have had it, all that is left may be regret. Chen Ge watched Shao Qi calm down and didn't know what to do for a moment. I can't tell you that I make more money than you just did by relying on a 100-fold rebate. That's right. With the effect of a 100-fold rebate, Chen Ge only needed to move his fingers to have more than 4 billion in cash flow into his account. It's so cool. Chen Ge thought about it, and then replied with 4 words that were full of pressure. Too much money to spare. The other side. Shao Qi had been anxiously waiting for Chen Ji's reply in the live broadcast room. After seeing Chen Ge's reply, it felt like a huge stone had fallen from my heart. Although Chen Ge was pretending. But it really made Shao Qi happy. Because this seems like 20 million that an ordinary person could never earn in his entire lifetime. She finally got what she wanted. Got it. Immediately, Shao Qi shouted in the live broadcast room, brothers, today is cheese day. I will give everyone a lucky bag worth 10,000 yuan. Now, the barrage began to become crazy and agitated again. Chen Ge did not continue to open the live broadcast room to watch. He clicked on the unread messages from several beauties on WeChat, and then sent a group message saying goodnight to them. Then, I took a comfortable hot bath. I lay down on the bed and slept comfortably. I didn't even look at what they sent me. At this moment, in a simply decorated room. 2 little heads, but filled with big doubts. Kaiyun, you said I wanted to treat Chen Ge to a meal, why did he just reply with a good night? And Cici was a little confused at this time, as this was her first time to have dinner with a man. But this first time, he was rejected. Li Kaiyun lowered her chin and said thoughtfully. Cici, I guess Chen Ge must be angry. He wanted to invite you to dinner last time but you rejected him. Moreover, he was rejected even though he helped you so much. I think any man's self-esteem would be a little bit overwhelmed, right? Especially for someone like him who has never suffered any setbacks. Really? And Cici felt a little panicked after listening to Li Ciyun's analysis. Chen Ge doesn't seem like such a stingy person, does he? And his tone was relaxed at the time, he didn't look frustrated at all? That's why you don't understand, right? I was watching from the side, so of course he couldn't show too much emotion, otherwise it would be so embarrassing. I guess he was about to cry when he left our company. Is it that exaggerated? Kaiyun, what should I do? Will Chen Ge think that I don't like him? And Cici was in a state of panic. At this time, Li Kaiyun keenly caught the loophole in Cici's words. Wait, what did you say? So you like Chen Ge? I knew it. That day you were blushing and couldn't even fart. It turned out to be because Li Kaiyun suddenly realized. When Cici was exposed, a blush immediately flashed across her face. Hey, you're still talking, give me some advice, what should I do? If you ask me, you might as well just go all out and do something big. Do something big? What? Confess to him. What are you talking about? How can a girl like me say this? Besides, Chen-go has never said that he likes me. If the confession fails, wouldn't I be very embarrassed? After all, I am a star, right? And Cece said doubtfully. Unexpectedly, Lee Kaiyun gave her a cold look. If Chen-go hadn't invested in this web drama for you, I don't think you would have the nerve to call yourself a star. Don't hold back, my lady. If you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. Hurry up. Say it again. Is your skin itchy, Lee Donghua? But, will this work? Oh, don't hesitate. The way you looked at Chen-go that day was almost tearing your eyes. Why are you still being reserved? Let me tell you, confession also requires skills. I'm telling you. Lee Kaiyun and Cece discussed for more than an hour before they finalized the details of their confession to Chen-go. Chen-go was naturally completely unaware of all this. All Chen-go knew was that he had a really fucking good sleep. I had a fight with Jiang Kai and stretched my muscles. Now I feel extremely relaxed all over. Chen-go stretched out on the bed and stretched comfortably. Then I opened my phone to check the number of Douyin fans. But when he turned on the screen, he saw more than 30 messages from Weixin. They were all sent by NCC. Could there be something wrong with the investment contract? Chen-go quickly opened his WeChat account to see what had happened. This is his first cash investment. If it makes a profit, it will increase his healing power points. There can't be any accidents. But when Chen-go opened WeChat and read the message, he was stunned. And Cece sent him a bunch of love messages. All of them were sent at 3 or 4 in the morning. She thanked Chen-go for saving her in the hotel and also thanked Chen-go for his investment. She also took the initiative to propose to Chen-go, hoping that Chen-go would not refuse. Give her a chance. The more Chen-go looked, the more confused he became. What? What is going on? He hasn't done anything these 2 days? How come it was taken down suddenly? Even if you were moved by yourself, you should have been moved on the day you invested, right? Why does it take 2 days to ferment? Chen-go had no idea that Cece was able to confess her love thanks to Li Caiyun's help. However, Chen-go quickly replied, no problem. As a result, Cece replied immediately, great. Once you agree to it, you can't go back on your word. Chen-go checked the time and confirmed that it was 7 o'clock in the morning. Then, I looked at the time when Cece sent the message. It was exactly 3:49. Chapter 115 Campus Hotpost. Good job. Have you stayed up all night waiting for his reply? Chen-go, I've been up all night and I can't take it anymore. I'm going to sleep first. I feel sleepy JPG. Chen-go replied, okay, go ahead. Immediately, Chen-go brushed his teeth and washed his face. Opened Douyin. As a result, the first video that popped up was a replay of the live broadcast of him delivering 400 carnivals last night. The editing is terrible, and it was recorded with a cell phone, so it's pretty blurry. The number of likes reached an astonishing 1 million. Even Chen-go himself felt that it was a bit too exaggerated. You know, for an account with absolutely no fans, the probability of a video getting 1 million likes is lower than winning the lottery. But this account did it. This is entirely driven by Chen Ji's traffic. Chen-go then immediately opened his Douyin background. You won't know until you see it. It's really shocking. Chen-go's Douyin fan base has now exceeded 18 million. The photo he posted has received 8 million likes. The comment section has been completely overwhelmed by the frenzy of netizens. Chen-go didn't read the comments. He opened the search magnifying glass of Douyin. I saw Douyin's hot searches soaring on the list. The top 3 are: the big boss Rouge Rookie performed amazingly again, with a reward of 40 million, creating a new record in the reward industry. Rouge Rookie gave a huge gift of 40 million to Langya anchor Xiaoqi. How long will it take for the Rouge Rookie account to exceed 20 million? Immediately, Chen-go opened up the topic again. I saw that the popularity of the topic circle with like a song and crying has reached 100 million. Currently ranks among the top 3 in the entire Douyin. Chen-go was almost stunned by the outrageous popularity. Is it that exaggerated? While Chen-go was still in shock, a phone call interrupted Chen Ji's thoughts. Chen-go picked up the phone. It was Zhao Siming calling. Hello? What's wrong, squad leader? Old Chen, I say, you should go to the campus forum and take a look. There has been a lot of noise since last night. What's going on? Tell me in detail. Oh, I can't explain it right away. Anyway, you can go and see for yourself and find out. Immediately, Zhao Siming sighed. Chen Gu opened the campus forum. Now in the forum, a hot post is pinned at the top. And the name of that hot post is exactly. Chen Gu wants to have his feet on two boats. While he has the school beautician, he also seeks prestige from his female classmates. Damn. Chen Gu was almost numb. What on earth was going on? Afterwards, Chen Gu clicked on this hot post. The heated discussions inside were very aggressive and were directed directly at Chen Gu. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have known that the former lickspittle Chen Gu would actually do such a dirty thing. Brother, be careful, be careful. Yesterday, I was attending the class taught by the beautiful teacher Su Qing. When I was about to go back to the dormitory, I saw Chen Gu put his hand into the skirt of a female classmate. Just as I was about to remind the female classmate, she screamed. She said that Chen Gu molested her, and when he couldn't gain her prestige, he took advantage of the crowd and touched her. Oh my god, is this true? Of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be false? Fuck, this bastard, school beautician is really blind to like him. Why didn't you call the police for doing this to a female classmate? This is enough to keep him in detention for a while. I've disliked him for a long time. He looks like a pretty boy. Chen Gu looked at the heated discussions in the forum, but he didn't feel too much. Even felt like laughing. Because, this is too ridiculous. It was so crowded at that time, and I was 800 meters away from Su Yan, so I couldn't touch her at all. At this time, Zhao Siming on the phone spoke anxiously. Old Chen, why don't you say something? What's going on? I've been explaining it on the forum all night, but no one believed me. You clearly didn't do anything. Zhao Siming became more and more anxious as he spoke. The character of this kind-hearted old man was displayed to the fullest. Chen Gu browsed the forum while turning on the hands-free mode of his phone, and then said, It's obvious that someone is deliberately spreading rumors about me. Can we find out the real identity of the person who started this post called Shibei Diaization? No. The identities of all people on the forum were set to be anonymous in order to ensure freedom of speech on the forum. Is that so? Then there's nothing I can do. Chen Gu said. What? Old Chen, this concerns your reputation, can you please pay more attention to it? I'm worried about you. Zhao Siming said. But Chen Gu just said casually, my reputation is not that good to begin with. Besides, Luo Qiao was there that day. As long as she knows in her heart that I didn't do anything, isn't that enough? Zhao Siming listened to Chen Ji's relaxed tone. If you think about it carefully, it does make sense. The parties involved don't care, so why should he, a bystander, be so anxious? But he still asked with a little curiosity. So you're not going to clarify? Chen Gu curled his lips. Isn't it impossible to clarify this? To clarify, we have to find out the person who posted the message, right? The people who posted the message are anonymous, how can I find them? How can I prove it if I can't find them? Chen Gu said this. He really doesn't care. Because these rumors have no impact on his current life at all. Eat when you should, drink when you should. Just pick up girls when you need to. You don't have the time to worry about all this mess. Seeing that Chen Gu had let it go, Zhao Siming naturally had nothing to say. Since you've let it go, I won't care about it anymore. But remember to call me when you need a witness to clarify things. Chapter 116 Is there such clothes? Afterwards, Zhao Siming chatted with Chen Gu for a few more words and then hung up the phone. At this time, news about Xiao Qi came. Boss, are you awake? I've been awake for a while, what's wrong? Chen Gu asked. Just want to say good morning to you. Xiao Qi replied. Is it that simple? Chen Gu raised his eyebrows and asked back. My name is Yang Xinqi, what's yours? Chen Gu. All right. At this point, the conversation became awkward. Chen Gu looked at the awkward chat history and asked, what do you want to tell me? Nothing, just wanted to say good morning. Morning. After Chen Gu sent this message, he threw his phone onto the bed and started exercising. Why is this woman so weird? The other side. Yang Xinqi looked at Chen Ji's cold reply and suddenly felt uneasy. She was just curious about Chen Ji's appearance and looked at Chen Ji's photos. After all, it was she who proposed the paratrooper. The word airborne actually means a lot. One thing that cannot be avoided is that Yang Xinqi is willing to take the initiative to come to Chen Gu and let him do whatever he wants. This has become an unwritten agreement among female anchors. But until now, Yang Xinqi had never seen Chen Ji's appearance. Even on the day of the Wolf Fawn Carnival, Chen Gu appeared on the scene wearing a mask. This aroused Yang Xinqi's strong curiosity. However, she was too embarrassed to ask, fearing that it would offend the other party. That's why the conversation just now took place. Now Yang Xinqi is regretting her decision to death. I can see it tomorrow, how can I resist my curiosity? Now the other party is disgusted, right? How can I make up for it? Suddenly, Yang Xinqi thought of something, quickly took out her cell phone, and sent a message to her best friend. Linlin, I remember you have that kind of clothes? Within 2 minutes, the other party replied, what clothes? Oh, it's that kind of seductive dress. Don't you wear it when you don't see your boyfriend? Do you have any that you haven't worn? Give me one. Oh, you mean that one? Yes, I have one. How can this thing be old? Every time I wore it, it was torn apart by that damn guy at night. But... Chi-Chi, what do you want this for? I remember you don't have a boyfriend, right? I'm going to meet a friend tomorrow. Oh my, what friends? You have to wear this kind of clothes when you meet? You're hiding this from me, Chi-Chi, you're disloyal. This matter hasn't even started yet, so don't ask around. Yang Xinqi replied. How dare you go to see him wearing this kind of clothes? Our internet-addicted girl has learned to lie now? Oh, don't ask me. If I succeed, I'll treat you to a meal. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'm at home. Come and get it. Chen Gu did a simple exercise for an hour and then went downstairs to prepare breakfast. As soon as he entered the cafeteria, Chen Gu was recognized by several girls who were buying breakfast. Is he Chen Gu? I think so. He looks similar to the photo on the forum. He really looks like a pretty boy. Go away, go away. If we stay with this kind of person for too long, he might reach out his evil claws to us. Yeah, let's go, we girls still have to know how to protect ourselves. Several people whispered and left quickly. Chen Gu listened to their quiet discussion and thought it was indifferent at first. But when I heard them talking more and more outrageous, I couldn't help but turn my head to take a look. Damn it. 3 tanks. Chen Gu looked at the 3 people who were trembling as they walked, and his eyes almost went dark. As the tanks left, many people around recognized Chen Gu. They all avoided Chen Gu at the same time. Choose to take a detour. He doesn't have the aggressiveness of cursing like those on the forum. In a university where every person suffers from social anxiety, the more people who give advice online, the less they can say a word in the real world. Chen Gu shrugged indifferently and bought a cup of soy milk, a few fried dough sticks, and a portion of glutinous rice at the food window. I found a random seat and started eating. Halfway through early. Li Kun called. Hello? Why are you calling me so early, Mr. Li? Have you eaten? Brother Chen, I've eaten. Well, have you noticed the number of your Douyin fans? Li Kun asked with a smile. I saw it, it seems to have increased to more than 18 million, right? Yes. Yesterday you spent tens of millions of views on Xiao Qi's live broadcast room and became a trending topic again. And the popularity of the post has exceeded 100 million. The operations department has been working overtime overnight to edit a few videos for you to post on Douyin. Why don't you take a look and choose one? Li Kun asked. Chen Ji's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard Li Kun's suggestion. His number of fans has skyrocketed now, and he is worried about not having any works to release. This time, Li Kun really came to our rescue. Chen Gu carefully watched the videos sent by Li Kun, with admiration flashing in his eyes. As expected of someone working in the internet industry. This is a video edited by Lengya himself. Whether it is the editing technique or the fusion of elements, it is first class. Chen Gu picked out his favorite part. I watched it. The video editing is very good. I selected a section and will post it later. Chen Gu replied. Okay, I won't bother you anymore, Brother Chen. Li Kun laughed and hung up the phone happily. As the chairman of Langya, how could he be so attentive to others for no reason? After Chen Ji's operations last night, the number of fans increased dramatically, which severely slapped the faces of all shareholders. You know, the more fans there are, the more attention Chen Gu receives. By then, it would be very easy for any anchor supported by Chen Gu to become popular. But Chen Gu's only problem now is that there is not enough Douyin content to retain users. Langya excels in content production and video editing. It can completely make up for Chen Ji's shortcomings. By maintaining this number of fans, the profits brought to Langya will only increase in the future. Seeing that Chen Gu agreed, Li Kun crossed his legs comfortably in the office. On the other side, Chen Gu posted this video after finishing his breakfast. Immediately, he quit Douyin. Chen Gu looked at his watch and thought it was about time. He sent a message to the rich group and asked, "I think it's almost time. Has young Master Jiang arrived yet?" As soon as this message was sent to the group, Zhang Xiao responded immediately. "Oh my god, sir, I've been in the Magic City for a while. I was just about to ask if you were free. I didn't expect you to send me a message." Seeing that the god of songs paid so much attention to him, Zhang Xiao was very excited. Chapter 117. So young? Chen Gu wants to be busy, but there is nothing else to do? Langya helps her operate the Douyin account. Shenluo Qiao is probably studying in the school study room now. And Cici went to sleep again at this moment. Li Yunru should be sleeping now. He was so bored that he couldn't help but ask in the group whether Jiang Xiao had arrived. But now I am a super boss in their eyes, so I can't be too loser. I just finished my work and thought of asking in the group. Chen Gu replied. "Okay, boss. I'm with Su Chen now. How about I drive over to pick you up?" Jiang Xiao asked. "No need, I can just go there directly." Chen Gu replied. "Okay, Linshi Bar, my business in Shanghai. There's a Starbucks next to it." Major General Zhang reported the address to Chen Gu. "Okay, I'll drive." Chen Gu gave a brief reply to the other party. He immediately opened the map on his phone and found Linshi Bar. He went to the garage and drove the unpretentious BMW 3 Series towards the bar. It must be said that Linshi Bar is quite a distance away from Shanghai University. It takes Chen Gu more than an hour to drive there. At this time, what Chen Gu didn't know was that a Wuling Hongguang bus full of people had caught up with him. More than an hour later, Chen Gu came to Linshi's bar and immediately sent a message to Zhang Xiao. "I have arrived." Okay, boss. Su Chen and I will come out to pick you up. Please wait at the door." Chen Gu looked at Zhang Xiao's reply, parked the car in front of the gate of Linshi's bar, and waited quietly. Not long after, Chen Gu saw a young man wearing a flowered shirt and a big gold chain coming out. He looks like the leader of the gang bosses in TV dramas. Behind this young man, Su Chen followed quietly. As soon as the two walked out of the door, Su Chen noticed Chen Ji's conspicuous BMW 3 Series. Then he pointed at Chen Ji's car. "Ahem, Zhang, did you see that BMW 3 Series? The god of songs is sitting in it, so be careful with your words when you get on the bus," Su Chen said. Zhang took off his sunglasses and looked in the direction of Su Chen's finger. Then he asked with a look of doubt, "Old Su, are you kidding me? A big boss would drive a BMW 3 Series? To be honest, I don't even like this car. TSK, how could I, a car seller, identify the wrong car? I'm still checking the Martin he bought. Isn't it normal to drive the 3 Series to test it first these 2 days?" Su Chen explained. Although Su Chen said so, Zhang still found it a little unconvincing. "Really? Why don't I believe it?" Zhang said doubtfully. "Okay, hurry up and pick him up. Don't you still want to curry favor with him? Don't make him wait too long, or he will leave a bad impression." Su Chen pushed Zhang and then waved towards the BMW 3 Series. At this time, Chen Gu also rolled down the car window and responded to Su Chen. When Zhang got closer and saw Chen Ji's face clearly, he was stunned. "So young? This guy is 4 or 5 years younger than me, right? Ha, we meet again, big brother." Su Chen greeted Chen Gu. "Yeah, I didn't expect that we would meet again after just 1 day. Is this Mr. Jiang?" Chen Gu asked. "Yes, Jiang, my good brother," Su Chen said with a smile. Then he pushed Jiang, who was standing in a daze beside him, and signaled him to speak quickly. Jianya, who was pushed, looked a little stiff, but he still quickly greeted Chenggu. Boss, just call me Jianya. Calling me young Master Jiang is embarrassing me. Okay, then call me Jianya. Chenggu smiled, opened the car door and got out. Hey. Then let's go? Why are you standing outside? Chenggu asked. At this time, Jianya's complexion had recovered a lot. Okay, then come with me, big boss. Jianya said with a smile, made a gesture of invitation, walked in front, and led the way for Chenggu. And when the three of them walked into Lin Shi's bar, the Wuling Hongguan that had been following Chenggu all the way stopped by the roadside. Brother who, this kid went into Lin Shi's bar? Said a younger brother. I can't read it myself, right? Do I need you to remind me? Brother Tiger glared and shouted. When the younger brother saw Brother Tiger's expression, he immediately lowered his voice and said, Sorry, boss. Brother who ignored his younger brother's words. He looked at the sign of Lin Shi's bar. He was very familiar with this Lin Shi bar. Anyone who can open a bar must have connections in the underworld. He had been to Lin Shi's bar many times, and all of them were requested by his immediate superior. Brother who knew that his boss was good friends with the owner of Lin Shi bar, so he asked him to go to Lin Shi bar to look after the place. Brother Tiger knows the owner of Lin Shi bar. I'm not from Shanghai, so I don't usually hang out in bars. It's just that Brother who's boss has some relationship with the owner of Lin Shi bar. Isn't this Lin Shi bar the bar we often visit? How did this guy get in here? One of the younger brothers asked. Who cares? Now that we are in our own place, we can do things with confidence. With the boss's protection, we can deal with that guy. Brother Tiger said. The other side. Jianya and Su Chen led Chenggu to the bar's private room. Jianya, who was walking in front, pushed Su Chen imperceptibly. Old Su, tell me the truth, is this guy really a singing god? Why don't I believe it? Jianya whispered. Actually, I was more shocked than you were when I first saw him. Su Chen recalled how Chenggu looked when he called him. It was totally unexpected. Don't worry. Don't be fooled by his young age. He is absolutely genuine. Su Chen said firmly. Okay, if you say so, old Su, I will reluctantly believe it. Jianya replied. While the two were arguing, they had already reached the door of the box. Su Chen pushed open the door. Brothers, the boss is here. Walking into the box, Chenggu looked at more than a dozen people sitting closely together. A bit confused. Originally he thought there were only Jianya and Su Chen. Who knew so many people would come? However, Chenggu was not the only one confused. The dozen or so rich young men sitting in the seats were even more confused. They all looked at Su Chen and Jianya, who pushed the door with suspicion. Damn. What's going on? Are you two kidding me? This guy looks to be in his early 20s at most, right? Are you telling me that you are the internet's most powerful person, Guzong? Are you kidding? It was Su Chen who reacted first and spoke immediately. Brothers, remember what I told you before? The boss is young, very young. Jianya immediately responded, yes, to be honest, I was also a little surprised when I saw it just now. It's unexpected that the boss is so young and promising. Su Chen and Jianya sang the same tune, giving crazy hints to the confused crowd. This is the super rich boss, give some reaction quickly. And at this time, everyone who reacted greeted Chenggu. Chapter 118 Identity Verification. Let me introduce you to this guy, Yuqi Chang, my good friend. Jianya winked at Yuqi Chang. At this moment, Yuqi Chang immediately stood up when he understood. Hello, sir. My name is Yuqi Chang, and I'm from Shanghai. Chenggu nodded calmly. Hello. My name is Chenggu, the Song of Song. This is Su Long. Hello, sir. Well, hello. This is Lin So, also a native of Magic City. Hello, sir. Hello. Jianya introduced each person skillfully. Without exception, everyone who was introduced stood up and greeted Chenggu enthusiastically. Chenggu nodded one by one and responded. But the more we introduced it, the weirder the atmosphere became. Especially the way these people looked at Chenggu was full of suspicion. It seems like nothing was said. It seems like he said everything. Many people turned their eyes to Jianya and Su Chen with questioning looks in their eyes. At this time, Yuchi Chang stood up. He said in a relaxed tone, "Boss, I have something I don't know whether I should tell you or not." Chenggu took a sip of beer, burped, and asked, "It's nothing inconvenient, tell me." "That's right, I have a friend who has been live streaming on Langya recently. He looks good and sings well, but not many people support him. Boss, can you please go to her live broadcast room and post 2 comments to give her some attention?" Yuchi Chang seemed to be begging, but there was no pleading in his eyes at all. After he said this, many people's eyes lit up. Because Yuchi Chang expressed their thoughts. They had long wanted to verify Chen Ji's identity. "It was just that I felt a little embarrassed because Jiangya and Su Chen were standing next to me." Yuchi Chang's words were very insightful. It seemed like he was asking Chenggu for help, but in fact, he was testing Chen Ji's identity. Maybe it can also increase the popularity of your friends. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, all this is based on Chen Ji's willingness. If Chenggu didn't want to, there was nothing he could do. At this time, Jiangya, who had just sat down, heard Yuchi Chang's request and immediately spoke out to stop him. "Yuchi Chang, what are you talking about? The boss is here to have fun, not to do anything for you." However, although he said this, there was no intention to stop it in Jiangya's tone. On the contrary, I secretly agreed with it. In the luxurious box, a large group of wealthy young men set their eyes on Chenggu. It could be respect, inquiry, or request. In short, most people don't think that Chenggu can match up with the super rich and powerful singer. Chenggu scanned these gazes. There was a meaningful smile on the corner of his mouth. What a bunch of little foxes. They would not stop until they had thoroughly verified his identity. He is also very emotionally intelligent when speaking, and never gives people any chance to talk nonsense, so even if he wants to be angry, he has no reason to be. After all, Yuchi Chang not only did not openly question Chenggu, but instead asked him for help. Chenggu took out his phone calmly and laughed, "It's okay, we're all brothers." "What's the name of brother Yuchi's friend?" "I'll go check it out." "My name is Xiaolani Tian. She is a singing host. You can find her in the Xingqiu section." When Yuchi Chang saw that Chenggu agreed, his face lit up and he quickly explained to Chenggu. Chenggu took out his mobile phone and searched for the ID Xiaolani Tian on the search page. "Right now." Brother who has already led a group of younger brothers and stood outside the box. "Brother, the front desk said that this guy is in the box. I can't believe that this guy can afford to book a luxury package when he only drives a broken BMW 3 Series. I remember that this luxury package, not counting the drinks, costs more than 8,000 yuan just to book a blank box. If you add in all kinds of other things, it will cost at least 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. The yellow-haired man with dragons and phoenixes painted all over his body standing next to brother who said. Brother Tiger wiped his beard and slapped the yellow-haired guy on the head, "Stop talking nonsense. This kid dares to bully my girl. No matter how rich he is, I will break one of his legs today." Brother who said with his eyes wide open. Then he asked, "Have you finished what I asked you to do?" The yellow-haired man rolled his eyes and said firmly, "Are you still not confident in my ability to do things? Those stupid students can just spread some rumors on the forum. And the rumors are getting more and more outrageous, saying that the boy likes to sneak into the women's restroom and take secret photos with his cell phone. Anyway, this kid has a bad reputation in school." The yellow-haired man smiled cunningly. Brother who nodded with satisfaction. "Well, you did a good job. Don't say I'm not nice to you. When I have time, I'll say a few good words for you in front of Boss Yuchi." Hearing brother who's promise, a hint of excitement immediately flashed across Huang Mao's face. Although he had never seen what Boss Yuchi looked like. But the underworld forces behind the boss who can be his own boss must be no bad. At this moment, Huang Mao has already imagined himself being able to dominate the underground world of Demon City after his promotion. "Boss, your business is our brother's business. If someone dares to touch my sister-in-law, it's a big deal. Fuck him." After saying that, Huang Mao picked up the steel pipe in his hand. He pushed the door open angrily. "Don't move, damn it." With everyone looking confused. He accurately found Chenggu who was staring at his phone at the table. "Fuck you, you dare to touch my sister-in-law." The yellow-haired man picked up the steel pipe and was about to smash it towards Chen Ji's head. No one expected that in a game involving a bunch of rich young men, some gangsters would come to seek revenge. Crisis is coming. Chenggu immediately put the phone, which was still on the table. Immediately, he raised his hand and grabbed it. The cold steel pipe was instantly held in Chen Ji's hand. Just a little effort. Chen Gu actually snatched the steel pipe from the yellow-haired man's hand, threw him over his shoulder, and threw him to the ground. Then, with the force of his wrist, the yellow-haired man's arm was dislocated. The yellow-haired man who was pinned to the ground by Chen Gu immediately let out a pig-slaughtering scream. Ah! Alpaca! Come on, brothers, let us kill this little bastard. At this moment, several thugs immediately rushed into the doorway, which was already small. Without exception, they all held steel pipes in their hands. He looks ferocious and has murderous eyes. However, Chen Gu smiled calmly. Like a hungry wolf rushing into a flock of sheep. No matter what, he just used all his strength to beat these little brothers down one by one. Faced with Chen Ji's amazing fighting power, not only the gangsters, but even the rich young men at the table were stunned. They were all surprised that this seemingly tender-skinned man could burst out with such strong fighting power. But it was not just Chen Ji's skills that surprised Yuqi Chang. He looked at the thugs lying on the ground wailing with some confusion in his eyes. As the only rich young man present who likes to be involved in gangs, someone actually dared to cause trouble in the place where he is. Isn't this a slap in his face? Chapter 119 You're too kind, Xiaowu. While thinking, Yuqi Chang's eyes accidentally fell on Chen Ji's mobile phone with the screen on. At this time, brother who had been waiting at the door for Huang Mao to take Chen Gu out of the box. I heard a heart-wrenching sound inside. Something feels wrong. Just as he was about to go in, he heard a cold voice coming from the box. Tell me. Where do you work? Who the hell dares to cause trouble in the place where I, Yuqi Chang, stay? Doesn't he want to live anymore? The more brother who listened, the more familiar this voice became. But when I heard the three words Yuqi Chang, brother who suddenly felt like a huge stone was pressing down on his heart. Not good. Brother who, realizing that something was wrong, immediately walked into the box. I saw Huang Mao kneeling on the ground in a mess. A calm man stood quietly by the side with his hands in his pockets. That person was Chen Gu. Next to Chen Gu, Yuqi Chang was grabbing Huang Mao's collar tightly. Yuqi Chang's eyes were frighteningly cold, and his body was still shaking slightly. He wasn't shaking because of excessive yelling. Instead, he saw Chen Ji's mobile phone interface. The highly recognizable personal ID in the super luxurious page layout immediately allowed him to confirm Chen Ji's identity. It is none other than the internet's rich and powerful singer. Guaranteed authenticity. But once he confirmed Chen Ji's identity, Yuqi Chang immediately realized that he might be in trouble. Let us not talk about whether Chen Gu would be disgusted by his temptation. Just take the example of inviting people over to play, but then being sought for revenge. It's just a matter of face. Not to mention that a rich young man like Yuqi Chang who was involved in gangsters felt provoked. Even Jiangya, the organizer of the banquet, felt slapped in the face at this moment. It hurts so much. It's so damn embarrassing. I invited a big shot to dinner, but the party was ruined by a small character. This is even when Yuqi Chang is in charge of his own store. What if no one is protecting me? For example, what if the singing god is just average in skills? What consequences will this have? It's simply unimaginable. Under Yuqi Chang's cold gaze, brother who walked in tremblingly. Master Yuqi, I. Zhang Hu? Did you bring this little yellow-haired guy and a bunch of hooligans here? Ah, great. Yuqi Chang's words came out from between his teeth. Brother who suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave. He had personally experienced the cruelty of the methods used by this young boss, who had just entered his 30s. He immediately knelt down trembling. Boss, I. Explain. At this moment, Yuqi Chang was like a volcano about to erupt. Force yourself to be patient. Yes, because. Brother who was almost scared to death. But when he saw Chen Gu standing aside with a mocking smile on his face, he immediately found a reason. Yes. It's because of him, boss. Don't you know that this guy dared to bully my girlfriend and even touched her butt? I brought people here today just to vent my anger for my girlfriend. No. I didn't expect to meet you here. I was ignorant and I didn't manage you well. But, we rely on reputation to survive in the underworld. If my girlfriend Zhang who gets her but touched by someone and she doesn't even dare to fart, how can she survive in the underworld in the future? With just a few words, Brother Hu put Chen Gu in an absolutely passive position. He is a gangster, and Yu Chang is also a gangster. Yu Chang must understand how much people in the underworld value their reputation. Because of a word, there is a possibility of fighting to the death. Did you handle this matter according to the rules of the underworld? What Brother Hu said is understandable from the perspective of underworld rules. Therefore, Brother Hu nodded firmly. It's definitely not an unprovoked incident. After saying this, Brother Hu cast a look at Chen Gu. It seems to be saying, "You little bastard, you're fucked." There was a smug smile on his face. Next second, Yu Chang picked up the steel pipe on the ground without saying a word. But he didn't do anything to Chen Gu. Instead, he raised the steel pipe and hit him hard in front of Brother Hu's incredulous look. Ah! Hiss! Brother Tiger's huge body suddenly bent like a shrimp. Boss, why did you hit me?" Brother Hu's face was distorted and he uttered these words from between his teeth. "Because you, Zhang Hu, deserve to be beaten. You said he took advantage of your girlfriend? Ha ha! Is she worthy?" Yu Chang had a sneer on his face. He looked at Brother Hu was lying on the ground, angry but not saying anything, and said, "You don't seem to understand? Well, I'll introduce you to it. Do you know the super rich man who was very popular on the internet recently? So far, he has given out nearly 100 million in rewards." "I know," Brother Hu said softly. "It's him," Yu Chang said coldly. "Until now." Brother Hu finally felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave. Just as Yu Chang said. "Is Su Yan worthy? Is it possible for Chen Gu to really fall in love with a bitch whom he can replace whenever he wants? I actually offended such a terrifying person unintentionally." Brother Hu raised his eyes and looked at the people sitting in the box. In addition to Yu Chang, there were two other people he knew. Su Chen, a rich second generation who sells cars. Jiang Ye, Yu Chang's good friend, is also the owner of this store. Those who can sit at the same table with them must be from the same circle. Suddenly, Brother Hu's dull brain seemed to figure something out. Boss Yuchi seemed to have hit himself with a stick. In fact, I was saving him. If Yu Chang hadn't taken the initiative and hit himself with a stick, he punished himself severely for the sake of face and to vent Chen Ji's anger. Who knows how miserable my fate would be if Chen Gu were to decide my fate in the end. One of the reasons why Yu Chang was able to let Zhang Hu out alone was that although Zhang Hu was arrogant, he was not too stupid. Be able to see the situation clearly and know who to offend and who not to offend. This is very important. Because for those who are involved in the underworld, if you offend the wrong person, you will often face a catastrophic disaster. To exaggerate a little, he might have been hacked to death the next day and buried somewhere. The reason why Zhang Hu has been so arrogant for so many years is definitely because of his outstanding qualities. Be able to bend and stretch. I saw that, in full view of everyone. Brother Hu slowly stood up, walked in front of Chen Gu, and then lowered his proud head. Brother Chen, I was blind and offended you. Zhang Hu apologizes to you here." Immediately, Brother Hu bent down and bowed. Sweat was running down his face, but he didn't dare to wipe it off. Because Chen Gu hasn't answered yet. The atmosphere was frozen. Suddenly, Brother Hu felt someone patting his shoulder. Then, a magnetic voice sounded. "You're too kind, Xiaohu." Chapter 120 Xiaohu, be careful of syphilis. Chen Ji's tone was calm. He didn't seem to take the matter to heart. Brother Hu was delighted to see that Chen Gu had forgiven him. Suddenly, Chen Ji's expression changed, and he said in a stern tone, "Xiaohu. That guy in school." Brother Hu immediately lowered his head and said guiltily, "Big brother, the post about school, it was indeed posted by my little brother on Tieba. A man should admit his actions. It's up to you to punish me or punish you. I won't say a word." After saying these words in one breath, Brother Hu also swallowed nervously. There was more sweat on my forehead. Chen Gu was stunned for a moment, then smiled with relief. "Huh? That's not what I meant. I want to ask you, is Su Yin in school really your girlfriend?" "Yes, we have a close relationship," Brother Hu replied quickly. "Well, I heard from a friend who knows him that this woman seems to have that disease. If you are free during this period, go to the hospital for a checkup." "That's right." After Chen Gu knew Brother Hu's identity, Out of curiosity, he read the opponent's data panel again. Good job. Another syphilis. This woman is pure poison. When Brother Hu heard what Chen Gu said, he instantly lost his composure. His face changed and he asked in panic, "No way?" "I'm not very clear about the specific situation, but I'm just reminding you to check it out when you have time. It won't hurt." Chen Gu replied. Brother Hu was very panicked now. That expression was uglier than crying. He quickly picked up the steel pipes scattered on the ground. Kicked the little brother who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead to wake him up. "Quick! Drive quickly and take me to the hospital for a checkup, quick!" Although Brother Hu was huge, he is like a frightened bird at this moment. Not only was he panicking and at a loss as to what to do, but his brain was also suffering from a lack of blood supply. Damn it! That's fucking syphilis. Who isn't afraid? Well, Boss Yuchi, it is indeed me, Zhang Hu, who was wrong in this matter. I was blind and did not recognize the great man, which angered the boss. You can punish me as you wish. Let me go to the hospital for a checkup first. When Brother Hu said this, his tone almost sounded like tears. This is really panic. Yuchi Chang looked at Brother Hu was panicking, and helplessly held his forehead and said, "Go away. I'll deal with you when you come back." Brother Hu was immediately pardoned. "Pick up your clothes and prepare to run." However, Chen Gu called him again. "Well, Xiao Hu." Brother Hu turned his head with a sad face, as if he had lost his parents. "Boss. I'm sorry, but for the sake of Boss Yuchi, can you please let me go?" Brother Hu clasped his palms together and almost knelt down to Chen Gu. However, Chen Gu picked up the phone that had just been turned off on the table. Let's add each other's prestige. There are many experts in my family. If you really find something wrong during the examination, send me a message and I will introduce you to someone. Chen Gu took out his phone and opened the QR code. Zhang Hu looked at Chen Ji's actions and was suddenly moved. Thank you, sir. I, Zhang Hu, was ignorant before. Thanks to you for not bearing grudges. Zhang Hu took out his mobile phone, scanned the QR code, and added Chen Gu's WeChat ID. Under Chen Ji's gaze, Zhang Hu rushed out impatiently. At this time, the younger brothers who were still lying on the ground also stood up. Hey, boss, wait for me, wait for me. In just a dozen seconds, the people brought by Brother Hu to the box instantly dispersed. Chen Gu looked at Brother Hu's prestige on his phone thoughtfully. Help someone who was about to cripple you the last second. Is Chen Gu stupid? Of course not. At this moment, an ability that could be called a bug emerged in his mind. The power of healing. Although the description of the healing power sounds intimidating. But Chen Gu was not familiar with the healing effect and duration of the healing power. It's not even clear how many healing points are needed to heal once. Therefore, he now urgently needs someone to experiment with. And now Zhang Hu, who has turned hostility into friendship, is the perfect choice for Chen Gu. Chen Gu thought for a while and then switched the prestige screen back to Langya. Master Yuchi just asked me to support this anchor, right? Chen Gu turned the phone screen towards Yuchi Chang. And the live broadcast room of Shaolin Etian was found on the screen. Well, this is embarrassing. Yuchi Chang's request for Chen Gu to give him a reward was just a cover. It was an excuse to verify Chen Ji's identity. I didn't expect that Chen Gu actually wanted to give a reward. Mr. Chen, you are embarrassing me. How can I ask you to give a reward to my friend? Yuchi Chang said this angrily, completely lacking the aura of the gangster boss he had just had. In fact, after Chen Gu showed his unparalleled skills just now, Yuchi Chingji, who had always been somewhat arrogant, had begun to take Chen Gu seriously. How could a person who was purely engaged in business have such great skills? Yuchi Chang was almost certain in an instant that Chen Gu was definitely not just a young businessman. The forces behind it should not be underestimated. It is even possible that he can get away with both black and white. But apart from knowing that Chen Gu was a wealthy man, he knew nothing else about him. Fear comes from the unknown. The most terrifying thing is if someone never shows his true colors but suddenly attacks you from behind. Jiang Ye, who witnessed all this silently, naturally understood Yuchi Chang's concerns. The boss seemed to be warning Yuchi Chang. Jiang Ye immediately picked up the wine glass and smiled apologetically. Boss, Yuchi Chang just said that, don't take it to heart. The Shaolin Etian he mentioned is not a friend, but his sister. She usually does nothing, but she's almost spoiled by Yuchi. Now she finally wants to be an anchor, so it would be good to hone her skills. After hearing Jiangya's words of relief, Yuchi Chang immediately followed up. Yes. I thought about it again. What I said just now was indeed inappropriate. There's nothing wrong with making her suffer a little. I've almost spoiled her. Hearing this, Chen Go raised his eyebrows. Really? Real. Okay then, I won't interfere too much in your sister's affairs. Chen Go closed the Langya app and sat down. At the same time, I also had a higher opinion of Yuchi Chang. Although he is a black guy. But he didn't have the energy of a reckless man at all. On the contrary, he looks gentle and polite but with a sinister side. See Brother Shang, who was chopping his way with a frozen fish in his hand. Chen Gu took a sip of wine and said, "What are you all standing there for? Sit down." Chen Gu also saw Shaolin Yi Tian's appearance just now. To be honest, it's pretty average. It's unlikely to trigger a rebate by giving gifts to Xiaolin Tian. Chapter 121 Investment Variety Show. Now that Yuchi Chang said this, he didn't have to go through the trouble of giving gifts. When everyone saw that the god of songs was not angry, the atmosphere eased a lot, and they all smiled and enthusiastically tried to win over Chen Gu. Brothers, have you seen the Douyin trending searches today? The top 3 are all about big guys. I'm not exaggerating, but now any video that has something to do with big guys is very popular. Even people with no fan base can easily get over 10,000 likes. Who says it's not true? I saw some small bloggers randomly post some slices of big guys spending tens of millions of dollars on female PUBG anchors, and they could gain tens of thousands of followers. Normal. Don't you see that the number of fans on Douyin is about to exceed 20 million? A rich second-generation man nearby heard the topic about the number of fans. His eyes lit up immediately. I've been working on Douyin account management recently. You don't know how terrifying the big guys' accounts are. With only one piece of work released, the number of fans has grown to this level. Even very famous actors and stars can hardly achieve this result. Hearing this, Zhang Ye immediately curled his lips and said, "Old Zhu, this is wrong. How can you compare the god of songs with those actors? But the singing god's looks can really compete with those young and handsome stars for jobs, haha." At this time, Yuchi Chang also took the opportunity to join in the conversation. Stealing jobs from celebrities? Don't be ridiculous. For a big boss like you, you can start as an investor, right? Why would you need to steal jobs from celebrities? Yuchi Chang spoke cheerfully. In just a few words, Chen Gu was almost praised to the sky. Before Chen Gu could speak, Su Long said, "Brother Chang, please don't talk about investment. I've been so overwhelmed by investment lately. If you weren't willing to come out for a gathering today, I really wouldn't be in the mood to play." "Oh? I haven't heard you mention any investment projects recently? I thought you were hiding somewhere and secretly making a fortune." Su Long smiled bitterly and said, "What kind of fortune? I am planning to participate in a variety show recently. I want to make some money from this show so that I can start my own agency. I don't know what got to my dad's ears. He didn't support me doing this in the first place. He froze all my bank cards overnight. Everything is ready on the show's end, except for the funding issue on my end. My brain is about to explode." Su Long looked like he had lost all hope in life. This show is modeled after the new variety shows in South Korea. It invites elite amateurs from all walks of life. It belongs to the hardcore lifestyle category. It just makes up for the fact that there are so many natural life variety shows on the market now. Originally, I could have relied on the old man's reputation to attract some people to raise funds together. Now it's all over. I don't know what the old man has gone crazy for. Not only did he freeze my bank card, but he also said that no one is allowed to help me. I'm so worried now. Su Long scratched his hair, his mentality was obviously a little exploded. But Chen Ji's eyes became brighter and brighter. Su Long lacks investment. I also lack investment channels. Isn't this a perfect complement to each other? The key is that only profits earned from real money can accumulate healing power. Chen Go had to invest real money to make a lot of money. To take a step back, even if the investment fails. Chen Go can also easily make back the lost money by taking a 100-fold rebate. No need to worry about wasting money, okay? At this time, Jiang Ye also sighed. Old Su, it's not that I don't want to help you, Your father has a very good relationship with my husband. He has even said that we are not allowed to help you. If I help you, not only will he skin you alive, but he will also freeze your funds for sure. I understand. Su Long said helplessly. Their parents hardly care about the eating, drinking, and entertainment of these rich second generations. But if you dare to go against your parents on major issues of right and wrong, once they freeze your bank card, you are nothing. There are very few people like Su Chun who can establish their own business based on their own abilities. Or like Yuchi Chang, who was very successful in the underworld at a young age. Most people still spend their family's money to support their parents. Once the source of income is cut off, they will no longer be able to stand up. It can be said that strangling the economy means strangling their lifeline. Just as Su Long was drinking heavily, trying to drown out his unhappiness, Chen Ji's voice rang out. What's the name of your variety show? Su Long was stunned for a moment, then replied. It's called Hardcore Life, Light Up the Skill Tree. Why are you interested? Su Long asked tentatively. Well, it does look promising. I'm wondering if I should invest and give it a try? Chen Gu said, holding his chin up. However, when Su Long heard that the god of songs actually had the intention to invest, his dejection was immediately swept away. There was a gleam of light in his eyes. How much investment does your variety show require at present? Also, what is the estimated profit? We plan to keep the investment to around 50 million, and the funds will be mainly spent on scene layout and filming and editing. Because they are all elite amateurs, there is no need to invest a lot in members. As for the revenue, I can't give you an answer for now, because there is really nothing to learn from this variety show in China, and I can't guarantee that it will make money. At this point, Su Long was obviously not as confident as before. But he quickly emphasized. Don't worry, boss. I have put a lot of effort into this variety show and I will never let you suffer any loss. Chen Gu looked at Su Long's confident and determined expression and spoke slowly. What you said sounds good, but if the benefits cannot be guaranteed. Chen Gu stretched out his tone. Then, he paused and said. I like to challenge myself with uncertain things. If everything develops according to the formula, wouldn't it be meaningless? How about this, you don't have to go looking for any investment, I'll take full responsibility for the funding. What do you think? Chen Gu raised his glass in the air. At this moment, there really is a sense of noble calmness in it. And Su Long heard Chen Ji's promise of investment. I was so excited that my heart almost skipped a beat, how could I refuse? He immediately picked up his wine glass and clinked it lightly with Chen Ji's. It's a deal. Then, Su Long drank the wine in the glass. The investment issue was resolved in just a few words. He was now extremely glad that he had come to attend this banquet. Otherwise, I guess even if there were 10 of him, he wouldn't be able to solve the funding problem. Chapter 122 Chen Gu vs. Su Long. The specific details of the investment were agreed upon, and the date for payment was determined with Chen Gu. Su Long became interested in drinking. The toasts to Chen Gu were one glass after another, without stopping. Faced with Su Long's toast, Chen Gu was too embarrassed to refuse. He toasted and Chen Gu drank. I have to say. Don't be fooled by the timid looks of these rich second generations, they really drink hard. After a few rounds, Chen Gu felt a little dizzy. But Su Long's eyes were shining and he didn't look drunk at all. Ahem, that. God of songs, if you can't stand it, just ask Su Chen or Jiang Ye to drink for you. I won't laugh at you. Su Long said this, but his tone did not show any intention of letting Chen Gu go. In the eyes of these rich young men, Chen Gu is almost a hexagonal warrior. He is handsome, wealthy, a good dancer and has great skills. The key is that the game is played well. Are you angry? They are completely superior in moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor aspects. Su Long had finally discovered one of Chen Ji's weaknesses, so how could he let him go so easily? No matter who you are, everyone is treated equally at the dinner table. Su Long swung his wineglass and glanced mockingly at Su Chen and Jiang Ye on both sides of Chen Gu. He has a good alcohol tolerance to begin with, and recently he had a lot of social events to attract investment, so he developed the ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. If you two can't stand it, then just raise the white flag. As he spoke, Su Long threw a pack of tissues in front of the three people. See Su Long's naked provocation. The rich young men nearby all laughed. This is an unwritten rule at the dinner table. When two people are competing in a drinking contest and one cannot drink as much as the other person will dip their chopsticks in the wine, then wrap a paper towel around the chopsticks to make a white flag and stick it in the wineglass to acknowledge defeat. Hey! Sulong, the god of song, looks like he hasn't drunk much alcohol. Aren't you bullying him? Haha, I think so too. Everyone knows that you have the best alcohol tolerance among us brothers. I think you should count us all in. How about 1v13? Well said, would you dare to 1v13? At this moment, Sulong couldn't help laughing when he heard the rich people defending Chingu. Fuck you. You're all protecting the boss, right? Fine. 1v13 is 1v13, you're talking as if I'm afraid of you. As he spoke, Sulong drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Then he turned the cup upside down to indicate that he had finished drinking. Who's going to come first? Jiangya? Su Chen? Lin Wei? Don't be scared. Sulong said happily. In fact, the way men build friendships is often very simple. Besides playing games, I drink. Sometimes a few glasses of white wine. Both father-in-law and son-in-law can become sworn brothers. Not to mention these rich young men who already have a good relationship with each other. Just at this moment, a figure stood up. Sulong, you don't seem to take me seriously? Chengu filled the glass with wine and then drank it all in one gulp. While the group of rich young men were talking, Chengu was surprised to find out. My body actually adapted to the numbness brought by alcohol in a short period of time. Not only did the drowsy feeling disappear, he even seemed to become more sober the more he drank. Bore. Chengu pulled out the cork. This time he didn't even pour the wine. Blow directly into the bottle. I watched Chengu drink a bottle of wine. The rich young men all started to make a fuss. Oh my god, is the god of song really going to do this? Look at that kid Sulong, he's so stunned. Sulong reacted and immediately said to Jiangya. Well, Lao Jiang, I remember you have a room here where we can rest, right? Yes, what's wrong? One of us must die here today. Sulong said this with a solemn oath. Then, just as he was about to take the red wine, a wine bottle rolled silently from the opposite side to him. It was an empty bottle of wine that Chingu had already finished drinking. Ah! You are still excited. Sulong immediately responded with lightning speed. Open a bottle of wine. Gulp. 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 It only takes 7 or 8 bites. He was just about to say something harsh to Chengu. However, another empty wine bottle rolled over from the opposite side. Then, Chen Ji's raised eyebrows also came into view. That seems to mean. That's it? That's it? That's it? You bastard. Seeing Chen Ji's arrogant look, Sulong was instantly aroused to win. Damn it, all of you, stop standing there and open the wine. Drink! Sulong shouted. He really doesn't believe this. After all, his drinking capacity has been honed through thousands of trials and tribulations. Can you still beat the god of song? Under the gaze of more than a dozen pairs of eyes, Sulong picked up the bottle of wine with one hand and started drinking. At the same time, the other hand was already on the freshly opened bottle of red wine. After finishing this bottle, refill it immediately. In an evenly matched contest, there were more and more empty wine bottles on the table. 10 minutes later, the more Sulong drank, the more frightened he became, and the more frightened he became. Because he was surprised to find out. The singing god's drinking speed did not slow down at all. Instead, it continues to grow at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, 2 more bottles of red wine were drunk. Sulong was already drunk. He sat down dizzy and burped. He said incoherently, "Well, I'll take a break for a while." Bang! The sentence is not finished yet. Sulong fell headfirst onto the wine table. Unconscious. Under Chen Ji's heavy bombardment, Sulong was knocked down. The group of rich young men couldn't help swallowing their saliva when they saw how much Chengu drank. You have to know that both of them drank a lot of alcohol. Generally speaking, it is easier to get drunk with strong alcohol. Therefore, we often see that a large table of people drink slowly. Allow the alcohol ample time to digest. Make sure you don't get drunk right away. Therefore, we often see drunkards drinking several boxes of wine from the afternoon until late at night. But Chen Go and Su Long didn't do these nonsense when they were drinking. Open a bottle and finish it. There is no stopping at all. Let us see who can drink better. At this moment, Chen Go threw the bottle onto the table and burped. Next, Chen Go supported himself with one hand, feeling a little unsatisfied. Damn! The boss is drunk. A rich boy on the side pushed another one and said, "You're coming? What the hell am I doing? How much has he drunk? He'll probably pass out if he drinks another 1 or 2 bottles. He definitely can't drink more than me. You want me to offend the boss, right?" The rich young man who was suggested to go for a drink declined. Joke. If you get the god of songs drunk, what if he wakes up the next day and comes to hold you accountable? He doesn't want to get involved in this mess. But, the god of song can't be alone when he wants to drink, right? At this time, both of them turned their eyes to Su Chen at the same time. Su Chen felt someone was looking at him, so he looked up. Good job. Everyone at the table looked at him hopefully. Chapter 123. It's really weird. Damn. I just got along well with the god of songs, don't drag me into this. At this time, the rich young man stood up and walked to Su Chen carrying a box of wine. Su Chen is here, right? Good. I'll open the wine for you. Su Chen grabbed the rich boy's hand and said, "Lao Gao, please don't cheat me. Last time you came to buy a car from me, I gave you a 15% discount. Have you forgotten?" When the rich young man heard what Su Chen said, he patted Su Chen on the shoulder and whispered, "Don't worry, I won't cheat you." Hearing this, Su Chen gave the other party a grateful look. Good brother. It turns out that my kindness to you is not in vain. However, the next second, Lao Gao walked over to Chen Go and whispered a few words to him. Chen Ji's eyes, which were originally somewhat cloudy, suddenly brightened. What? Su Chen said he wanted to get me drunk? Okay. Su Chen, come on. Chen Go was obviously getting more and more excited the more he drank. He found that as alcohol worked its way through the body's tolerance to alcohol seems to be gradually increasing over time. Just a short while, he felt that he could do it again. But Su Chen almost lost his mind when he heard Chen Ji's words. He glared at Lao Gao suddenly. Oh shit. You're selling me out, right? Su Chen looked at Chen Go with a sad face. I'm totally unwilling to do it. I can't pretend to be drunk. I've been drinking for more than 10 years, and I always try to see who can stand the test. When do I have to pretend to be drunk in front of others? Su Chen, what's with that expression on your face? Lao Gao, fill it up. Su Chen's face turned even darker. If he gets the god of songs drunk, he'll feel ashamed the next day and won't want to play with him anymore. Wouldn't that be a thankless task for him? Boss, I can't drink very much, so you have to let me drink a little. You can't drink well, but you're threatening to challenge me? Chen Go wondered why Su Chen had become so strange. Shouldn't you avoid drinking if you can't drink? Why are there still people who face challenges head on? Oh, I get it. You want to show weakness first and then take me down unexpectedly, right? Master Su, when did you become so scheming? Don't pretend, just drink as much as you can. Chen Gu burped again, then picked up the bottle and started drinking. Su Chen felt so miserable that he couldn't even say it out loud. He gritted his teeth and picked up the bottle and started drinking. Never mind, let us see how the situation develops. He has already planned it. If the singer showed any signs of getting drunk, he would immediately give in. This way, he doesn't have to pretend to be drunk and he can also give face to the god of songs. Jianya and Yuchi Chang, who had been watching silently, couldn't help but cast a sympathetic look at Su Chen. In the end, it was old Su who took on everything alone. Su Chen drank and observed Chen Ji's expression from time to time. He had to admit defeat before Chen Go fell to the ground. Not long. Su Chen suddenly realized something was wrong. How come the singing god's eyes became brighter and brighter after drinking for a long time, and his momentum became stronger and stronger? But why did my head start to feel a little dizzy? He drank 2 or 3 more bottles of wine. Su Chen was obviously unsteady on his feet, and some unclear drunken words began to come out of his mouth. Seeing Su Chen like this, many of the wealthy young men who were watching opened their mouths wide. Oh my god, this guy is pretty awesome. They are people who have been soaking in wine barrels all year round. Although Su Chen's alcohol tolerance is not as good as Su Long's, it's not much different. The god of songs had already drunk more than a dozen bottles of wine while competing with Su Long in drinking. I can still drink to this extent with Su Chen. It really exceeded their expectations. Bang! Su Chen lay on the wine table, his whole body twitching, as if showing his last bit of unyielding spirit. Afterwards, like Su Long, he lost consciousness. The second one. This is the second time the god of song has been drunk. If they were to say that Chen Ji's ability to make Su Chen drunk to the point where he couldn't even stand was already a surprise to them. Now that Chen Go had gotten Su Chen drunk, it was completely beyond their expectations. Because they all know. Even Su Long, who drank the most, couldn't take on two people at once and knock down both of them. Letting Su Long fight 1v13 just now was purely a joke. But the god of songs actually drank so much that Su Long and Su Chen fell down. Isn't this a bit too outrageous? It would be fine if we died together. But looking at the god of songs, it seems like he is still not satisfied. Sure enough, after confirming that Su Chen had lost his combat effectiveness, Chen Ji's eyes began to wander over everyone on the field. Well, Lao Gao, right? It's me, sir. What do you want me to do? Don't worry, I haven't drunk any alcohol. I promise I can get you back safely. Lao Gao patted his chest and promised. But Chen Gu shook his head. Who told you to take me back? Next, you drink with me. Lao Gao was slightly surprised when he heard this. The next second his expression turned ugly. I don't know why. Now he is not afraid of getting Chen Gu drunk and Chen Gu will take revenge on him later. On the contrary, he was a little afraid that he wouldn't be able to drink more than Chen Gu. If all three drunkards were knocked down by Chen Gu, wouldn't people laugh at them if the news got out? Well, boss, I won't drink, okay? Ask young Master Jiang or Master Yuqi to accompany you? Is that okay? Lao Gao said with a wry smile. But Chen Gu shook his head seriously. I plan to put these two last. What? So you're always planning to knock over everyone at our table? Lao Gao was stunned for a moment, thinking that Chen Gu was a little too arrogant. He suddenly gained confidence. Because Lao Gao felt that the god of song had started talking nonsense. That meant he was not far from being drunk. Besides, he had already drunk two people, so if he could get the god of song drunk, it would also save face. After all, there is no one at this table who can fight two people at the same time. The singing god lost to 3 opponents at once, which is a horrifying record. So that we don't have to settle the score with him later. After thinking it over, Lao Gao felt that there should be no problem. He picked up the bottle and drank the whole thing. Come on. Who's afraid of who? I really don't believe you can take down 3 of them. We all have the same stomach, so why are you so awesome? Let us get started. Lao Gao was in high spirits, ready to defeat Chen Gu. 10 minutes later. Lao Gao lay motionless on the wine table, with wine bottles scattered all over the floor. The third one. Who's next? Chen Gu raised the bottle high and smiled as a winner. I'll do it. Bang. The fourth one. Who's next? I'll do it. The fifth one. More than 2 hours later. Chen Gu turned his gaze towards Jiang Ye and Yuqi Chang, who were both sitting at the table without drinking a single drop of wine. Are you two going to do it together or one by one? After seeing Chen Ji's heroic feat of taking on 11 people alone, the extremely competitive Yuqi Chang was immediately aroused by Chen Ji's performance and had a strong desire to win. Half a quarter of an hour later. Yuqi Chang put down the bottle and put his hand on Jiang Ye's shoulder. He said to Jiang Ye with a puzzled look. Old Jiang, this is really weird, isn't it? Afterwards, under the gaze of Jiang Ye and Chen Gu, Yuqi Chang fell straight on the sofa, snoring loudly. Chapter 124 Self-Strategy. Jiang Ye looked at Yuqi Chang's expression before he passed out drunk. That expression was one of disbelief. This moment. Jiang Ye was deeply shocked. He glanced at Chen Gu from the corner of his eye. Chen Ji's eyes were still sharp and he looked very energetic. At this time, Jiang Ye began to have strong doubts in his heart. Damn it! Is this still a human being? Lying on the table. Lying on the ground. Snoring on the sofa. Without exception, all of them were knocked down by Chen Gu alone. And this is without taking a break. Master Jiang, it's your turn. Chen Ji's voice sounded like a death warrant in Jiang Ye's ears. This time, Jiang Ye was really scared. 12 people were drunk by the god of song, so how could he be missing one more? He swallowed. Boss, look, a lot of people are lying down at this table. We have to leave someone awake, right? How about we stop here today? Jiang Ye said angrily. He had already started to think about backing out. Being drunk and being intoxicated are two different things. When drunk, the whole person feels dizzy and comfortable. But if someone gets you drunk, vomiting all night long is the least of your worries. The key is that my stomach will feel uncomfortable for several days. It's okay, Master Jiang. Since this is your property, you must have a way to deal with a table full of drunk people. Just because I didn't ask doesn't mean I don't know. You have to fall down today. Chen Gu said as he burped. Jiang Ye listened to Chen Ji's words, feeling extremely shocked. Can this be guessed? He really had a way of handling everyone safely and properly even when everyone was drunk. That's why everyone likes to drink at Jiang Ye's place. There are gangsters like Zhang who provide protection. And Jiang Ye took care of the aftermath. Even if you get drunk, you don't have to worry about anything going wrong. Boss, if that's the case, I will sacrifice my life to accompany you today. Jiang Ye has been hanging around in bars for many years. Are you really afraid of the god of song? Facing a person who has had drinks with 12 people in a row. He is afraid before the battle even begins. Pure cowardly behavior. If you tell this to others, won't people laugh at you? Besides, it's not like we'll definitely lose. Maybe he has drunk it? Jiang Ye unscrewed the bottle skillfully and drank the whole bottle in a few gulps. Ha, good. I won't go home until I'm drunk today. Chen Ji's eyes lit up and he immediately became alert again. In fact, he was already a little drunk before drinking with Yuqi Chang. But Chen Gu really wanted to test the limits of his body. That's why I challenged them one after another. Moreover, alcohol is something that makes you more drunk the more you drink it. Chen Gu now has only one idea in his mind. Knock down everyone standing in the box. Jiang Ye is obviously not someone who would give in. He drank bottle after bottle of red wine on the table. It seems that they are getting more courageous as the battle goes on. But soon Jiang Ye discovered something. The singing god in front of me had turned into 3 people at some point. All 3 looked at him. Big. Boss, how come you suddenly became 3? As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Ye fell on the table in a daze. He did not fall asleep immediately. Instead, he forced his eyelids to stay open, trying to hold on a little longer. But only for a moment. Jiang Ye fell asleep. He vaguely remembered before he fell asleep. There was a man who was like a god of war. He stood at the open door, with his head half turned, with the air of a triumphant king. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Gu woke up on the hotel bed, covering his head. He couldn't remember how much he had drunk. I can't remember how I got back. He only knew that it happened last night. After going to the toilet so many times, my bladder is about to explode. He shook his head and became a little more sober. Chen Gu took out his cell phone from under the pillow and opened WeChat. The prestige message was easily pushed to 99+. So much of this information does not come from the rich young group. Those rich young men are probably still sleeping after the battle last night. Most of this overwhelming news was posted by Yang Xinqi. Boss, I'm ready to go now. I'm looking forward to seeing you soon. If we meet offline, I will definitely exchange marksmanship with you. He. Nai JPG. I'm getting in the car now. But I seldom go out, do you want to pick me up? Shy JPG. Boss, why are you ignoring me? Are you still busy? Or did I send the message too early? Are you still sleeping? Boss, I'm already in the Magic City. It's almost noon now, why are you still ignoring me? Boss, are you angry because I asked you to compete in shooting? Do you think I didn't keep my promise? I'm a girl, so of course I have to be reserved. Besides, I'm already in the Magic City, right? Don't you have the final say on what you want to do? Boss, please don't be angry, okay? How about I treat you to lunch? And then we go to a movie? After the movie, we'll go. Oh my. What do you want? We've already come to this point, I can't just do that without doing anything to improve our relationship. Alright, I'll make you a promise. Come back to me soon, I promise I will give you an unexpected suffocation today. Chen-gu read the messages sent by Yang Xinqi one by one. From the beginning, it was a righteous discussion. In the end, it became naked seduction. The woman completed her self-discovery in just one morning. But Chen-gu clearly did nothing. He just drank and forgot about it, and slept until noon. Chen-gu wiped his face and regained consciousness. I replied to Yang Xinqi's WeChat. I played late yesterday, so I slept until now. Sorry. Let me explain this on two sides. In a shopping mall in Qianda Plaza, Yang Xinqi ate the ice cream in a daze. Next to her seat, there was a large suitcase. She got up at around 5 this morning, packed her things, and caught the earliest available flight to Shanghai. Being a girl, she forced herself to suppress her inner excitement. She pretended to be reserved and reported her itinerary to Chen-gu. I hope that there is a chance that the big boss will come to pick me up when the plane lands. However, Yang Xinqi found that she overestimated her position in Chen Ji's heart. She waited at the airport for more than an hour. Not only did he not wait for Chen-gu to pick him up at the airport, he didn't even receive a single letter from Chen-gu. That's not all. Even if she lowered herself and took the initiative to talk to Chen-gu about matters between men and women, Chen-gu remained unmoved. It can be said that Chen-gu told Yang Xinqi a fact through his actions. You are just a small anchor who was promoted by me. Don't think too highly of yourself. Chapter 125 Pure Desire Yang Xinqi. After realizing this, Yang Xinqi suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. She stirred the ice cream unconsciously with a complicated look in her eyes. For today's meeting, she deliberately wore clothes borrowed from her best friend underneath. But what about Chen-gu? Not only did he leave her alone for 4 or 5 hours, but until now he hasn't even sent her a message to say hello. Stinky man. It's not like I don't have men who want me, so why do I have to hang myself on this tree of yours? If you don't want to see me, then don't see me. Who is afraid of whom? At worst, I can just buy a ticket back now. After making up her mind, Yang Xinqi put the cup of ice cream on the small round table. Wear sunglasses. Packing up and getting ready to leave. Just then, there was a ding sound. WeChat rang on my phone. Stinky man, I played late yesterday, so I slept until now, sorry. Yang Xinqi saw the message. My originally resolute heart relaxed a bit. Then give him another chance? She hesitated for a moment, picked up her phone and quickly replied. Okay, I forgive you. I'm in Qianda Plaza now. Do you want to pick me up? Chen-gu looked at Yang Xinqi's question. He shook his head in amusement. Fortunately, he and the other party are not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Just ask. In a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, what are the consequences if a boy leaves a girl alone for 4 or 5 hours? The answer is obvious. Let me ask you first, what went wrong? Then it becomes a question of attitude. If you don't coax her for a few hours, breaking up is a foregone conclusion. It would be fine if my brothers just gave in. I'm afraid that after coaxing for several hours, the girl's words will suddenly hit the boy's breaking point. The boy couldn't help but say something back. Good job. All previous efforts were wasted, several hours of hard work were wasted, and I have to start all over again. But for Chen-gu, who has a lot of money, this is not a problem at all. He replied to Yang Xinqi slowly. Sure. There are so many Qianda plazas in Shanghai. Send me your location and I'll follow the navigation. Yeah, well, you have to hurry up then. By the way, have you eaten yet? Not yet. I just had some ice cream and plan to eat something nearby. That's great. I haven't eaten either. How about eating together? Okay. How about hot pot? Okay. After replying the message, Yang Xinqi sent Chen-gu a location. Then he smiled secretly. Stinky man. He ignored me on purpose before, but now he pretends to be considerate. He was playing hard to get with me. It seems that I still have a place in his heart. Yang Xinqi sat back in her seat, picked up the ice cream she had placed on the table and continued to eat it bite by bite. The other side. After Chen-gu received Yang Xinqi's location. After simply washing his face and changing his clothes, he went downstairs and drove to Tienda Plaza. Under the guidance of navigation, it took Chen-go less than half an hour to reach Tienda Plaza. After parking the car, I sent a message to Yang Xinqi, asking her to wait outside the store. Chen-go strode into Tienda Plaza. Not walking for a while, I saw a very conspicuous girl from a distance. Judging from his height, he is about 1.6 meters tall, which is a very average height. The reason why she is very conspicuous is not because of Yang Xinqi's incredible height, but her figure is very eye-catching. Although she is a game anchor, Yang Xinqi seems to pay great attention to maintenance. There is even a habit of fitness. The figure with an excellent waist-to-hip ratio is matched with very sexy black stockings and black high heels. The suit is loose on the upper body but does not feel like it is trapping people. The white shirt underneath was filled up by Yang Xinqi's pair of big breasts. Although she has a hot body with a curvy figure, but Yang Xinqi looks very young. She looks like a teenage high school girl. Pure and lovely. At first glance, it's pure desire style. Chen-go didn't even need to go out of his way to find Yang Xinqi's location, because it was at the door of the store where Yang Xinqi was standing. The number of male customers is obviously much greater than that of other stores. Seeing this, Chen-go directly scanned Yang Xinqi's personal panel. Target, Yang Xinqi. Age, 24. Appearance, 93. Body size, 96. After reading the data, Chen-go thought it was okay. Although not as amazing as Shen Luochaoan and Cici, both of whose indicators are above 95 points. But it's already quite good. You know, the proportion of beautiful women in the real world is actually very low. Each one of them is 1 in a million. And there are even fewer girls who can meet Chen-go's rebate conditions. Maybe you'd even have to pick 1 in a million to do it. Chen-go was quite satisfied with this data. You can tell from the way the men nearby look at each other, their eyes almost dropping to the ground. But what surprised Chen-go was Yang Xinqi is a cute little girl who looks very delicate and lovely. He is already 24 years old. Among Chen-go's girlfriends, she is definitely one of the older ones. Probably due to exercise, Yang Xinqi looks very young with her face full of collagen. Chen-go walked straight over without much hesitation. Are you Zayaki Yang Xinqi? When Yang Xinqi raised her eyes, a hint of cute doubt flashed in her big eyes. You are. Boss. Yang Xinqi looked at Chen-go and was a little surprised, because Chen Ji's appearance completely exceeded her expectations. Although she is fair and clean, her facial features are very masculine. A pair of charming peach blossom eyes is even more eye-catching. The key point is that Chen-go seems to have an indescribable nobleness. Although I don't feel like I'm keeping people at a distance, but it makes people feel that it is a little out of their reach. Yang Xinqi looked at Chen-go, and the last bit of dissatisfaction she had towards Chen-go disappeared. In fact, her meeting with Chen-go was just like meeting in person during an online romance. For various reasons, Yang Xinqi had never seen what Chen-go looked like. Therefore, like many couples in online love, they can only imagine what the other person looks like based on the voice and tone. This is also the reason why online dating often fails. Behind a cute little boy may be a bald uncle. Behind a sexy and mature voice may be a tank weighing more than 200 kilograms. If the actual object does not match what you imagine, it will cause people to feel a strong psychological gap. To be honest, before I met Chen-go, Yang Xinqi imagined Chen-go to be that kind of person, with an acceptable appearance. But the young man has a nice voice. His clothes should be pretty good too. After all, she had seen Chen-go wearing a mask at the carnival. Have a general understanding of Chen Ji's figure. Furthermore, the reason why Chen-go wore a mask might also be because his appearance was not that outstanding. Chapter 126, 24 years old virgin. Yang Xinqi's expectations for Chen-go are more based on the money buff, rather than appearance. Faced with Chen Ji's appearance and temperament, Yang Xinqi was truly shocked. She looked at Chen-go in front of her and suddenly felt that it was a great value for money. It's like opening a blind box and finding a treasure. But Chen-go obviously didn't think so much. He raised his hand and waved it in front of the stunned Yang Xinqi. What's wrong with you? Didn't you say you were going to eat hot pot? Let's go? Although Yang Xinqi in front of me is very beautiful, but in Chen Ji's eyes, it was far from enough. He drank all night yesterday and didn't have breakfast. My stomach is empty now. Chen felt that if no one stopped him, he could eat a whole cow right now. Boss, let's go. I don't know the way, you lead me. As Yang Xinqi spoke, she blushed and took Chen Ji's arm. Looking at Yang Xinqi's blushing face, Chen smiled indifferently and did not expose Yang Xinqi's little trick. Okay, I'll lead the way. He was getting ready to leave. Suddenly, Chen felt his arm being hit by something soft. Oh, my suitcase is still in the store. It's too troublesome to carry it on the road. What should I do? Yang Xinqi said in a soft and cute voice. If Yang Xinqi's best friend was here now, she will definitely ruthlessly expose Yang Xinqi's disguise as a dead clamp. In fact, many girls can't help but become shy in front of the person they like. This situation, I would compare it to a guy pretending to shoot hoops in front of a girl he has a crush on. These are two of the world's two unsolved mysteries. It's okay. There's a storage place here. It should be nearby. Or I can talk to the store owner and let him put it there temporarily. Having said that, Chen walked straight into the store. Yang Xinqi saw Chen communicating with the store manager through the transparent glass in the store. Then he walked out. Yang Xinqi found the right moment and held Chen Ji's arm again. Chen did not resist and let the other party hold his arm. 12 mottos for true men: don't take the initiative, don't refuse, don't take responsibility, don't remember. Just hold this mentality. You can move between all kinds of women. Chen randomly found a hot pot restaurant and walked in. Compared to those restaurants that cost thousands of dollars, the consumption in Qianda Plaza is not high. They are all within the range that ordinary people can bear. Especially when young couples come to eat, the consumption is generally within a few hundred yuan. Rarely 1,000. Chen casually ordered some tripe, vermicelli, beef, and some common hot pot dishes. Then he started to eat with relish. When it comes to eating, Chen is not picky, but he is never vague either. Yang Xinqi found it a little funny to see Chen devouring the food in no time. To put it simply, it is elegance with a hint of sloppiness. But she knew it in her heart. People of Chen Ji's level no longer need to care about other people's opinions. Eat whatever you want. For rich people, chewing food slowly is considered elegant, while eating quickly is considered heroic. For people who have no money, chewing slowly is pretentious, and eating quickly is rude. Chen obviously belongs to the former. Chen is very hungry now. He was so busy eating that he even forgot to pick up some food for Yang Xinqi. But Yang Xinqi didn't seem to mind at all. Instead, he quietly prepared the beef and mutton for Chen and passed them to Chen. Watch him eat silently. With Yang Xinqi's meticulous care, Chen was full in no time. Because Yang Xinqi not only prepared beef and mutton for Chen and then blow it cool and put it in the bowl for him. It greatly improves his eating efficiency. Seeing that Chen was full, Yang Xinqi spoke slowly. Boss, you are full, but I haven't eaten yet. Hearing this, Chen wiped his mouth with a napkin and said awkwardly. Ahem. Sorry. Who knew that at this moment Yang Xinqi suddenly smiled thoughtfully and said. It's okay, there seems to be some meat in your bowl, don't mind me. As she spoke, Yang Xinqi supported herself on a corner of the table with one hand. He leaned over and took the bowl and chopsticks that Chen had used. While eating, he stared at Chen without moving. Chen felt weird seeing the seductive look and ambiguous behavior. It was as if the identities of hunter and prey had suddenly reversed. I suddenly felt like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. However, what Chen didn't know was Yang Xinqi, who seemed calm and charming, was actually very nervous. As a 24-year-old game anchor who has never been in a relationship, she was often teased by her best friends as an old spinster. She consulted her best friend about today's actions and words before coming here. I practiced it several times at home before I could say it fluently. Otherwise, Yang Xinqi, who is 24 years old and has never touched a man. I would probably be timid if I met Chen. But now, unconsciously, the atmosphere of the entire dining table was enhanced by Yang Xinqi's words, becoming extremely ambiguous. Yang Xinqi ate slowly and was no longer willing to look at Chen. However, he became more and more curious about Yang Xinqi. He always felt that the lowly in front of him was a little weird. It's like having that social disorder. In waves. Sometimes she is shy, sometimes she is very seductive. The most important thing is that such tempting words came from the mouth of a little lowly. He had an inexplicable feeling of guilt. It's like leading an innocent minor astray. If I hadn't used the system to scan it, I wouldn't know Yang Xinqi's real age. He might really have to repent in his heart 100 or 80 times before taking action again. So in this strange atmosphere, Yang Xinqi lowered her head and finished her food in silence. The total cost was more than 300. Although this purchase can also trigger a 100-fold rebate. However, this amount of money is not worth mentioning at all to Chen Ge now. It's just better than nothing. And since the meal, Yang Xinqi has become noticeably less talkative. It was as if he suddenly turned from a chatterbox into a mute. Except that he was still holding Chen Ji's arm. The rest of the time he kept his head down and said nothing, not daring to look at Chen Ge. Chen Ge looked at the shy and silent Yang Xinqi. I thought he was a high-end hunter. Good man, it turns out he is a sheep in wolf's clothing. Chen Ge thought that since the other party was like this, it would be inappropriate to take her to the hotel and have a meal right away. I might as well take him to see a movie first to give them some time to relax. But he regretted it halfway through the movie. He forgot the lesson from last time. Thinking that Yang Xinqi is a girl, she should like watching romance movies. But he didn't expect that this was a sadomasochistic film. Chapter 127 Cute Lowly. When Yang Xinqi saw the male and female protagonists hugging each other and falling off the cliff. Suddenly I couldn't hold it anymore. He covered his mouth and started crying. Chen Ge discovered that no matter what kind of woman she was, as long as the movies she watched had anything to do with sadomasochism or unrequited love, she would become prone to tear incontinence. The tears were like beads that had broken off a string, directly soaking the shirt on one side of Chen Ji's arm. Not only that, Yang Xinqi's makeup was also ruined by her tears. After wiping it with a tissue, her natural face was revealed. I have to say that Yang Xinqi's appearance is not as explosive as her figure. But it is also quite resistant. There is a pure charm about her. After wiping off the makeup, the appearance did not deteriorate at all. Instead, there is a feeling of an authentic beauty without makeup. Chen Ge looked at Yang Xinqi's beautiful face and felt a little emotional. He was not impressed by a woman like Yang Xinqi who was purely lustful. But I am sighing. This world is really strange. Throughout history, how many kings, princes, generals and ministers have fallen into the hands of women? Obviously, he is an emotional animal who can cry his eyes out while watching a movie. But she can control men, who are calm, rational, and steady creatures. I really don't know whether to be happy or sad. As my thoughts flowed, the movie came to an end. The lights in the cinema came on and the moviegoers stood up and left their seats. Yang Xinqi rubbed her swollen eyes, stood up and prepared to leave. But he saw Chen Ge still sitting there thoughtfully. She looked at Chen Ji's wet sleeves and said with a red face, "Boss, would you like to take care of the sleeves first?" Yang Xinqi felt somewhat embarrassed that she had done this to the other person on their first meeting. Moreover, she felt a little embarrassed for crying her heart out just now. Chen Ge stood up without caring at all. It's okay, it's just tears, it will dry up on its own in a while. Chen Ge looked at his sleeves and gave a comforting smile, signaling Yang Xinqi not to take it to heart. Noticing Chen Ji's gaze, Yang Xinqi suddenly felt relieved, and her uneasiness dissipated a lot. She suddenly discovered. In fact, Chen Ge is very different from those rich people who are high up in the morning. Chen Ge is not only not arrogant and condescending like those second-generation rich people, but also very approachable. Moreover, it is very down-to-earth and not fussy about details. If I must give an analogy, it was as if Chen Ge started from scratch and suddenly became rich. However, he was able to control his impetuous mentality after becoming rich quickly and kept his original intention. Yang Xinqi felt that Chen Ge brought her more and more surprises. Chen Ge is like a treasure. The more you explore, the more unexpected advantages you will discover in him. I have to say, such a man is really fascinating. How about going for a walk? It's still a while before dark, and you can give yourself a rare day off. You don't have to play high-intensity games, so why not have some fun? Chen Ge looked at his watch and said. In fact, the anchor looks glamorous. You can make money just by sitting at home playing games or chatting. But in reality, this journey is much more difficult than imagined. Most anchors take lunch breaks throughout the year because they often have holidays. When people have free time, they will think about watching live broadcasts. For ordinary people, holidays are indeed the time when anchors work overtime to grab traffic and work hard to improve program effects. It would be fine if he was a top anchor who could make money. Most of the anchors are unknown and broadcast for more than 10 hours every day. The income is even lower than working in a factory. Not to mention those game anchors, after years of live streaming, they all suffer from cervical spondylosis and lumbar spondylosis. The internet is a strange place. It always shows the glamorous scenes of every industry. We always hear that a certain anchor earns tens of millions, and a certain blogger easily makes over 100 million yuan a year. Even some celebrities may have evaded taxes amounting to hundreds of millions. How many people are trying their best to enter the entertainment industry? Or they fantasize about becoming an internet celebrity and reaching the peak of their life by selling goods through live streaming. But have we ever thought about it? Behind these glamorous people, there are many actors, anchors, and video bloggers who can barely make ends meet. In this materialistic society, too many people are blinded by the internet. It feels like making money is an easy thing, as if the money is there and within reach. In fact, you and I are just one of the countless people in the world, ordinary and mediocre. I drag my tired body back home at night and lay down in bed. I hold my phone and watch short videos until late at night, enduring the brief moment of freedom that belongs to me. Waking up in the morning was another day of numbness and pain. It goes on and on, the cycle never ends. Eventually, he spent his life in mediocrity. Then let's go to the jewelry store next door? A light suddenly flashed in Yang Xinqi's eyes, and she said expectantly, "Okay, I just asked the boss if there is a hairdryer in the store, so I can dry my clothes." Chen Gu joked. "Hate it. He just said he wanted to wait for it to dry naturally, but now he changes his mind." Men's words are really deceiving. Yang Xinqi said with a silly look on her face. After watching a movie with Chen Gu, the relationship between the two of them obviously improved a lot, and they talked more casually. Immediately, Chen Gu took Yang Xinqi into the jewelry store in Shanda Plaza. Most of the people shopping in the jewelry store are young couples. Yang Xinqi ran into the jewelry store with joy and excitement, and kept picking out small gadgets in the store. Girls are naturally fond of these little gadgets. After seeing Yang Xinqi, several boys could hardly take their eyes off her. When he noticed his girlfriend's murderous look, he guiltily looked away. However, as soon as his girlfriend stopped staring at him, he turned his eyes to Yang Xinqi again. Chen Gu explained the reason to his boss, and with the boss's understanding look, he borrowed a hairdryer. Blowing his sleeves in the foreground. Looking at Yang Xinqi, who looked like a little girl not far away, Chen Gu suddenly felt like he was taking his daughter shopping. Chen Gu had just finished drying his clothes. Yang Xinqi came over skipping and took Chen Ji's arm. Said softly, come here, there is a bun hairstyle that I can't put on, can you help me put it on?" "Okay, I'll help you put it on." Chen Gu followed Yang Xinqi to a mirror. Help Yang Xinqi put on the hair accessories. Look at the cute hair accessories in the mirror. Yang Xinqi's eyes curved into crescent shapes, it's quite beautiful. "Can you take a picture for me?" Chen Gu listened to Yang Xinqi's voice and tone. I complained in my heart, she is obviously a little lowly. Just now when I was eating, I had to pretend to be seducing a mature lady. Women are such incomprehensible creatures. He silently took Yang Xinqi's phone and was about to take a picture of Yang Xinqi who was posing. Suddenly there was a burst of evil fun. When pressing the shutter button, he reached out and pinched Yang Xinqi's smooth and delicate face. Chapter 128 Sneak Attack. Thus, the picture finally froze on the cute look of Chen Gu pinching Yang Xinqi's face. Yang Xinqi was stunned for a moment. After realizing what was happening, he immediately snatched the phone from Chen Ji's hand. He gave Chen Gu a fierce look. "I asked you to take a photo, why did you pinch me?" "Well." Chen Gu scratched his head, not knowing how to answer this question for a moment. "Damn it. You can't just say it's too cute and you couldn't help but pinch it, right? That will make your toes dig into the ground." Seeing Chen Gu hesitant and unable to answer, Yang Xinqi turned around and looked at herself in the mirror. I didn't take this brief episode to heart. At this moment, the cell phone in Chen Ji's pocket suddenly rang. He took out his cell phone and answered it, and found that it was a WeChat call from Brother Hu. "Hello? What's wrong, Tiger?" Boss, I went to the hospital for a checkup yesterday and it turned out to be syphilis." "It really is syphilis. How could I have syphilis?" Zhang Hu's rough voice was trembling slightly at this moment. He forced himself to remain calm while talking to Chen Gu, but his speech speed became faster and faster. Xiao Hu, don't worry. Syphilis is not incurable. Don't panic. Chen Gu said comfortingly. Boss, please stop comforting me. The doctor said it was 4th stage syphilis, which is incurable. The doctor told me some precautions to take, and then gave me some medicine and let me go back. When Zhang Hu said this, his voice began to become angry. When people are extremely scared, they often turn their fear into extreme anger. Damn it, it's all Su Yan's fault for seducing me, otherwise I wouldn't have fallen to this point. Zhang Hu cursed Su Yan loudly on the phone. Chen Gu was speechless after listening to these words. If Zhang Hu had not been obsessed with sex, he would still be thinking about having sex with female students when he was nearly 40 years old. Could he have syphilis? Aren't you just obsessed with sex? To put it bluntly, the two of them are just using each other. Su Yan was attracted by Zhang Hu's power. And Zhang Hu was attracted by Su Yan's beauty. It's obvious that everyone is just getting what they want, so no one has the right to blame anyone else. But in Zhang Hu's words, it turned into Su Yan seducing him. But Su Yan is indeed not a good person. In order to achieve the goal, they would even kill a fat pig like Hu Jiangwo. These two people are really the pot calling the kettle black. How about this, Xiao Hu? I'll ask around in the family these next 2 days to see if there's any cure for this disease. Chen Gu said. Although the life and death of scum like Zhang Hu was of no importance to Chen Gu. But Chen Gu has always wanted to try out the effect of healing power. But he didn't want to just find someone to try it. In case of failure, it would be a waste of time. Besides, Chen Gu now has a good relationship with Yu Chang and his group of rich young men. Helping Zhang Hu was also indirectly helping Yu Chang. The key point is that Chen Gu felt no guilt at all for using Zhang Hu as an experiment. A scumbag doesn't deserve his sympathy. For many reasons, Chen Gu chose to help Zhang Hu. And after Zhang Hu heard that Chen Gu was willing to help him, a spark of hope also ignited in his eyes. In fact, he called to tell Chen Gu these words just to hint at Chen Gu and wanted Chen Gu to help him. After all, Chen Gu had said in front of so many rich young men that he would help him. Now that he's calling me, I should feel embarrassed to refuse. In the past, Zhang Hu would never dare to think or do so. But when people are faced with a dead end, they can often do anything. He also took Chen Gu as his last straw with a desperate attitude. Who knows how terrifying Chen Gu's mysterious life story is? There might be some really great doctor in the family. Is there any way to save him? Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. From now on, I, Zhang Hu, will serve you at all times and go through fire and water. I will never refuse. My life belongs not only to Master Yuchi, but also to you. Zhang Hu said with a firm heart. The tone really had a bit of a stabbing tone. Chen Gu did not answer and hung up the phone directly. To be honest, he really didn't have any good feelings towards Zhang Hu, so naturally there was no need for him to be particularly enthusiastic towards him. Chen Gu put down the phone and looked at the floor-length mirror not far away. But I found that Yang Xinqi, who was posing in front of the floor-length mirror just now, had disappeared. Immediately, Chen Gu looked around again. But there was still no sign of Yang Xinqi. Just at this moment, Chen Gu suddenly felt someone patting his back. He turned around subconsciously. But I saw a huge horse head mask. To be honest, this sudden scene really frightened Chen Gu. I'll go. Chen Gu took a step back unconsciously. Ha ha ha. Yang Xinqi took off her mask, revealing her beautiful face. But at this moment, she was looking at Chen Gu with a smile that showed that she had succeeded in her evil plan. I told you not to pinch my face just now. You must be scared by me. As she spoke, Yang Xinqi imitated Chen Ji's frightened look. He covered his chest in a boastful manner and said loudly, I'll go. Chen Gu looked at the villain Yang Xinqi, who was in power, and took decisive action. With lightning speed. Before Yang Xinqi could react, she pinched the other person's delicate and smooth face. You dare to scare me, don't you? Ha? Can't you tell the difference between the big and small kings? What are you doing? It was you who bullied me first. A soft, slightly muffled sound came out of Chen Ji's puffy mouth. Yang Xinqi immediately stretched out her little pink fist and started fighting back. The result was that as soon as I exerted force, Chen Gu took a half step back as if he had planned it. Yang Xinqi lost her balance and immediately rushed forward. Fell into Chen Ji's arms. Immediately, Chen Gu hugged Yang Xinqi's delicate body. This ambiguous posture immediately made Yang Xinqi's pretty face hot. She noticed that Chen Ji's eyes were a little fiery. Being stared at like that, Yang Xinqi immediately felt embarrassed. She raised her arms and tried hard to break free from Chen Ji's arms. But she found that the more she tried to break free, the tighter Chen Gu held her. "Oh, let me go, there are people watching me." Yang Xinqi buried her head in Chen Ji's arms and spoke shyly. Chen Gu stared at Yang Xinqi with a half smile and said slowly, "Do you believe it or not, I dare to kiss you in front of others right now?" At this time, the intimate behavior of the two has attracted many young couples in the store. They all stared at the two of them, as if they were watching a show. "Please stop talking, it's so embarrassing. I beg you, please, let's talk later." Yang Xinqi covered her eyes tightly with her hands and didn't dare to look at the people around her. Listening to Yang Xinqi's plea for mercy, Chen Gu had no intention of letting her go. Instead, he said viciously, "You know how to beg for mercy now? Let me tell you, no way." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Gu found the right opportunity to attack Yang Xinqi's seductive lips. Chapter 129. I asked you to touch breasts and you just touched breasts? As soon as their lips touched, Yang Xinqi's mind went blank. She felt Chen Ji's kiss in a daze. There is a hint of gentleness in the domineering, and a hint of provocation in the delicateness. Feeling Chen Ji's kiss, it didn't take long before Yang Xinqi began to respond awkwardly. "I can't help myself and can't extricate myself." Kissing and kissing. Chen Gu discovered that dealing with women really required more practice. With more practice, you will know how to control women. He still clearly remembered that when he kissed Chen Luoqiao, he was so nervous that his mind was confused. But now facing Yang Xinqi, he can take the initiative into his own hands. There is no such thing as a love expert in the world. It's just that we gain proficiency through repeated actual combat and then summarize the experience. Even that man has grown from a bootlicker to a master who can walk through thousands of flowers without getting a single leaf on him. Salute to Tong. Just for the most part. For ordinary people who have no money and no looks, there is simply not enough cost for trial and error. In a relationship, they often become paranoid and believe that as long as they are good enough to a girl, they can win her heart. But that's not actually the case. Love is a symphony of heartbeat and dopamine. The thrilling and fresh feeling is what can make most people addicted. This is also why there are always girls who love bad guys to death. Because bad guys can always find ways to bring freshness to girls. They can accurately guess what women are thinking. Play them in the palm of your hand. This is something that an honest straight man can never do. In the end, when they are tired of being played by scumbags and dumped, they complain that they have loved the wrong person and that the world is not worth it. We have long passed the era when transportation was slow and there was only enough time to love one person in a lifetime. I can find someone similar to me in the vast sea of people and get along with each other. It is a blessing to be able to go through this life with little quarrels in the tedious life. Chen Gu and Yang Xinqi's passionate kiss attracted the attention of couples in the jewelry store. At this time, a girl who was eating the melon intently couldn't help but sigh. "Wow! He's so handsome and so romantic. It would be great if my boyfriend could be like this." As she said this, the girl pinched her boyfriend next to her. He seemed very angry at the person for not fighting back. The boyfriend asked with a puzzled look on his face. "Hey! Did you know that it's a taboo to praise other boys in front of your boyfriend?" The boy looked indignant. "And when I usually want to do this to you, you always say no, but now you blame me for not being romantic enough. Women are really weird." The girl gave the boy a speechless look. "What do you know? When a girl says no, she means yes. I rejected you, but you can't be a little more domineering? You really have no romance at all. Damn it! When I usually pick up onions for you, don't you always refuse them one by one?" The boy retorted. "Are you trying to piss me off to death? When I ask you to wash the dishes, you just wash the dishes, right? Why don't you wash the pot as well?" The girl said angrily. "You really only asked me to wash the dishes, but you didn't ask me to wash the pot as well?" The boy looked innocent. "So when I asked you to touch breasts, you only touched breasts, right?" The girl asked back. "How can you generalize this? If I were to ask you, women are trouble. Can't you just say what you want? Men have to guess and then get angry when they can't guess. Wang Xiaojian. What's your attitude? Do you find me annoying now? Well, I shouldn't have come out with you. The couple who were watching left the jewelry store arguing. Chenggu didn't pay attention to these details, he used all his skills. She worked hard to drive Yang Xinqi and keep the rhythm firmly in her hands. The kiss lasted for several minutes. Yang Xinqi's face flushed. Her plump breasts rose and fell due to her heavy breathing. She didn't expect that she would keep her first kiss for more than 20 years. It turned out to be so intense. While it made her heart beat faster, she was also reluctant to let go of it all. But Chenggu just walked to the front desk calmly. Amid the boss's surprised look, he pulled out a tissue. No red face and no shortness of breath. She looked in the small mirror and wiped off the lipstick stuck on her lips. It was as if nothing had happened just now. Seeing this, the boss silently gave Chenggu a thumbs up. Master. This is definitely a master. Chenggu gave his boss a look that said it's no big deal. Then, he took out a few more pieces of paper, walked up to Yang Xinqi and handed them to her. Wipe it off first, the lipstick is a little smudged. After a short pause, Yang Xinqi's breathing had stabilized. Only the smudged lipstick at the corners of her mouth revealed the intensity of what had just happened. She took the tissue from Chen Ji's hand, and her face flushed again belatedly. After saying rascal coquettishly, she walked to the farthest mirror and started wiping her lips. At the same time, start touching up your makeup. During this period of waiting, Chenggu took out his cell phone and sent a message to Ncc. Is the big star awake? Unexpectedly, the other party replied immediately. I woke up a long time ago. I'm a professional actor, so I must strictly control my sleep time. Chenggu looked at Ncc's reply, picked up his phone and edited the message, boldly teasing the other party. You replied so quickly? Could it be that you were too embarrassed to send me a message after you confessed your love to me, so you've been staring at your phone, waiting for me to send you a message? After Chenggu sent this message, Ncc was obviously confused for a while. Then Chenggu saw an emoticon of a bloody kitchen knife sent to him. Then Ncc replied. You are so beautiful. I just happened to see your message while I was at work and replied, that's all. Please don't let your imagination run wild. Ncc tried hard to explain. However, Chenggu replied calmly. I remember your agent said that you seem to be on vacation these days? Ncc sent a long string of dots to express her dissatisfaction. I'm just waiting for your news, okay? Are you satisfied? If you guessed it, just keep it in your heart. Why do you have to say it out loud? You are the smartest person in the world. Look at what you are capable of. Chenggu was amused by Ncc's words. He was once again on the brink of death. Hey, Big Starin, are you breaking down? That's not right, I remember you were the one who confessed your love to me. Chenggu. Say it again. Okay. You're on vacation at home, how about I come to see you tomorrow? Chenggu saw that the teasing was almost over, so he asked. Humph. That's better than the other way around. I, the big star, will forgive you. But if you want me to calm down, you have to bring me something. Okay. Why don't you ask me what I want you to bring? Chapter 130 Going to the arcade. Isn't it just barbecue? Do you need to guess? Chenggu replied as a matter of course. Ncc was surprised that Chenggu could guess her thoughts so easily. She asked doubtfully. How did you know I wanted to eat barbecue? A female star would risk being recognized by others and go to a food stall to eat skewers and drink beer, and was eventually caught by her agent for being drunk. How greedy do you think she must be? I guess you must have been followed by your Lolita manager these past 2 days and couldn't get out, so you wanted me to bring you here. Am I right? Chenggu sent a message casually. But after sending these 2 messages, what Chenggu received next was not text. Instead, it was a voice message sent by Ncc, and it was added at a very fast speed. Chenggu clicked on the voice call and put it to his ear. Chenggu. I'm going to kill you. You told me I was greedy. Let me tell you, I wasn't drunk that day. I was testing you to see if you would do anything to me while I was drunk. As Chenggu was listening to this voice message, it became silent. He glanced at the screen. I found that the voice messages sent by Cece were being quickly withdrawn one by her. Afterwards, Cece sent a text message. Remember to bring me barbecue, or I won't forgive you. Angry JPG. By the way, when you come in, you must avoid Kayun and don't let her find you, otherwise I'll be finished. Looking at the message sent by Cece, Chengu did not reply. He looked at his palms. Good job. So she was pretending to be drunk that day? Then I touched her butt? She knows it all? Just as Chengu was staring at his palm and getting distracted, Yang Xinqi walked up to Chengu. I fixed my makeup, let's go. At this time, Yang Xinqi's tone no longer had the fierceness from before. Instead, there is a kind of tamed and obedient look. Chengu nodded, then took the small accessories from Yang Xinqi and paid the bill at the front desk. The total price of these accessories is just over 100 yuan. The rebate given to Chengu was only about 10,000 yuan. Compared with Chen Ji's current assets of nearly 10 billion, it is just a drop in the bucket. But mosquito legs are also meat. Chengu has always been open to everyone who comes. After paying the bill, Chengu looked at his watch. It was just past 6 o'clock. Since he had eaten lunch late, Chengu didn't feel hungry at all. It's still early, is there anything else you want to play? Let me think. Yang Xinqi held her chin in her hand and thought. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and a light bulb seemed to light up in her head. How about, we go play video games? Aren't video games played by boys? Why would a girl like you want to play this? As soon as Chengu asked this question, he thought of Yang Xinqi's profession as a game anchor. Who says video games are only for boys? We can grab dolls from them. Yang Xinqi explained, her eyes flickering with anticipation as she spoke. Seeing Chengu was still a little hesitant, she immediately grabbed one of Chen Ji's hands and shook it. Go ahead, go ahead. If you want to go, let's go. If a girl asks to play video games, how could a boy refuse? To be honest, Chengu hasn't played video games for a long time. After hearing what Yang Xinqi said, I suddenly felt a little itchy. Yang Xinqi held Chen Ji's hand and walked into the arcade. Just after coming out of the cinema, Yang Xinqi saw the video game arcade, so she didn't need Chengu to lead the way. Ha! There it is. The two just walked into the video game arcade. Yang Xinqi's eyes immediately locked onto several claw machines not far away. Ran quickly towards the claw machine. Chengu covered his head as he looked at Yang Xinqi's silly and cute expression. Sister, you need to exchange coins to play video games. Chengu walked to the coin exchange machine speechlessly and exchanged for 100 game coins. Immediately, he walked towards Yang Xinqi. At this time, a lot of people have gathered near Yang Xinqi. This kind of girl who dresses like a queen and looks cute. Still very attractive to men. Miss, there's a technique to catching this. Do you want me to teach you? I also know the tricks, and I can teach you. Yang Xinqi shook her head and said. Thank you for your kindness, but I still want to try it myself. Hey! Miss, you haven't bought the game coins yet? Wait, I'll go buy them for you, you must wait for me. I'm going too. Several boys around Yang Xinqi immediately ran towards the coin exchange machine. I'm afraid of being a step behind others and missing the chance to meet beautiful women. At the same time, Chengu came over with the box of coins, put the box on the claw machine, and said, Did you know that the big anchor needs to exchange coins for the dolls? Hey, didn't you bring the coins here? A hint of cunning flashed across Yang Xinqi's pretty face. Then, he put a few coins into the machine. He leaned down and focused his eyes intently on the mechanical clamp. Keep making fine adjustments based on the position of the clip. Then, Yang Xinqi found the right moment and pressed the button. A mechanical sound was heard, and the mechanical clamp slowly fell down, clamping a doll. This doll was actually picked up by Yang Xinqi. Wow! Look, I picked it up. In Yang Xinqi's hopeful eyes. The hook did not send the doll to the exit as Yang Xinqi expected. Instead, at the moment when the mechanical clamp climbed to the highest point, the claws loosened and fell down. Oops. It fell down. Yang Xinqi said regretfully. Would you like to try with 2 more? Chengu encouraged. Yang Xinqi immediately repeated the operation again. Although this time the hook did not loosen immediately like before. But in the process of transmitting the doll, the hook was still dropped. Quick! Try again. Chen-gu also became interested at this time, because he suddenly discovered that the claw machine is a toy that he has played with since he was a child. It seems like there is something fishy going on. Yang Xinqi tried several more times, but failed every time. At this time, the boys who bought game coins had also returned. They automatically ignored Chen-gu standing next to Yang Xinqi. Remind out loud. Playing this kind of machine requires skills. When you grab the doll, you must pay attention to the strength and timing of the hook. How about I teach you? The boy walked up and said shamelessly. This is not necessary, right? It's okay, I'll show you. The boy shamelessly stuffed the game coins into the claw machine where Yang Xinqi was. Then he kept adjusting the position of the hook and pressed the button. The hook fell with precision. Just as the hook is opening, a doll next to the target doll was touched by the hook. It rolled over and just hit the target doll. Just caught nothing. The boy failed the first time he performed in front of a beautiful girl. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed. But at this moment, Chen-gu walked quietly to the claw machine, put a few coins in, and activated the machine again. Chen-gu moved the joystick seemingly casually and pressed the button. The mechanical clip dropped without incident. The doll was held high. But this time, the clamp did not loosen, but remained tightly gripped. Chapter 131 Tips for Grabbing Dolls. No surprise. The doll rolled out of the exit with great precision. Wow! You actually got him out? Yang Xinqi picked up the doll, her face full of excitement. Chen-gu took the doll out casually and elegantly. After trying for a long time with the boy, they still couldn't get the doll out. It forms a sharp contrast. At this time, the boy seemed a little unconvinced. Oh my god, man, are you guessing this? Don't think that the game of catching dolls is a bit stupid. But if you can pick up the doll in front of a group of men, that's quite a high standard. It's very close to the level of you're awesome if you can touch that leaf. What nonsense are you talking about? He must have his own methods. Seeing someone questioning Chen-gu, Yang Xinqi spoke out to refute. She didn't know why, ever since Chen-gu kissed her. When faced with these questioning words, she subconsciously wanted to side with Chen-gu. However, what Yang Xinqi didn't know was that Chen-gu had just guessed when he grabbed the doll. Chen-gu observed the changes in Yang Xinqi's hook when she caught the doll just now. I had some guesses in my mind, but he wasn't sure. So I went over and tried it. I didn't expect it to be successful. Actually, I can try again. Chen-gu was not angry at being questioned by the other party. On the contrary, he felt more and more that this claw machine was indeed a way to make money. Then he put a few coins into the claw machine again. Then, the operation was repeated in the same way. But this time, the claw machine did not go as Chen-gu wished. The mechanical claws had just picked up the doll. The claws loosened, causing the doll to fall and roll to the side of the exit. See, I told you this guy was just guessing, it fell down, didn't it? The boy spoke up, trying to hide his embarrassment. Chen-gu ignored him and continued to put a few coins into the claw machine. When the machine is activated, Chen-gu shook the joystick vigorously. When the mechanical clamp above began to swing violently, he slapped the button. Due to inertia, the clamp does not fall straight down. Instead, he threw it out. The thrown clamp hit the doll that had just rolled to the exit. The doll tumbled out of the exit. What? It's possible. When Yang Xinqi saw the doll fall out, she was also stunned. Because Chen-gu broke the rigid thinking. Instead of using the clamping method, the doll is knocked out by smashing it. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Chen-gu continued to insert coins and activated the mechanical clamp. But just like before, the doll fell as soon as it was picked up. Chen-gu repeated the previous operation and manipulated the mechanical arm. Once again the doll was smashed out. Damn! So accurate? Chen-gu continued to insert coins and casually manipulated the mechanical arm to fall. The doll was picked up with perfect precision. In the blink of an eye, Chen-gu caught 3 dolls. This amazing achievement immediately attracted the attention of the children around. Wow! Look, this brother is so awesome. I want that doll too, but I've never been able to get it out once. Listening to the child's childish words, Chengu walked up to the child, squatted down, and handed the doll over. Little friend, this doll is for you, okay? Really? Thank you, brother. The child took the doll and held it in his hands lovingly. When the children nearby saw that the little boy also had a doll, they all showed envy in their eyes. They all turned their eyes to the doll in Yang Xinqi's hand. Sister, we want one too, can you give us one? Yang Xinqi saw these lovely children. Suddenly, love overflowed. Of course, sister will give you both, okay? Good. Thank you, sister. The children took the dolls and thanked happily. Sister is so pretty, brother is so handsome. Is brother and sister the same kind of relationship as mom and dad? Mom and dad, can we make a baby now? Yang Xinqi listened to the children's innocent words and a blush flashed across her face. Of course she knew that Chengu must have heard what she said. She was about to deny it when the children who had received the toys scattered away. That? She turned around and glanced at Chengu shyly. Didn't you say you wanted to grab the doll? I've already figured out the trick. I'll teach you. Chengu did not delve further into the matter. He looked around and saw that the children were not the only ones who had disappeared. Even the boy who had shamelessly questioned him just now ran away at some point. He shook his head indifferently. Then he waved to Yang Xinqi. Yang Xinqi understood, walked to the claw machine, and said with some doubt. You haven't really gotten the hang of it, have you? Chengu nodded. I just had a guess in my mind, so I just tried it casually, and it actually worked. Chengu said calmly. Then he put a few coins into the claw machine and pressed the button casually. If you just use this first hook, you will definitely not be able to catch it. As soon as the words fell, the hook really did what Chengu said and just picked up the doll and lifted it into the air. The doll fell down. Chengu inserted the coin again and clapped his hands. This second hook probably won't work, so we'll just hook it casually. Yang Xinqi listened carefully. As it turned out, the hook was just as Chengu said. The doll that was clamped still fell down. The same goes for the third hook. The claws don't have enough strength to get the doll to the exit. Chengu once again put his words into practice. The doll was halfway transported when the hook loosened and it fell down. Chengu continued to insert coins. This fourth hook has a certain chance of catching the doll, but the possibility of failure is also quite high. After making his guess, Chengu manipulated the joystick and pressed the button to lower the hook. This time, the hook did transport the doll a short distance. Unfortunately, it still rolled down near the exit. The fifth hook has great strength, so the chances of catching it are very high. As he spoke, Chengu inserted the coin, aimed at the doll, and put his claw down. The claws dropped with perfect precision, grabbing the doll with ease. Then, the dolls were transported. In the end, the doll was delivered to the exit without any accident. Chapter 132. Teach me quickly. Chengu picked up the doll that rolled out of the exit and handed it to Yang Xinqi. Then he said, actually, I noticed this when you were grabbing the doll just now. The hook for grabbing the doll seems to have an internal pattern. The strength of the claw will increase as you grab it again and again. I don't know about other machines, but this one should reset after every 5 grasps, and continue the cycle. Yang Xinqi listened to Chen Ji's explanation, thoughtful. So, you just caught it 5 times, so you won't be able to catch it next time no matter what? Well, it should be. Chengu nodded and replied. Hearing this, Yang Xinqi looked around vigilantly, made a hushing gesture, and said softly. Then haven't we cracked the secret of the claw machine? This isn't really a secret. It's just a little rule at best. Chengu put his hands in his pockets, and did not think that discovering the pattern of the claw machine was a big deal. But Yang Xinqi doesn't think so. As an internet addict, she has an almost perverted obsession with games. Looking at the claw machine in front of her, her obsessive-compulsive disorder started to set in. She felt it necessary to try out the rules Chengu mentioned herself. No, I have to try it myself. As she spoke, Yang Xinqi grabbed a few coins and threw them into the machine. The machine is activated as usual. According to Chengu, she would not be able to catch it no matter what. Therefore, Yang Xinqi put almost 200% of her attention into it. She specifically picked a doll that was more scattered. Make sure the hook does not shift when grabbing a doll due to the presence of other dolls. Press the start button and the hook drops. The hook caught the doll accurately and rose steadily. Just when the doll was about to reach its highest point. Suddenly, the hook shook and the doll fell from the air. It tumbled a few times in the machine and finally stopped. The facts turned out to be just as Chen Gu had expected. Even though Yang Xinqi tried her best, she still failed to catch the doll. But as luck would have it, the doll rolled to the exit for the third time. Seeing this scene, Yang Xinqi's big, Kazalan eyes suddenly lit up. Chen Gu, come quickly. What's wrong? Yang Xinqi pointed at the doll next to the exit and said. You know that technique of knocking the doll down with a bang, right? Teach me now. Yang Xinqi acted coquettishly with sparkling eyes. As she spoke, Yang Xinqi put a few more coins into the machine. The machines are all started, teach me now. Chen Gu held his forehead in silence. Can the machine start without you inserting a coin? Hearing this, Yang Xinqi laughed and said, I don't care, just teach me. As he spoke, he was already holding the joystick, ready to learn. Facing Yang Xinqi's soft and cute offensive, Chen Gu had no reason to refuse. He walked straight behind Yang Xinqi. He stretched out his hands from her waist and placed them on Yang Xinqi's hands holding the joystick. Because of the big height difference between the two, Chen Gu needed to bend down slightly to maintain a more comfortable standing posture. Because of this, Chen Ji's head popped out from Yang Xinqi's shoulder. So, it started again with an ambiguous posture. Chen Gu held Yang Xinqi's delicate little hand and controlled the position of the hook. Yang Xinqi's delicate body immediately tensed up. At the same time, Chen Ji's deep voice also rang in Yang Xinqi's ears. First, you need to control the joystick to pull it left and right, so that the hook can swing far enough. Chen Gu was talking. A warm breeze kept blowing intermittently in Yang Xinqi's ears, intentionally or unintentionally. It feels numb and itchy. Wantonnly teasing Yang Xinqi's nerves. Then, observe the swinging pattern of the hook, predict the next position of the hook, and finally drop it accurately. However, the hook will only stay in the air for 1 minute, so you have to be as quick as possible. At this point, Chen Ji's words suddenly stopped. Are you listening? Chen Gu turned around and took a look. At some point, Yang Xinqi's neck had turned red. Even her petite body was frozen in place. Chen Gu came to his senses and noticed that Yang Xinqi was acting strange. A faint feminine scent was lingering at Chen Ji's nose. Ding ding ding. The machine timeout alarm sounded. The hook falls. However, it was in vain. Gulp. Chen Gu swallowed hard. I flip a coin. Yang Xinqi stuttered. With shaking hands, he put the coin into the machine. However, it was this action of putting the coin in that made Yang Xinqi step back after putting the coin in. The perky buttocks hit Chen Ji's lower body hard. Yang Xinqi sensed something strange and looked down subconsciously. And when she saw clearly what she had collided with, she immediately covered her eyes. I don't want to play anymore. You bully me. Chen Gu subconsciously stepped back and took back his hand that was supporting the claw machine. Seeing that Chen Gu was no longer restraining her, Yang Xinqi blushed, found a random direction, and left quickly. Well. Chen Gu touched his nose. I looked down and saw nothing unusual. However, while he was stunned, Yang Xinqi had already walked a short distance away. Chen Gu shook his head and chased after him. Yang Xinqi wandered aimlessly in the video game arcade and just didn't want to stop. Just at this moment. From a distance, at the entrance, Yang Xinqi noticed a man and a woman walking in. The man was in his early 40s and had a big belly. The woman next to her was young, petite, and heavily made up. At first glance, outsiders would think this couple is a father-daughter relationship. But for Yang Xinqi, who has been in the anchor circle for many years, it was immediately clear that the two were not father and daughter. On the contrary, there is a high probability that they are lovers. There is no emotion, just pure exchange of interests. The next second, the man's behavior confirmed Yang Xinqi's guess. I saw the middle-aged man burying his head in the woman's chest as if no one was around. There was a lewd smile on his bearded face. Can you imagine a greasy man with a big belly burying his head in your arms in a coquettish manner? Has stomach acid come back up? But the young woman didn't vomit. A brief flash of disgust flashed across her face, and then her expression changed immediately. She hugged the middle-aged man affectionately and kissed him on the face with joy. It was as if she was the mother and the uncle was the good boy. Things seemed to be getting weird. But Yang Xinqi did not pay attention to how perverted their subsequent actions were. At this time, her mind was no longer in the video game arcade. Just now, she realized something. What is the difference between the role I am going to play today and that woman? Chapter 133 Sichuan Opera Face Changing. She seemed to have forgotten about it. Ever since he met Chen Gu, the surprises he brought far exceeded his expectations. Furthermore, Chen Gu was not like those so-called number 1s. He came up and started clamoring to get a room. Instead, he asked her about her needs seriously and tried his best to satisfy her. Chen Ji's gentleness and thoughtfulness made her feel for a moment. The two seemed like a real couple. But in essence, she was just an anchor who accepted the reward from the big brother and decided to make a surprise appearance. There is no emotional relationship between the two. Just like that pair of lovers, it was just a simple exchange of interests. Thinking of this, Yang Xinqi suddenly felt a little lost. It turned out that everything was just her wishful thinking. Chen Gu was always out of her reach. You find many rich people approachable. It's not because they respect you or think highly of you. It's because you two are not on the same level at all. How can there be so-called conflicts between people who are not on the same level? After realizing this, Yang Xinqi felt a little regretful. It turns out that this sweet interaction was just a dream. From the moment she met Chen Gu, she made a big mistake. That means she is serious. The normal course of events would be that Chen Gu would drag her to the hotel as soon as they met. After being beaten up, he put on his pants and left. Wasn't this sexy outfit I wore today, including the clothes underneath, just to please him? She was just touched by Chen Gu accidentally, and her heart was in turmoil. To put it bluntly, she is here today just to send you off. But now she is being shy. Is it a bit of a double-edged sword? At this time, Yang Xinqi stopped. Coincidentally, Chen Gu also caught up. Yang Xinqi took a deep breath, as if she had decided something. Boss, you don't have to be so nice to me. Since I promised you to airdrop, I will not break my promise. Yang Xinqi spoke in a cold tone, and changed her way of addressing Chen Gu from his name back to Big Brother. I'm sorry, I misunderstood our relationship. Now you can take me back to the hotel. Chen Gu caught up with the fish, still holding the doll he had just caught. He listened to what Yang Xinqi said beneath her silly appearance. I was also stunned. Damn it! This woman changes her attitude faster than turning the pages of a book? Are you performing Sichuan opera face changing here? The last second she was kissing, hugging, lifting me up, and lying in my arms acting coquettishly. The next second, he started to talk about exchanging interests. There were so many tricks that Chen Gu was completely confused. Moreover, Chen Gu only accompanied Yang Xinqi shopping because he felt it was too early to return to the hotel. It's better to have more fun in Xianda Plaza. However, Chen Gu changed his mind. I also felt that what Yang Xinqi said was indeed correct. It is true that the relationship between her and me is only based on interests, and there is no emotional basis. For Chen Gu, her identity is completely different from that of Shen Luoqiao and Li Yunru. Just when Chen Gu was about to agree to Yang Xinqi's request, the system sound rang in Chen Ji's mind. Detected that the host's target showed negative emotions. Warm tips: if the target shows negative emotions during the strategy, the host's reward will be halved as appropriate. Since this is the first time the host has encountered this problem, the reward for resolving the target's negative emotions during the strategy will be doubled. Wish the host good luck. Chen Gu listened to the system's prompts. There was a slight crack in my stable mentality. Damn it! Do I have to take care of her feelings? Where is the affectionate system? Why does it feel more and more like Zhang Wanson? System, you are special. Chen Gu cursed in a low voice. What the fuck? Huh? What did you say? Yang Xinqi asked puzzledly. I really regret it. Chen Gu forced himself to make it right. What's there to regret? I know who I am. You are a wealthy man on the internet, and I am just a small anchor. The gap between you and me is not a little bit. The popularity and fame I have now are all brought to me by you. I overinterpreted it, sorry. Yang Xinqi's nose felt slightly sour. In fact, you may not know. Inferiority complex doesn't just exist in boys. Girls also have this mentality. It's just that the chances of this happening to girls are much lower than to boys. But it doesn't mean they're ISNT1. After all, when two people of different status are together, the weaker party will definitely bear more pressure than the stronger party. At the same time, this has also created a strange phenomenon in society. That is, we tend to think that girls who are beautiful, well-off and well-educated must be popular. Even from childhood to adulthood, she has never lacked suitors. But that is not the case. This type of girl often puts a lot of pressure on the guy. Because boys are animals with extremely strong self-esteem. Even if the girls don't show anything, they don't even care about the mediocrity of boys. But boys will still feel that their self-esteem is hurt. Therefore, boys are often more willing to find girls who are not as good as themselves. Girls, on the other hand, like to date boys who are stronger than themselves because they admire the strong. So, we sometimes find out. Leftover women are generally not those with average looks, average family background, and average abilities. But they are those extremely capable urban beauties and independent women. They tend to have stronger economic capabilities and broader cognition. But they still can't solve the major issue of their life. Yang Xinqi had this mentality when facing Chen Gu. My regret is that this is how I am in your mind. Do you think I gave you gifts and helped you increase your popularity just to wait for you to show up? Chen Gu said with great sorrow. It was as if he was really hurt by Yang Xinqi's words. That acting is really good. It's difficult, isn't it? Faced with Chen Ji's reaction, Yang Xinqi was stunned. Shouldn't he have agreed right away and taken her to the hotel immediately? Even Yang Xinqi was ready. But Chen Ji's next words instantly froze her brain. No. Perhaps you don't know that I was the one who proposed to the people in the Langia operations department to give you rewards and traffic and even play games with you. Actually, I've been paying attention to you for a long time, but I've never been able to express my feelings to you. So? Chen Gu stopped talking here and did not continue. But the answer is self-evident. Yang Xinqi opened her mouth in surprise. She never expected that all this was arranged by Chen Gu. Someone from the operations department suddenly approached her and expressed their desire to promote her. She always thought that luck had come to her. Chapter 134 You Will Bully Me. Or maybe her efforts were recognized by the platform, so the platform intended to promote her. You can hear Chen Gu tell the truth in person. Then she understood. It turned out that everything she had now was given to her by Chen Gu. But with your status, you can definitely find someone better than me. Why do you have to spend your energy on me? Don't you think it's a loss? Yang Xinqi said. Deficit? A loss of nothing? I have the system, why would I lose? Chen Gu complained in his heart. In fact, Yang Xinqi's heart had already softened at this time. But it's still a bit embarrassing. It's like a boyfriend and girlfriend having a fight. When the woman realizes her mistake. Often they don't apologize, but continue to have a stern face. If the man dares to be a cheapskate at this time and doesn't give up when he sees the good results. Good. Congratulations, you're done again. Things will start to develop towards an unsolvable attitude problem. And Yang Xinqi is actually suffering from this kind of mentality now. But, the next second. Chen Gu couldn't utter a single nice word for a long time. But he said something that Yang Xinqi will remember for the rest of her life. Do you think love can be measured by money? Perhaps most of the male compatriots may sneer at this. How can you fall in love without money? How can you get married? How can you keep a woman's heart? Love without material things is like a pile of loose sand. Countless Zhang Wanson tell us a bloody fact. Do you deserve love if you don't have money? And at this time, when Chen Gu asked this question, he caused Yang Xinqi to think. Chen Gu did not interrupt her, but waited quietly. However, when Chen Gu saw Yang Xinqi's big, caring eyes, with his eyes becoming more and more wise, Chen Gu knew in his heart that this wave was a sure thing. Yang Xinqi looked into Chen Ji's eyes. When I saw the sincerity in those eyes, Yang Xinqi's resolute heart was shaken. She believed that no one with any sense would choose to spend real money on a game anchor. But Chen Gu did it. Is it a ghost? To be honest, Yang Xinqi didn't believe it. Finally, she accepted the fact that Chen Gu abandoned his rationality and spent 40 million on her. Her heart already belonged to Chen Gu. Immediately following, Yang Xinqi walked up to Chen Gu and hugged him. You're right. Love really can't be measured by money. I was a little too aggressive just now, sorry. Yang Xinqi buried her head in Chen Ji's chest and whispered. Chen Gu reached out and hugged this delicate body. For some reason, he suddenly remembered a famous saying. It is true that women are not moved by money, but every step to move women requires money. Day. This fucking reality. In the arcade, the two snuggled together tightly. Although the surroundings are still noisy and bustling. But the feelings between the two were rapidly heating up at this moment. After hugging for a while, Chen-gu suddenly said, "It seems to be getting late." The implication in Chen Ji's words was obvious. Hearing this, Yang Xinqi's pretty face immediately flushed. But he still nodded slightly. Chen-gu smiled, took Yang Xinqi's hand, and left the arcade. Chen-gu first returned to the store where he first stored the suitcase. Retrieved the suitcase. Then, he walked out of Tianda Plaza carrying his suitcase. "Wait here for a moment. I'll go drive," Chen-gu said. "Good." Yang Xinqi nodded obediently. The attributes of the cute loli are simply explosive. Chen-gu smiled and walked towards the parking lot. Yang Xinqi was waiting there holding the suitcase. After a while, a BMW appeared in her sight. Chen-gu rolled down the window and waved to Yang Xinqi. "Here." When Yang Xinqi saw Chen Ji's car, she was also stunned. To be honest, Yang Xinqi knew that many rich people were very low-key. But isn't Chen-gu too low-key? The price of this car is beyond the reach of many people. But for Chen-gu, driving this kind of car seems a bit cheap, right? "Is this your car?" she asked with a little confusion. "Yes," Chen-gu said as a matter of course. As he spoke, Chen-gu smiled playfully. "What? Are you not going to come with me if I drive this car?" Yang Xinqi listened to Chen Ji's words and knew that Chen-gu was joking with him. He immediately threw the suitcase into the trunk. Sitting in the passenger seat. "I don't regret it. I'll show you how powerful I am." As she spoke, she waved her little pink fist at Chen-gu. Unexpectedly, at this moment Chen-gu suddenly stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Before Yang Xinqi could react, her body lost its balance and fell onto the chair. After coming to her senses, Yang Xinqi glared at Chen-gu with resentment and said coquettishly, "You will bully me, you will bully me." Facing Yang Xinqi's harmless words, Chen-gu smiled evilly. "Who asked you to come to my door to be bullied? If I don't bully you, who else can I bully?" As he spoke, Chen-gu smiled with a look of success. Snort! The BMW sped through the night. 10 minutes later. The vehicle stopped in front of a chain hotel. Chen-gu took Yang Xinqi's suitcase out of the trunk. Closed the car door. He then took Yang Xinqi into the hotel. "A couple's room, thank you." Chen-gu handed his ID card to the front desk. But the lady at the front desk didn't say the standard phrase "Yes, sir." Instead, he looked behind Chen-gu, and then his eyes became strange. Chen-gu didn't understand what this meant at first. But when he turned his head and saw Yang Xinqi's childish appearance, he seemed to suddenly understand. Oh shit. She wouldn't suspect that Yang Xinqi is underage, right? I'm not obsessed with young girls. Well, actually, she. Seeing Chen-gu wanted to explain, the receptionist immediately responded. "Sir, don't worry, our hotel will definitely protect your personal privacy and will not leak it out. It's totally off the mark." Chen-gu turned around speechlessly and uttered a few words through his teeth. "Auntie, please take out your ID card." "Oh. Sorry." Yang Xinqi quickly took out her ID card and handed it to the lady at the front desk. The lady at the front desk returned to normal after seeing Yang Xinqi's ID card. It's a sister-brother relationship. After realizing that she had misunderstood, she arranged the room service for Chen-gu with a smile on her face. Chen-gu took out his ID card and looked at Yang Xinqi speechlessly. Unexpectedly, Yang Xinqi stuck out her tongue with a smug look on her face. "Is it my fault that I look small?" Chen-gu said unhappily, "I am really impressed by you." As he said this, he walked towards the elevator carrying his suitcase. "Hey, what do you mean? Wait for me. Wait for me." Chapter 135 Lolita Face in Queen Figure. Chen-gu walked towards the room on his own. Yang Xinqi followed him in small steps all the way. At the same time, he murmured, "You're so petty, you get angry just because you say you're angry." At this moment, Chen-gu suddenly stopped in front of a room. After confirming the room number, then put the room card on the door lock. With a beep sound, the door opened. Chen Gu pushed the suitcase into the room without saying a word. Yang Xinqi saw that Chen Gu had stopped. He immediately walked up to Chen Gu and asked curiously, "You're not really angry, are you?" "Oh my, a grown man is so petty?" "Well, I just said something a little harsh just now, Yang Xinqi found that she was no longer able to speak at this moment. "I don't know when, Chen Gu has come up and kissed me." Immediately, Chen Gu opened the door. The two of them walked towards the king-size bedroom while kissing wildly. As she walked, Yang Xinqi's calf touched the edge of the bed. But Chen Gu still pushed her. Suddenly, she lost her balance and fell on the bed. And Chen Gu also threw himself on Yang Xinqi. The two continued to kiss. After 5 or 6 minutes, Yang Xinqi turned her head away, panting. Who? 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 Her face flushed and her speech was intermittent. You just love to bully me. This is clearly revenge. A flash of sudden realization crossed Yang Xinqi's pretty face. Hearing this, Chen Gu laughed evilly, "Ha! You're right, I'm just taking revenge on you. But now you're in my hands, you can't escape even if you want to." Escape? When did I ever say I wanted to escape? You're younger than me, according to your ID card, little brother. Yang Xinqi not only looks young, but also has a baby-like voice. There was no hint of sarcasm in these words coming out of his mouth. Instead, it has a hint of cuteness. I'm young? Have you ever tried it? Chen Gu raised his eyebrows slightly. No, but why not try? Yang Xinqi had a smile on her face and slowly let out a breath from her bright red lips. Before Chen Gu could react, Yang Xinqi put her hands on Chen Ji's waist. Slowly pull out the belt. She half stood up while whipping the belt. It's the elder sister who should take the initiative, brother. The words fell. The belt slipped. Chen Gu looked at the loose pants that were half hanging around his waist. The corner of his mouth curled up. You got there first. You can get it back. As she spoke, Yang Xinqi pulled her women's suit back, revealing the white shirt underneath. Why, don't you dare? Then I'll continue. Yang Xinqi's eyes were charming and smiling. She stretched out her index finger, hooked it on Chen Ji's pants, and lifted the front end. I have to say, when it comes to matters between men and women, girls naturally mature earlier than boys and no more. Just like now, even though nothing has been done yet, Chen Ji's lust has been aroused and is about to erupt. What are you afraid of? As he spoke, Chen Ji's eyes fell on Yang Xinqi's bulging chest. Although Yang Xinqi looks cute, it doesn't mean she has a skinny body. On the contrary, his body score is as high as 96 points. It truly proves the perfection of her figure. The word pure desire is not a joke. At this time, Chen Ji's hands were already on the buttons on Yang Xinqi's chest. With just a little effort, the answer will be revealed. At this moment, Yang Xinqi's bright red lips opened again. There's a surprise inside. Whether you want to untie it or tear it open, it's all up to your mood, little brother. As she spoke, Yang Xinqi bit her lips charmingly. It seemed like 2 options were given, but in fact it was just a single choice question given to Chen Gu. Without a doubt, Chen Gu chose the latter. Hiss. The sound of clothes being torn echoed in the quiet room. Chen Gu wantonly destroyed the thin fabric while responding to Yang Xinqi's words. You seem to like calling me brother? Why? Do you think you can get the upper hand? However, just as Chen Gu wanted to continue speaking, his eyes froze. Because the clothes under Yang Xinqi's shirt were not what Chen Gu imagined. But... Gulp. Chen Ji's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he swallowed hard. Seeing Chen Ji's actions, a triumphant smile flashed across Yang Xinqi's lips. It seems that I have the upper hand for now, brother. Before he finished speaking, the clothes slipped off quietly. When Yang Xinqi appeared in front of Chen Gu in a different state, the previous softness was gone. All that was left was a fiery carcass that tempted to commit a crime. And that charming and affectionate look. What? Not attractive enough? I'm eager to test your strength, hee. Yang Xinqi closed her eyes. This all seems like a dream. She stood up slightly and hooked Chen Ji's shoulders. But since you and I are both in the dream, let's let this dream run wild. With a little force, Chen Gu lost his balance and fell on Yang Xinqi. Why do you want me to take the initiative? Chen Ge narrowed his eyes slightly, then shook his head. That's not necessary. Without waiting for Yang Xinqi to react, Chen Ge pounced on that seductive body. It's time to start thinking. Continue to imagine. Yang Xinqi was not timid at all, and the two of them had a great understanding. Like a dependent canary. The next day. 9 o'clock sharp. Chen Ge woke up from his sleep. He subconsciously touched his side. Empty. Chen Ge half supported himself to stand up, but found that there was nothing around him. Yang Xinqi had left at some point. As she disappeared, the light blue suitcase also disappeared. Chen Ge got out of bed, looked around, and found that Yang Xinqi had indeed left. And at this time, a conspicuous note on the wardrobe caught Chen Ji's attention. The note was filled with beautiful handwriting. You can tell at first glance that it was written by a woman. I have the contact information of the operations department, you little liar. Do you really think I'm so easy to fool? If I don't take the bait, how can you fool me with your skills? I'm back in Linen, you bad boy. This is my first time. Remember to come to Linen to see me when you have time. Chen Ge looked down. Suddenly, the scene changed. Remember, it was sister who slept with you, brother. Grass. Chen Ge cursed loudly. How come I became the victim in the end? Woman. Chapter 136. Who needs investment? Introduce me one. Why do I have the illusion that one party ran away after a one-night stand? While Chen Ge was still thinking, the system sound rang in my mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the strategy to obtain a rebate target. Detect that the target's physique score is above 95 points, unlock the intermediate reward. When the host strategy is detected, the negative emotions of the rebate recipient are successfully eliminated, and the reward is doubled. Unlocking advanced rewards. Rewards are being distributed. The unlock reward is the power of luck. P.S. The effect of the power of luck is to passively increase the host's own luck. P.S. The effects of the power of luck are divided into weak, medium, and strong. The current host's power of luck effect is weak. Chen Ge listened to the system's explanation and felt that the power of luck was a bit useless. I have no worries about food and drink, and I have no shortage of women. What's the use of this thing? It doesn't matter if it looks useless, the effect he currently has is still at the lowest level. Isn't it even more useless? Can the system explain what different levels of luck power can do? Chen Ge muttered to himself in his mind. Weak, slightly changes the host's luck. Effect example, the probability of answering a question correctly by guessing is greatly increased. Medium, greatly changes the host's luck. Effect example, if the host gets lost in the deep forest and walks around randomly, there is a high probability that he will find the correct path. Strong, connect the host's luck with cause and effect. Effect example, when encountering force majeure, the probability of the host's death is extremely low. P.S. The above effect description is only for the host to have an intuitive feeling, not just a description of the effect of the power of luck. Oh shit. After hearing the explanation, Chen Ji's heart was still in turmoil. So awesome? If he could train his luck power to its strongest level. Isn't it okay to drive on the highway with your eyes closed? Warm reminder, the power of luck cannot turn a truck coming at high speed into cotton, so be careful when you are seeking death. Cough cough. Chen Ge coughed. After hiding his embarrassment for a while, he asked in his mind. How can I improve the level of my luck power? The power of luck is converted from the income obtained by the host in addition to the 100 times rebate effect. The system will value the income and convert it appropriately according to the income after the valuation is completed. The power of luck can be accumulated together with the power of healing, without interfering with each other. Revenue required for level upgrade, 0.5 billion yuan. Chen Ge just heard that the two abilities of healing power and luck power can be accumulated at the same time. I am still sighing that it is worthy of being called a system. Really humane. But when he saw the benefits of upgrading his level, he almost fainted. 5 billion? Why don't you go and rob? The two projects that Chen Ge is preparing to invest in are currently in the process of being filmed. If you want to make a profit, you have to wait for at least a while. Is there any way to make a profit quickly? Chen Ge took out his cell phone and opened the Rich Boy group. At this time, a group of people in the group were still talking about Chen Ji's amazing record of fighting 13 people alone. Fuck, to be honest, I've been drinking for more than 10 years, and I've never felt so uncomfortable when I woke up yesterday. Gao Fei, stop talking. If Su Long hadn't been such a bad-mouthed guy and insisted on having a drinking contest with the god of songs, we wouldn't have suffered as a result. Su Chen, Lao Gao, you still have the nerve to come out here, don't you? How do I treat you normally? That night you came at me with a bottle of wine. You ungrateful wolf. Gao Fei, well, old Su, if we have to blame this, we have to blame Su Long. Where is Su Long? This guy started the trouble and ran away, right? Su Long still didn't show up, but Yuchi Chang came out instead. Yuchi Chang, Su Long was still sleeping. This old bitch got up in the middle of the night and vomited all over me. I was about to scold him, but his head tilted and he fell back on the bed. Damn. As he spoke, Yuchi Chang uploaded a few photos to the group. I saw Su Long lying crookedly in the hotel room. Shirtless, with his pants half-dressed and hanging on his thighs, his mouth open. Jiangya, damn, this bastard is not going to die, is he? Yuchi Chang at Jiangya, don't worry about the loud snoring. Even if he is dead, I will save him and then kill him. My shirt worth more than 5,000 yuan was ruined by him. Awesome or the god of songs is awesome. I have never seen anyone drink like this. Drinking quickly is okay, but he can drink continuously. It's okay to drink continuously, but the key is to get 13 people drunk in a row. I told my friends about this, and they all thought I was an idiot. I was totally convinced. Brothers, I just want to know, what can't the boss do? He is simply an all-round warrior. Just when the rich young men were still in a state of excitement. Suddenly, a message appeared in the chat group. Chengguyu brothers, do you have any projects with high return on investment and quick money making? Can you recommend them to me? As soon as Chen Gu appeared, the group was in an uproar. Fuck. The boss is showing up. Boss, you are awesome. When are we going to organize another drinking party? I am ready to go this time. I was busy last time and couldn't go, what a pity. Yuchi Chang, why is the god of songs suddenly thinking about making money? Is there a problem with the family's capital chain? Chen Gu thought about it for a while, and then made up an excuse. Chen-gu, that's not the case. I have some spare money on hand. I might as well use it to invest in some projects. Jiangya, I see. How much money has the boss prepared for investment? I'll ask my friends if there are any projects that need investment recently. Chen-gu, I don't have much money, but only 700 or 800 million. I can still afford to invest in a project worth 1 billion. Who among you needs investment? Can you recommend one to me? Everyone was shocked when they saw Chen Ji's reply. The boss is worthy of being a boss, he can call tens of billions small money. The group fell silent for a moment. Because being able to easily take out tens of billions as small change is completely different from having a net worth of tens of billions. Why should the gap between people be so big? Jiangya, a project worth tens of billions? I don't have that. I guess I'll have to ask my dad. Yuchi Chang at Jiangya, your family is in the real estate business. Even if your father has a project, it is probably a real estate project. It will definitely not generate any income in the short term. Jiangya, there are projects that can generate revenue in the short term, but they are all small projects that can be solved with a few million yuan. I don't think they can satisfy the appetite of the boss. Then I really have no other choice. At this time, Yuchi Chang suddenly made a suggestion. Boss, I don't have this project, but there is a way to generate income quickly, but the risk is a bit high, and people who are not in the underworld should not be able to go. Chapter 137 Underground Boxing Match. Yuchi Chang's mysterious words immediately aroused Chen Ji's curiosity. What's the way? Tell me. However, before Yuchi Chang could reply, the group exploded. Oh my god, you're not going to bring the boss to your side, are you? Brother Chang, the underground black boxing is a very complicated thing. If you are not careful, you will lose everything. Aren't you cheating the god of songs? Moreover, it is said that the people involved are not clean and there are cases of match fixing from time to time. Chen Gu looked at the replies in the group, and he knew what Yuchi Chang's so-called way of making money was. Boxing match. And it was a private underground boxing match. This kind of boxing match is often related to gambling, and getting rich overnight is not a dream. Not only do the organizers get a high commission, the winning boxer can get a very high prize money. And all these flows come from the gamblers who participate in gambling. The excitement brought by gambling far exceeds any form of pleasure in the world. Therefore, it is inevitable that this kind of underground boxing match will attract a large number of gamblers. It's just that this kind of underground boxing match is illegal profit. It is not allowed. In recent years, Longwei has been vigorously cracking down on such projects. Chenggu was very puzzled. How could there still be underground boxing matches in Shanghai, an activity that was severely cracked down by the authorities? It would be fine if it existed in some small cities. Shanghai is an international metropolis with good public security. How could there be underground boxing matches? Chenggu sent a message to ask. Master Yuchi, haven't we been cracking down on this kind of activities in recent years? How is it possible that there are still underground boxing matches in the Magic City? Not long after, Yuchi Chang replied. Yuchi Chang, yes, we have indeed been cracking down on it in recent years, but there will always be people who try to touch the bottom line. There are too many people in this world who like to risk everything. Especially those gamblers who are addicted to gambling. Betting on football and lottery can no longer satisfy these people's appetites. Boxing matches with real fists and knives can stimulate their nerves more. So, a gangster boss named Long Wuya took the lead and organized a boxing match every once in a while. If the wind is strong, the interval will be longer. If the wind is weak, the event will be held more frequently. At this point, Chenggu already understood why underground boxing could not be eradicated. It's human nature. He continued to ask in the group. Can it be that the boxing matches organized by this man called Long Wuya over the years can always avoid official investigation? Yuchi Chang, he is one of the biggest underground forces in the Magic City, and he has connections. The underground boxing ring has indeed been discovered several times, but nothing happened in the end, so after seeing the strength of Master Long Wu, everyone was relieved about him. Ever since the cleanup went smoothly, Master Long Wu's boxing ring has become very popular. Chenggu listened to Yuchi Chang's explanation and then asked. Then why must only gang members be allowed to go to the boxing ring? And with this restriction, won't I be able to go? Yuchi Chang, because people in the underworld value loyalty, if anyone dares to leak this matter, they will be despised by everyone. Of course, there are exceptions. We can bring outsiders, but the premise is that the person must be reliable enough. If something goes wrong, the person who brings the outsider to the boxing ring will be fully responsible. Yuchi Chang has made it quite clear. At the same time, it also conveyed a message to Chenggu. I, Yuchi Chang, am willing to bring you to the boxing ring because I regard you as a friend. Chenggu understood what Yuchi Chang meant. Like Su Chen, Yuchi Chang was also trying to win over Chenggu. However, Chenggu was still shocked when he heard Yuchi Chang talking about the underworld forces. It's not because of Yuchi Chang's power. He didn't expect that in a society ruled by law, there would still be so many gangsters. And it is in the international metropolis of Magic City. The above content is all about the parallel world Blue Star, not the real world. Oh my god, Brother Chang, please don't cheat the god of songs. There are many sponsors there, and the forces behind them are not small. What if you offend someone by accident? Yes, this gang of gangsters has some big shots backing them up. We can't afford to take the blame if something goes wrong. There is a saying that goes, I'm not afraid of those who are aggressive, I'm just afraid of those who don't care about their lives. The richer you are, the more afraid you are of death. Rich people's lives are precious, so they naturally cannot afford to offend these desperate gangsters. Chenggu, can you tell me about Master Long Wu? Really? Boss, are you really going to go? Chenggu, I'll go take a look first. As for whether to play or not, we'll see how things go. At this time, Yuchi Chang also began to introduce his identity as Master Long Wu. Yuchi Chang, this Lord Long Wu was a tough guy. It is said that when the public security was not so good, he started from scratch and became a respected big brother in the underworld from a street thug. At the peak of his glory, he had more than 1,000 subordinates. These subordinates were not good for nothings, and if they were put in the present, any one of them would be able to become a big brother who could stand on his own. Later, when the crackdown on organized crime began, Master Long Wu went abroad to hide. It seemed that he had been hiding there for nearly 20 years. When he came back, the group of younger brothers who survived that year also had a lot of their own troops, and those who were loyal went to join him. As for those who had already lived a stable life and did not want to take this path again, Long Wuya did not force them. However, even so, the scale of the power under Master Long Wu cannot be underestimated. Later, as the scale of the organization grew, Long Wuya showed up less and less frequently, and all the work was entrusted to a man named Wang Li. Meeting Wang Li was equivalent to meeting Long Wuya. Yuqi Cheng seldom talks about underworld matters in the group. I usually don't talk much in the group, and I only come out for a drink or two when I'm having fun. So, when he told a story that no one had ever heard before, everyone agreed not to interrupt him. Everyone listened attentively. Chen Ge looked at the message Yuqi Cheng sent in the group and replied. Is Wang Li the son of Lord Longwu, or his subordinate? Yuqi Cheng, not a son, just a confidant of his. Strangely enough, Master Longwu has no son, only a daughter, who seemed to be born to a foreign woman when he was hiding abroad. It is said that when Master Longwu came back 5 years ago, he brought his daughter back with him. But this daughter has never shown up, and I am somewhat skeptical about whether this news is true. Yuqi Cheng sent a long message in the group. He told Chen Ge all the information about Master Longwu. He continued to send messages. There is also a rumor in the underworld that there is someone behind Master Longwu who supports him. That person also invested a lot of money and resources behind the scenes to help him grow to his current size so quickly. Chapter 138. Why don't you just move in? No matter what Yuqi Cheng said, his words and deeds revealed the same message. Master Longwu is a powerful elder brother. Extremely dangerous. After listening to Yuqi Cheng's explanation, Chen Ge replied in the group without any haste. I'm suddenly interested in the boxing ring. When did Long Wuya's boxing ring start betting? Yuqi Cheng, the news I received is that it will start in about 2 or 3 days, and it seems that the preparations are almost done. Long Wuya's boxing gambling activities usually last for a month. As long as you have money, you can go anytime. Chen Ge at Yuqi Cheng, when the event starts, please notify me so I can go and take a look and get familiar with the process of betting on boxing. Yuqi Cheng, okay. The two of them decided all this in a nonchalant manner, which immediately made the rich young men in the group uneasy. Boss, you are so confused. Brother Chang, why didn't you stop me and encourage me to go to the boxing ring? Gotta songs, you lose 9 out of 10 times when you gamble, especially in a place like that. If you win money, you may not be able to take the money away if these people turn against you. I also think it's inappropriate, Brother Chang. I think you should not bring the boss with you. Their concerns are not without reason. That kind of place is indeed very dangerous for these wealthy people who are used to a comfortable life. On the one hand, Chen Ge had a drink with them and was considered to have integrated into this circle. It was understandable that they were concerned about Chen Ji's safety. On the other hand, Chen Ji's identity remains a mystery to them. If Chen Ge really had an accident, they would be to blame. Chen Ge looked at everyone's dissuasion and felt a little touched. He sent a message in the group. Don't worry, everyone. I'm just going to take a look. If the situation is not right, I won't play. In fact, Chen Ge was not reckless or stupid enough to go to such a place. I am now an expert in physical skills, so even if there is any conflict over there, without more than a dozen people, it was impossible for them to get close to him. Even if you are in a desperate situation and can't win, can't you just run away? Just be a little low-key in there and don't attract too much attention, and nothing will happen. With these considerations, Chen Ge decided to go and take a look with Yuqi Cheng. At this time, Yuqi Cheng also explained to everyone in the group. Don't worry too much, brothers. Even though I'm not very familiar with Master Longwu, we've had drinks at the same table before, so we're familiar with each other. Besides, this is his place, so there won't be any problems with the boss's personal safety. After Yuqi Cheng's explanation, everyone in the group felt a little relieved. Chen Ge also gave a brief reply to everyone in the group. Thank you for your concern. This matter has been settled for now. Having said that, Chen Ge withdrew from Weixin. Then I called in CC. The phone rang 3 times, and then a lazy female voice came. Hello? Who is? When Chen Ge heard the sleepy voice, he said in a frown. Big Star, and don't you know that the sun is shining on your butt? After hearing Chen Ji's voice, the person on the other side suddenly woke up. Chen Ge, why are you calling me now? It's only 6 o'clock, right? It's almost 10 o'clock. What? It's almost 10 o'clock? There was a pause on the other end of the phone, followed by the rustling sound of someone getting dressed. I haven't done my exercises yet. Where's Kaiyun? Li Kaiyun, why didn't you call me? Chen Ge listened to the noisy voice coming from the other end of the phone and interrupted. Hey, hey, hey! Big Starin, do you want more of your barbecue? Chengu, I haven't even done morning exercises yet, and you're still asking me about barbecue. This makes me feel really embarrassed. And Cece said this with one mouth and one mind. Immediately, Chengu said calmly, that means you don't want it, right? Fine, I'm just hungry, I'll go eat by myself. Having said that, Chengu pretended to hang up the phone. Hey, 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 stop it. We have to do morning exercises and of course we can't miss the barbecue. You are not allowed to eat by yourself. Then send me the location. Okay. After Chengu hung up the phone. After a few seconds, I received the location sent by Ncc. The phone shows Jiangnan New District. Jiangnan New District is not far from Shufeng Brokerage Company where Ncc works. It's a mid-range neighborhood. It only takes about 10 minutes to get there by taking a drip. Chengu took a shower, shaved, and tidied himself up. Getting ready to go downstairs. Suddenly the phone rang again. Who? There was a sweet female voice on the other end of the phone. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am a staff member of Tangching Yipin. The property you purchased from us is ready for move-in. You are welcome to move in at any time. It's only been a few days? Can I move in now? How many months did we say we would have to wait? Sure enough, with money, everything can be done more efficiently. Okay, I'll go over and take a look if I have time recently. Okay, sir, I wish you a happy life. After hanging up the phone, Cheng checked on his phone for barbecue restaurants open at this time. After locating the destination, we drove there. 10 minutes later, Chengu parked the car in front of a barbecue restaurant. He shouted to the boss who was busy stringing skewers inside. Boss, give me 10 skewers of grilled squid, 20 oysters, 10 pairs of shark fins, and for the vegetarian dishes, give me a few more skewers of the better things you bought here. As for the vegetarian dishes, it's up to you. Okay, young man, it may take 20 minutes, just wait, I will bake it for you as soon as possible. The boss said cheerfully. Chengu was too lazy to get out of the car, so he just waited in the car. While waiting for the bus, Chengu sent a message to Li Yunru. Little anchor, are you awake? As soon as the message was sent, Li Yunru's sarcastic reply was seen. Hey, isn't this the boss? Why did you think of looking for me today? Didn't you have a sweet duo with your sister Qi? Ahem, don't talk nonsense. I'm just fulfilling the contract with Chairman Li. Chengu explained righteously. The contract includes playing games with the female anchor? My dear boss? Well. Chengu changed the subject without blushing or breathing heavily. I have something serious to tell you, don't interrupt. What serious business can you have? Are you thinking again? Come to my house tonight? Ahem, cough, cough, cough. Hearing Li Yunru's explicit words, Chengu started coughing violently. After coughing for a while, Chengu regained his composure. Didn't I say I would help you find a house? Yeah, I remember. What's wrong? Actually, my live broadcast environment is pretty good right now. It doesn't matter if you can't find it. Li Yunru said considerately. Well, the house I bought last time is ready for occupancy. It's empty anyway, why don't you just move in? Chapter 139. I'm afraid my brother can't handle it. But didn't you say you would rent a house for me? Li Yunru asked back. The house is empty anyway, why don't you move in first? It will be convenient for me to find you whenever I miss you, don't you think? Chengu explained a lot. You really think so? Real. Why do I feel like you are up to something bad? Li Yunru asked with a half-doubt. Oh, no. I thought that the house you live in over there is not good, the location is remote, and you have to pay rent every month. It's a pity. Now that the house is ready for occupancy, it will just gather dust if it is left there, so why not just move in with your luggage? You don't have to pay rent, and it will be convenient for me to find you, don't you think? Chengu analyzed it carefully. That's true, but don't you want to move in? Li Yunru asked. It depends on the situation. Not necessarily. Chengu replied. Okay, then I'll give you a favor. But I still have to pay you the rent. Li Yunru said seriously. Chengu saw this message and was about to edit it in the chat box. Why are you paying rent? Why are you still being so distant with me? However, before he finished editing the message, Chen-gu received a voice message from Lee Yunru. He clicked play, and heard Lee Yunru say in a coquettish tone, "I don't have any money, but you must remember to come and collect the rent. I'll be waiting for you." Chen-gu shuddered at the tingling sound. This little goblin. Chen-gu deleted the message he was about to send and fabricated a new one. "I'll pick you up tomorrow and collect half a month's rent first. I'm afraid my brother won't be able to afford half a month's rent in one go." At this time, the shop owner shouted, "Young man, the barbecue is ready. Do you want it spicy?" "Not spicy. Add more cumin." "Okay." After a while, the boss came over carrying a plastic bag wrapped in several thick layers of tin foil. "Young man, the total is 436, just give me 403. The boss happily placed the barbecue on Chen Ji's passenger seat and put the QR code in front of Chen-gu. Chen-gu scanned the code and paid 430. "I just made the payment and my bank card showed that 43,000 yuan had been deposited into my account. Can this trigger a rebate?" Chen-gu secretly sighed in his heart. The system is really advanced. After paying the bill, Chen-gu drove straight towards Jiangnan District. Half an hour later, Chen-gu drove into the residential building in Jiangnan District under the respectful gaze of the security guard. There are many parking spaces in Jiangnan District, but there are not many cars parked. Chen-gu found a random parking space and parked the car. "I got off the bus and looked at the time. It was exactly 11 o'clock, time for dinner." Entering the residential building, Chen-gu found the place according to the house number NCC left for him. Then he sent a message to NCC. "And, the big star, I'm at the door. If you don't open the door for me, I'll knock." Not long after, NCC replied, "Be quiet and wait for me. If you dare to knock on the door, you'll be dead. Is it necessary to be so guilty? If you want to eat, just eat. Are you afraid of your shorty agent? You don't understand how terrifying she is. Don't make a sound. I'll be here right away." It didn't take long for Chen-gu to see this message. The door slowly opened a crack. Then, a head slowly popped out. Chen-gu couldn't help himself when he saw NCC's sneaky behavior. "I say, do you really want to do this? Are you making it look like a secret agent meeting?" Hearing this, NCC glared. Then he put his index finger on his bright lips, "Shoo." He lowered his voice and said, "You're going to die, talking so loudly. Come in quickly, and be quiet, don't let her find you. She stayed up until about 4 last night, so she probably hasn't woken up yet. Let's go to my room for a while." As he spoke, NCC opened the door a wide gap. "Make half a space for Chen-gu to come in." Chen-gu didn't notice it at first, but when the gap in the door got bigger, he discovered it. NCC only wore a silk suspender at home. The end of the suspenders hung down to her thighs, and it was impossible to tell whether she was wearing pants or not. "What are you standing there for? Come in quickly." "Oh. Chen-gu came to his senses, quietly closed the door, and followed NCC quietly. After walking just 2 steps and turning right, NCC pushed open a door. He walked in, and Chen-gu followed closely behind. Chen-gu discovered it only after entering the room. The design and decoration of NCC's entire room are completely in the style of a little girl. The all-pink bedroom color scheme and the oversized doll on the bed all reveal her girlish heart. Hurry, turn on the barbecue. I'm dying of hunger." While NCC was talking, she had already spread out the blanket, threw her slippers in a corner, and sat on it. "Are you female celebrities always so unkempt at home?" Chen-gu asked as he lifted the tin foil. Suddenly the aroma of barbecue filled the room. "Brother, do you think being a female star is that easy? It takes at least an hour to put on makeup. You have to put on a wig, a fake butt, and breast pads. But, I'm naturally beautiful, so I don't need these things except for attending some important events." As he spoke, NCC picked up a skewer of grilled squid and took a big bite. "Wow! It smells so good." NCC eats without caring about her image at all. Seeing how happily she was eating, Chen Ji's stomach, which was not that hungry to begin with, suddenly started to growl. He picked up a string of grilled chicken wings and ate while listening to NCC talking. "You don't know, ever since I gained 2 pounds from eating barbecue that night, Shorty has strictly forbidden me to eat barbecue again. I'm almost going crazy." NCC was speaking carelessly, but suddenly she paused. Gu saw that and Cece stopped talking. He was just about to ask the other party what was wrong, but when he looked up, he found Cece looking at him strangely. Seeing this look, Gu immediately understood. Just ask yourself, if a female celebrity is drunk and unconscious in your arms, any man would be unable to resist, right? Touch a butt and ask for some interest. It's human nature, it's human nature. Ahem. Gu avoided Cece's gaze without leaving a trace. He immediately changed the subject and said, "Don't you have any drinks? I'm a little thirsty." "Yes." "Really?" After saying that, Cece wiped her hands and then crawled forward mysteriously. He walked to the bed and lifted up the sheets. He poked his head under the dark bed. Gu was wondering what she was going to do. I saw Cece swaying and groping under the bed for a long time. Then, it was as if he touched something. Pull the things under the bed out with all your strength. Then, Gu heard the sound of glass bottles colliding. Beer? Chapter 140 Truth or Dare. Under Ge's stunned gaze, Cece pulled out a large bottle of snow beer from under the bed. "Is it okay to drink this?" Cece asked, lifting her messy hair. Gu swallowed his saliva and asked, "You hid beer under the bed?" "Yes, I feel safe hiding it under the bed. If I hide it somewhere else and she finds it, I'll be finished." As she spoke, Cece picked up the skewer she had not finished and continued eating. "Is this necessary? Big Starin, if you really want to drink it, can't you just go to the convenience store downstairs and buy a can and drink it before going back?" After hearing what Gu said, Cece not only did not agree, but shook her head. "You don't understand the feeling of drinking secretly, it's different. That kind of hiding and thrilling feeling is so cool." Before Gu could react, Cece grabbed a bunch of keys from the bedside table. Aim the key at the mouth of the bottle, place your finger under the key, and then push hard. Bore. Accompanied by a puff of white smoke, the bottle cap flew out. Cece placed the opened beer in front of Gu. Then he did the same thing again and opened a bottle for himself. He took a few gulps of wine. "Hey! Why don't you drink?" Gu nodded in confusion and took a sip of beer. Cece doesn't care about her image at all. He ate the skewers and drank the wine with big mouthfuls, not treating Gu as an outsider at all. After eating for a while, Gu felt full and put down the skewer. Hiccup, "I'm full." Cece had almost finished eating as well, and after taking another sip of beer, she slowed down her eating. At this time, under the influence of alcohol, Cece's beautiful face looked red and very beautiful. At this time, Cece also put down the skewers and wiped her hands. "Is it a bit boring?" Cece asked. "A little bit." Gu replied. Cece asked with a wicked smile. "Gu, how about we play a game?" "Play games? What games do you want to play? And what's that expression on your face? Why are you hiding behind me? I'm not going to eat you. How about we play Truth or Dare?" He crawled forward. Cece didn't know yet that her heroic posture of drinking just now caused a lot of wine to flow down the corners of her mouth, through her collarbone, and into her silk pajamas. The wet underwear stuck tightly to Cece's chest. The outline of black underwear was revealed. Gu, who had seen the entire scene, felt a little hot and quickly took a sip of beer. "Come if you want, how can I be afraid of you?" Gu moved his gaze away from Cece's chest and said. "Okay. How about rock, paper, scissors?" Cece asked. "Okay, let's play rock, paper, scissors." Gu replied, "Come on." "Wait, before we play rock, paper, scissors, let's decide whether to play Truth or Dare and give the other party some time to think." Cece said, blinking her big eyes. "Ladies first, you decide." Gu said. "If you want to play something exciting, then take a big adventure." Cece said as he took a sip of wine. "Come. Rock, paper, scissors." Gu and Cece attacked at the same time. Gu produced stone, while Cece produced cloth. Cece won this round. "Yeah. I won." Cece raised her little fist and looked at Gu proudly. "I'm willing to accept the loss. What are your requests? Tell me." Gu was not worried that Cece would make any excessive demands. After all, he is a man and Cece is a woman, so how could he suffer any loss? Let me take 10 cute photos with my phone. You can do whatever you want, as long as they are cute. Fuck? Are you serious? Chen-gu raised his eyebrows. He really didn't expect there was such a trick. What do you think? You said you would accept the loss. As she spoke, and Cece had already taken out her cell phone and turned on the camera. Seeing that Chen-gu was still hesitating and unwilling to pose, she urged him. Hurry up, you're not going to regret it, are you? Yo-ho! Girl, you're still excited. Chen-gu stood up quickly and made a silly face in front of Cece's surprised gaze. Take a good picture of me, okay? Put. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. You look so stupid. Although Cece said this, her hands were very quick. 2 clicks recorded Chen Ji's stupidity in an instant. Okay, next move. Then, Chen-gu made a few cute poses. Without exception, these actions made Cece laugh out loud. So you have this side to you, why do you usually act cool? And Cece took the eye-catching photo of Chen-gu with satisfaction. Go on. Go on. I really don't believe it. Chen-gu rubbed his hands and was eager to try. And Cece took a sip of beer to moisten her throat. Just now it was dare or dare, how about truth or dare now? We'll take turns with the 2 challenges. Okay, hurry up. Why are you rushing me? Be careful, you'll be the loser later. Rock, paper, scissors. This time, Chen-gu chose to remain unchanged in the face of ever-changing circumstances and still chose to use stone. But Cece chose scissors. Oops, I lost. Luckily, this time I'm telling you the truth. You can ask me anything and I'll tell you everything I know. And Cece said with confidence. Real? Of course. How can I, a famous star like an, cheat? What's so scary about the truth? Can you ask me something else? However, just when Cece let down her guard and felt complacent about the fact that this round of words were true, Chen-gu, however, displayed a series of amazing skills in a serious manner. Okay. In that case, let me ask you. Excuse me, what color are your underwear? What? And Cece almost suspected that she had heard it wrongly. Are you going to die? Asking a girl what color her underwear is? Chen-gu looked innocent and said, didn't you say to ask casually? Am I casual? It seemed to be stating a simple fact. And Cece almost gnashed her teeth listening to Chen Ji's words. I didn't expect that Chen-gu could trick me like this. After a long while, she finally uttered 3 words from between her teeth. Pink. I don't believe it. Unless you find a way to prove it yourself. Chen-gu shrugged, spread his hands, and said beggingly. Chen-gu. And Cece stepped forward and grabbed Chen Ji's ear. And you want me to find a way to prove it? You pervert, I haven't even settled the score with you for touching my butt last time. Chen-gu, whose ears were being pulled, was not willing to be outdone. Oh, the defense is broken, the little star is broken. Just now you said I couldn't afford it, but now look who can't afford it. Chen-gu. What can I do for you? I. Chapter 141 French Kiss. Okay. I'll show it to you so you don't have to say I can't afford it. Having said that, Cece quickly sat down. Then slowly pull up the hem of the silk suspenders. As the skirt moved up, Chen-gu could see more and more. Gradually, the hem of the skirt moved from the middle of the thigh to the base of the thigh. At this moment, Cece grabbed the hem of her skirt and moved a little bit. As if he was afraid that Chen-gu would see something more. Suddenly, a flash of pink passed in front of Chen-gu. Seeing that Chen-gu's eyes were almost popping out, Cece immediately restored the hem of her skirt. Look at this. Look at me like you're going to die, you big pervert. Go on. I will make you pay the price for this adventure. Cece said viciously. I don't mind letting you see my underwear. Chen-gu said with a sly smile. Get lost. Who wants to see your underwear? Hurry up, hurry up. Seeing you look so dead, I'm kind of regretting listening to the short winter melon and confessing to you. Cece said with a look of disgust. Regret, you won't regret it. Chen-gu smiled and said, come on. Cece tidied up her slightly messy hair and took a deep breath. Rock, paper, scissors. This time, Chen-gu used stone again. And Cece's idea coincided with Chang's. She chose the same gesture she made last time, which was still the scissors. After seeing clearly the stone that Chengu took out, Cece immediately took a step back. You are cheating. Hearing this, Chengu said slowly and calmly. Our attack speeds are the same. You can't afford it if you don't know how to play, right? I don't care, Lululu, I don't want to play anymore, so I'll just cheat, what can you do? Cece looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Chengu stood up and walked to the door in a relaxed tone. I remember your short and fat agent should be at home, right? Guess if I can find her and tell her how many skewers and bottles of wine the great Starin had today? As he spoke, Chengu was about to turn the door handle. Wait. Cece cleared her throat. Since you've said that, I can accept the punishment if you want me to. You can't ask me to take off my clothes or something. Sister, did you lose or did I lose? I don't care. If you go and complain, I'll tell her that you forced me to eat it. Cece raised her little head and said with her arms folded across her chest. Chengu almost laughed out loud. Did I force you to eat it? It's okay to lie to yourself, but it would be bad if you lied to your bestie. Snort. Cece turned her head away and said nothing. In that case, I will spare your life. Having said that, Chengu sat back on the ground. We are boyfriend and girlfriend now, so it's okay to kiss me, right? In fact, Chengu and Cece didn't have much contact. If Cece hadn't confessed her feelings, Chengu really wouldn't have known that he had managed to win over Cece without knowing it. After all, when she invested in Cece, she was just casually making some money. I really didn't intend to win over the other person. Cece listened to Chen Ji's request and felt that it was not excessive. Just like Chengu said, the two of them are now in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Just kiss her, it's not an excessive behavior. Then put your face close to me and close your eyes. Cece said after thinking for a while. However, Chengu did not move at all. Wait, I'm not finished yet, how can it be as simple as a kiss on the face? Chengu stretched out his index finger and moved it back and forth. Of course it's a kiss, and it has to be a French kiss. It was not until then that Cece realized Chen Ji's conspiracy. This move of retreating in order to advance is a brilliant one. Chen Ji's original intention was not to ask Cece to do anything out of line. I just want to take advantage of the great adventure to kiss Cece. Just as Chengu thought, the time Cece and Chengu had been in contact. Indeed, Li Yanru or Shen Luoqiao did not spend as much time with Chengu as he did. Being able to do things like kissing is already the limit. Chengu also jumped back and forth on the opponent's baseline. Although she was testing the bottom line, Cece also knew that she was in the wrong. She was the one who was playing tricks. Chengu had already made a lot of concessions. She pointed at her own lips and looked at Chen Ji's lips, saying, We just had a greasy barbecue, and you don't find kissing disgusting. Ha, that's easy. As he spoke, Chengu lowered his head and picked up his bottle of wine, only to find that it was empty. Then he picked up the half bottle of Cece that was left and poured a full mouthful of it. Gulp. Gulp. He rinsed his mouth, swallowed it, took a tissue and wiped his mouth. Isn't that the end of it? Cece held her forehead speechlessly. Why do I feel even more disgusting? Although she said this, Cece still took the bottle of wine from Chen Ji's hand. He poured a full mouthful of wine into his mouth. He rinsed his mouth and was about to swallow it when suddenly a smirk flashed across his face. She held the sip of wine in her mouth and ran straight towards Chengu. Hey! What are you doing? Chengu retreated again and again until he was at the corner with no escape. Cece raised her foot and attacked Chen Ji's lips. The tip of his tongue easily pried open Chen Ji's mouth. Mmm. 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 Suddenly, a large amount of wine flowed from Cece's mouth to Chengu. Chengu was completely confused. Is there such an operation? However, Cece looked at Chengu with a triumphant look on her face. That look seemed to say, How dare you fight with me, little brat? The dense foam of beer in the mouth fills the tip of the tongue. Not to mention enjoying the kissing process, it's lucky enough that you didn't choke to death on the foam. Chengu hurriedly closed his lips and swallowed his half of the wine. You said I was disgusting, but you are the one who is truly disgusting. At this time, Cece also swallowed the wine. You think you can take advantage of me? Go drink my mouthwash. And Cece shook her head triumphantly, like a little girl whose conspiracy had succeeded. You seem very proud of yourself, don't you? In is a big star. However, Chen Ji's angry expression did not appear as expected. On the contrary, he moved closer to Cece step by step with a wicked smile. What are you going to do? I'm warning you, don't do anything rash. If you dare to do anything rash, I'll shout for help. I really will shout for help. And Cece stepped back step by step and soon reached the edge of the bed. Scream? See if you have a chance to scream. As he spoke, Chenggu tilted his head, held Cece's little head and kissed it. Chenggu, you, Unfortunately, before Cece could finish her words, her mouth was blocked by Chenggu. Chenggu pushed forward and the two of them appeared on the bed. Chapter 142 Interrupting Spellcasting. As expected, Chen Ji's hand reached into Cece's silk suspenders. He easily touched Cece's smooth skin. At the same time, Chenggu put his hand along Cece's back and fumbled for the buttons of her underwear. To be honest, in Chen Ji's expectation, if he got to this point and Cece made any move of resistance, Chenggu would definitely not continue. The system has reminded that if the target is in a bad mood, the reward feedback received will be greatly reduced. It definitely won't work if you use force. However, Chenggu was surprised. Instead of resisting, Cece closed her eyes, as if letting Chenggu do whatever he wanted. Seeing this, Chenggu was overjoyed. Just when Chenggu was about to untie the last restraint on Cece and take her down in one fell swoop, suddenly, there was a sound of the door handle being turned. Not long after, a little girl in pajamas walked in, yawning. And Cece, is my bra here with you? Li Kaiyun stopped talking midway. The air freezes. Then, an ear-piercing scream echoed throughout the room. Ah! What are you doing? Not only Li Kaiyun, but Chenggu was also shocked. He hurriedly turned his head and looked towards the door. I saw a little girl about 1.5 meters tall standing at the door, covering her eyes tightly with her hands. But the gaps between her fingers were so wide that it had no effect of covering anything. Under the strong visual impact, Li Kaiyun was completely stunned. She had just woken up and her mind was a little fuzzy. When she saw the scene in the morning, her cerebral cortex was instantly stimulated. But when he saw clearly that the face was Chenggu, his mind became even more confused. Ha? Why is it you? You guys? At this time, Chenggu also climbed down from Cece's body. He coughed. Well, we were just playing truth or dare. Li Kaiyun still stood there. She put her hands down, with disbelief evident in her eyes. Can you play truth or dare on the bed? Are you kidding me? And Cece, however, stood up by supporting herself on the bed with a calm expression. Shorty, what are you yelling about? Can't I have some private space? Okay, just watch it if you want. I'm going to go wash my face. If you have any questions, go ask Chenggu. As she spoke, Cece actually walked around Li Kaiyun, walked out of the room and headed towards the bathroom. It seemed as if everything that had just happened was nothing out of the ordinary. Chenggu, who was at a loss, and Li Kaiyun, who was confused, were left in the room. When did you come? Oh, I didn't know you and her were just. Li Kaiyun didn't know what to do for a moment after she had unexpectedly interrupted Chenggu and Cece's relationship. This is the financial sponsor of the investment, not some wild man. I happened to be free today, so I thought about coming over to see her. She said you were still sleeping, so she asked me to go to her room and sit down, so. After Chen Ji's explanation, Li Kaiyun almost understood it. It is normal for a man and a woman to accidentally shoot each other when they are alone in a room. And Cece did not sign a single contract with the company, so the company has no control over who she dates or sleeps with. As Cece's best friend, she even took the initiative to bring Cece and Chenggu together. So that's how it is. Thinking of what Chenggu and Cece were going to do in bed, Li Xian's face flushed. But soon, her nose twitched a few times. Strange, what smells so good? As she said this, Li Kaiyun looked around the room. Soon her eyes fell on the open bag. Is this barbecue? And beer? Li Kaiyun looked at the green glass bottles and a handful of barbecue skewers scattered on the ground with her eyes wide open and a look of disbelief on her face. Did you two eat all this? That's about right. How much did she eat? Probably, maybe, a little more than me. As soon as Chenggu finished speaking, Li Xian's expression changed immediately. Then, she rushed out like an arrow. And Cece, come out here. You have the ability to do it, but you don't have the ability to admit it, right? Open the door. Don't think I can't do anything to you just because you hide in the toilet. If you have the guts, hide in the toilet for the rest of your life and don't come out. Chen-gu always thought that Cece was pretending because she had to hide even when eating barbecue. However, he discovered it when he saw Lee Kai-yun knocking and kicking the toilet door. And Cece's description is too conservative. Half an hour later, the three of them sat quietly in the living room. Especially Cece, she sat so straight. Little lowly Lee Kai-yun took a bunch of chicken wings from the remaining barbecue and said while eating, "Are the chicken wings delicious? Are the oysters delicious? Are the squids delicious? You are turning a deaf ear to my words, right?" No. Lee Kai-yun wiped the corner of her mouth. "I'm not harming you by asking you to keep in shape. How can you attend events if you weigh over 100 pounds? And you're about to start filming, you know how much fatter you look on camera." Aha! It's not that serious. It's just some barbecue. How can you see any changes? Chen-gu also tried to persuade him. Lee Kai-yun looked at Chen-gu and hesitated. "Forget it. I'll let you go this time for Boss Chen's sake. Just run and exercise well for the next 2 days. Got it? Okay. Thank you, Shorty." "What did you say?" "I said, thank you, Kai-yun." And Cece hugged Lee Sai-yun's arm and said with a smile, "I knew you were the best." It was not until now that Chen-gu really noticed how troublesome the lives of female stars were. If Cece, a small star, is like this, what about those big-name stars who often appear on the red carpet? Aren't they more strict in managing their body shape? After putting the cheating behind her, Lee Kai-yun opened the folder on the table, then looked at Chen-gu with a smile and said to him, "Boss Chen, look, here is the estimated financial report for our web series. Please take a look." As she spoke, Lee Kai-yun turned and handed the folder to Chen-gu. This online drama was produced by Shufeng Economic Company, so the statistical work of this report naturally fell on Lee Kai-yun. After coordinating the relevant matters last night, Lee Kai-yun stayed up all night to finalize the details. Chapter 143, All Men Are Bad. Chen-gu took the folder. To be honest, the densely packed data on it gave him a headache. He glanced at it pretentiously and then nodded. This report is quite detailed, and the major and minor expenditures are clearly marked. Okay, then it's settled. I can give you the 11 million in advance investment right now. As he spoke, Chen-gu took out his mobile phone, checked the account on the report and transferred the money. No drag at all. This sudden scene made Lee Kai-yun slightly dazed. So simple? To be honest, she was ready to explain the details of those expenses to Chen-gu. This is normal. As an investor, he has every right to know where the money goes. Some investors even make things difficult for them because their investment exceeds the budget. However, instead of doing so, Chen-gu simply transferred the money to the company account. To be honest, this kind of courage is really not comparable to that of ordinary investors. That's great, Boss Chen. You really have a keen eye for talent. I believe our web series will be a huge success in the end. Lee Kai-yun spoke politely with a faint smile on her face, completely lacking the aggressiveness she had just shown when she dealt with Cece. As expected of an agent, he manages his facial expressions very well. After Chen-gu paid the bill, he stood up and prepared to leave. I think the time is almost up. Since the money has been transferred, I will not interfere with other matters. You can handle it on your own. To be honest, Chen-gu and Cece's important plan was interrupted by Lee Kai-yun, and now they feel very uncomfortable. Moreover, it was a bit strange for him, a grown man, to stay in the home of 2 women. It's better to just leave. In that case, I won't keep Boss Chen any longer. Lee Kai-yun had also stood up by now and welcomed Chen-gu to the exit. Watching Chen Ji's departing back, Lee Kai-yun nudged Cece with her elbow without warning. What are you doing? And Cece asked puzzledly. You have such a stupid brain. Of course I would go and see him off. Didn't you see that I didn't take the initiative to see him off just now? The hint was so obvious and you couldn't guess it. Alas, without me here, you will be lonely for the rest of your life. The other side. Chen-gu had just walked out of the residential building. Then I heard a female voice coming from behind. Chen-gu, wait. Chen Gu turned around and saw a woman wearing a baseball cap and casual clothes standing in front of the residential building. And Cece trotted over to Chen Gu. She pulled down her mask, stood on tiptoes and kissed Chen Gu hard on the mouth. Then, he trotted back to the residential building before disappearing into the corridor. He turned around and waved towards Chen Gu. Bye-bye. She blew him a kiss and then ran upstairs. Chen Gu looked in the direction of the corridor and touched his lips, where there was still a little lipstick left. He walked out of Jiangnan New District with a smile. Get in the car. Before Chen Gu could even light the fire, he received a ding-dong-dang WeChat message. I took out my cell phone and saw that it was a message from Yang Xinqi. I'm in linen. Why are you ignoring me? As expected, none of you men are good. You just got it, so you don't cherish it, right? Chen Gu replied. I was busy just now and didn't see the message. Did you not see it, or were you too busy flirting with other women to reply? When Cheng saw the news, his eyelids jumped. Damn. Is women as sixth sense so accurate? No, I was just dealing with company matters and I just finished now. Yang Xinqi, I don't have anything to say. I just want to let you know I'm safe. I've been trying to catch a flight early in the morning and I'm so sleepy now. I won't say any more. I'm going to catch up on some sleep. Go ahead then, and message me when you wake up. Yang Xinqi, okay. Sleepy JPG. After Chen Gu replied to the message, he suddenly realized. Yang Xinqi is really awesome. She could escape early after struggling with Chen Gu for a whole night. He still remembered the time when he and Li Yunru were partying in the hotel. The next day, Li Yunru could hardly get out of bed. Is this the difference between working out and not working out? Just then, the phone rang again. Hello? What's going on? Squad leader Zhao? The person who called was Chen Ji's squad leader Zhao Siming. Chen Gu, have you seen that all the posts on Tieba saying that you molested Su Yan were suddenly deleted, and all the negative comments also suddenly disappeared? Zhao Siming spoke excitedly, his voice trembling a little. Ha, squad leader Zhao, why do you feel more excited than I am when someone deletes the post? Of course, you are a member of our class after all. Since I am the monitor of this class, I must find ways to serve the class. Okay, that's it, I'm just calling to let you know. Having said that, Zhao Siming hung up the phone. Chen Gu entered the school's forum. Just as Zhao Siming said, all the negative posts related to Chen Gu have disappeared without a trace. There are even posts on Tieba that openly support the couple Chen Gu and Shenluo Qiao. Chen Gu was not surprised that the post disappeared. Ever since Chen Gu met Zhang Hu at the dinner table that day. Even if Zhang Hu was slow, he should have known to delete these things as soon as possible. Speaking of Zhang Hu, Chen Gu suddenly remembered that there was something he hadn't finished. He called Zhang Hu on WeChat. Big boss. Why did you suddenly think of calling me? Have you found a way to cure my disease? To be honest, since he was diagnosed with 4th stage syphilis, Zhang Hu has been living in torment every day. Fortunately, this disease can be cured in the early stages. However, once it develops to stage 4, the possibility of cure is almost zero. Therefore, no matter how much hope Zhang Hu placed on Chen Gu, he still felt uncertain. Regarding your illness, I consulted several old Chinese medicine practitioners at home, and they actually have a cure. Really? On the other end of the phone, Zhang Hu's eyes visibly lit up. There is a saying that Western medicine can make you die clearly, while Chinese medicine can make you live unclearly. Oh, of course it's true. I wouldn't lie to you. Where are you now? Chen Gu asked. Boss, Brother Chang and I are both at Lin Shi's bar right now. I'm embarrassed to mention this to Brother Chang, so let me come find you. Zhang Hu lowered his voice and said. Chen Gu thought about it and said, okay, I'm at the Jingyue Hotel, come to me directly and I'll talk to you. Okay, thank you, boss. I'll be there right away. Right away. Zhang Hu became more and more excited, and his speech speed became faster and faster. After Chen Gu hung up the phone, he did not rush to Jingyue Hotel. Instead, he drove to a Chinese medicine shop. Chapter 144, All in 2 Billion. Chen Gu parked the car and walked into the Chinese medicine shop. He said to the old man in a white coat and a goatee in the store. Uncle, can you give me some laxatives? The stronger the better. Hearing this, a hint of doubt flashed across the old man's cloudy eyes. Young man, I see that you are full of energy and radiant. You look very healthy. You don't look constipated at all. Why do you want me to prescribe laxatives? Oh my god, this guy is an old Chinese doctor? Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, auscultation, questioning, and palpation. Generally, as soon as a patient walks in, an experienced Chinese medicine practitioner will begin observing the patient's physical signs and appearance, and will have a rough judgment of the patient's condition in his mind. Chen Gu placed his hands on the glass cabinet and tapped it a few times. This medicine was used to fool Zhang Hu, so he certainly couldn't tell the old Chinese doctor the truth. Chen Gu lied, "Uncle, if that's the case, I won't hide it from you. My family member hasn't been able to poop for more than a week. She's a woman, and she's embarrassed to see a doctor for this, so I had to ask her." Chen Ji's expression was full of embarrassment and reluctance, and it looked very real. You haven't had a bowel movement for more than a week? How is the little girl now? Is there any symptom like a pale complexion? You look quite dark, but your hair can't be that white, right? What did you say? I said, it's not white, it just looks like it's constipated, yelling that it needs to poop, but it can't poop no matter how hard it tries. Chen Gu forced himself to change the tone of the painting. It seems that intestinal inflammation and other conditions have been ruled out. Let me prescribe some laxatives for you. You can take it home and boil it for your lover to drink. As the old Chinese doctor spoke, he pulled out the small-scale rod for weighing medicine from underneath him, and prepared to turn around and get the medicine from the large medicine cabinet behind him. Excuse me, sir, how effective is your medicine? Hearing this, the old Chinese doctor turned his head and said, it's just a common laxative effect. Drink it a few more times and it will be cleared out. Well, can you give me something stronger? I'm afraid the effect won't be enough. You don't know, my wife has tried many methods but none of them worked. She even took a lot of Western medicine, so she asked me to come to the Chinese medicine shop to try. As Chen Gu spoke, he lowered his head helplessly, as if he had really used many methods. The old Chinese doctor didn't react at first, but when he heard Chen Gu say that Western medicine was useless, the cloudy eyes suddenly brightened. Okay, young man, since you asked, I will show you how Chinese medicine treats diseases. As he spoke, a white light flashed across the yellowed lenses of the old Chinese doctor's eyes. He quickly walked to the medicine cabinet behind him, opened more than a dozen drawers back and forth, and quickly grabbed more than a dozen medicinal herbs. After quickly weighing the medicine scale a few times, he made several medicine bags according to the prescribed proportions. Young man, with these few prescriptions of herbs I prepared, not to mention you, my love, even if a cow is constipated, I will make him defecate. It's $87 in total. If your wife doesn't pull out, I'll return the money for the herbs in full. The old Chinese doctor confidently handed the packaged medicinal materials to Chen Gu. Western medicine is not as good as Chinese medicine in treating patients. They rely on their messy equipment to treat patients like robots. The conflict between Chinese and Western medicine has been going on for a long time. Ever since Western medicine has been equipped with sophisticated instruments to assist in medical treatment, seeing a doctor now requires following a procedure. Moreover, the phenomenon of large hospitals charging random fees is becoming more and more serious. If you have a cold and a fever, we will check everything for you. An illness that could have been cured by spending $20 or $30 on some medicine turns out to cost you hundreds of dollars in medical expenses. I wish there were 100 ways to drain your pocket. Chen Gu took the purchased herbs back to the car and drove towards the Jingyue Hotel. In fact, Chen Ji's purchase of the herbs was a complete cover-up, just to lend some credibility to his claim that he had found a cure for Zhang Hu. You can't just snap your fingers and tell the other person, Xiao Wu, your illness has been cured. Live a good life from now on. This isn't just bragging, is it? The other side. Zhang Hu had been standing in the Jingyue Hotel waiting for nearly 20 minutes. The hotel cannot disclose the tenant's information, so he cannot ask the front desk lady Chen Gu for the room number. He was very anxious now, but it was not easy for him to call Chen Gu to urge him. After all, Chen Gu had already made an appointment with him to treat him. Urging Chen Gu now would seem like he didn't trust Chen Gu. Zhang Hu waited at the hotel entrance for a few more minutes before he saw a BMW 3 Series parked at the entrance and a figure got out of the car. Boss, you said you have a way to cure my disease, Zhang Hu has become a little incoherent. No one knows how much pain he is feeling right now. Hearing this, Chen Gu patted Zhang Hu's shoulder soothingly. Come with me first. Don't talk about this in front of the hotel. Hey. Good. As he spoke, Chen Gu took Zhang Hu into the room that had been booked yesterday but not yet vacated. Chen Ge first asked Zhang Hu to lie down on the bed. Then he pretended to take out his Bluetooth headphones and pretended to video chat with his elders at home, and said, "Grandpa Ning, this is the sick friend I told you about. Look at his condition. Is there a high chance that he can be cured?" Chen Ge was wearing headphones, so Zhang Hu naturally couldn't hear the sound that should have come from Chen Ji's phone. He was extremely nervous now. If even the elders that Chen Ge mentioned couldn't do anything about it, then perhaps he would miss out on sex for the rest of his life. Chen Ge asked, but secretly he was trying to call the system in his mind. "System, I want to use the healing power on this patient." The host specifies that the patient's illness is syphilis stage 4. Current healing power points, 2100. Using healing power on the current patient. The healing power has been used up, and the patient's condition will become syphilis stage 1. Current healing power points remaining, 0100. Ward hair? Is this the end of all? Chen Ge was confused. It's okay to just go all in, but the key is that it hasn't he been cured yet? It takes 100 million to transform a little healing power. It seemed that Chen Ge was betting all his energy on the healing power, but in fact, he was betting 2 billion. Damn it! Chen Ge took a breath of cold air. His expression suddenly became painful. P.S. The disease suffered by this patient is at the extreme state of the disease in the field, and the required healing power expenditure will be multiplied. Chen Ge listened to the system's explanation and couldn't help but ask, what if he has third-stage syphilis? How much power is needed to cure him? 10 points of healing power. Chapter 145 sprayed all over. What if it's secondary syphilis? 2.5 points of healing power. What about the first issue? 0.625 is approximately equal to 1 point. Chen Ge listened to the system's explanation and roughly understood the amount consumed by different degrees of illness. They are all 4 times, so it is not difficult to guess that 40 points of healing power are needed to heal it all at once. A full 4 billion in real money. At this moment, Chen Ge suddenly had an idea. Can't we just fix the bug? Can we treat it in multiple sessions? P.S. The host cannot use the healing power for the same disease multiple times. Damn, this was prevented. At the same time, Zhang Hu saw that Chen Ge behind him didn't speak for a long time. I couldn't help but ask, "Boss, what do your elders say? Is there a cure for my disease?" Chen Ge came back to his senses and continued to pretend to hide from his phone and said, "Oh. It can be cured. Just let him boil the medicine and drink it at a fixed time and fixed amount, right?" At this time, Chen Ge pretended to hang up the phone, took off his headphones, and walked to Zhang Hu's side. Big. Boss, how is it? Zhang Hu had heard Chen Ji's reply and he was getting excited. Grandpa Ning said that although your disease is difficult to cure, there is a way. As long as you drink his medicine regularly and in a fixed amount, a large part of the disease can be cured. If you pay a little attention to your life, you will be no different from a normal person. Chen Ge said this seriously, as if he had just had a serious conversation. After hearing this, Zhang Hu became energetic. Really? Boss, you mean I can still be saved and live like a normal person in the future? That's probably what I mean. Chen Ge nodded. Zhang Hu suddenly jumped up from the bed, excited. He now wanted to kiss Chen Ge dozens of times to express his excitement. Then where is Grandpa Ning's medicine? Where is it? Zhang Hu asked. It's in my car. I asked you to come up so Grandpa Ning can check on your condition. He said it's not a big problem, so you can relax. Zhang Hu listened to Chen Ji's words, and suddenly he felt that the itchy area wasn't so unbearable anymore. Much more comfortable. He took a deep breath. With a thud, he knelt on the ground. I am grateful for your kindness. From now on, your affairs will be my business. If you have any inconvenient people to deal with or any matters that are inconvenient for you to deal with, you can always send me. Xiao Hu, what are you doing? It's just a small matter, just a small matter. After testing the effect of the healing power, Chen Ge took Zhang Hu out of the hotel. Under Zhang Hu's hopeful eyes, Chen Ge handed him the packets of laxatives with strong ingredients. Zhang Hu looked at the packets of medicine in his hand and clenched his fists. Boss, I won't say anything else, thank you. As he spoke, Zhang Hu took a step and was about to get into his Wuling Hongguang. Chen Ge called Zhang Hu. Xiao Hu, wait a minute. What's wrong? Does the boss have any instructions? Zhang Hu asked. I heard them say Su Long is still in Lin Shi Bar? Is he awake? Chen Gu asked. You mean Mr. Su? He just woke up not long before I left. He should be eating in the bar now. Zhang Hu said respectfully that Chen Ji's position in his heart was almost as high as Yuqi Chang's. I just heard today that you got 13 people drunk that night. Even Brother Chang was no match for you. You are really amazing. Zhang Hu gave Chen Gu a thumbs up. I have been drinking for half my life, but I have never met anyone like you. I will definitely ask for your advice if I have the chance. You are not suitable for drinking in your current condition. Chen Gu looked Zhang Hu up and down and said. Yes, you are right. Then who do you want to call me? Zhang Hu was puzzled. Since Su Long is awake, I will go to see him and talk to him about some business matters. With that, Chen Gu got into the car and drove towards Lin Shi Bar with Zhang Hu. The other side. After waking up, Su Long was drinking the takeaway porridge he ordered in the bar. I was used to socializing before. Whenever he drank too much, he liked to drink porridge the next day to relieve his stomach discomfort. While drinking his porridge, Su Long said to Yuqi Chang, who was busy with something on the side. Qingzi, stop playing with your phone and tell me how I lost consciousness that night? What happened after I lost consciousness? Yuqi Chang looked at the information on his phone and said without turning his head. Haven't I told you several times, just look at the group chat, everything in the group has been recorded for you. Isn't it inconvenient for me to see? Will you die if you tell me about it? At this time, Yuqi Chang stopped looking at the information, he opened the WeChat group, and then found the video in the group. Then he put the phone in front of Su Long. In the picture, Su Long was about to sit down and take a rest. Suddenly, without any warning, he fell to the ground with a thud. The scene changed, and Chen Gu appeared in the phone. Chen Gu was full of energy and asked to challenge the next one. Su Long almost spit out the porridge in his mouth. Oh my god, who the hell filmed this? This is so fucking embarrassing. I am the one who drinks the most among this group of people. Moreover, he was the one who provoked Chen Gu first, but was knocked down by Chen Gu in just 2 moves. The key point is that he has been sleeping like a dead pig until now. At this time, Yuqi Chang took the phone back and said nonchalantly, Don't worry, no one will dare to laugh at you this time. Huh? Why? Su Long was puzzled. Because we slept next to you that night. Yuqi Chang replied. Who are they? Everyone. The same to you? Su Long took a mouthful of porridge, raised his head and said, Qingzi, aren't you usually very careful about how much you drink? Why did you drink so much that night? There's nothing I can do. The god of songs got drunk and insisted on dragging us to drink. What can I do? That's true. We still have to give them face. Everyone toasted very hard and even fell down after drinking. No, he drank with us again after drinking with you that night. Hearing this, Su Long continued to drink tea calmly. It seems that the singing god can drink quite well. After drinking with me, he can even drink with you guys. I mean, he had a drink with each of us that night, and we didn't drink together, we drank individually. All the brothers who came that day were drunk by him. I heard from the front desk that after he finished drinking, he walked out of Lin Shi Bar alone. Puff. The porridge in Su Long's mouth sprayed all over Yuqi Chang without any warning. Chapter 146 talking about variety shows. Fuck Su Long, what are you doing? Yuqi Chang wiped his face and waved his hands in the air. His face turned black. Cough 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 cough. Sorry, Qingzi, it's just an accident. Su Long quickly took a few tissues from the table and used them to wipe Yuqi Chang's face. While handing Yuqi Chang a tissue, Su Long said incredulously. Qingzi, what you just said, is it true or not? Did the god of songs really get all 13 of us who came to the drinking party that night drunk? Yuqi Chang wiped his face and was about to answer Su Long's question. However, at this moment, the door of the room was pushed open. A big bald man with a shiny head walked in from the door. Huzi, you're here just in time. Go get me some water so I can wipe my face. Yuqi Chang waved towards Zhang Hu habitually. Okay, brother Chang. Zhang Hu nodded obediently, then quickly turned sideways and gave up his position at the door. Chen Gu, the boss came back with me and said he wanted to talk to young Master Long about something. Zhang Hu spoke in a very respectful tone. He bowed slightly and made a gesture of invitation towards the door. Upon hearing the news of Chen Ji's arrival, Su Long and Yuqi Chang both straightened up at the same time. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Please come in. Both of them have a close connection with Chen Gu. One is to accept Chen Gu's investment and prepare for the launch of a variety show. The other one had come here as agreed with Chen Gu to go to Long Wuya's casino to have some fun. Although only a little over a day had passed since the drinking party that night. But when Chen Gu came again, neither Yuqi Chang nor Su Long treated Chen Gu as an equal friend anymore. Instead, Chen Ji's status was placed at a higher level. As the two of them watched, Chen Gu walked in from the door with one hand in his pocket. As soon as they entered the door, Chen Gu greeted the two of them warmly. Good afternoon, both of you. As he spoke, Chen Gu looked at the porridge on the table in confusion and asked, What's going on? Didn't the waiter wipe the table? The next second, Yuqi Chang cast a resentful look on Su Long. Under Yuqi Chang's dissatisfied gaze, Su Long stood up awkwardly. Maybe the waiter forgot to clean up. By the way, why did the boss think of looking for us today? Chen Gu took his hands out of his pockets and found a clean seat to sit down. I just happened to have nothing to do recently, so I came to ask you about the variety show you told me about last time. When will it start filming? And how long will it take for the revenue to come out? I have already found the director and the guests involved, including the location and so on. Now as long as the money arrives, we can start shooting immediately. Su Long became visibly excited when the topic of variety shows was mentioned. Except for me, no one else has thought of introducing this variety show to China. So, once we shoot an episode and try to broadcast it, I believe it will attract the original domestic audience. The revenue from the first episode will be paid out immediately. As for the guest lineup, the director team and I have already found them. Boss, wait a minute, I'll go upstairs to get my phone. Having said that, Su Long immediately stood up and walked out in a hurry. Within 2 minutes, he turned back and tapped his phone rapidly. Look, boss. This guy is called Lin Maoquan. He is a very capable organizer. He has strong spatial abilities. He can tidy up a messy room and closet into order in just 1 hour. You may think that the target audience of censorship variety shows is women, but that's not the case. Men are also the target of our attention. As he spoke, Su Long slid the information of Lin Maoquan on his hand back, and a big bearded man immediately appeared on his phone. This man's name is Zhang Yifan. He is very proficient in all circuits, especially those in the home. Basically, he can quickly find out where there is something unreasonable. He is especially good at home circuit design. And there is Shi Xiaoxiong, a professional hypnotist and physical therapist. Zhong Mumu is our country's first-class chef, who is good at cooking various famous dishes and home-cooked dishes. Su Long explained to Chen Gu the concept of this lifestyle variety show with saliva flying all over his body. In fact, young people nowadays have lost interest in variety shows like the ones that were so popular in the past 2 years. They live in vegetable gardens and wooden houses and lead a simple and easy life, which is indeed something young people yearn for. But do you know why the ratings dropped later? Su Long asked, leaving the question unanswered. Why? Chen Gu continued to ask according to Su Long's meaning. Because although the variety show longing is really coveted by young people, most young people live in cities and are busy and exhausted by the pressure of life. After all, they cannot empathize with the life fragments in longing. In variety shows, celebrities cut meat and cook rice, sit together to eat, and wash dishes afterwards. This is the flavor of life, and it soothes the hearts of ordinary people. But aren't these what ordinary people face every day? Su Long's words hit the nail on the head. Most young people are exhausted when they get home. Instead of having hot meals served to them, they may just have to eat leftovers. More and more people can no longer relate to the natural and leisurely life in variety shows, which is the reason why the ratings of the show are declining. After talking about the problems existing in the current life variety shows on the market and the reasons for the changes in young people's mentality, Su Long continued. The most important thing about our variety show is that we don't do anything pastoral or rural. We limited the shooting locations to ordinary rooms in the city. We directly faced the challenges brought by the daily necessities of life. Let's see how the boring world of life changes when all kinds of lifestyle businesses come together. I have collected data and found that more than half of today's young people cannot cook. Many of them cannot even do simple things like connecting a toilet. In the variety show, we will show them the real high-quality life of amateur elites from all walks of life, aiming to encourage them to spend their free weekends in a leisurely manner. Instead of lying in bed all day, or playing games all day, and then starting the next week exhausted. We hope that through this program, we can encourage young people to make peace with life and themselves while they are busy with their lives. Chen Go looked at Su Long's brilliant eyes and was a little surprised. It is hard to imagine that these words would come out of the mouth of Su Long, a rich young man who has never done any housework. Just as he said, the current life pressure of young people is indeed too great. The reason why this variety show became popular in Japan so quickly is because the life pressure faced by young people in Japan is actually very high. As Shiagwa develops and the problem of an aging population emerges, the life pressure on young people is gradually increasing. Chapter 147: Prepayment of Investment Expenses. It is indeed feasible. Our current social operation is indeed that every class is exploiting young people. It is a very novel idea to launch such a variety show to guide and please the public. Chen Ge nodded in agreement. Well, I came here today to finalize this matter with you as soon as possible. Have you prepared the detailed list of related expenses? Chen Gu asked. Hearing this, Su Long nodded quickly. This has been done a long time ago. As he said this, Su Long quickly clicked a few times on his phone. Soon, an electronic version of the detailed expense list appeared in front of Chen Gu. Chen Gu took the phone and took a quick look at the detailed expense information in the phone. Finally, see the estimated value of 49 million above. It was similar to what Su Long described that night. Within 50 million. As for the expenses, I can transfer them to you right now. 49 million, not a cent less. Once they are deposited into your account, if there is any part that exceeds the budget, I will continue to increase the investment until your variety show is completely filmed. The prerequisite is that I will not allow other people to participate in the investment. I can only be the investor. This was the restriction that Chen Ge had thought of early on. As his healing power was being consumed in large quantities, Chen Ge needed some profit-making methods outside the system to accumulate healing power. Even if there is no consumption of healing power, the existence of the power of luck also forced Chen Ge to try to make a lot of profit. Under such circumstances, it would be even less likely for Chen Ge to allow outsiders to have a share of the profits. It would be fine if the variety show lost money, but if it made a profit, Chen Ge would want every penny of the profit to fall into his hands. Then, Su Long obviously wanted to say something, but he paused as if he was hesitant. Chen Ge glanced at Su Long and understood what Su Long meant. Don't worry, even if this variety show loses money, I will continue to invest more so that you can finish filming the first season. Chen Ge said. In fact, what Chen Ge needs now is just the money to make a profit. His own asset stock is already quite terrifying. Not to mention Su Long wanted to shoot a variety show. Even if he wanted to shoot 100, Chen Ge could easily meet his requirements. To Chen Ge now, money is just a string of cold numbers. Therefore, it is better to go with the flow and give Su Long a promise so that he can let go and do it without restraint. Sure enough, after hearing Chen Ji's promise, Su Long was obviously stunned. Then he immediately became a little excited. You mean to say that you will cover all expenses for our variety show? Taking care of all your expenses will mean that you never have to worry about money again. There are absolutely no worries. You can use the best equipment and the best editors with confidence, and have the opportunity to ensure the best quality of the entire variety show. You can understand it that way. Chen Ge nodded and looked at Su Long calmly. Thank you. Su Long thanked Chen Ge from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, he was also feeling fortunate that he had come out to drink with his brothers that night in order to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Otherwise, he would not have met Chen Ge and would not have had the opportunity to get Chen Ji's investment. I never thought that I would be free from worries like now. It turns out that everything is destined. There's no need to say more words of thanks. If you can produce good results, that will be more useful than any words of thanks. Okay, send me the account number and I'll transfer the money to your card now. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll forget about it in a couple of days. Chen Ge spoke encouraging words, but seemed a little nonchalant. It was as if he was facing a very ordinary matter. Even if Su Long did not achieve any results or even suffered losses, he did not seem to care. This behavior shows calmness, open-mindedness, and good interpersonal communication skills. This instantly raised Chen Ji's status in Su Long's heart to a higher level. Su Long obediently reported the account number to Chen Ge. Chen Ge fluttered his fingers on the phone for a few times and then put it away. Okay, the money has been transferred. If you need me for variety show promotion, ask your editor to edit the trailer and send it to me. I will upload it to Douyin. Hearing this, Su Long's eyes lit up. To be honest, he has overlooked the fact that Chen Ge, the god of songs, is not currently a super rich man on the internet. At the same time, he is also a super celebrity on the internet. The first tier kind. The traffic he has currently produces a better communication effect than many TV commercials. Moreover, on the internet, if an internet celebrity of this level comes out to promote a variety show, a huge sum of money needs to be paid. The suggestion put forward by Chen Ge not only solved Su Long's problem of promoting variety shows in the future, and it also saves a lot of expenses. Sure enough, rich people are not fools, and the differences between people are sometimes reflected in these details. I will send you the edited trailer as soon as possible. If you are not satisfied, I can change it at any time. Su Long said excitedly. At this time, Chen Ge smiled and said, just do as you see fit. I have no objection. By the way, the purpose of my visit is not only to talk to you about investment, but also to ask Master Yuchi something, so. When Chen Ge said this, the meaning of his words was already very clear. It would be impolite if you still don't understand this. Su Long nodded repeatedly, then you guys chat, I'll go out for a walk. Having said that, Su Long walked out, closing the door behind him. It leaves enough private space for the two to chat. At this time, Yuchi Chang also asked, Boss, do you want to ask me about Master Long Wu? Clever. In fact, ever since Yuchi Chang started talking about the news about Master Long Wu in the group, Chen Ge could tell that there was a mixture of truth and falsehood in what Yuchi Chang said. Even many of the words cannot stand up to scrutiny in the end. Chen Ge was still very interested in Master Long Wu. No matter how rich you are, you must be on guard when facing gangsters. Moreover, the underworld forces that the casino you are going to visit at that time may be very complex and modeled. Chen Ge wanted to learn as much as possible. Chapter 148, Letting the Wolf In. The more you know, the better you will be able to respond to emergencies. Yuchi Chang took out a cigarette and handed it to Chen Ge. After being rejected by the other party, he put the cigarette into his own mouth, lit it, and began to tell the story while puffing away smoke. Last time I told you that Master Long Wu had a confidant named Wang Li. Do you remember? Remember. Chen Ge nodded. In fact, Wang Li is not the confidant of Master Long Wu, but the confidant of his daughter Hua Linglong. Now Hua Linglong has taken over all the businesses of Master Long Wu. When Master Long Wu returned to Xia State, he only did one thing, which was to gather his former subordinates. Logically speaking, these old subordinates are all of Hua Linglong's uncle's generation, and it is difficult for them to obey a younger generation. Even if Master Long Wu comes forward to suppress them, it will be useless if they obey in words but not in their hearts. But Hua Linglong used some unknown method to not only subdue these elders, but also arrange them in various positions. Is Hua Linglong so powerful? Is she also in charge of the boxing ring now? Well, Master Long Wu no longer comes out to handle affairs, and all power is handed over to Hua Linglong. So ordinary people don't have much chance to meet Master Long Wu. Even if they meet him, it's useless because the real power is in Hua Linglong's hands. Yuchi Chang exhaled a puff of smoke and said, could it be that Hua Linglong has sidelined Master Long Wu? Chen Ge asked. The possibility is very low, but it cannot be ruled out. To be honest, apart from the time when Master Long Wu showed up when he summoned his old subordinates, no one has ever seen Master Long Wu appear in his place over the years. It's strange to say, even though Hua Linglong is very powerful now, and she's active in various places, and manages her father's business in an orderly manner, for some reason, Hua Linglong has never been able to show her true face to others. Masked? Chen Ge sat up straight and asked. When Hua Linglong appears in her own business, she is almost always masked. Disfigured, scarred, anyway, there are all kinds of rumors. However, I feel that these statements are just for reference only, and there is no need to take to heart things that cannot be verified. Yuchi Chang put out his cigarette and ended his story. Chen Ge also basically had a general understanding of Hua Linglong. After knowing all this, Chen Ge stood up, straightened his collar, and pushed back the stool. Okay, then I'll have to trouble Master Yuchi to notify me before he goes to the boxing ring. Hearing this, Yuchi Chang immediately stood up and said respectfully, what are you talking about? This is what I should do. It just so happens that I have something else to do, so I won't bother you anymore. Then I'll take you there. No, it's just a matter of 2 steps. Chen Ge politely declined and walked out of Lin Shi's bar. As soon as Chen Ge left, Su Long walked in. Xingzi, why did the boss leave? Did you have a falling out with him? Yuchi Chang rolled his eyes at Su Long in annoyance. Can't you expect me to be good? He's very busy, how can he have so much time to play with us? Su Long nodded thoughtfully, that's true. Chen Ge walked out of the door of Lin Shi's bar. Get in the car. Chen Ge thought for a moment, then drove the car towards Li Yunru's home. The other side. At this time, Li Yunru was broadcasting live. With Chen Ji's strong support on several occasions, her popularity is now stable at around 7 to 8 million per day. She has completely secured her position as the #1 star in Star Show. Li Yunru, with delicate makeup, was performing some simple dance moves in the live broadcast room. In order to retain the audience and reduce the attrition rate, she took the initiative to learn some dances. Li Yunru is very beautiful and has a great body. Even with these simple dance moves, most of the audience can't stand it. It's amazing. With this figure, even if the anchor does some radio gymnastics, people will still watch. Sister has such a great figure, being a female fan is really impressive. I would be willing to live 10 years less if I had a wife like this. I don't envy the Mandarin ducks or the immortals, I envy the big guys every day. Li Yunru, panting after dancing, looked at the barrage. I gave my family a dime to appear on TV, and the anchor will take a break. Li Yunru sat down and sipped her milk tea. Since the host wants to take a break, I'll take a break too. Brother upstairs, restrain yourself. In that case, the live broadcast room's super administrator should also take a break. Oh my, why are we getting more and more perverted the more we talk? I hope the anchor sister won't mind? Hush, the boss isn't here lately, brothers, am I saying this as a minotaur? Li Yuntu watched the barrage of comments become more and more outrageous, and he was completely powerless to stop it. There were so many perverts. But, at this moment, Li Yunru's doorbell suddenly rang. In order to prevent herself from missing the knocking sound of couriers or takeaways, Li Yunru often broadcasts live with the door of her room open. At this time, it is very likely that the courier is delivering the package. But after all, there was a girl at home, so Li Yunru was still on guard. She first looked through the peephole, but she didn't see anyone outside the door. Realizing that she might have heard it wrong, Li Yunru prepared to go back to her room to continue the live broadcast. She turned and walked a few steps. Suddenly, there was another rapid knock on the door. Who is it? Li Yunru raised her voice, but still no one outside the door responded to her. She leaned over the peephole to look again, but there was still no one behind the door. The atmosphere suddenly became a little weird. Many terrible thoughts flashed through her mind. Just as Li Yunru was about to go to the kitchen to get a knife for self-defense, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind the door. It's me. Li Yunru knew this voice very well, it was Chen Ji's. Li Yunru quickly opened the door and saw Chen Ge squatting on the ground looking at her with a playful smile. Li Yunru rolled her eyes speechlessly. What are you doing squatting on the ground? You scared me to death, do you know that? Chen Ge stood up from the ground and said seriously. I'm here to check your awareness of prevention. Do you understand? Girls must pay attention to their safety at home. If they are targeted by a pervert, the consequences will be disastrous. Are you talking about yourself? Li Yunru said unhappily, you are the only pervert I have met so far? Then you're done. You've let the wolf into the house. Chen Ge was thick-skinned and just responded to this. As he spoke, Chen Ge suddenly grabbed Li Yunru's slender waist without any warning. He kissed Li Yunru's lips. Chapter 149, Taking a Bath. A few minutes later, Li Yunru struggled to break free from Chen Ge, panting. What's the hurry? Chen Ge said awkwardly, in the bedroom? Or on the sofa? I'm still live streaming. Li Yunru kissed Chen Ge on the face, please wait for a moment. I'll be off the air in about an hour. Having said that, Li Yunru turned around and prepared to go back to her room to continue the live broadcast. However, Chen Ge suddenly hugged her from behind and buried his head in her hair. Hurry up and get off the air. It's important to get down to business first. Chen Ge took a deep breath of the fragrance from Li Yunru's hair and said lingeringly. You are simply obsessed with sex. I will end the live broadcast early, will you give me extra salary? Li Yunru said with a sneer. I'll make up for it. If you don't end the broadcast, I'll. Chen Ge stretched out his tone. So what? Li Yunru asked back. Of course. Before Chen Ge finished speaking, his fingers had already slipped into Li Yunru's clothes. As he spoke, he began to wander over the other's breasts. What are you doing, Chen-gu? Chen-gu, wait a minute, okay. I'm going to go off the air, let me go first. After several struggles, Lee Yunru finally escaped from Chen Ji's clutches. She ran into the room and appeared on the live broadcast screen panting. Dear audience friends, Nairo suddenly has something urgent to do, so I will leave first. Mwah, love you all. When the barrage heard that Lee Yunru was going to end the live broadcast, instead of decreasing, it started to get crazy and agitated. Excuse me, what happened during the few minutes the anchor disappeared? Why was he panting and his hair was messy? Ro-chan, something is wrong with you today. Very wrong. Me, is the number one on the list here at the host's house? After sleeping with the top player, are you still willing to broadcast for us? You must be happy when you broadcast again. You must be happy, okay? From now on, there will be no me in your world. Ha! Host, how running for too long, panting. Isn't Xiao Nairo's number one the god of song? Could it be, something terrible has happened to me? Lee Yunru did not respond to these comments, because at this time, he had already ended the live broadcast at the speed of light and walked out of the room. Alright? Chen-gu looked at Lee Yunru's graceful figure. Her breasts were still rising and falling because of the torment she had just suffered. Okay, you pervert, what are you in such a hurry for? Hee, I just miss you. Chen-gu said shamelessly. Oh, you missed me? I'm so honored. As she spoke, Lee Yunru found a set of clothes and walked towards the bathroom. What are you doing? Of course I'm going to take a shower. What should I do after I just finished dancing and I'm all sweaty? Lee Yunru said righteously. Is it okay not to wash? Don't worry, I will never despise you. Chen-gu said seriously. You wish. After I finish washing, you have to go in and wash too. No one can escape. As soon as she finished speaking, Lee Yunru ran into the bathroom in 2 steps and locked the door, fearing that Chen-gu would have a chance to take advantage of her. Not long after, the sound of water splashing was heard in the bathroom. Chen-gu stood at the door. Through the frosted glass, he could see Lee Yunru's graceful figure swaying under the light. I don't know if it was Lee Yunru's intention, but this bath took an exceptionally long time. It was as if he was punishing Chen-gu on purpose. He stayed in the bathroom for half an hour and didn't come out. Chen-gu stood outside the door tossing and turning, feeling very itchy. Suddenly, the sound of water stopped, and Lee Yunru seemed to have entered the stage of wiping her body and putting on clothes. Soon after, the light in the bathroom went out. Chen-gu knew that Lee Yunru had finished washing and was about to come out. He lurked quietly by the door, ready to strike. It was a blind spot. Even if Lee Yunru opened the door, she couldn't see Chen-gu standing next to her. Brush. The door was slowly opened by Lee Yunru. She was wearing a bathrobe with a bathrobe tied around her waist and a towel wrapped around her head. At this moment, Chen-gu at the door hugged Lee Yunru like a cheetah. Wow, you scared me to death, why are you holding me? Go in and take a shower. Lee Yunru patted her plump breasts with one hand. You can take a shower, but isn't it a bit monotonous to take a shower alone? As he spoke, Chen Ji's hand had quietly touched Lee Yunru's bathrobe. Why be so monotonous? It will only take a few minutes, go and wash. Lee Yunru advised. It was just a matter of a few minutes? Then why did it take you more than half an hour to wash? Chen-gu asked back with a half smile. I'm a girl, so of course it's different if I take longer to wash. Lee Yunru explained hesitantly. Okay, since you said so, I'll believe it. But I still don't plan to take a shower alone, what do you say I should do? What do you want to do? Of course. Chen-gu suddenly pulled the bathrobe while speaking. The bathrobe that had originally tightly wrapped Lee Yunru suddenly lost its comfort and fell loosely. Before Lee Yunru could exclaim, Chen-gu grabbed the bathrobe and pulled it down. As the bathrobe fell to the ground, Lee Yunru was pulled into the bathroom by Chen-gu. Bang! The bathroom door was closed again, and the pale yellow light in the bathroom came on. Bad guy. Let me out now. Lee Yunru was naked, and her hands could barely cover her body. In your words, it's wishful thinking. Snap. Chen-gu pulled the bolt on the bathroom door and blocked the door himself. Then, Chen-gu quickly stripped himself naked. Now Lee Yunru has one more place to cover her eyes. Li Yunru covered her eyes tightly and half knelt, trying to cover herself as much as possible. I haven't seen Chen Gu for a few days. Li Yunru obviously felt that she was much more restrained. She was completely different from the crazy lady under the bed and slut in the bed as she was in the hotel. While Li Yunru was blocking her sight with her hands, Chen Gu had already picked up the shower head and adjusted the water temperature to a suitable level. He did not start taking a shower, but instead pointed the shower head at Li Yunru's body. In an instant, a large amount of warm water poured onto Li Yunru's body, soaking her smooth body all over. Li Yunru covered her eyes and asked in confusion, "Aren't you going to take a shower? Why are you pouring water on me?" Chen Gu quickly drenched himself as well. He kept it a secret, "You'll know in a moment." At this time, Chen Gu squeezed a lot of shower gel into her hands, but she walked behind Li Yunru. He rubbed the shower gel on his hands on Li Yunru's body. Itch. Chen Gu held Li Yunru's hand. She also put a lot of shower gel on her palms. Chapter 150 Shower Gel. In just a few minutes, Chen Gu had rubbed Li Yunru's entire body with shower gel. After Chen Gu touched her whole body, the initial sense of unfamiliarity disappeared. She simply stopped hiding anything and instead felt a little confused. "Why are you rubbing it all over me? Don't you want to take a shower? Stop it now. I've already taken a shower once." Hearing this, Chen Gu not only did not stop what he was doing, but instead squeezed a handful of shower gel into his palm. Wiped on the other's breasts. "Hey, go wash up quickly and stop bothering me." Li Yunru pushed Chen Ji's hand away and said, "Don't move, it will be ready soon. I'm preparing the bath ball." Chen Gu said. "Prepare a bath ball?" Chen Ji's confusing words made Li Yunru even more confused. "Isn't the bath ball hanging next to it?" "Nonsense, the bath ball is clearly standing here." Chen Gu said in a pretentious manner, "Come here, my big bath ball." "What big bath ball? I don't understand." Li Yunru was a little confused at first, but when she saw the naked Chen Gu staring at her delicate body covered with shower gel meticulously, she seemed to suddenly understand. Her face turned red quickly and she said shyly, "What kind of dirty things are you thinking about? How can I help you?" Chen Gu thought about it and said, "Then let's start with the butt." "Asshole, I didn't mean to ask you where to start." "No, absolutely not." Li Yunru quickly took 2 steps back and distanced herself from Chen Gu. "Really?" Chen Gu asked back with a smile, his tone already carrying a hint of teasing. "Absolutely not. Who do you take me for?" Li Yunru had already retreated to the corner of the wall, with no way to retreat. "Then I have to do it by myself?" Chen Gu moved closer to Li Yunru in the corner. "I'm warning you, don't mess around. If you do that again, I'll scream. I really will scream. You can scream as much as you want. Even if you scream your throat out today, no one will come to save you." Another half an hour passed. Chen Gu dried himself with satisfaction and walked out of the bathroom. Li Yunru followed Chen Gu with messy hair and a look of anger on her face. "You will bully me, you will bully me." After his plan came true, Chen Gu shamelessly said, "I didn't force you. This was all your own will." "That's not you." Li Yunru wanted to talk but stopped herself because it was too embarrassing to talk about such things. What's more, she is not married yet. This job should be just right for a young woman. What about me?" Chen Gu turned his head and looked at Li Yunru's seductive body. "Nothing, wait a minute, let me take it easy, don't be impatient." As she said this, Li Yunru was about to escape, but how could Chen Gu give her this opportunity? He simply grabbed the other person's slender waist with his backhand. "Where are you going?" Li Yunru's face was so red that blood seemed to be dripping out. I'll go find some stockings." "Yes. Stockings. Don't you like stockings more?" "Stockings? Yeah. Can you let me go first?" Feeling Chen Ji's warm breath on her neck, Li Yunru's body also reacted slightly. "Okay." Chen Gu released his hand that was around the other person's slender waist and stared at him without blinking. Under Chen Ji's gaze, Li Yunru walked into the bedroom with gritted teeth. Just as she walked into the bedroom and was about to lock the door quietly, suddenly, a strong hand quickly grabbed the door. Chen Gu walked in with a wicked smile. "If you want to wear stockings, just wear stockings. Why are you closing the door?" Li Yunru took a few steps back, swallowed her saliva and said, "No, nothing. I'm just not used to changing clothes with the door open." What's there to be uncomfortable about? Just now in the bathroom, didn't we both? Chen Gu was interrupted by Li Yunru halfway through his words. Don't say it. You are not allowed to tell what happened just now. Li Yunru covered Chen Ji's mouth with her hand. It was not until Chen Gu signaled to her with his eyes that he would not say anything more that Li Yunru put down her hand half-believingly. Seeing that Chen Gu really didn't continue talking. Only then did Li Yunru open the wardrobe next to her. Chen Gu didn't know until he saw it, and he was shocked. I saw different styles of clothes hanging in the closet. All professional attire, skirts, suspenders, and low-cut tops. Then she opened the cabinet on the other side. On the other half, there are stockings of different colors and styles. Black silk, white silk, letters. Basically, all the stockings you can think of are in similar styles and are kept in your closet. Seeing this luxurious lineup, Chen Gu couldn't help but swallow hard. However, this is not the end. Li Yunru, naked, squatted down. He opened the 2 large drawers at the bottom of the wardrobe. There are 7 or 8 different pairs of high heels in the drawer. Chen Gu was almost stunned. Are all girls' wardrobes so outrageous? Are these what you usually wear? Chen Gu asked blankly. Of course not. Li Yunru looked at Chen Gu with a strange look. I bought all these clothes after we came back from linen last time. I went to specialty stores for several days. Li Yunru paused for a moment, lowered her head and said softly. When we were in linen before, I saw that you seemed to like me wearing these in my. So, I went to buy all these things, thinking that the next time you come. Li Yunru couldn't continue talking here. She looked up at Chen Gu, then quickly lowered her head. However, the meaning here is already very clear. More than a dozen pairs of high heels, various styles of clothes and stockings, can be pieced together into hundreds of different combinations. These were all prepared by Li Yunru to cater to Chen Ji's taste. But since Chen Gu returned to the Magic City from linen, he basically had no communication with Li Yunru. I just send a message to the other person when I remember him or her sometimes. But the other party prepared so much for Chen Gu. For a moment, Chen Gu actually felt a little guilty. Because in the past, Chen Gu would give gifts or rewards to the women around him. Most of the time I just play it for fun. One word to sum it up. Trash. But today, he found that he seemed to have neglected a lot of things all along. Chapter 151 DIY Matching. No matter how conservatively Li Yunru dressed during live broadcasts, she always looked like a seductive queen in front of Chen Gu. In fact, she is a very conservative woman at heart. This can be seen from the sudden sense of unfamiliarity when Chen Gu suddenly appeared in her place today after not seeing her for a long time. No matter how aloof and misogynistic Shen Luoqiao was, when he learned that Chen Gu was framed by Su Yan, she would also choose to believe Chen Gu unconditionally, and even go to the monitoring room and kiss Chen Gu just to vent her anger. No matter how much Cece cares about her celebrity image, she always appears carefree and heartless in front of Chen Gu. They all seem to love Chen Gu in their own way. All along, Chen Gu felt that he was the one who made the sacrifices. But today, he had a different opinion of these women in his heart. That Yunro. Chen Gu couldn't think of what to say for a moment. How do you want to match it? Tell me. Li Yunru picked up a women's shirt, a pair of white stockings, and a pair of pink high heels. This style? Still. Li Yunru threw these clothes that she had never worn onto the bed, and then picked up a few other styles. Or these ones? Li Yunru blinked her big eyes and said, What's wrong? Why aren't you talking? However, at this moment, in Li Yunru's confused eyes, Chen Gu hugged her and asked, Have you been preparing these things after you went off the air these few days? Li Yunru nodded and said, Yes, only after the broadcast will you have time to choose and try. Are you stupid? To be honest, Chen Gu was a little touched. Why didn't you tell me you prepared these? If I told you, then what's the surprise? Li Yunru said as a matter of course. Chen Gu hugged her tighter. It was as if he wanted to melt Li Yunru into his body. I am so touched. Logically speaking, in this atmosphere, Li Yunru should also hug Chen Gu with her backhand. But she didn't, instead she looked at Chen Gu with a strange look. She opened her red lips slightly and said slowly, So you're pushing against me now, is this your way of expressing your feelings? Because both of them were naked. Therefore, Li Yunru could clearly feel any unusual movement of Chen Ji's body at this time. Ahem this. Chen-gu awkwardly let go of Li Yunru and bent over to hide his embarrassment. Seeing Chen-gu in such an awkward situation, Li Yunru suddenly became interested and immediately chased after him. Hey, didn't you just force me to go to the bathroom for you? Li Yunru paused and continued, why are you suddenly so shy now? Li Yunru did not retreat but moved forward, leaning close to Chen Ji's ear, breathing hot air, good brother. In just a few seconds, Li Yunru had found the familiar feeling and took the initiative. Next second. Before Chen-gu could react, Li Yunru quickly pulled away, and then stood naked in front of the wardrobe with a serious look on her face. Don't be so patient. Choose quickly. If you don't choose, I will also put away the ones on the bed. Li Yunru pretended to scare Chen-gu. But in fact, there was no intention to put the clothes away. Ahem. Chen-gu coughed, raised his eyelids and said slowly, you said so. In that case, I will choose reluctantly. Virtue. Li Yunru rolled her eyes at Chen-gu in annoyance, I've never seen someone as shameless as you. What are you shameless about? It was you who asked me to choose, okay? Chen-gu pretended to be stupid. Okay. I told you to pick it, Tell me, what does the young master like? Chen-gu looked up at the closet full of clothes and said. Well, it's best to wear underwear, stockings and high heels, and as for clothes, try the white shirt inside first. Li Yunru captured the keywords very keenly. Why don't you try on the white shirt first? How many times do you plan to come tonight? Although she said this, Li Yunru didn't seem annoyed at all. What color bra do you want? Underwire or bow? Black, with a bow and lace, the kind that can show through the white shirt. Chen-gu replied immediately. For shirts, don't tie all the buttons. Just tie 1 or 2 buttons on the chest. It's best to show your shoulders. Is this okay? How about stockings? What kind do you like? Regular or tear away? With or without letters? Sure. I want the easy to tear version with letters. Li Yunru followed Chen Ji's instructions one by one. After doing so, she opened the drawer at the bottom of the wardrobe a little wider, revealing the pairs of high heels that were hidden inside. Okay. What about the high heels? There were high-heeled shoes in the cabinet, some with pointed toes, some with flat toes, in different colors, and many of them had sequins and diamonds on them. I want black pointed high heels, the brighter ones. Chen-gu made his choice. Ha. Okay, I'll put it on and show you. As she spoke, Li Yunru picked up the stockings and slowly covered them along the toes. After putting on the stockings, she immediately put her feet into the pair of pointed black high heels that Chen-gu had chosen. She turned around in front of the mirror, and immediately, a hint of mature charm emanated from her. Well, it looks good. You have good taste. Li Yunru praised Chen-gu. Immediately afterwards, Li Yuro's soft and fragrant body fell onto the bed. Her eyes narrowed slightly, her breath was weak, and her sexy red lips parted slightly. What are you waiting for? Good brother, after you finish this, there is more to come. Chen-gu swallowed hard and rushed forward. 16,822 words omitted here. 38,691 words omitted here. In Li Yunru's bedroom. It took the two of them more than an hour just to get this set of clothes. From the bed to the floor, from the floor to the table. Chen-gu thought that he and Yang Xinchi had already fought to their full potential that day. But after I put together a set of clothes. That elusive feeling directly stimulated his potential. As time went by, Li Yunru's cooperation became more and more tacit. The unfamiliarity gradually disappeared, and those previous messy names came out of my mouth easily. After the first time, it was not only Chen-gu who enjoyed it, but also Li Yunru. She slowly touched Chen Ji's hand from the torn stockings. Look at the mess you made on my bed. It's in a mess. And the walls are full of holes and pits from being scratched by high heels. Chen-gu smiled slightly. We're moving out tomorrow anyway, so the worst that can happen is that I can just pay the landlord a little more for the renovation. Next set? Chapter 152 What to wear next? Chen-gu raised his eyebrows and asked tentatively. After a short rest, Li Yunru recovered some strength. She looked at Chen-gu with a burning gaze, her eyes almost tearing out. Whatever you want. Having said that, Li Yunru got down from the bed. Then, she took off the bra whose straps were half hanging on her arms. After kicking off the pair of pointed black high heels, she said. Tell me, what are you going to wear next? As the saying goes, there is no land that can be plowed to death, only oxen that can be tired out. Li Yunru rarely experienced the joy of sex. The gray suit, yes, that one. Don't wear a shirt underneath, just go topless. Don't wear pants. Just cover your hips with your coat and wear some stockings. You don't need shoes. You'll have to take them off when you get to bed anyway. They'll be in the way. Well, I'll do as you say. Li Yunru followed Chen Ji's idea, put on the gray suit jacket in front of Chen Gu, and took out the stockings. How about asking my brother to help my sister put it on? As soon as she finished speaking, Li Yunru raised her foot and stepped on the bed. Chen Gu nodded heavily, okay. Chen Gu walked forward and put on the stockings for the other person. However, just this simple action quickly calmed Chen Ji's heart, which had been a little bit calmer, and ignited his desire again. You women have such trouble getting dressed. Chen Gu complained, but his hands did not stop moving, and he continued to rub the girl hard. Ha ha. You can wear it wherever you want, it's up to you. Li Yunru sneered at Chen Gu and put her arm around his neck. She leaned close to Chen Ji's ear and whispered, "What are you waiting for?" Chen Gu, who was summoned, looked up at Li Yunru's seductive outfit and pounced on her again. I am coming. Continue to omit thousands of words. Continue to omit thousands of words. A night of passion. Chen Gu had forgotten how many sets of clothes he had asked Li Yunru to change and how many times he had done it that night. Li Yunru also patiently followed Chen Ji's instructions one by one. Chen Ji's curiosity was greatly satisfied. The next day, Chen Gu was awakened by a noisy phone call. He drowsily pulled away the quilt covering his head and answered the phone. Hello? Who is this? A familiar voice came from the other end of the line. God of Songs, the Martin 177 and Audi R8 have been inspected. Can I send them to you now? It's Su Chen. I'm here to deliver the car, but why are you calling so early? Chen Gu said with his eyes closed. Early? Early? It's almost 11 o'clock. Su Chen said innocently. Ah. Chen Gu looked up at the time on his phone. It clearly shows 10:45. Oh my god, it's true. Chen Gu was busy until 2 o'clock in the morning yesterday, and he didn't even notice how long he slept. He got up in a hurry and found that Li Yunru was no longer on the bed, only himself was left naked. He picked up the phone and said to Su Chen, "Send both cars to the address I left you last time." Having said that, Chen Gu hung up the phone and got out of bed. Chen Gu walked out of the bedroom, only to find 2 large suitcases neatly placed in the living room. Yun Ro! Where are you? Chen Gu shouted to the empty living room. The next second, a pleasant female voice came from the room on the left. Over here, you can see when you open the door. Hearing Li Yunru's voice, Chen Gu followed the source of the sound and opened the door. Li Yunru, wearing a plain long dress, was ironing clothes. I was just packing up my live broadcast equipment and some clothes. I closed the door because I didn't want to wake you up. As she spoke, Li Yunru hung the ironed clothes on the hanger. Wait 5 or 6 minutes and you'll be ready to put on. You're a grown man, why are you running around naked in the room? Can't I bring the clothes to you on the bed later? Chen Gu looked at the busy Li Yunru, who was becoming more and more like a wife. He hugged Li Yunru, who was still ironing other clothes. I was wondering why you started nagging like an old married couple. Hearing this, Li Yunru punched Chen Gu in the chest. I'm nagging? Who's talking to you, old married woman? I was just blind, and that's why I was bullied by you until after 2 o'clock. Li Yunru said with a dissatisfied pout. That's not right. I remember someone was yelling quite happily last night. At this point, Chen Gu suddenly pinched his throat and made an expression of enjoyment. Brother, brother. Chen Gu stopped talking halfway. Her mouth was tightly blocked by a pair of bare hands. Say it again. If you say it again, I will ignore you from now on. Li Yunru pushed Chen Gu away and continued ironing her clothes with a red face. Seeing this, Chen Gu was not annoyed and said with a smile. You just keep making a fuss, but I don't see you really ignoring me. Chen Gu. Li Yunru put her hands on her hips and shouted angrily. Chen Gu shamelessly hugged the other person again, but was pushed away by Li Yunru again. Don't touch me. Angry? Chen Gu hugged her again, but was still pushed away. What are you doing? Stop touching me. Li Yunru took away Chen Ji's hand from her waist. Seeing Li Yunru's angry and humiliated look, Chen Gu couldn't help but think of a famous saying. An angry woman is harder to control than a pig. Chen Gu put his hands behind his back, bent over, tilted his head, and looked at the other person's handsome profile. So stingy. Little anchor? Good sister? Don't bother me. If you have nothing to do, just sit over there. You're an eyesore. Li Yunru didn't give Chen Gu any face. Hearing this, Chen Gu reached out and pinched the other person's face. Let go. A muffled sound came from Li Yunru's pinched mouth. Oh. He's small, but he has a big temper. Instead of letting go, Chen Gu started playing with it, pinching the tender flesh and spinning it in circles. He found that ever since he pinched Yang Xinqi's face once, he became more and more addicted to this feeling. Can I go shopping with you this afternoon? Hearing this, Li Yunru, who was about to explode, suddenly stopped. Really? Li Yunru asked with her bright eyes flashing across her face. Of course. When have I ever regretted it? Chen Gu said firmly. Are you still angry now? Not angry anymore. Still fierce? Not fierce anymore. Chen Gu raised his arms and hung them on Li Yunru, then moved his arms downwards and inserted them into the front of her shirt. Li Yunru did not resist and let Chen Ji's hands do whatever they wanted inside her clothes. Chapter 153, Living in Tangchung First Class. Not long after, Li Yunru looked down subconsciously. Noticing the other party's scrutiny, Chen Gu coughed and stepped back. The clothes are almost ready, go put them on quickly, and we'll talk about that tonight. Li Yunru said to Chen Gu with a smile. Okay. Chen Gu knew that as long as he wanted, Li Yunru would indulge him in this kind of thing without limit. Last night, the two of them fought from dusk till early morning. Take a break if you are tired, and then come back again. Be obedient and follow his instructions. After putting on clothes, Li Yunru had finished ironing the last piece of clothing and hung it on the hanger. I have almost packed all my things, including the live broadcast equipment, underwear, etc. As for the other things, take your time moving them. The lease on the house will expire in a few days, so I won't renew it. Chen Gu nodded. What time did you get up to clean these up? A little after 6 o'clock. Li Yunru replied. A little after 6? You were so tired yesterday that you woke up to clean up after sleeping for 4 hours? Chen Gu was stunned. Even though the woman doesn't have to move, she still has to expend a lot of energy. Last night, Chen Gu clearly saw that Li Yunru was almost exhausted. Yes. Li Yunru answered casually. When I was a small anchor, I thought that as long as I worked hard enough, I could build my own career. So, I often sacrificed my sleep time and broadcast for more than 10 hours straight. Staying up late was the norm. At this point, Li Yunru smiled bitterly and said, Who would have known that my current popularity was not due to hard work, but because I met you? Chen Gu put his hands in his pockets and said calmly, Don't worry about how you succeed, success is enough. Chen Gu didn't want to continue talking about this topic, lest the other party start to think too much. He picked up the large bag containing cosmetics in the room and took it to the living room. Are you almost done packing? When are we leaving? Etc. As she spoke, Li Yunru walked into the bedroom and tidied up. I took a reluctant look at this room where I had worked for countless days and nights. Okay, let's go. She turned off the power in the room, and together with Chen Gu, put the bags into the car. Hey. I remember you didn't drive this car before? Li Yunru asked. I haven't driven that car recently. I'm driving this one now. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Chen Gu gave a sly laugh and replied. You are the only one who keeps a low profile. The fact that you gave Xiao Qi tens of millions of gifts that night and then played games with her became a hot topic again. My Douyin followers have increased by more than 1 million, and now my comments are all asking me if the boss has fallen in love with someone else. Really? Am I that popular? I'd have to see for myself. Chen Gu said, scratching his head. Hey! Asshole, didn't you notice the point of this sentence? It's about falling in love with someone else. Falling in love with someone else. Li Yunru, who was sitting in the passenger seat, crossed her arms and stared at Chen Gu without blinking. Are you fastening your seatbelt? Chen Gu asked. Don't change the subject. Li Yunru said coldly. Well. I'm driving, yes. I want to drive, and I must not be distracted while driving. As he spoke, Chen Gu started the car and was about to step on the accelerator. No. You must give me a reasonable explanation today. Hey, steering wheel. There's a car in front. There's a car. More than an hour later, Chen-gu drove the car into Tangchengiping. After a long period of relentless pursuit and ineffective explanation, this sudden dispute ended with Chen-gu promising to go shopping with Li Yunru once a month. Since they entered the community and confirmed Chen Ji's identity, the property management arranged people to help the two move their luggage. All Chen-gu had to do was to leisurely put his arm around Li Yunru's slender waist and walk towards the house he had purchased. Take the elevator to the 42nd floor. Chen-gu placed his hand on the door lock to identify it. DD. The door lock recognized Chen Ji's fingerprint and opened. Mr. Chen, Mrs. Chen, shall I move these luggage in for you, or? The guys who were carrying the luggage spoke very respectfully. Move it in and put it in the living room. Thank you for your hard work. Chen-gu said politely. Mr. Chen, you are too polite. This is what we should do. These three guys moved several suitcases in at once. To be honest, although they have moved things for countless owners and have also entered their homes. However, this is the first time that I have entered the largest apartment in Tangchengiping. Apart from anything else, the outrageous area and the magnificent and luxurious decoration are something that ordinary people can never dream of in their entire lives. The guys were stunned for a long time before they reacted. They immediately said to Chen-gu, Mr. Chen, now that everything is ready, we'll leave first. It's better not to fantasize about such a place. I can't afford it in my lifetime. Don't you want to drink some water and take a break? No. We appreciate your kindness, but we have a rule that we will deduct your salary. The porter declined. Immediately, he walked quickly towards the door, as if he was afraid that his salary would be deducted. When he reached the door, he turned around and looked at her enviously for a few times before closing the door. Call. Li Yunru exhaled a breath and sat on the sofa. When he called me Madam Chen just now, I really felt like I was marrying into a wealthy family. Ha! Isn't it? Chen-gu said seriously. There was no trace of joking on his face. Li Yunru turned her head and glanced at Chen-gu. She suddenly felt emotional. The last time they came here, the two of them were not even friends. But when she returned to this place again today, she and Chen-gu already had an inexplicable relationship. She looked up and around. It was just as magnificent, and the air seemed to be exuding the scent of money. It's just that the relationship between the two has changed drastically. She sighed and said with a smile, Yes, you are from a wealthy family, and I am marrying up. Chen-gu did not respond after hearing this. Instead, he just kept talking to himself. Why are you sighing? Do you want to unpack these messy things of yours? Li Yunru was about to lie down, but she immediately sat up when she heard the live broadcast equipment. Oh, yes, the equipment needs to be turned on, and I have to reinstall it when I come back in the evening. Ouch. Chen-gu, be careful, my camera, and be careful not to step on the wire. Don't step on it. I'm telling you to be careful. Li Yunru quickly snatched these things from Chen Ji's hand. These are all my treasures from live streaming. How come they are like rags in your hands? Go, help me take out the clothes and throw them on the bed in the bedroom. I'll go in and sort them out later. Chen-gu shrugged indifferently, it's just tattered anyway. Chapter 154, 3 consecutive trips. Under Li Yunru's dead-eyed gaze, Chen-gu tactfully carried his suitcase and walked quickly into the bedroom. Li Yunru carefully took out a series of equipment for the live broadcast room from her bag. Display, microphone, camera. She assembled the equipment carefully. After assembling for a while, the doorbell suddenly rang. Li Yunru put down the equipment in her hand, stood up and opened the door. Hello, ma'am. Is Mr. Chen-gu here? At the door, a man in a suit said. Who are you? Li Yunru asked doubtfully. We are here to deliver the 2 cars that Mr. Chen purchased from Jianqing car dealership some time ago. Delivery car? Chen-gu bought another car? Li Yunru frowned. Wait a minute, he's inside and I'll go call him. Immediately, Li Yunru walked quickly into the bedroom. Chen-gu, someone outside said you bought 2 cars and asked you to sign for them. Please get out of here. At this time, Chen-gu was lying on the bed, holding up Li Yunru's big pink mask and swaying it in the air. A leisurely group. Li Yunru saw all of this. Chen-gu, put down my underwear. I told you to take out your clothes, and this is how you took them out? Chen-gu tilted his head slightly. Then I saw a beautiful figure leaning against the door with her arms folded and an unfriendly look on her face. Hey, hey, hey! Why didn't you say hello when you came in? Chen Gu exclaimed and stood up. Can you please put down the underwear in your hand before talking? Li Yunru said through gritted teeth. Chen Gu put down his underwear guiltily, slowly stood up, and walked out as if nothing had happened. When passing by Li Yunru, he said seriously, "Isn't it just a casual play? How stingy." Realizing that Li Yunru was about to riot, Chen Gu dodged and quickly distanced himself from her, arriving at the gate in just 2 or 3 steps. Sure enough, I saw the man in a suit. Hello, Mr. Chen. Chen Gu had an impression of this man. He had seen him when he bought a car in Su Chen's store. One person can handle several clients at the same time, which is an outstanding ability. Sending such a person to deliver the car shows how much Su Chen values this Aston Martin 177. Hello. Chen Gu responded politely. I'm sent by Boss Su to deliver the car to you. Please sign for it. The man in the suit bent over, handed over the receipt with both hands, and approved it respectfully. As a gold medal salesperson, you must have a strong ability to read people's expressions. Joke. If a person respectfully receives his boss when he comes, he must serve him well no matter what. Okay. Chen Gu seemed calm. He took the receipt, wrote his name, and then asked, "Where did you park the car?" Mr. Chen, we have already communicated with the property management when we came here. Your car has been parked in the garage. You can pick it up any time you need it. The man in the suit, holding the signed receipt, explained with a smile. Mr. Chen, please keep your car keys safe at this time. He took out the car keys and presented them with both hands. Okay, thanks. Chen Gu took the 2 sets of keys and closed the door. Sitting back on the sofa, Chen Gu saw through the crack in the door that Li Yunru was busy tidying up the room. He took out his cell phone and opened WeChat. Now Chen Gu basically relies on prestige when communicating. As soon as he opened it, Chen Gu saw a dense message. Women like Yang Xinqi and Cici and Xin Luoqiao. And Kun Li, Chen Su, and Ye Jiang. However, there are only a few pieces of news about these people, basically in single digits. But there was only one person who sent a lot of messages intermittently during the time when Chen Gu was not looking at his phone. Chen Gu opened Zhang Hu's chat box and clicked the jump bar for the 99 plus message. 1832. Boss, I found that this medicine seems to be a little bit strange. Why do I keep wanting to go to the toilet after drinking it? 1859. Boss, I had diarrhea 3 times in a row. Is the medicine really okay? Did your Grandpa Ning prepare it wrong? 1913. Missed call. 1942. Missed call. Missed call. Missed call. The frequency of missed calls gradually increased from 1 every 10 or 20 minutes to 1 every few minutes, and finally, they continued to occur. It lasted until after 2 in the morning. Chen Gu raised his head slightly. He should have finished the battle at 2 o'clock and just fallen asleep. Chen Gu continued to slide down. 4:20. Boss, can you please reply? I don't even dare to stand up from the toilet now. If I use even a little force, all the soup and water will come out immediately. I feel like I've finished shitting for the rest of my life. The news stops here. I don't know whether Zhang Hu sent it. Xiaohu, are you okay? To be honest, Chen Gu didn't expect that the old Chinese doctor's medicine could be so powerful. At the beginning, when the white light flashed on the old Chinese doctor's glasses, he should have realized that something was wrong. As soon as Chen Gu sent the message, he received a reply from Zhang Hu. I'm not dead yet, boss. Do you know that I woke up in the middle of the night when I accidentally snored while sitting on the toilet? What about now? Chen Gu asked. Sitting on the toilet. Zhang Hu replied. Are you done? Chen Gu continued to ask. I'm done. Zhang Hu continued to answer. Get up. Chen Gu sent a message. My legs are numb. Zhang Hu replied quickly. Xiao Hu. Actually. Chen Gu looked at his phone and sent a voice message. Actually, these are all side effects. You should know about bloodletting and detoxification. I know. Zhang Hu also sent a voice message to Chen Gu. The same goes for poop. Chen Gu said nonsense. I guarantee that after taking this medicine, your illness will definitely get better. Really? Zhang Hu asked excitedly. It was just because he was exhausted that the last syllables of his excited tone were just trembling breaths. Chen Gu and Zhang Hu didn't have any deep hatred, so a little teaching him a lesson would be enough. You don't need to take the remaining medicine. You should quickly recover your strength and take some nutritional supplements. Okay. Zhang Hu replied respectfully. Chen Gu exited Zhang Hu's chat box and clicked into NCC's. NCC left only a few messages, but they were all voice messages without exception. After taking advantage of me, you didn't even send me a message, right? Who is the woman you are hugging now? I'm warning you one last time. If I don't even get a goodnight kiss tonight, you're done for. Chapter 155 Gentlemen. 2341. Angzixi, Kiss JPG. 2345. What do you mean? Angry JPG. Chen Gu replied, how can there be no goodnight kiss? May. After sending this message, Chen Gu opened Yang Xinqi's chat box. Yang Xinqi, when are you coming to Linen to play with me? Tell me now, don't keep me waiting. Yang Xinqi, if you come to Linen, I'll let you bully me. Shy JPG. Maybe after a while, I'll go after I'm done with this busy period. Chen Gu replied. Chen Gu estimated that the boxing event would begin in the next 2 days, so he had to go there with Yuqi Cheng first. Finally, here is the news about Shen Luoqiao. I went to the men's dormitory to look for you yesterday, but Auntie said you were not there. Chen Gu, it will be mine in a week or so. I want to go to see the West Lake with you. Can you accompany me? Chen Gu, have you seen my message? If you do, please reply to me. Birthday? Enjoy West Lake? Chen Gu stared at the message in a daze. A voice suddenly sounded behind me. What are you looking at? So absorbed in it? Chen Gu suddenly shuddered, his face froze, and his phone fell to the ground. Li Yunru looked at Chen Gu with suspicion. You are not doing anything bad, are you? However, she did not reach out to pick up Chen Ji's phone, but stood there, waiting to give her an explanation. Chen Gu picked up the phone and pressed the screen off button. It was as if he had a new face, with a smile on his face and a beaming joy. Oh, I just happened to see an interesting circle of friends. Weren't you packing clothes? Why did you come out? Chen Gu was smiling. I have to ask before I pack up my underwear whether someone has used it to do something bad in the room just now. Li Yunru raised her eyebrows. Nonsense. I'm a gentleman, how could I do such a despicable thing as touching your underwear? Chen Ji's face was serious and his character was unyielding. You are judging others by your own standards. Okay. Then I'll go back to the house and continue cleaning up. Li Yunru seemed not to notice Chen Ji's unusual behavior. She did not argue with him anymore and turned back to the bedroom. I watched Li Yunru walk into the bedroom and close the door. Chen Gu finally felt relieved and responded to Shen Luoqiao with an okay gesture. It almost got exposed. The other side. Li Yunru walked into the bedroom, and as soon as she closed the door, the indifferent expression on her face suddenly changed. Son of a bitch. If you don't treat me well in the future, I won't forgive you. Yes, she saw everything on Chen Ji's phone clearly. But she did not expose Chen Gu. I stood by the door for a few minutes and calmed down a little. Li Yunru looked at the bed full of clothes. On the pile of clothes, there was also the pink bra that Chen Gu had just thrown around. She suddenly laughed, what a foolish fellow. She simply stopped thinking about it and calmly packed up the clothes on the bed. After Chen Gu replied to these women. Thinking about Li Yunru's big box of clothes, it would definitely take some time to pack them up. He sat down calmly and replied to the unread messages on his phone one by one. Li Kun is very concerned about Chen Ji's Douyin account. A lot of video clips were sent to Chen Gu one after another, asking Chen Gu to select some and post them on Douyin to attract fans. Chen Gu did not refuse. He simply selected a video that he liked and posted it on Douyin. It is worth mentioning that Chen Gu has published 3 works so far. Apart from the video that was just released, the other 2 works have received over 400 million to 500 million views, and the number of likes for each work is 600W and 800W respectively. Chen Gu randomly read a few comments with a lot of likes. When will the boss start live streaming on Douyin? He must show his face. The last time I watched the live streaming on Wolfdog's Teeth, the boss was wearing a mask. It would be great if he could show his face during the live streaming. I found that the big guys are really casual. Ordinary people, seeing so many fans, have already started to set a fixed update time and prepare to maintain an account. But the big guys seem to just use Douyin as an entertainment tool. They post works whenever they want and their update time is not fixed. The big guys have long since left the level of internet celebrities, so why do they still need these ways of making money? Ha ha. I can only say that Langya's marketing this time was very successful. He created an identity of a rich man on the internet for us. He is just a jumping clown to attract attention. He seems to be playing bad and updating videos now, but in fact he is just trying to create a persona. I estimate that in a while, this account will have an idiot wearing a silver mask come out to promote the product, and there will be countless idiots buying his stuff. Chenggu was not angry when he saw this comment. Instead, he clicked on the reply below this comment with interest. Yo, another knowledgeable guy is here to give advice. Private accounts are really cool. Ha, that's right, the brother above is right, if Langya can create a god, why can't Doshian do it? You are the smartest person in the world, right? You idiot. People like this are just unhappy with their lives, so they go online to complain. If real names are required to use the internet, people like this will be the first to die. Chenggu didn't say much, but gave a thumbs up to the big brother who gave advice. Then he clicked on the only person he followed on Douyin Sang Zionera. Li Yunru's Douyin account also saw its number of fans increase to 6 million, driven by Qin Ji's huge traffic. At this time, the comments section of Li Yunru's video was exactly as she said. All of them were saying that the boss had fallen in love with someone else, and the pace was very loud. Chenggu entered the comments section and casually replied, "Here I come." After doing this, Chenggu quit Douyin. Return Weixin to inform Li Kun. Mr. Li, the video has been sent. At the same time, in the girls' dormitory, Xin Luoqiao was alone in his dormitory studying a large amount of data on his computer. On Tuesday afternoon, those who had classes in the dormitory went to class, while those who didn't went to have fun with their boyfriends. Only Xin Luoqiao was quietly dealing with the overwhelming course data. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. Xin Luoqiao picked up the phone and saw Chenggu's OK gesture in reply. A smile finally flashed across her expressionless face. Don't regret it if you agree to it. JPG. After replying to Chenggu, Xin Luoqiao was about to put down his phone and continue processing the data. DD. Xin Huan, sister, Dad said he misses you. Can he come home to see you this weekend? Xin Luoqiao's beautiful eyes moved, and a cold light flashed. That's his home, not mine. Also, if he has anything to say in the future, tell him to call me directly. There's no need to ask you to pass it on. Xin Huan, sister, didn't you block our dad? Why did he call you? Chapter 156. You are old. Then tell him to stop hitting me. Xin Luoqiao's face darkened as he sent this text message. After a few minutes, the message alert sounded again. Xin Huan, sister, you and Dad have been arguing for so many years, isn't it time to stop? Xiao Huan, I know he is next to you. If you want to continue talking about things related to him, I will have to block you. Xin Luoqiao sent this message with an indifferent expression. Xin Huan, stop it, sister. Okay, I won't say anything more. Then, Xin Huan changed the subject. Sister, your notes are really useful. It only took me less than half a month to master all the knowledge of the first year of high school. After reading Xin Huan's message, Xin Luoqiao's complexion improved a little. She sent. Don't be too proud. Then, Xin Luoqiao turned his phone to silent mode, put it aside, and turned his attention back to the computer. At the same time, in a mansion somewhere in Magic City, a boy in the room who looked about 60% similar to Xin Luoqiao turned his phone screen to the middle-aged man next to him. Xin Huan shook his head. Dad, you're still the same as always. Whenever my sister mentions you, she gets angry. I don't dare to talk to her about you anymore. After reading the chat records, the middle-aged man's face was full of helplessness. After a long while, he patted Xin Huan's shoulder and said, I owe her this. She should treat me like this. Have a good chat with your sister. Dad is leaving. The middle-aged man stood up, straightened his cuffs, and left Xin Huan's room. He walked all the way to the study, leaned on the sofa, closed his eyes, and his face showed fatigue. After a while, there was a gentle knock on the door. Enter. Whoosh. The door was slowly opened. A graceful and elegant woman walked in. didn't communicate well with Luo Chao? The woman placed the tea tray on the coffee table in front of Mr. Shin and sat down. Shin Mohai opened his eyes and straightened his body. Yes, it has been like this for more than 10 years. This girl is very stubborn and won't listen to anyone. Li Yuehua finished arranging the tea set and poured some boiling water into the teacup. It's not that she is disobedient. None of us has the right to tell her to be obedient, especially you. After being rebuked by Li Yuehua, Shin Mohai's face did not show any displeasure, but instead a deep sense of guilt emerged. You're right, but I had no choice given the situation back then. Shin Mohai frowned. Li Yuehua raised her eyes and looked into Shin Mohai's eyes. Some things happened and they are done. Since you chose me back then, you are destined to be strangers to that child. As she spoke, Li Yuehua handed the steaming teacup to Shin Mohai, newly arrived poor. Shin Mohai took the cup and took a sip. You seem a little different today than usual? What's the difference? Li Yuehua asked with a smile. I've become much more impetuous. Shin Mohai said. Shin Mohai did not look up to see Li Yuehua's expression after hearing this, but reached out to take the unfinished book on the coffee table. You are old. After saying this, Li Yuehua stood up and walked out of the study, closing the door. Shin Mohai paused as he closed the book. Night falls. Li Yunru finally put the things she brought in order. She fell straight onto the bed, face down. Then, a dull sound came from under the quilt. No, I won't go no matter what. Why do you suddenly not want to go now? Weren't you full of energy and shouting about going to the mall in the afternoon? Chen Ge walked to the bed, lay down next to Li Yunru, and put his hands behind his head. Isn't it because someone has been watching from the sidelines all afternoon and didn't come to help me? Li Yunru turned her head and stared at Chen Ge with dead fish eyes. God and heaven are my conscience, it was you who didn't let me help, okay? Chen Ge raised his eyebrows and said with his head tilted. As soon as you came in, you stared at my stuff. How could I let you touch it? Li Yunru ruthlessly exposed Chen Ji's words. Well, I'm hungry. Li Yunru said. Let's go out to eat? I'll drive, so it's a good opportunity to try out the new car. Chen Ge suggested. No. Li Yunru refused. There's no food at home except for wine. Chen Ge pointed to the wine cabinet not far away. Order takeout. Li Yunru said. Order takeout? Are you kidding me? Of course not, I suddenly felt like eating barbecue. Li Yunru said. How come there's another person who likes to eat barbecue? Chen Ge complained. What did you say? Who else? Li Yunru asked puzzledly. No. Nothing. What do you want to eat? I'll order it for you. No, I'll order it myself. If you want to eat something else, you can order it yourself. With that, Li Yunru stood up and walked into the living room and sat on the sofa. Why does this woman get angry just because she says she is angry? Chen Ge supported himself on the bed, stood up, walked to Li Yunru's side, and hugged her slender waist. What's going on? Tired. Shall I give you a massage? Need not. You're welcome, it's my duty. Chen Ge didn't care. Li Yunru pushed her down on the sofa without her consent. What are you doing? You're ordering. Oops, my phone is pressed down by me. Li Yunru raised her buttocks to indicate that her lower abdomen was hit by the mobile phone. I'm giving you a massage, it won't affect your order. As he spoke, Chen Ge pulled the phone out from under Li Yunru's belly and placed it in front of her. After Li Yunru picked up the phone, Chen Ge put his hand on her back and pressed it gently. Are you comfortable? Chen Ge asked. It's not bad. I'll order whatever you want to eat. Li Yunru's phone kept sliding the pictures of the finished products, and it was obvious that she was already choosing barbecue. I won't eat that stuff. It will make me get irritated. Chen Ge pouted. Unexpectedly, Li Yunru suddenly laughed. You are afraid of getting angry, but I am afraid of you too. If you get angry, I will be the one to suffer. Don't be so hesitant. Just tell me. It's not like we eat here often. I'll buy some groceries and cook at home tomorrow. It'll save you the trouble of complaining. When Chen Ge heard Li Yunru's fatal complaint, he stopped pretending and said, just give me a few skewers of squid, a few skewers of leeks, oh, some oysters, and finally some kidneys. Ha, you weren't feeling weak yesterday and were afraid that I would find out, so you rushed to eat more? Li Yunru laughed at Chun-gu mercilessly. Hey! Didn't you get enough of your lesson last night? As he spoke, Chun-gu raised his hand and slapped Li Yunru's buttocks. Chapter 157 Showdown. Suddenly a crisp voice was heard. Before Li Yunru could react, Chun-gu sat on her hips. Chun-gu! I knew that you would take the initiative to give me a massage, and you must have bad intentions. Li Yunru under him struggled violently, but was pinned down by Chun-gu and could not move. Do you still dare to say that I'm weak? Ah. Chun-gu moved back and slapped her butt again. Ah. I'm going to kill you. Li Yunru was so angry that she slapped someone behind her. Unexpectedly, Chun-gu caught the slap firmly in his hand. And because she was waving, one of her hands was automatically pinned behind her back by Chun-gu. Then, Chun-gu moved his hand up along her lower abdomen to her breasts. By Yubiu, pinch twice. I want to see how long you can be so arrogant. Li Yunru groaned and her face flushed. Stop messing around. We're going to be broadcasting live soon. Ha! Chun-gu pinched her again without leaving any trace. Didn't you say you were tired? You don't even want to go to the shopping mall, so why are you still live streaming? I'm used to it. Take your hand out first. Li Yunru said. Oh. Chun-gu gave a final pinch. Get off Li Yunru. Unexpectedly, Li Yunru, who had just escaped from Chun-ji's arms, immediately turned over and pounced on Chun-gu. It was 8 o'clock in the evening when the two of them hurriedly ate the barbecue. Most of the barbecue was made up of oysters, leeks, kidneys, and the like. Li Yunru has a small appetite, so she ate a simple meal, cleaned up, and ran to another room to dress up and prepare for the live broadcast. Chun-gu looked at the remaining barbecue, all of which were what he had asked Li Yunru to order. He looked up at Li Yunru, who was still putting on makeup in the room, and smiled knowingly. Chun-gu stood up, took out a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet, and drank it by himself. A bite of barbecue, a sip of wine, and a woman in the house. It's so cool. Looking at the ridiculously large house, for some reason, Chun-ji's immature idea popped up in his mind again. 3 wives and 4 concubines, sleeping with a big quilt. After eating barbecue and drinking, Chun-gu somehow pushed open the door of the room where Li Yunru was live streaming. Since this angle was a blind spot for the camera did not capture Chun-ji's figure, but Li Yunru could clearly feel that Chun-gu had come in. She didn't react until Chun-gu sat down next to his legs. Live streaming peacefully. Family members, I'll give everyone a dime to appear on TV, please participate. Chun-gu listened to Li Yunru's skilled live broadcast routine. Suddenly, a sense of evil came over him, and he quietly placed his hand on Li Yunru's thigh. Chun-gu clearly felt the other party tremble slightly. Thanks to Rojan's cute rabbit for sending me a treasure map. Thank you, cute rabbit. At this time, the barrage saw Li Yunru starting the live broadcast and female fans sending gifts, and they all made jokes. Ha, as expected of Ro-chan, she has more female fans than male fans. Yes, I am a girl. I was just casually watching the carnival, but I was amazed by Ro-chan's catwalk and became her fan right away. Why did Ro-chan's live broadcast background change? She must have made money now. Why does this background look so familiar to me? Damn, is this the house that the boss bought in Tangching before? Now that you mention it, it really is true. Could it be that you were going to start taking pills? Li Yunru looked at the flying comments, took a deep breath, and then nodded affirmatively. Yes, audience friends, I am at his home, and the live broadcast equipment was just moved in this afternoon. Li Yunru admitted it all generously. In fact, it takes a lot of courage for a female anchor to admit that there is a CP. As a female anchor of a star show, the most important thing is to be single. Even if you are not single, you should lie and say you are single. Because only if you claim to be single will big brothers be willing to continue spending money on you. Even some freeloaders sometimes choose to give up when they know that the female anchors they are watching are not single. From this we can see how fatal it is for a female anchor to announce to the public that she already has a CP. Li Yunru continued. In the future, I will be in this room to bring you better live content, please know. Listening to Li Yunru's words, not to mention the barrage, even Chun-gu was stunned for a moment, and his hands that were bullying Li Yunru under the table stopped. Shouldn't it? Why did Li Yunru suddenly become so impulsive? This is not like her character. For some reason, Chen-gu discovered that in just a few hours since Li Yunru moved into the house, the other party has undergone a tremendous change. It's hard to explain, but Chen-gu definitely felt it. At this time, the barrage of comments suddenly began to surge because of this news. Oh my god, I was just blabbering away, it's none of my business. It's none of my business. Wow. My little anchor, you haven't fallen. I have watched you grow from a little anchor to the current top anchor. I am crying with sadness. In fact, there have been editing accounts on Douyin that have been editing the sweet daily life of Dilao and Nairo. I was so addicted to it that I took the lead in making it. 3. Me too, me too. The romance of Rouge is so sweet that it drives me crazy. I also watched those videos, starting with the one where the big guy dropped Nairo at the entrance of the mall, ha. Perhaps even Li Yunru didn't expect it. After the self-exposure, the most comments in the live broadcast room were not those who shouted that they wanted to stop being fans, but those who said they wanted to support this couple. This is really a bit unexpected. However, Chen-gu, who was sitting next to Li Yunru, had his view blocked, so naturally he couldn't see the barrage on the computer. He took out his mobile phone and clicked into Li Yunru's live broadcast room. Although many comments are leading the way in supporting CP. But when Chen-gu refreshed the live broadcast room several times, he clearly saw that Li Yunru's popularity was dropping. From the original popularity of 8 million, it suddenly dropped to 7 million, and there is a trend of continued decline. To be honest, Chen-gu didn't know why Li Yunru did this. However, he has a solution, which is to do the same thing and make her a hot search again to get some traffic from other sites. Thinking of this, Chen-gu clicked on the gift box and prepared to give Li Yunru a gift. Anyway, sending gifts now only requires numbers, so it's not difficult at all. But when Chen-gu was about to input the number, his hand was held down by Li Yunru. Family, I'm going to the bathroom first, I'll be back soon. As she spoke, she quickly turned off the screen in the live broadcast room and blocked the sound. Chen-gu was confused. Li Yunru suddenly took Chen-ji's hand that was rubbing against his thigh, then lowered her head and kissed Chen-gu. Chen-gu was suddenly ambushed. After kissing for more than 10 or 20 seconds, their lips parted. Li Yunru leaned over and whispered in Chen-ji's ear. Don't try to drain my attention anymore. I have carefully considered this decision and I believe I can handle it all on my own. Chapter 158 Pervert ID. Come on, I don't know what you're doing. Stop it. Chen-gu said, trying to push Li Yunru's hand away. But Li Yunru grabbed Chen-gu even harder. Really, I can't rely on you forever. If my popularity is going to drop, let it drop. Even if it does, I won't starve to death, don't you think? Li Yunru gave Chen-gu a comforting smile, indicating that she was fine. Really? Chen-gu put down his phone doubtfully. Yes. Li Yunru smiled and nodded, you should get out soon. The images and sounds cannot be blocked for too long, otherwise the audience loss will be even more serious. Chen-gu glanced at Li Yunru again, but seeing that she didn't seem to have any major emotional fluctuations about this matter, he felt relieved and walked out of the room. Li Yunru took a deep breath, smiled, and turned on the live broadcast screen and sound again. Family, I'm back. On the other side, Chen-gu walked out of the room and went into the bedroom. Lie down on the big bed. He searched for Li Yunru's live broadcast room again, but did not enter. Instead, he watched the live broadcast on the search page. Because Chen-gu's entrance will have a special effect, Li Yunru can see it at a glance. So Chen-gu chose to observe on the search page. As the few minutes just passed, the popularity of Li Yunru's live broadcast room has dropped from more than 7 million to 6 million, and is still declining. Chen-gu sighed and shook his head, and no longer paid attention to Li Yunru's subsequent live broadcast. He exited the live broadcast room and left her to deal with the matter on her own. However, the gift-giving incident also made Chen-gu suddenly realize something he had never noticed before. With the emergence of healing power and luck power, Chen-ji's current expenses require real money to make a profit. No matter what the money is used for, it has to be money in the bank card. Chen-gu now uses the infinite black card less often. In the future, Chen-gu will invest in more and more places. But the funds in your bank card will eventually run out. Previously, Chen-gu had always been casual about making money by relying on 100-fold rebates, with a casual attitude. If you are happy, brush more. If you are unhappy, brush less. Anyway, he can't spend all the money he swipes, so there is no need to worry about these things. The system won't be lost, so what's there to be afraid of? But now, Chen Ge had to think about this matter. Even though Chen Ge still has more than 7 billion in funds, if he throws this money into the financial market, it will be wasted in a matter of seconds. A huge sum of money had to be accumulated quickly. Thinking of this, Chen Ge opened an app on his phone that he hadn't used for a long time, Douyin. Like Langya, this is also a live streaming platform. Moreover, in the industry, Douyin is Langya's most powerful competitor, which has greatly affected Langya's status. There is the impact of short videos in front, and big platforms like Douyin, which are not inferior to itself, are eyeing it covetously from behind. No wonder Li Kun was eager to reach a cooperation with Chen Ge. The sense of crisis is indeed strong. Chen Ge clicked on Douyin. To be honest, before that, Chen Ge also played Douyin quite a lot. There were several game hosts that Chen Ge liked. They were humorous and their live broadcasts were very good. Chen Ge liked watching them very much. He could learn skills and laugh at the same time. However, the live broadcast time of these game anchors is in the afternoon, and Chen Ge's target this time is not them. He now needs a female anchor who can trigger the rebate conditions and make money quickly. Chen Ge wandered aimlessly in the Star Show area, where high-scoring anchors were most likely to appear. After swiping for a while, he suddenly noticed a pure and lovely female anchor. At this time, the anchor Jiwoo had no idea that Chen Ge had entered her live broadcast room. Babies, tonight the intimacy is 2.5 times higher. Babies who don't have a card can make one. Sure enough, after Jiwoo reminded the audience, gifts began to float slowly in the live broadcast room. Jiwoo also thanked all the fans for their gifts one by one. Thank you for touching the host's entire body with a magic book. Thank you for touching it all over. Thanks. I want to eat a blood bottle sent by the anchor Dabi Ga. Thank you, Dabi Ga. Thanks. Jiwoo Bigu put a big plane on my face. Thank you, Bigu. Thanks. I want to use the paper dance stockings to make milk tea for a blood bottle. Thank you for the stockings. Jiwoo thanked the barrage for their gifts one by one, and at the same time, the expression on her face became more and more weird. Damn audience, do you have to be so perverted? Jiwoo said coquettishly, but she was obviously not angry. The audience in the live broadcast room also started to post comments at this moment. Hahaha, another classic thank you gift segment, I love it. You never know how outrageous the ID you'll hear from Jiwoo is. I just love listening to Paper Dance reading out IDs. It makes my stomach hurt every time I laugh. Ha 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 ha. Teacher Ji, please read quickly. You haven't thanked me for my brother Jiaopi's gift yet. Jiwoo couldn't help laughing when she saw the comments full of dirty talk. Who would have thought that she, an unknown dancing host in the Star Show section, would one day become famous just by reading her ID? Still remember, she was just thanking fans for their glow sticks after dancing, and accidentally saw a very perverted ID. But she was still a nobody at that time, and it was rare for someone to give her a gift, so she gritted her teeth and read it, but no one expected it. It was this act of reading the perverted ID that made the netizens start to make trouble. Countless netizens created all kinds of weird IDs just to hear their own masterpieces from Jiwoo's mouth. Later, as the ID became more and more perverted, and the glow stick gifts came out, Jiwoo no longer wanted to read it. But how could the fans who had already started to make trouble let her go? Various gifts worth hundreds or thousands of dollars began to appear in the barrage, forcing Jiwoo to thank them. Therefore, Jiwoo became a little famous in the Star Show area by reading perverted IDs, which led to the fact that netizens came in to pay attention to her appearance or dancing instead. Instead, they all squatted in the live broadcast room, waiting for the paper dancer to finish the dance and then read the ID. Jiwoo looked at the reminder in the barrage and turned her attention back to the ID of the water friend who was sending gifts. Thanks. I want to use the rocket sent by Jiwoo Jiaopi to make tea. Thank you, brother Jiaopi. Thanks. I want to lick the magic book given by Jiwoo's armpit hair. Thank you, armpit hair. Thank you, paper dancer's Tartar for sending me a magic book. Thank you, Tartar. Jiwoo read the comments from netizens one by one. The expression on her face became more and more weird, and her brows became more furrowed the more she read. This made Chen Ge, who was attracted into the live broadcast room because of Jiwoo's beauty, almost spit out a mouthful of red wine. You dog viewers, dare you to be more perverted. Jiwoo covered her mouth and her eyes curved into crescent shapes. Look at this brother, his ID is much more normal. Thank you for the magic book that my love sent to me. Chapter 159, Flying Superfire. After Jiwoo read out this barrage, the barrage of comments couldn't hold back any longer. Ha ha, it's the 21st century, are there still people who use such non-mainstream elementary school IDs? Wow! The non-mainstream flavor is so strong that it reminds me of those unbearable past events. Ah! I've dug a 3-bedroom, 1 living room house out of the ground with my toes. Why are you torturing me? At this moment, Chenggu, who was holding the phone, had a gloomy expression on his face, because the ID called "My love for you is not worthy" was exactly the ID of Chen Ji's Douyin account. This ID was clearly created by the original owner, and it has nothing to do with me. At first, Chenggu really didn't notice the name of this ID, but when he heard this ID from Jiwoo's mouth, not to mention the barrage, even he couldn't hold back. It's so fucking embarrassing. But at this moment, the system sound also rang in Chen Ji's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering a 100-fold rebate. It is detected that the host spends 100 yuan on the target object. 100 times rebate is being given. 100-fold rebate successful, the host's real account gets 10,000 yuan. Success! To be honest, Chenggu didn't really hold out much hope. After all, he almost visited the entire Langya Star Show area last time, but he didn't catch a host who could trigger a 100-fold rebate. It can be seen how many girls can meet the rebate standards. Although there are many beauty freaks and practitioners of evil magic on the internet today, there are also many real beauties. It can be said that the probability of seeing beautiful women on the internet is much greater than the probability of seeing them in real life. Even so, Chenggu didn't encounter it when he went to the Xingqiu area last time. However, today, Chenggu came across a beautiful anchor who could trigger a 100-fold rebate after just a short while. My luck is much better than last time. Suddenly, an answer flashed through Chen Ji's mind. Could it be the power of luck? On the other side, Jiwoo, who was tired of dancing, chose to connect and have a PK match. After a PK, you can take a break and use the excuse of 2.5 times the intimacy to ask your friends to give you more gifts. Why not do it? The connection process was very short, but the host that Jiwoo connected to turned out to be a sleep aid host. She didn't even turn on the mic. Instead, he took 2 cotton swabs and twirled them around in the fake ears in front of him. It makes a series of tingling sounds. Chenggu had heard of this kind of sleep aiding live broadcast before, but it had no sleep aiding effect at all. Not only does it have no sleep-inducing effect, it also makes me feel stiff after listening to it. However, Chenggu now has only one goal, which is to make more money before Li Yunru goes off the air. Without thinking twice, he aimed at the most expensive super rocket. It was ruthless and direct, and it fired out a super hot shot right away. As the super rocket's full-screen special effects appear, Jiwoo's hand, which was just about to click on PK, was instantly suspended in the air. Wow! Thank you for the super fire from my love for you, brother. Brother is generous. Moi, moi, moi. As she spoke, Jiwoo clasped her hands together, stood up, took a step back, and made a gesture of worshipping Buddha. His face flushed slightly. Although Jiwoo became a little famous for reading IDs, her traffic and popularity in Douyin can only be said to be average. The platform may have heard of her, but she is still far from reaching the status of a big anchor. At best, I'm just a central anchor. Therefore, it is usually difficult for Jiwoo to receive big gifts like the super rocket. After all, a super hot item is worth 2,000 yuan, which ordinary people can't afford at all, and those big brothers who can afford it all choose to go to the big anchors. At this time, after receiving the extremely popular paper dance, a smile was obviously on his face. At the same time, the barrage began to roll. Oh my god, I see this "My love for you is not worthy" is obviously a rookie account, one that has never received any gifts, yet it suddenly became super popular. Isn't it because we laughed at his ID being non-mainstream that he gritted his teeth and made it super popular just to show off? That makes sense. I don't believe he can produce a second super hot star. There really are people like this. Ha ha ha, it makes me laugh to death. However, at this time, Chenggu ignored the groundless ridicule in the comments. Because he is not using a Langya account, Chenggu does not have any special privileges and cannot send gifts by entering numbers below the gift box. You can only deliver them one by one. To put it bluntly, it all depends on your hand speed. At this time, Chenggu had rolled up his sleeves and extended his index finger. He took a deep breath and then clicked his fingers frantically. No one could have expected that this ID called "My love for you is not worthy" would bring about such a high-energy moment. A few seconds later. Not long after that super hotshot was sent out. The entire public screen was suddenly swept by a hot topic. My love for you doesn't need to send out 77 super rockets. My love for you is not enough to send out 188 super rockets. My love for you is not enough to send out 289 super rockets. At the same time, full-screen broadcasting was enabled on the entire Douyin platform. My love for you is not worthy of this ID appearing in countless live broadcast rooms. My love for you is not worthy of achieving a Super Rocket 288 combo in the live broadcast room of Anchor Jiwoo. My love for you is not worthy of achieving a Super Rocket 366 combo in the live broadcast room of Anchor Jiwoo. My love for you is not worthy of achieving a Super Rocket 520 combo in the live broadcast room of Anchor Jiwoo. At this point, Jiwoo was so shocked that she was speechless. Not only her, the entire barrage was completely covered by the special effects of the Super Rocket, and it was impossible to see what was posted in the barrage. Do you think that's the end? While everyone was still in a daze and hadn't recovered yet, Chen Ji's super hot screen sweeping had exceeded 1,500 consecutive hits. Chen Gu looked at the record of 1,500 consecutive hits. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed across his face. The efficiency is so damn low. When I was thinking about making money before, I thought that the 3 million rebates were too much and there was no way I could spend it all, but now. Chen Gu just felt that his previous thoughts were too naive. I only now realize that even with a 100-fold rebate, making money is still quite tiring. If Yang Xinqi hadn't started the show, Chen Gu would definitely not have come to Douyin to give gifts. So fucking tired. Chen Gu took a deep breath, swung his hands in the air, and used both hands to quickly click on the screen. 2,000 rounds, super hot. 3,500 rounds, super hot. 5,000 rounds, super hot. Chapter 160, 20,000 rounds, super hot. No one expected that this super hot feast would last for more than an hour. Under this fierce bombardment, the number of super hot items has reached 20,000, no more, no less, exactly 20,000. At the same time, Chen Ji's account had already received 4 billion yuan. In the live broadcast room, Ziwu could no longer close her mouth. When Chen Gu started giving away super hot gifts, her mouth had already become an O shape. When Chen Gu finished giving away gifts, her mouth was still in an O shape. At this moment, after seeing so many super hot things, she was speechless and stood blankly in the live broadcast room. Shocked beyond words. She's only been on the air for an hour, right? How come you received so many gifts? Moreover, this amount of gifts has never appeared in the entire history of Douyin. At this point, the barrage could no longer sit still and started to swirl the screen. What the hell is going on? Can something like a super rocket be used for combos? And there are 20,000 of them. Hiss. In the past hour or so, I couldn't even find a place to block the gift special effects. It's too outrageous. Now I finally realized that he doesn't need to give us gifts to prove himself. What are we in his eyes? Nothing. I was just mocking him. I'm convinced, I'm really convinced, I've never seen anyone play like this. 1 or 2 shots were so hot that I was shocked. This guy, I really don't know how to describe him, a monster. Absolutely a monster. Brothers, I just went out to check Jiwoo's popularity. Do you know how popular her live broadcast room is now? 630 million. Wow, 630 million. I remember that when EDG won the championship last year, the popularity of Douyin was only a few hundred million. Now Jiwoo's live broadcast room has exceeded the popularity of the LOL finals? Oh my god, I didn't really notice it just now, but now I go out and take a look, it's true. It is understandable that the barrage of comments was shocked. The reason why the live broadcast room reached hundreds of millions of views during the LOL finals was because there were a large number of people online in real time, and the amount of barrage was unmatched by any other live broadcast room. People who play games and those who don't will all go over to join in the fun. Even girls who don't even understand the game will click into the live broadcast room and shout, EDG is awesome. This resulted in a large number of barrages sent by real-time viewers, causing the popularity of the live broadcast room to skyrocket to such an extent, easily reaching hundreds of millions of views. But the situation in Jiwoo's live broadcast room was completely different from the LOL finals. There weren't many people in the Jiwoo live broadcast room, and there were only a few hundred people in the VIP seats. Including some freeloaders who didn't send any gifts, there were only about 2,000 people in her live broadcast room. However, the popularity of her live broadcast room can reach more than 600 million. This means that this outrageous popularity was entirely caused by Chen Gu alone by giving gifts, and has nothing to do with the other viewers in the live broadcast room. How could they not be shocked and exclaim, "Oh my god"? At this time, some of the audience who had calmed down a little asked a pertinent question. Brothers, I don't know if you have noticed that this big guy named My Love for You is not worthy is a bit like a guy on the next platform. That guy is just as generous as him, and he has already made more than 100 million at Wolf's Teeth. Hey, you know what, now that you remind me, it really does look a bit like that. I've also seen it on the neighboring platform. Although 20,000 is a lot, but 2,000 yuan each, that's 40 million, no more, no less. It seems that the big guy on the neighboring platform has also swiped 40 million twice. Damn, are they really related? 40 million is indeed a lot, super scary, but for that big guy, it's only 1/3 of the total gift. It doesn't seem to be a big deal? That's what I said, but you guys have to understand that what you said is just a hypothesis. What if he's not? For ordinary people like us, seeing a new internet super rich person emerge again is the coolest thing. Oh my god, could it be that Doxian wants to compete with Langya and deliberately launches a similar character to stir up trouble? Langya has been very popular recently. Ever since that person suddenly appeared on Langya, I can clearly feel that the number of comments in Langya's live broadcast rooms has increased. That shouldn't be the case, right? I know that the guy from Langya is real, not a character created by Langya to create hype. The big guy just now should also be real. It seems that this kind of malicious competition trick is prohibited in the industry. Don't worry if it's true or not, I just enjoyed it. There are many different opinions in the barrage, some saying that My Love for You is not deserved as a smaller version of like a song, like a cry. Some also say that this character was created by Doxian to compete with Langya. Some also say it belongs to another wealthy and powerful boss. But Jiwoo didn't pay any attention to these statements. Having received 40 million in tips in just one night, she now felt confused and a little scared. That's right. Fear. Jiwoo has never received any news of support from the platform. She just started the broadcast as usual, danced a few dances, and then when she was tired, she sat down and read the vulgar IDs of her netizens. But what about these 20,000 super fire shells falling from the sky? Moreover, this account has never generated any consumption in her live broadcast room, but now it has suddenly received so many gifts. For most people, unexpected wealth, or a huge sum of money, would definitely make them extremely happy. But for Jiwoo, who has always been down to earth, in addition to shock and joy, there is also a strong sense of crisis. She didn't know why this happened, but she felt like a huge rock was suddenly pressing down on her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. Unexpected wealth may sometimes turn into unexpected disaster. As a veteran anchor who has been in the live streaming circle for 2 or 3 years, Jiwoo also usually checks Douyin to see if there are any hot events that she can take part in. She also saw that Xiao Nara was taken away by a mysterious rich man and soared to become the #1 sister of Langya. I saw that Xiao Qi was supported by that big boss, and his years of hard work finally paid off, and his traffic skyrocketed. But when the gimmick incident on Douyin happened to her, she suddenly panicked. Because she knew in her heart that her popularity and live broadcast results were not worthy of so many gifts. Why didn't the big anchors receive these gifts, but she, a small mid-level anchor? At this moment, Jiwoo no longer felt the joy that overwhelmed her heart. Instead, she felt a deep sense of fear. Chapter 161, Fans of the two major platforms start a fight. Her first reaction was that she was screwed. There have been many disputes and refunds in the anchor circle in recent years. If the gifts I just received were made with these tricks, she's finished. At this time, Jiwoo was a little panicked, and she quickly asked on the public screen, "Brother, My Love for You is unworthy, can you private message me? I want to add your WeChat account, or I can private message you." Paper Dance even uses your word. However, Jiwoo's words seemed to vanish in the air, and Chengge did not reply at all. As soon as Chengge finished giving gifts, he exited Jiwoo's live broadcast room and went back to lie on the big bed in the bedroom. It took me more than an hour to get 4 billion. The efficiency is so damn low. It's better to wait until the next time Yang Xinchi starts broadcasting and just scroll through it with your fingers. Chengge lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze, completely unaware that Jiwoo was almost going crazy in the live broadcast room. "My love for you is unworthy, brother, are you there? If you are, please reply to me, okay?" Jiwoo is very anxious now, but her fans think her anxiety is because she is eager to cling to the thighs of a rich man. Ha, this is the first time I've seen Miss Paperdance want an audience prestige so much. Nonsense, if it were me, I would have it too. Anyone who can meet such a big shot must be blessed with fortune. The opportunity is right in front of us, of course I have to grab it. Oh my goodness. If I split the 40 million gift with the platform, I can get 20 million. Even if the union takes some of it, I can definitely get 10 million. As long as I'm not in places like Beijing, Shanghai, or Guangzhou, I can live comfortably with 10 million for the rest of my life, okay? Chen Guo's gifts took more than an hour to be swiped, which also gave countless marketing accounts and editing accounts room to play. This extremely popular footage was quickly edited out, and coupled with the magical editing and dubbing, it was quickly recommended to the people who play Douyin. Look, this anchor is called Xiaomei. Today she started broadcasting as usual, but if you suddenly receive tens of millions of tips during a live broadcast, what would you do? Who says that small anchors will never have a chance to make it? Let us take a look at this one. The editing speed of these marketing accounts is faster and more real-like than the other. Soon, several terms quietly became hot searches. Hashtag following the Langya godly rich incident, Douyin has a new god. Hashtag it is raging with millions of views, the rise of the Douyin anchor. Hashtag it is suspected that Rouge Rookie opened another Smurf account and gave away tens of millions of. Hashtag Douyin creates a new god, Langya Douyin game. Chen Guo just wanted to make some money. But no one expected that the pace of the two live streaming platforms would suddenly pick up. At this time, Hao Lichuan, director of Doushian's operations department, was sitting quietly in the office, looking at the computer with a serious expression. Suddenly, the door of his office opened, and a secretary in black stockings and an OL business suit walked in. Minister, we have confirmed that the ID account My Love For You Is Not Worth It has never spent a penny in our flower contest before. Also, I haven't used Douyin recently. It was only tonight when I logged into my Douyin account that I started to swipe money for no apparent reason. Hao Lichuan looked at the computer screen, which showed the Douyin hot search list. Now, the news about the super rich spending tens of millions has ranked among the top 10 hot searches. Don't underestimate the number of people. You know, it has only been 2 hours since Chen Guo started giving gifts. The fact that the incident has fermented to this extent is already a very terrifying situation. Hao Lichuan touched his thick double chin, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. There have been a lot of news about super rich people on the internet recently. I heard that the super rich person from Langya opened a Douyin account. Now he has tens of millions of fans on the account, right? Yes, Minister. The secretary in black silk stockings nodded, but that's a personal account, and it's very strange. The work is updated very casually, but the quality is surprisingly high, said the secretary in black stockings, hugging the folder in front of her chest. That's normal. Li Kun begged him to post it. Hao Lichuan held his chin with his fingers interlocked, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. I don't know what happened between Li Kun and him, why he suddenly came to our Douyin side. Hearing this, the secretary in black silk stockings changed her expression. Minister, do you mean the super rich man who suddenly appeared on our platform is the same one as the one on the Wolfang side? Of course. Hao Lichuan raised his eyes and glanced at the black stocking secretary's face. Do you think 40 million is a coincidence? However, this is not the basis for my inference. The reason why I am sure that they are the same person is. At this time, a panicked man wearing thick gold-rimmed glasses walked in. Minister, this is bad. A lot of whistleblowers suddenly appeared on the short video platform, saying that we saw a super rich man appear in Langya, who reaped the traffic dividend, so he plagiarized Langya's hot events and engaged in malicious competition. And now public opinion has emerged, and most netizens have begun to support Langya. They all agree that we should use Langya's program effects. The guy with the gold-rimmed glasses was obviously a little panicked. At this time, the calm Hao Lichuan silently refreshed the hot search interface, found a hot search post and clicked on it. Sure enough, netizens had already set the pace. I'm really impressed. How can Douyin have the nerve to copy Langya's program effects? I won't say anything else. The god of songs himself has a Douyin account. He is usually very low-key. If anyone over there dares to touch his porcelain, there will be a good show to watch. I didn't really like watching these live streaming platforms in the first place, and now they're doing something so disgusting. Oh no, I've uninstalled them. However, many old fans of Douyin have come out to criticize these comments. A bunch of dogs raised by Langya, ha ha ha, I am dying of laughter. You Langya are allowed to have super rich people, right? What's wrong with Douyin also having super rich people? I'm about to throw up. Wolf fangs? Dog fangs are more like that. Hiring internet trolls right after it's trending. Is that interesting? It's not an exaggeration or slander. The wolf fangs are clearly used. There is no doubt about that. At this time, on the short video platform, anyone who was related to this matter was divided into two factions. One faction supports Langia, and the other supports Doxian. They were fighting each other. The culprit of this incident, Chen Ge, was lying peacefully on the bed, thinking about what he should let Li Yunru wear tonight. Maid outfit? Sailor suit? Or a gymnastics suit? Chapter 162 Li Kun's phone call. At 10 o'clock in the evening, nearly an hour had passed since the fans of the two major platforms started to quarrel with each other. The speed at which the incident escalated was far beyond imagination. There are many people who support Langia, and there are also many who support Doxian. Almost all posts related to this incident are divided into two major factions. Not only that, even Chen Guo's own Douyin account was also buzzing with activity at this time. A large number of netizens left messages in his comment area, pointing the finger at the ID "My love for you is not worthy." Although Chen Gu didn't know all this, the rich young men's group had already started to get excited. Zhang Yalia brothers, have you been paying attention to the Doxian platform recently? Do you know what happened in Doxian tonight? Su Chen, I saw it a long time ago. I don't know if that ID is the god of songs himself. He spent 40 million in an ordinary live broadcast room. I am really envious. You are so envious. If you grit your teeth, you can also earn 40 million. Go ahead and make Douyin even more chaotic. Ha ha ha, Lao Gao is such a bad guy. He just wants to watch the fun. I guess the research teams of the two platforms are all worried and exhausted now, and you still want to mess up Douyin even more. You are really not a human being. Su Chen, I can swipe out 40 million in one go, but it will cost me half my life. Brushing with teeth and brushing with hands are two different things, okay? You are a cunning kid. Tell me. Have you been eyeing my car dealership for a long time? Gone, don't frame me, I was just saying it casually. If you take it seriously, just pretend I didn't say it. Jianya, what the hell are you talking about? I'm talking about that super rich man in Doxian. Jianya forced the two people to correct the topic that had gone off track. As the two of them started, more and more people in the group began to pop up. Brothers, have you heard that the Doxian official account has already started to attack Langia on Weibo, saying that Langia hired trolls and deliberately stirred up trouble? Is this true? I was so busy watching the fans fighting each other that I didn't pay attention to the official announcement. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Oh my god, what about Langia? There's no way Langia won't fight back, right? After all, it's still the industry leader. I haven't seen any response from the Langia side yet. Do you think it's possible that Langia is deliberately causing trouble? I really don't know if it was Langia's doing, but have we forgotten something? What is it? The boss is in our group. Let's go ask that person if he is the boss, or if the boss knows him, then we will know whether this matter has anything to do with the boss. I see the boss's comment area is about to be overwhelmed. All of them are people trying to stir up trouble. At the same time, when many parties were discussing it. Inside the Langia office, Li Kun was currently looking at the comments from netizens on the hot posts. Chairman, the official account of Du Xian has already posted a message saying that we at Langia hired internet trolls to maliciously suppress our peers. Do you think we should also post a response? Secretary Xiao Jiang reminded. Li Kun placed his finger on the scroll wheel, pushed up his blue light-blocking glasses, turned his head and said, "There's no rush for that. Everything requires evidence. As long as Doxian can't produce evidence, these statements can only be considered defamation at best." Li Kun leaned back in his office chair slowly. I am now very curious about who started the trend. Was it a personal act or a business competition? As he spoke, Li Kun suddenly sat up and said, "How about this, you give Chen Gu a call and ask him if this matter has anything to do with him." Before Secretary Xiao Jiang could agree to Li Kun suddenly waved his hand. "Forget it, I'll call him myself, you go out first." "Okay, Chairman, you can call me anytime if you need me." After saying that, Xiao Jiang walked out of Li Kun's office, leaving Li Kun sitting alone in the office. Seeing Xiao Jiang go out, Li Kun picked up the phone and dialed Chen Ji's number. "Hello? Mr. Li, what can I do for you so late?" Chen Gu was still staring at the ceiling in a daze, so he was very relaxed. "Brother Chen, I have a question to ask you," Li Kun said after a pause. "What's the problem?" "Ask it yourself," Chen Gu said. "I want to ask, at around 8 o'clock tonight, a mysterious rich man suddenly appeared in Doxian and gave 40 million gifts to a streamer named Jiwu. Gu interrupted Li Kun before he finished speaking. Mr. Li suspects me? Gu asked. No, I'm just curious about this person's identity, so I wanted to ask you if you know his identity. Li Kun changed his words in time. No doubt, it's me. Gu said decisively. Li Kun was stunned for a moment and did not respond. Gu continued, Chairman Li, the account I use on Douyin is just a small account. The ID is also different from the one I use on Langya. If I see a streamer I like on Douyin and give him a tip, it shouldn't affect our contract, right? Upon hearing this, Li Kun burst into laughter and said. So this is what Brother Chen is worried about? Of course it doesn't matter. As long as the account name you use has nothing to do with Ru Guru Chi, it won't be considered a breach of contract. It's just. Having said this, Li Kun suddenly paused. Brother Chen, didn't you pay attention to what happened on Douyin just now? What do you mean? Gu asked. If Brother Chen has been following Douyin, it shouldn't be hard for him to know that all the posts on Douyin related to our Langya and Douyin platforms are full of hype. Even the Douyin official Weibo has asked questions and criticized Langya. Li Kun told him everything. Brother Chen, the two platforms have really encountered a lot of trouble this time. If they handle it properly, it will be fine. If they don't handle it well, the pressure from public opinion will be too great. Li Kun said bitterly. Besides, the board of directors called me more than a dozen times in just half an hour. It's not easy for me to deal with it. So, Chairman Li's purpose in looking for me now is to ask me to come forward and clarify? Gu raised his eyebrows. Brother Chen is really wise. Li Kun praised him generously. It's not that Li Kun doesn't want to make use of this incident to make something of it. If it is handled well, Langya can get more exposure, and correspondingly, the traffic will also be greater. Chapter 163 It's me. However, all this happened too suddenly. Before he had time to make any plans, the old guys on the board of directors strongly demanded that the matter be quickly resolved. He was also very helpless about this. Why didn't you say it earlier? What's so difficult about this? Gu said lightly. Then, thank you for bothering Brother Chen. When you come to Linen, I will treat you to a drink. Li Kun's tone was obviously happy. No problem. Gu hung up the phone. To be honest, he felt embarrassed for causing so much trouble to Li Kun just by swiping his finger carelessly. It was clearly his fault, so Li Kun asked Gu to come forward to explain and give him some advice. It seems as if it was Li Kun's fault. This is also the current social situation that makes many people helpless. Money and power are indeed two things that can make people bow down. Rich and powerful people can always confuse right and wrong. Even if they do something wrong, there will always be someone who will take the blame. It's like at work, when it's clearly the leader who made the mistake, but as a subordinate you have to take the blame and let the leader save face. After Gu hung up, he did not do anything immediately. He first opened Weibo and searched for Douyin's official account. As expected, when the official Weibo of Douyin appeared in the search results, the first Weibo post at the top was the statement about this incident. We have reason to suspect that Langya Technology Company, Limited has hired a group of cyber trolls to maliciously suppress its peers. The relevant issues are under investigation. Please wait. Gu almost laughed out loud after reading the non-threatening report statement released by Douyin. There is no evidence, and even the only explanation given to the public is just suspicion. Why would Li Kun be afraid of such a statement? After learning about the situation on Douyin, Gu then opened Douyin and entered Jiwu's live broadcast room. Due to Chen Ji's behavior of spending 40 million, his intimacy with Jiwu has reached the upper limit of the platform. Therefore, as soon as Gu entered the live broadcast room, a huge entrance special effect appeared on the public screen. Jiwu immediately noticed Chen Ji's account. Boss, can I add you a prestige? Jiwu asked in a low voice, humbly. Because of the fact that his live broadcast room topped the charts with 40 million viewers, the two platforms started to fight each other. More than 10 minutes ago, she received a message from the platform, hoping that she could find a way to contact the person behind the ID My Love for You is not worthy and ask him to come forward to clarify the matter in public. Knowing that the platform was in danger because of her, Jiwu was now panicking. At this moment, the comments on the public screen had already started to explode wildly the moment Gu came in. Fuck, the boss actually came back after disappearing for half an hour? Jiwu was really humble now, afraid that the boss will reject her. Usually, she wants her prestige, but no super fire can get it? I just checked Douyin. The two platforms have already started to tear each other apart. I guess the reason why Jiwoo wants to get the boss's prestige is that she wants to know the boss's true identity. To be honest, I still don't understand whether this incident was caused by a super rich boss who suddenly appeared, or whether it was really Douyin who was causing trouble and eventually got into trouble. I don't know, but the neighboring platform is probably not doing well right now. This is the first time I've seen a personal account with such great power to mess up two platforms like this. As the comments said, it sounds incredible that Chengo, a personal account, could make the two major platforms walk on thin ice. After all, both are internet companies with a market value of tens of billions. How could it turn out like this just because of a measly 40 million? But people with a slightly higher level in the industry can see the clues. The biggest reason why the sudden appearance of a super rich person in Douyin caused a series of problems is that there is already a super rich person in Langya. Moreover, this wealthy man's Douyin account has tens of millions of fans. It can be said that the rich and powerful personality that Langya has established has become a phenomenal program effect. Now when people think of Langya, the first reaction is not a certain anchor of Langya, but a super awesome personal account on Langya. A personal account with a spend of 100 million, and the number of fans of this personal account is more than that of any anchor on the Langya platform. Under such circumstances, a so-called mysterious rich man emerged in Douyin, and he spent exactly 40 million. Does this mean that this rich man is provoking the rich man of Langya? Going a step further and speculating, is this move by Douyin trying to copy the effects of Langya's program while also declaring war on Langya? Once the rhythm is set, it is not terrible if fans of both platforms start to make trouble. The most terrible thing is that fans of the account Ruguru Chi start to tear each other apart. That's what really frightens both sides. At this moment, Jiwoo, who was asking Chengu about his prestige on the public screen, was feeling very nervous. Fortunately, Chengu not only responded quickly, but also agreed to Jiwoo's request. Okay, chat with me privately. Seeing that Chengu agreed to her request, Jiwoo felt relieved. Boss, wait a moment, I will send you a private message right now. As she said that, Jiwoo sent her prestige to Chengu through Douyin's backstage. After Chengu received the prestige and added Jiwoo's prestige, Jiwoo asked, Boss, I want to ask, are you the one on the next platform? Yes. Chengu replied. After replying, Chengu exited Jiwoo's live broadcast room and no longer read what Jiwoo sent out later. Just let the other party know your identity, and the official Douyin will handle the subsequent content. After closing the live broadcast room, Chengu went to Douyin's personal account and took a screenshot to prove his identity. Then he turned on Douyin. Just when he opened Douyin and had not yet had time to enter the backstage. The first video loaded was of a blogger using the voice of AI to analyze clearly that the real reason behind this incident was that the two major platforms were competing with each other for traffic. It was not personal reasons that led to the start of this war of words. Chengu ignored this stupid video and opened the background of his Douyin account. Among the countless messages, the one Chengu saw the most was, Boss, someone on the next platform is challenging you. Go and meet him. Boss, Douyin is trying to take advantage of your popularity, are you really not going to stop it? Chengu casually read a few comments and opened the comments section of the two videos he had posted previously. As a result, the comments in the comments section were exactly the same as the ones Chengu saw. Besides wanting to see Chengu go out and talk to the elementary school student on the Douyin platform, the rest were messages asking him to deal with the matter, as well as some robot messages from some internet trolls that were trying to stir up trouble. Chapter 164 Song Jazz Analysis. Chengu took a few casual glances and found that the rhythm was indeed very fast. He quickly opened the work column of Douyin and clicked the small plus sign to post the work. Afterwards, he posted the picture he had just captured, and then he edited another text. The content is, I opened a small account to play on other platforms, and it became a hot search, crying and laughing JPG. After doing all this, Chengu clicked on the column for the number of fans. Chengu now has 45 million fans. For accounts with this size of fans, once a work is released, Douyin will push it out as soon as possible. Silently noting the number of 45 million, Chengu exited Douyin. For him, to dispel rumors, it is enough to just publish a piece of work. There is no need to run around on the internet, which would only lower his own status. Once the work is sent out, someone will naturally see it. After publishing his work, Chengu called Li Kun immediately. Tell the other party that the rumor refuting work has been sent out and ask him to prepare for public relations. After a brief reminder, Chen-gu hung up the phone. To be honest, Chen-gu doesn't want to pay too much attention to things on the internet, so Chen-gu rarely uses Douyin, and he just lets things take their course when it comes to the operation of his Douyin account. Because he knows that the internet is a virtual and extremely violent place. A person who is polite and gentle in real life may show a different face on the internet. The internet is like a trash can, full of negativity. Jealousy, abuse, cruelty. It seems that the dark side of human beings can always find its hiding place on the internet. Chen-gu was too lazy to waste his energy on being a trash can for other people, even though he was already a very famous blogger on Douyin, and even had a good reputation. The last app Chen-gu opened was WeChat. In the past, he could chat with Kai Shui on WeChat for a whole day while holding his phone, and it was always a one-sided chat. But now, with more and more women around him, his network of relationships has gradually grown. Chen-gu learned to reply to messages together to avoid being controlled by the phone. However, Chen-gu did not receive any other messages this time. The few messages he received were sent by Li Kun before he called him. The general meaning is similar to what was said on the phone, which is to ask him whether the rich man who suddenly appeared in Doxian is him. If it is him, it would be best to dispel the rumor. After opening Weixin, what really surprised Chen-gu was the rich young group. Even though the rich young men were so excited when Chen-gu first joined the group that they sent a lot of messages. However, they seldom chat in the group normally. Most people have things to do during the day. If there are dozens of messages in the group throughout the day, it is considered a lot. If there is no drinking party in the evening, messages will not be sent frequently. But today, before Chen-gu even clicked into the group chat, he saw the prominent 99 plus next to the chat box. Not only that, when Chen-gu clicked into the group chat, a pop-up appeared in the upper right corner. New messages, 684. Click here to jump. And this number is still increasing continuously. Now that things have been almost dealt with, Li Yunru is still doing live broadcasts and has nothing to do. Chen-gu clicked the jump button and read the messages one by one. In fact, there is no nutritious news. It's just that Jiang Ye took the lead in mentioning that a new rich boss has emerged in Doxian. Everyone gathered together to discuss the identity of this person. There was a wave of shock, a wave of fighting, and then a wave of swearing. Chen-gu browsed through the messages quickly, his finger sliding down quickly. The turning point of the conversation occurred 3 minutes ago. Jiang Ye, holy crap! That rich guy in Doxian is really a singing god. Brothers, have you watched the Singing Gods Douyin? He just posted a rumor refuting piece, and he directly showed the backstage of his personal account. Lao Gao at Jiang Ye, I saw it. To be honest, I'm not very surprised. There aren't many people on the internet who are as bored and generous as the boss, staring at the beautiful anchor and giving gifts. Jiang Ye, Lao Gao, why do I feel like what you said is a little off? Are you complaining about the boss? Lao Gao, what really surprised me was how the two platforms suddenly started to argue with each other. Let us be objective, ISNT at just 40 million gifts. It's normal to argue with each other, but for two platforms of such a large scale, ISNT it a bit strange to be suddenly influenced by the arguments? Lao Gao at Jiang Ye, don't talk nonsense. In my heart, the boss is always the most perfect, the idol of all men. Su Chen, ha ha, Lao Gao, you have a strong sense of security. However, I also think what you said makes sense. The two platforms seem to have the attitude of resolving this matter peacefully. So who is the one who started the pace of the two platforms? Lao Gao, I don't know. I'm just guessing. I remember there are some internet-related people in the group. Do you have any opinions? When Chen-gu saw this, he also became interested. To be honest, Chen-gu had never thought of this. He had always thought that it was just netizens tearing each other apart, and ignored the fact that there might really be someone behind the scenes manipulating public opinion. After all, even in the comment section of Chen-gu's Douyin works, there are accounts that look like robots speaking. It now appears that both platforms are victims. Song Jia, Lao Gao, why don't you just point me out by name? Why are there any internet-related friends in the group? You are so sarcastic. Lao Gao, ha ha, I give the microphone to you. Please let Mr. Song speak. Song Jia. Song Jia, since everyone is asking this, let me tell you the truth. I don't know either. Jiang Ye, I've taken off my pants, and you're just showing me this? After seeing this message, Chen-gu edited a message and sent it out. Chen-gu, Mr. Song should know more than us, but he can't be sure who it is, right? As soon as Chen-gu sent out this message, people who were still lurking in the group came out one after another. Oh my god, I just saw the boss's avatar light up, and I kept wondering if he was lurking in the group. Now I see that he is indeed lurking. After much anticipation, the big boss finally showed up. Without saying anything else, let me set an example for everyone in the group. Big Brother is awesome. Bullshit. While everyone in the group was still bragging, Song Jie also started answering Chen Ji's questions. Song Jie, what the boss said is right. Although I don't know who is behind this, I work in the internet industry after all, so I know more than everyone else. Song Jie, you may not know that what most internet companies are doing now is actually no different from Douyin. They are all playing on the user's attention. Chapter 165. The same person? It's just that in the early days, live streaming platforms like Langya Douyin did better. Now with the rise of short videos, short video playback platforms like Douyin have become the leader. Zhangya, oh, I understand. What you mean is that the reason why internet companies' products are so entertaining is to grab users' attention, and attention means traffic, which means wealth. Song Jie, smart. That's what I mean. If you use this mindset to watch the competitors of Langya or Douyin tonight, you will easily find that the competitors of these old live streaming platforms are not just short video platforms. Any internet industry that you can think of that can waste a lot of user time is their competitor. For example, games, music software, novel websites, and even browsers. It's just that we don't usually associate these industries that seem to have nothing to do with live streaming together. Su Chen, so according to what you said, any internet company that is relatively powerful in its respective field could be the mastermind behind the fight between the two platforms this time? Song Jie, that's what I mean. I don't know if you've noticed that, apart from the two big live streaming platforms, Langya and Douyin, there don't seem to be any old live streaming platforms that can be named, right? Song Jie, if these two platforms really collapse because of this incident, or lose a lot of traffic, where will this lost traffic go? Which internet company will absorb this part of the traffic? Having said that, it sounds like Song Jie is talking a lot of nonsense, but in fact it has broadened everyone's thinking. Chen Gu edited the message and replied in the group. It could be any internet company, but internet companies with strong entertainment potential are more likely to be suspected. Song Jie, right. Internet companies that can make their own industries big nowadays are all capable. Business wars don't necessarily have to be open. Hiring internet trolls to create public opinion is a basic operation for internet companies. Lao Gao, wow, Jie, you're awesome. I always thought that you guys in the internet industry just code all day and have anchors yell at your family in the live studio, but I didn't expect there are so many tricks involved. Zhangya, it does sound complicated. If Qingzi were to do this, the CPU would be burned out. Yuqi Chang, you can catch me even if I'm just diving, right? But what Xiao Jie just said was all nonsense. What is Pan Entertainment? I don't understand. Song Jie, it's okay, Qingzi, you don't need to understand. I'll call you when there's a job that requires swords and guns. Yuqi Chang, damn it. Su Chen, ooft. Ha 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 ha. Jie, can you please not be so hurtful when you say things? Be careful, Qingzi might pick up a knife and come straight to your house. Song Jie, it's okay. I'm on a business trip now and I can't come back to Shanghai for a while. Let Qingzi worry about it. Chen Gu was chatting in the group about words like internet, pan entertainment, and business war. At this time, earth-shaking changes have taken place in Douyin. As the battle between wolves and freshmen intensified, the works of the Douyin account Ru Guruchi quietly ranked first in the number of views in the same period. The content of the work is very simple, even just an ordinary screenshot with a concise text. But it was this simple and shoddy work that brought the war between the two major live streaming platforms to a halt. The terrifying number of views of Chen Ji's Douyin works quickly explained to the public the essence of this fight. It turned out to be just a misunderstanding. Langya has not done anything to suppress its peers or engage in malicious competition. Douyin did not use any means to create a persona or copy the effects of its peers' programs. Just because the weird ID "My love for you is not worthy" is the same person as like a psalm, like a cry. And tonight in Douyin, the operation of the mysterious rich man that shocked everyone's jaw also came from the same hands. They argued fiercely online, taking sides for their favorite live streaming platforms. In order to win the argument, I wish I could follow the internet cable and twist off the head of the person standing on the opposite side. But the boss was just tired of playing at Langya, and ran to Douyin to change his taste. As a result, the matter became so big that in the end, because of them, the boss was forced to come out to clarify and dispel the rumors. For a while, the two platforms were deleting or blocking posts that were tearing each other apart. There are also those bloggers who, in order to attract attention, made detailed analyses and honestly deleted their works and turned off the comment function, pretending that the incident had never happened. However, despite the suppression from the two major platforms, topics and entries of malicious competition and plagiarism are rapidly fading. But at the same time, another topic appeared on Douyin, and the speed at which it rose was no slower than the fight between the two major platforms. Hashtag just ask, how powerful is it that someone can shake up two major platforms by himself? Hashtag like a song, like a cry, the man who almost ruined the PR of two major platforms. Hashtag I wanna see who doesn't know that the big boss of Rebirth has opened a Douyin account. Hashtag shocked. The platform tearing incident ushered in a reversal. My love for you is not worthy, and like a song, like a cry were actually the same person. The core content of each of the topics that have been rising wildly is, without exception, related to the ID Rebirth. No one expected that the biggest beneficiary tonight would be Chen Gu. The new round of exposure has brought a new surge in fans to Chen Gu's personal account, which was already very popular on Douyin. The internet tycoon Rebirth has reached a new high surrounded by his fans. You are both suspicious and analytical, but the fact is that my boss was free and on a very ordinary night, he logged into a live broadcast room and gave hundreds of millions of gifts in a very ordinary way. They are just a normal group, but you guys are jumping up and down as if something big has happened. What a low level of thinking. Although Chen Gu has more and more crazy fans, his popularity has also reached a historical high. However, the two major anchor platforms involved in this incident also reaped the benefits of a wave of traffic. After Chen Ji's clarification, the platform not only did not have any negative impact, but instead attracted many new viewers because of this misunderstanding. The live streaming industry, which was already in decline, briefly saw a small increase in traffic. Users who are willing to come to the live streaming platform all want to see the big guys spending money like water on the platform. Chapter 166 Li Kun's Invitation. This blunder came and went quickly. Before 11 o'clock in the evening, the relevant water army had disappeared. It can be said that they come and go in a hurry. At this time, in the office of Langya headquarters, Li Kun, sitting in the office, stretched to relieve his fatigue. Secretary Xiao Jian brought in a cup of coffee and said, "Boss, the coffee is ready for you. Leave it there, I'll drink it later." Li Kun looked at the table and gestured to Xiao Jian where to place the coffee. After Xiao Jian put the coffee on the table, he quickly walked out of the office and then turned back. When he turned back, he was holding a light blue folder in his hand. "Boss, I have printed out the board's shareholding list and put it on your desk," Xiao Jiang said. "Yeah." Li Kun still stared at the screen glowing white, concentrating fully. Xiao Jiang put the folder away, looked at Li Kun puzzledly, and then walked out. To be honest, having been a secretary for so many years, Xiao Jiang knew Li Kun's daily habits and thoughts very well. But today, Li Kun seemed a little strange, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. For example, in addition to the last time he signed a contract with Chen Gu, Li Kun paid special attention to the company's shareholders. Normally, Li Kun doesn't pay attention to these things at all, and only asks about them when it comes to dividends at the end of the year. But Li Kun acted out of character today and asked him to prepare the share list early. Although Xiao Jiang had this doubt in his mind, he did not ask any more questions. Instead, he quietly closed the door, giving Li Kun a quiet and enclosed space. After seeing Xiao Jiang go out, Li Kun slowly turned his gaze away from the computer. Langya's daily activity has increased slightly, and there should be an explosion period within the golden 24 hours. Li Kun muttered to himself, and then closed the data rise and fall table on the screen. He leaned back in his office chair and picked up the list of shareholders on the table. His gaze slowly moved downwards, landing on the names of several shareholders who held a medium number of shares. Zhou Tong, Su San Wang, Xia Wei, Li Feng. You've been living in peace for a few years. You really think I don't know what you're doing behind my back, right? Li Kun made a call according to the contact information marked on the share list. "Hey, what's up, Mr. Li?" Li Kun smiled and said, "Why is he called Mr. Li?" "Old Joe, do you have time this weekend to have a drink with us brothers?" "Drink some?" Zhou Tong said with some doubt, "How many brothers are there?" "Who are they?" "Don't worry about who it is. Just tell me whether you will give face to your old brother or not." Li Kun pretended to be angry. "Okay, you pick a location and I'll come. Remember, you come alone, don't call anyone else." Li Kun reminded. "Don't worry, how could I break the rules?" Zhou Tong said very experiencedly. "That's fine." Li Kun hung up the phone and then quickly dialed the next number on the list. Hey, Lao Su, wanna go out for a drink this weekend? Iwei, are you free this weekend? Hello? Fengzi. At the same time. A Douyin platform that can compete with Langya in size. The senior executives from all departments gathered in the conference room. It was almost 11 o'clock and no one left work. Instead, the chairman called everyone together and gave them a scolding. Especially Hao Lichuan, his head was almost broken by the scolding. Chairman, this happened suddenly. Our operations department hasn't figured out the situation yet, and suddenly a large number of trolls appeared on Douyin to slander and defame us. Don't say we didn't react. The PR department just received the news as well. The chairman of Douyin looks to be about the same age as Li Kun. He has his hair slicked back and looks very energetic, with a hint of viciousness on his face. He looked at Hao Lichuan and the head of the public relations department. He had already scolded them, and now he was too lazy to blame them anymore. Remember, this time because of our momentary negligence, we almost put Douyin in an irreparable situation. You should know that if Langya has the upper hand in public opinion this time, what will it mean to us Douyin? However, fortunately, Langya did not gain any advantage in this war of public opinion. After this lesson, I will be more careful in my work in the future. Douyin chairman Lin Zifeng straightened his cuffs and sat back in his seat. Hearing Lin Zifeng's words, Hao Lichuan nodded humbly. At this time, Su Yifan, the head of the public relations department, who was also to blame for this incident, spoke up. Chairman, there is one thing I don't quite understand. Tell me. Lin Zifeng said. Everyone knows that in this incident, it was the supporters of Langya who first came out to criticize our Douyin group, and I even made a special statement to fight back. But soon another group of people emerged online and quickly came to our defense. To be honest, I know in my heart that in the end, Douyin will definitely suffer, because once you are labeled as plagiarizing, it will be difficult to defend yourself no matter how many mouths you have. But this group of people who emerged later were like a troll army, overwhelming the public opinion and bringing it back in one fell swoop. I spent a lot of time looking through their statements. I found that many of the opinions were logically untenable, just like robots who expressed opinions just for the sake of expressing opinions. After Su Yifan finished speaking, Hao Lichuan also spoke up. I've noticed this problem, and it's not just about the comments from our Douyin group, but also from the Langya group. The language is confusing, the arguments are untenable, and the wording is unclear. If Langya hired a group of internet trolls for himself, then we all know that we didn't spend a penny on hiring internet trolls. Having said this, a trace of solemnity flashed across Lin Zifeng's face. It's not that I didn't notice the problems you mentioned. On the contrary, I have been keeping an eye on these water armies from the beginning, but they were too covert and I couldn't catch any clues at all. Hearing this, a minister from another department who was in his 50s said, could it be that someone is helping us? Hao Lichuan and Su Yifan looked at each other and smiled. Uncle Chen, do you believe what you said? Hearing this, Uncle Chen burst out laughing. I was inconsiderate and made a fool of myself. Uncle Chen, don't say that. You haven't been involved in the internet industry for many years, and you are not in charge of the front-line departments. How can you say that you have not considered it carefully? Hao Lichuan comforted him. Lin Zifeng shook his head. Tonight is indeed strange, but it will take a while for us to come to any conclusion. I will continue to pay attention to this matter later. Chapter 167 Lin Zifeng's decision. I called you all here not just to scold you, but for another reason. As he spoke, Lin Zifeng projected the screen on the laptop in front of him onto the big screen. This is the data of newly registered accounts in our Douyin backend. Compared with all active accounts on the platform, it has increased by 1.8% year-on-year, and this data is still rising. At this moment, the eyes of everyone at the conference table lit up. Although everyone doesn't know as much about Douyin's daily active data as Hao Lichuan and Su Yifan, they still have a rough idea in their minds. Now that short videos have taken up a lot of users' fragmented time, the user loss of old live streaming platforms will only become more and more serious. The number of new users is far less than the number of lost users. It is already very good to be able to maintain the current size and prevent it from declining rapidly. Don't even think that the influx of fresh blood can surpass the lost users. However, within less than half an hour after this misunderstanding tonight, the number of Douyin users actually showed positive growth. Not only that, the number of people increasing is almost reaching 2 percentage points of the total number of people on the platform. This is a figure that even Douyin, which was at its peak when the live streaming industry was booming, had never achieved. The key is that it only took half an hour to complete this increase. The most reasonable time for users to respond is within 24 hours after an incident occurs. Everyone knows that the impressive data presented by Chairman Lin Zifeng will definitely not be the data with the highest growth rate for Douyin. It is very likely that Douyin will usher in a new round of user surge in the next 24 hours. The increase is likely to far exceed the current data. This is like a shot of stimulant for the currently declining live streaming industry. Lin Zifeng looked around and saw joy on everyone's face. Well, now most of the new users are stopping to watch in various sections of our Douyin. For now, with this popularity, the stickiness of the new users should be good. However, if I want to stabilize the subsequent traffic, I have to mention someone to everyone. Hearing this, everyone at the conference table looked at each other, and they already knew who Lin Zifeng was going to mention. The person the chairman wants to mention is the protagonist of tonight's incident. My love for you is unworthy, or like a song, like a tear. Hao Lichuan took over the conversation. Yes. This person is very important to the current development of our Douyin. Lin Zifeng nodded. Even Uncle Chen, who had been ashamed of himself just now, followed everyone's thinking and said, according to what the chairman said, all the new users we added to Douyin are here for that internet tycoon? Lin Zifeng frowned slightly, clasped his hands behind his back, held his chin and said, That's right. I checked. After the last Wolfang Carnival, there were some significant changes in Wolfang's shares. 5% of the shares were transferred to a woman named Li Yunru. Speaking of Li Yunru, you may not know who she is. Her name on the internet is Zayanera. Lin Zifeng said. And this woman named Li Yunru is the first anchor on Langya who was supported by him. The relationship between the two is not ordinary. Su Yifan also understood what Lin Zifeng wanted to say at this moment. You mean, Li Kun might have wanted to give him the shares, but he gave them to Li Yunru in the end. But why did Li Kun and him do this? Su Yifan asked puzzledly. Cooperation. Because Li Kun and him have reached a certain cooperation, and the content of this cooperation may be that Li Kun sacrifices 5% of Langya's shares in exchange for his traffic. Now, in addition to the rising star Shanai Ro in the Star Show area, Langya has also recently supported a new anchor in the game area. You are talking about Xiao Qi from the PUBG section, right? Said a member at the conference table. Those who work in the internet industry basically know clearly about any disturbance on the internet. Yes, this female anchor named Xiao Qi was also supported by him, so Langya is already far ahead of us. Not only did they reach a cooperation agreement with him, but they also reaped the traffic dividend from this incident just like us. Hao Lichuan responded pertinently. Well, now you know my worries, right? Lin Zifeng stroked his stubble and changed the subject, but there is still a chance. For example, since he is willing to open a secondary account to play on our Douyin platform tonight, it means that the contract signed by Li Kun and him gives him a high degree of freedom and is not very restrictive. This may be an opportunity for us. At this time, a member of the meeting stood up and asked, Are you trying to win him over to our side? How is this possible? Even if Langya's contract is very lenient, if he breaches the contract, the penalty he has to pay must be a huge amount. Let's not talk about whether they are willing to leave. Even if they are willing to come, what about the penalty? We may not be able to afford it. Hao Lichuan also stood up. I also think it's inappropriate. Since they are willing to sign a contract with Li Kun, it means they have a strong intention to cooperate. How could they just come to our platform so casually? Also, I don't know if you have ever followed this person's Douyin account. He has tens of millions of fans on Douyin. Even on a platform as big as Douyin, he is definitely a top internet celebrity. If we want to dig out this kind of person, the price we have to pay is not ordinary. Lin Dong, have you really thought about it? Lin Zifeng listened to Hao Lichuan's words without much emotion. Instead, he waved his hand to appease them. I was just telling you about the importance of this person. Why are you reacting so strongly? As for the people, I will definitely contact them. As for the final decision, I will call you to a meeting at that time. As he spoke, Lin Zifeng stood up and patted Hao Lichuan on the shoulder and said, Okay, I've said everything I need to say. Everyone needs to work overtime tonight. The PR department should make the announcements they need to make, and the operations department should handle the issues they need to handle. Don't just stand there, just do what you need to do. See Lin Zifeng end the meeting. At the conference table, all the meeting members stood up and quickly left the meeting room. They all returned to their respective posts, ready to deal with the affairs of their respective departments. Lin Zifeng was left sitting alone in the conference room. Lin Zifeng moved the mouse and refreshed the previous data. Chapter 168 Speechlessly Yunru. The 1.8-point increase is still continuing to rise. It's about to break through 1.9%. Looking at this impressive data, Lin Zifeng's mind moved and he immediately opened the browser. He searched for Wolfgang Company. The shareholdings of most internet companies are clear and transparent, and the shareholding composition can be found by simply searching online. Lin Zifeng looked at the search results above. Li Yunru's name suddenly appeared on the screen. At this time, the 5% stake she held ranked 7th on the entire Langya shareholder list. Li Yunru, 5%. Su Sanwang, 4.3%, ranked 9th. Xia Yue, 6.5%, 4th place. Lin Zifeng leaned back in his office chair, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the armrests. The other side. After dealing with the matter, Chen Gu chatted in joke with the rich young men in the group for a while. In a blink of an eye, it was already 12 o'clock in the evening. At this time, in the small room next door, Li Yunru had been broadcasting for more than 3 hours. I don't know why, but starting from an hour ago, all the comments in Li Yunru's live broadcast room were filled with sad songs. Some people say that the boss is awesome. Some say that the boss has fallen in love with someone else. What's worse, some people directly said that the boss wanted to bankrupt the neighboring platform. This immediately aroused Li Yunru's curiosity. After asking, she learned what happened between the two platforms tonight. But because it was still being broadcast live, Li Yunru couldn't ask Chen Gu what happened today. It is said that women, no matter how old they are gossipy animals. Li Yunru was of course no exception. As soon as the clock hand passed 0, she couldn't help it. Family, this is the end of tonight's live broadcast. Good night everyone. Thank you, Brother Mumu, for the gift tonight. Thank you, Xiaofang, for the gift tonight. Thank you, Ro-chan and Big Boss must be happy, for the gifts tonight. However, the barrage of comments began to try to keep Li Yunru. No way, Ro-chan, you used to say you would end the broadcast at around 1 o'clock, but you always stayed up until 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock. How come you're leaving get off work just after 12 o'clock now? I strongly request that Ro-chan at least broadcast a little bit, the brothers haven't seen enough. What's going on? The live stream is ending so early, is it because the boss is urging him to do so? The boss must be busy rewarding the female anchor on the next platform, haha. What do you know? Ro-chan must be doing this to get off work early and spend more time with the boss. Li Yunru couldn't help laughing when she saw the comments. You stupid viewers, I never saw you miss me that much, but now you're yelling for me to broadcast more. Okay, I'll make up for the time you missed tonight tomorrow, okay? As she spoke, Li Yunru made a heart shape with her hands towards the screen and quickly closed the live broadcast. The live broadcast ended without even giving the audience in the live broadcast room a chance to react. After the broadcast ended, Li Yunru did not ask Chen Gu directly, but first checked the hot searches on Douyin. Find out what the online public opinion is about this matter. As a result, when she just opened Douyin, she found that the private messages in the background were completely full. She clicked on her personal homepage and found that not only were her private messages full, but the number of followers on her own account also increased from the original 4 or 5 million to more than 7 million. It's an increase of several million. But the protagonist of this incident is obviously Chen Gu? How come even she got benefited from it? Li Yunru quickly exited her personal homepage, returned to the homepage, and clicked on the hot search in the search bar. As soon as she opened the trending search, she saw several trending posts related to Chen Gu. Hashtag just ask, how powerful is it that someone can shake up 2 major platforms by himself? Hashtag like a song, like a cry, the man who almost ruined the PR of 2 major platforms. Hashtag I wanna see who doesn't know that the big boss of Ruguruchi has opened a Douyin account. Hashtag shocked. The platform-tearing incident ushered in a reversal. My love for you is not worthy, and like a song, like a cry were actually the same person. And all of these posts are at the top of the hot search list. Basically in the top 10. Seeing this scene, Li Yunru opened her mouth in surprise. But she was not completely confused. On the contrary, she quickly entered the Douyin live broadcast from the browser. Originally, he wanted to search for Jiwu's live broadcast room. But Jiwu's live broadcast room has been pushed to the homepage. Li Yunru clicked on it and immediately glanced at the heat display in the lower left corner. It clearly shows 120 million views. As an old anchor, Li Yunru knows. The popularity of the Douyin platform is apparently lower than that of Langya, but even so, the popularity of Jiwoo's live broadcast room has reached 120 million. The most important thing is that Li Yunru knew clearly that the popularity of 120 million was dropped from a higher level, which means that the previous popularity of Jiwoo may have exceeded 200 million. Looking at the anchor on the screen who was as good looking as herself, Li Yunru became jealous. She asked herself, she had always turned a blind eye to Chen Ji's search for women. But tonight she made a big decision. He revealed the fact that he was dating Chen Gu to his fans in his live broadcast room. But Chen Gu was doing this right in front of her. It would be fine even if I just carry her on my back. Thinking of this, Li Yunru quickly stood up, opened the door and walked out of the room. She walked into the bedroom without hesitation. She will definitely hold him accountable tonight. It's okay to find women behind her back, but what's the point of doing this in front of her? But when Li Yunru walked into the bedroom, she stopped. Chen Gu was seen lying on the bed with his hands under the back of his head. His eyes were closed and his breathing was even. There is a mobile phone next to him. Seeing this scene, Li Yunru sighed helplessly. He walked forward, lifted Chen Ji's ankles, and gently took off his shoes. Then, he pulled out a quilt from the closet next to him, opened it on the bed, and covered Chen Gu with it. Seeing that Chen Gu was still calm and had no intention of waking up, Li Yunru turned off the light in the room, closed the door, and walked into the bathroom. Remove makeup, take a shower, and blow dry your hair. After all these messy things were almost done, Li Yunru tiptoed into the bedroom and got into bed in the dark. But when she just lifted the quilt, she suddenly found that something seemed to be wrong. At this moment, a strong arm passed through her waist. Soon, she found that her body was hanging in the air and fell to the other side of the bed. Is it over? Chen Ji's familiar voice sounded from the sidelines. Li Yunru discovered that Chen Gu had taken off all his clothes without him knowing when, and now all the places he could touch were not covered by clothes. Well, I'm a little tired tonight and want to end the broadcast early, Li Yunru said softly. By the way, I pulled up my pajamas that were turned upside down. If you're tired, go to bed early. I may have something to do tomorrow. Chen Ji's voice was a little sleepy. Li Yunru nodded slightly, but her thoughts were still surging in her mind. Her eyes had adapted to the darkness and now she was staring blankly at the ceiling. After Chen Gu finished speaking, his even breathing began again, as if he had not noticed Li Yunru's abnormality. Half an hour later, Li Yunru suddenly felt the hand around her waist being pulled back. Chapter 169 It's Unfair. In the darkness, Chen Gu fumbled to his feet, fumbled around the bedside table for a while, and then turned on the bedside lamp. Why did you get up suddenly? Li Yunru asked softly. The yellow light shone on Chen Ji's face, but he was not sleepy at all. Seeing that you are still awake, I can't sleep either. Chen Gu rubbed his eyes and said. How do you know I'm not asleep? Weren't you keeping your eyes closed the whole time? Li Yunru asked in confusion, and immediately looked at Chen Gu. If I can't even tell whether you're asleep or not, then I've slept with you several times in vain, Chen Gu said calmly. Then he sat up, leaned on the bed, turned his head and looked at Li Yunru and said. Do you have something you want to ask me? What are you holding back on? No. Li Yunru turned her head, faced the ceiling and closed her eyes. Chen Gu smiled and said, if you could fall asleep, you would have fallen asleep a long time ago. Do you want to ask me about what happened tonight? No. Li Yunru said with her eyes closed. Are you jealous? Chen Gu raised his eyebrows, then turned around, touched Li Yunru's hand from under the quilt and grabbed it. No. Li Yunru said calmly, go to sleep quickly. Didn't you just say that you have something to do tomorrow? Chen Gu smiled and said, how can we handle tomorrow's affairs if we haven't finished today's affairs yet? If I say I just want to get some gifts, would you believe me? What Chen Gu said was really true. He had no intention of getting a female anchor anymore. One is Li Yunru, one is Yang Xinqi, one is Shen Luoqiao, and one is Ncc. The four women have occupied a large part of his time. Besides, Yang Xinqi is not a native of Shanghai, so to see her you have to go to Linen. You can't just turn your back on me and refuse to acknowledge me, right? Chen Gu asked himself, he is not capable of doing such a thing yet. These four women are more exquisite than the other. But even Li Yunru, who was the most tolerant towards him, was very exclusive. Not to mention Shen Luoqiao and Ncc. So Chen Gu is now trying to avoid flirting with other women as much as possible. And the reason why he gave gifts to Jiwoo tonight was purely because he wanted to get some profit back. No one expected that the incident would become so serious in the end that even the public relations departments of the two platforms were mobilized. Lee Kun even called him personally. Is it so difficult to keep a low profile? Do you think I believe it? Lee Yunru's voice rang out in the darkness, and it was impossible to tell whether she was sad or happy. I think you believe it. Chen-gu said shamelessly. I don't believe it. Lee Yunru's other hand had moved to Chin Ji-ee's waist at some point, and then twisted it hard. I haven't told you which women you flirted with this afternoon yet, and now you're almost flirting with other female anchors in front of me. Are you doing it right? Ouch, it hurts, please be gentler. Chen-gu grabbed Lee Yunru's hand. Do you feel the pain now? Why didn't you think of me when you were looking for women behind my back? Lee Yunru spoke with a hint of grievance in her tone. Even if you don't believe it, I really don't have any intention of messing around tonight. Chen-gu touched his nose and said. I don't trust you. Lee Yunru pulled her hand back, turned over, and faced away from Chen-gu. It seemed that he didn't want to pay any more attention to Chen-gu. Chen-gu flipped the other person's shoulder. What's the matter? Are you really angry? Stop it. I'm serious, I swear. I just swiped it casually. Lee Yunru shook her shoulders and shook off Chen Ji's hand that was on them. I don't believe it and I don't want to listen. Lee Yunru looked unmoved. Chen-gu suddenly became anxious. I am really wronged. What do you want me to believe? Chen-gu turned Lee Yunru over. But Lee Yunru, who turned over, closed her eyes tightly and blocked her ears with her fingers. I just don't believe it. At this moment, Chen-gu suddenly raised his hand and slapped the other person's buttocks. You like to plug your ears, right? Okay. You'd better not let them down for a while. Chen-gu gritted his teeth. He reached his hand directly under Lee Yunru's armpit, and then moved his fingers quickly in her armpit. Ha ha ha. Lee Yunru trembled and quickly dodged Chin Ji-ee's sneak attack. I don't know if she was pretending to be tough, but she still put her hands in her ears and refused to put them down. Seeing that this move was effective, Chen-gu turned over and pressed on her, then clamped his legs together to fix her body, ensuring that Lee Yunru had no room to dodge. Then he reached his hand under his armpit again and did the same thing. Ha ha ha. Chen-gu, don't press on me. Take your hand away and stop scratching me. Lee Yunru's voice rang out in the room. Chen-gu had no intention of letting her go. Are you listening to me? Are you still blocking your ears? At this time, Lee Yunru, who was tickled by Chen-gu, had put her hand down. She wanted to push Chen-gu away, but she couldn't. Chen-gu, please let me go first. I want to listen. I really want to listen. Please let me go first. Not pretending anymore? Chen-gu raised his eyebrows. I won't pretend anymore. I really won't pretend anymore. Let me go first. Lee Yunru begged for mercy repeatedly. Hearing this, Chen-gu pulled his hand away and turned over to lie next to Lee Yuro. He reached out his hand, touched the wall a few times, and turned off the bedside lamp. Getting into bed and hugging Lee Yunru again, Chen-gu said, Can you have a little confidence in me? Do I look like a philanderer? Lee Yunru nodded calmly and said, Picture. Hey, you haven't been tickled enough yet, have you? Chen-gu sat up and prepared to repeat his old trick. Chen-gu. Stop tickling me. It's obviously you who did something wrong, so why am I the one being punished? You just like to bully me. Lee Yunru said indignantly. Hearing this, Chen-gu narrowed his eyes. Auntie. How can you believe that I really don't have any bad intentions? Unless. Lee Yunru said. Unless what? Chen-gu asked quickly. Chapter 170 Preparing to go to the boxing gym. Unless you don't touch me for a week. Lee Yunru smiled proudly. Hearing this, Chen-gu curled his lips. He lay down beside Lee Yunru, put his hands behind his head, and then quickly closed his eyes and smiled. If I can really resist touching you for a week, doesn't that just mean I'm having an affair? After saying this, Chen-gu kept silent. When Lee Yunru heard what Chen-gu said, she immediately felt that it made some sense. She half supported herself to stand up and looked at Chen-gu, who had his eyes closed. That won't work. I'll change another one. Lee Yunru said. But Chen-gu had no intention of responding. Chen-gu? Why don't you say anything? Li Yunru took the opportunity to push Chen Gu, but found that Chen Gu did not react at all. Chen Gu, don't pretend to be dead. I know you can't fall asleep that quickly. Li Yunru pushed Chen Gu hard again. After confirming that Chen Gu was determined to pretend to be dead, she pinched Chen Ji's nose directly and then covered Chen Ji's mouth with her other hand. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. After a full minute, Chen Ji's face flushed and he suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately, Chen Gu quickly knocked the hand off his face and then took 2 deep breaths. Seeing Chen Ji's expression, Li Yunru put her hands on her waist and said, "Keep pretending to be dead. Why don't you do that?" Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Chen Gu turned over and pressed Li Yunru under him. "Chen Gu, what do you want to do?" Li Yunru wanted to pull back the 2 hands that were placed beside her head, but he was held tightly by Chen Gu. Suddenly, Chen Gu leaned down and his deep voice sounded in her ears. "Are you so afraid that I'll go out and find other women?" As he spoke, Chen Ji's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "How about this? I'll pay the public grain tonight first, which can be regarded as a guarantee for you." "Ah. That's not what I meant. Let me think about it first. I'll think of another way," Li Yunru said in panic. "It's too late. I think this method is just right now." Chen Gu crossed Li Yunru's hands together, then held them down with one hand, and started to strip her clothes with the other hand. "What kind of clothes are so hard to tear?" Chen Ji's dissatisfied voice sounded. Immediately afterwards, the sound of clothes being torn was heard in the quiet room. "Chen Gu, I just bought some new pajamas. Are you addicted to tearing my clothes? Can't I take them off myself?" While Li Yunru was speaking, the front of her shirt had been almost torn off by Chen Gu. Making sure not to hurt Li Yunru, Chen Gu grabbed the clothes on her chest and pulled them down hard. "Isn't that enough?" Chen Gu threw the torn clothes into the air behind him, then put Li Yunru's hand into the quilt and quickly pounced on her. A few minutes later, heavy breathing spread to every corner of the room. "Don't imagine it anymore, go back to chapter 62 and read it again." Don't imagine it, there is also a 150th chapter. Morning. When Chen Gu opened his eyes, Li Yunru was still asleep. A ray of sunlight shone into the room through the gap in the curtains, dividing the bed and the wardrobe into 2 halves. Chen Gu turned his head and glanced at Li Yunru. At this moment, her long eyelashes rested on her face, making her look particularly attractive. However, Chen Gu had no intention of fighting again. "After another night of hard work, we have run out of ammunition and food." Chen Gu lifted a corner of the quilt, turned over, kissed Li Yun on her soft and cool lips, then reached into the quilt, rubbed her breasts, and then turned over and got out of bed. Then he went into the bathroom and started washing up. It is not as troublesome for men to wash as it is for women. In just 2 minutes, you can brush your teeth and wash your face. After a quick wash, Chen Gu took the key and went downstairs. Walking into the underground parking lot, Chen Gu saw the dazzling Aston Martin at first sight. Chen Gu walked up, got into the car, and drove straight to a nearby breakfast shop. The process of buying breakfast on the road caused quite a bit of exclamation from passers-by. But fortunately, most people are busy at work at this time, so even if they see this luxury car on the road, they will only be surprised and will not have much time to stop and watch. The thing that Shanghai, a metropolis, has the most is rich people. Although top-of-the-line luxury cars are not common, they do exist. Moreover, everyone on the early shift looked like they had lost their souls, so even fewer people paid attention to Chen Gu. This saved Chen Gu a lot of trouble. When he walked out of the breakfast shop, only a few people were staring at the car with envy in their eyes. When Chen Gu came back, it was already past 8 o'clock. Li Yunru still didn't wake up. Chen Gu knew that she was really tired this time. "The day before yesterday, I was busy until 2 or 3 o'clock, and hurriedly got up at 6 in the morning to pack my luggage. After arriving at Tangchung Yipentang, I spent another afternoon cleaning the room, and finally broadcast live until 12 o'clock. The most important thing is that Chen Gu half pushed her into doing it at night. It's normal to feel tired when you are exhausted both physically and mentally." Chen Gu opened the breakfast, took out his own portion, and put the other portion in the incubator. Then he tore open the bag of soy milk and opened the Weixin while drinking. There was not much information in Weixin, but one of them caught Chen Ji's attention. 7:13. Yuqi Chang, God of Songs, today's day is almost up. I received the message and can go to Lord Long Wu's boxing ring now. This message came more than an hour ago, and Chen Gu immediately made a call. "Hello, boss. Yuchi Chang's voice came from the other end of the phone. Orange, I'm sorry, I didn't see the message. You said we can go to the boxing ring today? Chen-gu asked, did I miss the time? On the other end of the phone, Yuchi Chang smiled slightly and said, it doesn't matter. You can go today. I saw that you have never participated in this kind of activity before, so I wanted to go over early to familiarize you with the rules and how to play. Is that so? Chen-gu responded, then shall we go there now? I saw that you haven't replied, so I thought you didn't have time. Okay. Then let's go now, to Linshi Bar. I'll wait for you at Linshi Bar. Yuchi Chang said. Okay, I'll be there right away. Chen-gu said, then hung up the phone. Just as he hurriedly finished the soy milk and fried dough sticks on the table and was about to send a WeChat message to Li Yunru and leave, Chen-gu paused. Then I found a note and wrote it on it. I'm going to run some errands. Breakfast is in the incubator. If you get up, remember to eat it. Chen-gu thought about it, walked to the bathroom door, and posted the note on it. He put on his shoes and closed the door gently. Chen-gu had been to Linshi Bar twice and was familiar with the route. In less than an hour, Chen-gu drove from Tangchengipin and walked into Linshi Bar. At this time, he took out his phone and said, hello, Orange, I'm here. Which box are you in? On the other end of the phone, Yuchi Chang said, okay, it's okay, I'll come down to see you. Having said that, Yuchi Chang hung up the phone. About 2 or 3 minutes later, Yuchi Chang, wearing short clothes, came down. Seeing this outfit full of flaws, Chen-gu couldn't help but complain. A floral shirt, short shorts, a big gold chain, and black sunglasses. Orange, don't I say that you gang members have to wear these second-year t-shirts when you meet? Chapter 171 Octagonal Cage. M. Yuchi Chang pushed up his sunglasses, not really, I just wore it on a whim today. As he spoke, Yuchi Chang naturally ignored Chen Ji's complaints, and then walked straight to Chen Ji's car and touched it. Last time I went to Su Chen's store, I wanted to ride in the car and experience it, but this guy refused. I didn't expect that he would sell the car in the end. He was really willing to do so. Yuchi Chang scanned the car from all angles. Then he waved to Chen-gu, come on, boss, take my car. Your car will easily get scratched if you go to places like that. Having said that, Yuchi Chang turned straight into the alley, and then drove out of the alley in a Wuling Hongguang. Chen-gu recognized this car, it was the one Zhang who usually drove. Scratches? How could there be scratches when the car was parked there perfectly? Chen-gu asked puzzledly. But Yuchi Chang smiled meaningfully. We're afraid of hitting a car during a fight, Yuchi Chang answered. What do you mean? Didn't they say that the boxing gym belongs to Master Long Wu? Is there anyone who dares to cause trouble in the boxing gym? Chen-gu asked. Yuchi Chang, with his hands on the steering wheel, said. No one usually causes trouble in the gym. After all, Master Long Wu is well known and has a strong backer. Unless a very powerful enemy comes looking for him, he will be kicked out of the gym. But, it's still possible for a fight to happen in a boxing gym. After all, there will always be some desperate people who risk everything and bet their entire lives on this gamble in a boxing gym. Although the possibility of a fight happening in the gym is very low, it is no longer the responsibility of Master Long Wu to deal with it outside the gym. After Yuchi Chang finished explaining, Chen-gu nodded thoughtfully and said. So, this also explains why all the people in Long Wu's boxing gym are rich and powerful. If they don't have power, the other party may win the money but not be able to take it away. Smart, that's why. Yuchi Chang gave Cheng a thumbs up, get in the car, boss, let's go to the boxing gym first to adapt to the environment. Okay. Chen-gu opened the car door and got into the Wuling Hongguang. To be honest, Chen-gu had always overlooked one thing, that is, the underground boxing gym was an illegal thing. Those who are willing to go to underground boxing gyms to gamble are those who ignore the rules and the bottom line. It's far bloodier and more violent than I'd imagined. And these people are just tools for the powerful to seek excitement and challenge the law. Shen Ji's thoughts were surging as the car was moving forward at a rapid speed, getting farther and farther away from the city of Magic City. Before you know it, time is passing by quickly. Arrive! Yuchi Chang's voice came from the driver's seat. Chen-gu turned over and got out of the car. When he stepped on the soft ground, he felt something soft. Before we knew it, the car had reached a deserted area. Yuchi Chang looked at Chen-gu, who was still a little lost, and then pointed in a direction and said, over there, the road is too muddy and the car can't drive up. Let's walk for a while. Hearing this, Chen Ge nodded and followed Yuqi Cheng's footsteps. After walking a few steps along the mountain road, Chen Ge saw a huge abandoned factory not far away. Is that it? Chen Ge pointed at the abandoned factory building. Yes, it was built by an industrial company. The boss of the company was Long Wuye's younger brother. Later, the business was not good, so he ran away early. Now it is used by Long Wuye as a boxing gym. After Yuqi Cheng finished speaking, he quickened his pace, and he and Chen Ge took 2 steps at a time and soon arrived in front of the factory. It would have been fine if they hadn't gotten close. As soon as the two got close, 2 young men with carvings of dragons and phoenixes and looking like gangsters, holding baseball bats, immediately walked out of the factory. Who? Yuqi Cheng, I'm here to bet on the boxing match. I've reported it in advance. Yuqi Cheng said very humbly. The 2 gangsters heard Yuqi Cheng say this. He immediately took out a list. After glancing at the list, he immediately took a pen, ticked a line on the list, and then said, You know the rules, right? I understand. Yuqi Cheng stepped forward and pointed at Chen Ge. You too, this is my brother. Look. Let's go in together. The gangster holding the list waved his hand. Just as Chen Ge was about to fail to sell it, he heard another voice beside his ear. Etc. As he spoke, another thug who didn't have the list in his hand walked up and said, Raise your hands. Chen Ge did as he was told. The gangster put the baseball bat on the ground and then roughly touched Chen Ge's body. After a quick check, he picked up the baseball bat and said, Come in. Chen Ge nodded, without saying anything more, and followed Yuqi Cheng's footsteps into the abandoned factory. When he was outside the factory, Chen Ge had always thought that there wouldn't be much going on inside. At most, there would be a ring and a few gambling tables. But when Chen Ge went in, he discovered that there was another world inside. There were at least 20 men in uniform patrolling the area. Next to them, there were at least a dozen gambling tables piled with chips. Next to these dozen gambling tables, there is not only a brand new arena. There was even an octagonal cage next to the ring. Why are there 2 fighting venues? Chen Ge said. The 2 venues are of different natures. Yuqi Cheng pointed at the ordinary arena and said, In this arena, you can admit defeat, and after admitting defeat, the winner can no longer attack the loser. This is considered a more formal way of fighting. It's safer, but of course it's not as enjoyable to watch, and it's not exciting enough. As he spoke, Yuqi Cheng pointed to the octagonal cage next to him and said, This octagon cage is different. There are no rules, and there is no chance to admit defeat. Within the specified time, one person must lie prone and the other must stand. And, regardless of life or death. Chapter 172 Yuqi Cheng's Past. These 4 simple words came out of Yuqi Cheng's mouth. Chen Ge looked at Yuqi Cheng's calm and nonchalant expression and couldn't help asking. Have you gambled before? Chen Ge asked calmly. No. Yuqi Cheng smiled, then lifted up the clothes in front of him. In an instant, a field of wounds appeared in front of Chen Ge, and Chen Ge was stunned. I have fought. These scars on my chest are from that time. I fought a few times in the octagon. Since then, I have become famous and have followers. Having said this, Yuqi Cheng paused for a moment, then lowered his shirt and said, By the way, you may not believe it, but Zheng Hu was my opponent in the octagon at that time. When Chen Ge heard Yuqi Cheng say this, his mind immediately thought of Zheng Hu's huge body. Although Yuqi Cheng is quite tall and strong, he seems dwarfed by the big guy like Zheng Hu. No way? Zheng Hu is so much stronger than you, how did you win? Hearing this, Yuqi Cheng waved his hand and said, Of course I can't beat him. But doesn't the rule of the octagon cage require that only one person can stand? Chen Ge asked doubtfully. Yes, at that time I didn't even have the money to bury my grandfather, and my sister was still lying in bed. I had to fight even if I couldn't win. To put it simply, I was risking my life. Yuqi Cheng turned around and looked at the brand new octagonal cage. At first, Zheng Hu really beat me up so hard that I lost my bearings, but every time he knocked me down, I stood up again. What happened next? Chen Ge continued to ask. There must be a time when you can't hold on, right? Then he laid down on his own initiative, said Yuqi Cheng. At that time, Zheng Hu was already a well-known big brother, but later he took the initiative to become my younger brother. Later I asked him why he wanted to be my younger brother instead of being my older brother. Speaking of this, Yuchi Chang clearly revealed a smile of joy. He said I was more ruthless and risked my life than him, and I would be a good big brother. To be honest, I went to the octagon cage to be a punching bag that day with the intention of risking my life to pay for my grandfather's funeral expenses and my sister's medical expenses. But Zhang Hu. Chen Gu listened to Yuchi Chang's words and patted him on the shoulder. Zhang Hu was right. You beat him decisively that day. Hearing this, Yuchi Chang was stunned, thinking of the conflict between Zhang Hu and Chen Gu that night. He took the initiative to beat up Zhang Hu in order to make Chen Gu feel relieved. You finally figured it out. Thank you for letting him go that day. Actually, I didn't mean to blame him in the first place, so that beating he received was in vain, ha ha ha. Chen Gu smiled and said, go on, what happened after you two got out of the octagon cage that day? Yuchi Chang took a deep breath and continued to recall. Of course I took home $1 million prize. But in fact, this $1 million prize is nothing compared to their gambling money. Let's put it this way, the money flowing in the match between Zhang Hu and I that day was almost 100 million. But Zhang Hu was in trouble because he voluntarily admitted defeat, so he was marked as maliciously manipulating the game and will no longer be allowed to enter the casino in any capacity. If you don't want to go in and out, then don't go in and out. The most important thing is that he was chased right after he left the casino, but he luckily escaped. Yuchi Chang spread his hands, this is also the reason why he didn't come. Chen Gu nodded thoughtfully. What about you? You weren't hunted down? After all, it was you who made them lose the game. Hearing Chen Ji's words, Yuchi Chang smiled easily. It seems that you don't quite understand the nature of the people in the underworld. I didn't use any tricks to cheat, so why are they hunting me down? It doesn't make sense in any way. Hearing this, Chen Gu nodded and said, then after you get the money, you should cure your sister's illness, right? Yuchi Chang completely entered a state of recollection, looking at the octagonal cage and said, I went back to my hometown and held the biggest funeral there. I invited everyone in the village and buried my grandfather and sister together. When Chen Gu heard this, his smile froze for a moment. I only found out later that my sister had already passed away. The hospital just wanted to make more money, so they kept her alive. She passed away on the day I went to the gym to train. At some point, Yuchi Chang's eyes lit up and his eye circles gradually turned red. I will never forget the day when I walked into the hospital excitedly with a big bag of money, only to see my sister's body in the morgue. Yuchi Chang wiped away his tears calmly. After burying them, I returned to the Magic City with nothing to worry about. This time, I was more ruthless and desperate than before. I used to be worried about someone, so I had to risk my life. Now I'm playing with my life, just for the sake of playing with my life. When Chen Gu heard this, he felt sorry for Yuchi Chang and seemed to understand why Yuchi Chang was so indifferent to life. Because he is a person who doesn't even care about his own life or death. Sorry. Chen Gu frowned. It's okay, just some past memories. Yuchi Chang seemed to have been fired up and had no intention of stopping. With this ruthlessness, I climbed up the ladder very quickly, and people in the underworld gradually got to know me. They knew that there was a young man in his early 20s who was willing to take risks with his life in the underworld of Shanghai. Within 2 or 3 years, I became the most popular gangster among my peers. Yuchi Chang paused again and blew his nose. Later, I met Jianya when I was drinking in a bar. At that time, his bar had just opened, and some people came to his bar to cause trouble. By chance, they offended me, so I took advantage of the situation to deal with them. After a few visits, we became familiar with each other. After we got to know each other, Jianya introduced me to his friends. After playing together a few times, we all became familiar with each other. Don't be ridiculous. Once, after we finished drinking, Jianya hooked his arm around my shoulder and said, you are too lonely and trust others too easily. If someone is a little nice to you, you would be eager to open your heart to them. Yuchi Chang raised his eyes and looked at Chen Gu. Do you think he is right? I think. Chen Gu really didn't know how to answer for a moment. Look, you think so too. Yuchi Chang shrugged indifferently. If you think so, then so be it. I've been alone for too long. Apart from chatting with Zhang Hu occasionally, I hardly communicate with anyone else. Chen Gu looked at Yuchi Chang and said slowly, what about now? Do you still feel that way? Now those little bastards want to get me drunk to death whenever they can, so I don't have time to be alone. Well, Su Long vomited all over me that night, and my clothes are still hanging out to dry. As he was speaking, Yuchi Chang couldn't hold back the tears that flowed out of his eyes. It's just that he had a smile on his face, and it looked like he was crying and laughing at the same time, which was a bit strange. Chapter 173 Hua Linglong. Chenggu looked at Yuqi Cheng, who turned his head and wiped his tears and snorted, "You don't dare to risk your life now, right?" "I don't dare anymore. I still have to keep my life and fight those little bastards to the end." Yuqi Cheng gritted his teeth and said, "Sooner or later I will get Su Long drunk." Chenggu walked forward, laughing, and hugged Yuqi Cheng's shoulders. "Now there's one more person, only those who beat Su Long will be qualified to compete with me." "Ha ha, you're right." Yuqi Cheng also laughed. "Don't keep calling me the god of song. It sounds weird. Just call me Chenggu. I'm not even as old as you." Chenggu corrected. "Forget about calling me by my name. I'm not used to it." Yuqi Cheng shook his head. "Then call me Lao Chen just like you call them," Chenggu said. Old Chen?" Yuqi Cheng said awkwardly. "Let's go, continue to introduce other things to me," Chenggu said as he walked in front. "Okay." Yuqi Cheng followed. "Then let's start with the two main events, the octagon and the ring." Yuqi Cheng cleared his throat and said, "Let's talk about the contestants first. The competition is relatively simple. All the contestants have to do is sign up and keep their identities secret, so that the gamblers don't know their identities in advance. If they win, they will get nearly 100,000 yuan, and if they lose, there is no penalty. The gamblers who participate in the ring are usually gangsters with no background in courage, small leaders, and the like. In the octagon cage, besides keeping their identity secret, they also have to sign a life and death agreement. Except for not using weapons, there are no restrictions on the fighting style. It doesn't matter if someone dies. If you win, you take home $1 million bonus. If you lose, there's no penalty. Of course, if the loser can still walk out of the octagon, it's awesome. Similarly, as I said, almost all the gamblers who are willing to participate in the octagon cage gambling have financial sponsors behind them. These gamblers are just puppets. Which side they bet on is basically instructed by the financial sponsors. Bloody, exciting, and treating human life as worthless are the unique characteristics of the octagon. Chenggu listened with great interest as Yuqi Cheng introduced the octagonal cage. In fact, if Zhang Hu hadn't let me go that day, I think I would have really died on the ring. Yuqi Cheng walked to the gambling table, picked up a red chip, threw it in the air and played with it. "Oh, yes, these are all bargaining chips. I believe you understand them all without me having to explain them in detail. But I want to emphasize that before exchanging chips, you need to show sufficient financial resources to ensure that you can afford the chips you want to exchange. Because you don't need to pay immediately when exchanging chips with Master Long Wu. You can pay all at once after playing." Yuqi Cheng threw the red chip he was playing with back onto the table. Then he pointed at the men in black suits and said, "See those guys in black suits? I saw it. Any comments?" Chenggu nodded. "These 20 people represent the financiers who will come to participate in the octagon cage gambling tonight. In the afternoon or evening, the number of men in black who appear here will represent the number of financiers who will participate in the octagon cage gambling." "Why do they do this?" Chenggu asked in confusion. "Don't they already have someone betting on them? Isn't it redundant to bring in a man in black? We have to ensure fairness." Yuqi Cheng said calmly, "This has to do with their relationship with Master Long Wu. First of all, it is true that the umbrella behind Master Long Wu is very powerful. However, based on the principle of fairness, after multiple consultations, they finally decided that in the case of Master Long Wu providing protection, each party must exclude one person to serve as the impartial party. Whenever a dispute arises in a casino, in addition to Long Wuye and his group, there are many other parties involved in the dispute debate. It ensures to the greatest extent possible that the probability of disputes will be very low, and at the same time, when disputes arise, we can quickly come up with an explanation and resolve the matter," Yuqi Cheng explained. After hearing his explanation, Chenggu understood it instantly. To put it simply, when something goes wrong, no one will give in to the other. "That's what I mean." Yuqi Cheng laughed when he heard Chen Ji's simple and rough statement. Afterwards, Chenggu noticed that the door not far away opened again, and a group of people in black suits walked in. A rough count revealed that there were 7 or 8 of them. "It seems that there are more people gambling in the boxing gym this time than me." Yuqi Cheng pursed his lips. "I remember that the last time there were only a dozen people who came to gamble until the evening. Now it's not even noon yet, and there are already more than 20 people in the factory." Could it be that the information of the people who came to the octagon to fight was leaked, so everyone is more confident? Chen Gu asked. It's possible, but the possibility is still quite low. As the two were talking, a large group of people emerged again from behind the 7 or 8 men in black suits. Among this group of people, there was a person dressed in a black robe and a veiled hat, with a veil covering her face. However, Chen Gu still judged that the other person was a woman based on her exquisite figure. Hua Linglong? Yu Chi Chang beside him suddenly said. You can see it even though it's covered so tightly? Chen Gu raised his eyebrows. Ahem, she wears this every time she appears. Yu Chi Chang explained. While the two were talking, Hua Linglong had already walked not far from Chen Gu and Yu Chi Chang. Chen Gu clearly saw her body turned around and looked at the two of them. Yu Chi Chang? Long time no see. Yes, Sister Hua, I haven't seen you for a long time. How is Mr. Long Wu recently? Yu Chi Chang asked. Father is in good health, thank you for your concern. Hua Linglong said, and walked straight to another small room. Chen Gu did not talk to Hua Linglong. On the one hand, it's because I'm not familiar with it, on the other hand. Chen Gu found that Hua Linglong's accent was a bit strange. It was like a foreigner who had studied Chinese for many years standing in front of him and talking to him. No matter how well he speaks, you can tell that he is a foreigner. Has she always been like this? Chen Gu asked. Yes, she has been like this since I met her. She seems to be quite polite, but in fact she is lukewarm to everyone. Even when she talks about her father, she doesn't show any emotion. Yu Chi Chang spread his hands and said. Chen Gu listened to Yu Chi Chang's words and looked towards the room Hua Linglong was heading to. Chapter 174 Old Bitch. Chen Gu had good eyesight and could roughly see what was inside the house through the crack in the door. The moment the door closed, Chen Gu saw that the house where Hua Linglong was filled with surveillance cameras. The images on the monitor show every aspect of the abandoned factory at a glance. Chen Gu nudged Yu Chi Chang and asked, Is that the monitoring room? It's filled with screens? Yu Chi Chang nodded, and then said. Yes, every boxing gym is equipped with many surveillance cameras. The purpose is to allow Long Wuya's people to observe every corner of the factory from all aspects. We'll see when the time comes. In addition to Hua Linglong, there will be at least 2 or 3 people here to monitor the surveillance. Another reason is to enable quick resolution through monitoring when unnecessary disputes arise. Chen Gu listened to Yu Chi Chang's explanation and continued to ask, You mean these cameras were installed by Master Long Wu in advance? Yu Chi Chang spread his hands and said, Of course, from site selection to installation of these equipment, the whole process only takes 1 week, because the longer this kind of thing is delayed, the easier it is to be discovered. The fighting venue is only used once each time? Chen Gu continued to ask, Wouldn't that be very time-consuming and labor-intensive? Yes. No matter how hidden the location of the boxing gym is, it can only be used once. This is why the boxing gym has not been discovered so far. Yu Chi Chang paused and continued. It does cost a lot of materials and effort, but do you think these expenses are high compared to the high profits of the boxing gym? Yu Chi Chang smiled and said, Master Long Wu's boxing gym takes 20% of the commission, which means that no matter who it is, when they finally use the chips to exchange for money, they have to give 1/5 of the money to Master Long Wu. So high? Otherwise, why would people take the risk to do this? Aren't they just focusing on the profits? After that, Yu Chi Chang looked around and said, Old Chen, I'm going to the bathroom. I'll tell you something else later. Okay, go ahead. Chen Gu nodded. Hearing this, Yu Chi Chang walked quickly in one direction. Chen Gu also wandered around without anyone around. Even though this is just an abandoned factory, the area inside is really large, otherwise it wouldn't be able to accommodate so many gambling tables and things like octagonal cages. Chen Gu wandered aimlessly in the abandoned factory. He wanted to communicate with the men in suits around him, but they all looked cold. Not only did they keep silent, but they also looked at Chen Gu with a bit of hostility. They were wearing sunglasses, and Chen Gu could tell from the tight corners of their mouths. Of course, if the other person doesn't want to talk, Chen Gu doesn't have to force himself to get along with them. Just as he was about to look somewhere else, Chen Gu saw a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s standing next to the gambling table not far away. But when Chen Gu walked forward and saw the other person's face clearly, he was stunned for a moment. The reason why he was stunned was because Chen Gu knew this person. To be precise, Chen Gu knew him unilaterally. Chen Gu had seen this man on TV. He was a very famous boss in Magic City, named Lin Heng. He started out in real estate, but when the real estate industry went into recession, he turned to new energy vehicles. Seeing Lin Hong appear here, Chen Ge suddenly felt. Sure enough, there is something dirty about rich people. You are Mr. Lin, right? Chen Ge asked. However, just when Chen Ge said this, the man in a suit behind Lin Hong on his left immediately came up and stood between Chen Ge and Lin Hang. No, young man, let me have a word with you. Why are you blocking me? Lin Hong has a warm voice, similar to the image of a good father in TV commercials. Mr. Lin, you. The man in the suit hesitated. I want to say a few words to this young man, don't block me. Lin Hong still said happily. The man in a suit in front of him looked more like an old friend than his subordinate. Yes. Mr. Lin. The man in the suit lowered his head, then glanced at Chen Ge and retreated behind Lin Hang. Lin Hong stepped forward and asked with a smile. Young man, do you know me? Seeing that he was asked this question, Chen Ge felt embarrassed to ignore him. Who wouldn't know Mr. Lin of the Lin Group? I used to see you on TV a lot. You don't see much now, right? Lin Hong still smiled. But Chen understood the meaning of the other party's words. Ha ha. Mr. Lin, the reason you don't appear on TV is that you don't want to, not that you can't. Based on the principle that Yu Chi-chang brought him here, Chen Ge was not willing to conflict with others. So, when Chen Ge heard Lin Hang's words of pressure, he cleverly used flattery to cover it up. Ha ha, you're very interesting. I'm old, and my mind can't keep up with the young people, so I stepped back to work on new energy vehicles. As he spoke, Lin Hong pulled out a chair and sat down, then lit a cigar and asked, Want one? I don't have that habit. Chen Ge declined. Well, it's better to smoke less. I'm also trying to reduce my intake. Lin Hong took back the cigar he handed to Chen Ge and said. Afterwards, Chen Ge and Lin Hong chatted for a while. The content of the conversation was nothing but things related to the casino. Lin Hong even took the initiative to invite Chen Ge to play a game, but was declined by Chen Ge. Because, just by chatting with Lin Hong, Chen Ge began to feel uncomfortable. There was a hint of temptation in almost every word Lin Hong said. I wish I could get 8 sentences out of Chen Ge with just one sentence. Chen Ge heard the hidden meaning behind his words, but he was too lazy to argue with him. Therefore, after just a few words of chat, Chen Ge lost interest in chatting with the other party. At this time, Yu Chi-chang, who had just finished using the toilet, also came over. He immediately saw Lin Hong sitting at the table smoking a cigar, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Mr. Lin? Yu Chi-chang asked. Xiao Chang? Why did you come so early today? Lin Hong said. Yu Chi-chang gave a professional fake smile. Aren't you here so early too? As he said that, Yu Chi-chang winked to Chen Ge and said, Old Chen, let's go somewhere else. Chen Ge naturally understood Yu Chi-chang's hint and nodded, okay. After saying that, Chen Ge also smiled at the other party, indicating that he would leave first. Seeing this, Lin Hong put down his cigar and nodded towards Chen Ge. The two of them then went to other places. After walking for a distance, Yu Chi-chang stopped moving forward only after he made sure that Lin Hong would not hear their conversation. What's wrong? Why do you act like a mouse seeing a cat when you see this old bitch? Do you want to run away as soon as possible? Chen Ge asked in confusion. Nonsense. Do you know who was the one who chased Zhang Hu after I defeated him in the octagon cage last time? Who is it? Could it be this old bitch? Chen Ge asked back. Well, this old bastard, bah. Halfway through his words, Yu Chi-chang glanced diagonally behind him and found that Lin Hong was still smoking a cigar. Then he turned his head with relief and continued speaking. Chapter 175 Red vs. Blue. He was the one who was hunting down Zhang Hu before. He bet 70 million on Zhang Hu, but Zhang Hu admitted defeat. Ha? Doesn't he know that Zhang Hu is your subordinate now? Logically speaking, shouldn't this old bastard find Zhang Hu through you? Chen Ge asked doubtfully. This is the strangest thing. After he knew that Zhang Hu was my subordinate, he let him go. At that time, I had no power at all. I was alone with Zhang Hu and a few of my brothers following me. But he still let Zhang Hu go, for no reason, Yu Chi-chang repeated. Isn't this a good thing? Chen Ge touched his nose. This old man is just a smiling tiger. He wishes he had 800 tricks. Can such a person let Zhang Hu go easily? Yu Chi-chang said in a low voice. Why do you call him Lao Deng? Chen Gu immediately pointed out the mistake in Yuqi Cheng's words. Hey, he can't hear anyway, so just call him Lao Dang. I suddenly think this name suits him very well. Yuqi Cheng simply gave up. Does Zhang Hu dare to come out and work for you? Chen Gu continued to ask. He really didn't do anything to Zhang Hu, so why not ask him to come out and do something? But I just feel something is wrong. Yuqi Cheng touched his chest. At this moment, Chen Gu noticed that the octagonal cage was suddenly opened. The boxing match hasn't started yet, right? Why are there people going in now? Chen Gu pointed at the octagonal cage and said. Hearing this, Yuqi Cheng turned around, looked at the octagonal cage and said, I really don't know the reason. Let's go and take a look. Walk. The two of them left as soon as they said they would, and at this time, as they came near the octagonal cage, more and more people followed them and came to the octagonal cage. What's going on? I remember the first game doesn't start until 3 p.m. How come someone is going in now? I don't know. The news I received also said that the boxing match would start at 3 p.m. Has the schedule been changed? Just as everyone was talking, Hua Linglong's voice suddenly rang out from the nearby speakers. You may be wondering if the boxing gym has started early. Of course not. Please rest assured that the highlight is still the boxing match at 3 p.m. The two people in the cage represent their own forces. I'm sorry I can't reveal what forces they are. The two will fight in the octagon cage on behalf of their respective forces to resolve friction. Everyone knows what it means to stand in the octagon, so I won't go into details. Of course, just watching is not very interesting. After asking, we have obtained the consent of both of you. Betting is allowed on this match, and the process will be carried out in full accordance with the regulations of an official boxing match. You can place bets within 1 minute before the match starts. There are still 10 minutes left, so please place your bets as much as you want. As soon as Hua Linglong finished speaking, Chen Gu heard the noises around him suddenly become noisy. Sure. This is interesting. Which two forces do you think caused the friction? The fight between the city and the south for territory half a month ago? It may not necessarily be the underworld forces, maybe it's those people who are openly doing business. Who cares? While there's still time, call the masters and ask them to place their bets. Yes. This group of people were talking to each other, some were making phone calls, and some were walking directly to the gambling table to place their bets. Chen Gu tilted his head to look at Yuqi Cheng and said, Is it starting now? It has started, right? How come these two people suddenly show up and want to have a boxing match? Yuqi Cheng said with some confusion. How do we play? Just bet? Chen Gu asked. Yes, just go to the gambling table and place your bet, but I suggest you read the information on both sides first. As he spoke, Yuqi Cheng pointed to the display screens on both sides of the octagonal cage. Sure enough, less than 10 seconds after Yuqi Cheng finished speaking, the two display screens lit up, and then the information in black text on a white background appeared in front of everyone. At this time, those who made video calls passed the information to the financial backers behind them. Chen Gu also raised his head and looked at the two people's information carefully. Red team player, codename, Red. Height 183 centimeters, weight 83 kilograms. Skills, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. He was a private bodyguard manager for 8 years. He experienced 13 shooting incidents during his time as a bodyguard. He successfully protected his employer in 13 shooting incidents. He never lost the name of an employer during his time as a bodyguard. After hearing this introduction, not only Chen Gu, but even Yuqi Cheng was surprised. After 13 shootings, this dude does all the work that is sent at every turn. Playing with guns is different from those little hooligans swinging knives and sticks. They are purely on a different level. Chen Gu subconsciously glanced at the two people in the octagonal cage. The identities of the two are easy to distinguish. One was wearing a red robe and the other a blue robe. Chen Gu noticed the man in the red robe. His determined eyes showed a strong desire to protect him. The man in the blue robe looked much more lush, with a fierce look in his eyes. It seems that he doesn't treat people as human beings, but as chickens that can be easily crushed to death. Immediately, Chen Gu turned his gaze to the information of another person. Blue team player, codenamed Blue. Height 180 centimeters, weight 82 kilograms. Skills, close combat learned in the army. He was a special forces soldier in Russia. After retiring, he became a mercenary and has experienced 11 battles of varying sizes. After reading Lan Fang's introduction, Chen Ge was no less shocked than before. This guy has fought in real wars and is a special forces soldier. Although he later became a mercenary, it was precisely because he was a mercenary that he was scary. Mercenaries have relatively fewer rules and regulations, and all they do is work on the edge of a knife. Therefore, they develop their ruthless and courageous character. Seeing this, Chen Ge also began to become a little curious. What kind of people could find such a ruthless person to challenge them? At this time, the area around the gambling table was already full of people. After simply transmitting the video to the financiers behind them, they all turned their heads and stared at the two people in the octagonal cage. I wish I could see a flower. Chapter 176 Exchange Chips. While Chen Ge was still thinking, they were already discussing. He's so aggressive right from the start. It must have cost a lot of money to hire such a person. I don't know what deep hatred there is between the two forces. I think so too. These two are not simple. The red one's profile says that he has never failed in protecting his employer. The blue one has been a special forces soldier and a mercenary. I guess he has killed people before. From the perspective of physical data, the red team has the upper hand, but the look in the blue team's eyes is too scary, like a tiger staring at its prey. Although the blue team looks stronger, it is all close combat in the octagonal cage, and it is impossible to use hot weapons. The experience of special forces in using firearms is useless in this kind of situation. But the red team is not necessarily the case. He is a bodyguard and often encounters close combat. In this kind of hand-to-hand combat, he may have more advantages. What you said makes sense. Let's see what our master says. Listening to the group's discussion, Chen Ge couldn't help but nudge Yuqi Chang with his elbow. Orange, which one do you like? Chen Ge asked. Me? I like the one on the red side. He's tall and strong. Don't you see that his muscles are almost lifting up his robe? Yuqi Chang said. I'm more optimistic about the one who was a special forces soldier. When you look at his eyes, I always feel that he is weird. He has a special temperament, just like a butcher who kills pigs. He kills so many pigs that he naturally has a layer of murderous aura on his body. Besides, people who have served in the military have stronger wills. If the two of them are unable to fight in the end, maybe they will win entirely because of their wills? As he spoke, Chen Ge glanced at Yuqi Chang and said, Didn't you rely on your willpower to achieve victory back then? Hearing this, Yuqi Chang widened his eyes and said slowly, I had no choice but to do it, and Huzi let me go, otherwise I would have been beaten to death by him. Old Chen, you think too highly of me. Yuqi Chang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm just giving an example. Anyway, I think the blue team is better. Chen Ge spread his hands. Then, let's place our bets. Yuqi Chang pointed to a gambling table not far away. Chen Ge nodded, and the two of them walked towards the gambling table. At this time, people came to the gambling table one after another, pushing carts full of chips and asking if they needed to exchange chips. This way. A person next to Chen Ge stopped the staff member who was pushing the chips. Give me 3 million chips, thank you, said the man. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. The staff nodded lightly and handed a box full of chips to the man. Seeing the scene, Chen Ge asked Yuqi Chang. Didn't you say that exchanging chips requires showing financial strength? Why didn't he do it? Oh, that's what you're talking about. Yuqi Chang said quickly, because most of the people are long-term gamblers, we all know each other, and it's too troublesome to ask for proof every time. Only those who have come once or twice or are new faces need proof. I understand. After understanding, Chen Ge also pretended to stop the staff. Hello, I want to exchange chips. Chen Ge said. Sir, is this your first time visiting our casino? Please at least show the amount of chips you want to exchange, said the staff. Can I check the bank card balance? Chen Ge asked as he took out his cell phone. Yes. The staff member replied. Chen Ge fiddled with his phone, called up the bank card balance page, and then turned the phone screen towards the staff. The staff member just glanced at Chen Ji's phone screen casually and calmly, and then was stunned. He looked at the balance on Chen Ji's bank card with shock in his eyes. What's wrong? Hurry up and give us the chips. Why are you just standing there? Yuqi Chang reminded. Oh, okay. Okay. The staff member came back to his senses and quickly asked, "Excuse me, sir, how many chips do you want to exchange?" 500 million. Chen said calmly while making a 5 gesture. How much? Yuchi Chang shouted in a low voice when he heard this. 500 million, is there any problem? Chen asked naturally, don't you want to play? I'll exchange some for you. Even if I want to play, I can't spend so much money. 500 million, are you kidding me, Lao Chun? Yuchi Chang swallowed hard. I'm not kidding. I come here to gamble to win, right? How can I win more money if I bet less? As he spoke, Chen glanced at the staff and said, please exchange it for me. Sir, what is the minimum bet you need to place at one time? Asked the staff. This has nothing to do with you, right? Chen said. Seeing this, the staff member quickly explained, you misunderstood. I asked you if you want to place a bet because if you bet a large amount, I will give you a slightly larger amount of chips, which will make it easier for you to take the chips. After hearing the staff's explanation, Chen realized that he had misunderstood. I bet at least 10 million at a time. Chen replied. After hearing Chen Ji's words, Yuchi Chang spoke up before the staff could respond. 10 million at a time? Lao Chen, are you crazy? 10 million. The staff member did not participate in the conversation between the two. He squatted down, took out the golden chips from the bottom of the cart, counted them for a while, then put the counted chips into a small box and handed it to Chen. Here, sir. Here are 50 chips. Each chip represents 10 million yuan. Chen nodded, took the chips and said to Yuchi Chang. Since we are here, we should have fun. As he spoke, Chen took out a handful of chips from the small box and then stuffed them into Yuchi Chang's pocket. Take it and play with it. Yuchi Chang looked at the handful of chips that Chen had casually grabbed, which contained more than a dozen chips. It converts into more than 100 million renminbi. I actually had more than 100 million renminbi in my hands. Hey, hey, hey! Old Chen, you are forcing me to commit a crime. Yuchi Chang clenched the chips given to him by Chen in amazement. Then he walked to the gambling table and threw a chip on the red side. At this time, there was a lot of discussion at the gambling table, but only a few people placed bets. Everyone was waiting for the financial backers behind the scenes to speak. Therefore, Yuchi Chang's betting action still attracted the attention of many people at the gambling table. Especially the chips thrown by Yuchi Chang. Gold means that Yuchi Chang bet 10 million in this gambling game. It was just the beginning, and before anyone placed their bets, Yuchi Chang threw out 10 million, which surprised everyone. To be honest, they would occasionally throw out 10 million chips when betting, but it was relatively not a lot. No matter how rich you are, you should be more restrained when it comes to gambling. Gambling a few million is a long-term plan. However, Yuchi Chang's approach seemed a bit reckless. Therefore, all their eyes turned to Yuchi Chang, especially those at the gambling table who knew Yuchi Chang and knew that he was not that rich, so they wondered what happened today. Yuchi, where did you make your fortune recently? You just lost 10 million right away. There are more than 10 games today. If you keep playing like this, you will have to spend 100 million later, ha ha ha. Yeah, Yuchi, if you play like this, your family will be broke tonight and you will be in debt. It's fine if I win, but if I lose, my pants will be taken off. Everyone was talking and joking. Chapter 177 Betting 100 Million. Yuchi Chang was not angry at these teasing words. He responded. Just indulge yourself once in a while, ha, why don't you place a bet? It's my master who is always so slow. He wants to play, but is afraid of losing. Said a man in a blue jacket. Who isn't? Rich people are more stingy than each other. Another man also said. However, no one noticed that while they were talking, a strong figure came up to them. Then he silently threw the chips in his hand to the blue side. No one paid much attention to him, after all, he was a stranger. But when they subconsciously looked at the gambling table, everyone couldn't help but gasp and got goosebumps all over their bodies. At this time, on the gambling table, there was only one golden chip placed by Yuchi Chang on the red side. On the other side, on the blue side, there is a cluster of golden chips densely placed. The chips were neatly arranged into a cylinder. At a rough glance, there seemed to be at least 7 or 8 or 9 of them. You have to know that this is not 789 yuan, but 700 million or 800 million. The next second, everyone's eyes were focused on Chen. Chen Go looked at the gazes coming from all directions, shrugged his shoulders and said, "Why are you looking at me? I'm placing a bet." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. "Nonsense, of course I know you want to place a bet, but what does it mean for you to throw away tens of millions right away?" In the crowd, an experienced person asked, "Little brother, is this your first time here? Does your master know the rules? There are more than 10 boxing matches today. If you keep playing like this, you will lose everything if you are not careful." Obviously, this old fox did not take Chen Go seriously. He thought that the financier behind Chen Go was doing this for the first time and that he was stupid and had a lot of money. Hearing this, Chen Go put his hands in his pockets and smiled calmly. 100 million is not a lot for a bet, right? Everyone here should be able to afford it, right? Chen Ji's aggressive words stunned the old man who had just reminded Chen Go. He did not respond to Chen Go immediately, but walked closer to the gambling table and counted the total number of chips thrown by Chen Go. When he counted them, he found that there were exactly 10, just as Chen Go said. At this moment, he was stunned, and no longer looked down on Chen Go as he did when he looked at the novice Xiao Bai. Because he knows that anyone who can say such things must have a wealthy sponsor, or even the boss of a certain company. "Little brother, excuse me, who do you work for?" At this moment, everyone's curiosity was raised to a peak because of the man's words. In fact, it's no wonder that the man is curious. Not only him, but everyone at the gambling table is very curious about who is the financial backer behind Chen Go. There aren't many people who are so wealthy. You may not have any idea about Chen Go betting 100 million at a time. When Yu Cheng first came to fight, the amount bet on him and Zhang Hu was only 100 million. But this 100 million was the combined money of everyone at the gambling table at that time. It's completely different from Chen Go betting 100 million at once. Although prices in Shanghai have risen in the past 2 years, the financial backer behind Chen Go can spend 100 million yuan at a time, which is beyond the reach of people at their level. "Who do you work with?" Chen Go was stunned for a moment, then he said directly, "I just work by myself. I can do whatever I want when I am alone." Hearing Chen Ji's calm words, everyone paused for a moment, and then all gave a fake smile. Obviously, they didn't believe Chen Ji's words. "Little brother, if you don't want to tell us, it's okay. We all know this. I was the one who said too much. You shouldn't ask questions when you go out to play." The man who spoke stepped back. "What does this have to do with anything? Didn't I already tell them?" Chen Go shrugged in confusion. At this moment, Yu Cheng, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. "Well, everyone, he is right. This money is indeed his. The chips I just threw out were also given to me by him so that we can have fun." When Yu Cheng said this, the director was shocked, and everyone was stunned by this. "Yuchi, what did you say?" said the man who had just teased Yu Cheng. "What I mean is, if we have to talk about my and his identities tonight, I can only be considered as his better, and he is the financial backer behind me." Yu Cheng touched his chin and explained. "Oh my god. Why didn't you say so earlier?" The old fox immediately took 2 steps back. "What the hell did I do then? I'm just a bettor, he's the real boss. But, I actually called him little brother?" The old man suddenly felt that the oxygen content in the air seemed to be much lower. It made his head a little dizzy. Young boss, I was just saying it casually just now, please don't take it to heart," the old man said after wiping the sweat off his forehead. Hearing this, Chen Go waved his hands and said, "What's the big deal? By the way, you guys don't want to place a bet? It's already been 5 minutes?" After hearing Chen Ji's reminder, everyone around the gambling table finally reacted. Yes, you reminded me of this. I almost forgot about it. Oh my god, my master sent me a message 3 minutes ago, and I didn't reply." Everyone is like that. "I was just busy watching the show. Fortunately, nothing serious happened." Everyone took out their mobile phones and started to prepare to place bets according to the requirements of the financial backers behind them. Chen Go looked at the chips they had placed, some red and some blue, all of which had words engraved on them. Some are in units of thousands, and others are in units of tens of thousands. Chapter 178 Finale. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Chen Go walked out of the boxing gym. Facts have proved that he had a better vision. After 10 games, he did not lose a single one and made a lot of money. And in the process, his impressive winning rate also attracted Hua Linglong's attention. This prompted her to come up and make friends with him. Chen Go was naturally very happy. There was nothing wrong in getting to know one more person. After that day, Chen Gu appeared in Hua Linglong's venue from time to time. Yuchi Cheng didn't know what agreement the two of them had reached, but whenever Hua Linglong opened a boxing gym, Chen Gu would come. And singer Chen's funds also came in heavily at this time. Later, through Hua Linglong's introduction, Chen Gu met Master Long Wu. Seeing that his daughter had such a good relationship with the young man, he naturally gave Chen Gu face. From the time Chen Gu came to visit to the time he left, he did not cause any trouble. However, something bad happened to Long Wu's boxing gym eventually, and it was raided by the police. Master Long Wu was in his 50s or 60s and once again had to leave this place. He came quietly and left in disgrace. Many people say that Master Long Wu is no longer good, and once he leaves at such an old age, he will never come back. Just when Master Long Wu's reputation plummeted, a man hiding in the dark stood up. He invested money to take in all of Long Wu's men, and found a formal place for Long Wu to stay in the Magic City so that he could recuperate. A year later, Master Long Wu announced his return. This time, he brought with him a huge amount of money to buy out most of the underground industries. No one knew where his money came from. And the instigator of all this is Chen Gu. At this moment, I am lying in the land of gentleness. Su Qing's depression was cured by him. It was not known what moved this beautiful teacher so much that she went to the hotel with Chen Gu that night. This serious teacher is wearing a teacher's uniform. Then, cough cough cough. As for Master Long Wu, since he took over the underground industry, his business has been booming and he has enjoyed great prosperity for a while. Moreover, all the industries he took over were cleansed and integrated, turning them into a huge money-making machine. No one knows where these profits go every year, but some people speculate that it goes to the person who took in Master Long Wu. Chen Gu used the money to invest in various industries, truly achieving full success. However, on the surface, the richest person in Long Country is another person, a woman. As the youngest business tycoon, Shen Luoqiao made a name for himself with a huge investment right after entering the financial world. In just 1 year, he became the richest man in Long Country. It is just said that this business genius who emerged out of nowhere seems to be planning to retire and return home to take care of her husband and children. Entertainment industry. And Cece stood on the podium. Mizzen, what do you think of Dragon Country's most influential female celebrity? Forehead. Mizzen, do you have any explanation for the recent rumors about your boyfriend? Yes. I have to clarify this matter. He is not my rumored boyfriend, but my real boyfriend. 2 years later. A piece of news spread like wildfire. The hidden richest man in Dragon Country, the man behind the business genius, is going to have a wedding. People from all walks of life came to the scene. At this wedding, celebrities were just the ordinary backdrop. Chen Gu owns many properties. But he still insisted on his original dream, sleeping in the same quilt. He lived with several girls in the property that was originally purchased, Tangcheng Yipinli. End of the book.